Chapter 234, Untitled. The thought of wasting 4 orange jars to obtain the fragment of the pure lotus demon fire's ancient scroll filled Xiao Yan with immense reluctance. 4 orange jars, with a stroke of fortune, they could yield 4 extraordinary treasures. If luck were truly on his side, perhaps he might even uncover a rare flame. Yet now, he was merely exchanging them for a fragment, which left Xiao Yan feeling quite dissatisfied. Without this fragment, the possibility of piecing together the ancient scroll of the pure lotus demon fire will be forever lost. Do you believe that once this item is in the hands of Elder Yi, we stand any chance of retrieving it? Though it is merely a fragment, it is an essential piece that cannot be overlooked. Yao Lao's tone was grave as he urged Xiao Yan to reconsider. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow. Indeed, if Yao Lao was correct, should this fragment fall into Elder Ye's possession, there would be no hope of reclaiming it. If he were to acquire other fragments in the future, would it not render his efforts futile? Contemplating the formidable power of the pure lotus demon fire, Xiao Yan gradually regained his composure. Very well, I accept. 4 orange jars, and this fragment is mine. Xiao Yan's gaze turned to the little medical fairy, coldly acquiescing to her terms. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced the little medical fairy's lips, and she nodded slightly, casting a glance at Yi Yun, signaling to Xiao Yan. The implication was clear. Let us first exchange the jars. Witnessing the triumphant smile on her face, a chill swept through Xiao Yan's heart. Just you wait, little vixen. If we cross paths in the future, you shall regret it. Xiao Yan suddenly recalled that Mu Shi had mentioned the location of this place. The Monster Beast Mountains, Qingshan Town, was it? Just wait, for I am bound for the Monster Beast Mountains to hone my skills, and then you shall see what unfolds. After venting his frustrations, Xiao Yan reluctantly approached the counter, producing a substantial number of pill formulas and combat techniques to exchange for 4 orange jars. From Yi Yun turned, placing the 4 jars on the counter, a hint of a smile on his face. Today he had indeed struck gold. Tonight, the opening of the jars would surely be exhilarating. It must be said that the greatest contributor today was none other than Xiao Yan. With these 4 orange jars alone, he had eclipsed all others. Not quite, these jars would soon be opened by the little medical fairy. Thus, the credit should rightfully belong to her. Now, shall you hand over the fragment to me? After Xiao Yan exchanged the 4 orange jars, a fleeting pang of regret crossed his eyes. He then turned to the petite healer beside him, his tone icy as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Upon hearing this, the petite healer smiled charmingly and handed over the fragment of the pure lotus demon fire map to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan immediately took the map, a spark of excitement igniting in his eyes as he contemplated the formidable power of the pure lotus demon fire. Alas, this is merely a fragment with such vague information. We are utterly unable to locate it. The thought of it being just a fragment brought a sense of disappointment to Xiao Yan. Acquiring this bit of information regarding the pure lotus demon fire is already quite commendable. Even if you were to find it now, with your current strength, you would still be powerless against IT. It is better to take your time. Perhaps in the future, you might obtain additional fragments. Elder Yao reassured him with a smile. In the future, if you successfully devour the pure lotus demon fire, one wonders to what level the burning decision might evolve. Isn't the highest level just the advanced heavenly rank? Xiao Yan shrugged, muttering to himself. Not necessarily. With a mysterious smile, Elder Yao replied nonchalantly, do not forget where Senior Yi hails from. Surely, there are techniques that surpass the heavenly rank in this world. The burning decision possesses limitless potential for evolution. As long as you can devour enough exotic flames, it may one day shatter the records of the Dou Qi continent and elevate itself beyond the heavenly rank. At that time, you may possess the potential to ascend to the higher realms. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes brightened. Indeed, Senior Yi came from the higher realms, and the techniques he practiced must be above the heavenly rank. This implies that the limits of the burning decision are certainly not confined to the heavenly rank. As long as he devours sufficient ego, elevating the burning decision beyond the heavenly rank, there might be a chance for him to ascend to the higher realms in the future. With this thought, the anger in Xiao Yan's heart dissipated like smoke, and he stored away the pure lotus demon fire fragment as if it were a priceless treasure. The petite healer slowly approached the counter, gazing at the 4 orange jars before her, her heart brimming with exhilaration. She had not anticipated that a seemingly inconspicuous fragment could be exchanged for 4 orange jars. For her, whose resources were nearly depleted, this was an immense stroke of fortune. Looking at the 4 orange jars, anticipation glimmered in the petite healer's eyes. She wondered what treasures these 4 jars would bestow upon her. Then, she extended her delicate hand and cautiously struck one of the orange jars. Crack. With the sound of the jar shattering, it instantly splintered into countless pieces. Subsequently, the shattered jar transformed into an endless cascade of radiant light, dazzling to behold. When the twilight fades, a black scroll reveals itself upon the counter. Chapter 235. The Great Wilderness Capturing Heaven Finger. As the radiant light faded, a black scroll revealed itself upon the counter. A scroll, perhaps a technique or a fighting skill. A flicker of anticipation shone in the eyes of the little medical fairy as she gazed at the dark scroll. She then extended her hand to grasp it, gradually unfurling its contents. Upon opening the scroll, she was immediately met with the title, The Great Wilderness Capturing Heaven Finger. It was indeed a combat technique. A surge of astonishment coursed through her as she absorbed the information, quickly followed by an overwhelming joy. Today had already bestowed upon her several treasures, significantly enhancing her cultivation. Now, a powerful combat technique was precisely what she needed to elevate her strength. What a commanding name, the Great Wilderness Capturing Heaven Finger. This technique must possess formidable power. The little medical fairy beamed with delight as she held the black scroll. Curious, she turned to Yi Yun and inquired, Senior Yi, what level of combat technique is this Great Wilderness Capturing Heaven Finger? Hearing her words, Yi Yun's gaze fell upon the scroll in her hands. A single glance revealed a stream of information before his eyes. The Great Wilderness Capturing Heaven Finger, originating from the world of Wu Dong Qiankuan, it wields immense power, comparable to mid-level Earth-tier combat techniques in this realm. Indeed, it is the Great Wilderness Capturing Heaven Finger. After absorbing the scroll's information, Yi Yun's mind swiftly traversed the knowledge of this technique. The Great Wilderness Capturing Heaven Finger was an advanced martial art obtained by Lin Dong through communion with the ancient steel spirit, capable of shaking the heavens with a half finger, imprisoning the world with a single finger, shattering mountains and rivers with 2 fingers, extinguishing lives with 3, breaking the firmament with 4, and shifting the cosmos with 5. Thus, the heavens are captured. In the original narrative, this martial art shone brilliantly in Lin Dong's hands, showcasing boundless might. After these thoughts flickered through his mind, Yi Yun regarded the curious little medical fairy and spoke slowly. The Great Wilderness Capturing Heaven Finger is a formidable martial art from the world of Wu Dong Qiankuan, bearing power akin to mid-level Earth-tier techniques in this realm. Upon hearing Yi Yun's introduction, a tremor of excitement coursed through the little medical fairy's heart. Her gaze fixed in astonishment upon the black scroll she held. To think the Great Wilderness Capturing Heaven Finger is a mid-level Earth-tier combat technique. How unbelievable! She had been lamenting when she would discover a technique to enhance her strength, only to be presented with a mid-level Earth-tier combat technique so swiftly. The little medical fairy was overwhelmed with exhilaration. In the past, she could hardly dream of acquiring even a mere Earth-tier technique, let alone a mid-level one. Yet now, she had effortlessly obtained a mid-level Earth-tier combat technique. What extraordinary luck she possessed! It is incorrect. These 4 orange jars were purchased by Mr. Xiao Yan. Indeed, it must be attributed to his fortunate luck. From the way Nalan Yanran addressed Xiao Yan, the little medical fairy naturally learned his name. Upon this realization, a sense of joy welled up within her, prompting her to unveil a faint smile towards Xiao Yan as a gesture of gratitude. However, upon hearing Yi Yun's introduction, Xiao Yan's expression darkened considerably. A mid-tier, Earth-level combat skill. This should have rightfully belonged to him. Yet now, it was in the possession of this woman. How infuriating! Xiao Yan felt an unbearable ache in his heart. Had he been the one to obtain this jar, he would have acquired a mid-tier Earth-level combat skill, which would have significantly enhanced his strength. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. The sight of the little medical fairy's smile only fueled his irritation. He perceived it as a provocation, a mockery directed at him. After all, this was originally his possession, now in the hands of this woman, which was truly disheartening. Humph! Xiao Yan snorted coldly, offering no favorable expression towards the little medical fairy. Little Yan, it is merely a mid-tier Earth-level combat skill. There is no need to be so enraged. Compared to the remnants of the pure lotus demon fire, this is insignificant. At that moment, a voice echoed in Xiao Yan's mind, the voice of Yao Lao. Teacher, I understand. I am merely feeling a bit reluctant, Xiao Yan replied. The little medical fairy, witnessing this, felt somewhat disheartened. However, she paid little mind to it. After staring excitedly at the black scroll in her hand for a moment, she blissfully stored it within her spatial ring. Subsequently, her gaze shifted to the second orange jar. With delicate hands, she cautiously struck one of the jars. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering resonated as the entire orange jar splintered into pieces. Instantly, the broken jar transformed into a cascade of radiant light, enveloping the entire counter, rendering its contents invisible to all. The little medical fairy's enchanting eyes were fixated on the vibrant, multicolored light before her, her heart brimming with anticipation. Moments later, the dazzling light gradually dissipated, and the items on the counter finally revealed themselves. There, resting quietly, was a jade vial. A jade vial? Could it be that this time? What emerged was a type of elixir. The little medical fairy's eyes sparkled. She had always held a fondness for elixirs, which were directly related to alchemists. She even entertained the thought of discovering a method to become an alchemist through these potions. Subsequently, she extended her delicate hand and grasped the jade vial from the counter. The little healer uncorked the vial, and instantly, a rich aroma of clarity wafted through the air. What an exquisite fragrance of elixir! Upon inhaling this potent scent, the little healer's beautiful eyes sparkled. Such a robust concoction must surely be a rather advanced potion. Yet, what kind of elixir could it be? The little healer was filled with curiosity. Little girl, may I have a glance at the potion you hold? Just as she was about to inquire with Yi Yun, the voice of the venerable apothecary unexpectedly resonated. At his words, the little healer directed her gaze towards the apothecary, a flicker of intrigue crossing her eyes. From their previous conversation, she had surmised that this elder was likely a pharmacist, and moreover, a highly skilled one at that. After a moment's hesitation, the little healer decided to extend the jade vial towards the apothecary. This was Ye's territory, and she trusted that this elder would not dare to claim her potion as his own. The apothecary accepted the jade vial, took a whiff, and peered into the vial's contents. Inside lay a singular, pearlescent elixir radiating a gentle glow. What is this potion? Why have I never encountered it before? The lack of alchemical patterns in its creation is rather peculiar. Could it possibly not belong to the realm of Dou Qi? The apothecary, worthy of his title as an 8th-tier pharmacist, was able to deduce much from a mere glance. Little girl, would you be willing to engage in a trade for this potion? Chapter 236, The Defining Elixir. With the vial in hand, the apothecary proposed a transaction to the little healer. He was immensely curious about this alchemical technique that seemed foreign to the Dou Qi continent. He pondered to himself that if he could unravel this method, it would pave the way for an entirely new school of alchemy, allowing him to take a significant step forward in his craft. Upon hearing his offer, the little healer was taken aback. Another trade? She glanced at the vial in the apothecary's hand, feeling somewhat hesitant. She herself was still unaware of the potion's true worth. If she exchanged it away, what if she suffered a loss? With this thought, the little healer extended her delicate hand towards the apothecary and said, "Sir, I would like to consider this further and will respond to you shortly." The apothecary, momentarily taken aback, ultimately returned the jade vial to the little healer. With Yi present, he dared not act inappropriately. "Master, what kind of potion is this? What mysteries does it hold? Why seek to trade with her?" At this moment, Xiao Yan looked at the apothecary with confusion, feeling reluctant to engage in a transaction with the little healer, still aggrieved from being extorted moments earlier. This elixir does not belong to the Dou Qi continent. It embodies a novel and intricate alchemical technique, shrouded in mystery. I wish to acquire it for in-depth study, for it may enable me to master this newfound method, Elder Yao explained with a calm demeanor. Is this elixir from another realm? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan cast a surprised glance at the jade vial in Xiao Yixian's hand, a sense of discontent bubbling within him. This treasure rightfully should belong to him. There should be no need for a trade. A foreboding feeling gripped his heart. If he were to engage in a transaction with this woman, it was highly likely that he would be taken advantage of. Xiao Yixian, examining the jade vial, allowed a faint smile to grace her lips before turning her gaze towards Yi Yun, and slowly inquired, "Senior Yi, might you enlighten me on the nature of the elixir I hold and its effects?" Upon hearing her words, Yi Yun directed his attention to the vial in Xiao Yixian's possession. A fleeting glance unveiled a stream of information before his eyes. Youth-preserving pill. Originating from the world of a mortal's journey to immortality, this pill, when consumed, grants everlasting youth and enduring beauty. To his astonishment, it was indeed the youth-preserving pill. The value of this item was immeasurable for women. Yi Yun, having read A Mortal's Journey to Immortality, was well aware of the pill's significance. In the original narrative, while it does not enhance cultivation or prolong lifespan, its primary benefit lies in allowing the user to maintain their youthful appearance indefinitely. At first glance, this appears highly desirable. After all, a cultivator's looks often evolve alongside their cultivation level. If a Qi refinement stage cultivator successfully establishes their foundation at the age of 30 or 40, they would retain a youthful visage. Conversely, if they only achieve foundation establishment in their 60s or 70s, they may appear as a frail old man. Thus, the cultivation world often overlooks appearances in favor of cultivation levels. Some practitioners focus on techniques that inherently preserve their youth, thus remaining unchanged in appearance. Take, for instance, the character Hong Fu, a golden core stage female cultivator from Huangfeng Valley, who, despite having lived for centuries, still exudes charm. While some Foundation establishment elders may appear as aged men, illustrating the disparity. As the information regarding the youth-preserving pill flashed through his mind, Yi Yun recalled Elder Yao's intent to negotiate with Xiao Yixian. It seemed increasingly likely that such a transaction would not come to fruition. The prospect of eternal youth and unchanging beauty is an invaluable treasure for any woman. Xiao Yixian, being a woman of exquisite beauty, naturally places great importance on her appearance. If she were to discover the effects of the youth-preserving pill, she would never consider trading it away, not even under duress. However, none of this concerned Yi Yun. He turned his gaze towards the little medical fairy and spoke slowly. This pill is known as the Everlasting Beauty Pill. Upon consumption, it does not enhance one's cultivation nor extend one's lifespan. Its sole purpose is to preserve eternal youth and maintain unchanging beauty. Upon hearing Yi Yun's description, the little medical fairy was momentarily taken aback, but once she regained her composure, her face was instantly alight with astonishment. Eternal youth? Unchanging beauty? Her breath quickened, and a flush of excitement colored her cheeks. Could such a miraculous elixir truly exist in this world? In her eyes, the Everlasting Beauty Pill was akin to a divine treasure. For a woman, the ability to maintain eternal youth and beauty was of paramount importance. Realizing the power of the Everlasting Beauty Pill, the little medical fairy gazed fervently at the jade vial in her hands, clutching it tightly as if it were a priceless gem. Observing her expression, the old pharmacist couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed this transaction would not come to fruition. With his years of wisdom, he immediately recognized the value of the pill and understood its esteemed position in a woman's heart. In this moment, even if he were to threaten her with a knife, she would likely refuse to engage in any trade. The little medical fairy, holding the vial, did not spare a glance at the old pharmacist. Without a trace of hesitation, she poured out the Everlasting Beauty Pill, her eyes sparkling with fervor, as if the pill were the very essence of her existence. Should anyone attempt to seize it from her, she would likely fight to the death. Then, without any indecision, she brought the pill to her lips and swallowed it whole. The Everlasting Beauty Pill dissolved upon entering her mouth, releasing its potent essence into her body. Almost immediately, a captivating radiance began to manifest on her skin, enhancing her beauty to an even greater degree. As she felt her skin becoming more delicate and luminous, the little medical fairy's heart surged with joy and exhilaration. From this moment onward, she would retain her youth and beauty forever. A brilliant smile blossomed on her face, amplifying her allure. Even Xiao Yan, who had previously harbored resentment towards her, found himself momentarily entranced, begrudgingly acknowledging that this seemingly detestable woman possessed undeniable charm. Witnessing the transformation of the little medical fairy, a smile crept onto Yi Yun's lips as well. Indeed, his assistant had become even more enchanting. This made Yi Yun eager to have her by his side. After all, having her in the store, sharing daily moments together, would be a feast for the eyes, even if they did nothing else. Moments later, the little healer finally absorbed the effects of the quieting pill. She admired her reflection for a brief moment before realizing that everyone was gazing at her. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she lowered her head and approached the counter, intending to open another jar to conceal her embarrassment. Chapter 237, The Golden Devouring Insect. The little healer gracefully made her way to the counter, extending her delicate hand, her skin radiating with a newfound luster. She gently tapped an orange jar. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering glass, the orange jar splintered into fragments. In an instant, dazzling rays of light surged forth, enveloping the entire counter in a shimmering glow. After a brief moment, the radiant light faded, revealing the items on the counter. There, amidst the remnants, lay a resplendent silver orb. Though its size was modest, akin to that of an apple, the otherworldly silver sheen emanating from it was simply mesmerizing. What could this be? It radiated such a brilliant light. As she gazed at the silver orb on the counter, a spark of intrigue flickered in the little healer's eyes, brimming with anticipation. This silver orb appeared extraordinary, undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. With this thought, she gently lifted the orb from the counter, scrutinizing it closely. Beside her, the old pharmacist and Xiao Yan also leaned in, their gazes fixated on the silver orb in her hand, curious about the treasure she had unearthed this time. Regrettably, after a prolonged examination, the three were unable to discern the nature of the silver orb. In desperation, the little healer turned her gaze towards Yi Yun and inquired softly, "Senior Yi, might you enlighten me as to what this silver orb is?" Upon hearing her words, Yi Yun slowly lifted his head, directing his gaze at the silver orb in her hand. A mere glance unveiled a stream of information before his eyes. Golden Devouring Insect. Originating from the world of a mortal's journey to immortality, it ranks 12th among the ancient peculiar insects, known for its ferocity and gregarious nature. Upon reading the information, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yi Yun's eyes. The golden devouring insect? The little healer had actually managed to procure such a creature. In Yi Yun's estimation, this insect was even more formidable than his own nanobiochemical venomous insects. His mind raced with information about the golden devouring insect. A gregarious, fierce insect, ranked 12th among peculiar creatures. It feasts on rare insects and voraciously consumes metals and the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, proving itself to be utterly ruthless and impervious to water and fire. It prefers to cluster within spheres, residing beneath spiritual wood. Only jade and wood can contain it. While spider-like peculiar insects are its natural adversaries, this creature, aside from jade and wood, is nearly indiscriminate in its diet, making it quite challenging to capture. In the original story, the golden devouring insect was one of Han Peopeo's most formidable weapons. Although the golden devouring insect ranks prominently among the extraordinary insect list, according to the Jade Slip of the Cultivator from the Spirit Control sect, its individual capabilities are rather limited, relying predominantly on its vast numbers to achieve victory. If there are only a few dozen, even in adulthood, they would prove to be of little utility. It is only when their numbers swell to the hundreds of thousands that they truly merit their esteemed position on the extraordinary insect ranking. The mere thought of countless insects swarming through the skies, attacking relentlessly, evokes a sense of dread in anyone who contemplates it. Yi Yun cast a glance at the silver sphere in the hands of the little medical fairy. This sphere was formed from the convergence of hundreds of golden devouring insects. However, these were merely juvenile forms, incapable of exhibiting any significant combat power. It was imperative to accelerate their maturation and hasten their reproduction. Only then could their numbers multiply exponentially. Yet, while this may sound straightforward, the execution is undeniably challenging. The golden devouring insects require an immense amount of resources for their growth. They have an insatiable appetite for metals and spiritual energy, and in this continent of combat Qi, it seems that little medical fairy alone could spend a lifetime without being able to cultivate them effectively. Contemplating this, Yi Yun turned to the little medical fairy, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Little medical fairy, you wouldn't want such formidable golden devouring insects to remain stunted for a lifetime, would you? While she may lack the capability, Yi Yun, with his extensive resources and the ability to traverse other worlds, found the endeavor of cultivating the golden devouring insects far less daunting. However, this depended on whether the little medical fairy was perceptive enough to grasp the opportunity. Observing the curious expression on her face, Yi Yun began to elucidate. This insect is known as the golden devouring insect, hailing from a world of cultivation. In just a few brief sentences, he conveyed the origins and functions of the golden devouring insect. Upon finishing his exposition, the audience was momentarily rendered speechless. The golden devouring insect, 12th on the extraordinary insect list, an ancient ferocious insect, known for its fearsome prowess, impervious to water and fire. Furthermore, it is a social predator. A flurry of information surged through the little medical fairy's mind, causing her breath to quicken and her complexion to flush. In truth, the mere utterance of the name golden devouring insect had unsettled her heart. This insect was well documented in the ancient art of insect control she had previously unlocked. As a bearer of the ancient inheritance, she possessed considerable knowledge of this extraordinary creature. The golden devouring insect boasts remarkable vitality and can remain in a state of apparent death for extended periods. Even amidst cataclysmic upheavals, these extraordinary insects would not awaken easily. According to the records of the ancient art of insect control, this creature was believed to be long extinct. To her astonishment, she managed to release such an ancient and extraordinary insect from the jar. In Chapter 238, the soul condensation technique, the little medical fairy gazed at the silver orb in her hand, her face brimming with excitement. After acquiring the ancient insect controlling technique, she had been troubled about where to find a formidable insect to cultivate. Little did she expect to so swiftly unveil a wondrous creature from the vessel. And not just any creature, but the 12th ranked golden devourer from the ancient insect hierarchy. The thought of the golden devourer's ferocity brought an unmistakable joy to her countenance. In that moment, she envisioned herself commanding countless golden devourers, traversing the realms of genius. With the golden devourer's formidable defense and lethal capability, any powerful adversary would likely find themselves utterly helpless against a swarm of them. However, a moment of reflection quickly brought forth concerns regarding the cultivation of the golden devourer. This creature relished devouring rare insects and was adept at consuming metals and the ethereal energies of the world. But where could she possibly find such rare insects? Their numbers were exceedingly scarce, and the vastness of the world made them all the more elusive. As for the metals, she could devise a plan. Yet, the ethereal energies. As mentioned by Elder Yi, were unique to the realm of cultivation. How would she acquire them? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, the thrill she had felt began to wane, replaced by a hint of melancholy. To possess such an extraordinary insect yet be unable to cultivate, it was undeniably a source of profound frustration. Unbeknownst to the little medical fairy, both Master Yao and Xiao Yan were oblivious to her inner turmoil. Upon hearing Elder Ye's introduction to the Golden Devourer, their expressions shifted dramatically. The Golden Devourer. Such a fearsome insect existed in this world. If cultivated, would it not send shivers down the spine of anyone who encountered it? Merely contemplating the implications sent a chill down Xiao Yan's spine. With the ancient insect-controlling technique coupled with the Golden Devourer, this young woman was destined for extraordinary achievements. Master Yao's voice resonated in Xiao Yan's mind, tinged with awe. Xiao Yan, it would be wise not to offend this girl lightly, for she may become a formidable adversary in the future, he cautioned. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily before giving a slight nod. Although he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he could not deny that this woman possessed the potential to become an unparalleled powerhouse. Both the ancient insect-controlling technique and the Golden Devourer were immensely fearsome entities. The fact that both had converged in the hands of a single individual was nothing short of terrifying. With the ancient technique and the Golden Devourer at her disposal, as long as she did not falter, she was destined to become one of the top-tier powerhouses in the Dou Qi continent. Little medical immortal gazed at the silver sphere in her hand, contemplating for a considerable time before finally directing her gaze towards Yi Yun, and slowly spoke. Senior Yi, might I inquire if this jar of yours could yield spiritual energy? A glimmer of anticipation flickered in her eyes. In this world devoid of spiritual energy, she had no choice but to place all her hopes upon Yi Yun. She vividly recalled that Senior Yi had once stated that within his celestial jar shop, anything could be produced. Therefore, it was reasonable to believe that the unique spiritual energy of the cultivation realm could also be extracted. Upon hearing her words, Yi Yun was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended little medical immortal's intent. He nodded slightly and replied, Indeed, spiritual energy exists in the world. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a type of spirit stone capable of storing spiritual energy. If you are fortunate enough to extract a spirit stone, you will acquire a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Spirit stone. At this revelation, little medical immortal's heart trembled, and a look of delight illuminated her face. No matter what, she was determined to extract this spirit stone to nurture the golden-eating insect. Observing her expression, Yi Yun found it somewhat amusing. The spiritual energy required to cultivate the golden-eating insect was not something that a mere spirit stone could sustain. Even if little medical immortal were extraordinarily lucky and managed to produce spirit stones every time, it would still be far from sufficient. For her to successfully cultivate the golden-eating insect, there was but one path forward. She must become his assistant. In the future, he could take her to realms abundant in spiritual energy, allowing her to select an ideal location to cultivate the golden-eating insect. Contemplating this, Yi Yun regarded little medical immortal with keen interest. The cultivation of the golden-eating insect would hinge upon her choices. Moments later, little medical immortal finally regained her composure. She looked at the silver sphere in her grasp, hesitated for a moment, and decided she could not awaken the dormant golden-eating insects just yet. While in slumber, the insects required no sustenance. Yet, once awakened, they would need to be fed continuously. Given little medical immortal's current resources, she could not sustain this group of golden-eating insects. Thus, she could only carry them with her for the time being. Subsequently, her gaze fell upon the last remaining orange jar on the counter, and she approached it slowly. May I be granted the fortune to extract a spirit stone? Little medical immortal silently prayed, fully aware that the chances of her wish being fulfilled were slim. A flicker of hope danced in her eyes as she extended her delicate hand and struck the orange jar with a decisive palm. Crack! With the sound of the jar shattering, the entire orange vessel fractured into countless pieces. Instantly, the shards transformed into an endless radiance, enveloping the entire space. Little medical immortal's eyes were fixed intently upon the luminous spectacle before her, her expression brimming with anticipation. Beside them, the venerable pharmacist and Xiao Yan drew closer, eager to discover what treasures the little physician would unveil this time. Moments later, as the radiant hues faded, the items on the counter were revealed. There lay a jade slip, quietly resting, emanating an enigmatic gray aura. A jade slip? Observing the item on the counter, a flicker of astonishment crossed the little physician's eyes. In the Dou Qi continent, whether it be martial arts or medicinal formulas, they are predominantly preserved in the form of scrolls. Such jade slips are rarely encountered in the Dou Qi continent, yet this rarity suggests the extraordinary nature of the content it harbors. With this thought, the little physician eagerly grasped the jade slip in her delicate hands. As she unfurled the slip, a surge of information flooded into her mind. Moments later, she had assimilated the knowledge contained within. The soul condensation technique, a method of ghostly cultivation? Upon reviewing the information inscribed on the jade slip, a look of perplexity adorned the little physician's face. The slip contained only one technique, known as the soul condensation technique. This technique appeared to be foreign to the Dou Qi continent, diverging significantly from its conventional cultivation methods. The soul condensation technique, astonishingly, cultivates soul power, enhancing spiritual strength, ultimately manifesting the soul into a corporeal form, achieving the essence of a ghost king. What manner of cultivation system is this? Why has it never been documented in the Dou Qi continent? Holding the soul condensation technique in her grasp, the little physician was filled with doubts and a sense of disappointment. It seemed that this technique, named the soul condensation technique, held little relevance for her. Not only had she failed to obtain the coveted spirit stones, but she had also received a technique of no use to her. This left her feeling somewhat disgruntled. Chapter 239, Ghostly Cultivation Technique? The Pharmacist's Exultation. Gazing at the soul condensation technique in her hands, the little physician felt a pang of disappointment. This technique appeared somewhat profound, and its practice could indeed enhance soul power. Although she was not an alchemist, she had heard whispers about the necessity of possessing formidable spiritual strength to become one. However, the prerequisite for practicing the soul condensation technique was to first possess a soul entity. A soul entity. At this moment, a realization struck the little physician, and her eyes gleamed with intrigue. Was there not a soul entity right beside her? She glanced at the venerable pharmacist, a mischievous glint suddenly illuminating her gaze. Perhaps she could turn this situation to her advantage. With the soul condensation technique in hand, she turned to Yi Yun and gently inquired, "Senior Yi, might you assist me in elucidating the intricacies of this soul condensation technique?" Upon hearing her words, Yi Yun's gaze shifted to the jade slip held by the little physician. A fleeting glance revealed a piece of information before Yi Yun. The soul condensation technique, originating from the world of CNNI, is a method of ghost cultivation that enhances the power of the soul and allows for the manifestation of a ghostly form. The soul condensation technique, the world of CNNI, a technique for ghost cultivation? Upon absorbing this information, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yi Yun's eyes. To think that the technique from the CNNI realm had emerged. Was this the first time someone had unearthed a treasure from this world? However, what was the significance of obtaining a ghost cultivation technique? This was not something that merely anyone could possess. Yi Yun's gaze suddenly shifted to the side, landing on the elder Xiao, momentarily taken aback, before a faint, enigmatic smile graced his lips. The elder's current condition seemed remarkably suited for this soul condensation technique. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Yun turned his attention to the curious little medical fairy and spoke slowly. This soul condensation technique comes from a realm known as CNNI and is a method of ghost cultivation. The prerequisite for practicing this technique is to possess a soul body. At this juncture, it was evident that Elder Yao's expression shifted slightly. After a pause, Yi Yun continued, "Practicing the soul condensation technique can enhance one's soul power, and upon achieving mastery, one can solidify a ghostly form, indistinguishable from a living being, possessing a corporeal existence." The little medical fairy had already perused the information about the soul condensation technique and did not display any signs of shock upon hearing Yi Yun's explanation. Conversely, Elder Xiao, after absorbing Yi Yun's words, felt a tempest of emotions surge within him. The soul condensation technique, a method of ghost cultivation? Must one possess a soul body to practice it? Achieving mastery would allow one to solidify a ghostly form, gaining a corporeal existence akin to that of a living being. Each fragment of information struck Elder Yao's nerves, causing his entire being to tremble uncontrollably. Wasn't his current situation perfectly aligned with the prerequisites for practicing the soul condensation technique? In an instant, Elder Xiao felt as though this technique had been tailor-made for him. Currently, he existed solely as a soul body, relying on Xiao Yan for any hope of revival. Yet, with Xiao Yan's current strength, he could not foresee when he might be fully resurrected. Should Xiao Yan meet with misfortune, Elder Xiao would lose all hope. However, this soul condensation technique completely alleviated his concerns and rekindled the hope of his own revival. Moreover, it also promised to enhance his soul power. Merely this aspect alone held immense allure for Elder Xiao. His gaze, filled with intense desire, was fixated on the jade slip in little medical fairy's hands. Had they not been in a shop, he might have been unable to restrain himself from seizing it outright. Teacher, Xiao Yan, of course, had also noticed Elder Yao's peculiar demeanor. Upon noticing the intense gaze directed at the jade slip held by the little healer, he swiftly comprehended the situation. Indeed, the soul condensation technique was perfectly suited for his mentor. It was no wonder that his mentor exhibited such unusual behavior. "Mentor, shall we engage in another transaction with her?" Xiao Yan proposed. In his view, the soul condensation technique was of no real benefit to the little healer, and she should be amenable to negotiating with him. However, a flicker of concern crossed Xiaoyan's mind. What if this woman demanded an exorbitant price again, leaving him to become an unwitting victim of her avarice? Contemplating this, Xiaoyan felt a wave of hesitation wash over him. I am indeed inclined towards this. I must acquire the soul condensation technique, the medicine elder affirmed, his voice imbued with unwavering resolve. Regardless of the cost, he was determined to possess this technique. Noticing the elder's steadfast demeanor, Xiaoyan silently sealed his lips, mentally bracing himself for the potential financial blow from the little healer. Senior Yi, might I inquire about the rank of the soul condensation technique? At this moment, the little healer, gazing at the jade slip in her hand, once more addressed Yi Yun. She sought to ascertain the rank of this technique before proposing a price to the venerable elder, enabling her to gauge its true worth. Upon hearing her question, Yi Yun pondered briefly before responding. This technique belongs to the realm of cultivation, and the two systems of practice are not easily comparable. In the hands of one who has no need for it, the soul condensation technique may not even equate to a yellow rank skill. However, for one who truly requires it, its value could rival that of a heavenly ranked technique, or even surpass it. Yi Yun's assessment was candid, and for the medicine elder, the soul condensation technique was indeed as invaluable as a heavenly ranked skill. With Yi Yun's evaluation in mind, the little healer felt reassured. A mischievous smile crept across her face. Heavenly ranked techniques? How many jars should I ask for? She pondered, caught in a dilemma. Little girl, shall we strike a deal? Just as the little healer found herself ensnared in contemplation, the voice of the medicine elder resonated. Old sir, what sort of transaction do you propose? The elder's inquiry was anticipated by the little healer, and she regarded the soul entity of the medicine elder with a radiant smile. I wish to trade for the soul condensation technique, the medicine elder stated directly, his gaze fixed intently on the jade slip in the little healer's grasp. In response, a faint smile appeared on the little healer's face as she replied, a transaction is certainly possible. However, I trust you overheard Senior Ye's remarks. For an esteemed figure like yourself, this soul condensation technique is akin to a heavenly ranked skill. I wonder, what would be the worth of a heavenly ranked technique in terms of orange jars? A glimmer of cunning flashed in the eyes of the young healer as she smiled at the venerable elder Yao. What is the value of a celestial level technique in terms of orange jars? How should one calculate that? Upon hearing this, Elder Yao furrowed his brow. Understanding all too well the intent behind the girl's smile, she intended to raise the stakes once again. At that moment, even the esteemed Elder Yao felt a flicker of indignation. As a respected alchemist, when had he ever been subjected to such indignities, manipulated by a mere child? Chapter 240. The young healer strikes again. How many orange jars do you desire? After a moment of silence, Elder Yao forcibly quelled his rising anger, restoring his demeanor to one of tranquility. He was acutely aware that, within the territory of the esteemed Elder Yi, no matter how furious he felt, he had to suppress it. The soul condensation technique was of paramount importance to him. He must acquire it. For now, he could only endure and allow this young girl to take a slice from him. He silently hoped that she would not go too far. Upon hearing Elder Yao's words, the young healer pondered for a moment before tentatively suggesting, how about 10 orange jars in exchange for the soul condensation technique? 10 orange jars. Why don't you just go steal them? Before Elder Yao could respond, Xiao Yan, exasperated, interjected vehemently. 10 orange jars were far beyond what even Elder Yao, with his considerable wealth, could muster. Xiao Yan was instantly alarmed. It seemed the girl intended to squeeze them dry. Elder Yao, realizing the gravity of the situation, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as his expression darkened. Little girl, one should leave a line for others. It makes future encounters more pleasant, he admonished, his tone tinged with irritation. Must you be so fierce? If you find it too costly, we can certainly negotiate further, the young healer replied. Sensing she may have set her price too high, after a brief hesitation, she continued, how about 8 orange jars? At this, Xiao Yan could no longer restrain himself. Speaking with fervor, 3 orange jars. Not a single one more. The young healer chuckled. 3 orange jars? Surely you jest? You heard Elder Ye's words just now. This is a celestial level technique. To think that you would propose a mere 3 jars is rather laughable, don't you think? For orange jars, then, young lady, that is all I can offer, Elder Yao replied, his gaze fixed firmly on the young healer, his tone grave. This soul condensation technique is worthless in your hands. It is a waste for you to keep it. If you agree, then we have a deal. If not, I shall have to accept the outcome. He cast a discreet glance at Yi Yun, ultimately refraining from voicing the threats that lingered in his heart. For orange jars, you say? Observing Elder Yao's serious demeanor, the young healer sighed inwardly. It seemed she had reached the limits of his offer. She had to admit that the other party was absolutely correct. The The soul condensation technique she possessed was essentially worthless. Rather than letting it languish in her hands, it would be wiser to exchange it for 4 jars. Who knows? Perhaps a valuable treasure might emerge, allowing her to profit. After a moment's hesitation, the young healer ultimately acquiesced. Her ability to open so many jars depended entirely on the duo of master and apprentice. Had it been anyone else in this situation, her soul condensation technique would likely have remained stagnant in her possession. With this thought in mind, the young healer nodded at the medicine elder and spoke slowly. Very well. 4 orange jars it is. Let us proceed with the exchange. She cast a glance at Xiao, urging him to act promptly. Xiao shot a furious glare at the young healer, wishing he could obliterate her on the spot. This woman left him no avenue for escape. The medicine elder's resources were nearly exhausted. Contemplating this, Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had thought that with the support of the medicine elder, he could continuously open jars and decisively crush Nalan Yanran within the 3-year agreement. Yet, unexpectedly, this woman had thwarted his plans. From now on, he would have no advantage before Nalan Yanran. With this realization, Xiao expression darkened considerably, but he could only remain silent, knowing that these items rightfully belonged to his teacher. Subsequently, Xiao approached the counter, retrieving a plethora of techniques and pill formulas from his storage ring. Elder Yi, do you think these are sufficient to exchange for 4 orange jars? He asked, glancing at his now empty storage ring, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, Elder Yi surveyed the items on the counter and quickly assessed their value. You still need 500,000 gold coins, he replied after a moment. 500,000. Xiao furrowed his brow and turned his gaze toward the medicine elder. After a brief silence, the medicine elder produced a massive black ruler and placed it on the counter. Elder Yi, could you please assess whether this black ruler is worth 500,000 gold coins? He inquired respectfully, maintaining a humble demeanor before Elder Yi, despite his inner displeasure. The memory of Elder Yi's torment lingered in his mind. Even in the presence of the amiable Elder Yi, he dared not act with any sense of entitlement. As Elder Yi observed the black ruler produced by the medicine elder, a flicker of intrigue crossed his eyes. Wasn't this the exclusive weapon of Xiao in the original narrative? It was unexpected that the medicine elder would present such an item now. It seemed that the medicine elder had truly been drained of all his resources. With a swift glance, Yi Yun quickly assessed the value of the large black item before him and then addressed the anxious Elder Yao, stating, "This is sufficient." Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Elder Yao felt a wave of relief wash over him, his expression transforming into one of profound relief. Subsequently, Yi Yun gathered all the items on the counter and then turned to retrieve 4 orange jars from a shelf behind him, placing them on the counter. "My dear young lady, the 4 orange jars are prepared. You may now hand over the soul condensation technique you hold, correct?" Gazing at the 4 orange jars on the counter, a flicker of pain crossed Elder Yao's eyes, and he turned to the side to look at the young healer. Speaking with fervor, "Although the loss is considerable, if I can obtain the soul condensation technique, it shall all be worthwhile." Indeed, the young healer's eyes sparkled at the sight of the jars, and she readily extended the jade slip in her hand to Elder Yao. Taking the jade slip with trembling hands, Elder Yao eagerly began to examine its contents. Moments later, after reviewing the information related to the soul condensation technique, he trembled with excitement, his face alight with exhilaration. "Extraordinary. Simply extraordinary," Elder Yao exclaimed, his body quaking with enthusiasm as he marveled at the contents of the soul condensation technique. This technique seemed tailor-made for him. With this cultivation method, he would no longer need to resort to the cumbersome process of reconstructing his physical form. By simply enhancing his spiritual power to a certain level, he could materialize a ghostly body and experience a second life. Furthermore, this soul condensation technique allowed for the infinite enhancement of one's spiritual strength, which was paramount for an alchemist. With this technique, Elder Yao was convinced that he could aspire to reach the 9th-tier alchemist realm. Before encountering the soul condensation technique, he had felt a pang of regret over his previous sacrifices. Yet at this moment, he deemed everything worthwhile, no matter the cost. Obtaining this soul condensation technique was undeniably worth it. In this instant, Elder Yao was brimming with excitement. His gaze towards the young healer softened with warmth. This girl was truly a stroke of fortune for him. Had it not been for her, how could he have acquired such an exceptional cultivation method? "Master, it seems the soul condensation technique is of great benefit to you." Observing Elder Yao's elation, Xiao felt a surge of happiness for him, and his dissatisfaction with the young healer diminished somewhat. Indeed, it is not merely beneficial, it is a tremendous boon. Elder Yao held the soul condensation technique in high regard, and at this moment, even if offered a rare flame in exchange, he would resolutely decline. "Master, how many treasures do you still possess that could be used to open the jars?" At this juncture, Xiao Yan suddenly inquired of Elder Yao while glancing at the 4 orange jars on the counter. Upon hearing this, the esteemed elder fell into a brief silence, seemingly engaged in a moment of reflection. After a short while, he responded to Xiao Yan, revealing that he possessed only a medicinal cauldron and a few scrolls of 7th and 8th grade pill formulas. At this revelation, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. His master, indeed, was a distinguished 8th grade alchemist, boasting such a rich repository of resources. The worth of the 7th and 8th grade formulas would suffice for him to indulge for quite some time. Master, might you spare a 7th grade formula for me to craft a few jars? Xiao Yan implored, his gaze fixated on the little medical sage as she prepared to open more jars. A sense of urgency enveloped him. He was envious of her consistent successes in unveiling splendid treasures, longing to snatch the precious items from her grasp. As the little medical sage prepared to open 4 more jars, he could hardly bear the anticipation. Should she unveil yet another remarkable item? He felt he would be utterly distraught. In response to his request, the elder nodded slightly. The purpose of retaining these formulas was indeed to allow Xiao Yan to continue his endeavors. With a mere thought, a violet scroll materialized in Xiao Yan's hands. This is a 7th grade formula. Take it and trade it with Elder Yi for jars. The elder's voice resonated in Xiao Yan's mind. Understood. Xiao Yan's face illuminated with excitement as he clutched the 7th grade formula, promptly rushing to the counter. You've opened so many jars. It's only fair that I go first this time, he asserted, his tone less than amicable toward the little medical sage. But I have already traded for this jar, she retorted, exasperation flickering in her eyes as she regarded him, feeling somewhat disgruntled. It's not as if I can't open it later. It should be my turn now, Xiao Yan replied coolly, placing the 7th grade formula on the counter before Elder Yi. Indifferent to the conflict between the two, Elder Yi glanced at the scroll Xiao Yan had laid down and swiftly assessed its value. The 7th grade formula can be exchanged for 3 orange jars, he stated flatly. Afterward, Elder Yi promptly collected the scroll and turned to retrieve 3 orange jars from the back counter, placing them upon the table. You may go first. My jars 1T vanish, but let us adhere to the usual rule, 1 jar each. The little medical sage shot Xiao Yan an irritated glare. However, the mention of his possessing a 7th grade formula startled her. Had she known he had such assets, she would have insisted on holding out longer to negotiate a better price. A wave of regret washed over her as she beheld the 3 orange jars before Xiao Yan. This time, I must unveil something extraordinary and regain my pride. Xiao Yan regarded the jars with eager anticipation. Without hesitation, he extended his hand and struck one of the jars with a decisive palm. Crack! With a resounding crash, the entire orange jar shattered into countless pieces. The fragments transformed into an endless stream of radiant light, enveloping the entire counter space and obscuring everyone's vision. Moments later, as the luminous haze dissipated, the items on the counter were revealed. Among them lay a black jade slip, quietly resting atop the surface, emanating a faint, mysterious glow. Another jade slip. Upon seeing the slip, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The previous slip, presented by the little medical sage, contained the formidable soul condensation technique. He hoped this slip would harbor similar power. With anticipation, he grasped the jade slip and eagerly opened it. Instantly, a surge of information flooded into Xiao Yan's mind. Alarmed yet focused, he concentrated on absorbing this influx of knowledge. After a brief moment, he had completely assimilated the information contained within the slip. It was the corpse refinement technique, a method for crafting corpse demons. Reflecting on the newfound knowledge, a look of sheer ecstasy illuminated his face. This scroll detailed a technique for transforming the bodies of powerful beings into controllable corpse demons, retaining much of their original strength. Moreover, the refined corpse demons possessed extraordinary physical resilience, impervious to pain and weaponry, and in close combat, they could unleash power surpassing that of their living selves. Chapter 242, The Dragon Soul Cauldron. Gazing at the jade slip in his hand, Xiao Yan trembled with exhilaration. The ability to convert the corpses of powerful beings into obedient corpse demons was nothing short of a celestial gift. If he were to acquire several strong corpses in the future, he could command an army of formidable enforcers. His mind conjured an image of himself surrounded by countless saint-level corpse demons, dominating the entire Dou Qi continent. Overwhelmed by this thought, Xiao Yan reached a euphoric peak, his body shaking violently as he broke into a foolish grin. Xiao Yan, what treasure have you uncovered to be so thrilled? Elder Yao approached. Curiosity etched on his face as he observed Xiao Yan's excitement. Master, you must see for yourself, Xiao Yan, brimming with enthusiasm, handed the jade slip to Elder Yao without further ado. Taking the slip, Elder Yao delved into it with his spiritual energy, instantaneously absorbing all its contents. Moments later, astonishment graced his features. Xiao Yan, congratulations. This corpse refinement technique rivals the soul condensation technique. Elder Xiao exclaimed, his face radiating excitement. The power of this technique was undeniable. He had heard of many methods for crafting puppets, yet they paled in comparison to the prowess of this corpse refinement technique. With merely this corpse refinement technique, one could establish a sect on the continent of Dou Qi. Indeed, Senior Yi is truly an unparalleled powerhouse from the upper realms, and the techniques he has imparted are extraordinarily formidable. Each of these techniques rivals the celestial grade methods of the Dou Qi continent, even surpassing them in their audacity. Beside them, the little medical fairy gazed at the exhilarated master and disciple, her curiosity piqued. What kind of technique could elicit such fervor? Even this esteemed elder is visibly stirred. Unable to contain her intrigue, she inquired, "Pray tell, what technique have you uncovered? Shouldn't Senior Yi provide an introduction? If by chance you've misinterpreted it as merely an ordinary technique, it would be a tremendous loss." Understanding her intention, Xiao Yin did not keep it to himself. He graciously held the corpse refinement technique in hand, directing his gaze towards Yi Yun, and gently requested, "Could you please offer a brief introduction to the technique I possess?" Upon hearing this, Yi Yun's gaze shifted to the jade slip in Xiao Yin's hand. As he cast his eyes over it, a piece of information materialized before him. Corpse refinement technique. Originating from the world of immortal reversal, this is a technique of the Corpse King sect, capable of refining corpses into corpse demons. With this revelation, a glimmer of understanding flickered in Yi Yun's eyes. No wonder Xiao Yin was so exhilarated. He had indeed uncovered a method of corpse refinement. Furthermore, this technique is derived from the immortal reversal world, marking a first in the unveiling of such a technique from that realm. The essence of the corpse refinement technique is to transform a corpse into a corpse demon for one's command. However, this process is not as simple as it seems. To refine the body of a powerful being, one must possess formidable spiritual strength. Otherwise, one risks severe backlash. Additionally, due to the limitations of spiritual strength, the number of corpse demons one can control will not be excessively large. An overwhelming number may lead to an inability to manage them, resulting in potential retaliation from the corpse demons. As these thoughts cascaded through his mind, Xiao Yin turned his gaze towards Yi Yun, who calmly elucidated the function of the corpse refinement technique. Already aware of its capabilities, Xiao Yin did not display much reaction upon hearing it from Yi Yun's lips. However, when Yi Yun mentioned the drawbacks of the technique, he became more attentive. It seems he must diligently enhance his spiritual strength henceforth. Otherwise, even if he acquires a powerful corpse, he would not dare to refine it recklessly. Meanwhile, the little medical fairy was taken aback by the potency of the corpse refinement technique. Its ability to transform corpses into corpse demons and command them in battle was indeed formidable, comparable to her ancient insect control technique. Yet, rather than feeling envious, she was filled with trepidation. With a hint of disdain, she cast a glance at the corpse refining technique held in Xiao Yan's hands. The very notion of transforming bodies was utterly revolting. Contemplating this, the little healing fairy regarded Xiao Yan with a tinge of suspicion. Could it be that this man was destined to become a great villain? All the peculiarities he had unveiled were undeniably sinister. The blood-drinking sword, the soul-devouring staff, and now this corpse-refining technique, all belonging to the realm of dark sorcery. Yet, it was this very individual who had brought them to light. Was there some hidden omen in the cosmos? With this thought, the little healing fairy cast a wary glance at Xiao Yan. In her eyes, having extorted him twice clearly meant she had incurred his displeasure. If he were to rise as a great demon in the future, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against her. A sudden sense of impending crisis welled up within her. It seemed imperative that she procure more treasures to swiftly elevate her strength, lest she fall victim to this formidable demon's machinations. Not only was he a pharmacist, but he also had a high-level pharmacist mentor, capable of producing such an abundance of exceptional items. His growth would undoubtedly be swift. The little healing fairy resolved that once she had opened all her jars, she would find a secluded place to cultivate her strength in secrecy. Once she mastered a multitude of poisonous insects, she would no longer fear this man. Unbeknownst to her, she had already labeled Xiao Yan as a great demon. At this moment, she could never have imagined that in the future, she too would be deemed a practitioner of dark sorcery. Soon after, the little healing fairy approached the counter, her gaze resting upon her 4 orange jars. Anticipation flickering in her eyes. She hoped that breaking these jars would provide her with additional trump cards, hastening her growth. It was her turn now. She glanced at Xiao Yin and calmly uttered a phrase before extending her delicate hand and striking one of the jars with a firm palm. Crack! With the sound of shattering glass, the jar splintered into countless pieces. Instantly, the remnants transformed into a familiar radiant light, enveloping the entire counter. Xiao Yin and the medicine elder, unable to contain their curiosity, leaned closer to the counter, eager to discover the treasures the little healing fairy would unveil this time. Moments later, as the radiant light dissipated, the items on the counter were revealed. A golden small cauldron rested upon the surface, emanating a resplendent golden glow, appearing quite extraordinary. What is this? A small cauldron? Surprise flickered in the little healing fairy's eyes as she beheld the golden cauldron on the counter. Could it possibly be a treasure that could change in size? Having opened so many jars, the little healing fairy had gained some experience, and in an instant, she made the connection. Subsequently, she lifted the golden small cauldron from the counter and placed it on the ground, silently uttering, "Enlarge." In the next moment, the golden cauldron radiated a brilliant golden light. Before the eyes of the three, it swiftly expanded, transforming into a colossal cauldron. Chapter 243, the fourth on the Celestial Cauldron Rankings. The Dragon Soul Cauldron. As they beheld the suddenly enlarged golden cauldron, astonishment flickered in the eyes of the three. They gazed intently at the magnificent golden cauldron, which was impressively robust, exuding an aura of tranquility. The surface of the golden cauldron was adorned with vividly depicted dragon-shaped magical beasts. Upon closer inspection, the illustrations of these dragon-like creatures appeared almost lifelike. What a splendid cauldron! The elder, known for his expertise in alchemy, stared at the golden cauldron for a moment, his face flushed with excitement as he could not help but exclaim, "A cauldron?" The young healer's face displayed a look of astonishment. Her curiosity piqued as she turned to the elder. "Do you recognize this cauldron?" In response, the elder shook his head slightly, explaining, "Though I do not recognize this particular cauldron, my experience assures me that it is undoubtedly a superior alchemical vessel." "Isn't a cauldron used by alchemists for concocting elixirs?" The young healer's face brightened with delight. Could it be that the heavens had heard her silent wishes and bestowed upon her this marvelous cauldron? From the very beginning, she had aspired to be an alchemist. "Master, is this cauldron truly superior to your obsidian cauldron?" Hearing the elder's words, Xiao was somewhat taken aback. He knew that his master possessed a black cauldron, which he had boasted about previously, claiming it to be a treasure listed on the Celestial Cauldron Rankings. Could it be that this golden cauldron offered by the woman was also a treasure on the same esteemed list? As he gazed at the golden cauldron before him, a hint of doubt flickered in Xiao's eyes. Noticing that the elder had no further insights to offer, the young healer directed her gaze toward Yi Yun and gently inquired, "Senior Yi, could you kindly introduce me to this golden cauldron?" Upon hearing her request, Yi Yun glanced at the golden cauldron on the ground. A quick scan of it unveiled a wealth of information before his eyes. Dragon Soul Cauldron, originating from the world of battle through the heavens, ranked 4th on the Celestial Cauldron Rankings. After absorbing the information, Yi Yun instantly grasped all there was to know about this golden cauldron. It turned out to be the Dragon Soul Cauldron, the 4th-ranked cauldron on the Celestial Cauldron Rankings in the Dou Qi continent. In the realm of alchemy on the Dou Qi continent, besides the Flame Rankings, there exists the Celestial Cauldron Rankings. As its name implies, the rankings document those exceptionally perfect and outstanding cauldrons. There are 13 cauldrons listed in the Celestial Cauldron Rankings, each possessing an allure that countless alchemists covet. Yi Yun recalled that Yao Chun possessed a cauldron ranked 8th on the Celestial Cauldron Rankings, known as the Black Demon Cauldron. In the present day, the Dragon Soul Cauldron, which has been crafted by the esteemed little medical sage, holds the illustrious 4th position on the Celestial Cauldron Rankings. The alchemical cauldron is one of the most vital instruments in the possession of an alchemist. A remarkable cauldron can significantly enhance the success rate of an alchemist's concoctions. Indeed, the Dragon Soul Cauldron lives up to its reputation as the 4th on the celestial list, exuding an extraordinary aura. As Yi Yun gazes upon the Dragon Soul Cauldron, a flicker of intrigue dances in his eyes. He reflects on the information he has just received, contemplating the origins and functions of this remarkable cauldron. The Dragon Soul Cauldron, it is said, was forged during ancient times by the sovereign of the Dragon Clan, encapsulating the essence of the dragon lineage within. This cauldron hails from a bygone era, steeped in antiquity. Its functions are manifold. Firstly, it elevates the success rate of an alchemist's formulations. Secondly, being crafted by the Dragon Emperor, it harbors a potent dragon aura that, when infused with fighting spirit, can unleash the oppressive might of dragons to subdue all magical beasts. And thirdly, it contains the dragon essence, which, upon the infusion of dragon blood, can awaken this essence for personal utilization. These 3 paramount functions affirm the Dragon Soul Cauldron's rightful place as the 4th on the celestial rankings. As these thoughts swirl in his mind, Yi Yun's gaze shifts to the expectant visage of the little medical sage. At this moment, both the medicine elder and Xiao also regard Yi Yun with eager anticipation. Being alchemists themselves, they are instantly captivated by the sight of the resplendent golden cauldron, yearning to discern the extraordinary qualities it possesses. This cauldron is known as the Dragon Soul Cauldron, ranked 4th in the Celestial Cauldron rankings, Yi Yun states matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion crosses the little medical sage's eyes. What is the Celestial Cauldron rankings? What is the Dragon Soul Cauldron? She muses, having never encountered such terms before. Just as she prepares to inquire further, a gasp of astonishment pierces the air. What? This is the Dragon Soul Cauldron. The medicine elder, upon hearing Yi Yun's introduction, gazes at the golden cauldron in disbelief. Noticing this, the little medical sage's eyes widen in surprise as she hurriedly poses a question. Elder, do you recognize the Dragon Soul Cauldron? The medicine elder, regaining his composure, fixates on the Dragon Soul Cauldron with fervent intensity and slowly responds. I am indeed familiar with the illustrious name of the Dragon Soul Cauldron. It is the 4th entity in the Celestial Cauldron rankings. He quickly recalls his own Black Demon Cauldron, which ranks merely 8th, pondering what extraordinary traits the 4th-ranked Dragon Soul Cauldron possesses. With this thought, the medicine elder gazes at the Dragon Soul Cauldron with fervent admiration. Chapter 244, The Black Demon Cauldron. In the continent of fighting spirit, there exists a Celestial Cauldron rankings, and the Dragon Soul Cauldron proudly occupies the esteemed 4th position therein. Within the confines of the apothecary, Master Yao succinctly recounted the origins of the Dragon Soul Cauldron, placing it 4th on the Heavenly Cauldron ranking. Upon absorbing this knowledge, the enchanting gaze of the little healer sparkled with fervor as she fixated upon the resplendent golden cauldron before her. It was astonishing to discover that this magnificent cauldron she had conjured possessed such remarkable heritage. Her long-standing aspiration to become an alchemist was rekindled, and the emergence of this extraordinary cauldron undoubtedly solidified her resolve. She was acutely aware of the invaluable role a fine cauldron plays in the art of alchemy. Should she ascend to the status of an alchemist, possessing the Dragon Soul Cauldron would be akin to soaring with wings of a dragon. Little girl, might we engage in another transaction? Master Yao hesitated momentarily, gazing at the golden Dragon Soul Cauldron, before finally giving voice to his thoughts. Master, before the little healer could respond, Xiao Yan's heart raced, prompting him to speak without restraint. He surmised that his mentor had taken a fancy to the Dragon Soul Cauldron and intended to negotiate with the woman. Recalling the little healer's previous audacious demands, which had nearly depleted Master Yao's treasury, Xiao Yan felt a surge of urgency. If another such transaction occurred, he would be left with nothing but the dregs. Furthermore, hadn't he his mentor already possessed a Black Demon Cauldron? That too was a treasure ranked among the heavenly cauldrons. The Dragon Soul Cauldron, although higher on the list, could not be that much superior in function. It was unnecessary to squander such resources. Xiao Yan, do you not require a fine cauldron? What are your thoughts on those listed on the Heavenly Cauldron ranking? As Xiao Yan contemplated how to dissuade Master Yao from pursuing the trade, the voice of Master Yao suddenly resonated in his mind. What do I think? Naturally, it's splendid. Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, but then his excitement blossomed. Is this what you mean, Master? Are you intending to acquire the Dragon Soul Cauldron for my alchemical endeavors? In an instant, his heart surged with exhilaration, accompanied by a mix of gratitude and guilt. He had not anticipated that his mentor would consider gifting him such a prestigious cauldron, ranked 4th on the Heavenly Cauldron list. Master Yao's kindness was overwhelming. How foolish he had been to contemplate discouraging the transaction. Master, with the Dragon Soul Cauldron in my possession, I shall dedicate myself to the art of alchemy with renewed fervor, ensuring that I do not disappoint your expectations, Xiao Yan vowed earnestly. When have I ever suggested that I would bestow the Dragon Soul Cauldron upon you? I merely sought to gauge your opinion. Master Yao's voice abruptly interrupted Xiao Yan's reverie, shattering his daydreams. The elder has resolved to exchange the Black Demon Cauldron for the Dragon Soul Cauldron possessed by the young girl, contemplating whether she would agree. Should she refuse, he is prepared to offer a greater price. The gaze of the alchemist, filled with fervor, is fixed upon the Dragon Soul Cauldron before him. In his estimation, while the Black Demon Cauldron holds its merits, it pales in comparison to the esteemed Dragon Soul Cauldron, ranked 4th on the Celestial Cauldron list. After all, who wouldn't he yearn for something superior? Hearing this, Xiao Yan felt a surge of frustration, realizing that he had overthought the situation. At that moment, the young healer turned her attention to the elder and inquired about the nature of the proposed transaction. She surmised that he intended to barter for the Dragon Soul Cauldron. As a practitioner of alchemy would inevitably covet such a prized possession, especially one ranked so highly. Without further ado, the elder glanced at the Dragon Soul Cauldron and directly addressed the young lady. My dear, I have taken a liking to your Dragon Soul Cauldron and wish to exchange it for another exquisite cauldron. Would you be amenable to this? The young healer was taken aback by the proposition. Did he truly believe she would consider trading her Dragon Soul Cauldron, ranked 4th on the Celestial Cauldron list, for a mere medicinal cauldron? Observing her expression, the elder comprehended her thoughts and, unfazed, replied with a gentle smile, Do not worry, my dear. My cauldron is equally remarkable and holds a place on the celestial cauldron list as well. With that, the elder flicked his fingers, and a sizable, jet-black medicinal cauldron appeared before them. This imposing cauldron exuded a profound and steady aura, adorned with vivid flame totems that seemed to dance as it slowly rotated. It became apparent that a subtle energy of flame was coalescing around the cauldron. Upon witnessing the elder summon the black demon cauldron, the young healer's eyes brightened. This imposing vessel indeed appeared extraordinary. Yet, casting a glance at her own resplendent dragon soul cauldron, she ultimately found it more aesthetically pleasing, though the black demon cauldron certainly possessed a commanding presence. Beside her, Xiao Yin gazed in awe at the majestic black demon cauldron, unable to suppress his admiration. In comparison to his own medicinal cauldron, it was undeniably lacking, and the evident enhancement of flame energy surrounding the black demon cauldron suggested a significant boost to the alchemical process. Sir, you mentioned that your cauldron is also a treasure of the celestial cauldron list. May I inquire as to its rank? The young healer asked curiously, her interest piqued by the black demon cauldron. The medicinal cauldron is the most crucial instrument in the hands of an alchemist. A superior cauldron can significantly enhance the success rate of potion brewing. My cauldron, ranked 8th on the heavenly cauldron list, bears a rather imposing name, the Black Demon. Indeed, I expended considerable resources to acquire it. Gazing at the black cauldron suspended in midair, the old alchemist couldn't help but smile with a hint of nostalgia. Only 8th place. Upon hearing this, the young healer was momentarily taken aback, and then expressed her disappointment. The 8th rank pales in comparison to her own 4th-ranked dragon soul cauldron. Initially, she had entertained the possibility of trading if the other cauldron were superior, but with its mere 8th rank, she decided against it. The disparity was too great. Consequently, she resolutely shook her head, declining the old alchemist's offer. Little girl, if you feel you are at a disadvantage, you may propose additional terms. The old alchemist was not surprised by her refusal. After all, he himself would not be foolish enough to trade a 4th-ranked cauldron for one of 8th rank. Additional terms? The young healer was momentarily stunned, a hint of peculiarity flickering in her gaze. This gentleman seemed quite audacious. Chapter 245, The Yin-Yang Longevity Pill. The old alchemist's words sparked a flicker of interest in the young healer. It appeared she might be able to negotiate further. However, when she glanced at the resplendent and formidable dragon soul cauldron, she felt compelled to decline. I apologize, but I intend to keep this dragon soul cauldron for myself. After a brief hesitation, she firmly rejected the old alchemist's proposal. Aspiring to be an alchemist herself, she recognized the significance of the dragon soul cauldron for her future endeavors. After all, for an alchemist, possessing a quality cauldron is of utmost importance. Thus, after careful contemplation, she resolved to retain the dragon soul cauldron. The old alchemist, upon hearing her decision, was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of disappointment. My dear girl, this cauldron is specifically designed for alchemists. It would serve you little purpose. Why not trade it with me and secure some benefits for yourself? It would be a win-win situation. Who says it's useless? Is it not possible for me to become an alchemist? The young healer rolled her eyes elegantly, finding the old gentleman somewhat peculiar. At this, the old alchemist was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated that this young girl harbored aspirations of becoming an alchemist herself. Shaking his head, he mused that the path to becoming an alchemist was far from simple. However, seeing the young healer's firm resolve not to engage in a trade, he chose not to press further. Instead, he felt a twinge of regret that such a prized 4th-ranked dragon soul cauldron had ended up in the hands of a mere girl. What a waste of resources. With a mere thought, he retrieved the black magic cauldron from the ground, choosing not to further entangle himself with the little healer. Since she was unwilling, he found himself powerless to act. After all, he could not forcibly seize it within the territory of Elder Yi. Upon witnessing the collapse of their transaction, Xiao Yin felt a surge of joy, a sense of relief akin to surviving a calamity. Fortunately, he had not been mercilessly bested by the woman again. The little healer, with a satisfied demeanor, stepped forward and collected the dragon soul cauldron that had been lying on the ground. She had already resolved that after this session of opening the jars, she would devise a way to become a distinguished alchemist, perhaps finding fortune through the crafting of medicinal pills in the future. Seeing the little healer secure the dragon soul cauldron, the weight in Xiao Yan's heart finally lifted. He then slowly approached the counter, gazing at the remaining 2 orange jars with an expression of eager anticipation. How wonderful it would be if he could also unveil a treasure from the heavenly cauldron ranking. Regarding the dragon soul cauldron that the little healer had opened, it would be a lie to say he felt no envy. The allure of a treasure like the dragon soul cauldron was as irresistible to an alchemist as a luxury car is to a man, utterly captivating. With a heart full of expectation, Xiao Yan did not hesitate to place his palm upon one of the orange jars before him. Crack! As the crisp sound of shattering echoed, The entire jar splintered into countless pieces. Instantly, the fragments transformed into a cascade of radiant light, obscuring everyone's vision. The little healer and medicine elder drew closer to the counter, eager to see what treasure Xiao Yin would unveil this time. Moments later, as the brilliance dissipated, the items upon the counter came into full view. There, resting quietly, was a jade vial. Could it be a medicinal pill? A familiar sense of recognition washed over Xiao Yin as he pondered, for jade vials typically contained pills. He wondered what kind of elixir he had unveiled this time. If only it were a divine pill capable of enhancing his cultivation. Holding onto a thread of hope, Xiao Yin grasped the jade vial firmly. Pop! He uncorked the vial, and an intense fragrance wafted into the air. What a rich aroma! Upon inhaling this medicinal scent, Xiao Yin felt invigorated, as if he had been rejuvenated. His expression one of rapture. He glanced into the vial, where a pill, glistening with a pearly sheen and emanating a faint luminescence, lay peacefully within. What kind of medicinal pill was this? It appeared extraordinary. A look of astonishment graced Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Yan, let me have a look. Upon noticing that the treasure Xiao Yan had discerned was a pill, the venerable Yao Lao displayed a look of keen interest and promptly beckoned Xiao Yan to present the jade vial for his inspection. In response, Xiao Yan handed over the vial. To his astonishment, it was yet another pill from a realm beyond their own. After a moment of intense scrutiny, Yao Lao's eyes widened in surprise. With his profound alchemical expertise, he could immediately discern that the pill within the jade vial was crafted using techniques not native to the Dou Qi continent. Observing the pill in his hand, Yao Lao was filled with excitement. It was yet another alchemical method. Previously, when the little doctor had produced the beauty pill, Yao Lao had expressed a desire to barter for the alchemical techniques used in its creation, but he had been callously rebuffed by the vain little doctor. He had not anticipated that Xiao Yin would unveil yet another pill from an alternate world. Moreover, the alchemical techniques employed in this pill were distinct from those of the beauty pill, leaving Yao Lao utterly astonished. Clearly, each world possesses its own unique alchemical methodologies. As Yao Lao contemplated the pill in his possession, an idea suddenly sparked within him. If he could procure additional pills from the esteemed Yi, extracting and amalgamating their alchemical techniques, he might very well forge an entirely new method of alchemy, elevating his craft to unparalleled heights, and perhaps even earning the title of a legendary alchemist whose name would endure through the ages. This would be an unparalleled honor for any alchemist. However, what exactly was the purpose of this particular pill? Casting his gaze upon the pill once more, an inquiry emerged in Yao Lao's mind. This pill, forged through the alchemical techniques of a different world, eluded his understanding. With this thought in mind, he turned his attention to Yi Yun and gently inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed Yi, what is the name of this pill in my possession and what effects does it have?" Upon hearing this, Yi Yun shifted his focus to the pill in Yao Lao's hand. A quick glance revealed a wealth of information before his eyes. Yin Yang Wan Shou Dan, originating from the world of eternal life. This pill, when consumed, can enhance one's physical form and extend lifespan by 600 years. After absorbing this information, Yi Yun quickly comprehended the origins and effects of the pill. It was indeed the Yin Yang Wan Shou Dan from the eternal life world, a celestial-grade elixir renowned for fortifying the body and prolonging life. In the original tale, even formidable experts like Hua Tiandu, possessing Dao artifacts and alchemical furnaces, could not produce it. This was because the Yin Yang Wan Shou Dan could only be crafted by masters within the secret realm of longevity, and it demanded an immense investment of time and energy. Chapter 246, The Source Stone. It can be asserted that the Yin Yang 10,000 Beast Pill is a rather precious elixir, even within the eternal life realm. In the early stages, it is regarded as a premier medicinal pill. This Yin Yang 10,000 Beast Pill is renowned alongside the 9-orifice Golden Pill. Within the eternal life realm, elixirs are categorized into 5 ranks: human, spirit, earth, heaven, and immortal. Among these, human-grade elixirs serve as essential sustenance for replenishing vital energy. The other 4 tiers of elixirs, however, offer remarkable effects, whether enhancing magical power, extending lifespan, or expanding one's sea of consciousness. Yet, typically, such elixirs can only be consumed once. Any subsequent intake yields significantly diminished effects, rendering it futile. The Yin Yang 10,000 Beast Pill, once ingested, not only exhibits formidable efficacy in enhancing physical constitution, but also extends one's lifespan by 600 years. After the information regarding the Yin Yang 10,000 Beast Pill flashed through his mind, Yi Yin turned his gaze towards the eagerly expectant Xiao Yin and slowly began to speak. This pill, known as the Yin Yang 10,000 Beast Pill, hails from the eternal life realm. Consuming this elixir can greatly enhance one's physical attributes and add 600 years to one's lifespan. In just a few sentences, Yi Yun had elucidated the effects and origins of the Yin-Yang 10,000 Beast Pill. Upon hearing about its extraordinary capabilities, Xiao Yin was utterly astounded. The Yin-Yang 10,000 Beast Pill. To significantly enhance physical constitution and extend life by 600 years? My heavens! Such a miraculous elixir exists in this world. Indeed, after listening to Yi Yun's description, the Yin-Yang 10,000 Beast Pill felt akin to a divine pill in Xiao Yin's hands. 600 years of life. How astonishing is that? Xiao Yin's breath quickened, his gaze intensely fixated on the jade vial held by the medicine elder, wishing to snatch it and consume it immediately. Meanwhile, the medicine elder, upon hearing Yi Yun's words, was equally struck by a surge of astonishment. The elixir he held in his possession was, indeed, so extraordinary. An increase of 600 years in lifespan. The implications were profoundly staggering. In a flash, the medicine elder recalled a 6th-grade elixir known as the Qingming longevity pill, which could also extend life. This 6th-grade elixir grants an additional 10 years of life, and each person may only consume one in their lifetime. To many, the Qingming longevity pill is already considered an immensely valuable elixir. However, in comparison to the Yin-Yang 10,000 Beast Pill, it pales significantly. One extends lifespan by 10 years, while the other by 600. How can they be compared? In the eyes of the medicine elder, even the longevity elixirs among the 8th-grade pills do not measure up to the Yin-Yang 10,000 Beast Pill. It seems only the legendary 9th-grade elixirs would possess the qualifications to be compared with this miraculous pill. Does this not imply that the Yin-Yang 10,000 Beast Pill in his possession could rival the fabled 9th-grade elixirs? Upon contemplating this, the body of the venerable pharmacist trembled with anticipation. It appeared that whether he could ascend to the rank of a 9th-tier alchemist hinged upon this wondrous Yin-Yang Wanshou Dan. The petite healer beside him, upon hearing of the miraculous properties of this elixir, was equally astounded. As a novice, she had never encountered a potion of such extraordinary capabilities. An extension of 600 years to one's lifespan? Such a notion was nothing short of terrifying. She gazed longingly at the Yin-Yang Wanshou Dan in the pharmacist's hand, her mind racing with thoughts of how consuming this potion could bestow upon her an additional 600 years of life. A fleeting desire to trade the dragon soul cauldron for it flickered through her mind, but after a moment's hesitation, she shook her head, dispelling the thought. It was merely a single pill, after all. Surely, once she became a renowned alchemist, she would have no shortage of such potions. The healer consoled herself, striving to quell her envy of the Yin-Yang Wanshou Dan that Xiao Yin had procured. Xiao Yin, why do you gaze at me so intently? The venerable pharmacist furrowed his brow in confusion as he noticed Xiao Yan's fervent fixation on the elixir in his hand. Teacher, since you have no use for the Yin-Yang Wanshou Dan, why not let me consume it instead? Xiao Yin approached, grinning with an audacious smile. What? You wish to consume such a precious elixir in one gulp? The pharmacist's face flushed with anger as he delivered a sharp rap to Xiao Yin's forehead. The Yin-Yang Wanshou Dan was his beacon of hope for breaking through to the 9th tier. How could he allow Xiao Yin to swallow it? Rubbing his forehead after the reprimand, Xiao Yin felt a wave of frustration wash over him. If I can't have it, must you resort to violence? Honestly, the petite healer cast another glance at the Yin-Yang Wanshou Dan in the pharmacist's possession, unable to suppress her envy. Subsequently, she approached the counter, contemplating her remaining 2 jars. If she could conjure something of greater value, perhaps her envy would fade. With a spark of anticipation igniting in her eyes, she extended her delicate hand and struck one of the orange jars with a decisive slap. Crack! With the sound of shattering glass, the orange jar splintered into countless pieces, transforming into a cascade of radiant light that danced in the air. Moments later, as the light dissipated, the items upon the counter were revealed. What is this? The petite healer was taken aback when her eyes fell upon the contents of the counter. There, resting before her, was an irregular stone, roughly the size of a watermelon. At first glance, it appeared utterly mundane, devoid of any remarkable qualities. Blinking in disbelief, she stared at the stone, incredulous that she had somehow conjured a mere rock. What is happening here? She, somewhat reluctant to give up, kept feeling the stone, hoping to uncover its hidden extraordinary qualities. However, after searching for quite some time, she found nothing. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin and Yao Lao approached, their curiosity piqued as they gazed intently at the stone on the counter. Xiao Yin, finding the situation amusing, remarked with a hint of schadenfreude, "It seems your luck this time is rather poor." Upon hearing his words, the little medicine fairy shot him an annoyed glare, then turned her gaze back to the stone with a sense of helplessness. Could it be that what she had unearthed was merely an ordinary stone? Reluctantly, she looked towards Yi Yun and slowly inquired, "Senior Yi, could you possibly help me discern the nature of this stone?" Upon hearing her request, Yi Yun immediately lifted his head, directing his attention to the stone on the counter. As his gaze swept over it, information instantly materialized before his eyes. Source Stone. Originating from the world of Heavenly Shield, it conceals unknown mysterious treasures within. Chapter 247. Source Crystal. Source Stone? As he read the information before him, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yi Yun's eyes. Soon after, memories of the Source Stone flooded his mind. Indeed, such entities existed in the Heavenly Shield world, akin to the gambling stones from his previous life. The difference being that while gambling stones could only yield jade, Source Stones could produce a myriad of treasure types. Typically, one could extract something known as Source Crystal from a Source Stone. Source Crystals not only contain powerful energy, but also encase numerous rare treasures. Even more precious is the fact that sources can be used to set up formations, aiding individuals in achieving certain objectives by altering the landscape in a relatively short span of time. Naturally, aside from Source Crystals, Source Stones can reveal even more valuable treasures. For instance, Divine Source, Ancient Insect Source, Fiery Source, and Exotic Purple Crystal Source, among others. These are exceedingly rare sources, brimming with formidable energy, and can be exchanged for dozens, or even hundreds to thousands of pounds of pure source crystals, depending on their value. In the original narrative, Yi Fan had once extracted ancient divine medicine and human source fruit from a source stone. Just a single human source fruit was worth over 100,000 pounds of pure source, and if refined through certain alchemical methods into a potion that extends life, its value would be immeasurable. Of course, the human source fruit is not the most precious. The most valuable would be the seeds of the Qilan divine medicine. These could yield the Qilan's immortal medicine, capable of extending even an emperor's life, truly a remarkable treasure. Yi Fan had once extracted the Qilan's immortal medicine and cataloged it in the heavenly court, consuming its fruit in his second life. After the information about the Source Stone flashed through his mind, Yi Yun finally turned his gaze back to the little medicine fairy. Observing her curious demeanor, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words, as he could not discern what kind of treasure lay concealed within the Source Stone. At present, it is known that this is a Source Stone. What does this entail? Has a Source Stone emerged from the jar? Furthermore, I have heard of the extraction of Source Stones to obtain treasures. Is this not a nested scenario, utterly redundant? After a moment's hesitation, Yi Yun directed his gaze towards the young healer and spoke slowly. The stone you have unearthed is known as a Source Stone, originating from the world of Zhantian. Upon hearing this, the young healer's eyes flickered, and she frowned slightly, continuing to inquire. Senior Yi, you have yet to elucidate the specific functions of this Source Stone. Yi Yun replied with measured words. Within the Source Stone lies hidden treasures. However, these treasures are subject to change at any moment. Thus I cannot ascertain the nature of the treasures you may ultimately unveil. Treasures reside within the Source Stone? At this, the young healer felt a surge of joy, her expression brightening as she gazed at the Source Stone upon the counter. From Yi Yun's words, she had gleaned that there must indeed be treasures concealed within, which was sufficient for her. After all, even the most modest treasure holds far greater value than an ordinary stone. Subsequently, she cast another glance at the Source Stone and asked, May I inquire, Senior Yi, how should I go about opening this Source Stone? Yi Yun responded, Simply cut it open with a sharp instrument, but exercise caution, as some treasures may be nestled at the edges of the stone. Excessive force could potentially damage the treasures within. How troublesome. Upon hearing this, the young healer felt a pang of anxiety. Should she inadvertently ruin it? It would be a regrettable loss. Moreover, the Source Stone appeared quite hard, and she possessed no sharp tools to facilitate the cutting. Contemplating this, she could not help but feel troubled. Young lady, if you place your trust in me, I can assist you. At that moment, the elderly pharmacist beside her spoke up. Sir, would you truly be willing to help me? The young healer looked at the pharmacist with surprise. The pharmacist smiled gently and replied, Indeed, I am willing to lend my assistance. However, should a fine treasure be revealed, I hope you will allow me a good look at it. That is not a problem. I would be grateful for your assistance, sir. The young healer glanced at the pharmacist, hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately acquiesced. This is Senior Ye's domain, and she trusted that he would not recklessly destroy her Source Stone. With the young healer's consent, the pharmacist wasted no time. With a thought, a jade blade materialized in his hand. Subsequently, he guided the jade blade with his spirit, commencing the meticulous cutting of the Source Stone on the counter. His movements were swift and deft, the blade gliding like a dragon, glinting with a cold light, and the stone's outer layer fell away rapidly. In a short while, the watermelon-sized Source Stone was stripped of its outer skin, reducing to less than the size of a fist. As the outer layer fell away, the stone shrank to less than the size of a lychee. However, at that moment, a dazzling radiance burst forth. The rich spiritual essence enveloped the surroundings, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze or a soothing hot spring, causing every pore to relax and providing an exquisite comfort. A vibrant crimson glow emanated, accompanied by a faint mist, gently unfurling like a burning cloud or ethereal blood mist. Everyone present was taken aback, for it was evident that a remarkable treasure had emerged from the source stone. Yiyan also directed his gaze towards the source stone on the counter, astonishment flickering in his eyes. This scene clearly indicated that an exceptionally high-quality source had been unearthed, its aura far surpassing that of similar stones. Within a lychee-sized stone, a brilliant red source was embedded, no larger than a fingertip, yet radiating a dazzling brilliance that was intoxicatingly red. Although it was a rare type of source of high quality, its diminutive size was a limitation. It was hardly worth weighing, being less than half a tael. Nevertheless, it was sufficient. Yiyan sensed a vigorous wave of vital energy emanating from the remaining source stones before him. This small fragment, though merely fingertip-sized, pulsated with a potency exceeding that of 10 pounds of pure source crystal combined. Subsequently, Yiyan swept his gaze over the source stone, and a piece of information suddenly appeared before him. Crimson source crystal, originating from the world of Heavenly Shield. It is a rare type of source crystal valued at 10 pounds of ordinary source crystal. At this moment, the elder pharmacist had successfully extracted the red source crystal, which was the size of a lychee. Yiyan could perceive the immense energy contained within it. May I ask, Senior Yi, what purpose does this treasure serve? The little medicine fairy cradled the extracted crimson source, her eyes glistening with anticipation as she inquired. Upon hearing her, Yiyan smiled faintly and replied, "Do you recall the spirit stones I mentioned to you previously?" A tremor coursed through the little medicine fairy's heart, and she gazed incredulously at the crimson source in her hand, exclaiming, "Could it be that the treasure I possess is a spirit stone?" Yiyan elucidated, "Close enough. The source crystal has myriad uses. It can be employed for array formations, weapon forging, and it harbors immense energy that can be directly absorbed, mirroring the effects of a spirit stone. However, the crimson source you have extracted is particularly precious among source stones, classified as a premium spirit stone, significantly more valuable than an ordinary spirit stone." Chapter 248, The Banner of 10,000 Souls. Spirit stone, a premium spirit stone. Upon hearing Yiyan's description, the little medicine fairy's face instantly illuminated with ecstatic delight. She was immediately reminded of the gold-devouring insect she had previously unearthed. Cultivating the gold-devouring insect required not only various metals, but also a substantial quantity of spirit stones. She had been troubled about where to procure spirit stones, as such items were exclusively found in other realms and did not exist in the Dou Qi continent. Her only recourse was to extract them from Senior Yesjar's shop. Yet, she was keenly aware that spirit stones were not easily obtained. Although she harbored high hopes, she had also mentally prepared herself for a prolonged struggle. Yet, she never anticipated that so soon she would discover a source crystal comparable to the effectiveness of a spiritual stone, and moreover, a variant fire-red source crystal that rivaled even the finest of spiritual stones. This revelation left her in a state of disbelief, overwhelmed with joy. She gazed at the exquisite fire-red crystal in her hand, treating it as a treasured gem. "Ahem, young lady, you did promise that if you unearthed a treasure, I would be the first to see it. You cannot go back on your word, can you?" At that moment, Master Xiao, observing the fire-red source crystal in her possession, could not refrain from speaking up. The young healer, jolted back to reality, glanced at Master Xiao and cautiously extended the fire-red source to him, cautioning, "Sir, you mustn't damage it, otherwise you will owe me 3 jars." Upon hearing this, Master Yao's lips twitched slightly. But looking at the fire-red source crystal in her grasp, he could only nod resignedly. He held the fire-red source stone in his hand, scrutinizing it closely. His formidable spiritual power allowed him to sense the immense energy contained within this small crystal. Truly astonishing. "Master, I can feel an abundance of fire attribute energy within this crystal. If I were to consume it, my cultivation would surely advance." At this juncture, Xiaoyan approached, his gaze fervently fixed on the fire-red source crystal in Master Yao's hand. "What are you thinking, brat? This belongs to that young lady. Do you wish to find yourself at her mercy once more?" Master Yao playfully rapped Xiaoyan on the head, exasperated. Xiaoyan rubbed his head and turned to see the young healer watching him intently, causing him to shiver and hastily distance himself from the fire-red source crystal. If he allowed her to take advantage of him again, he feared his master's modest fortune would be entirely depleted. After a moment of contemplation, Master Yao reluctantly returned the fire-red source crystal to the young healer. Although he was eager to negotiate a trade, the thought of her formidable bargaining skills made him hesitate. Perhaps it is best to wait for Xiaoyan to uncover a treasure himself. Next, it was Xiaoyan's turn to open a jar. He approached the counter slowly, his eyes glimmering with anticipation as he beheld the last remaining jar. This was the final jar. He fervently hoped it would not disappoint him. Without further hesitation, he brought his palm down upon the orange jar. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering, The entire orange jar splintered into countless pieces. Subsequently, the fragments transformed into a cascade of radiant light, enveloping the entire counter space. Xiao Yan, his expression brimming with expectation, fixed his gaze intently on the shimmering glow before him. Even the little healer cautiously tucked away the fiery red source crystal in her hand and approached the counter. Her curiosity piqued. Moments later, as the endless radiance dissipated, the items upon the counter were unveiled. A black banner appeared, emanating a dense aura of darkness that instilled an eerie sensation at first glance. What could this be? Observing the bizarre banner on the counter, Xiao Yan's expression shifted, revealing a grave concern. His intuition warned him that this object was no benign artifact. It was highly likely to be another treasure of the demonic path. Pondering this, Xiao Yan found himself perplexed. Did he truly possess the qualities of a great villain? Why did he continually unearth such sinister items? Beside him, the little healer instinctively recoiled upon seeing the black banner, her suspicious gaze nearly prompting Xiao Yan to erupt in indignation. What did this mean? Did she truly regard him as a fiend? To make matters worse, even the esteemed Yao Lao, upon glimpsing the black banner, exhibited a look of trepidation and swiftly distanced himself from the scene. Master, do you not trust me either? Xiao Yan gazed at Yao Lao, feeling quite dejected. This banner is no trifling matter. I sense that my very soul is on the verge of being drawn in. Yao Lao regarded the banner with a serious demeanor, his face revealing unmistakable alarm. His soul was formidable. Typically, such objects posed no threat to him. Even the Soul Palace, adept at capturing souls, would find it challenging to ensnare him. Yet, merely approaching this banner had instilled within him the unsettling sensation of being absorbed, leaving Yao Lao profoundly shaken. What sort of magical artifact is this? It seems specifically designed to target souls. Upon hearing Yao Lao's words, Xiao Yan's expression altered as he focused on the banner, his heart racing. Could this object truly be so malevolent? After a moment of hesitation, he grasped the banner, immediately feeling an icy chill seep through his skin. Indeed, it was sinister. However, it must be an exceptionally powerful artifact. Although he had already concluded that this was a magical item, Xiao Yan felt an inexplicable thrill within. Judging by Yao Lao's reaction, this banner was undoubtedly an immensely powerful treasure. Having already encountered numerous magical artifacts, Xiao Yan felt undeterred, ready to take the plunge. No matter the nature of this magical item, as long as it could enhance his strength, it was a valuable possession. With this thought, he excitedly turned to Yi Yun, his face brimming with anticipation. Might I inquire, esteemed Elder Yi, about the origins and functions of this treasure I have unearthed? Upon hearing this, Yi Yun immediately turned his gaze towards the black banner upon the counter. A single glance revealed a torrent of information before his eyes. The 10,000 Souls banner, a treasure of the demonic path from the world of CNNI, capable of ensnaring countless souls within its folds. When wielded, the banner unleashes a torrent of souls akin to a tide of phantoms, transforming into a realm of the living dead. After absorbing the information regarding this black banner, a hint of astonishment flickered in Yi Yun's eyes. To think it was the 10,000 Souls banner, in the realm of cultivation. It is undoubtedly a treasure of the demonic path. However, the cost of forging such a treasure is considerable, requiring the confinement of innumerable souls to enhance its power. The 10,000 Souls banner, as a demonic artifact, possesses the ability to bind souls. Among demonic treasures, such soul banners are the most common, categorized into 10 soul banners, 100 soul banners, 1,000 soul banners, 10,000 soul banners, and 100,000 soul banners, each varying in potency. Moreover, the more formidable the souls contained within, the greater the banner's power. The souls absorbed can also grow within the banner, and some powerful souls may evolve into the primary souls among the collection. The souls within the banner are capable of devouring one another, merging into one of the powerful primary souls. In times of peril against formidable foes, the 10,000 Souls banner can briefly amalgamate several primary souls into one supreme soul. Chapter 249, The Profound Fire Mirror. After a flurry of information regarding the 10,000 Souls banner flashed through his mind, even Yi Yun could not help but cast a peculiar glance at Xiao Yan. What is it, Senior Yi? Upon meeting Yi Yun's gaze, Xiao Yan felt a pang of anxiety, an inexplicable fear surging within him. Could it be that Senior Yi regarded him as a demon and sought to extinguish him? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. If Senior Yi intended to eliminate him, resistance would be futile. Yet, after a fleeting glance at Xiao Yan, Yi Yun withdrew his gaze, showing no inclination to act against him. He spoke slowly. The artifact you have presented is known as the 10,000 Souls banner, a treasure of the demonic path. This banner can confine countless souls for your command. With just a few words, Yi Yun conveyed the essence of the 10,000 Souls banner. In the wake of his introduction, the crowd fell into a contemplative silence. To ensnare countless souls? Yao Lao regarded the 10,000 souls banner with heightened trepidation. Indeed, it was specifically designed to target souls. No wonder he felt a chilling presence, as if something was watching him. The little medical fairy, casting a wary glance at Xiao Yan, braced herself. Once Xiao Yan comprehended the implications, a look of exhilaration spread across his face as he beheld the 10,000 souls banner in his hands. To confine countless souls, this truly is a remarkable treasure, he thought, disregarding the notion of whether it was a demonic artifact or not. All that mattered was the potential for strength. At most, in the future, I shall refrain from unleashing the wand of 10,000 souls upon the innocent and merely aspire to be a demonic figure with integrity. Contemplating this, Xiao Yan beamed with delight as he gazed at the wand in his hand. Disciple, do put that thing away. Just then, a voice of discontent from Yao Lao echoed in his mind. Xiao Yan paused, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation. The wand of 10,000 souls was a malicious artifact specifically targeting souls. No wonder his mentor was so averse to it. With this thought, he promptly stowed the wand into his spatial ring. Little demon. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan conceal the wand, the little physician sighed in relief, murmuring softly. Hearing her words, Xiao Yan cast a displeased glance at her, feeling somewhat aggrieved. He had yet to commit any wrongdoing, yet this woman labeled him a demon, tarnishing his reputation. The little physician huffed and approached the counter, her gaze falling upon the last remaining jar, a flicker of anticipation evident in her eyes. She extended her delicate hand and decisively struck the orange jar on the counter. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering glass, the entire orange jar splintered into fragments. Subsequently, the broken jar transformed into an endless cascade of radiant light, obscuring everyone's vision. Moments later, as the brilliance faded, the items atop the counter were unveiled. What is this? Upon seeing the items revealed on the counter, astonishment flickered in the little physician's eyes. Before her lay a palm-sized object, circular in shape, adorned with a verdant jade ring that glistened with an emerald hue, unmistakably a rarity. At its center, nestled within the jade ring, was a diminutive shard reminiscent of a mirror, colored a deep crimson, intricately engraved with an ancient flame totem. The jade ring dominated the object, flanked by 2 red silk tassels tied to the ring. Curiously, the little physician grasped the object, scrutinizing it closely. She sensed, albeit vaguely, that what she had unearthed was likely a precious treasure. However, with her limited knowledge, she could not ascertain its true nature. Yao Lao nearby leaned in to observe, but shook his head helplessly after a moment. He surmised that this object was likely a treasure from another realm. Otherwise, with his experience, he should not be devoid of even the slightest insight. In her predicament, the little physician turned to Yi Yun for assistance. Senior Yi, might you enlighten me about the origins and purpose of this object I hold? She inquired, presenting the unidentified item to him. Upon hearing her question, Yi Yun's gaze shifted to the object in her hand. As his eyes swept over it, a stream of information promptly revealed itself. The Su Enhu Jian, a treasure from the world of Zhu Xian, is the prized possession of the Burning Incense Valley. Upon perusing the information before him, Yi Yun swiftly comprehended the true nature of the artifact in the hands of the little medical fairy. The Su Enhu Jian is the guardian treasure of one of the 3 righteous sects within the Burning Incense Valley, embodying the essence of the most formidable and radiant forces in existence. It has served as a potent weapon for exorcising demons and vanquishing malevolence for millennia. To his astonishment, the little medical fairy had unveiled such a magnificent treasure. This artifact, known as the Su Enhu Jian, is indeed a paragon of unyielding strength and brilliance. Observing the eager expression on the little medical fairy's face, Yi Yun slowly articulated the information regarding the Su Enhu Jian. Upon hearing that she possessed a formidable artifact, joy illuminated the little medical fairy's features. A treasure of unwavering strength and radiance, specifically designed for exorcising demons. It became evident that her innate benevolence aligned perfectly with such a righteous artifact. Chapter 250, The 7-Colored Poison Cannon. Conclusion. As she gazed at the Su Enhu Jian in her hands, delight blossomed on the little medical fairy's face. The Su Enhu Jian harbors an extraordinarily intense flame power, exhibiting tremendous might. It is the foundational treasure of a sect, a weapon for vanquishing evil spirits. Undoubtedly, this Su Enhu Jian is a renowned artifact of righteousness. The little medical fairy felt it was a perfect match for her. It was far more aesthetically pleasing than the so-called demonic weapon conjured by Xiao Yan. From Yi Yun's exposition, she noted that both her Su Enhu Jian and Xiao Yan's soul-devouring staff originated from the same realm known as Zhu Xian. Clearly, her treasure epitomized righteousness, while the soul-devouring staff represented the demonic path. The 2 artifacts appeared to stem from opposing sides. With this realization, holding the Su Enhu Jian, the little medical fairy cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yan, imbued with an implicit suggestion of danger. Humph. Should you dare to commit wrongdoing in the future, I, the little medical fairy, shall embody justice and wield the Su In Hu Ji In to eradicate you. The great demon. Feeling a sense of pride, the little medical fairy entertained such thoughts. Noticing the intensity of her gaze, Xiao Yan snorted coldly, his demeanor unyielding. What are you so proud of? I shall observe what opportunities you have to manifest your prowess next. Elder Yi, might I inquire how to activate this Su In Hu Ji In? Does it require a blood sacrifice for refinement? The little medical fairy suddenly inquired of Yi Yun, her eyes fixed on the artifact in her hands. Previously, when Xiao Yan refined the soul-devouring staff, he had employed the method of blood sacrifice, hence her question. The blood refinement method is suitable only for demonic artifacts. The Su In Hu Ji In, being a righteous treasure, does not necessitate such measures. Simply infuse it with your fighting spirit, and it shall respond directly, Yi Yun explained with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, the little medical fairy nodded, her heart feeling at ease. Subsequently, she focused her thoughts and began to channel her fighting spirit into the Su In Hu Ji In. As the fighting spirit coursed through the body of the young healer, the intricate ancient flame totem on the Xuanhua mirror appeared to come alive, resembling a divine fire ablaze, radiating a searing crimson glow. In an instant, the ancient flame totem at the center of the Xuanhua mirror transformed from a dark red hue to a vibrant, translucent scarlet, as though it had been ignited by the divine fire from the celestial realms. The totem had metamorphosed into a roaring inferno. With a mere thought, the young healer summoned a divine fire that rose half a meter from the Xuanhua mirror, enveloping the store in a wave of scorching heat. Such a formidable flame. As she felt the temperature in the air, a look of astonishment crossed her face, swiftly followed by delight. The power of the Xuanhua mirror exceeded her expectations. What kind of flame is this that rivals the might of the... Indeed, it seemed even more potent. Beside her, the elder medicinal master gazed at the divine fire emanating from the Xuanhua mirror with a mixture of astonishment and suspicion. No, this flame surpassed even that. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan's eyes burned with intensity as he fixated on the Xuanhua mirror in the young healer's hands. If he could consume this flame, to what heights would his ascend? His heart raced with fervor, longing to seize the Xuanhua mirror from her grasp. Teacher. Xiao Yan hesitated, casting a glance towards the elder medicinal master. The two exchanged a knowing look, and the elder instantly comprehended Xiao Yan's intentions. He sought to barter with the young healer, aiming for the Xuanhua mirror. This marked Xiao Yan's first initiative to propose a trade with her, illustrating his deep yearning for the flames contained within. In truth, even if Xiao Yan had not taken the initiative, the elder had already contemplated a transaction with the young healer. He sensed that if Xiao Yan could refine this flame, it would yield immense benefits. Dear young lady, might we engage in a trade? The elder's face broke into a gentle smile as he observed the young healer toying with the Xuanhua mirror. Upon hearing his words, the young healer snapped back to reality, quickly grasping the elder's intentions. I'm afraid not, esteemed elder. I shall not part with the Xuanhua mirror. This time, she rejected the elder's proposition without a moment's hesitation. She recognized the immense power of the Xuanhua mirror, which would significantly enhance her combat prowess. Moreover, she harbored dreams of becoming an alchemist. Previously, when Xiao Yan had unveiled she had been irresistibly envious, hoping to manifest her own unique. However, now that she has acquired the mystic fire mirror, it can be said that she has, in a sense, gained mastery over a certain flame power. She is resolutely unwilling to part with it. Oh, young lady, may I inquire why? The old pharmacist was taken aback by the young healer's outright refusal. You may name your price. Should it seem insufficient, feel free to augment it. After uttering this insincere statement, he felt a pang of regret. The thought that he was voluntarily seeking to be exploited weighed heavily on his heart. This clearly indicates the high regard in which he holds the flames contained within the mystic fire mirror. No particular reason. I intend to keep the mystic fire mirror for myself, to vanquish demons and uphold righteousness in the future, the young healer declared with righteous fervor. Holding the mystic fire mirror, as she spoke, her gaze flickered towards Xiao Yan, as if to assert her position. Xiao Yan's lips twitched slightly, desperately suppressing his indignation. Were it not for the setting of the jar shop, he swore he would make her regret her defiance. Noticing the young healer's resolute refusal, the old pharmacist displayed a look of disappointment, sighed, and chose not to pursue the matter further. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, scoffed softly, finding the young healer increasingly irksome. This insufferable girl had been targeting him all along, and he naturally bore her no goodwill. After toying with the mystic fire mirror for a moment, the young healer reluctantly stored it away. Subsequently, she approached the counter, hesitated briefly, and, with great reluctance, placed a colorful scroll atop it. Senior Yi, could you kindly assess whether this is worth an orange jar? She asked anxiously as she laid the colorful scroll on the counter. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun lifted his gaze, directing it towards the colorful scroll. A mere glance revealed a wealth of information. 7-colored poison manual, originating from the world of Dou Qi. This scroll contains numerous methods for concocting poisons. She has even brought forth the 7-colored poison manual. After reviewing the information about the scroll, Yi Yun cast a surprised glance at the young healer. Then, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "Have you ever perused this manual?" The young healer was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not anticipating Yi Yun's direct question. She slowly replied, "I merely skimmed through a few sections. I did not examine it closely." Yi Yun responded, "It would be wise for you to take it back and study it thoroughly. You may return tomorrow to exchange it for a jar." Chapter 251, The Kunping's Secret Art. "Senior, may I ask why?" Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, the young healer looked at him in astonishment, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. "Once you return home and meticulously review the 7-colored poison manual, you will uncover the answer," Yi Yun said, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. His intention was clear, to guide the young healer towards the realization of her own perilous poison constitution. At that moment, the other party would undoubtedly seek his assistance. Thus, he could opportunely propose that the individual become his aide. With this thought in mind, Yi Yun gazed at the petite alchemist before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Little alchemist, do you not wish to avoid the catastrophic eruption of your toxic constitution?" Upon hearing Yi Yun's solemn suggestion, the alchemist was momentarily taken aback, ultimately nodding her head and reclaiming the colorful tome of toxins that rested upon the counter. "Humph." Beside them, Xiao, upon realizing that the alchemist had produced a scroll of toxic scripture, let out a derisive snort. Despite her incessant claims of being a practitioner of the dark arts, it seemed she too dabbled in toxicology. They were indeed cut from the same cloth. "Wait a moment, that is not right. I am not a practitioner of the dark arts. I, Xiao, am not of the same ilk as this woman." Xiao swiftly corrected his thoughts. "Now, you surely cannot produce any treasures to exchange for the jars, can you?" Observing the alchemist reclaim the colorful tome, he silently retreated, unable to suppress a sense of triumph. He then approached the counter, preparing to present a formula in exchange for a jar. "Let us call it a day. Night has fallen, and I must close up shop," Yi Yun suddenly declared. Xiao was momentarily stunned by his words, the smile on his face fading. He glanced outside and realized, to his astonishment, that darkness had nearly enveloped the sky. Although he felt a twinge of reluctance to squander this opportunity for transference and wished to open more jars, he dared not voice his thoughts, given Yi Yun's pronouncement. He promptly nodded in acquiescence, saying, "Then, esteemed elder, I shall take my leave." With that, Xiao refrained from further interrupting Yi Yun, producing his VIP card and channeling his energy to activate it. A thick beam of light enveloped Xiao, and moments later, he and the medicinal elder vanished from the jar shop. "Elder Yi, I too shall take my leave," the alchemist remarked, a sense of inexplicable joy bubbling within her upon seeing that Xiao had not managed to open any jars. After her departure, Yi Yun swiftly locked the door and, with a flicker, found himself in his estate. A smile of exhilaration adorned Yi Yun's face, his heart brimming with excitement. The day had proven to be the most successful since he opened his shop, thanks to the visit from Yun and Xiao, drawing the largest number of customers he had ever encountered. Unsurprisingly, the sales figures had exceeded his expectations, shattering all previous records. After a moment, Yi Yun summoned the red and orange jars he had acquired during this bustling day. As for the ordinary jars, he felt no inclination to summon them at all. Upon taking stock, he discovered that he had accumulated a remarkable total of 12 red jars and 17 orange jars. The harvest was indeed unprecedentedly bountiful. Gazing at the entire stone table, now overwhelmed by the jars that had spilled onto the ground, Yi Yun felt an indescribable surge of excitement in his heart. At last, he could indulge in the delightful act of opening jars. He resolved to commence with the orange jar, eager to unveil the treasures contained within. Adhering to his usual custom, he summoned the Thunder Goddess hammer. With a mere thought, a colossal hammer materialized in his grasp. With the mighty thunder hammer in hand, Yi Yun accurately targeted an orange jar. With a resounding crack, the jar was shattered into countless fragments. Instantly, the pulverized remnants emitted a radiant glow. Moments later, as the brilliance faded, a luminous white bone appeared upon the stone table. A bone. Observing the object before him, a flicker of confusion crossed Yi Yun's eyes. However, as he scanned the area, the information regarding the white bone swiftly revealed itself. Primordial treasure bone of the azure-scaled eagle, originating from the perfect world. This is the primordial treasure bone found within the body of the azure-scaled eagle, a descendant of the ancient ferocious beast, the heavenly Pong. The azure-scaled eagle? This creature was indeed a descendant of the ancient and formidable sky Pong. Yi Yun recalled that an azure-scaled eagle resided in the vicinity of Stone Village and had laid 3 eggs. which were ultimately pilfered by a group of mischievous children from the village. As a descendant of the ancient magical bird, the azure-scaled eagle naturally possessed treasure bones. Imbued with a powerful sigil, an incredible mysterious power. The intricate patterns that adorned this primordial treasure bone were exclusive to its lineage, and the mightier the ancient breed, the more fiercely it guarded its sigils. Any leakage of such secrets would result in relentless pursuit. The original text of Perfect World noted that most ferocious beasts, in their final moments, would opt to destroy their primordial treasure bones to prevent the secrets of their lineage from being divulged. Thus, any primordial treasure bone from a ferocious beast is exceptionally precious, for it contains the ancient techniques of the azure-scaled eagle clan. As the information about the azure-scaled eagle's primordial treasure bone flickered through his mind, Yi Yun gazed at the bone in his hand with anticipation. He wondered what wondrous artifact it might transform into after receiving the system's critical reward. Following the system's upgrade, the orange jar was guaranteed to trigger a critical reward, and Yi Yun's heart brimmed with expectation. Amidst his eager anticipation, the system's notification finally resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a primordial treasure bone of the azure-scaled eagle. You have triggered a 10,000-fold critical reward, resulting in a bounty of 33. 10,000-fold rewards available for selection. Option 1. 10,000 azure-scaled eagle primordial treasure bones. Option 2. A golden page of the Kunping's treasure technique inheritance. As the system's announcement echoed, two choices materialized before Yi Yun's eyes. He quickly scanned the options presented to him. At last, his gaze settled upon the second option, the Kunping Divine Art. It was indeed the Kunping Divine Art. Yi Yun felt a jolt in his heart. Having perused the Perfect World, he was no stranger to this formidable technique. The Kunping Divine Art possessed unparalleled power, capable of transforming into both the forms of Kun and Peng, while also embodying the delicate balance of Yin and Yang. Furthermore, it contained the boundless might of the ocean and the energies of the lunar and solar realms, enabling the swift assault characteristic of the Kunping. Moreover, the original text documented that this divine art could be amalgamated with the techniques of other ancient 10 fiends to form the 6 paths of reincarnation skill. In the original narrative, after acquiring the Kunping Divine Art, Xiao subsequently obtained the techniques of the True Dragon, Divine Phoenix, Thunder Emperor, Celestial Ant, and Qilin, thereby creating an unrivaled 6 paths of reincarnation skill. Faced with the primordial bone of the Azure Eagle and the Kunping Divine Art, Yi Yun hesitated not for a moment. Opting directly for the latter, he addressed the system. System, I choose option 2. As his words fell, the primordial technique in his hand abruptly transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from sight. Soon after, a surge of golden brilliance emerged, coalescing in his palm into a golden page of inheritance. Chapter 252. Yunshan emerges from seclusion. Is this the inheritance page of the Kunping Divine Art? Observing the golden page in his hand, excitement sparkled in Yi Yun's eyes. He promptly instructed the system. System, extract the Kunping Divine Art. As he spoke, the inheritance page shot forth a stream of golden light that penetrated his mind. In an instant, a vast and profound information flooded his consciousness. Yi Yun quickly centered himself, focusing intently on assimilating the knowledge within his mind. As time passed, enigmatic runes enveloped Yi Yun, exuding an aura that was both sacred and solemn. At the main hall of the Yunlan sect, Master, what should we do? If this continues, that fellow Xiao Yin will undoubtedly surpass me. Within the hall, Nalan Yanran expressed a hint of concern to Yun Yun. Considering the formidable alchemist supporting Xiao Yin, Nalan Yanran felt a loss of confidence regarding their 3-year agreement. She could hardly fathom what her fate would be should she lose to Xiao Yin in that crucial moment. Yanran, you need not fret over this matter. Leave everything to me, Yun Yun reassured, noticing Nalan Yanran's restless demeanor. Your most pressing task now is to diligently elevate your cultivation. I will handle the rest. So do not worry. Upon hearing this, Nalan Yanran felt somewhat calmed, yet unease lingered. Master, the thought of Xiao Yin continually growing stronger keeps my heart in turmoil, making it difficult to focus on my own training. Nalan Yanran was acutely aware of the terror of the jar shop. If Xiao Yin were to produce more jars than herself, amassing countless treasures, she would undoubtedly stand no chance against him when the 3-year agreement came to fruition. A contemplative look flickered in Yun Yun's eyes, and at that moment, a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire Yunlan sect, causing her expression to shift dramatically. It was her master who had emerged from seclusion. Once she realized this, her face instantly radiated with joy, and she hastily flew towards the back mountain of the Yunlan sect. Upon witnessing this, Nalan Yanran's thoughts stirred, and she transformed into a majestic eagle, following Yun Yun to the back mountain. I have finally broken through to the Dou zone. A hearty laugh echoed from the back mountain of the Yunlan sect, and a figure clad in white suddenly materialized in the void. It was Yun Shan, who had just attained the Dozong realm. Standing on the air, he exuded an overwhelming aura. At that moment, another white figure appeared in the back mountain. Disciple congratulates Master on your successful breakthrough. Yun Yun approached Yun Shan, a glimmer of joy adorning her face as she spoke to him. Yunner, you've arrived. Clearly in high spirits after his breakthrough, Yun Shan brimmed with excitement. With his ascension to the Dozong, his once white hair had reverted to black, and his aged visage appeared considerably younger, resembling that of a middle-aged man, radiating a robust vitality. Master, have you successfully refined the dragon essence? Yun Yun inquired, sensing the energy emanating from him. Yun Shan nodded slightly in response, and said, Yun Yun, the energy contained within the dragon essence is formidable. You should refine it as well. It will significantly enhance your strength. Hearing this, Yun Yun nodded with a smile, her heart filled with great anticipation for refining the dragon essence. At that moment, an eagle soared towards them. Master, Yanran congratulates you on your breakthrough to the Dozong realm. The eagle flew closer, astonishingly speaking to Yun Shan. This left Yun Shan momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. How could an eagle suddenly speak? Was it perhaps a magical beast? Wasn't it only a 6th-tier magical beast that could articulate human speech? Yet, he found the eagle's voice strangely familiar. Master, this is Yanran. Yun Yun quickly clarified, noticing Yun Shan's perplexed expression. Yanran? Yun Shan gazed incredulously at the eagle, astonished. How has Yanran transformed into an eagle? What is going on? Yun Yun promptly explained. Master, today we opened a demon fruit at Senior Ye's shop, and after consuming it, Yanran gained the ability to transform into an eagle. Devil fruit. Yun Shan's face was filled with astonishment, soon followed by curiosity as he inquired. Did you and Yanin acquire anything from Elder Ye's shop today? This matter is rather lengthy. Yun Yan, recalling the day's gains, smiled and suggested, Master, let us return to the Great Hall to discuss it. Yun Shan nodded in agreement, and the two, accompanied by a majestic eagle, made their way towards the Grand Hall of Yunlan sect. Moments later, they arrived at the Grand Hall, where Nalan Yanran, with a mere thought, transformed from the eagle back into her human form. Witnessing this extraordinary scene, Yun Shan's astonishment deepened. Subsequently, Yun Yan began recounting the events that had transpired recently. Upon hearing about the altered rules of Yi Yun's shop, Yun Shan was once again taken aback. Master, these are the numerous treasures that Yanin and I unearthed from Boss Ye's store today. She then presented the array of treasures they had acquired to Yun Shan for his inspection. Chapter 253, Yun Shan's shock. Master, can you guess what treasure this cloak is? Nalan Yanran produced a dark cloak from her spatial ring and presented it to Yun Shan with a flourish. This black cloak was also obtained from Elder Ye's shop. Yun Shan regarded the cloak in Nalan Yanran's hands with a puzzled expression, thinking it merely a common garment devoid of any special significance. However, observing Yanan's enigmatic smile, he realized that if the cloak bore no remarkable quality, she would not have showcased it so deliberately. He accepted the black cloak, scrutinizing it closely, even channeling his energy into it, yet the cloak remained unresponsive. Yanin, please do not keep me in suspense any longer. What is the purpose of this black cloak? After fruitless examination, Yun Shan reluctantly returned the cloak to Nalan Yanran. With a mischievous grin, Nalan Yanran placed the dark cloak upon her head, and not long after, her form vanished from Yun Shan's sight. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Yun Shan was momentarily taken aback, his face reflecting both disbelief and intrigue. What just transpired? He exclaimed, casting a bewildered glance at Yun Yan, who wore a knowing smile. How did Yanin simply disappear? At that moment, Nalan Yanran's voice emerged from behind him. Master, I am right here. Yun Shan was astounded yet again by her sudden appearance and disappearance. Yanin, how did you accomplish this? Is it the power of that black cloak? With his years of experience, Yun Shan quickly connected the dots to the cloak Nalan Yanran had donned moments ago. Indeed, it is the very ability of this dark cloak. Subsequently, Nalan Yanran directly introduced to Yun Shan the function of the enigmatic dark cloak. What? Merely donning this cloak grants one complete invisibility? This is simply astonishing. Upon hearing Nalan Yanran's description of the dark cloak's capabilities, an expression of disbelief instantly appeared on Yun Shan's face. The power of this dark cloak is capable of enabling one to carry out covert assassinations without a trace. Master, this dark cloak is merely one of the treasures we have unveiled today. Following this, Yun Yun proceeded to introduce other treasures that had been uncovered from the jar shop. For instance, the 9 Orifices Golden Pill, the 6 Meridians Divine Sword, and the Thunder Ancestor Talisman. The 9 Orifices Golden Pill enhances one's innate talents. The Earth Tier Combat Technique, the 6 Meridians Divine Sword. The Thunder Ancestor Talisman, once refined, grants mastery over the power of thunder. As each treasure was revealed by Yun Yun, the astonishment on Yun Shan's face deepened. Finally, when Yun Yun presented the resurrection armor and elaborated on its capabilities, Yun Shan's worldview was irrevocably shattered. An armor that possesses the ability to bring one back from the dead. This is nothing short of divine intervention. Yun Shan was engulfed in profound shock, rendered speechless for a considerable time. After a long while, Yun Shan finally regained his composure, his expression extraordinarily complex, and could only utter a heartfelt remark. Senior Yi is indeed a celestial being from the upper realm, possessing extraordinary means. To sell such unparalleled treasures at such a modest price is truly a fortunate encounter for our Yunlan sect. Then, Yun Shan turned to Nalan Yanran and Yun Yun, speaking earnestly. Yanran, this is a golden opportunity for the rise of our Yunlan sect. You both must seize this chance. In the future, the strong of the Dou Qi continent will undoubtedly include both of you. Upon hearing this, Yun Yun and Nalan Yanran nodded solemnly. Master, the current situation is somewhat peculiar. There are others who are aware of Senior Ye's jar shop, not just us. Reflecting on her encounter with Xiao Yin and the little physician at the jar shop today, Yun Yun's expression grew grave. What? Are there many others aware of Senior Ye's shop? Upon hearing this, Yun Shan was taken aback, and his expression darkened instantaneously. Master, do you remember the last time I mentioned that Yanran has a marriage engagement? Thinking of Xiao Yin, Yun Yun directly inquired. Yanran's engagement? Yes. You mentioned it last time, but wasn't he already annulled? Yun Shan paused, then recollected that he had indeed expressed his agreement to the annulment of Nalan Yanran's engagement at that time. Given Nalan Yanran's exceptional talent, coupled with her obtaining a VIP card, Yun Shan was resolutely against her marrying into the insignificant Xiao family. Such an outcome would be a significant loss for the Yunlan sect. Considering this, when Yun Yun initially brought up the matter, he had readily consented to the annulment without much hesitation. Today, while I was at the jar shop, I also encountered Xiao Yin. Yun Yun, recalling the events that transpired in the jar shop earlier, spoke with a somewhat grave expression. Xiao Yin, is he not the fiancé of Yanran? Upon hearing this, Yun Shan furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that this Xiao Yin is aware of the existence of Elder Ye's jar shop? It seems this young man possesses a modicum of fortune. He did not place much importance on this revelation. After all, what did it matter if Xiao Yin knew? Given the strength of the Xiao family, being able to open a few jars in the shop posed no threat whatsoever. Moreover, like us, he too had been accorded the status of a distinguished guest and even possessed a level 2 VIP card. Yun Yun slowly articulated. How can this be? Did you not claim that Xiao Yin was merely from a small clan? Upon hearing this, Yun Shan could no longer remain composed, his face etched with confusion. By what means has Xiao Yin attained a VIP card, and a level 2 card at that? This was a conundrum even the disciple could not comprehend. But I suspect it may be connected to a remnant soul associated with Xiao Yin. Yun Yun recalled the elderly remnant soul that had emerged from Xiao Yan's ring earlier and expressed her thoughts aloud. What? A remnant soul? And it is highly likely that this soul was a high-ranking alchemist, capable of producing numerous 6th-grade pill formulas and martial techniques? Yun Shan's heart jolted. If that were the case, did it not imply that Xiao Yan's foundation could rival that of the entire Yunlan sect? A mere remnant soul capable of offering 6th-grade formulas and earthly-level techniques was indicative of an extraordinary origin. Prior to becoming a remnant, this soul must have been a powerful being. Now, with the assistance of this remnant soul, Xiao Yin could effortlessly present 6th-grade formulas and a plethora of martial techniques. This achievement would be difficult even for the Yunlan sect to replicate. This signified that Xiao Yin had already begun to exhibit the potential for ascendance. In time, as Xiao Yin continually opened jars at the shop, uncovering treasure after treasure, it would not be long before he possessed strength comparable to that of the Yunlan sect. Yun Shan harbored confidence in the treasures produced by Yi Yun's establishment. With this line of thought, his countenance grew increasingly grim. Chapter 254, Yun Shan's Ambition. Yanran, is there still any possibility for reconciliation between you and Xiao Yin? In the grand hall, after a moment of silence, Yun Shan suddenly turned to ask Nalan Yanran. Upon hearing this, Nalan Yanran was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Yun Shan's intent and became anxious, explaining, Master, my decision to withdraw from the engagement was a profound insult to Xiao Yin. Given his temperament, there is no room for reconciliation between us. Nalan Yanran was no fool. She understood that Yun Shan had recognized Xiao Yan's potential and was attempting to curry favor with him in the hope of bringing him to their side. For Nalan Yanran, this was utterly unacceptable. Her inherently proud nature made it inconceivable for her to bow her head to Xiao Yin. In her eyes, Xiao Yin was merely a fortunate fool who had received assistance from powerful allies, thereby gaining the opportunity to rival her. The thought of extending goodwill towards him was simply out of the question. Master, trust me, at the end of the 3-year appointment, I shall undoubtedly defeat Xiao Yan, and it will not tarnish the prestige that our Yunlan sect has built over the years, Nalan Yanran assured, fully aware of Yunshan's concerns. Having integrated the Devouring Ancestral Talisman and infused her heart with the 9-aperture golden core, her cultivation was rapidly advancing day by day. Thus, even upon learning of the formidable assistance behind Xiao Yan, she harbored no intentions of conceding. She was resolute in her belief that victory in the upcoming 3-year appointment was hers for the taking. Very well, in that case, Yanran, you must exert yourself and ensure that Xiao Yan does not surpass you, Yunshan sighed, recognizing the futility of his earlier thoughts as he sought to soothe Nalan Yanran's determination. He had no desire to pressure her. After all, her prodigious talent suggested that should she continue to grow, her accomplishments would rival his own. Moreover, Nalan Yanran possessed a second-tier VIP card, which was exceedingly significant for the Yunlan sect, akin to a treasured heirloom. Yun, too, was unwilling to see her cherished disciple suffer such indignity. After all, in the face of such circumstances, yielding to Xiao Yan would undoubtedly extinguish Nalan Yanran's spirit, which would be detrimental to her future development. She, too, felt a surge of determination. What if there were mysterious, powerful allies behind Xiao Yan? She was a formidable Dozong and the leader of the Yunlan sect. She refused to believe that with the collective strength of the entire sect, they could not surpass Xiao Yan. Master, our immediate priority is to gather treasures, Yun exclaimed, recalling the embarrassing moment in the jar shop when her purse was thin. Upon hearing this, Yunshan contemplated for a moment before retrieving the spatial ring from his hand and offering it to Yun. Yunner, within this ring lies the accumulation of my lifetime. When you next visit Elder Ye's jar shop, take these treasures. They should enable you to open at least 10 orange jars. Yun was taken aback, her heart swelling with joy as she gazed at Yunshan. Thank you, master. Rest assured, should any treasures that enhance my cultivation be unearthed, I will certainly bring them to honor you. Holding the spatial ring entrusted to her by Yunshan, she vowed earnestly. Your intention is all that matters, Yunshan replied, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his heart. After refining the dragon essence, his cultivation had surged, breaking through to the Dozong realm. Moreover, Lan Yuan possesses the remarkable ability to extend his lifespan. He can sense that his body is now brimming with vitality, evidently having significantly enhanced his longevity. With such an extended lifespan, Yunshan naturally refuses to remain stagnant at the Dozong realm for eternity. At this moment, his aspiration is to ascend to the Dozong realm, or even higher. He harbors unwavering confidence in Yi Yun's jar shop. As long as he can continue to open jars, it is only a matter of time before Yunlan sect becomes one of the most formidable powers in the entire Dou Qi continent. However, achieving this goal undoubtedly requires a substantial amount of treasures for support. Yunshan, we cannot merely rely on what we have. We must devise a strategy to seize a vast array of treasures to sustain the continuous operation of Ye's esteemed jar shop. Suddenly, a thought emerged in Yunshan's mind, and he solemnly addressed Yun. Teacher, have you conceived a plan? Upon hearing this, Yun nodded in strong agreement. Even if Yunshan were to offer all of his life's treasures, it would only suffice for a single day's worth of jar openings, a mere drop in the bucket. Naturally, Yun hopes for an uninterrupted opportunity at Ye's shop, ensuring that Yunlan's sect can develop swiftly. Now that the two of us have both transcended to the Dozong realm, our Yunlan sect is undoubtedly the rightful sovereign of the Gamma Empire. Yunshan slowly rose, his gaze directed outside the hall, revealing a hint of frost in his eyes. With such strength, why should we allow the Gamma royal family to ride on our backs? Teacher, is that what you imply? Upon hearing Yunshan's words, Yun was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping the meaning behind his statement. Do you mean to overthrow the entire Gamma royal family and dominate the Gamma Empire? Until now, Yun had never entertained such thoughts. She was utterly astonished by Yunshan's proposition. Yunner, this is the only way for us to acquire sufficient treasures to continue our endeavors at the jar shop. At this moment, Yunshan unabashedly manifested his ambitions. Exuding an extraordinary aura, the mere Gamma royal family has no capacity to contend with our Yunlan sect. Why should we regard them as equals? Over the years, the accumulation of treasures by the royal family must have reached an extraordinarily terrifying level. If we can obliterate the royal family and sweep through the entire Gamma Empire, seizing all of their treasures, will we then have to worry about not having enough to open jars in the future? Yunshan observed the silent Yun, fully aware of her cautious nature, and continued to persuade her. Meanwhile, Nalan Yanran, hearing Yunshan's words, was also taken aback. The master intends to take action against the Gamma royal family and assert dominance over the entire Gamma Empire? After regaining her composure, excitement illuminated Nalan Yanran's face. In her heart, she harbored fewer concerns than Yun. As Yunshan had stated, as long as the Gamma royal family was eradicated and all its treasured possessions acquired. She would no longer fret over the absence of riches to open her jars. After a moment of silence, Yun finally came to a realization and slowly nodded in agreement with Yun Shan's suggestion. Over the years, while the Gamma royal family and the Yunlan sect appeared to coexist peacefully, they had been engaged in a covert rivalry, with the royal family remaining exceedingly wary of the Yunlan sect. They had stationed an army of 100,000 at the foot of the Yunlan sect's mountain and continuously dispatched spies to infiltrate, secretly documenting every move the Yunlan sect made. Chapter 255. Xiao embarks on his training journey early. Master, do you mean for me to leave Wutan City prematurely and venture out for training? Xiao gazed in astonishment at the alchemist before him in the Xiao family's courtyard. Indeed, with your current strength, remaining in this insignificant Wutan City will yield no progress whatsoever. Staying here is merely a waste of time. It would be far better to depart sooner and seek out extraordinary flames. That is the way forward, the alchemist said gravely as he floated in midair. But I have yet to undergo my coming-of-age ceremony, Xiao replied hesitantly. Nonsense. The coming-of-age ceremony is trivial. Why place such undue importance on it? The alchemist could not restrain himself from exclaiming. Xiao, feeling overwhelmed by the reprimand, appeared conflicted. You must understand that each day you linger in Wutan City is a day wasted. I have already devised a training plan for you. We shall first head to the Monster Mountain Range, hunting magical beasts while perhaps encountering some rare treasures. Surely, you do not intend to rely solely on my meager resources to sustain yourself? The alchemist regarded Xiao with disappointment. At present, Xiao possessed the strength of a Dou master, yet remained in this small city, gaining nothing of value. The alchemist was aware of the boy's motivation, which was merely to reclaim his dignity after enduring numerous humiliations over the past 3 years. Thus, Xiao had planned to showcase his cultivation on the day of his coming-of-age ceremony, intending to make a grand display to vent his frustrations. However, the alchemist deemed this unnecessary and an utter waste of time. Strutting before a crowd of individuals who had yet to break through to the Dou stage would offer no satisfaction or significance. From birth until now, you have never faced life and death battles. A person's potential only erupts like a volcano when their life is threatened. Your previous lackluster training will likely prevent you from ever becoming a true powerhouse. The alchemist imparted his wisdom to Xiao. You lack no talent for cultivation. What you lack is the steel and blood of true experience. Only through the crucible of bloodshed will you undergo genuine transformation. Very well, I shall heed your guidance, master. Upon hearing the words of the esteemed elder Yao, Xiao fell into a momentary silence before ultimately acquiescing to the elder's arrangement. Very well, go forth and confess to your father tonight. We shall embark at dawn, Elder Yao commanded with resolute authority. Indeed. Xiao nodded and promptly made his way to Xiao Zhan's residence. Yinner, what brings you here at such a late hour? After a brief moment, Xiao Zhan opened the door, gazing curiously at his son standing at the threshold. Father, let us speak inside, Xiao replied, his expression reflecting a complex array of emotions. Nodding in agreement, the father and son entered the room and took a seat. Yinner, if there is something troubling you, do not hesitate to speak. If you require my assistance, just ask, Xiao Zhan reassured, mistakenly believing that Xiao faced some difficulty. Father, I wish to leave Wutan City. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao finally spoke. Leave Wutan City? What prompts such a decision? Xiao Zhan inquired, astonished and perplexed by his son's declaration. I desire to venture out and undergo training for a few years, so as to avoid being overshadowed by Nalan Yanran, Xiao confessed candidly. Sigh Yinner, do not place too much weight on the 3-year pact. While I am heartened by your ambition, Nalan Yanran has the backing of the Yunlan sect, a force we cannot contend with, Xiao Zhan said, looking at Xiao resolute demeanor with a hint of concern. Father, the Yunlan sect is but a trifling matter. What significance does it hold? A smile graced Xiao face as he summoned his thoughts and revealed his prowess as a Dou master. Yinner, your strength. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Xiao Zhan was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. Do not be alarmed, father. To be truthful, I have taken a powerful master as my mentor. After a half-truthful explanation from Xiao Zhan reluctantly accepted his son's current strength. Father, this journey is also arranged by my master, so there is no need for you to worry about my safety, Xiao assured. Since it is your master's arrangement, I shall not pry further. Yinner, just be cautious while you are away, Xiao Zhan responded. Though his heart was heavy with reluctance upon hearing that Xiao would depart the next day, he understood that his son's aspirations extended far beyond the confines of Wutan City. With his innate talent, only the vast expanse of the world could provide him the stage to fully realize his potential. The fledgling eagle has grown and soars high. I understand. And I implore you, father, to take care of your health. Xiao Yan expressed concern for Xiao Zhan. After explaining everything to Xiao Zhan, Xiao Yan promptly returned to his own room. Yinner, should the opportunity arise, consider visiting Shimo City at the border of the Gamma Empire. Your elder and second brothers are developing there. I have heard that in recent years they have established a mercenary group named Motai, which is now a notable force in the area. Recalling the words spoken by his father in the study, Xiao Yan offered a faint smile. After undergoing the coming-of-age ceremony, his two elder brothers ventured forth into the world to seek their fortunes. At that time, their father was not yet the head of their clan. In recent years, perhaps due to the long distances or the pressing matters within the mercenary group, they seldom returned to Wutian City. Nevertheless, the bonds of brotherhood formed in their youth elicited a modicum of affection from Xiao Yan towards them. The following morning, Xiao Yan prepared a few belongings. Readying himself for departure, he needed to gather essential supplies: fresh water, provisions, a tent, insect repellent, low-grade medicinal herbs, and some healing elixirs to restore vitality. These were indispensable for his training, and he understood the necessity of being thoroughly prepared, as they might endure a prolonged period in the depths of the mountains. The voice of the old alchemist echoed in his mind. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiao Yan departed from the Xiao family residence. Emerging onto the bustling streets, he stood at the crossroads, gazing at the city he had called home for over a decade. A wistful sigh escaped his lips, and he clenched his fists tightly, as if to muster courage. He softly vowed to himself, the world beyond will surely be more splendid. With that, Xiao Yan smiled, casting aside his melancholy, and stepped forward, merging into the throng, quickly vanishing from sight. Chapter 256. Activation of the Cursed Poison Body. In the outskirts of the Beast Mountain Range, a solitary white tent stood on the flat ground. 2 days had passed, and the herb-gathering team had long descended the mountain. The little medical fairy concocted a casual excuse to have the accompanying mercenaries leave with the herb-gathering team. At that moment, she was the sole remaining member of the expedition that ascended the mountain. As for Mu Li and the others, they had perished at the entrance of the apothecary, their bodies carried away by Mu Shi. The surroundings were eerily quiet. The little medical fairy had scattered various poisons around the tent, ensuring that ordinary magical beasts would not dare approach. Although living alone in the Beast Mountain Range, especially overnight, was exceedingly perilous, her substantial gains had significantly enhanced her strength. Coupled with the numerous treasures that shielded her, the little medical fairy felt sufficiently confident to remain amidst the rampant magical beasts. Inside the tent, she gazed at the colorful poison manual in her hands, her delicate face alight with curiosity. Though her childhood dream had been to become an apothecary, for reasons unknown, she found herself captivated by the path of poison, displaying extraordinary talent in this domain. Over the years, some mercenaries in Qingshan town had attempted to exploit her, wishing to possess her for their own purposes. However, thanks to the poisons she had self-taught herself to concoct, she had deftly navigated every perilous encounter, turning misfortune into fortune. Within the tent, the little medical fairy lay upon a blanket, carefully turning the pages of the colorful poison manual, her attention unwavering as she studied intently. As time elapsed, the 7-colored poison manual gradually revealed its secrets to the young physician. Various toxins, meticulously documented within its pages, ignited a sense of admiration within her. Indeed, the intricacies of this manual were profound. Each poison it described bore unique characteristics that captivated her attention. Ah, the cursed poison body. What manner of constitution is this? In the final segment of the scroll, a particular passage seized the young physician's focus. It was a minute inscription, so easily overlooked had she not been diligently attentive. The cursed poison body is said to possess a slender, multicolored thread emanating from the lower abdomen. This vibrant filament grows in accordance with the concentration of venom contained within the body, and when it extends to the heart, the bearer experiences the zenith of the cursed poison body's power, albeit at the cost of enduring excruciating agony from myriad toxins. Upon reading this, the young physician's countenance shifted dramatically, her hand instinctively brushing against her abdomen, as her complexion gradually paled. To think, I am indeed a bearer of the cursed poison body. A sudden realization struck her mind. Today, Yi Yun had urged her to peruse this very manual. It dawned on her that the esteemed elder had been subtly alerting her, having discerned her affliction long before. Contemplating the repercussions of the cursed poison body, despair consumed her. How could it be that fate has destined me to become a notorious poison master? Reflecting on her earlier encounters with Xiao Yan, where she had disparaged him as a great demon, she felt as though destiny was mocking her. With the cursed poison body within her, she was irrevocably bound to the title of Poison Master. What right had she to label others as demons? Soon, it seemed inevitable that she would become a pariah, a master of toxins loathed by all. Why, oh heavens, must you treat me thus? Desperation flooded her heart as a solitary tear escaped the corner of her eye. a manifestation of her profound sorrow. As a healer, the thought of transforming into a fearsome poisonous was unbearable. Once activated, the cursed poison body would lead her to an insatiable obsession with toxins. The more potent the poison, the greater its allure. For those afflicted, toxic substances exert a pull akin to that of ethereal flames on an alchemist, drawing them in with reckless abandon. The act of consuming these poisons would also subject her to immense suffering and torment. No, this cannot be true. It must be a mistake, a grave error. In a fit of frustration, the young physician cast the 7-colored poison manual to the ground. Yet, a flicker of determination ignited within her eyes as she retrieved a sprig of purple medicinal herb from a nearby basket. This was a second-tier herb, the purple heart orchid, known for its medicinal properties but also for its considerable toxicity. Gazing at the herb in her hand, a glimmer of resolve shone in her gaze. In the next moment, the young healer grasped the violet heart orchid and brought it to her lips. With a slight parting of her delicate mouth, she placed the orchid into her mouth and began to chew meticulously. As a wave of bitter juice flooded her palate, she closed her eyes, steeling herself, and swallowed the bitter essence resolutely. Subsequently, she resembled a condemned prisoner awaiting execution, tightly shutting her eyes in anticipation of impending doom. The effects of the violet heart orchid were gradual. After what felt like an eternity, she finally sensed a twinge of discomfort. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged from her abdomen. She pressed her hands against her stomach, involuntarily letting out a soft groan. As the toxins of the orchid fully manifested, a piercing agony surged within her, leaving her complexion ashen and causing her petite form to curl inward involuntarily. While she was engulfed in this excruciating torment, unbeknownst to her, a vibrant, multicolored thread emanating from her lower abdomen radiated an enchanting brilliance. Simultaneously, wisps of dark gas escaped from her body, swirling throughout the room. An hour later, the sharp pain within her slowly subsided. Yet at this moment, the young healer lay as if utterly drained, unconscious upon the bed. With her fainting, the tent was left in silence, save for the lingering dark gas. After an indeterminate period, her eyelids fluttered, and she gradually regained consciousness. A fleeting look of confusion crossed her eyes, quickly followed by the recollection of her consumption of the violet heart orchid. I am unharmed. It seems I truly possess the calamity poison body. Upon this realization, despair returned to her features. After the ordeal with the violet heart orchid, she had resigned herself to her fate. At this moment, she was certain of her calamity poison body's existence. Otherwise, consuming the orchid would not have left her unscathed. Moreover, she delved into her inner self and distinctly sensed that the bottleneck in her cultivation had loosened after ingesting the orchid. She recalled the properties of the calamity poison body. Merely consuming poison would hasten her cultivation. Those endowed with such a physique need not endure years of arduous training in combat energy. They simply required poison to grow stronger. The calamity poison body would automatically convert the toxic forces contained within the poison into a uniquely potent combat energy in an uncanny manner. The stronger the toxicity, the more beneficial it would be for enhancing the power of the calamity poison body. Chapter 257, A Wealth of Treasures. In the pavilion of the Manor's jar shop, Yiyun gazed at the heap of treasures piled upon the stone table, a radiant smile illuminating his face. In the span of a single night, he had successfully opened all the jars. 17 orange jars, 12 crimson jars, nearly 30 jars, the treasures that emerged from within half, after a 1,000-fold return, filled the entire stone table. Gazing at the treasures upon the table, a satisfied expression spread across Yiyun's face. Among these riches, the items procured from the orange jars brought him the greatest delight. Yiyun extended his hand and picked up a page of inheritance gold, a complete page of legacy. As his eyes swept over the page, the information contained within materialized before him. 5-colored divine light inheritance gold page, originating from the world of primordial chaos. It is the innate divine ability of Kong Xian, possessing boundless power. Upon reading this information, Yiyun felt a surge of excitement. Kong Xian. Having perused numerous accounts of the primordial era, Yiyun was well aware of the stature of Kong Xian. His true form was that of the majestic red peacock, the son of the ancestral phoenix, the first peacock in the world, who attained human form through cultivation and subsequently rose to the position of general of the Three Mountains Pass. After General Zhang Shan fell in battle at the original Three Mountains Pass, King Zhou of Shang appointed Kong Xian to the front lines at Golden Rooster Ridge to thwart the Zhou army's advance. Kong Xian was born with an innate mastery of the 5-colored divine light, an overwhelming force that could obliterate anything within the 5 elements. During the investiture of the gods, even Zhang Ziya's god-slaying whip, Yang Jian's howling celestial hound, and the sea-settling pearl of the lantern holder were swept away. Even the Taoist Luya, upon encountering Kong Xian, dared not wield his immortal-slaying flying daggers and chose to flee instead. With this remarkable ability, Kong Xian drove away Lantern Holder and Luya at Golden Rooster Ridge, rendering the forces of Western Qi invincible, causing Jiang Zia to nearly retreat. Thus, he earned the title of the foremost figure beneath the saints. This illustrates the formidable nature of the five-colored divine light. Now, to his astonishment, he had acquired this extraordinary divine ability. With this power, he would be invincible in battle. In terms of might, the five-colored divine light undoubtedly ranked among the most supreme divine abilities in existence. After pondering for a moment, Yi Yun gradually regained his composure and reached out to retrieve another page of inheritance gold from the stone table. Having opened so many jars, Yi Yun had long understood a principle. Whenever such precious items as inheritance gold pages appeared, the knowledge contained therein was invariably extraordinary. His gaze flickered across this new inheritance gold page, and immediately an influx of information appeared before him. Great Roar Technique, originating from the world of eternal life. It is one of the 3,000 paths, the ultimate sonic killing technique of the Dragon Clan. Waves of sound ripple forth, shattering space itself, coalescing into a myriad of swords and iron steeds, with golden spears and iron horses overwhelming the realm, upending the heavens and the earth, fracturing the landscape. When the sonic waves penetrate the mind, they can shatter the very soul. A single dragon's roar can subdue myriad spirits. Great Roar Technique. To think that he had unexpectedly obtained this profound method from the eternal life world, one of the 3,000 paths. Gazing at the information before him, Yi Yun's face illuminated with excitement. The Great Roar Technique was indeed formidable, and in the heat of battle, it could catch opponents completely off guard. If one were to unleash a sudden roar amidst combat, it would undoubtedly leave the adversary stunned, rendering them vulnerable to his assault. Additionally, this technique could condense sound into a line for focused strikes or unleash sonic bombardments over a wide area, making its execution remarkably convenient. After perusing the details of the Great Roar Technique, Yi Yun continued to lift a heritage golden page from the stone table. Curiously, the treasures emerging from this orange jar predominantly comprised these heritage golden pages, with only a few artifacts among them. Holding the golden page, Yi Yun's gaze swept across its surface. In the next moment, a piece of information materialized before his eyes. The Jia character's secret heritage golden page, originating from the world of Zhetian. It is one of the 9 secrets of Zhetian, capable of amplifying one's combat power tenfold upon invocation. To his astonishment, it was the Jia character secret. Yi Yun paused momentarily, then was engulfed in a wave of euphoria. The Jia character secret, one of the 9 secrets, crafted by the Emperor, could instantaneously enhance the user's combat prowess tenfold. In battle, the application of the Jia character secret would undoubtedly constitute an unparalleled secret technique for transcending levels. In the original narrative, this Jia character secret shone brilliantly in the hands of Yi Fan, enabling him to unleash astonishing power, an achievement closely tied to this very secret. Yi Yun was convinced that mastering the Jia character secret would undoubtedly lead to a dramatic surge in his own strength. Then, Yi Yun turned his attention to the last heritage golden page on the stone table and slowly picked it up. As his gaze scanned the page, the information instantly became apparent. The 72 transformations, originating from the world of Journey to the West. This is one of the ultimate techniques of the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. Could it be the 72 transformations? A flicker of astonishment crossed Yi Yun's eyes. This transformation technique was no ordinary skill. It was one of the signature abilities possessed by the Monkey King in Journey to the West. He could hardly believe that he had now acquired such a divine power. The 72 transformations encompass a plethora of abilities, traversing the ethereal, summoning spirits, bearing mountains, controlling water, harnessing wind, conjuring mist, praying for fair weather, invoking rain, igniting flames, entering water, obscuring the sun, riding the wind, boiling stone, exhaling flames, swallowing swords, shifting realms, divine movement, walking on water, transforming with a staff, creating duplicates, becoming invisible, extending one's head, immobilizing, slaying demons, summoning immortals, pursuing souls, capturing spirits, invoking clouds, retrieving the sun, transporting, marrying dreams, fragmenting, entrusting staffs, and severing streams. Additionally, it includes capabilities such as dispelling disasters, resolving calamities, wielding sword techniques, archery, earth manipulation, star arts, array formations, deceptive movement, spouting transformations, finger transformations, corpse disintegration, scene shifting, summoning, transporting, gathering beasts, regulating birds, energy confinement, immense strength, penetrating stone, life and death, barrier clothing, guiding, medicating, timing, land recognition, fasting, and incantations for dreams. Having mastered the art of the 72 transformations, when engaging in battle, one can whimsically metamorphose into myriad forms, rendering the opponent utterly defenseless. It is indeed a remarkably profound mystical ability. Yi Yun, momentarily exhilarated, gradually regained his composure from the enchantment of the transformations. His gaze then fell upon a piece of lustrous white bone resting on the stone table. At first glance, he recognized the nature of this bone. Similar to the primal treasure bone of the azure he had previously discovered, this pristine bone was evidently another primal treasure, inscribed with the foundational techniques of a formidable lineage. As Yi Yun examined the treasure bone in his hand, a gleam of joy illuminated his eyes, filled with curiosity about the arcane techniques it harbored. With a sweeping glance, a stream of information promptly unveiled itself. Phoenix Technique Inheritance Gold Page, originating from Perfect World, the innate treasure art of the primordial divine bird, the phoenix. Surprisingly, it was the Phoenix Technique. Yi Yun marveled at his astonishing fortune this time. This technique is among the most prestigious, second only to the ancient 10 fiends. Chapter 258, Conditions. Before long, Yi Yun had thoroughly perused the Inheritance Gold Page and the arcane secrets inscribed on the bone. While there were numerous mystical techniques unveiled this time, in Yi Yun's estimation, a select few held paramount significance. Each of these techniques had the potential to immensely amplify his prowess. Yi Yun was confident that mastering these arcane arts would precipitate a monumental transformation in his strength. After a brief spell of excitement, he gradually regained his tranquility. He then picked up a silver talisman from the stone table, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Upon a cursory examination, the information regarding the silver talisman promptly emerged. Interdimensional Traverse Talisman, a dimension-traversing artifact exclusively provided by the system, allowing one to traverse to another realm and remain for 3 days before returning. Indeed, it was another interdimensional traverse talisman, the ability to journey to other planes. As Yi Yun absorbed the details revealed by the talisman, his eyes brightened with exhilaration. He had unexpectedly acquired yet another interdimensional traverse talisman. In due time, he could activate it and explore other worlds. With a joyful heart, he stowed the interdimensional traverse talisman away, and his gaze then turned towards a crimson silk ribbon on the stone table. Grasping the crimson ribbon, he swiftly scanned it, and a surge of information materialized before him. Primordial silk, originating from the investiture of the gods, world, one of Neza's exclusive treasures. Upon reading the information before him, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yi Yun's eyes. To think he had even unlocked this artifact. This treasure is one of Neza, the third prince's, exclusive artifacts, possessing seemingly boundless power. Yi Yun was, of course, well acquainted with the primordial silk. In his mind, information regarding the Hunyuan Ling flashed rapidly. The Hunyuan Ling is a celestial treasure, originally derived from the mythological tale Investiture of the Gods, and is one of the 2 great artifacts that accompanied the legendary figure Neza at birth. Paired with the Qiankuan Circle, it was originally a treasure from the Golden Light Cave in Qianyuan Mountain, gifted by the celestial master Tai of the Chan sect. The Hunyuan Ling measures 7 feet in length, its hue akin to flames, and its form resembles that of a dragon. This treasure possesses the divine power to bind and ensnare foes, stir the seas, and disrupt the celestial heavens, thus earning its name, Hunyuan Ling. Neza once used it to bathe and create chaos in the ocean, shaking the dragon palace beneath the sea, and vanquishing the 3rd dragon prince Ao Bing of the East Sea. When wielded in water, its might is extraordinary, encompassing the forces of wind and sea. Hence its reputation for astonishing power. When invoked in the air, it descends like a fiery block, capable of ensnaring enemies and binding them tightly. Contemplating the formidable nature of the Hunyuan Ling, Yi Yun felt an eager anticipation and directly addressed the system. System, refine the Hunyuan Ling. As Lin Yang's words echoed, a drop of crimson blood oozed from his fingertip and fell directly onto the Hunyuan Ling in Yi Yun's hand. The vivid blood transformed into a scarlet mark. Merging seamlessly with the Hunyuan Ling simultaneously, a surge of information flooded Yi Yun's mind. This information was none other than the incantation to activate the Hunyuan Ling and its myriad abilities. The powers of the Hunyuan Ling are twofold. Firstly, it can stir the oceans. When tumultuous waves arise, rivers, lakes, and seas are disrupted, and when wielded in the Nine-Bend River, it radiates thousands of red lights, staining the waters and causing tremors in the East Sea's Dragon Palace. Secondly, it can ensnare all things. When swung, it transforms the winds and clouds, expanding into a fiery mass, and when it descends, it can tightly wrap around an enemy's body, thus binding them. With a clear understanding of the Hunyuan Ling's specific capabilities, Yi Yun felt an exhilarating excitement. Indeed, the function of the Hunyuan Ling bears a remarkable resemblance to that of the binding immortal rope, though in terms of sheer power, the binding immortal rope is undoubtedly superior. Yi Yun cherished the Hunyuan Ling in his grasp, as if it were a priceless treasure. Senior Yi, I seek an audience. At that moment, a voice resonated in Yi Yun's mind. He gazed outward, penetrating the wall to see the little medical fairy standing at the entrance of the jar shop. Observing the dawn light, Yi Yun realized he had spent the entire night in the shop, judging by the little medical fairy's disheveled appearance. It seemed she had come to terms with the identity of her cursed body. Yi Yun glanced outside. Then, with a swift motion, he appeared within the shop, his thoughts prompting the door to open automatically. Senior, I apologize for disturbing you so early. The little medical fairy addressed Yi Yun with respect. Yi Yun, upon hearing this, shook his head and scrutinized her, frowning slightly. Have you ingested poison? He was somewhat astonished. Was this little medical fairy truly so bold? Merely glimpsing an introduction to the calamity poison, yet daring to ingest the toxin directly. Could this not be deemed overly hasty? Upon hearing this, the young healer felt a jolt in her heart, then silently nodded, softly inquiring, since you, esteemed elder, are already aware of my possession of the calamity poison, might you possess a means to resolve it? In response, Yi Yun's lips curled into a faint smile. Indeed, I possess a method to alleviate the detriments of the calamity poison. However, I have a condition. Should you acquiesce, I assure you that your affliction shall never manifest explosively. Chapter 259, Terms of Engagement. A condition? The young healer blinked, a look of perplexity dawning in her eyes. She found herself puzzled as to what sort of condition this illustrious elder would propose. Could her own abilities be of assistance to him? Please, esteemed elder, do enlighten me. Upon learning that this venerable Yi could remedy her predicament, the young healer did not dwell too long on her thoughts. After all, this matter pertained to her very existence. Allowing no room for hesitation, I am in need of a secretary. Should you agree to become my secretary, I shall undoubtedly assist you in addressing the issues stemming from the calamity poison, Yi Yun stated. A glimmer of amusement gracing his countenance as he revealed the condition he had long contemplated. A secretary? The young healer's eyes widened with confusion at this unfamiliar term. Esteemed elder, what exactly does being a secretary entail? A secretary, in essence, refers to an assistant, Yi Yun clarified. An assistant? You wish for me to serve as your assistant? The young healer was taken aback. Did such a remarkable figure as Yi Yun truly require assistance? Esteemed elder, what tasks would you require me to undertake as your assistant? Though surprised, her curiosity outweighed her astonishment, and she sought to understand the nature of the assistance he desired. It is not a daunting task. Primarily, you shall oversee the shop and tend to my meals, Yi Yun responded, recalling the young healer's commendable culinary skills, which prompted a smile to grace his lips. Overseeing the shop and managing meals. It is that simple? The young healer expressed her astonishment. After a moment's hesitation, she refrained from overthinking and gradually nodded, stating, Esteemed elder, I agree to become your secretary. She felt no significant reluctance about serving as Yi Yun's assistant, particularly as this was a matter of life and death, leaving her with little choice. Thus, she readily acquiesced to Yi Yun's terms. Very well. May you not come to regret your decision today. With the young healer's agreement, Yi Yun felt a surge of joy. He had finally acquired an assistant. From this day forth, you shall refer to me as boss. Now, allow me to outline your forthcoming duties and the terms of your engagement, Yi Yun said, gazing at the young healer with a measured tone. Terms of engagement? Please, esteemed elder, do elaborate. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, the young healer's eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation. Could it be that becoming the assistant to the boss could offer some unexpected advantages? In her perspective, a formidable figure like the boss could bestow upon her treasures sufficient to propel her into greatness. Upon this realization, the little healer felt a surge of gratitude for having promptly accepted the offer without hesitation. Her primary responsibilities would include preparing 3 meals a day and remaining at the store, ever ready to attend to the customers who might arrive. Naturally, after dinner, she would enjoy her freedom, as the boss would impose no restrictions upon her. Regarding her remuneration, the arrangement was as follows. For every 10 red jars sold, she would receive 1 red jar free of charge. For the orange jars, the same principle applied. As for the ordinary jars, for every 1 sold, she would receive half that quantity in jars as a bonus. Yi Yun detailed the tasks and benefits to the little healer, who realized that the compensation offered was indeed generous. For every 10 red jars sold, she would obtain 1 red jar, and similarly for the orange jars. Judging by her performance today, she could earn both a red jar and an orange jar, and with just a few more sales, she might even acquire 2 red jars and an orange jar. This was undoubtedly an exceptional arrangement. As for the ordinary jars, Yi Yun had little interest in them. Initially considering to allocate them all to the little healer, he ultimately decided to reserve half for a second assistant. After hearing Yi Yun's words, The little healer was momentarily taken aback, but her face soon blossomed with joy. She had not anticipated that becoming the assistant at the jar shop would afford her a commission of 1/10. This was simply exhilarating. The little healer was acutely aware that, given her financial situation, opportunities to open jars would be rare in the future. Yesterday's successful endeavor was largely due to the treasures acquired in that cave and the generous gifts from Xiao Yin and his disciple. Such favorable circumstances were unlikely to recur. Initially, she had been troubled about where to amass wealth in the future, but now she could continue her jar-opening endeavors at the shop. Little did she expect that Yi Yun would invite her to be the assistant at the jar store. Moreover, alongside selling jars, she would also receive a 1/10 increase in jars. For every 10 jars sold, she would gain an additional jar. A red jar was valued at 500,000, an orange jar at 1 million, and even the most inexpensive ordinary jar cost 100,000 gold coins. Calculating the potential earnings, if the day's sales were particularly good, her income could equate to several million gold coins. Gasping at the thought, the little healer felt an exhilarating rush of excitement within her. She realized that she must have struck an extraordinary fortune to be chosen by Yi Yun as his assistant. If such a privilege were to be disclosed, countless individuals would undoubtedly weep and clamor to become employees of the jar shop. The benefits were simply too generous. Suddenly, the thought of the affluent Xiao Yin crossed her mind, filling her heart with a sense of pride. Even though Xiao Yin possessed a distinguished alchemist mentor and considerable wealth, he could not seize the chance to open jars every day. In contrast, becoming an employee at the jar shop meant that she would have the opportunity to open 1 or 2 jars daily. This was her greatest advantage over wealthy customers like Xiao Yin. With this thought, excitement surged within her. What of the wealthy? Is being rich truly impressive? From now on, I shall have the chance to open jars every single day. Do they? Boss, where will I reside in the future? Suddenly, a crucial question arose in Xiao Yixian's mind regarding her accommodation. The shop before her was not spacious, and she wondered if she would be living there. Fear not. My estate is vast, with many rooms. You may choose any room to reside in, Yi Yun replied with a smile. An estate? Xiao Yixian looked at Yi Yun with a hint of confusion. Did the boss possess an estate as well? Subsequently, amidst Xiao Yixian's astonished gaze, Yi Yun waved his hand, and a portal appeared directly behind the counter. This is my estate, which shall be your residence from now on, Yi Yun said nonchalantly. Boss, may I enter and take a look? With her curiosity piqued by the sudden appearance of the portal, Xiao Yixian inquired eagerly. Why not? This will be your home as well. Come with me, and I shall show you around our estate, Yi Yun replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Then, as Xiao Yixian's eyes sparkled with curiosity, Yi Yun turned and stepped through the portal. To her astonishment, there was a door behind the shop. It was truly marvelous. Watching Yi Yun vanish before her eyes, Xiao Yixian felt an overwhelming sense of wonder. Outside the shop, she had clearly seen its size and assumed there were no other rooms. Who could have imagined that it concealed such a hidden realm? Filled with intense curiosity, a look of excitement spread across Xiao Yixian's face as she followed Yi Yun through the portal. The moment she stepped inside, her vision drastically transformed. What is this place? As the young healer stepped through the portal, she immediately sensed a blurriness enveloping her vision. When clarity returned, her eyes widened in astonishment at the scene before her. What unfolded was a grand estate, encircled by pink walls, with willows gracefully cascading and 3 flower-adorned archways leading into a vast, intricate corridor adorned with pavilions and pathways connecting the various sections of the garden, embellished with rocks and greenery. The entire courtyard bloomed with vibrant flowers, exuding an exquisite charm, while the backyard was adorned with an abundance of roses and a tranquil pond. The young healer could hardly believe her eyes. Behind the seemingly ordinary and rather narrow shop, there lay such a stunning estate. Who would have imagined that this unassuming exterior concealed such a magnificent domain? What incredible means had been employed to achieve this? Moreover, despite it being early morning outside, where the light remained dim due to the towering trees of the Beast Mountain range, the estate radiated an extraordinary brightness, starkly contrasting with the somber exterior. It was as if a simple doorway had separated 2 entirely different worlds. In that moment, the young healer felt a profound astonishment regarding Yi Yun's capabilities. What do you think? Is my estate to your liking? At this juncture, Yi Yun had settled into a pavilion, observing the awestruck young healer with a smile. Hearing his voice, she regained her composure, her gaze shifting to him, still reflecting overwhelming shock. Boss, I truly did not expect such a hidden paradise behind your shop, she exclaimed, her voice laced with wonder as she surveyed the estate. Do you like it? If you do, then you shall reside here from now on. This will be your home as well, Yi Yun replied with a grin. Really, boss? Our home is simply too grand. The young healer looked at him incredulously, her face alight with excitement. The prospect of living in an unknown estate behind the shop thrilled her heart. You, my secretary, shall also be a part of this establishment. And you may come and go as you please within this estate, Yiyun said, still smiling. Having long harbored the desire to grant a home to all beautiful souls, he felt that this expansive estate was a realization of a dream shared by many who had traversed different realms. He envisioned a future where this estate would be filled with a myriad of enchanting women, and together, they would journey across the myriad worlds, alleviating the loneliness that often accompanies such adventures. Boss, you are truly wonderful. The young healer's heart swelled with joy upon hearing his words. In her eyes, the fact that the boss allowed her to reside in his estate signified that he regarded her as one of his own. Gaining the recognition of such an unrivaled master as the boss brought immense joy to the little healer. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Come and join me. Yiyun called as he retrieved 2 cups of instant noodles from the system space. The little healer nodded obediently and approached the pavilion. Boss, is this what you usually have for breakfast? She inquired curiously, glancing at the 2 cups of noodles on the stone table. This was not her first encounter with Yiyun enjoying instant noodles. She had witnessed Nalan Yanran indulging in them just the previous morning. The delightful aroma of the noodles lingered in her memory, a scent unlike any she had ever encountered in her life. This is instant noodles, a specialty from my hometown. Make sure to savor it, Yiyun introduced. As he spoke, he opened the packaging and added the seasoning packets. The little healer's anticipation grew as she eagerly gazed at the noodles before her, excitement gleaming in her eyes. To her, Yiyun was a being from the upper realm, and the prospect of tasting something from that world filled her with exhilaration. Following suit, she skillfully opened her own cup of noodles and added the seasoning. With a flick of his mind, Yiyun poured boiling water into both cups. It's ready to eat, he announced after a moment's wait. Upon hearing this, the little healer quickly removed the lid, and an intoxicating aroma wafted through the air, igniting a fervent desire to indulge. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Unable to resist the tempting fragrance, the little healer dived in. As the first bite of noodles grazed her palate, she experienced a delightful explosion of flavors, leaving an unforgettable aftertaste. This is absolutely delicious, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as a blissful smile adorned her face. She was certain that these noodles were the most exquisite delicacy she had ever tasted. Observing her enjoyment, Yiyun smiled gently and began to eat his breakfast as well. The two finished their cups of noodles in no time, with the little healer even savoring every drop of the broth. Amused, Yiyun recalled how Nalan Yanran, a fellow foodie, had also devoured her broth with such gusto. It seemed that the little healer was equally insatiable in her appetite. Boss, these noodles are truly amazing. After finishing, the little healer noticed Yiyun's warm gaze upon her, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She was aware that her earlier eating habits were perhaps a tad unrefined. If you enjoy them, you can have them every day. I have plenty more, Yiyun said with a gentle smile. Indeed, thank you, master. Upon hearing this, the little healer's eyes sparkled with delight. Subsequently, as Yiyun noticed the absence of customers that day, he encouraged the little healer to explore the estate and familiarize herself with the new surroundings. Naturally, she gladly accepted, standing in the pavilion, surveying the estate before her. Chapter 261, Untitled. As the little healer stood in the pavilion, gazing at the scenery of the estate, her fondness for it grew with every glance. The thought of living here in the future filled her heart with joy and a profound sense of happiness. At that moment, a kaleidoscopic brilliance suddenly illuminated the rainbow watermelon tree, capturing the little healer's attention. Hey, master, what kind of tree is that, and why does it glow? Observing the vibrant watermelons hanging from the tree, her eyes sparkled with curiosity. It was her first encounter with a luminous tree, radiating such colorful light, leaving her utterly astonished. Oh, that is the rainbow watermelon tree, a type of fruit, and one of the specialties of my hometown, Yiyun explained. Fruit? I have never seen a glowing fruit before. Her face lit up with curiosity as she turned her gaze toward Yiyun, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Noticing her expression, Yiyun understood her desires. Would you like to taste one? I can pluck one for you, Yiyun said with a smile. Yes, yes. The little healer nodded eagerly, her excitement palpable. What color of watermelon would you like to eat? Yiyun inquired. Do the different colored watermelons have any distinctions? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Yiyun smiled gently and proceeded to explain the properties of the rainbow watermelons. The rainbow watermelon comes in 7 colors, each possessing unique effects. The golden watermelon enhances physical strength. Consuming more can transform one's body into an indestructible form. The purple watermelon elevates appearance, making men more handsome and women more beautiful. The blue watermelon boosts strength. The cyan watermelon, known as the soul-nourishing watermelon, significantly enhances spiritual strength. The orange watermelon, called the detox watermelon, purges toxins from the body. The green watermelon, known as the agile watermelon, grants lightness to one's legs, allowing for swift movements. Lastly, the silver watermelon, known as the healing watermelon, can mend injuries. My goodness, a single fruit can possess so many benefits? This is no ordinary fruit. It is akin to heavenly treasure. Upon hearing Yi Yun's explanation, the little healer could not contain her astonishment, her eyes reflecting disbelief as she gazed at the watermelon tree in the distance. The utility of the colorful watermelon tree utterly shattered her worldview. A single fruit capable of bearing 7 different hues, each possessing distinct properties, was nothing short of miraculous. In that moment, the little healer's heart brimmed with awe. Have you decided which color watermelon you would like to taste? Yi Yun inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, the little healer fell into contemplation. After a brief pause, she declared, Boss, I shall have the purple watermelon. Yi Yun was not at all surprised by her choice. The purple watermelon was renowned for its beauty-enhancing properties. Every woman harbors a desire for beauty, and for many, physical allure reigns supreme. Although the little healer was already a stunning beauty, who would forego the chance to become even more exquisite? However, Yi Yun was curious. Having already consumed the firming pill, which had solidified her appearance, would the beauty watermelon still have an effect? Very well, we shall go with the purple watermelon. Yi Yun nodded. With a mere thought, a purple watermelon naturally detached from the colorful watermelon tree and soared towards the pavilion. Here, enjoy. After slicing the purple watermelon into 8 pieces on the stone table, Yi Yun eagerly urged the little healer to partake. Wow, how beautiful! The moment she beheld the vibrant red flesh, the little healer's eyes sparkled with delight. Such a visually appealing fruit surely promised exquisite flavor. She had not anticipated that this fruit, known as watermelon, would not only be aesthetically pleasing but also possess such enticing interior. Boss, I shall indulge without reservation. With that, the little healer swiftly seized a piece of watermelon and took a bite. The sweet juice burst in her mouth, instantly captivating her senses. Delicious. Boss, this is truly delectable. As she savored the watermelon, her eyes radiated surprise, completely enchanted by its sweetness. Meanwhile, Yi Yun lit a cigarette, silently observing the little healer relish her treat. Before long, she had devoured the entire watermelon. As soon as she finished the last bite, a mysterious force began to manifest within her. The little healer could certainly feel this power. Under its influence, her body underwent subtle transformations. Certain areas appeared fuller and more pronounced, while some slight excess flesh began to flatten. A lustrous glow enveloped her form, rendering her skin even whiter and more alluring. A faint, delicate fragrance emanated from her very being. The enchanting little healer, already captivating in her beauty, became even more exquisite after consuming the beauty-enhancing watermelon. Her features refined and her figure perfectly proportioned. The little healer's modest bosom, initially unremarkable, appeared somewhat majestic under the influence of the watermelon. In comparison to Yun Yun, she still fell short in many respects, though one could say she surpassed Nalan Yanran. Observing the little healer's elevated demeanor, Yi Yun's eyes sparkled with delight. The little healer, already a vision of unparalleled beauty, underwent a transformation that enhanced both her appearance and grace, rendering her even more alluring. Yi Yun was taken aback by the watermelon's remarkable effects, which seemed to transcend the limits set by the beauty-establishing pill, elevating the little healer's beauty to new heights. The little healer sensed the subtle changes within herself, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Gazing at her immaculate, snow-white skin, a smile graced her lips. Boss, do you think I've become more beautiful? She inquired, boldly approaching Yi Yun, twirling around, her eyes filled with anticipation. Her gaze fixed intently on Yi Yun, as if seeking his affirmation. Beautiful, Yi Yun replied without hesitation, nodding in agreement. At his praise, the little healer beamed, her smile reminiscent of a blossoming flower. With an enchanting grin, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, boss. Yi Yun shook his head, discarding his cigarette butt, and gently responded. You are my assistant. Eating a watermelon is nothing. From now on, you may indulge in as many watermelons as you desire. Chapter 262. The Little Healer's First Day at Work. After finishing the watermelon, Yi Yun instructed the little healer to select a room. In the morning, with no customers arriving in the Monster Beast mountain range, it was unsurprising that no one visited the shop. Yi Yun relished the tranquility, remaining in the pavilion to continue cataloging the treasures uncovered the previous night. An hour later, the little healer had arranged her room and was ready to embrace her role as an assistant. Boss, I'm going to work now, she announced as she entered the pavilion. Yi Yun nodded in acknowledgement, and then, as if struck by a thought, he suddenly pointed at the little healer. A beam of golden light shot directly into her body. The little healer was taken aback, unsure of Yi Yun's intentions. Before she could react, she felt a surge of information flooding her mind. She promptly closed her eyes, focusing her thoughts to absorb the knowledge within her. Yi Yun observed the little healer with a gentle smile as she meditated. He had just granted the little medicine fairy a portion of the authority to wield the invincible comprehension. As an assistant of the shop, the little medicine fairy was an integral member, entitled to harness the power of the invincible domain within. Yi Yun had merely allocated to her less than 1% of that authority. However, that was sufficient. As long as she remained within the confines of the shop, she would be, at the very least, invincible in this world of Dou Qi. Since he intended to assume the role of a hands-off proprietor, Yi Yun naturally needed to delegate power. Otherwise, given the current strength of the little medicine fairy, she would be unable to maintain order. After a considerable time, the little medicine fairy finally comprehended the information that had entered her mind and understood what Yi Yun had imparted into her being. With excitement illuminating her face, she opened her eyes and gazed at Yi Yun with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, boss, for bestowing upon me divine power." In her perspective, the strength granted by Yi Yun was indeed divine power. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming force at her command, as if she were a deity within the shop. Yet, she quickly realized that she was still beneath her boss. If she were a god, she would merely be a small deity prostrating before the supreme god king, the true exalted one. The little medicine fairy promptly adjusted her perspective, avoiding any excessive arrogance. "Go ahead and work diligently with me. I shall not treat you unjustly," Yi Yun encouraged with a gentle smile. "Yes, I will certainly do my best," replied the little medicine fairy obediently, and she promptly took her place at the shop counter, silently awaiting customers. However, as she gazed at the beast mountain outside, she pondered where anyone might come from. Surely, the boss had chosen a rather unfortunate location. Why not set up shop in the bustling Qingshan town, where people thrived? No, a grand city would be more fitting, brimming with affluent individuals, thereby facilitating the sale of more jars and enhancing her own prospects. The little medicine fairy resolved to propose this suggestion to her boss by noon. On her first day at work, she had already immersed herself in her role, concerning herself with the shop's performance. Thus, she sat quietly at the counter for the entirety of the morning, with not a single customer in sight. Instead, a second-tier magical beast, the Crimson Blood Bowl, unexpectedly charged in, startling the little medicine fairy. Once she regained her composure, she activated the invincible domain and swiftly dispatched the brazen bowl with a single strike. "You startled me. I shall prepare you for lunch," she thought. Consequently, Yi Yun's midday meal was rather delightful. Bullwhip soup, beef noodles, and stir-fried beef. The little medicine fairy's culinary skills were remarkable, transforming a single crimson blood bowl into a splendid feast of beef dishes, ensuring that Yi Yun dined contentedly. With beef savorily chewed and a sip of chilled cola, a satisfied smile graced Yi Yun's face. He glanced at the petite healer seated across from him, diligently serving him dishes and pouring cola, and nodded in approval. Indeed, choosing the little healer as his assistant was a sagacious decision. Had it been anyone else, he would not have had the pleasure of such exquisite delicacies. As he savored the beef, an unexpected memory of the chicken soup Yun Yun once delivered to him surfaced. Truth be told, Yun Yun's chicken soup was quite delightful, and after such a long time without it, he found himself yearning for it. Perhaps he could ask her to prepare it for him when she next visited. This thought suddenly emerged in Yi Yun's mind. With the little healer as his assistant, he no longer had to remain tethered to the counter daily. With newfound leisure, he intended to indulge in life's pleasures, savoring tasty dishes, admiring scenic views, and returning home in the evening to open a few jars. This was the essence of enjoying life. "Boss, this cola is from your hometown, and it tastes incredible. I have never had anything so delightful," the little healer exclaimed, joyfully cradling a glass of chilled cola in her hands. "If you like it, drink as much as you wish. I have plenty more," Yi Yun replied with a smile. "Thank you, boss. You are so kind to me." The little healer nodded, touched, feeling that Yi Yun was indeed the best employer she had encountered. Not only did he treat her well, but his demeanor was gentle, never putting her in a difficult position. Furthermore, whenever she had a need, he was always quick to fulfill it. In contrast to the unscrupulous owner of Wan Yao Zhai, Yi Yun's kindness filled the little healer with immense happiness. She resolved to work diligently under his guidance, striving to achieve results that would honor his trust in her. "Boss, I toast to you," she declared, raising her glass of chilled cola high. Yi Yun smiled softly and clinked his glass with hers. "Cheers." After lunch, as the little healer tidied up the dishes, she prepared a cup of hot tea for Yi Yun. "Boss, do you think we should consider relocating our shop?" she asked hesitantly, sitting across from him. Upon hearing her suggestion, Yi Yun felt a surge of amusement. He anticipated that this little secretary would think about the shop's profitability on her very first day. Quite commendable indeed. However, the shop's location refresh was beyond even Yi Yun's control. Thus, he could only impart to her 8 words: "Let nature take its course." Let nature take its course. The little healer was momentarily taken aback by Yi Yun's response. Wasn't the purpose of opening a shop to sell goods? Though she did not fully grasp the meaning behind Yi Yun's words, the young healer still smiled and replied, "Boss, I understand." While she failed to comprehend the depth of his message, it resonated within her, rendering her hesitant to voice any rebuttal. Subsequently, she returned to the counter, diligently attending to her responsibilities as an assistant. Chapter 263, The Arrival of the Little Lowly. How dreadfully tedious. It seems today will be devoid of visitors. Inside the jar shop, the young healer sat vacantly at the counter, her gaze fixed upon the entrance, consumed by ennui. After lunch, she had already been seated there for 2 full hours. During this time, not a single person had crossed her path, nor even a magical beast. This left her feeling quite despondent. Was she truly destined to return home empty-handed on her first day of work? Such misfortune seemed excessive. Suddenly, the young healer found herself yearning for Xiao Yan. How she wished he would grace the shop with his presence today. That fellow, despite his dubious nature, possessed a wealth of treasures. Surely, he could help her meet her performance targets, could he not? Why had there been an influx of customers yesterday? Yet today not a soul had appeared. Her luck was indeed lamentable. Observing the vacant shop, a hint of bitterness crept upon her lips. Buzz. Just then, a beam of light materialized within the shop, startling the young healer momentarily, before her eyes sparkled with renewed energy. Finally, a customer had arrived, and a legitimate one at that. She understood the significance of the sudden manifestation of light and promptly sat upright, adopting a serious demeanor to welcome the individual who would soon materialize. The boss had emphasized the importance of maintaining the jar shop's dignity when customers arrived, necessitating a solemn approach towards each patron. As the beam of light expanded, it signified the imminent arrival of a visitor. A flicker of anticipation danced in the young healer's eyes. Who might this individual be? Could they be a wealthy patron? Moments later, a diminutive figure emerged from the light. As the radiance dissipated, the figure became visible to the young healer's gaze. The newcomer donned a purple robe adorned with silver patterns, her exquisite features exuding an inherent nobility. Her slender waist was accentuated by a matching purple sash, showcasing her youthful form. She appeared to be no older than 11 or 12, embodying the essence of a little lowly. As she beheld the small lowly, the young healer blinked in surprise, a hint of confusion flitting across her expression. What was this? A little girl? Could it be that this child was also a customer of the shop? At long last, I have succeeded. In a moment of confusion, the little girl in the shop suddenly exclaimed with great excitement. Once Xiao regained her focus, she beheld the somewhat familiar store before her and could not contain her exhilaration, shouting in delight. After more than half a month, she had finally managed to activate her VIP card. Since Yi Yun departed from the Night Moon Manor, Yao Yi had diligently gathered a substantial amount of gold coins in a matter of days to hasten her progress in opening the jars. However, when she approached the activation of her VIP card with her amassed fortune, she was astonished to find that the card remained utterly unresponsive. Perplexed, she sought out Yao Yu, urging her younger sister to attempt to activate the card as well. Alas, the outcome left Yao Yi profoundly disheartened. Both VIP cards proved ineffective. This revelation plunged Yao Yi into a state of gloom. Nonetheless, she refused to concede defeat. She instructed the little girl to remember to activate the VIP card daily, assuring her that success would eventually come. The little girl, often caught up in her playful distractions, frequently forgot this task. Yet today, in a moment of boredom, she whimsically infused her card with energy and, to her astonishment, succeeded in activating it. This sudden triumph filled her with glee. Just as she was about to share the delightful news with her sister, a beam of white light enveloped her, whisking her away. When she reappeared, she found herself in the very shop of the esteemed Yi. Elation surged within her. She had finally accomplished her goal and could continue opening jars. However, when her gaze shifted to the young healer at the counter, her large eyes blinked in surprise, followed by a look of confusion on her rosy face. Where's Boss Yi? Why has it turned into a woman? She pondered. Could it be that Boss Yi has gone bankrupt and transferred the shop, which is why the VIP card could not be activated during this time? The little girl surveyed the unfamiliar healer, her mind brimming with questions. Welcome to the multiverse jar shop. Upon noticing the little girl's gaze, the healer promptly greeted her with polite warmth. Excuse me, are you the proprietor of the jar shop? Where's Boss Yi? The little girl approached, her eyes curiously scrutinizing the healer as she voiced her queries. I am the assistant to the boss. You may call me the little healer. The boss is currently occupied, and I am overseeing the shop, she replied with a gentle smile, providing clarification. Assistant? The little girl pouted at this revelation, remarking, surely Boss Yi isn't still lounging about in slumber. In her mind, Yi Yun was an indolent character, known for his propensity to sleep in, even when the sun had already risen high in the sky. Every day, the shop closes after selling merely 5 jars. To the young girl, it seemed that Yi Yun was simply too lazy. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yixian was momentarily taken aback. This little girl was remarkably audacious to speak so freely about her boss. Did she not realize the esteemed identity and formidable capabilities of her employer? Such youthful ignorance. Xiao Yixian was instantly reminded of Mu Li, who had once made a similar mistake, ultimately meeting a regrettable fate. Are you here to purchase jars? Xiao Yixian inquired, snapping back to reality and addressing the little girl directly. The girl nodded enthusiastically and, with a bright smile, produced 500,000 gold coins from her spatial ring. Placing them on the counter. Miss, I wish to buy all the jars, she declared loudly, exuding confidence. To avoid any potential embarrassment should the girl activate her VIP card without sufficient funds, Yao Yi discreetly placed an additional 500,000 gold coins on her. Just in case. They believed that with Yi Yun selling only 5 jars daily, this sum would be more than ample to secure all of them. Buy all the jars. Upon hearing the little girl's grand ambitions, Xiao Yixian felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that this young girl possessed a distinguished background, perhaps a hidden heiress? However, when she glimpsed the coins the girl had produced, disappointment washed over her. Having already grasped a portion of the invincible realm, she quickly assessed the situation and realized that the girl only had 500,000 gold coins. What could that amount procure? Merely 1 red jar. Thus, she turned to the exuberant little girl and said, Dear sister, this amount of gold is insufficient to purchase all the jars. With 500,000 gold coins, will you opt for 5 ordinary jars or a single red jar? Chapter 264. The painful realization of Yao Yu. Huh. The little girl was momentarily bewildered by Xiao Yixian's words. Ordinary jars? Red jars? Weren't they all priced the same? Wasn't each one worth 100,000 gold coins? Observing the confusion on the girl's face, Xiao Yixian quickly realized that she must have been a former customer, still unaware of the new regulations the shop had implemented. Yi Yun had mentioned this during their meal, instructing her to inform returning customers of the updated rules. With a gentle smile, Xiao Yixian said, Little sister, our shop has undergone many changes in its policies. Allow me to explain them to you in detail. Changes in policy? The young girl looked up in astonishment. As her gaze fell upon the myriad jars lining the shelves behind Xiao Yixian, she was utterly dumbfounded. So many jars? Hadn't boss claimed that only 5 would be sold each day? Dear sister, what rules have been changed? Please tell me. The little girl eagerly inquired of the medical sage. Upon hearing this, the sage smiled gently and began to recount the new regulations of the jar shop. After listening to her explanation, the little girl was left utterly astonished. Ordinary jars now cost 100,000 gold coins each. What? The crimson jars demand 500,000 coins? The orange jars require a staggering 1 million coins? The little girl gasped in disbelief, her delicate lips parted in shock. Have the rules changed so drastically? She lamented, her expression turning gloomy as she gazed at the 50,000 gold coins she had brought with her. This meant that the sum she had was only sufficient to purchase a single crimson jar. If I had known this, I would have asked my sister to give me more gold coins, she thought regretfully. With so many jars available now, do you still only sell 5 jars a day? The little girl inquired, looking at the myriad of jars behind the sage with a hint of confusion. Certainly not, the sage replied, shaking her head. Previously, the owner lacked sufficient stock, which is why only 5 jars were sold daily. This time, the owner returned home and brought a substantial supply of jars. As long as you possess enough gold coins, you may open jars to your heart's content. The owner had originally sold all jars for the price of 100,000 coins each due to the shop's initial inadequacies. This was an explanation given by Yi Yun to Yun Yun, which the sage had noted and was now sharing with the little girl. Oh, I see. After the sage's clarification, the little girl finally understood. The reason she had been unable to activate her VIP card was that the owner had gone home. Nevertheless, her understanding only deepened her frustration. She had brought merely 500,000 gold coins. What could that accomplish? It was only enough to purchase a single crimson jar. The sage had already mentioned that ordinary jars would only yield mundane treasures, which the little girl had no interest in. Thus, she had set her sights on the crimson jars. However, for a little girl with only 500,000 gold coins, the price of 500,000 for a single crimson jar was exorbitantly high. Only one could be purchased. After making the effort to come here, being limited to just 1 jar was disheartening. Noticing the little girl's expression, the sage could sense her discontent and smiled slightly as she said, in fact, there is another rule that has changed. Purchasing jars is no longer limited to gold coins. You may also use techniques, combat skills, medicinal pills, or other treasures to acquire jars in our shop. Other items can also be used to purchase jars. Upon hearing this, the little girl was momentarily taken aback, and then her heart soared with joy, her delicate face illuminating with excitement. As a princess of the Gamma Empire, she naturally possessed numerous treasures. If these treasures could indeed be exchanged for jars, she might be able to open several more. Contemplating this, a radiant smile blossomed on her face. "Dear sister, please bring me a crimson jar," she said directly to the little healer. "Certainly." The little healer nodded in agreement, gracefully sweeping her jade hand to collect the gold coins from the counter. She then turned and retrieved a crimson jar from the second tier of the back cabinet, placing it upon the counter. "Dear sister, can this crimson jar truly yield wonderful items?" The little girl inquired, gazing curiously at the jar before her, which appeared entirely different from the ones she had opened previously. "As long as your luck is sufficient, you are bound to uncover remarkable treasures," the little healer replied with a gentle smile. She reminisced about her own experience opening a crimson jar, where fortune favored her with numerous splendid finds. The little girl, filled with anticipation, fixed her gaze upon the crimson jar. Gradually, she extended her soft, fair hand and struck the jar with a firm palm. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering, the crimson jar disintegrated into countless fragments, transforming into an endless cascade of radiant light that obscured the vision of both individuals. Chapter 265, The Junior Beast Master S Ring. "I must unveil a splendid treasure," the little girl exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder, fixated on the resplendent light, her bright eyes shimmering with hope. Moments later, as the light gradually receded, the items on the counter came into view. "Oh, is that a blue bracelet?" The little girl gasped in surprise upon seeing the object displayed before her. There lay a serene blue bracelet, adorned with intricate mystical engravings, exuding an air of rarity. Curiously, she picked up the blue bracelet, examining it closely. Meanwhile, the little healer, upon glimpsing the blue bracelet, immediately activated her invincible domain's powers. With a sweep of her gaze, a stream of information materialized before her. Junior Beast Master S Ring, originating from the world of a mortal S journey to immortality. This artifact of the spirit beast sect allows the user to command low-tier spirit beasts. How marvelous! The little healer's eyes sparkled with astonishment as she read the information before her. Utilizing her invincible domain, she was able to discern the details of the item, knowledge imparted by her mentor. This marked her first application of such a skill, and the revelation filled her with delight, especially since she was unfamiliar with the treasures revealed from the jars. If a customer were to inquire, how should one respond? With this newfound skill, one can effortlessly elucidate to the customer. The Beast Control Ring, a treasure hailing from the realm of cultivation, indeed bestows remarkable fortune upon this young lady. Upon reviewing the information regarding the Beast Control Ring, a look of astonishment flickered in the eyes of the young healer as she curiously gazed at the azure bracelet held by the little girl. Such a diminutive trinket, capable of commanding spirit beasts? How wondrous! In the continent of Dou Qi, such an extraordinary artifact has never been heard of. Although she was already aware of the details concerning the Beast Control Ring, the young healer exhibited no inclination to provide an explanation unbidden. The blue bracelet, what purpose might it serve? At the counter, the little girl pondered the azure bracelet in her hand for quite some time, yet she could not discern its function. In her exasperation, she placed the blue bracelet atop the counter and turned her gaze toward the young healer. Her expression filled with curiosity as she asked, "Beautiful lady, could you enlighten me on the purpose of this blue bracelet?" In response, the young healer offered a gentle smile and shared the information about the Beast Control Ring. This bracelet is known as the Beast Control Ring. Its function is to control magical beasts. By channeling your Dou Qi into it, this silver bracelet will expand instantaneously, encircling the neck of the magical beast, thereafter ensuring its obedient compliance to your command. The young healer, drawing from the information at hand, relayed the details and capabilities of the Beast Control Ring to the little girl. To be able to directly control magical beasts. The little girl was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the young healer's words, her face soon illuminating with excitement. This small azure bracelet could indeed command magical beasts? How marvelous it seemed. "Miss, can this Beast Control Ring command any magical beast?" Suddenly, the little girl appeared to have an epiphany, posing the question to the young healer. The young healer nodded affirmatively, stating, "The Beast Control Ring you hold is merely a novice version. Thus, it can only command magical beasts up to the 5th tier. To be capable of controlling 5th-tier magical beasts." Although the little girl felt a tinge of dissatisfaction upon learning of the limitations of the Beast Control Ring, she was nonetheless content with the prospect of commanding a 5th-tier magical beast. After all, a 5th-tier magical beast is equivalent to a formidable Dou Wang-level expert. With this thought, excitement radiated from the little girl's face. In the future, she could have her royal grandfather procure a 5th-tier magical beast for her. With such a companion, she would be safeguarded by a Dou Wang-level powerhouse. The little girl adorned the blue bracelet with delight, her heart brimming with joy, feeling a sense of pride. "Indeed, fortune has favored me today, for I have opened but once and yet acquired such a splendid treasure. Dear little sister, do you possess any more treasures? Shall we continue to unveil more jars? Observing the little girl's excitement, the young healer couldn't help but smile knowingly. She recalled her own exuberance when she first discovered a treasure in this very place. Upon hearing this, the little girl tilted her head and approached the counter. Inquiring of the young healer, "Beautiful sister, is it true that any treasure can be exchanged for jars?" The little girl appeared skeptical, unable to fathom that treasures could indeed be exchanged for jars. "Dear sister, would I deceive you? This is the rule of our establishment, one that cannot be defied." The young healer explained lightly. "Do you have any other treasures? If so, do present them. I shall assist you in evaluating them." A glimmer of anticipation shone in the young healer's eyes. If this little sister could produce more treasures, she might sell several jars today. The thought filled her with inexplicable excitement. "Yes, indeed. I have many treasures." The little girl nodded enthusiastically and then delved into her spatial ring to search meticulously. Shortly after, she produced a large blue gem. "Sister, could you please tell me how much this blue spirit crystal is worth?" The little girl placed the blue gem on the counter and addressed the young healer. The young healer's gaze swept over the gem, and instantly, a piece of information appeared before her. Blue spirit gem, hailing from the world of Dou Qi. It aids in cultivation and is valued at 200,000 gold coins. The moment she read the information, the young healer's eyes sparkled. This gem the little girl presented was indeed extraordinary. It could assist in cultivation and was worth an impressive 200,000 gold coins. "Dear sister, this gem of yours is indeed a treasure, valued at 200,000 gold coins," the young healer remarked. "Of course. This was a gift from my sister for my 5th birthday," the little girl replied, her pride evident. The young healer was somewhat astonished. It seemed this little sister came from a distinguished background, receiving such a valuable gift for her birthday. However, with only this gem, you may exchange it for merely 2 ordinary jars, the young healer noted, glancing at the blue spirit gem. "I don't wish to exchange for ordinary jars," the little girl exclaimed, shaking her head, somewhat dismissive of the ordinary jars, and continued her search within her spatial ring. "More treasures?" The young healer's eyes brightened at this revelation. This little sister truly had surprised her. Chapter 266. The little girl's treasure trove. "Sister, what is the worth of this?" The young girl rummaged through her spatial ring for a moment before producing a small silver armor, seemingly tailored for a child of 7 or 8 years. As the little healer gazed at the armor in the girl's hands, a piece of information materialized before her eyes. Silver silk armor, originating from the world of Dou Qi. It boasts formidable defensive capabilities, embedded with 2 third-tier magic cores, valued at 150,000 gold coins. The revelation startled the little healer. A piece of armor adorned with 2 third-tier magic cores could rival a third-tier, high-grade magic weapon. However, considering its diminutive size, it must be meant for a child. She mused. "Dear sister, is this silver silk armor valuable?" The young girl looked at the healer with hopeful eyes. This armor had been a gift from a noble during her 10th birthday banquet. Yet, due to her petite stature, she had never donned it and was unaware of its worth in gold coins. "My dear, this silver silk armor is indeed valued at 150,000 gold coins. If you wish to open a crimson jar, you will need to present additional treasures," the little healer replied with a smile, her heart eager for the girl to produce more exquisite items. 150,000 gold coins, combined with the previous 200,000, totals 350,000. "I shall search further," the girl said, continuing her quest within her spatial ring. The little healer watched with curiosity, pondering what other treasures this young maiden might possess. After a brief moment, the girl extracted a blue long sword from her spatial ring. "Beautiful sister, could you please assess the value of this sword for me?" she asked, placing the crimson sword upon the counter and gazing expectantly at the little healer. This sword had been a gift from her imperial grandfather, who had heard of her desire to practice swordsmanship and presented her with this exquisite weapon, rumored to be a 4th-tier magic core weapon. The girl speculated that the sword should be quite valuable, given its regal origins. Upon hearing her words, the little healer's gaze swiftly scanned the crimson sword on the counter. Crimson Flame Sword, originating from the world of Dou Qi. It is a 4th-tier magic core weapon, valued at 350,000 gold coins. To her astonishment, it was indeed a 4th-tier magic core weapon. The quality of this sword was evidently exceptional, categorizing it among the finest within the 4th tier, with a remarkable value of 350,000 gold coins. "My dear, this Crimson Flame Sword is valued at 350,000 gold coins, bringing your total treasures to 700,000 gold coins, sufficient to open a crimson jar," the little healer declared, her admiration for the charming young girl growing ever fonder. Initially expecting to encounter merely a little girl with limited means to open jars, she had not anticipated the delightful surprise that awaited her. Upon concluding her statement, the little healer promptly gathered all the treasures from the counter, then turned around to retrieve a crimson jar from the shelf behind her, placing it upon the counter. The moment the little girl beheld the crimson jar, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, she struck the jar with her palm. Crack! With a resounding shatter. The jar splintered into numerous fragments, which then transformed into an endless cascade of radiant light, enveloping the entire counter. The little healer glanced at the ethereal glow, quickly realizing that she could not discern the scene within the luminous display. After a brief moment, the light dissipated, revealing the contents on the counter. There, lying quietly, was a silver orb, seemingly crackling with electric energy, exuding an air of the extraordinary. What was this orb, and what purpose did it serve? The little girl, observing the silver orb, felt a tinge of fear and hesitated for a moment before finally grasping it in her hands. Curiosity swirled within her as she pondered its significance, questioning the nature of the orb that flickered with lightning. After contemplating for a while, she remained uncertain about the orb's function. In her plight, she turned her gaze towards the little healer and inquired, "Sister, could you kindly assist me in identifying this precious orb?" "Of course," she replied with a cheerful nod, likely buoyed by the successful sale of the crimson jar. Her gaze shifted to the silver orb held in the little girl's hands. As she focused her attention, a revelation unfolded before her eyes. Thunder orb, originating from the realm of the great sovereign, forged from the might of thunder, it harbors a ferocious power of lightning, capable of tremendous destruction upon detonation. Upon absorbing this knowledge, the little healer comprehended the true nature of the silver orb in the little girl's possession. "Dear sister, what you hold is known as the thunder orb, containing an immense force of thunder. By infusing it with battle energy and casting it forth, it will explode, unleashing devastating damage, even formidable enough to challenge a battle king." At this juncture, the little healer cautioned, "Sister, this thunder orb is perilous. Please handle it with care to avoid harm." Hearing these words, the little girl nodded eagerly, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at the silver orb in her hands. To her astonishment, this orb was indeed so powerful that it could vanquish even a battle king. This was simply exhilarating. The little girl gazed joyfully at the thunder pearl in her hand, contemplating that if any ill-intentioned individuals were to threaten her in the future, she would simply present them with a thunder pearl, obliterating them utterly. The little physician, equally astonished, regarded the thunder pearl in the girl's possession, marveling at her remarkable fortune. This singular thunder pearl possessed the power to slay even a combat king, undeniably a formidable weapon. "Dear sister, I shall open another jar. Wait a moment while I retrieve more treasures," the little girl declared. After toying with the thunder pearl for a while, she reluctantly stored it within her spatial ring and turned to the little physician, resuming her search within the confines of her ring. Upon hearing her words, the little physician was momentarily taken aback, only to be illuminated with excitement. This little sister possessed even more treasures. What delightful news! Chapter 267, The Doran Ring. "Dear sister, could you assist me in appraising the value of these formulas?" The little girl, having rummaged through her spatial ring for quite some time, produced several scrolls and placed them upon the counter, her expression brimming with anticipation as she looked at the little physician. Scrolls? Could they be techniques or skills? The little physician's heart raced with expectation, for the items the little girl presented were intrinsically linked to her own prospects. Subsequently, her gaze swept over the scrolls on the counter, and a flurry of information materialized before her eyes. Upon reviewing the information, a flicker of astonishment crossed her features. The scrolls the little girl had produced were all formulas. Although they were merely first-tier formulas, collectively they bore a value of around 300,000 to 400,000 gold coins. "Little sister, how is it that you possess so many formulas?" The little physician inquired with curiosity, for she had long aspired to become an alchemist and held a deep interest in all matters associated with alchemical formulas. The sight of a young girl carrying such an impressive collection naturally piqued her intrigue. "They were given to me by my teacher," the little girl responded cheerfully. Her teacher, being the vice president of the alchemist's badge, Xiao, made her possession of such formulas entirely plausible. "Your teacher is an alchemist? Could it be that you are also an alchemist, little sister?" The little physician's eyes brightened at this revelation as she posed the question to the girl. The little girl nodded proudly and declared, "I am indeed a first-tier alchemist, and my teacher praises me as a genius in alchemy." "You are a first-tier alchemist?" The little physician was genuinely astonished. Though she was not an alchemist herself, she understood the arduous journey to becoming one. Yet here stood a girl who appeared to be merely 11 or 12 years old, already a first-tier alchemist. This undoubtedly left the little medicine fairy astonished. "Miss, with these formulas, can I open another crimson jar?" The little girl looked at the little medicine fairy with eager eyes. "Certainly. These formulas are worth over 300,000 gold coins, and with the previous remaining 200,000 gold coins, It is sufficient to open one crimson jar. Upon hearing this, the little medicine fairy nodded, then collected the several formulas from the counter and turned to retrieve a crimson jar from the shelf behind her, placing it on the counter. As the little girl beheld the crimson jar brought forth by the little medicine fairy, her face instantly lit up with anticipation. She then extended her delicate little hand and struck the crimson jar before her with a swift motion. Crack! With the sound of the jar shattering, the entire crimson jar was immediately reduced to fragments. Subsequently, under the gaze of the little girl, the shattered pieces transformed into an endless radiance, enveloping the entire counter. Moments later, as the brilliance surrounding the counter faded, the treasures atop it gradually revealed themselves. Oh, what is this? A ring? The little girl observed the item that had come into view on the counter with a hint of surprise. There, resting quietly, was a blue ring, emanating a soft azure glow. What kind of ring is this? The little girl, curious, picked up the ring and examined it closely. Beside her, the little medicine fairy also displayed a look of curiosity at the ring in the little girl's hands. Soon, her gaze swept over the blue ring, and an inscription appeared before her eyes. Doran's ring, originating from the world of League of Legends. When worn, it restores 1% of fighting spirit every 5 seconds. Doran's ring? The world of League of Legends? A flicker of confusion crossed the little medicine fairy's eyes as she contemplated the information before her. What was this game world? How could treasures emerge from it? Moreover, the effects of this Doran's ring seemed rather extraordinary. To restore 1% of fighting spirit every 5 seconds was indeed somewhat alarming. If one were to deplete their fighting spirit, wouldn't they be able to recover swiftly? Miss, could you tell me if this blue ring I opened is indeed a treasure? After studying it for a considerable time without any conclusions, the little girl turned once more to the little medicine fairy for assistance. At her words, the little medicine fairy returned to her senses, gazing at the little girl's expectant face, and smiled gently. The ring you have opened is called Doran's ring. When worn, it allows for rapid recovery of the fighting spirit consumed. Doran's ring? Rapid recovery of fighting spirit? Upon hearing the little medicine fairy's explanation, the little girl's eyes brightened instantly. This was indeed a precious treasure. Subsequently, the young girl, brimming with excitement, immediately adorned her hand with the Doran ring. Why is there no reaction? She pondered, waiting for a moment, only to be met with silence. Silly girl, you haven't expended any energy. How could it respond? The medicinal fairy chuckled. Oh, upon hearing this, the young girl nodded with a semblance of understanding. Little sister, do you possess any more treasures? Shall we continue opening jars? The medicinal fairy inquired with anticipation in her gaze. Chapter 268, Seeds of the Blood Demon Tree. Let me check. Perhaps I have more, the young girl replied, immediately delving into her spatial ring to continue her search. Inside her ring lay an assortment of delightful and delectable items, appearing rather chaotic, thus leaving her somewhat bewildered about the contents. The medicinal fairy, witnessing the girl's renewed search, felt a glimmer of hope. It seemed this little sister could still surprise her further. Oh, I found it. A moment later, joy illuminated the young girl's face as she produced 3 jade vials, placing them upon the counter. Following this, she stepped back and summoned a massive alchemical cauldron. It was a crimson, 2-handled cauldron, perfectly suited for novice alchemists. Ah, little sister, are you truly bringing out your cauldron to exchange for jars? The medicinal fairy was momentarily taken aback. To her, a cauldron was an exceedingly important artifact for an alchemist. How could this young alchemist be willing to part with her own cauldron for jars? This left her perplexed. It's all right. I can simply have my sister buy me another one later, or perhaps my teacher will gift me one, the young girl replied nonchalantly, patting her chest with an air of bravado. The medicinal fairy fell silent. Well, having a wealthy family certainly makes a difference, she mused, realizing this little sister's family was likely more affluent than her own. Miss, could you please assess the value of these 2 vials of elixirs and this cauldron? Can I exchange them for another jar? The young girl gazed at the medicinal fairy, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Upon hearing this, the medicinal fairy nodded and scanned the 2 vials on the counter, determining their precise worth before shifting her gaze to the cauldron on the floor. These elixirs, combined with the cauldron, are valued at 600,000 gold coins. You can indeed open a crimson jar. The medicinal fairy concluded with a smile as she addressed the young girl. Wonderful, the young girl exclaimed, bursting with glee, and urged the medicinal fairy, please, hurry and bring me a crimson jar. I can hardly wait to unveil the treasures within. With a playful smile, the little medicine fairy nodded and waved her hand, causing the elixirs on the counter and the cauldron on the ground to vanish into thin air. She then turned and retrieved a crimson jar from a shelf behind her, placing it delicately upon the counter. The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she approached the counter and, with a swift motion, slapped her palm against the crimson jar. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed, and the jar fragmented into countless pieces, transforming into an ethereal glow that drifted through the air. Moments later, as the luminescence dissipated, the items on the counter were revealed. There lay a blood-red object resembling a pebble, emanating a faint aura of sanguine energy, giving it an eerie appearance. What could this be? The little girl exclaimed. Her curiosity piqued as she gingerly lifted the pebble to examine it in her palm. The little medicine fairy, observing the object in the girl's grasp, displayed a look of intrigue. Her gaze swept across the pebble, and information materialized before her eyes. Blood Soul Tree Seed, derived from the world of immortal reversal. Nurtured by fresh blood, and capable of devouring the blood of the strong to cultivate blood soul fruits. Upon reading this, the little medicine fairy furrowed her brow. Blood Soul Tree? It grows by absorbing the blood of the powerful and produces blood soul fruits? This does not seem like a beneficial item. It resembles a product of the demonic path. Miss, please help me discern what treasure I have unearthed. The little girl implored, holding the pebble aloft. Bewildered after her prolonged examination yielded no answers. The little medicine fairy glanced at the girl's expectant expression and replied slowly. What you have discovered is known as the Blood Soul Tree Seed. This seed must be nourished with fresh blood to thrive and become a blood soul tree. A seed? And it requires blood to grow? The little girl was taken aback, her tender disposition naturally recoiling from such a gory notion. What is the purpose of the blood soul tree? She inquired once more, gazing at the seed in her palm. The blood soul tree, nurtured by the blood of the strong, will yield blood soul fruits. Consuming these fruits can significantly enhance one's strength. The more potent the blood the tree consumes, the more formidable the resulting fruits, the little medicine fairy explained, her tone calm and measured. That sounds impressive, the little girl remarked, her eyes glimmering with interest. However, the notion that the blood soul tree required the consumption of blood for its growth filled her with trepidation. It won't draw my own blood, will it? She pondered anxiously. After some contemplation, she directly stored the blood soul tree seed into her spatial ring. This item would undoubtedly be of great assistance to her sister. The little girl had already made up her mind. Upon her return, she would present the blood soul tree seed to her sister. Dear sister, please be cautious with this blood soul tree seed. Avoid using human blood to nourish it. The little healer hesitated before reminding the little girl. Yes, I understand, big sister. I will have my sister hunt some magical beasts to use their blood for nurturing the blood soul tree. The little girl nodded, equally averse to the idea of using human blood for such purposes. The mere thought that the blood soul fruit was derived from human blood made her feel a wave of nausea. Indeed, that is the right approach. You are truly clever. The little healer smiled upon hearing the girl's words, reaching out to gently pat her head. Subsequently, a golden card appeared in the little healer's hand, which she handed to the little girl. Big sister, what is this? The little girl held the golden card. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired. The little healer explained. This card is known as a level 2 VIP card. Only those who have spent 2 million gold coins in this establishment are eligible to receive it. And now, you have attained that qualification. A level 2 VIP card? What is its purpose? Is it more powerful than a level 1 VIP card? The little girl's eyes brightened with intrigue as she asked. The little healer nodded and proceeded to elucidate the benefits of the level 2 VIP card. This card allows for 2 teleportations within a month, and you can purchase the orange jars worth 1 million gold coins. These orange jars can yield even more advanced treasures. Upon hearing the little healer's explanation, the little girl's eyes widened with excitement, her rosy cheeks glowing with exhilaration. Chapter 269, The Extraordinary Ability Pearl. After the little girl absorbed the little healer's information, her face radiated pure delight. She gazed at the level 2 VIP card in her hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. The fact that this card allowed for 2 teleportations in a month meant she could return once more during this month. Initially, unaware of the changes in the jar rules, she had come unprepared for this teleportation. If not for the treasures still housed within her spatial ring, she might have left disappointed after only opening 1 jar. Had she known about the revised rules for the jars, she would have brought ample treasures and gold to seize the opportunity. Now, with the emergence of the level 2 VIP card, it undoubtedly granted her a chance to start anew. This naturally filled the little girl with immense excitement, and she had already resolved in her heart what her next steps would be. Upon returning home today, she was determined to seek out her sister, eager to present a plethora of treasures for an exhilarating unveiling the following day. Additionally, the second-tier gold card granted her the privilege to purchase the coveted orange jars, each priced at an astonishing 1 million gold coins. Though the cost was rather steep, the little girl felt an overwhelming excitement within her. If the red jars, priced at 500,000 coins each, could yield such remarkable treasures, surely the 1 million gold orange jars would unveil even more extraordinary artifacts. The mere thought sent a thrill through her heart. She felt fortunate to have removed all the treasures from her spatial ring. Otherwise, she would have faced a considerable loss today. Little sister, you must have no treasures left on you now. Hurry back home. You can return tomorrow. But remember to bring even more treasures. The gentle healer observed the little girl gazing at her VIP card, a smile gracing her lips. Upon hearing this, the little girl paused momentarily, then tilted her head in contemplation. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Sister, I can still open jars." With that, she delved back into her spatial ring to continue her search. You can still open jars? The healer was taken aback by the little girl's statement. Watching her rummage through her ring filled her with an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Could it be that this little sister had more surprises in store for her? Eureka! Moments later, an expression of exhilaration lit up the little girl's face as she triumphantly produced an ancient scroll from her spatial ring and placed it upon the counter. Sister, this is the alchemical manuscript given to me by my teacher. Please help me determine its worth. She inquired excitedly. You're exchanging your teacher's alchemical manuscript for jars? Aren't you worried he might scold you? The healer asked, her expression slightly perplexed. I'm not afraid of him. The little girl huffed dismissively, clearly unperturbed, as if her teacher indulged her far too much for her to feel any apprehension. Very well. The healer sighed, realizing that this little sister was truly a mischievous sprite at home. She then turned her gaze to the scroll on the counter, and with a mere glance, information materialized before her eyes. Fifth-tier alchemist's manuscript, originating from the world of battle through the heavens, valued at 1 million gold coins. After absorbing the information, astonishment flooded the healer's face. Little sister, your teacher is actually a fifth-tier alchemist? She exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise as she regarded the little girl. Yes. My teacher is also the vice president of the Alchemist Guild, the little girl replied, nodding with a hint of pride. Impressive. The young healer sighed, acknowledging her awareness of the Alchemist Guild, a sanctuary where alchemists congregate, a place where one could encounter these rare practitioners seldom seen in the outside world. Miss, may this alchemical manuscript allow me to open an orange jar? The little girl gazed intently at the healer, her eyes brimming with anticipation. The healer, regaining her composure upon hearing the request, nodded affirmatively. Without further ado, she elegantly waved her hand, retrieving the scroll from the counter. Subsequently, she turned and fetched an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it delicately upon the counter. The sight of the orange jar ignited a spark of excitement in the little girl's eyes, her face illuminated with eager expectation. This was her inaugural attempt at opening an orange jar, and her heart raced with exhilaration. What treasures might this jar, valued at 1 million gold coins, harbor? The little girl could hardly contain her anticipation. With a gentle yet deliberate motion, she extended her delicate hand and cautiously tapped the orange jar. Crack! The sound of shattering glass resonated, and the jar instantly fragmented into countless pieces. In the radiant glow of her bright eyes, the broken jar transformed into a cascade of ethereal light. Moments later, as the luminescence receded, the items upon the counter gradually came into view. Oh, another orb? The little girl exclaimed softly, her face displaying a look of astonishment. There, resting on the counter, was an azure orb the size of a pearl, emanating a gentle azure glow, imbued with a faint aura of life that felt incredibly soothing. The little girl reached out and carefully picked up the azure orb, scrutinizing it closely. Meanwhile, the healer, upon catching sight of the orb, swiftly scanned its information. Wood elemental ability orb, originating from the realm of spiritual awakening. Consuming this orb will directly activate wood elemental powers. An ability orb? What kind of power is this? Could it be akin to the devil fruit consumed by Nalan Yanran, granting a unique ability upon ingestion? The healer instantly recalled the bird fruit that Nalan Yanran had once consumed, which had bestowed upon her the power to transform into an eagle. She speculated that this wood elemental ability orb might be of the same ilk as the devil fruit, promising some extraordinary and potent ability upon consumption. Miss, what is the function of this azure orb I hold? The little girl inquired curiously, extending the wood elemental ability orb towards the healer for her examination. Upon hearing this, the young healer regained her composure and gazed at the eager little girl before her. She slowly explained, the orb you hold in your hand is known as the ability orb. Once consumed, it grants you a remarkable power. The little girl paused, slightly taken aback by the healer's words, but soon a spark of excitement flickered in her bright eyes as if a thought had struck her. Chapter 270, Mastery over Plants. As she looked at the wooden ability orb in her hand, memories of the thunder fruit she had previously cultivated surged to her mind. She vividly recalled gifting that thunder fruit to her sister, Yao Yi, and how it had bestowed upon her the ability to command the power of lightning. With this thought in mind, the little girl gazed intently at the wooden orb, her face lighting up with anticipation. Could it be that the ability orb, much like the thunderfruit, would grant her a powerful ability upon consumption? Her eyes gleaming with hope. She turned to the healer and inquired, "Sister, should I swallow the ability orb directly?" The healer nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed, simply swallow it." Without a moment's hesitation, the little girl placed the wooden orb to her lips and swallowed it whole. As it dissolved within her, a surge of verdant energy flowed into her being, enveloping her in warmth, as though it were transforming her very essence. A delightful sensation washed over her. She closed her eyes, a smile gracing her lips as she reveled in the experience. Soon, a soft green glow emanated from her, as if she were draped in a gossamer veil of nature's bounty, giving her an extraordinary appearance. After a brief moment, the glow dissipated, signifying the completion of the orb's transformation within her. The little girl opened her eyes, which now sparkled with a hint of green. "How do you feel, little sister?" The healer inquired with curiosity as she noticed the girl's eyes had opened. "Wonderful. I now understand the ability I have acquired," the little girl exclaimed. Her rosy cheeks flushed with excitement. She extended her small hand, and a vibrant green energy swirled around her fingers, pulsating with the essence of life. With a mere thought, a green vine materialized from her palm, rapidly growing longer and more robust. "Dear sister, I possess the ability to control plants," she declared joyfully, her gaze fixed on the vine in her hand. "Control plants?" The healer's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "How can one command plants? Is it truly possible for them to obey your will?" The young girl exclaimed with uncontainable excitement about her newfound abilities, claiming that she could communicate with plants, stimulate their growth, and absorb their life force for healing. To her, this talent was far more exhilarating than her sister's electric powers. The prospect of conversing with flora and encouraging their growth was simply delightful, igniting a flurry of playful ideas in her mind. Upon hearing her words, the young healer was momentarily taken aback. Communicate with plants? How could that be? Could plants truly converse? And to stimulate their growth? Would that not mean she could cultivate medicinal herbs? The thought of absorbing the life force of plants for healing seemed almost preposterous. "Little sister, could you demonstrate this ability for me?" she inquired with curiosity, eager to witness the marvel of the young girl's claimed powers. Of course, the little girl glanced outside, where plants thrived abundantly, and eagerly urged her sister, "Come outside with me. I will show you." "No, you cannot go out." The young healer firmly shook her head, cautioning her sister against venturing outside. "Why not?" The little girl tilted her head, puzzled by the restriction. This ability, inherited through the VIP card, permits activities solely within the confines of the shop. Once you step through that door, you will be instantly transported back, the young healer warned gravely. "Oh, I see." The little girl responded, retreating hastily, now wary of stepping outside. "Wait here. I will fetch some herbs and return shortly." The young healer reassured her before stepping out of the shop. Moments later, she returned with several immature herbs in hand. "Now, little sister, why not give it a try?" she encouraged, presenting the herbs to her. The little girl nodded and, with focused intent, began to utilize her acquired plant control abilities. "Let me try to ripen them first." A surge of green energy emanated from her palm, diving into the herbs under her command. As the green energy took effect, the herbs visibly thrived, and a subtle fragrance filled the air. "They're growing. They're growing. Look, sister." The little girl clapped her hands in joy, utterly elated by the spectacle before her. The little healer's eyes were filled with astonishment. The ability to hasten the growth of herbs was truly extraordinary. Such a talent was nothing short of miraculous, especially for an apothecary, as they often grappled with the challenge of locating suitable herbs. Many herbs, due to insufficient age, failed to exhibit their full potential. The little girl's remarkable ability directly resolved this dilemma, ensuring an ample supply of herbs for the future and the prospect of immense wealth. With this in mind, the little healer cast an envious glance at the young girl, yearning for such an extraordinary power herself. At that moment, the little girl extended her finger and merely brushed against several herbs, observing as they rapidly withered before her very eyes, their vitality completely absorbed by her. In her palm appeared a small green orb, no larger than a pearl, containing an extraordinarily rich essence of life. This was the life force she had extracted from the herbs, which also included their medicinal properties. The little girl then infused this life force directly into the little healer's body. Instantly, a warm current flowed within her, enveloping her in comfort and warmth. What an astonishing power! The little healer found herself increasingly amazed by the young girl's abilities. "How about it, sister? Isn't my power impressive?" the little girl exclaimed proudly. In that moment, she felt even more grateful for her earlier wise decision. Just a mere cauldron and a scroll of alchemical notes had bestowed upon her such a wondrous ability. Surely, her teacher and sister would commend her cleverness rather than punish her. Chapter 271, Lollipop? upon witnessing the little girl's mastery over plants. The little healer was left in awe. Even as a member of the shop, she could not help but marvel at the extraordinary capabilities that could emerge from a simple jar. How she wished to possess such a marvelous talent herself. Yet, she remained patient. Compared to others, her advantages were substantial. For every tin jar she sold, she could earn one for herself. As long as she continued her endeavors in the jar shop, she believed that one day she too could unlock such miraculous powers. Little sister, do you have any other treasures? Would you like to open more jars? After a moment, as the little girl ceased her demonstration of power, the little healer inquired. Given the young girl's current strength, she could not maintain her control over the plants for long. This is a capacity for growth. And as the young girl's cultivation strengthens in the future, the potency of this ability will naturally elevate as well. Sister, let me take a look. Upon hearing this, the young girl once again immersed her mind into the storage ring, searching meticulously. The little healer, observing the searching girl, felt a flicker of anticipation. Could it be that this little one has some reserves left? Truly, she is quite the little heiress. There's nothing left, sister. I've exhausted all my treasures. However, to the little healer's disappointment, after a brief search, the young girl shook her head dejectedly, her expression marred by a hint of discouragement. Hearing this, the little healer also felt a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, upon seeing the young girl's pitiful demeanor, she promptly offered words of comfort. It's all right. You possess a second-tier VIP card, and you still have one more opportunity to inherit this month. When you come next time, be sure to bring along more treasures. The little healer reminded her, aware that this pertained to her own performance. Yes, sister, I will, the young girl nodded earnestly, her face adorned with a charming innocence. Very well, you may return home for now, the little healer instructed the young girl. Sister, is Bossy not here today? The young girl hesitated for a moment before inquiring. Boss is indeed here. Why? Do you have something to discuss with him? The little healer responded with some confusion. Boss Yi is here. Sister, may I meet him? The young girl's eyes sparkled at the prospect, eagerly gazing at the little healer. The little healer furrowed her brow. Feeling somewhat troubled, she was uncertain about the relationship between this young girl and her boss, making it difficult for her to respond directly. After all, it could lead to displeasure from the boss. Yao Yu, what brings you to me? At this moment, Yi Yun's figure unexpectedly appeared within the shop. Ah, Bossy. It's been a while, the young girl exclaimed, startled by Yi Yun's sudden appearance, then quickly beamed a smile at him. It has indeed been some time. Yi Yun nodded, smiling. What is it that you seek from me, little girl? The young girl's eyes darted, revealing a hint of an ingratiating smile. Bossy, do you have any lollipops left? I wish to have one of your lollipops. Lollipops? Yi Yun's face displayed a trace of perplexity, and he decisively shook his head. I do not have any lollipops here. If you wish to have one, you must go and procure it yourself. But I have no money left, the young girl pouted. Feeling somewhat wronged. Yao Yu, what exactly is a lollipop? The little healer, overhearing their conversation, quietly asked the young girl. A lollipop is incredibly sweet. The last time, I managed to retrieve one from the jar, but since then, I haven't been able to find another, the young girl explained. Is it merely sweet? Does a lollipop serve any other purpose? The little healer queried, her curiosity piqued. The little girl shook her head and emphasized, but she is so sweet and delicious. The sweetest lollipop I have ever tasted. At this moment, the little healer understood that the lollipop referred to by the girl was merely a type of sweetness, devoid of any other significance. Contemplating this, the healer looked at the pitiful little girl, her expression equally peculiar. Who, in their right mind, would venture into a shop merely to seek something to eat, especially something delectable? Surely, everyone comes here in pursuit of treasures, do they not? Bossy, since there are no lollipops, do you have any other delightful treats? She inquired. How about instant noodles? Or cola? Could you possibly spare me some? Upon realizing there were no lollipops, the little girl suddenly remembered something and turned to Yi Yun with her request. Indeed, I have those. Yi Yun replied with a slight nod, and with a mere thought, a bucket of instant noodles and a bottle of cola materialized in his hands. You have come all this way, so please take them. Yi Yun handed the instant noodles and cola to the little girl. Thank you, Bossy. The little girl joyfully accepted the offerings. All right, it's getting late. You should hurry back, Yi Yun said casually before vanishing from the shop. Goodbye, sister healer. The little girl waved to the healer, clutching her noodles and cola, then contentedly activated her VIP card. Farewell. A smile graced the healer's face, as she found the adorable girl quite endearing. A moment later, a thick beam of light enveloped the little girl, and her figure vanished from the shop. Surely no more customers will arrive today. It's time to prepare dinner for the boss. The healer stepped outside the shop and noticed it was already evening. She then left the shop, gathered some herbs, and even dispatched a serpent-like magical beast before returning. Tonight, I shall prepare a delicious snake soup for the boss. The healer moved swiftly, and shortly after, She presented a fragrant bowl of snake soup in the pavilion. Boss, this is the snake soup I made. Please give it a try. She placed the soup on the stone table, smiling at Yi Yun. Yi Yun took a sip and nodded in approval. The healer's culinary skills were indeed impressive, as everything she prepared was so delectable. Boss, are we leaving here tomorrow? After finishing her bowl of snake soup, the healer could not restrain her curiosity. Well, to be precise, we will depart the moment midnight passes, Yi Yun responded. And where shall we go? The healer inquired, intrigued. Did I not mention? We go wherever fate leads us, wherever the shop lands. That is where we will set up, Yi Yun said enigmatically. Oh, little medicine sage nodded, hesitated for a moment, and spoke. Master, I have a magical beast friend in the Warcraft Mountains. May I take it with me? Upon hearing this, Yi Yun instantly recalled that, in the original text, little medicine sage indeed had a pet, a first-tier magical beast known as the Blue Eagle. He nodded in agreement, saying, Go ahead, but be swift. Once midnight passes, I shall depart with the entire shop. Chapter 272, The Shock of Yao Yi. In the imperial capital, at the Night Moon Mansion. What? Yun Shan has emerged from his seclusion? In a grand hall, Yao Yi gazed at the cloaked figures below, her expression gravely serious. Ing Feng, is this matter indeed true? The cloaked man responded respectfully, reporting to your highness, the matter is utterly true. Yun Shan broke through last night, and moreover. Yao Yi furrowed her delicate brows and interjected, moreover what? Speak plainly. According to the reports from my spies infiltrated within the Yunlan sect. After the eruption from the back mountain of Yunlan sect, an immensely powerful aura was unleashed. The subordinate suspected the cloaked man's tone also bore a hint of gravity. Are you saying that Yun Shan has already broken through to the Douzone? At these words, Yao Yi's pupils constricted, her expression one of profound shock. The cloaked man nodded, stating, it is highly likely. How could it happen so swiftly? If Yun Shan has also reached Douzone, along with Yun Yun, then the Yunlan sect would possess two formidable Douzone experts. Suddenly, Yao Yi's complexion paled. She had dedicated herself to revitalizing the royal family, yet in the face of two Douzone powerhouses, even her lofty ambitions felt a deep sense of helplessness. Douzone experts are deemed invincible within the Jiamai Empire. Now, the royal family is poised to confront two such invincible beings, leaving Yao Yi overwhelmed by despair. It must be that they procured a remarkable treasure from the jar shop last time, which allowed Yun Shan to break through to the Douzone realm so swiftly. Yao Yi forcibly calmed herself. In such a critical moment, she must not lose her composure. The thought of the jar shop made her head throb. Over the past month and more, she had tried countless times to activate her VIP card. What infuriated her was that the card had remained unresponsive. At one point, she suspected that the mysterious Yi boss might have given her a fake VIP card to deceive her. However, considering the other party's enigma and strength, she deemed it unlikely that he would resort to such trickery. In the end, Yao Yi had no choice but to temporarily set aside matters regarding the jar shop and redirect her focus towards the Yunlan sect. Unexpectedly, merely over half a month had passed, and Yun Shan had already emerged from his seclusion, with a strong possibility of having broken through to the Douzone realm. This development rendered Yao Yi's situation exceedingly arduous. Now, Jiaxing Tian had once again chosen to enter seclusion, leaving nearly all imperial matters in Yao Yi's hands. Yet, what could she do in the face of such a colossal entity as the Yunlan sect? Please descend and closely monitor the movements of the Yunlan sect. Should they show any signs of activity, report to me immediately, Yao Yi instructed the man in black. Yes, your highness, he replied, nodding before exiting the grand hall. Sighing, Yao Yi lamented, alas, just as the roof leaks, it pours. I hope the Yunlan sect will refrain from taking action against our royal family for the time being. A flicker of anxiety crossed her eyes. Suddenly, a flurry of urgent footsteps echoed outside the hall. Sister, sister, a small voice called, and a little girl appeared within the grand chamber. Where have you been playing today? Yao Yi managed a faint smile upon the sight of the little girl. Sister, I have tremendous news to share. The little girl exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. I hope you haven't caused any trouble. What good news could you possibly have? Yao Yi replied with a playful tone. This is undoubtedly good news. The little girl insisted earnestly, producing a newly acquired second-tier VIP card and declaring proudly, Sister, today I successfully activated the VIP card and even visited Boss Ye's shop, where I uncovered many treasures. What? You activated the VIP card? Is that truly so? Yao Yi's expression shifted, revealing her exhilaration. Of course. Would I deceive you, sister? The little girl affirmed, nodding vigorously. She then revealed instant noodles and a large soda that Boss Yi had given her, indicating, look, these are all from Boss Yi. Surely they cannot be false. Instant noodles and soda. As Yao Yi beheld the items in the little girl's hands, all doubts dissipated, and joy radiated from her face. For some time, She had pinned her hopes for the royal family's resurgence on the treasures from the jar shop. However, for over half a month, the inability to activate the VIP card had nearly plunged her into despair. Now, with the revelation of its activation, her heart brimmed with excitement. What treasures did you obtain from the jar shop today? Did Bossy mention why the VIP card could not be activated until now? After a long pause, Yao finally regained her composure and inquired about the day's events. Sister Yao, the little healer, said that Bossy has been away at home, which is why we couldn't activate the VIP card, the little girl explained. Little healer? Who is that? Yaya asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. Oh, I forgot to mention. Sister Yao is Bossy's assistant. When I went today, it was Sister Yao who helped me with the jars, the little girl elucidated. Assistant? How come I didn't see her last time? Yaya questioned, perplexed. Sister, you still don't know? Bossy's shop has indeed altered many of its rules, hasn't he? Subsequently, the little girl recounted the changes within the shop to Yaya. The ordinary jars now cost 100,000 gold coins each. What? The crimson jars are priced at 500,000 gold coins each, and the orange jars demand a staggering 1 million gold coins? Such significant modifications have occurred. Upon hearing the little girl's words, Yaya was taken aback. She had never anticipated that in merely half a month, Bossy's jar shop would undergo such dramatic transformations. She felt a twinge of relief, thankful that it was the little girl who had visited first today. Otherwise, all her preparations would have been in vain, wasting this precious opportunity for teleportation. It is worth noting that a first-class VIP card allows for only one teleportation per month. Had she gone without preparation, she would have been left to purchase merely a crimson jar. That would have been a tremendous loss. Sister. The little healer sister mentioned that jars can be obtained without using gold coins, and this time, Bossy returned home with a plethora of jars. No longer is it restricted to just 5 jars a day. As long as we possess enough wealth, we can open as many jars as we desire. The little girl continued, then reminded Yaya, Sister, when we visit tomorrow, we must bring along a wealth of treasures. For the orange jars are exceedingly expensive at 1 million gold coins each. What? Are you implying that jars can be exchanged without gold coins, and there are no limits on the quantity? Once again, Yaya was astonished by the little girl's revelations. Chapter 273. The little girl offers her treasures. After learning about the changes in the jar shop from the little girl, Yaya was utterly astonished. In such a brief span of 2 weeks, such vast transformations had occurred at the jar shop. She felt immensely fortunate that she hadn't rushed over herself, but rather, it was the little girl who inadvertently activated the VIP card. Otherwise, this opportunity for teleportation might have been squandered. However, after digesting this information, excitement surged within Yaya. The absence of limits on the number of jars meant that she could potentially open multiple jars at once, with sufficient gold coins and treasures. Perhaps she could lead the royal family to rise in prominence. Just the thought of this filled her with exhilaration, making her yearn to activate her VIP card immediately and open every jar within the shop. Sister, look, I have already upgraded to a second-tier VIP card. At this moment, the little girl proudly displayed her VIP card to Yaya. A second-tier VIP card? Upon hearing this, Yaya looked at the little girl's card in confusion and inquired. What advantages does this second-tier VIP card confer? How did you obtain it? This second-tier VIP card allows for 2 teleportation opportunities each month. Moreover, only those possessing a level 2 VIP card are permitted to purchase the more advanced orange jars, the little girl explained with a proud demeanor. What? This level 2 VIP card allows for 2 teleportation opportunities per month? Aren't the orange jars priced at 1 million gold coins each? How did you acquire it? Upon hearing the little girl's words, Yao Yi was taken aback and hurriedly inquired. Sister Xiao Yixin mentioned that with a spending of 2 million gold coins at the jar shop, one can obtain a level 2 VIP card, the little girl elucidated. 2 million gold coins? Do you not only possess 500,000 gold coins? How could you possibly manage that? Yao Yi regarded the little girl with skepticism. It's quite simple. I exchanged all the gifts you have bestowed upon me, along with the medicinal cauldron and alchemy notes given by our teacher, to redeem the jars. Sister Xiao Yixin assured me that the jars can be exchanged without the need for gold coins, the little girl declared with a sense of pride, feeling remarkably clever. What? You used the medicinal cauldron and alchemy notes to exchange for jars? Upon hearing this, Yao Ye's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the little girl. The sight of the little girl's smugness made her wish to give her a good smack. Sister, please don't be angry. Do you have any idea what kind of treasures I have obtained? Compared to what I have acquired, a mere medicinal cauldron is of little significance, the little girl said, sensing Yao Ye's disapproving gaze, and hastily added an explanation. Oh, what treasures did you obtain? Let me see. If they turn out to be something as trivial as lollipops or Barbie dolls, I shall certainly spank you soundly, Yao Yi threatened, her curiosity piqued despite her fierce tone. No, The little girl instinctively covered her bottom in fright, retreating a few steps while eyeing Yao Yi warily. All right, my dear Yue. Hasten to reveal the treasures you have acquired this time, and I promise not to strike you, Yao Yi said with a smile, her voice softened. You mustn't deceive me. The little girl replied, obediently producing the treasures she had obtained. Sister, this is the Beastmaster Ring. Sister Xiao Yixin said it can directly control a magical beast, specifically a 5th tier one. This is the Thunder Pearl, which harbors the ferocious power of thunder. Once detonated, it can instantly annihilate a formidable Dou. This is the Doran Ring, which, when worn, enables a swift recovery of the expended Dou Qi. This is the Blood Demon Tree Seed, capable of devouring the blood essence of powerful beings to condense blood soul fruits, which can enhance one's strength. Ah, this one is too terrifying. I think I shall gift it to you, sister. The little girl presented each treasure in turn, explaining their functions to Yao Yi. As the little girl introduced herself, the astonishment on Yao Yi's face remained unyielding, growing ever more intense. The Beastmaster Ring, Thunder Pearl, Doran's Ring, and Blood Demon Tree Seed were indeed treasures worthy of the esteemed Ye's shop, each one a rare gem in its own right. Yao Yi's expression was one of pure wonder. Yue, I shall have someone assist you in taming a 5th-tier magical beast. When the time comes, you can use this Beastmaster Ring to control it, ensuring your protection. As for the Thunder Pearl, keep it close, but be exceedingly cautious when using it. One must avoid harming oneself. I shall take the Doran's Ring and the Blood Demon Tree Seed for you. Yao Yi retrieved the blue ring and the crimson seed from the little girl's hands. With her keen eyes, she immediately recognized the value of the Doran's Ring. Regenerating 1% of battle energy every 5 seconds was indeed fearsome. For a powerful individual, this ring was an unparalleled treasure. It is known that even a warrior with but a trace of battle energy can unleash terrifying strength. The Doran's Ring's benefits amplify with the user's strength. However, among these items, what captivated Yao Yi the most was the Blood Demon Tree Seed. It could absorb blood to produce the Blood Soul fruit, which in turn could enhance cultivation. Yao Yi gazed at the Blood Soul Tree Seed with excitement, confident that with it, she could quickly forge an invincible army. You did remarkably well this time. Yao Yi looked fondly at the little girl before her. This mischievous sister had finally brought her a delightful surprise. Hee, sister. Now you won't scold me for being reckless, will you? The little girl beamed with pride, knowing that as long as she displayed the treasures she had acquired, her sister would not rebuke her, but rather commend her. Sister, these treasures are not the most important. The greatest treasure is the ability orb that I found. The little girl continued. Ability orb? What kind of treasure is that? Show it to me. Yao Yi inquired with curiosity. Alas, it is gone. I have already consumed it. The little girl chuckled, her delicate face flushed with excitement. Sister, this ability orb is quite similar to the thunder fruit I found last time. Consuming it grants one a unique ability, she explained. And what ability did you acquire? Yao Yi asked, intrigued. My ability is truly formidable, rivaling your mastery over lightning. The little girl declared with pride. Chapter 274. Departure from the Beast Mountain Range. Plant control? What kind of ability is that? Observing the little girl's proud demeanor, Yao Yi could not help but feel a surge of curiosity. What extraordinary ability bestows such confidence upon the little girl? It is worth noting that her mastery over lightning is astonishingly formidable, with few powers rivaling its might. During this period, Yao Yi has diligently tested her own strength. Since her recent breakthrough to the pinnacle of a 9-star great fighter, achieved through the consumption of a basic experience elixir, she has not rested on her laurels. In merely half a month, she has made yet another leap forward, now standing as a 1-star dueling warrior within the vast expanse of the Gamma Empire. Such prowess qualifies her as a minor expert. Even some of the esteemed families lack this level of strength. Moreover, with the capabilities granted by the Thunder Fruit, Yao Yi now possesses the preliminary ability to contend against high-tier Dou Kings. On the continent of fighting spirit, lightning has long been recognized as an immensely potent force, embodying the might of heaven. This divine power cannot be thwarted by mere mortals. The ultimate lethality of lightning has significantly enhanced Yao Yi's abilities, allowing her to unleash the enigmatic skill of lightning transformation, rendering her opponents defenseless. Thus, when the little girl claimed her abilities could rival Yao Yi's lightning, it was only natural for Yao Yi to be so astonished. Sister, I'll demonstrate it for you, the little girl exclaimed, her eyes twinkling as she noticed a potted plant in the corner of the grand hall and dashed toward it. Devour, she called out playfully, and instantly, the plant began to wither rapidly, its life force entirely absorbed by her. Yue, is your ability to consume the life force of plants? Yao Yi inquired, astonished at the sight. That's not all. I can also heal, accelerate plant growth, and, oh, I can communicate with them too, the little girl replied, as she infused the life force she had just absorbed back into the potted plant. To Yao Ye's amazement, the seemingly lifeless plant revived, bursting forth with vibrant greenery. And soon after, it blossomed into flowers. As the fragrant scent of blossoms filled the air, Yao Ye's expression transformed into one of utter astonishment. While the little girl's mastery over plants may not rival the destructive power of her lightning in combat, the rarity of such an ability is undoubtedly on par with that of lightning. You have truly given your sister a grand surprise," Yao Ye exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. With this control over plants, will the royal family ever lack for medicinal herbs again? Furthermore, this ability to manipulate plant life also holds the potential for healing. Sister has decided to establish a medicinal garden exclusively for you, allowing you to tend to it diligently," Yao Yi said to the little girl. Oh. Upon hearing this, the little girl was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of regret for showcasing her abilities before her sister. Did this mystical orb emerge from the orange jar?" Yao Yi inquired calmly. "Yes, the orange jar is worth 1,000,000 gold coins. And only such jars can unveil such formidable powers," the little girl replied matter-of-factly. "It seems I must upgrade my status to a level 2 VIP card tomorrow before directly opening the orange jar," Yao Yi resolved quietly within herself. "Sister, you must prepare ample treasures for tomorrow," the little girl reminded, as she had not fully indulged today and was determined to make the most of it tomorrow. "Rest assured, over the years, your sister has accumulated quite a collection of treasures, enough for us both to indulge," Yao Yi asserted confidently. "By the way, since the VIP card can now be activated, we should inform Grandfather Huang to join us." Yao Yi immediately thought of the reclusive Jia Xingtian. Given Jia Xingtian's qualifications, the prospect of him breaking through to the Douzone realm appeared exceedingly slim. It would be wiser to seize this opportunity and head to the jar shop to test their luck. If they could uncover some items to enhance their strength, perhaps they could break through to the Douzone realm like Yunshan and Yunyun. In that case, the royal family would face significantly less pressure from the Yunlan sect. "Yes, let's take Grandfather Huang along. He surely has many treasures, allowing us to open more jars." The little girl readily agreed, her delicate face radiating excitement. "All right, I will head to the palace shortly. You should also begin mobilizing, liquidating all the assets under our name. This time, I intend to transform these external possessions entirely into genuine treasures and power." Yao Yi quickly regained her composure and instructed the little girl. "Understood, sister," the little girl nodded. Her rosy cheeks flushed with anticipation at the thought of opening countless jars the next day, making her want to leap with joy. Soon, night fell, enveloping the entire magic beast mountain in darkness. At the jar shop, within the estate, the little medical fairy returned with a magnificent eagle adorned with blue feathers. "Boss, this is my friend. I saved her life by chance, and since then, we've become close companions. Whenever I venture into the magic beast mountain, I seek her out for play," the little medical fairy introduced to Yiyun. In Qingshan town, the little medical fairy had few confidants, and her deep bond with the blue eagle was evident in her demeanor. Yiyun gazed upon the azure eagle before him, recalling how this magnificent creature had loyally accompanied the little medicine sage in the original tale, ultimately evolving into a formidable magical beast. "Here, take this bloodline pill. It has the capacity to enhance its lineage." Yiyun retrieved a crimson pill from the confines of the system's space and tossed it to the little medicine sage. This bloodline pill was undoubtedly one of the treasures Yiyun had extracted from the jar, capable of significantly augmenting the bloodline of a magical beast, allowing it to revert to ancestral traits and elevate its potential. The innate talent of a magical beast is primarily determined by the strength of its bloodline. The higher the bloodline's rank, the greater its future achievements. "Thank you, esteemed master." The little medicine sage promptly expressed her gratitude as she accepted the bloodline pill. "Since it has now taken residence with us, it shall be considered a part of our shop. A mere first-tier magical beast is hardly impressive. Let us expedite its strength enhancement." Yiyun smiled warmly. The little medicine sage nodded in agreement. As time elapsed, the hour soon approached midnight. At that moment, the space surrounding the jar shop began to warp. In the next instant, the entire establishment vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Chapter 275, Desert City. Desert City, located in the southeastern region of the Gamma Empire, stands as a bastion amidst a sea of golden sands. With the dawn breaking, the sun's rays illuminated this golden expanse, casting a dazzling pale golden glow. Desert City marks the boundary between the Gamma Empire and the Yager Desert. Perhaps due to its proximity to the desert, the climate here is notably arid and sweltering. As the sun pours its warmth upon the earth, the ground emits waves of heat, distorting the air and creating a surreal, hazy vision. With the sun ascending, the foot traffic through the city gates swelled. The men, mostly bare-chested with sun-kissed skin, exuded a robust charm. Occasionally, passing women, though similarly tanned, or a somewhat sensual bronze hue. Unlike the modest and demure women found within the empire, these women donned snug leather attire that barely concealed their bosoms and the areas beneath. Their slender waists were boldly exposed, while their long, taut legs were clad only in brief skirts or shorts. As they walked, their serpentine waists swayed enticingly, exuding an alluring grace and allure. At the city gates, a dozen armored soldiers wielding long spears called out to the entering pedestrians, demanding the payment of an entry tax. Perhaps due to its location near the Tagore Desert, this place faced frequent assaults from serpent folk, resulting in a level of security that surpassed that of many larger cities within the Gamma Empire. Each soldier was fully equipped for battle. Within the city of Mo, characterized by its desert architecture, one is greeted by an array of peculiar buildings. In a secluded corner of Mo, a solitary shop stands. This establishment, named Ancient Maps, is renowned as the finest map store in the entire city. Unlike other shops that flaunt ostentation, it exudes a subtle, antiquated charm. The interior is not particularly spacious, illuminated by the soft glow of two moonstones, casting a luminous ambience throughout the shop. A cursory glance reveals that the number of patrons seeking maps is rather scarce, leaving one to question the validity of its esteemed reputation. Behind the counter, an elderly man is diligently crafting maps. Despite his advanced age, evidenced by his snowy hair, his withered yet steady hands wield the drawing pen with remarkable precision. At this moment, 4 individuals are perusing the maps, 3 men and 1 woman, all adorned in opulent attire. Behind them stand several imposing figures, their robust physiques a stark contrast to the delicate demeanor of the shoppers. The 3 men possess attractive features, however. A hint of arrogance in their eyes diminishes their appeal. The woman, clad in a form-fitting red gown, possesses an alluring beauty and a figure that captivates the gaze of the men nearby, eliciting both admiration and a touch of envy. At this juncture, the woman in red observes the elder engrossed in his cartographic pursuits, feeling a sense of frustration. Her father has often impressed upon her the formidable strength of the old man, prompting her to visit frequently, extending her warmth and care in hopes of winning his favor. Yet, the elder appears indifferent to her attentions, leaving her proud spirit struggling to accept such coldness. Despite being met with consistent disregard, she remains steadfastly loyal to her father's assertions and has, on occasion, sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the elder. In that moment, she realized the limitations of her own power, leading her to treat him with utmost respect, a demeanor that often baffles her companions. Is this obedient girl truly the same tempestuous enchantress who once caused chaos in Mo? Today, as on previous occasions, she arrives to assist the elder. True to form, his demeanor remains as frosty as ever. Aside from a fleeting glance upon her arrival, his focus remains unwaveringly on his maps, rendering him disinterested in their presence. With the capricious temperament of the woman in the red dress, she naturally harbored a certain indescribable resentment towards her treatment. Yet she dared not unleash her ire upon the elderly man before her. Very well, you may take your leave. Your presence is not required here today. Perhaps perceiving the woman and her companions as somewhat intrusive, the old man uttered these words with a notably frigid tone, his gaze remaining fixated on the map in his hands. Upon hearing this, the woman in the red dress froze momentarily, hesitating before nodding slightly. Then, Master Bing, we shall take our leave for today and return tomorrow. The old man offered no reply, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. A flicker of displeasure crossed the woman's eyes, yet she forcibly suppressed it, turning on her heel and exiting the shop. As the woman departed, 3 men, accompanied by 4 guards, followed suit. Red, I truly do not comprehend why you persist in visiting that old man who treats you with such disdain, one of the men remarked, drawing closer to the woman in the red dress to voice his indignation. Indeed, it appears he lacks appreciation. Perhaps we ought to simply dismiss this shop altogether and not endure such vexation. The other 2 men echoed their sentiments, their discontent palpable. You dare. The woman in the red dress shot a glare at the 3 men, admonishing them firmly. All right. Since you are unwilling, we shall refrain from confronting the old man. The 3 men quickly acquiesced, sensing her anger. Wait, when did another building appear here? At that moment, the woman in the red dress caught sight of an ordinary structure not far away, situated close to the ancient map shop. A sense of curiosity piqued within her. When had this building come into existence? She was a frequent visitor to this area and had not noticed it the previous day. Could it be a shop? But what kind of establishment would open in this location? With her intrigue growing, she beckoned, let us investigate that building. Thus, under her guidance, the group made their way towards the unremarkable edifice. Chapter 276, Condemning the Little Healer. Inside the jar shop, the little healer sat languidly at the counter, her gaze fixed on the empty shop entrance, her expression somewhat vacant. Early that morning, she had risen, opened the shop door, and discovered that her establishment had relocated to this desolate expanse of yellow sand. Standing at the entrance, she surveyed her surroundings, noting only a shop named Ancient Map in the vicinity, while a number of buildings could be seen in the distance. She was uncertain of her shop's current whereabouts, but judging by the solitude of the environment, it seemed unlikely that any customers would venture to visit. She returned to the manor and prepared a simple breakfast for Yi Yun before dutifully taking her place at the counter. The current location of the shop evidently lacked any spontaneous customers. Now, she could only pin her hopes on those with VIP cards who could teleport to her. She wondered if the little girl, Yao Yu, would visit today. The young healer recalled the delightful surprises brought by the little girl the previous day and felt a sense of anticipation. Before leaving, the little girl had promised to bring her sister along for a visit today. If the little girl was so affluent, her sister must also be quite wealthy. With this thought, the young healer forced herself to muster some energy as she eagerly awaited the arrival of the little girl. At that moment, her eyes suddenly sparkled as she sat up straight. She fixated on a group approaching the jar shop, led by a woman in a red dress. Could it be that her luck was so fortuitous that even in this desolate place, a customer would show up? The young healer felt a thrill of excitement as she awaited the arrival of the woman in red. The jar shop? Soon, the group reached the entrance of the shop, and as they gazed at the 6 large characters engraved above, a flicker of confusion crossed their eyes. What a peculiar name, jar shop. What kind of eccentric would establish a store in such a remote location? Driven by curiosity, the woman in red stepped through the shop's doors. What a beautiful woman. The moment the woman in red entered the shop, she beheld the young healer seated at the counter. Even as a fellow woman, the woman in red was momentarily struck by the young healer's breathtaking beauty. Such a stunning woman existed in the world. The 3 men and 4 bodyguards behind her were already wide-eyed, displaying expressions of infatuation. The young healer, naturally exquisite, emanated an aura of ethereality. Having consumed a beauty-enhancing elixir, combined with the effects of a beauty fruit, she resembled a true celestial being. The men, having never encountered such a mesmerizing sight, couldn't help but reveal their captivated expressions. The woman in red turned to see the enamored faces of her companions and felt a wave of dissatisfaction. For some inexplicable reason, upon her first glance at the young healer, a pang of jealousy stirred within her. How could there be such an extraordinarily beautiful woman in this world? Are you all here to open jars? The young healer's melodious voice finally broke the tranquility of the shop, causing the expressions of the men behind her to grow even more entranced. Open jars. Upon hearing the words of the young healer, the woman in the red dress regained her composure, her gaze drawn to the multitude of jars that cluttered the shelf behind the healer. Are these jars you speak of the very items situated behind you? She inquired, her expression tinged with curiosity. Indeed, the healer affirmed with a nod. What lies within these jars? The woman asked further. Everything imaginable. What you uncover depends solely on your fortune, the healer replied with a smile. Everything? Fortune? How intriguing. The woman in red mused, momentarily taken aback, her interest piqued. Then let me try one of these jars. I am eager to see what treasures await within. The policy of this establishment requires payment up front before any goods can be obtained, the healer stated. The woman paused, then a playful smile graced her lips. Fear not. I shall not shortchange you. Now how much for a single jar? I shall take 3. Her demeanor exuded confidence, suggesting she was not lacking in funds. Not expensive. Each jar is priced at 100,000 gold coins, the healer replied, a thrill of excitement coursing through her at the prospect of encountering a wealthy patron once more. Perhaps even as fortunate as the previous day. What? Did I mishear you? Did you just say 100,000 gold coins for a single jar? The astonishment in the woman's voice was palpable. Upon witnessing her astonished expression, the healer felt a twinge of disappointment but nodded affirmatively. Indeed. The least expensive jar in my shop is priced at 100,000 gold coins. Given your striking beauty, I did not anticipate you to be a swindler. The woman retorted, her countenance darkening. At that moment, she felt as if the healer was mocking her. 100,000 gold coins for a jar. Did she believe her wares to be rare treasures? Although she was the daughter of the city lord of a remote town and received a generous allowance, 100,000 gold coins represented a significant sum for her. Moreover, her extravagant spending meant that all her pocket money combined barely amounted to 100,000 coins. After all, her father was merely the lord of a small, obscure city, often embroiled in conflicts with the serpent folk, which drained their resources considerably. This establishment operates on mutual consent. The term swindler is hardly applicable, the healer responded, her irritation evident. In her view, 100,000 gold coins for a jar was undeniably a bargain, as the treasures revealed within typically warranted far greater value, often exceeding that amount. Humph. I wonder how long your shop will remain in business, the woman scoffed, preparing to turn away. Wait a moment, Miss in Red. At that moment, the three men behind finally came to their senses and called out to the departing young healer. Their gazes were fervent as they glanced at her. Before adopting a facade of anger, loudly declaring, "Such unscrupulous merchants cannot be allowed to wreak havoc in Desert City, disturbing its order. My father is the commander of the Desert City Guard, and as his son, it is my duty to assist him. This woman dares to brazenly disrupt the peace of Desert City, a crime that is utterly unforgivable. I believe I should take her back for a thorough interrogation." The man's eyes burned with intensity as he spoke, his words resounding with authority. Chapter 277, The Young Healer's Fury. Seize her. With that, the man waved his hand, and two guards stepped forward, preparing to take action against the young healer. Wait. At that moment, the other two men reacted and intervened. My father is the chief steward of Desert City's finances. I believe this woman is demanding exorbitant prices, which severely impacts the financial transactions of the city. She ought to be taken back for a thorough questioning, and I should be the one to escort her. One of the men spoke loudly, his demeanor righteous. Nonsense. My father is the head of intelligence for Desert City. This woman's origins are unclear, and I suspect she may be a spy from another nation. She must be taken back for a proper interrogation. Another man, unwilling to yield, directed his fervent gaze at the young healer. The three men stood in opposition, each eager to claim the young healer, asserting their intentions to take her back for questioning. However, the true motivations of the three remained known only to themselves. The woman in the red dress, observing the scene, furrowed her brows and remarked, "It can't be as serious as you say. Let's just forget it and leave." "How can we let this go?" replied a man in indignation. "This is a serious violation of Desert City's laws and cannot be tolerated. Indeed, this woman's origins are dubious. She must not be easily released." Under ordinary circumstances, the three men would heed the words of the woman in the red dress. Yet today was unusual, and none complied with her wishes, each steadfast in their resolve. The woman in the red dress was already displeased, and upon seeing the three defy her, her frustration grew. Yet, in their fervor, the three men paid her no mind, their gazes fixated on the young healer. "Bring this woman back. I shall interrogate her thoroughly," declared one man with an air of arrogance. "Are you planning to cause a disturbance in my establishment?" At that moment, the young healer, who had remained silent until now, spoke up, her voice tinged with indifference. "Preposterous. I am merely enforcing the law. You dare to slander me. And that is a greater crime." Another man rebuked her. "Indeed, who authorized you to operate a shop here? Have you registered? You are disturbing the legal order of Desert City, a crime that cannot go unpunished." The remaining man, unwilling to yield, commanded, "Bring her down." At the behest of the three men, several guards advanced menacingly towards the young physician, their expressions fierce and intimidating. "Since you have chosen to court death, do not blame me for the consequences." In that moment, the typically gentle young physician's eyes glinted with a hint of coldness as memories of her employer punishing Mu Li flashed through her mind, prompting her to prepare for a similar course of action. With a mere thought, she summoned the formidable power of her unparalleled understanding. Instantly, the guards charging towards her felt as if a colossal weight bore down upon them, akin to being crushed beneath a mountain. Bang! In the next instant, the once ferocious guards let out a harrowing cry before collapsing to their knees, unable to rise. "Why are you kneeling?" The three men were momentarily stunned at the sight of their guards, their fury igniting as they prepared to unleash a torrent of curses. However, at that moment, a similar immense force descended upon them, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. Bang! Subsequently, the three men found themselves kneeling on the ground, no amount of struggle allowing them to rise. "What has happened? Why are you all on the ground?" The change in the men's demeanor caused the woman in the red dress to pale, confusion and shock etched across her face. "I don't know what's going on, but I feel an overwhelming force pressing down on me, preventing me from standing." The three men, equally bewildered by this sudden turn of events, were engulfed in fear, unsure of what had transpired. "You shall remain kneeling here for 3 days and nights. If you survive, I shall allow you to leave." The young physician spoke with an indifferent tone, her words carrying an air of finality. "Are you the one behind this? You witch, release us at once." The three men, realizing the source of their predicament, erupted in furious exclamations. In response, the young physician furrowed her brow, and with another thought, she intensified the immense pressure upon them. A chorus of anguished screams erupted from the men. Blood spilled from their mouths and noses, as they felt their very bones threaten to shatter under the weight. "Speak again in defiance, and I shall ensure you remain silent forever," the young physician declared, her countenance icy. "Miss, we comprehend our mistakes. We shall never offend you again. Please, we beseech you to spare us." After enduring such torment, the men quickly adopted a submissive stance, pleading earnestly with the young physician. Having witnessed her formidable abilities, They now fully understood that they had provoked a force far beyond their reckoning, their hearts heavy with regret. Had they known the formidable nature of this woman, they would have never dared to entertain any ill intentions. I have already stated that as long as you can endure kneeling here for 3 days without perishing, I shall grant you your freedom. The little healer harbored no sympathy for these 3 miscreants, her demeanor cold and unyielding. At this moment, the woman in the red dress had also witnessed the little healer's prowess and realized that this enchanting figure before her was likely a legendary recluse, filling her with trepidation. After all, her previous attitude had been rather unsavory, and she was uncertain whether the little healer was indeed angered. "Miss, might you?" She hesitated, glancing at the wretched figures on the ground, and prepared to plead for their mercy. "If you wish to intercede on their behalf, there is no need to speak. My resolution is firm, and your words would be in vain." The little healer discerned the woman's intentions and interjected directly. "Red, swiftly inform our father to come and rescue us." The 3 men, unable to endure such torment any longer, implored the woman in red. "Yes, hurry to the city center and have our father bring troops to save us." They believed that their only salvation lay with their father, a man of high standing in the city of Imo. Upon hearing this, the woman in red immediately grasped the situation. Casting a wary glance at the little healer before she exited the shop, once outside the jar shop, she was about to race towards the city center when suddenly a thought struck her, and her gaze fell upon the nearby antique store, her eyes lighting up. The esteemed ice elder was also a recluse of great strength. She wondered if he could contend with the little healer from earlier. With this thought in mind, she promptly altered her course and hastened towards the antique shop. Chapter 278. The Emergence of Haiba Dong. "Weren't you instructed to return?" The elderly man, immersed in crafting maps within the antique shop, furrowed his brow as he observed the woman in red returning, his tone tinged with impatience. "Ice Elder, we are in trouble. Red requests your intervention for our rescue." The woman, feeling somewhat aggrieved by the elder's demeanor, hesitated but ultimately recounted the events that had transpired, seeking his assistance once more. "It seems you have encountered a hidden powerhouse. These 3, lacking discernment, have offended a formidable figure and must face the consequences," the elder remarked, his surprise evident. To his astonishment, a jar shop had recently opened near his own establishment, and he had been entirely unaware. Furthermore, from the woman's account, he surmised that the proprietor of this jar shop possessed considerable strength. However, what astonished the elder the most was that the esteemed figure spoken of by the woman in the red dress turned out to be merely a strikingly beautiful girl who appeared to be in her teens. This left the elder somewhat perplexed. With such formidable power, her age could not possibly be that of a mere adolescent. Could it be that she possessed an ageless charm? This notion suddenly flickered through the elder's mind. When had a figure of such strength emerged in the Garma Empire? "Senior, I implore you, considering the efforts they have expended during this time, please save them." Observing the elder's silence, the woman in red felt a surge of anxiety. It was not that she held a particular affection for these individuals. Rather, their father held a prominent position in the city of Imo, and any misfortune befalling them would inevitably implicate her. Should anything happen here, her father would likely mete out severe punishment upon her. "Lead the way. After today, do not return here." Upon hearing the woman's words, the elder furrowed his brow and, after a moment, spoke with a chilling tone. At this, the woman in red felt a jolt in her heart, her sense of grievance deepening. She had not anticipated that despite her status and the assistance she had provided over these past days, she would still fail to earn the elder's acknowledgement. This realization left her feeling both aggrieved and somewhat vexed. Yet, considering that this elder was likely a reclusive master, a figure whom even her father could not afford to offend, she could only suppress her discontent. "Is this the place?" Moments later, under the woman's guidance, the elder stood before the entrance of a shop. Inside, the anguished cries and pleas for mercy from several men echoed. "Yes, senior, the proprietor is inside," the woman in red said, positioning herself behind the elder. Recalling the earlier display of prowess by the young healer, a spark of fear gripped her. Would the other party direct their wrath toward her simply for bringing assistance? At that moment, the elder had already stepped through the shop's entrance. "Ice, you have arrived. Ice, please, we beg you to save us." Upon seeing the elder enter, the men who had been kneeling on the ground suddenly beheld him as their savior. Eagerly beseeching his help, the elder's eyes flashed with a hint of impatience as he glanced at them without intervening. Instead, his gaze shifted to the young healer seated at the counter, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. The young healer had not employed her invincible domain to conceal her aura, allowing the elder to discern her cultivation level as that of a grand fighter at a mere glance. Only a grand fighter? A trace of disappointment passed through the elder's eyes. He had expected the esteemed figure referred to by the woman in red to possess considerable strength, but he was taken aback to discover she was merely at the grand fighter level. Nevertheless, despite a tinge of disappointment. The elderly man harbored no contempt for the young maiden before him, who was merely in her teens. Her current age belied her impressive cultivation. Having attained the rank of a great fighter, it was evident that her innate talent was remarkable, likely rivaling that of his younger self. At the counter, the young healer observed the elderly man at the entrance, her gaze flickering with a hint of intrigue. From the anguished cries of the men nearby, she had discerned that the elder had come to offer assistance. Her expression remained inscrutable as she fixated on him, yet internally, she was poised to act at a moment's notice. Should the elder make any unwarranted moves, he would undoubtedly face her merciless suppression. Enveloped within the shop, fortified by her invincible domain, the young healer felt unperturbed by any adversary. After a brief silence, the elder cast a glance at the men and ultimately decided to take them away, deeming it a resolution of sorts. He sighed inwardly, preparing to take action. Yet, at that moment, a look of astonishment crossed his features. Meanwhile, the young healer at the counter finally allowed a smile to grace her lips. Suddenly, 3 beams of white light materialized in the center of the shop. What could this be? The unexpected appearance of these luminous rays caused the elder's heart to tighten, his demeanor shifting to one of caution. Could it be that the young girl's mentor had arrived? In the elder's mind, such extraordinary talent as hers surely warranted a formidable teacher behind her. As time passed, the beams expanded, gradually revealing 3 figures. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the elder felt a strange familiarity with one of the presences emanating from within. Could it be that this young girl's mentor was an old acquaintance of his? The young healer, gazing at the diminutive figure in the center, broke into a sweet smile. Indeed, Sister Xiao had kept her promise and brought her sister along with an unexpected delight. Little sister, I have returned. The newcomers were none other than Ji Xingtian, Xiao, and Yaoya. Upon seeing the young healer at the counter, Xiao joyfully approached her, greeting her with a charming voice. Welcome, Xiao. The young healer's heart warmed at the sight of the adorable little girl, her demeanor instantly becoming warm and inviting. She had a particular fondness for such innocent and delightful young maidens, especially one from a wealthy family. Ji Xingtian, how could he possibly appear here? At that moment, the elder standing at the shop's entrance was engulfed by a tumultuous wave of emotions upon witnessing Ji Xingtian's sudden arrival. He simply could not fathom why the latter would be present in such a remote location. Shouldn't one remain in the capital with utmost caution? Could it be that one's identity has been compromised, prompting this old fellow to seek me out? The thought sent a shiver down the elder's spine. Given his current capabilities, exposure would undoubtedly spell disaster. Furthermore, he wished to maintain a semblance of dignity before this old friend, concealing his present predicament. Thus, he lowered his head, ensuring his visage remained hidden from view. Chapter 279, The Startling Turmoil of the Sea. Is this the esteemed young healer? I am Jia Xingtian. Honored to make your acquaintance, fair maiden. Jia Xingtian regarded the youthful and strikingly beautiful healer with utmost respect, adopting a humble demeanor. From the young girl's lips, he had learned that this enchanting maiden was an assistant summoned by Boss Yi. In his eyes, Boss Yi was a figure of divine stature from the upper realm, and thus, the assistant he engaged must be exceptional and deserving of reverence. Yao Yi also approached to greet the young healer, displaying an air of courtesy. Please, no need for such formality. You are both esteemed guests of this establishment. You may simply call me the young healer. She replied with a beaming smile upon witnessing their politeness. Is Boss Yi present in the establishment? Jia Xingtian inquired, drawn to the amiable demeanor of the young healer. The young healer nodded, asking, Does the elder seek Boss Yi for a matter of importance? Jia Xingtian affirmed. I have traveled from the capital with a special gift for Boss Yi. What sort of gift? Just then, a figure appeared before Jia Xingtian, none other than Yi Yun. The sudden emergence of Yi Yun startled Jia Xingtian, yet he quickly composed himself, donning a respectful smile. Boss Yi, I learned from Yao Yi that you favor the cloud mist brew, so I took the liberty of procuring some as a token of my goodwill. As he spoke, Jia Xingtian retrieved an exquisite jade box from his spatial ring, presenting it to Yi Yun with both hands. Cloud mist brew? At this mention, Yi Yun recalled the fine wine that Yao Yi had presented during their banquet at the moonlit estate, and his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, the cloud mist brew is a remarkable wine. Now, with the young healer as his assistant, he relished sipping tea and indulging in fine spirits to pass the time. You are quite thoughtful, Yi Yun remarked, waving his hand to accept the jade box. I am glad to hear that, Boss Yi, Jia Xingtian replied, his heart swelling with joy at the thought of having strengthened his rapport with Yi Yun. Who exactly is this individual? Why does Jia Xingtian show him such deference? Could it be that this young man is a hidden, unparalleled powerhouse? Behind him, the elder observed the astonishing demeanor of Jia Xingtian towards Yi Yun, feeling a profound sense of surprise. Just moments ago, Yi Yun's sudden appearance had left the elder astounded, further solidifying his suspicions. You have come here to open the jars, have you not? If there is a matter at hand, you may consult the little medical fairy. Yi Yun cast a fleeting glance at the trio before vanishing from sight. Witnessing Yi Yun's remarkable spatial disappearance technique, Jia Xingtian was once again taken aback, his respect for Yi Yun intensifying. The three of you may now proceed to open the jars, the little medical fairy announced. Little medical fairy, allow me to go first, exclaimed the little girl, who promptly leaped onto the counter, calling out to Yaoya behind her, Sister, hurry and give me the money. I wish to open an orange jar. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at the highest row of orange jars on the shelf behind the little medical fairy. After discovering an ability orb from an orange jar the day before, she was eager to try her luck once more. Upon hearing this, Yaoya stepped forward and retrieved 1,000,000 gold coins from her spatial ring, placing them upon the counter. The little medical fairy glanced at the coins and swiftly gathered all the gold from the counter. We acknowledge our mistakes. Please, spare us. One of the men cried out, desperation lacing his voice. Senior Bing, do save us. Just as the little medical fairy prepared to turn and fetch the orange jar, anguished cries from the men at the entrance pierced the air. Upon hearing the commotion, the little girl and the others turned their gazes in confusion. Sister medical fairy, why are they all kneeling? The little girl inquired with curiosity. They attempted to harm me, so I have punished them to kneel here for 3 days and nights. The little medical fairy replied, frowning slightly. Gasp. In response, Jia Xingtian and Yaoya's eyes widened in disbelief, and they could not help but draw a sharp breath. How audacious to lay a hand upon the little medical fairy. These individuals truly possessed remarkable boldness, as even they maintained a respectful demeanor before her. To think these ruffians dared to act so brazenly was indeed shocking. Release us at once, you wretched woman. Do you know who my father is? He is the captain of the Desert City Guards. If you do not let us go, be wary of him coming here with his troops to smash your pitiful establishment. One of the men shouted, his voice laced with anger. Yes, release us quickly. My father is the treasurer of Desert City, and you should be cautious lest you find yourself in dire straits. As the three men noticed that neither the little medical fairy nor the elder paid them any heed, their fury escalated, leading them to hurl insults at her. The little medical fairy's expression darkened at their words, with a flick of her delicate hand. The three men suddenly felt their mouths sealed, rendering them voiceless. Meanwhile, upon hearing their claims, Jia Xingtian's countenance also darkened. These brash fellows were actually the offspring of high-ranking officials in Desert City? Such behavior is truly unbecoming, unmistakably indicative of a few wayward scions. It seems that the desolation of this city necessitates a thorough rectification. Oh, dear sister, the little healer, your prowess is remarkable, with a mere wave of your hand. You rendered them speechless. The little girl, witnessing the silencing technique exhibited by the little healer, was instantly captivated, her eyes shimmering with admiration. As the onlookers regained their composure, they too were profoundly astonished by the little healer's recent display of power. The elderly man at the entrance, observing this scene, felt his pupils constrict, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Is such a technique truly within the grasp of one possessing only the cultivation of a great fighter? At that moment, he paid no heed to the request of the woman in the red dress, casting a glance at the little healer standing at the counter. A flicker of wariness crossed his eyes. To manifest such abilities, this young girl was undoubtedly not merely a great fighter as she appeared. They're far too loud. We must avoid disturbing others while they open their jars, the little healer stated calmly, before turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it upon the counter. Upon seeing the orange jar, the little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. This time, I shall undoubtedly unearth the finest treasure, she declared confidently. And with that, she struck the orange jar with her palm. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering glass, the entire orange jar was reduced to fragments. Subsequently, the shattered pieces transformed into an endless radiance, enveloping the entire counter. At the entrance, the old man's gaze remained fixed ahead, curiosity piqued regarding the intentions of the newcomers. When he witnessed them purchasing a jar for 1,000,000 gold coins, he was filled with perplexity. Yet, as the jar shattered and released a cascade of brilliant light, he was once again left in utter astonishment. Chapter 280, The Shadow Bear. The old man's expression became utterly frozen upon witnessing the counter cloaked in boundless light. What kind of sorcery is this? At that moment, his heart was filled with trepidation. He then observed the crowd, all eyes riveted on the counter, and discreetly donned a black cloak from his spatial ring, concealing his presence once more. He inched closer to the counter, eager to uncover the mysteries hidden within the luminous glow. As for the woman in the red dress at the entrance, she had long since forgotten her intent to summon aid. As the radiant light gradually dissipated, the items on the counter were unveiled. The little girl's eyes brightened upon seeing what lay before her. Wow, a doll! What an adorable little bear doll! Revealed upon the counter was a finely crafted black bear doll, so exquisitely made that it appeared lifelike. The little girl's cherubic face radiated excitement as she eagerly clutched the teddy bear from the counter, clearly enamored with it. Unbeknownst to her, behind her stood Jia Xingtian and Yao Yi, whose expressions darkened instantly upon seeing the toy she had just unveiled. 1,000,000 gold coins. And all she produced was a mere toy? Had it not been for the presence of others, Yao Yi would likely have seized the little girl and spanked her soundly. Even Jia Xingtian, who typically lavished affection upon her, found himself fuming, his beard bristling with indignation, feeling a pang in his heart. Initially, after hearing about the multitude of treasures the little girl had uncovered the previous day, Jia Xingtian had felt a surge of joy, convinced of her exceptional fortune. Thus, he had permitted her to be the first to open a treasure chest today. However, he never anticipated the utter waste of 1,000,000 gold coins on a mere teddy bear. It was utterly absurd. The elderly man behind them also wore a stiff expression, his face betraying a sense of incredulity. Earlier, he had been filled with curiosity at the prospect of witnessing something extraordinary, fueled by the dazzling display of light. This moment had undoubtedly heightened his expectations. He had imagined a rare and precious artifact emerging, only to be met with the sight of a toy. Casting a peculiar glance at Jia Xingtian, he wondered if the old man was simply indulging in frivolity, traveling such a great distance to this desolate place merely to procure a toy for his granddaughter, and spending 1,000,000 gold coins on it, truly exemplified the capriciousness of royalty. Meanwhile, the little girl, clutching her teddy bear with delight, turned to face her royal grandfather and sister, only to be met with their displeased expressions, which startled her. Almost moved to tears, she quickly realized that she was there to uncover treasures, not to acquire toys. The thought of having spent 1,000,000 gold coins on a mere toy filled her with dread. She knew she would surely face her sister's wrath upon returning home. Overwhelmed by this realization, she began to cry. "Grandfather, sister, I didn't mean to." The teddy bear insisted on coming out. She whimpered, her lips trembling in a display of innocence. Yao Yi, witnessing the little girl clutching the bear so tightly, felt an urge to explode with frustration but restrained himself. Glancing at the little healer before him, he reminded himself to maintain composure and courtesy, unwilling to let Yi Boss's assistant witness his agitation. "Little sister, why are you crying?" The little healer inquired, observing the girl's tear-streaked face with curiosity. "Dear Sister Medical Fairy, I am heartbroken and disheartened as I have not summoned a treasure." The little girl lamented. "Who says that the doll in your hands is not a treasure?" Sister Medical Fairy replied with a smile. She glanced at the doll held by the little girl, her eyes reflecting a flicker of astonishment. Who could have imagined that this seemingly adorable doll was, in fact, a genuine giant bear? Moreover, it possessed astonishing strength. At the moment the little girl summoned this doll, Sister Medical Fairy herself felt a tinge of surprise. Her first thought was disbelief. How could an ordinary doll possibly emerge from an orange jar? As an experienced summoner who had opened jars numerous times, she immediately began to inspect the information regarding the bear doll. However, the information she subsequently uncovered did not disappoint her. In fact, it left her somewhat astounded. Shadow Bear Doll Tibbers, originating from the Valoran world, it can summon the Shadow Bear Tibbers with the utterance of a spell. After perusing the details about the bear doll, Sister Medical Fairy found it hard not to be astonished. This single doll could genuinely summon a colossal bear. The Shadow Bear is a creature endowed with shadow abilities, capable of merging with darkness, possessing immense strength, and having a tough, resilient hide. It is safe to say that the little girl had indeed struck gold with this treasure. "Dear Sister Medical Fairy, could it be that my bear doll is truly a treasure?" The little girl inquired, her surprise palpable upon hearing Sister Medical Fairy's words. "Of course. Anything that emerges from the orange jar is undoubtedly a treasure." Sister Medical Fairy nodded in affirmation before proceeding with her explanation. "The doll you hold is, in fact, alive. It is called the Shadow Bear." Before long, Sister Medical Fairy had thoroughly introduced the little girl to the bear doll. Upon concluding her presentation, all present were left in awe. Every gaze was fixed on the bear doll in the little girl's hands, disbelief etched on their faces. Is this truly a living giant bear? The Shadow Bear? Capable of slipping into the darkness, with boundless strength and a tough hide? Although such claims came from Sister Medical Fairy, who should have been highly credible, both Jia Xingtian and Yao Yi could hardly believe their eyes. "Oh yes, I knew my luck wouldn't be so dismal." The little girl, upon hearing Sister Medical Fairy's introduction, was filled with joy and began to cheer exuberantly. The revelation that the bear doll in her hands was alive was simply delightful. "Sister Medical Fairy, how do I summon my bear?" After a moment of excitement, the little girl turned her eager gaze towards Sister Medical Fairy and asked, "Simply recite the spell. The incantation is, 'Come forth, my Tibbers.'" Sister Medical Fairy replied softly, "Is it truly this simple?" Upon hearing this, the young girl gazed at the teddy bear in her hands and eagerly exclaimed, "Come forth, my Tibbers." As her words echoed, The teddy bear emitted a faint black light and then vanished from sight. Where did it go? Sister Medical Fairy, have you seen my teddy bear? The little girl asked with a puzzled expression as she looked around before turning to the medical fairy for answers. Chapter 281. The Soul-Stealing Scroll of Magia. My dear little sister, the shadow bear can conceal itself within the darkness. If you concentrate, you will be able to sense it, the medical fairy explained with a smile. Oh, the little girl, somewhat enlightened, closed her eyes. Moments later, she suddenly opened them and shouted, "Come forth, my Tibers." As her voice faded, a colossal figure materialized behind her. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura enveloped the jar shop. All present were struck with astonishment as they beheld the immense silhouette looming behind the little girl. A gigantic dark bear, towering at least 2 zhang, emerged, its form robust and imposing. Were it not for the suppression of power within the jar shop, the bear's size would likely have increased even further. With a thunderous roar, the bear seemed to call out to the little girl. "Ah, Tibers, you have come out." She turned to see Tibers, her eyes alight with joy. Instead of fear, she radiated warmth and affection toward the enormous creature. Tibers, in turn, gazed at the little girl with immense fondness. Inside the jar shop, the onlookers were momentarily stunned, their expressions reflecting disbelief at the spectacle before them. The teddy bear had truly summoned a living giant bear. Moreover, it appeared that the bear possessed formidable strength. Jia Xingtian regarded Tibers with a solemn expression. From the aura emanating from the creature, he deduced that this shadow bear, named Tibers, was undoubtedly not a mere 6th-tier magical beast. A 6th-tier magical beast is hardly inferior to a human Dou Huang powerhouse. This meant that Tibers possessed strength capable of contending with a Dou Huang. As this realization dawned on him, Jia Xingtian couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. 1 million gold coins summoned a Dou Huang powerhouse. This is undeniably an incredible profit. After regaining his composure, excitement spread across Jia Xingtian's face. With Tibers by their side, it was akin to adding another Dou Huang powerhouse to the royal family, significantly enhancing their strength. Upon hearing this news from Jia Xingtian, the nearby Yi couldn't help but break into a broad smile. Although the presence of a Dou Huang could not resolve the royal family's crisis at this moment, given that Yunlan's sect now boasted 2 Dou Zone powerhouses, the impact of a single Dou Huang was minimal in the face of such formidable opponents. However, the fact that a Dou Huang had been summoned for the price of 1 million gold coins was undoubtedly a lucrative venture. Meanwhile, the elder standing behind the crowd wore an utterly bewildered and astonished expression as he gazed at the Tibers behind the little girl. How could a mere doll summon a 6th-tier magical beast with the strength of a Dou Huang? What was the origin of this peculiar shop? And how did such extraordinary treasures come to exist? In an instant, the elder began to ponder whether the world outside had undergone dramatic changes during his years of seclusion. Otherwise, given his experience, he should have been aware of a toy bear capable of transforming into a giant bear. Beside him, the woman in the red dress was already left speechless, completely forgetting about the several men still kneeling on the ground nearby. "Tibers, come back." The little girl called out once more to the enormous shadow bear before her. As her words faded, the massive creature vanished, transforming back into a small bear toy that appeared in the little girl's hands. "Big sister, grandpa, what do you think of the treasure I opened this time?" The little girl looked at Jia Xingtian and Yu Yi with a hint of pride. "Wonderful, wonderful," Jia Xingtian exclaimed, bursting into hearty laughter, clearly delighted. Yu Yi's expression was equally warm as she remarked, "You did exceptionally well this time. I told you. How could I possibly summon an ordinary doll? My luck is simply remarkable." The little girl beamed with joy, gazing at the small bear toy in her hands. For a playful young girl, there was no treasure more delightful than her beloved bear, a companion that could both entertain and protect her. Where else could she find such a treasure? "Grandpa, it's your turn now," Yu Yi urged Jia Xingtian to approach the jar. Nodding in agreement, Jia Xingtian stepped forward, placing 50,000 gold coins on the counter. "Young healer, please fetch me a red jar," he requested of the young healer before him. Upon hearing this, the young healer cast a quick glance over the counter, nodded, and with a wave of her hand, collected all the coins. She then turned and retrieved a red jar from the shelf behind her, placing it on the counter. As Jia Xingtian's gaze fell upon the red jar, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. He extended a hand and firmly struck the jar. Crack! With the crisp sound of a jar shattering, the vessel instantly fragmented into countless pieces. Subsequently, the broken jar began to emit an endless radiance, completely enveloping the entire counter. Observing the reappearance of the infinite glow, the elderly man standing behind revealed a renewed curiosity in his eyes. What treasures might this jar unveil this time? Moments later, as the light receded, the items on the counter were revealed. Among them lay a gray scroll, emanating a peculiar aura. A scroll? Could it possibly be a martial technique? Gazing at the gray scroll on the counter, Jia Xingtian felt a twinge of curiosity. He recalled the last treasure he had unearthed, the 18 dragon-subduing palms, which held immense power. If he could also uncover a terrestrial-level combat technique or martial art this time, it would indeed be a tremendous gain. He then reached out to grasp the scroll from the counter and began to inspect it. Why is there nothing on it? As Jia Xingtian examined the scroll, astonishment and doubt flickered across his face. The scroll bore no markings, no information whatsoever. It was a blank scroll. How could this be? Could it be that he had drawn a useless item this time? This thought momentarily crossed Jia Xingtian's mind. However, he quickly shook his head, dismissing the notion. The items procured from the jar were almost always treasures. Even the small teddy bear that Yao Yu had recently acquired was a rare gem. There was no reason to believe that the scroll in his possession was worthless. With this in mind, Jia Xingtian held the scroll and turned his gaze towards the young medical sage before him, respectfully inquiring, "Might I ask, young sage, what kind of treasure is this blank scroll I hold?" Upon hearing this, the young sage's attention swiftly shifted to the gray scroll in Jia Xingtian's hand. In the next moment, a piece of information materialized before her eyes. Meijia's soul-siphoning scroll, originating from the world of League of Legends, after killing. It can absorb a portion of the opponent's cultivation, permanently effective, with a total absorption capacity for 25 individuals. Chapter 282, The Book of Murder. After the young sage perused the information, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Meijia's soul-siphoning scroll, absorbing a portion of the opponent's cultivation post-murder? Clearly, this was a most peculiar artifact. It could even be classified as a demonic tool. One could not deny the formidable power it possessed. The ability to absorb an opponent's cultivation through murder was akin to cheating. Such a potent effect stirred even the young sage, who was already in possession of numerous treasures. Albeit her intentions were not solely to kill for the sake of absorption. In this world, there exist both virtuous individuals and malevolent ones. As long as the soul-thieving scroll of Meijia is employed against the wicked, it is considered to be put to good use. What troubles you, fair healer? Is it possible that this is not a treasure? Noticing the furrow in the healer's brow, Jia Xingtian's heart sank. Could it be that what he had unearthed was merely an ordinary scroll? Upon hearing his words, the healer regained her composure, cast a glance at Jia Xingtian, and slowly articulated. This object is known as the soul-thieving scroll of Meijia, endowed with unparalleled magical prowess. Upon taking a life, it can absorb a portion of the victim's cultivation. The healer, without any pretense, revealed the function of the soul-thieving scroll of Meijia. What? Upon hearing her words, the individuals present were instantly taken aback. To kill and subsequently absorb a portion of the opponent's cultivation? What manner of power is this? Jia Xingtian's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the gray scroll in his hands, his heart tumultuous with emotion. This is utterly terrifying. Such a defiant treasure truly exists in this world. It could only be described as sinister. However, after the initial shock, Jia Xingtian regained his senses, and an overwhelming ecstasy filled his heart as he gazed at the gray scroll. With the soul-thieving scroll of Meijia in his possession, could it not expedite his elevation in cultivation? He was currently stymied at the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Emperor realm, unable to break through. Upon learning that the Yunlan sect had revealed Tu Dou Zone, Jia Xingtian felt a pressure that surpassed even that of Yao Yu. This was why, upon discovering that the VIP card could be activated, he had unhesitatingly emerged from seclusion, seeking a stroke of fortune. Now, it seemed that his decision was indeed sagacious. Merely possessing the soul-thieving scroll of Meijia rendered this journey a resounding success. He had already envisioned the prospect of breaking through to Dou's zone through this scroll. At that moment, Yao Yu also came to a realization, her eyes gleaming with intelligence. She, being astute, understood the significance of the soul-thieving scroll of Meijia for the royal family. Should the emperor utilize it to break through to the Dou Zone realm, the royal family would possess the capability to continue their entanglement with the Yunlan sect. Most astonished, however, was the elder behind them. Upon hearing the scroll's capabilities from the healer, his heart leapt, and disbelief washed over his countenance. A scroll capable of absorbing cultivation? Does such a thing truly exist? It was difficult for him to fathom. Yet, observing Jia Xingtian's exuberance, he fell silent. If it were not genuine, there would be no reason for the old man to exhibit such enthusiasm. What kind of establishment is this? How could it possibly yield such a defiant treasure? In his view, such a treasure would be coveted by anyone who would ever consider selling it. Moreover, it was astonishing that it was merely priced at 500,000 gold coins. This left him incredulous. Yet, he recalled the small teddy bear toy summoned by the little girl earlier. Who could have imagined that a mere toy could conjure a 6th-tier magical beast? This jar shop was truly peculiar. The old man cast a glance at the little healer at the counter, and a deep apprehension flickered in his eyes. However, his gaze soon shifted to the myriad jars densely packed behind the little healer, and a glimmer of intrigue sparked within him. Could it be that these jars concealed treasures of unparalleled value? The thought sent a thrill through him, yet a wry smile soon graced his face. Judging by the earlier experiences of the little girl and Jia Xingtian with the jars, these items were exorbitantly priced. The cheaper ones were still 500,000 gold coins, while the more expensive could reach 1,000,000. Over the years, in his quest to break the seals within his own body, he had been unable to amass such wealth. Regret seeped into the old man's heart as he realized that even he, the Ice Emperor Hebedong, could one day find himself troubled by financial matters. Perhaps he could borrow some gold from old Jia Xingtian, oblivious to the old man's musings behind him, was engrossed in the soul thief scroll of Meijia in his hands, trembling with excitement. With such a treasure, he was destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse. Though the soul thief scroll of Meijia could absorb the cultivation of others, it came with a limitation. At that moment, the little healer spoke again, capturing Jia Xingtian's attention. "Little healer, what is the limitation?" he inquired, puzzled. "The soul thief scroll of Meijia can only be used 25 times, meaning you can absorb the cultivation of only 25 individuals," the little healer explained slowly. "Only 25 times?" Upon hearing this, Jia Xingtian's brow furrowed, and a sense of disappointment washed over him. Undoubtedly, this limitation diminished the value of the soul thief scroll significantly. In an instant, his dreams of becoming an unparalleled powerhouse shattered. After all, the scroll could only absorb a portion of one's cultivation, and with so few opportunities, its effectiveness was limited. With only 25 chances, Jia Xingtian would have to make judicious choices in utilizing the soul thief scroll. Given his current cultivation level, even defeating a battle king and absorbing a portion of their fighting spirit would yield little benefit. Perhaps only a formidable being who has attained the Emperor of Dou realm can absorb their cultivation, thereby assisting Jia Xingtian in breaking through to the Dou zone realm. 25 attempts shall suffice. After all, it has granted this old man a glimpse of hope for transcending to the Dou zone realm. Although a flicker of disappointment lingered in his heart, Jia Xingtian soon regained his composure. For even with this new limitation imposed, the soul-stealing scroll of Meijia remained an extraordinary treasure for him. If wielded wisely, it could be sufficient to propel him into the Dou zone realm. "Yao Yi, it is now your turn," he said, turning to Yao Yi beside him. Upon hearing this, Yao Yi nodded, excitement bubbling within her as she approached the counter. She then retrieved 500,000 gold coins from her spatial ring and placed them upon the counter. Chapter 283, The Shadow Cloak. Xiao Yixian gazed at the 500,000 gold coins on the counter and, with a mere wave of her hand, collected all the coins. She then turned and fetched a crimson jar from the shelves behind her, placing it atop the counter. Yao Yi's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at the crimson jar. Without hesitation, she extended her delicate hand and struck the jar with force. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering, the jar burst into countless fragments, transforming into an endless cascade of radiant light that spilled into the void, dazzling beyond measure. Even after witnessing such brilliance for the third time, Hai Buodong remained awestruck. What manner of sorcery is this? Who, pray tell, is the master of this jar shop? In an instant, Hai Buodong recalled the youth who had previously appeared within the shop. Could it be that this young man is the true proprietor of the establishment? Given the old man's respectful demeanor towards him, he must possess considerable strength. With this thought, Hai Buodong felt a surge of anticipation. I wonder if the shopkeeper can help me unravel the seals upon me? The gaze of Jia Xingtian and the others remained fixed on the counter, shrouded in radiant light, their eyes brimming with boundless expectation. Moments later, as the light dissipated, the items upon the counter were revealed. What is this? Yao Yi asked, her brow furrowing in confusion as she observed the unveiled object. It appears to be a cloak. Curiously, she picked up the item from the counter, discovering it to be a black cloak. What use could a mere cloak serve? As she scrutinized the black garment in her hands, she could discern no extraordinary qualities, and disappointment swiftly washed over her face. She felt disheartened, never anticipating that her efforts would yield such an ordinary item. Beside her, Jia Xingtian, upon seeing Yao Yi unveil a plain cloak, was momentarily taken aback. He did not ponder much. After all, it was merely a cloak. What treasure could it possibly be? They were entirely oblivious to the fact that upon glimpsing the black cloak on the counter, the little healer's face revealed a look of astonishment. It was indeed the dark cloak. Remarkably, the item unveiled by Yao Yi this time was the same dark cloak that Nalan Yanran had acquired in the Beast Mountain range. The little healer had been present then, fully aware of the cloak's extraordinary nature. Sister, do not be disheartened just yet. Perhaps this cloak is a treasure akin to my doll. The only one maintaining an optimistic outlook among them was the little girl. She snatched the black cloak from Yao Yi's hands, examining it with curiosity, and then promptly donned the cloak upon her head. However, the moment the little girl wore the black cloak, her body astonishingly became invisible, vanishing from sight. Yue? Witnessing the little girl disappear, Yao Yue was momentarily taken aback, then called out in a state of mild panic. What is it, sister? The little girl, unaware of the transformation she had undergone, looked at Yao Yue, puzzled by her anxious demeanor. Yue, where are you? I can no longer see you, Yao Yue exclaimed, startled by the little girl's voice. She turned towards the direction of the sound, but saw nothing. You can't see me? But sister, I am right here. The little girl replied, her delicate face reflecting confusion. She reached out, touching Yao Yue. Sister, am I not standing right here? Yue, what is happening? Why can I only feel you, but not see you? Yao Yue grasped the little girl's hand, her tone laced with astonishment. Meanwhile, those present were equally astounded by the scene unfolding before them. They had witnessed the little girl vanish right before their eyes. Initially, they presumed that the power of the black cloak had whisked her away. Yet, observing Yao Yue's reaction, it seemed the little girl had not departed but remained in place. But why could they not see her? Could it be that the power of the black cloak granted invisibility? Behind them, Hebadong gazed at the spot where the little girl had disappeared and suddenly had a revelation. A glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Being well-versed in various matters, he quickly deduced the reason. After all, the little girl had become invisible solely because she had donned the black cloak. At this moment, the others began to come to terms with the astonishing reality. Did that cloak possess such a remarkable ability to render someone invisible? Observing her sister's reaction, the little girl also sensed something amiss. She promptly removed the black cloak from her head. In that instant, as the cloak was lifted, the previously vanished little girl reappeared before the astonished onlookers. It became evident to everyone that her earlier disappearance was intricately linked to this very cloak. The cloak possessed the extraordinary ability to render its wearer invisible. This realization left the crowd in a state of astonishment. The prospect of vanishing from sight, along with concealing one's presence, was an undeniably formidable power. They had never anticipated that such an unassuming cloak could harbor such miraculous capabilities. This black cloak was far from ordinary. It was indeed a remarkable treasure. At that moment, Yao Yi also came to a realization, gazing at the black cloak in her hands with delight. Initially, she had believed it to be merely a worthless item, but now she discovered it to be a rare gem. How could she not feel elated? It was an unexpected stroke of fortune. The sight of the black cloak immediately reminded Yao Yi of another treasure she had once uncovered, the Shadow Blade. The Shadow Blade also possessed the ability to render one invisible, coupled with an unparalleled sharpness. If paired with this black cloak, the thought sent a chill of excitement through her. This was undoubtedly the equipment of a master assassin. An invisibility cloak, combined with a weapon capable of piercing armor. Who could possibly withstand such a combination? If she were to wield the black cloak alongside the Shadow Blade, her prowess at the Dou Ling level would allow her to contend even with Dou Huang experts. Upon learning of the cloak's capabilities, Jia Xingtian's face broke into a smile. This was truly a treasure of immense value. The reactions of those around them had already attested to the power of this artifact. Such a treasure, capable of completely concealing one's form, would instill fear in anyone. The mere thought of an unseen enemy lurking nearby would render anyone restless. Little medical fairy, do you know the origin of this black cloak? Jia Xingtian inquired, his gaze fixed on the cloak in the little girl's hands. Chapter 284, Dragon Power Pill. This item is known as the Dark Cloak. As for its abilities, you have witnessed them firsthand. Simply donning it allows one to become invisible. Upon hearing Jia Xingtian's words, the little medical fairy explained calmly. The Dark Cloak. Upon her explanation, Yao Yi and the others suddenly understood. Unable to contain herself, Yao Yi snatched the dark cloak from the little girl and placed it atop her head. In the next moment, to the astonishment of the little girl, Yao Yi vanished from her sight. Sister? Sister, where have you gone? The little girl, bewildered, scanned her surroundings but found no trace of Yao Yi. How could such a lively person simply vanish? Just then, she felt a sudden tap on her backside, causing her to leap in surprise. Who just slapped my bottom? She exclaimed, covering her posterior and glancing back, yet she saw no assailant. Sister, is that you? A thought struck her, and she called out behind her. Upon hearing this, Yao Yi slowly removed her hooded cloak, revealing herself. Wow, this cloak is so intriguing. Realizing her sister had reappeared, the little girl's eyes sparkled with delight as she beheld the dark cloak in Yao Yi's possession. Sister, how about you give me that cloak? The little girl gazed enviously at the garment. Not a chance. Yao Yi rolled her eyes, firmly rejecting her sister's request. If this mischievous little girl were to don the dark cloak and roam about, who knew what chaos would ensue? Please, just let me play with it for a day. I'll lend you my teddy bear for a day, the little girl pleaded, genuinely enamored by the cloak's potential. Forget it. That dark cloak will never be yours. Yao Yi stated without room for negotiation, promptly storing the cloak in her spatial ring. She even harbored doubts that if the cloak fell into the little girl's hands, the first to be pranked would undoubtedly be herself. Humph, if you won't let me have it, then when I find something great later, I won't share it with you. The little girl pouted, her displeasure evident as she sulked, muttering under her breath. Xiao remained unfazed. If the little girl were to uncover something extraordinary, she had her methods to ensure the treasure would be relinquished. Next, it was the little girl's turn to open a jar. Xiao stepped forward, handing her 1,000,000 gold coins. After receiving the coins, the young healer turned and fetched an orange jar from the back counter, placing it on the table. This time, I am determined to unveil an enchanting treasure. The little girl exclaimed with excitement as she looked at the orange jar, convinced that her prize would surpass her sister's. Without hesitation, she extended her delicate hand and struck the jar with a swift motion. Crack! With a crisp sound, the orange jar shattered into countless fragments, emitting a radiant light that enveloped the surroundings, obscuring everyone's vision. The little girl gazed eagerly at the counter enveloped in a radiant glow, her anticipation mounting to witness the treasure she was about to unveil. Others too widened their eyes, fixated on the direction of the counter. Moments later, the infinite luminosity surrounding the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the items laid upon it. Atop the counter, a delicate jade vial came into view. A jade vial? Could it possibly contain a medicinal elixir? The sight of the vial sparked a glimmer of interest in the little girl's eyes. As a first-tier alchemist, she harbored a considerable fascination for such potions. Without hesitation, the little girl seized the jade vial from the counter and uncorked it, instantly releasing a rich, invigorating fragrance into the air. What a potent aroma! The moment she inhaled the scent, her eyes sparkled with delight. Such a robust fragrance indicated it must be a high-grade elixir. Yet, what kind of potion could it be? Curiosity swelled within her. She took a whiff and peered into the vial, discovering a golden elixir, radiant with a soft glow. A golden elixir indeed, unmistakably a precious concoction. Joy flooded her heart. In front of the counter, the little healer observed the golden elixir in the little girl's hand. Her curiosity piqued. As her gaze swept across it, a piece of information materialized before her eyes. Dragon Power Pill, derived from the world of eternal life, crafted from the blood of dragons. Consumption enhances one's physique and grants half-dragon strength. The implications of this Dragon Power Pill astonished the little healer. The power of half-dragon strength. How formidable could that be? Let me have a look at the elixir in your hand, chimed Xiao, her face alight with curiosity as she approached the little girl with a smile. Absolutely not. The little girl clutched the jade vial tightly, her expression resolute. You didn't let me play with the cloak earlier. She pouted, and without further ado, she poured the elixir into her mouth. Upon witnessing the little girl swallow the elixir, Xiao's expression shifted dramatically. It was not that she was reluctant to part with the elixir, but rather her concern for the little girl's safety. The effects of this golden elixir were still unknown, and yet the little girl had consumed it outright. What if it had unforeseen side effects? How do you feel? Xiao asked, her face etched with worry as she gazed at the little girl. The little girl licked her lips and, with a hint of lingering delight, remarked, "It's sweet, the taste is quite pleasant." Upon hearing this, Xiao finally exhaled in relief, having been deeply concerned moments before. However, just then, the little girl suddenly clutched her stomach, exclaiming in pain. What is wrong? Xiao's expression shifted instantly, panic flashing across her face as she inquired with concern. Sister, my stomach hurts terribly, the little girl grimaced, holding her abdomen and crying out in agony. What happened to you, Xiao? Jia Xingtian, witnessing the scene, could not remain still and hurried to the little girl's side, his expression fraught with anxiety. Do not worry. The dragon power pill that Yue consumed is currently transforming her body, and she will soon feel better, Xiao Yixin interjected, unable to contain herself upon seeing their distress. Dragon power pill. With Xiao Yixin's words, Xiao's heart eased, yet upon observing the little girl's pained expression, a pang of sorrow struck her. Chapter 285, The Fiery Little Girl. After a series of cries, the little girl finally ceased her lamentations. At that moment, the effects of the dragon power pill had fully permeated her body and, as time passed, it would gradually alter her constitution, bestowing her with divine power. Should she completely absorb it, she would gain the strength of a half-dragon. Where are you all right now? Yao Yi inquired with a face full of concern. Sister, it doesn't hurt anymore, but I felt so uncomfortable just now, the little girl replied, her face still pained as she shook her head slightly. Recalling the discomfort she had just endured, feeling a twinge of grievance. That is a relief. Yao Yi sighed in relief upon hearing this, then suddenly pinched the little girl's cheek, adopting a stern expression. Who told you to swallow that pill so recklessly? Do you even understand its effects? To consume it so carelessly? How could you be so rash? Reflecting on the little girl's impulsiveness, Yao Yi felt a surge of frustration. Thankfully, it was the dragon power pill she had ingested. Though she had suffered, ultimately, there was no lasting harm. Yet, given the little girl's nature, one could not be certain there wouldn't be a next time. What if the next pill she took had severe side effects? With this thought, Yao Yi pinched the little girl's rosy cheek once more. Ouch, sister, I understand my mistake. Please don't hit me. The little girl immediately pleaded, her lips pouting in a display of innocence. Humph, if you act so recklessly again, I shall give you a proper lesson, you naughty child. Yao Yi responded with a cold huff. All right, Xiao Yuer knows her mistake. Let's let this go this time, Jia Xingtian interjected, seeing the little girl on the verge of tears, and stepped forward to offer comfort. Xiao Yuer, tell Grandpa Huang, how do you feel after taking the dragon power pill? Jia Xingtian regarded the little girl with a kind expression. Upon hearing this, the little girl ceased the tears that were about to spill, took a sniff, and hesitantly spoke. Grandfather Emperor, I feel a surge of heat flowing within me, and my strength has increased significantly. Your strength has increased considerably? Upon hearing this, Jia Xingtian was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the petite figure before him, utterly perplexed as to what kind of power could possibly reside within this little one. Xiaoyuer, why don't you strike Grandfather Emperor with a punch and see if your strength has indeed grown? Jia Xingtian rose, conjuring a blue energy barrier with a mere thought. Are you really going to make me hit you? What if I hurt you, Grandfather Emperor? The little girl hesitated at his words. She felt that the newfound strength within her was formidable, hence her audacity to speak so boldly. Hearing this, Jia Xingtian's mouth twitched slightly. After all, he was a formidable 9-star Dou Huang, and he could hardly fathom how this little girl could inflict any harm upon him. Fear not, Xiaoyuer. Strike with all your might. Grandfather Emperor can withstand it, he insisted, striving to maintain a smile. Very well then. After a moment's hesitation, the little girl nodded. Grandfather Emperor, I'm going to throw a punch now. With that, she summoned all her strength, her face flushing red, and extended her delicate fist towards Jia Xingtian. As her tender fist collided with the energy barrier before Jia Xingtian, a resounding crack echoed, and the blue barrier shattered under the impact of her punch. Jia Xingtian felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, causing his expression to shift as he instinctively took a step back. Witnessing this scene, everyone present gasped in disbelief. The little girl had truly pushed back Jia Xingtian. It was important to note that Jia Xingtian was a powerful 9-star Dou Huang, and yet, this little girl, merely at the Dou Qi level, managed to repel him with her physical strength. Though Jia Xingtian had not exerted much force, and the energy barrier was only of the great Dou Qi level, the fact that such a small child could achieve this was astonishing. This indicated that the strength behind her punch was sufficient to defeat even a great Dou Qi. And she was just a little girl. Looking at her diminutive form, who could have imagined that such immense power lay within? Xiao, where are you? At this moment, Jia Xingtian, having been pushed back, finally regained his composure. As he reflected on the strength of the punch that had struck him, a look of astonishment crossed his face. The previous energy barrier indeed had only been at the level of a great Dou Qi. However, with Jia Xingtian's profound energy, even a typical great Dou Qi would struggle to shake it. Only a peak great Dou Qi might have the capacity to break through it. Is it not indicative that the strength of the young girl has reached a level where she can contend with the Grand Master? Such a revelation is utterly astonishing. Following this, everyone recalled the dragon power pill that the young girl had just consumed, their astonishment deepening. The potency of this dragon power pill is indeed formidable, endowing a mere child with the divine strength to rival a Grand Master. This is rather terrifying. May I inquire, young healer, what precisely is this dragon power pill that possesses such miraculous efficacy? Once composed, Jia Xingtian could not restrain his curiosity and posed the question to the young healer. In response, the young healer cast her gaze upon the intrigued crowd and explained with a calm demeanor. The dragon power pill is forged from the true dragon blood of a vast world. Upon consumption, it gradually enhances one's constitution, granting the power of a half-dragon. Upon hearing her words, Jia Xingtian and the others were once again struck with awe. It is indeed crafted from dragon blood. No wonder. In any realm, dragons are among the most powerful races. In the world of Dou Qi, dragons are also a noble lineage classified as 9th-tier magical beasts. However, what left Jia Xingtian most astounded were the words vast world. Ever since he had heard of the theory of the universe from Yi Yun, he had gained a modest understanding of the myriad realms. From Yi Yun's discourse, Jia Xingtian had learned that the continent of fighting spirit he currently inhabited was merely a small world. Now, upon discovering that the dragon blood used to create the dragon power pill originates from a vast world, he pondered, can the dragons of a small world possibly compare to those of a vast world? It is no surprise that the young girl, having consumed this dragon power pill, could unleash such tremendous power. Moreover, the effects of the dragon power pill have yet to be fully realized. as it continues to transform the young girl's physique, promising even greater strength in the future. As these thoughts swirled in their minds, the astonishment of Jia Xingtian and the others intensified. Meanwhile, Hai Buodong was equally overwhelmed, though his confusion mingled with astonishment. He was amazed that the dragon power pill was formulated from dragon blood, yet bewildered by the enigma of what a vast world truly is. Chapter 286. The 5th level Turtle Demon Blood. The origins and effects of the dragon power pill left everyone present in a state of profound astonishment. I never anticipated I would become so powerful. The young girl, realizing her newfound strength, waved her small arms excitedly, her rosy cheeks illuminated by a beaming smile. Feeling the torrent of energy within her, which continues to reshape her very being, a flicker of anticipation ignited in her heart. As time passes, under the influence of the dragon power pill, she will grow ever stronger. Truly, this dragon power pill is remarkably potent. Having endured so much hardship, the little girl no longer felt aggrieved at this moment as she reflected on the torment she had just experienced. With the transformative powers of the dragon energy pill enhancing her physique, she could now grow stronger effortlessly, until the effects of the pill were fully expended. Where, upon your return, you must take the time to familiarize yourself with the power within you, lest you inadvertently harm someone, Yaya cautioned the little girl. The sudden surge of power was evidently beyond her current ability to control at will. A careless punch could indeed prove fatal. Thus, Yaya spoke with a grave demeanor. Understood. Sister, the little girl replied, nodding slightly, her face still radiating excitement. Your turn now, grandfather, she added, having complied obediently, allowing Yaya to finally relax as she addressed Jia Xingtian. In response, Jia Xingtian nodded and walked directly to the counter. Young apothecary, may I trouble you for a red jar? He requested. Subsequently, he retrieved 500,000 gold coins from his spatial ring and placed them on the counter. Addressing the young apothecary, glancing at the coins, she nodded slightly and collected all of them. Then, she turned and fetched a red jar from the shelf behind her. Placing it on the counter, Jia Xingtian's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at the jar. What treasures might he uncover this time? With a flicker of hope, he boldly placed his palm upon the red jar. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed, and the jar instantly splintered into countless fragments. Following this, a familiar spectacle unfolded. The broken jar transformed into a cascade of radiant light, enveloping everyone's vision. The little girl approached Jia Xingtian. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the counter shrouded in luminous light, her delicate face illuminated with wonder. The others, too, widened their eyes, fixated on the direction of the counter. After a moment, the blinding radiance gradually dissipated, revealing the treasure within the red jar. Another jade vial? Jia Xingtian was momentarily taken aback as he beheld the exquisite jade vial now resting upon the counter. Grandfather, did you also uncover a pill? The little girl exclaimed in surprise, eyeing the vial. Let us examine it first, Jia Xingtian replied, taking the vial into his hands and uncorking it. In an instant, a potent scent of blood permeated the air. Jia Xingtian furrowed his brow, then turned his gaze toward the jade vial. Inside, he beheld a mass of deep crimson blood, exuding an exceptionally potent aura of vitality, and it seemed to harbor immense energy. Is this essence of blood? Moreover, it is not of human origin. Observing the liquid within the jade vial, Jia Xingtian's brow knitted further, revealing a glimmer of perplexity in his eyes. From this essence, he sensed the fierce and ominous aura belonging to a beast. Hence, he concluded that the blood contained in this vial could not possibly be human. Ugh, how disgusting. The little girl distanced herself from Jia Xingtian with a look of disdain upon seeing the blood in the jade vial. Grandfather, can you discern the origin of this essence of blood? Queried Yao Yi, who had been surveying the scene beside him. In response, Jia Xingtian shook his head, his mind already forming conjectures. He suspected that this vial of blood was likely derived from a beast of another small world. He could distinctly perceive that the aura of this blood was vastly different from that of the magical beasts on the continent of Dou Qi. Ultimately, with no other recourse, Jia Xingtian directed his gaze toward the young alchemist at the counter, inquiring, "Excuse me, young alchemist, could you enlighten me regarding the origin of this vial of blood in my possession?" Upon hearing his question, the young alchemist immediately focused her attention on the jade vial held by Jia Xingtian. As her gaze swept over it, a piece of information promptly revealed itself. Level 5 Tortoise Demon Essence. Originating from the world of a mortal's journey to immortality, consuming it can extend one's lifespan by 30 years. After perusing the information, the young alchemist did not keep any secrets, and with a calm demeanor, she addressed the curious Jia Xingtian. This item is known as Tortoise Demon Essence. Consuming it can indeed extend your lifespan by 30 years. What? Upon hearing the young alchemist's explanation, everyone present was taken aback. Tortoise Demon Essence? It can enhance one's lifespan by 30 years? Once Jia Xingtian regained his composure, he gazed at the jade vial with palpable excitement. The essence within could actually prolong life by 30 years. This revelation was utterly astonishing. In the continent of Dou Qi, elixirs that extend lifespan have always been exceedingly rare. Jia Xingtian had previously heard of a 6th-tier pill known as Qingming Longevity Pill. In the Gamma Empire, 6th-tier pills were considered the pinnacle of alchemical achievement. Not to mention, the ingredients required for such a pill were incredibly difficult to procure. Even if one managed to gather the necessary materials, it would still be exceedingly challenging for an alchemist like Dou Qi to concoct such a pill. Furthermore, it was said that even the Qingming Longevity Pill, a 6th-tier concoction, could only extend life by 10 years. Yet now, he had discovered this vial of essence that could directly enhance his lifespan by 30 years. This is truly astonishing. Jia Xingtian gazed excitedly at the blood of the turtle demon in his hands. Given his innate talent, he could only speculate how long it would take to break through to the Dozong realm. His greatest concern was always the insufficiency of his lifespan. However, with this vial of turtle demon blood in his possession, he need no longer fret about his longevity. 30 additional years of life would undoubtedly suffice for him to reach the Dozong level. Certainly, Jia Xingtian was not the only one taken aback. Yao Yi beside him displayed a look of astonishment, soon followed by a joyful expression, genuinely pleased for Jia Xingtian. Yet, the most shocked among them was undoubtedly Haibuodong, who stood behind several others. Upon hearing the introduction given by the little medical sage, his astonishment surpassed even that of Jia Xingtian. The turtle demon blood, capable of enhancing one's lifespan by 30 years, was such a treasure. Could it truly be acquired for 500,000 gold coins? Chapter 287, The Future Technology Gun. Observing Jia Xingtian and the others as they continuously unveiled various treasures, Haibuodong felt an undeniable yearning. To be precise, he was somewhat envious. Each item that Jia Xingtian and the others extracted from the jar was, without a doubt, priceless. This left Haibuodong consumed with admiration and jealousy. Ultimately, he could not restrain himself and stepped forward a few paces, concealing his aura even further. Might I inquire if it is possible for an old man to purchase a jar? A voice, slightly hoarse, drew the attention of the crowd, directing their gazes toward Haibuodong. Upon noticing that Haibuodong wore a gray cloak that obscured his face, a flicker of suspicion crossed Jia Xingtian's eyes. He furrowed his brow and scrutinized the elderly man before him. Why did he sense a hint of familiarity from this elder? Who is this person? Why the concealment of his visage? Is he of questionable character, or does he share a past with me? Feeling Jia Xingtian's gaze fixed upon him, Haibuodong's heart raced slightly. Could this elder have discerned his true identity? Of course, as long as one possesses the wealth. Anyone is welcome to purchase a jar from our establishment, the little medical sage interjected, capturing everyone's attention and providing a reprieve for Haibuodong. Upon hearing her words, a wave of delight surged within Haibuodong. It was indeed possible to buy a jar. He stepped forward with anticipation, only to be overtaken by another figure who reached the counter first. Sir, there should be a principle of first come, first served. It is now my turn, Yao Yi remarked, glancing at Haibuodong without a hint of yielding, as she nonchalantly retrieved 500,000 gold coins from her spatial ring. Witnessing this scene, Haibuodong's expression darkened instantly. Is this girl the granddaughter of that old man? She displays such a lack of upbringing, completely oblivious to the virtue of respecting elders and cherishing the young. However, the one who dared not reveal his identity could only endure in silence, standing quietly to the side, awaiting the moment when Yao would finish with the jar. Little medical fairy, could you please fetch me a red jar? Yao said, placing 500,000 gold coins on the counter with a smile directed at her. The little medical fairy swiftly collected the coins, feeling a surge of delight within her. It appeared that today's earnings would be considerable. She was certain to secure at least one jar, and perhaps even earn commissions on two. With this thought, her spirits soared. She flashed a smile at Yaya before turning to retrieve a red jar from a shelf behind her, placing it upon the counter. As Yaya gazed at the red jar before her, a flicker of anticipation danced in her eyes. She hoped to unveil a valuable treasure this time. Yet, what excited her even more was the prospect that opening one more jar would bring her expenditure to a total of 2 million gold coins. At that point, she could ascend to the status of a secondary VIP card holder at the jar shop. Holding a secondary VIP card would not only grant her 2 opportunities for teleportation each month, but also allow her to purchase higher-tier orange jars. She had witnessed the treasures unveiled from the orange jars by the little girl earlier and could not help but admire them. Indeed, treasures procured from jars costing millions of gold coins surpassed those from red jars by a considerable margin. With boundless expectations in her heart, Yaya decisively struck the red jar before her. Crack! The sound of the jar shattering resonated, and it instantly fragmented into pieces. Subsequently, a familiar radiance enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the vision of all present. Hai Buodong widened his eyes, gazing in awe at the shimmering light before him, his heart racing with astonishment. Moments later, as the glow gradually dissipated, the items on the counter became visible. What is this? A flicker of confusion crossed Yaya's eyes as she beheld the objects laid out before her. They emanated a metallic sheen unlike anything she had ever encountered. Beside her, Jia Xingtian and Hai Buodong exchanged puzzled glances, for even they, who prided themselves on their extensive knowledge, could not identify the items displayed. When the little medical fairy caught sight of the objects, her eyes widened in surprise. The desert eagle? Indeed, the item that had appeared on the counter bore an uncanny resemblance to the desert eagle she had previously unveiled. Yet, upon closer inspection, the differences became apparent. This object, strikingly reminiscent of the desert eagle, is adorned with an array of enigmatic runes, exuding an air of extraordinary allure. Her gaze, imbued with curiosity, swept over this item, and in an instant, a piece of information materialized before her. Runic Tech Gun, a technological marvel from the future world, possessing the extraordinary mystical power of runes. By absorbing energy entities of corresponding levels, it can unleash attacks of equal magnitude. A runic tech gun? It appears remarkably formidable. Upon reading this information, a flicker of astonishment danced in the eyes of the young healer. Although this runic tech gun bears a striking resemblance to the desert eagle she once wielded, their functionalities are worlds apart. Her desert eagle, limited to a scant few rounds, could only inflict harm upon those at the fighter realm. Once its ammunition was expended, it became nothing more than a relic of the past. In contrast, the runic tech gun seemingly faces no such constraints. As long as it possesses sufficient energy, it can unleash an infinite barrage of projectiles. Moreover, depending on the level of absorbed energy, it can deliver attacks of corresponding potency. This convenience is unparalleled. When juxtaposed with her desert eagle, the runic tech gun appears to belong to an entirely different realm. At that moment, the inquisitive Yaya, who had been studying for a while without any breakthroughs, turned to the young healer, seeking her assistance in identifying this remarkable treasure. Without hesitation, the young healer directed her gaze toward the curious Yaya and, without any pretense, shared the information she had just gleaned with the group. Upon hearing her elucidation, the expressions of those present shifted to one of astonishment. The principles underlying the runic tech gun seemed reminiscent of the magic core weapons from the Dou Qi continent. Yet, upon closer examination, the runic tech gun's power surpassed that of its counterparts. After all, it could draw upon absorbed energy to unleash attacks of varying levels. Consequently, as the implications of the runic tech gun's capabilities sunk in, the crowd's expressions morphed into one of profound awe. Young healer, what kinds of energy can this runic tech gun absorb? Can it also draw from the energies within magic cores? Yao Ye inquired, seemingly struck by a sudden thought. In response, the young healer nodded affirmatively and remarked, indeed, it can. The runic tech gun is capable of absorbing any form of energy. The more potent the energy it attracts, the more formidable the attack it can unleash. Chapter 288. The Frustration of Hebadong. Magic cores can indeed be absorbed. Upon hearing the young healer's words, Yaoya was immediately elated. She then retrieved a third-tier magic core from her spatial ring and placed it into a recess atop the runic tech gun. Subsequently, the runes adorning the rune technology gun suddenly illuminated, radiating a dazzling light that was quite astonishing. Grandfather, shall we test the power of this rune technology gun? Holding the device, Yao Yi scanned the surroundings before finally fixing her gaze upon Jia Xingtian. Certainly, Jia Xingtian, already intrigued by the potency of the rune technology gun, responded without hesitation. However, as he noticed Yao Yi's unwavering attention upon him, he quickly realized that his beloved granddaughter intended to use him as the target for her experiment. Truly, what a delightful granddaughter I have. Jia Xingtian chuckled inwardly, then reluctantly summoned a barrier of fighting spirit. Logically, the rune technology gun had absorbed a third-tier magic core, and the power it emitted should equate to an attack from a grand fighter. Therefore, Jia Xingtian merely needed to conjure a barrier capable of withstanding an attack from a grand fighter. Yet, in a bid for precaution, he chose to create a barrier robust enough to resist assaults from the fighter spirit realm. Grandfather, you are indeed quite the cautious one, Yao Yi teased, then aimed the rune technology gun directly at Jia Xingtian. Click. In the next moment, Yao Yi pulled the trigger. The runes on the gun shone brilliantly, and a blue energy projectile surged forth, striking the barrier of fighting spirit before Jia Xingtian with astonishing speed. Boom. A fissure appeared in the barrier, yet it remained intact, merely displaying a slight crack. How does it feel, grandfather? Yao Yi inquired, her curiosity piqued after her shot. The power is indeed formidable. That strike was equivalent to an attack from a peak 9-star grand fighter, Jia Xingtian mused. The barrier he had conjured was sufficient to withstand blows from the fighter spirit realm, yet Yao Yi's shot had managed to create a crack in it, demonstrating the sheer terror of its potency. Upon hearing Jia Xingtian's assessment, a look of delight spread across Yao Yi's face. Peak 9-star, Grand Fighter. How terrifying. She glanced at the rune technology gun in her hand and noticed that its energy had not yet been depleted. It could still unleash at least 2 more shots. What does this imply? A single 3rd-tier magic core is capable of enabling the rune technology gun to deliver 3 attacks at the level of a 9-star Grand Fighter. And this is merely a 3rd-tier magic core. What if it were a 4th-tier, 5th-tier, or even a 6th-tier magic core? Contemplating these possibilities, Yao Yi gazed at the rune technology gun in her grasp, her eyes ablaze with fervor. With this rune technology firearm, once one masters a high level of energy, they can unleash attacks befitting a formidable warrior. Perhaps, even with his current prowess in the battle spirit realm, he could execute strikes characteristic of a battle emperor. This is undoubtedly a powerful weapon. Sister, may I have the chance to play with this rune technology firearm? Upon discovering its capabilities, the little girl gazed at the firearm in Yao Yi's hand with wide, sparkling eyes, as if she had stumbled upon an exceedingly delightful treasure. You wish. Yao Yi swiftly dismissed this unreasonable request, resolutely putting away the firearm. Humph, wicked sister, so stingy. Soon, I shall unveil an even more wondrous treasure that will leave you envious. The little girl, disheartened by Yao Yi's firm refusal, pouted sulkily. Now it is my turn, isn't it? Just then, Hai Buodong could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Upon hearing this, the gazes of Jia Xingtian and the others turned towards him. Please, esteemed elder, proceed. Yao Yi cast a penetrating glance at Hai Buodong before responding in a measured tone. Without uttering a word, Hai Buodong approached the counter and retrieved 500,000 gold coins from his spatial ring, placing them upon the counter. Young Miss Medical Sage, could you kindly procure a red jar for me? After placing the coins, Hai Buodong addressed the medical sage. Upon hearing this, the medical sage furrowed her brow, then recalled something and asked Hai Buodong, might I inquire if you possess a VIP card? According to the shop's rules, only those holding a level 1 VIP card are eligible to open a red jar. The medical sage was unfamiliar with this elder, and since he had not activated a VIP card, she harbored doubts. VIP card? At her words, Hai Buodong was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of confusion. What VIP card? I apologize, esteemed elder, but without a VIP card, you may only purchase a regular jar and are not qualified to acquire a red jar, the medical sage explained with indifference. Only able to open a regular jar? At her statement, Hai Buodong instinctively glanced at the bottom row of ordinary jars behind her. It was clear from their names alone that these ordinary jars could not possibly compare to the red jars, let alone the orange ones. So, that is the way to obtain a VIP card? After a brief silence, Hai Buodong spoke again. Customers who spend 500,000 gold coins in this establishment will receive a complimentary level 1 VIP card. Those in possession of a level 1 VIP card will be entitled to purchase red jars and will have one opportunity each month for direct teleportation to this shop. The medical sage stated, gazing steadily at Hai Buodong. Spending 500,000 gold coins grants one the qualification for a first-level VIP card. A monthly opportunity for teleportation? Upon hearing the words of the little healer, Hai Buodong's heart stirred, recalling the earlier scene where he and the other two had mysteriously appeared. It appeared that the 3 of them had indeed been transported via the VIP card. Experienced as he was, Hai Buodong quickly grasped the situation. With a hint of resignation, he cast a glance at the little healer and slowly said, then I shall have 5 ordinary jars, please. He felt a touch of frustration, realizing that he lacked even the qualification to open a red jar and could only content himself with the ordinary ones. The little healer nodded slightly at his request, promptly collecting the entirety of the 500,000 gold coins from the counter. She then turned and retrieved 5 ordinary jars from the shelf behind her, placing them upon the counter. Observing the old man's decision to open 5 jars at once, Yao Yi felt a surge of annoyance. However, seeing that the little healer had already placed the 5 jars on the counter, he chose to remain silent. As Hai Buodong gazed at the 5 jars on the counter, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. He wondered if these ordinary jars might contain treasures within. Chapter 289. Hai Buodong becomes a first-level VIP. Subsequently, Hai Buodong reached out, mimicking the actions of Xie Xingtian and others, and struck one of the jars with a palm. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering glass. The jar splintered into countless pieces. Instantly, the remnants transformed into a cascade of radiant light, obscuring Hai Buodong's vision. Witnessing this dazzling phenomenon up close, Hai Buodong's astonishment deepened. What kind of sorcery is this? To turn a shattered jar into such a resplendent display of light is truly extraordinary. As he watched with eager anticipation, The brilliant light gradually dissipated after a brief moment. Finally, the items on the counter were revealed. A palm-sized yellow scroll materialized before him. Could it be a technique or combat skill? Taken aback, Hai Buodong's heart raced with expectation as he picked up the scroll to examine it closely. Shattered Stone Palm. A mid-level Xian-class combat skill. Upon reading the information inscribed on the scroll, disappointment washed over him. Although extracting a Xian-class combat skill from an ordinary jar was not without merit, and at least his investment of 100,000 gold coins had not gone to waste, this was true for an average person. Yet for Hai Buodong, it held little significance. After all, as a former Douhuang powerhouse, he possessed no shortage of Xian-class combat skills, including several advanced ones. More importantly, he possessed the ice attribute, rendering the stone-shattering palm utterly unsuitable for him. This was the very source of Hai Buodong's evident disappointment. Beside him, Jia Xingtian and others, upon hearing Hai Buodong's words, could not suppress a smirk. Indeed, a common jar was merely a common jar. The treasures it yielded were vastly inferior to the quality of those produced by crimson and orange jars. Observing the profound tier combat skill in his hand, Hai Buodong felt too embarrassed to inquire about anything from the little healer. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to the second jar, and without a moment's hesitation, he struck it with a palm. Crack! With a crisp shattering sound, the jar fragmented into pieces. Soon after, familiar radiant light surged forth once more. When the glow dissipated, Hai Buodong's eyes brightened at the sight of the items on the counter. Could it be a runic technology gun? A metallic object appeared on the counter, strikingly similar to the runic technology gun that Yao Yi had just unveiled. Hai Buodong's heart raced with excitement. He had witnessed the immense power of the runic technology gun that Yao Yi had revealed, and he was envious. To his astonishment, he had drawn such a treasure from an ordinary jar. Meanwhile, Yao Yi and the others were equally astonished at the metallic object on the counter. Was it possible that this old man had struck sheer luck by obtaining a runic technology gun from a common jar? Unable to contain his eagerness, Hai Buodong swiftly grasped the metallic gun and, recalling Yao Yi's earlier actions, summoned a third-tier magic core from his spatial ring. However, he soon found himself bewildered. Where was the groove? How could this runic technology gun lack a groove? Where was he supposed to place the magic core? Little healer, may I ask, is this in my hand a runic technology gun? After pondering for a moment without discovering any groove, Hai Buodong finally surrendered, directing his gaze towards the little healer and inquiring slowly. Upon hearing this, the little healer glanced at the metallic object in Hai Buodong's hand, momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the Desert Eagle? A runic technology gun? Surely this gentleman was overestimating his luck. Did he genuinely believe that this establishment was engaged in charity? The little healer internally rolled her eyes and proceeded to explain the function of the Desert Eagle. What? This Desert Eagle could only inflict harm on those at the fighter level? Upon hearing the little healer's explanation, Hai Buodong was left in a state of shock. Standing there in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality. It appeared that everything was quite similar. The rune technology gun possessed such formidable power. Yet his own treasure could only inflict damage at the level of a combat master. Hai Buodong was perplexed. At that moment, Yao Yi, having overheard the explanation from the little medical fairy, breathed a sigh of relief. She had almost believed that this individual had indeed unveiled a rune technology gun. This thought stirred a sense of imbalance within her. Why was it that the treasure she had extracted from the red jar was so inferior to what could be drawn from an ordinary jar? It seemed utterly unreasonable. Fortunately, the so-called Desert Eagle that had been revealed could not even be compared to her rune technology gun. After a wave of disappointment, Hai Buodong let out a slight sigh. Ultimately, he had overthought the matter. This was merely an ordinary jar. How could it possibly yield a treasure as powerful as a rune technology gun? Subsequently, Hai Buodong turned his gaze toward the third jar and struck it with his palm. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered into fragments. Soon, his 5 ordinary jars had all been opened. Each of these jars was indeed ordinary, and the contents they yielded held no value for Hai Buodong. Meanwhile, individuals like Jia Xingtian, who had opened numerous red and orange jars, had long since elevated their standards and were indifferent to the trivial items that Hai Buodong had unveiled. Congratulations, esteemed sir, on becoming a valued guest of our establishment. After Hai Buodong had completed opening all the jars, the little medical fairy presented him with a first-level VIP card. So, this is the first-level VIP card? As he gazed at the golden card she offered, the gloom in Hai Buodong's heart lifted slightly, and a smile finally graced his face. From this day forth, he would also be considered a first-level VIP and would qualify to open red jars. However, what intrigued Hai Buodong most was the card's teleportation function. With his astuteness, he understood precisely what this feature entailed. In the future, much like Jia Xingtian and the others, he could teleport directly to the jar shop from miles away, simply by activating the VIP card. Little medical fairy, may I inquire how many days you plan to stay here? Suddenly, a thought struck Haibo, and he posed the question to her. I will remain here for 3 days. Today marks the first, the little medical fairy replied slowly. So, there are still 2 days left. Upon hearing this, Haibo felt a stir of excitement and exhaled softly. In the next 2 days, he intended to convert all his treasures into gold coins and return to this jar shop to continue opening jars. Although he lacked sufficient gold coins, over the years he had amassed a considerable collection of treasures, which, if exchanged for gold, would permit the opening of numerous jars. Chapter 290, Intermediate Experience Elixir. Despite the expenditure of 500,000 gold coins yielding only trivial items of little use to him, the presence of the VIP card in his hand brought a sense of relief to Haibo. Spending 500,000 gold coins for a VIP card was not entirely a loss. Furthermore, the items obtained from the ordinary jars, though of no personal utility, held significant value for others. If auctioned, they would at least recoup the initial investment. With this thought, Haibodong's spirits lifted considerably. Excuse me, old man. It's my turn to open a jar. At that moment, the little girl tugged at Haibodong's sleeve, her voice crisp and clear. The little girl felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After the elderly man had opened 5 jars, why did he linger? Surely, he did not wish to continue opening jars? At her words, Haibodong snapped back to attention, gazing at the adorable little girl with a gentle smile before graciously yielding his position. Sister, hurry and pay. Upon relinquishing his spot, the little girl hurried to the counter and called out to Yaoya. In response, Yaoya rolled her eyes. The tone of this little demoness made her feel as if she were indebted to her, exuding a brazen confidence. Nonetheless, being her sister, Yaoya chose not to dwell on such trivialities. She approached the counter and retrieved several magic cores and elixirs from her spatial ring, laying them before the attendant. Little medical fairy, could you please check if this is sufficient to open an orange jar? After placing her items on the counter, Yaoya inquired of the petite healer. The healer glanced at the items and replied, you are still short by 100,000 gold coins. Nodding, Yaoya retrieved another magic core from her ring. This time, she was well prepared, having stored numerous treasures within her spatial ring. How about now, little medical fairy? The healer surveyed the items once more, nodded slightly, and collected them. Then turned to fetch an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it on the counter. Moon, hurry and open the jar, Yaoya urged the little girl, stepping aside. Got it. The little girl replied with a bright nod, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the orange jar on the counter. Meanwhile, Haibodong, observing the array of treasures Yaoya had produced, promptly exchanged for an orange jar from the healer, his eyes widening in astonishment. Miss Medical Fairy, can jars be exchanged without gold coins? Haibodong turned his gaze towards the little medicine fairy, his voice tinged with excitement as he inquired. Upon hearing his words, the little medicine fairy nodded, then slowly replied, indeed, treasures of equivalent value can also be exchanged for jars. At this revelation, Haibodong's heart surged with exhilaration. While he lacked gold coins, as the Ice Emperor and a formidable Dou Huang, he possessed a considerable array of treasures. Over the years, in his quest to unravel the seals upon him, he had amassed numerous precious artifacts. If these could be utilized to open jars, he could undoubtedly unlock a significant number of them. Xing Tian glanced at Haibodong in astonishment, pondering whether this individual bore an abundance of treasures. For some reason, he felt an uncanny familiarity with the cloaked figure before him, as if they had crossed paths in the past. Meanwhile, the little girl paid no heed to such musings. Her eyes were fixed on the orange jar atop the counter. Without a moment's hesitation, she extended her delicate hand and struck it down. With a crisp crack, the orange jar shattered, scattering into a myriad of fragments. Instantly, the remnants transformed into a cascade of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present. Gazing into the endless brilliance, the little girl felt a flutter of anticipation, wondering what treasures she might unveil this time. As the light receded, she finally beheld what she had uncovered, a solitary blue pill resting quietly upon the counter. A faint azure halo enveloped the pill, yet curiously, it emitted no hint of medicinal fragrance. Another pill. The sight of the blue pill ignited a spark of interest in the little girl's eyes. As an alchemist, her fascination with pills was profound. She reached out, grasping the pill in her hand, and gently inhaled its essence, a frown of confusion crossing her face. What kind of pill was this? Why had she never encountered it before? Trained under the vice president of the Alchemist Guild, she had a wealth of knowledge regarding pills. Yet this one remained a mystery to her. It bore no scent of medicine, resembling a counterfeit pill. Turning towards the little medicine fairy, she inquired, Sister Medicine Fairy, what purpose does this blue pill serve? The little medicine fairy cast a cursory glance at the pill in her hand, her eyes widening in surprise. Intermediate Experience Pill, a miraculous elixir from a certain game world. Consuming it can enhance one's cultivation by 10 years. To her astonishment, It was an intermediate divine pill, a boon that could augment one's cultivation by a decade. This was indeed a priceless treasure. The gaze of the little healer fell upon the curious young girl, and she couldn't help but marvel at the fortunate fate of this little sister. With a gentle smile, she remarked, "You are indeed fortunate. This is a pill that enhances your cultivation. Upon consumption, it can elevate your level by a decade." Upon hearing this, the young girl was taken aback, exclaiming, "This blue pill is so powerful? What? It can enhance my cultivation by 10 years? At that moment, the eyes of Jia Xingtian widened in surprise as he stared at the blue pill in the little girl's hand. Could this pill truly elevate one's cultivation by a decade? Jia Xingtian found it hard to believe, while Yaya gasped in astonishment. You actually obtained a divine pill." After listening to the little healer's introduction, Yaya's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the blue pill held by the young girl. She was no stranger to such potent pills. After all, she had once produced a similar divine pill herself, which had propelled her cultivation from a 1-star battle master to the pinnacle of a 9-star battle master in a single leap. She had not anticipated that the little girl would possess an equally extraordinary pill. Indeed, in Yaya's eyes, a pill capable of directly enhancing one's cultivation was nothing short of divine. Although her own pill had been of the lowest grade, capable of increasing cultivation by merely 3 years, the one in the little girl's possession was evidently of a superior grade, capable of enhancing cultivation by a full decade. Chapter 291. Jia Xingtian consumes the intermediate experience pill. Upon hearing the little healer's description of the blue pill in the young girl's hand, everyone present was utterly astonished. A single pill capable of improving cultivation by 10 years. Did such a pill truly exist in the world? Among those gathered, perhaps only Yaya and the little girl believed the words of the little healer. After all, Yaya had previously produced a primary experience pill and had personally experienced its power. The little girl had watched her sister's cultivation soar during that time. As for Jia Xingtian, although he had heard of divine pills from Yaya, he had found it hard to accept the existence of such potions. The initial experience pill that Yaya had produced, which could enhance cultivation by 3 years, had already left him incredulous. He harbored doubts, suspecting that Yaya might have exaggerated. Now, with the revelation that the little girl had produced an intermediate experience pill capable of enhancing cultivation by 10 years, it was simply beyond his imagination. Did such a pill truly exist? This notion shattered all conventional understanding, rendering it utterly unbelievable. Seeing her grandfather's incredulous expression, Yaya whispered, "Grandfather, have you forgotten how Yun broke through from a 3-star Dou Huang directly to the Douzong realm?" Upon hearing this, Jia Xingtian felt a jolt in his heart, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that she also produced such a divine pill from the jar? Yaya nodded and replied, "When I first created a basic divine pill, I harbored such a suspicion. Moreover, I speculate that the divine pill Yun crafted is likely even more potent than the intermediate divine pill produced by Yu'er. After all, even a decade of cultivation cannot enable Yun to leap from a 3-star Dou Huang directly to the Douzong realm. I surmise she has likely concocted a high-level divine pill of greater efficacy. Only in this way could one explain her sudden breakthrough to the Douzong realm within a single day." Yaya gradually articulated the conjecture that lingered in her mind. Upon hearing Yaya's words, Jia Xingtian felt a surge of belief. It was indeed inconceivable to elevate Yun, a 3-star Dou Huang, directly to the Douzong level without such a divine pill. With this thought, his gaze grew fervent as he looked at the intermediate experience pill in the little lowly's hand. If he were to consume this divine pill, would he not immediately ascend to the Douzong realm? "Little Yu'er, could you possibly part with this divine pill for your grandfather?" Jia Xingtian asked with a gentle smile, leaning closer to the little lowly. Yaya also reacted, addressing the little lowly, "Yu'er, give this divine pill to your grandfather." Her tone became somewhat animated. If the emperor could break through to the Douzong realm, the royal family's crisis would cease to exist. At the very least, they would possess the strength to contend with the Yunlong sect, and she would no longer have to live in daily fear. "But this is the one I created," the little lowly protested, somewhat unwillingly. "Little Yu'er, if you give this divine pill to grandfather, he will surely reward you with something good in return," Jia Xingtian said with a beaming smile. Meanwhile, Yaya adopted a serious demeanor and admonished, "Yu'er, no more nonsense. Quickly hand the divine pill to your grandfather. Why are you being so stern?" "Fine, I will give it," the little lowly said, clearly intimidated by her sister, as she reluctantly handed the blue pill to Jia Xingtian. "Little Yu'er, you are truly obedient," Jia Xingtian praised, ruffling the little lowly's hair before fixating his fervent gaze on the divine pill in his hand. At that moment, Hai Bodong stood by, equally astonished and incredulous. What kind of pill could enhance one's cultivation by a decade? Was it a hoax? This was utterly outrageous. He could hardly believe it. It was far too extraordinary. Jia Xingtian scrutinized the blue divine pill for a moment, then, without further hesitation, grasped it and brought it slowly to his lips. Just then, the blue divine pill transformed into a beam of azure light and darted into Jia Xingtian's mouth. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of surprise crossed Jia Xingtian's eyes, but before he could react, his expression suddenly shifted dramatically. Within him, an immense surge of energy suddenly manifested, roiling throughout his body. Feeling the sudden influx of this power, Jia Xingtian's expression transformed dramatically. She sensed that after consuming the azure elixir, a terrifying force had inexplicably emerged within her. This energy was vast and formidable. However, what reassured Jia Xingtian was its gentle nature. Logically, such a monumental force should have been sufficient to rupture her being. Yet at that moment, she felt no sensation of destruction wreaking havoc within her. A wave of relief washed over her as she began to refine the energy coursing through her body. However, it was not long before Jia Xingtian furrowed her brow in confusion, realizing that she seemed unable to absorb this energy. It felt as if some unseen force was suppressing the energy within her, hindering her from breaking through. What was happening? Why could she sense this power yet fail to assimilate it? A perplexity filled her heart. Your Majesty, is it possible that you cannot absorb the energy within you? Just as Jia Xingtian was about to consult the little healer, Yao Yi, who had been observing her closely, could not hold back her inquiry. Having once consumed a similar divine pill, she understood Jia Xingtian's predicament all too well. How do you know? Please tell me what is going on. Jia Xingtian exclaimed in surprise, pressing for answers. Yao Yi spoke slowly. Your Majesty, encountering such a situation for the first time, it is natural for you to be unaware. In Boss Ye's establishment, regardless of the treasures you consume, you cannot achieve a breakthrough. To do so, you must venture outside. Outside. Although Jia Xingtian did not comprehend the reasoning behind this, she nodded and began to head towards the shop's exit. At that moment, the little healer glanced at Jia Xingtian and cautioned, Sir, you arrived here using a VIP card. You cannot leave the premises, or you will be instantly transported back. Upon hearing this, Jia Xingtian halted abruptly, secretly relieved that the warning had not come a moment later, or she might have already exited the shop. What should we do, little healer? We cannot achieve a breakthrough inside. Yao Yi exclaimed, her urgency apparent. The little healer furrowed her brow, as this was her first encounter with such a circumstance as well. Very well, considering that they have contributed significantly to my business, I shall grant them a small privilege. After a moment's hesitation, the little healer concentrated and lifted the invincible barrier surrounding Jia Xingtian. In an instant, the oppressive sensation that had enveloped Jia Xingtian vanished completely. Chapter 293, The Nine Orifices Golden Core. At the moment the little healer removed the invincible barrier from Jia Xingtian, her countenance shifted dramatically. Jia Xingtian could sense that the once unabsorbable energy within him began to actively surge into his limbs. Could it be absorbed now? After a brief moment of astonishment, he quickly composed himself and settled down on the ground, fully concentrating on assimilating this immense energy. The magnitude of this energy was indeed staggering, though not excessively violent. Its intensity compelled Jia Xingtian to approach it with utmost caution. Yao Ye, observing Jia Xingtian's sudden meditation, felt a surge of joy, realizing that he was now capable of absorbing the energy within him. Thank you, little medicine fairy, she sincerely expressed her gratitude, fully aware that this was the result of the little medicine fairy's intervention. The little medicine fairy nodded slightly, refraining from further comment. Had it not been for the substantial achievements that the three of them had brought her, she would not have made such an exception. After all, this was a rule set by her employer, and she feared the repercussions should he be displeased. With this thought, she cast a furtive glance toward the estate, silently praying that Yi Yun would not hold her accountable for this deviation. In fact, the moment the little medicine fairy lifted the invincible barrier surrounding Jia Xingtian, Yi Yun had noticed it. Upon observing the situation, he chose not to dwell on it too much. On the contrary, he felt quite satisfied with the little medicine fairy's timely adaptability. With an assistant, life had indeed become much more carefree. Within the estate, Yi Yun savored a sip of the ethereal brew, a look of sheer enjoyment on his face. This was the essence of living. Meanwhile, in the shop, the little girl crouched beside Jia Xingtian, curiously gazing at her royal grandfather, pondering whether the divine pill she had concocted would truly enable him to break through the Douzong realm. Beside her, Hai Buodong's gaze was fixed intently on the meditating Jia Xingtian, skepticism evident in his eyes. 10 years of cultivation? Was that truly possible? If such a pill existed in this world, it would indeed be nothing short of astonishing. As time passed, Jia Xingtian gradually digested the vast energy within him, and a formidable pressure abruptly enveloped the entire store. Yao Ye and the little girl exchanged alarmed glances, instinctively retreating from Jia Xingtian. However, the pressure was overwhelming. Even at a distance, their faces paled, betraying their apprehension. Even Hai Buodong's pupils constricted as he stared incredulously at Jia Xingtian. He could distinctly sense that Jia Xingtian's aura was steadily growing stronger. If this trend continued, it was indeed plausible that he might break through to the Douzong realm. The thought left Hai Buodong profoundly shaken. Could it be that the divine pill they spoke of truly possessed the power to enhance a decade's worth of cultivation? In an instant, he glanced at the myriad jars behind the little medicine fairy. If such a miraculous elixir truly existed, he would risk his very life to procure one. It is essential to understand that transcending to the Douzong realm has long been his cherished aspiration. Moments later, as Jia Xingtian absorbed an increasing amount of energy, he found himself struggling to contain his own overwhelming aura. In an instant, the formidable presence characteristic of a 9-star Dou Huang enveloped the entire shop. Under this immense pressure, the little girl and Yaya turned pale, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yixian furrowed her brow slightly. Then, with a flicker of her mind, she sealed away the terrifying aura emanating from Jia Xingtian. As this dreadful pressure dissipated, both Yaoya and the little girl felt an immediate sense of relief. Yaoya, understanding that it was Xiao Yixian's intervention, cast her a grateful glance and said, "Thank you, Sister Xiao Yixian, for your assistance." Xiao Yixian merely nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, Jia Xingtian, who had been with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, releasing a terrifying energy. Bang! In the next instant, a muffled sound erupted from within him, as if he had shattered some form of restraint, causing his aura to surge dramatically. Fortunately, Xiao Yixian had contained his energy, otherwise, everyone in the shop would have been affected. Simultaneously, the seemingly frail Jia Xingtian radiated a powerful vitality. His once graying hair turned back to a deep black, and the wrinkles on his face gradually vanished, restoring his youthful appearance. I have finally broken through. Moments later, Jia Xingtian regained his composure, retracting his aura entirely, unable to suppress his jubilant laughter. At this moment, as he reveled in the formidable power coursing through him, his heart swelled with excitement. After all these years, he had thought it nearly impossible to transcend to the Douzong realm. He never anticipated that today he would achieve such a breakthrough so effortlessly. With this newfound status, Jia Xingtian's body regained its youth, now resembling that of a vibrant middle-aged man. Breaking through to the Douzong realm not only enhanced his lifespan, but, coupled with the 5th-level tortoise demon blood he had previously consumed, it promised an additional 30 years of vitality. With this realization, Jia Xingtian felt invigorated and filled with ambition, believing that he might even aspire to reach the legendary Douzong realm. "Grandfather, congratulations on your breakthrough to the Douzong realm." Observing Jia Xingtian's exuberant demeanor, Yaoya understood that he had successfully crossed into the Douzong realm, filling her heart with immense joy. Ever since the emergence of 2 Douzong powerhouses from the Yunlan sect, Yaoya has found herself unable to sleep, filled with dread at the thought that the Yunlan sect might one day take action against the imperial family. However, with her grandfather, the emperor, having broken through to the Douzong realm, a profound sense of security enveloped her. Although the Yunlan sect has gained another Douzong, the combination of her grandfather's breakthrough and the imperial family's hidden strengths is sufficient to instill a sense of caution within the Yunlan sect. "Congratulations, grandfather." The little girl joyfully skipped to Jia Xingtian's side, her face reflecting a hint of fear. The aura emanating from Jia Xingtian earlier had truly frightened her. Yet the thought of her grandfather's breakthrough filled her with excitement. A smile had yet to leave Jia Xingtian's face. He had not anticipated such a significant gain from this venture into the jars, which had propelled him into the Douzong realm. The potency of the intermediate experience pill still left him astounded. If he were to acquire a few more such divine pills, or even a high-grade divine pill akin to the one Yun Yun had produced, his strength would surely rise at an unparalleled pace. With this thought, Jia Xingtian cast a fervent glance at the multitude of jars behind the little medicine fairy. Chapter 292, Jia Xingtian breaks through to Douzong. Jia Xingtian's successful breakthrough to the Douzong realm naturally thrilled both Yao Yi and the little girl. Meanwhile, Hai Buodong, who witnessed this scene, was utterly astonished. This pill truly has the power to enhance 10 years of cultivation. Jia Xingtian has genuinely ascended to the Douzong realm. At that moment, Hai Buodong's worldview shattered entirely. Such divine pills indeed exist in this world. As he observed Jia Xingtian before him, Hai Buodong's heart was tumultuous. The old man who once called him brother had now reached the Douzong realm, while he himself, with his cultivation sealed, had fallen to such a dismal fate. It was as if one was in the heavens while the other was on the ground. However, once he regained his composure, Hai Buodong's gaze turned towards the densely packed jars behind the little medicine fairy, filled with fervent anticipation. If they could produce such divine pills from those jars, then surely he could as well. If successful, he might still have an opportunity for a resurgence. With this thought, Hai Bodong's heart surged with renewed vigor. He resolved that, regardless of the cost, he would certainly extract a transcendent divine pill from this place. Grandfather, it is your turn now, Yao Yi and the others exclaimed, their excitement palpable. Jia Xingtian emerged from his reverie, his gaze filled with anticipation as he looked at the multitude of jars behind the little medicine fairy. If he were to obtain a few more of such divine pills, his strength would surge dramatically. What was a mere Yunlan sec then? Upon opening this crimson jar, he would ascend to the second tier, and in due course, he might even unlock an orange jar. The mere thought of the treasures that a little girl could extract from an orange jar ignited an intense fervor within Jia Xingtian. Subsequently, he approached the counter and retrieved a multitude of treasures from his storage ring, placing them gently upon the surface. Miss Medical Fairy, will this suffice to purchase a crimson jar? Jia Xingtian inquired, casting a glance at the young healer. Upon hearing his words, the medical fairy swiftly assessed the items on the counter, quickly appraising their worth, and then nodded in affirmation, collecting all the treasures. She then turned and fetched a crimson jar from the shelf behind her, placing it on the counter. As Jia Xingtian beheld the crimson jar before him, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Gradually extending his hand, he struck the jar with a decisive palm. Crack! With a resounding shatter, the crimson jar splintered into countless fragments. The broken pieces transformed into a resplendent array of light that obscured everyone's vision. Moments later, as the luminescence dissipated, the items on the counter were finally revealed. Eagerly, Jia Xingtian leaned forward to inspect the counter, where a golden elixir emerged, shimmering with a hint of dark radiance. A pill? He mused, slightly taken aback by the sight of the elixir. His gaze sharpened as he lifted the pill into his hand. It was a thumb-sized, dark golden concoction, intriguing for its 9 orifices, each exuding a delicate fragrance. Upon inhaling the aroma, Nalan Yanran felt invigorated, her fatigue seemingly vanishing into thin air. What was particularly astonishing was that the 9 orifices appeared akin to the human body's 9 apertures, subtly pulsating as if they contained a unique vitality. This pill is extraordinary. After a mere glance, Jia Xingtian arrived at this conclusion, his astonishment palpable. As a member of the royal lineage, he had encountered numerous esteemed elixirs. Thus his discerning eye quickly recognized the exceptional nature of this one. He was certain that this elixir was no less than a 6th-tier concoction, if not more. With a spark of excitement, he turned to the medical fairy beside him and curiously inquired, Miss Medical Fairy, may I ask what grade this elixir is? And what effects it possesses? Upon hearing his question, the medical fairy's gaze instinctively shifted to the elixir in Jia Xingtian's hand. Oh! Upon the instant the little medical sage beheld the elixir in Jia Xingtian's grasp, she immediately recognized it. The 9 orifices golden pill, hailing from the realm of eternal life, possesses the power to completely transform one's essence upon consumption. It is indeed the foremost elixir for fortifying one's foundation and nurturing one's vitality. To her astonishment, another 9 orifices golden pill had emerged. Observing the pill in Jia Xingtian's hand, a flicker of amazement flashed in the little medical sage's eyes. She recalled that during her time in the Monster Mountain range, Nalan Yanran had also produced a 9 orifices golden pill. The effects of this pill were undeniably potent. After Nalan Yanran consumed it, her innate talents experienced a remarkable enhancement. At that time, the little medical sage had watched with immense envy, wishing she could also create such a pill. Back then, she had harbored considerable self-doubt regarding her own talents. However, upon discovering her possession of the calamity poison body, her interest in the 9 orifices golden pill had waned. After all, with her unique physique, consuming poison could elevate her cultivation without the need for arduous training, rendering the enhancement of innate talent unnecessary. Most importantly, the little medical sage had witnessed firsthand how her master compelled Nalan Yanran to ingest the 9 orifices golden pill. This pill had to be directly injected into the heart to unleash its full potential. The mere thought of needing to undergo such a gruesome process made her scalp tingle. The 9 orifices golden pill was, indeed, better left unconsumed. In response to Jia Xingtian's inquisitive gaze, the little medical sage proceeded to elucidate the effects of the 9 orifices golden pill. Upon ingestion, it could cleanse the tendons and marrow, fortify the foundation and nurture the essence, thereby utterly transforming one's cultivation aptitude. Little medical sage, are your words truly genuine? Does the 9 orifices golden pill indeed possess such remarkable properties? Upon hearing her explanation, the crowd's eyes gleamed with fervor as they gazed at the 9 orifices golden pill in Jia Xingtian's possession. The very name of the 9 orifices golden pill evoked an aura of sophistication, promising an enhancement of one's qualifications. This was an invaluable treasure for every cultivator. After all, high innate talent signified vast potential, enabling one to advance further and ascend to the ranks of the mightiest. Consequently, no one could resist the allure of enhancing their own cultivation. Meanwhile, Yao Ye's gaze burned intensely as she regarded the 9 orifices golden pill in Jia Xingtian's hand, her heart brimming with desire. The little lowly, undeterred, approached Jia Xingtian and playfully exclaimed, "Grandfather Emperor, please grant me this elixir. I did just gift you a divine pill. Surely, you ought to return the favor with another pill." Her eyes sparkled with longing as she gazed at the 9 orifices golden pill. Chapter 294, A Bloody Scene. The little lowly looked up at Jia Xingtian, her demeanor playful, yet poised for tears at the slightest provocation. "Grandfather Emperor, please give it to Yue." As Yao Ye beheld Yao Yue's desire, she hesitated momentarily before addressing Jia Xingtian. Despite her own yearning for the 9 orifice golden pill, which held the potential to enhance one's innate abilities, she ultimately resolved to relinquish it to her younger sister. In the realm of the Gamal Empire, her sister's cultivation talents were commendable. Coupled with years of diligent practice, Yao Ye's prowess had consistently surpassed that of her peers. After consuming a basic experience pill and integrating the thunderfruit, her cultivation had now ascended to the spirit fighting stage. Such a level of achievement was already comparable to that of seasoned elders. Furthermore, with the amplification from the thunderfruit, her strength was formidable enough to rival that of a Dou Wang. At such a tender age, possessing the power to contend with a Dou Wang was nothing short of extraordinary, rendering Yao Ye a prodigy. Although the little girl also exhibited commendable cultivation aptitude, she still fell short when compared to her elder sister. Her talents were more prominently displayed in the realm of alchemy, and her playful nature often led her to neglect her cultivation. If her abilities could be enhanced, it might assist her in elevating her own prowess. Thus, with her sister's future in mind, Yao Ye hesitated but ultimately decided to forego the 9 orifice golden pill. Upon hearing this, Jia Xingtian nodded slightly and handed the pill to the little girl. The little girl gazed at the 9 orifice golden pill in her hands, bringing it to her nose to inhale its fragrance, a look of rapture crossing her face as she attempted to swallow it whole. Wait! At that moment, the little medical fairy's voice rang out, stopping the little girl in her tracks. "Sister Medical Fairy, what is it?" The little girl paused. Confusion etched on her face as she looked at the medical fairy. The 9 orifice golden pill cannot be consumed in that manner. The medical fairy observed the little girl's eagerness to swallow the pill and felt a tinge of exasperation. "Not in that way. Then how should I take it?" The little girl inquired, her large eyes filled with curiosity. After a brief contemplation, the medical fairy elucidated. The 9 orifice golden pill must be directly implanted into the heart to be effective. Upon hearing this, the little girl was taken aback and hesitantly asked, "Sister Medical Fairy, what does it mean to implant it into the heart?" The others, too, exhibited expressions of intrigue. This 9 orifice golden pill was indeed peculiar. How could it require implantation into the heart to function? The 9 orifice golden pill contains an immense reservoir of energy. If swallowed, it cannot be absorbed and may even harm the body. It must be inserted directly into the heart, merging with it to unleash its potential, the medical fairy explained. At her words, everyone was left utterly astonished. How could such a bizarre pill exist in the world? To think that one must penetrate the very heart to unlock its potential is rather unsettling, is it not? To carve through flesh. Are you certain this individual will not be in mortal peril? The crowd, upon hearing the words of the petite healer regarding the 9 apertures golden pill, was struck with disbelief, their expressions transforming drastically. The young girl, already paralyzed with fear, gazed at the 9 apertures golden pill in her hand, her eyes betraying her trepidation. To slice through the flesh of one's heart. This may not lead to death, but the agony would be unbearable. For a girl accustomed to a life of pampering, the very thought of pain is most dreadful. The prospect of consuming the 9 apertures golden pill, which necessitates such a gruesome act, made her resolute in her refusal. "No, I don't want it. Grandfather Emperor, I shall not take this wretched pill." Once she regained her composure, the little girl could not help but cry out, immediately returning the 9 apertures golden pill to Jia Xingtian, adamant in her decision to abstain from it. Jia Xingtian, bewildered by her rejection of the precious pill, was left at a loss. What to do? Should such a treasure be squandered? At that moment, Yao Ye turned her gaze toward the petite healer, her tone serious as she inquired, "Is there a risk to life when consuming the 9 apertures golden pill?" The healer met Yao Ye's gaze and shook her head, assuring her, "There is no danger to life. The 9 apertures golden pill contains immense energy. Once successfully introduced into the heart, recovery will be swift. Should you wish to partake, I can assist you." Upon hearing this, Yao Ye felt a wave of relief wash over her. "You have heard. Are you now willing to take the 9 apertures golden pill?" she asked the little girl. Absolutely not. The girl responded, her stance unwavering. To her, even the absence of mortal danger could not diminish the reality of the pain that would ensue from such a procedure, a thought she found utterly intolerable. With a sigh of resignation, Yaoye turned her attention to Jia Xingtian, speaking gently, "Grandfather Emperor, please hand me the 9 apertures golden pill." After a moment's hesitation, he relinquished the pill to her, reassured by the healer's words that there was no threat to life. After all, this was a divine elixir capable of enhancing one's potential. Enduring a bit of hardship seemed reasonable. "My dear, one must endure hardship to ascend to greatness," Jia Xingtian remarked, his face glowing with pride as he regarded Yaoye. Truly, she was the future heir to the empire he had nurtured, and her resolve pleased him immensely. Yaoye accepted the 9 apertures golden pill, nodding in acknowledgement to Jia Xingtian, then approached the counter, addressing the petite healer. "Would you kindly assist me in consuming this pill?" With that, she extended the 9 apertures golden pill to the healer. "Are you prepared? I shall commence now." Xiao Yixian took the 9 orifice golden pill, her gaze filled with admiration for Yaoye, recognizing the commendable courage of her elder sister. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of determination passed through Yaoye's eyes, and she slowly nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Jia Xingtian and the little lowly watched Xiao Yixian, eager to discern the method of consuming the 9 orifice golden pill. In Xiao Yixian's mind, she recalled the moment when Yi Tian administered the 9 orifice golden pill to Nalan Yanran. Without hesitation, she grasped the pill in her right hand. And in a fleeting instant when Yaoye was unprepared, her left hand transformed into a blade and thrust toward Yaoye's heart. In a flash, Yaoye felt Xiao Yixian's palm pierce through her garments with the sharpness of a dagger, tearing through the fabric. The fingers continued to delve deeper, penetrating flesh and causing blood to flow. A surge of excruciating pain radiated from her heart, and Yaoye felt as if she had been stabbed. "Ah, sister!" The little lowly, witnessing the gruesome scene, screamed in terror. The sight of Xiao Yixian administering the 9 orifice golden pill undoubtedly left the onlookers in shock. Those unaware might have believed Xiao Yixian was attempting to harm Yaoye. The little lowly, horrified by the sight of Xiao Yixian's hand plunged into her sister's chest, turned away, covering her eyes with her hands, trembling in fear. Even Jia Xingtian could not bear to watch, shaking his head and closing his eyes. Heibadong looked on in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the scene before him. Could there truly be such a method of using a pill? Doubts assailed him regarding the nature of existence at this moment. Yaoye fought through the piercing agony in her chest, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and with a strained voice, she addressed Xiao Yixian. "Is it done yet, young healer?" Xiao Yixian regarded Yaoye with a flicker of respect in her eyes, then nodded slightly, reassuring her, "It will be over soon. Hold on." With that, Xiao Yixian took the 9 orifice golden pill in her right hand and pressed it against the wound on Yaoye's chest, forcefully inserting the pill into the cavity created by her incision. The pill was thus sewn into the flesh. The method of utilizing the 9 orifice golden pill was neither through ingestion nor external application. Even if swallowed, it would not digest but would instead be expelled intact. Xiao Yixian stated calmly, "The only way to use it is to create an opening in the heart, sew it inside, and then leverage the circulatory power of the heart to continuously wash it. Its medicinal essence will gradually merge into the blood, ultimately purifying it, refining the marrow, and facilitating a rebirth. At that point, your cultivation of any technique will advance at an astonishing pace." Upon hearing Xiao Yixian's explanation, Yaoye was momentarily taken aback, and then a look of realization flickered in her eyes. After the 9 orifices golden pill was sutured into the flesh at the heart's opening, the medicinal power began to emanate immediately. The lacerated skin began to coalesce, halting the flow of blood, leaving only a faint red mark. Subsequently, Yaoye felt an unparalleled coolness enveloping her entire being, as her lips incessantly secreted a sweet nectar, which she swallowed with delight. A refreshing sensation coursed through her, filling the air with an enchanting fragrance with each breath. Notably, Yaoye sensed as though she had acquired an additional heart. With every breath, her heart would thump twice, and with each beat, her strength seemed to amplify. The 9 orifices golden pill resembled an even more potent heart, assisting the original heart in its circulatory function. Elated by the changes occurring within her body, Yaoye felt a surge of joy. The words of the little medical fairy rang true. This 9 orifices golden pill could indeed enhance her innate abilities. At that moment, Yaoye felt a profound sense of contentment, realizing that her earlier suffering had not been in vain. As the medicinal essence of the 9 orifices golden pill coursed through her limbs and bones, she experienced an indescribable comfort. Gradually, the red mark on her chest faded away, as if no wound had ever existed. Feeling the warm currents flowing within her, a faint smile graced Yaoye's lips. The potency of the 9 orifices golden pill was gradually transforming her constitution, enhancing her natural talents. Yao Yi, how do you feel? At that moment, Jia Xingtian slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Yao Yi with a hint of concern. Grandfather, I am fine, truly, Yao Yi replied, shaking her head with a smile. Upon hearing her voice, the little girl could not contain her impulse and turned to Yao Yi, rushing towards her. Sister, are you all right? The little girl's eyes glistened with tears, burdened by guilt for the suffering her sister had endured. Yao Yi, with a gentle smile, wiped away the remnants of tears from the little girl's eyes and reassured her, You I am perfectly fine. Sister, are you really okay? The little girl, still apprehensive, reached out to pull aside Yao Yi's clothing for a closer inspection. Bang! Ouch! Yao Yi shot a stern glance at the little girl and playfully tapped her on the head. Can you just recklessly undress a girl? Sister, why did you hit me? The little girl pouted, gazing at Yao Yi with a look of grievance. We'll have a proper talk about this later. Yao Yi's lips twitched as she suppressed the urge to suspend the little girl in midair. The little girl looked utterly wronged, not understanding how she had once again provoked her sister. Yao Yi, do you feel your talents have strengthened? Seeing that Yao Yi was indeed unharmed, Jia Xingtian promptly posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind. Upon hearing this, Yao Yi nodded with a smile and said, Grandfather, I can distinctly perceive that my cultivation speed has markedly increased. Moreover, the 9-cavity golden pill remains within my heart, continuously nourishing my body, promising significant transformations in the future. That is excellent. In response, Jia Xingtian nodded in satisfaction. Yao Yi, a natural prodigy, would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights with the enhancement provided by the 9-cavity golden pill. The mere thought ignited excitement in Jia Xingtian's eyes. Perhaps the royal family would soon boast an unparalleled powerhouse. Thank you, little medical fairy, Yao Yi expressed her gratitude, directing her gaze towards the little medical fairy at the counter. The little medical fairy, upon hearing these words, gently shook her head and replied, This is what I ought to do. Deep admiration blossomed within her heart for Yao Yi, as she was astounded by the latter's composure and formidable presence in the face of adversity. Old sir, this is your exclusive VIP card. At that moment, the little medical fairy produced a golden card and handed it to Jia Xingtian. Eagerly, Jia Xingtian took the golden card, his heart brimming with excitement. From this day forth, he would hold the status of a level 2 VIP, granting him 2 opportunities for teleportation each month, along with the privilege to purchase an orange jar worth 1 million gold coins. The thought of the superior treasures that might lie within the orange jars filled him with exhilaration. Yao Yi gazed at the golden card in Jia Xingtian's hand, a flicker of envy crossing her features, which swiftly transformed into anticipation. If she were to open a red jar, she too would ascend to level 2 VIP status, thus securing the same teleportation opportunities and access to even finer orange jars. It is now your turn to open a jar, Jia Xingtian reminded her, gesturing towards the multitude of jars behind the little medical fairy. Realizing this, Yao Yi promptly responded, her thoughts coalescing as she retrieved a collection of treasures from her storage ring and placed them upon the counter. Little medical fairy, I wonder if these treasures can be exchanged for a red jar. After laying all her treasures on the counter, Yao Yi turned to the little medical fairy and spoke slowly. Chapter 296, Earth Rank Techniques. Upon hearing this, the little medical fairy scanned the items on the counter, quickly assessing their value. She then nodded slightly at Yao Yi, gracefully waving her hand to collect all the items. Subsequently, she turned and retrieved a red jar from the shelves behind her, placing it upon the counter. As Yao Yi gazed at the red jar, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in her eyes. She wondered what magnificent treasures she might unveil this time. However, what she anticipated even more was that upon breaking open this crimson jar, she would acquire the qualification to become a second-tier VIP. With this thought, a thrill of excitement surged within Yao Yi, and she promptly extended her hand to strike the crimson jar resting upon the counter. Crack! As the crisp sound of shattering echoed, the jar disintegrated into countless fragments, which then transformed into radiant streams of light, obscuring everyone's view. Drawn by the mesmerizing brilliance, both Jia Xingtian and the little lowly instinctively leaned closer. Their curiosity piqued as they sought to glimpse the treasures that would emerge. Even Hai Buodong could not help but direct his gaze towards the spectacle, his eyes betraying a hint of intrigue. Moments later, the radiant light gradually dissipated, revealing the item on the counter. Oh, what is this? A scroll? Yao Yi's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the item laid before her, a crimson scroll resting serenely on the counter. Could it be a technique or combat skill? Jia Xingtian, equally surprised, regarded the crimson scroll with a glimmer of anticipation. Yao Yi swiftly picked up the scroll and began to peruse its contents. After a brief moment, her eyes widened in sheer delight upon absorbing the information inscribed upon it. A ground-level technique, the Ziyang Ju, Unable to contain her excitement, Yao Yi exclaimed, "What? A ground-level technique?" Hearing Yao Ye's words, Jia Xingtian's expression shifted dramatically, shock evident on his face. "Yao, what did you say? A ground-level technique?" As realization dawned, a look of elation spread across Jia Xingtian's countenance. "Indeed, grandfather, I have actually unveiled a ground-level technique, the Jiangju," Yao Yi replied enthusiastically. "Heavens! It truly is a ground-level technique," Jia Xingtian exclaimed, unable to resist seizing the scroll from Yao Ye's hands for a closer examination. After a moment, his hands trembled uncontrollably with exhilaration. It was indeed a ground-level technique. Jia Xingtian's face radiated excitement as he held the ground-level technique, overwhelmed by his emotions. This was a ground-level technique. Even within the vast expanse of the Dou Qi continent, such techniques held immense significance. Only prominent families and powerful factions possessed ground-level techniques. For the Jiamar Empire, situated in the northwest region, to attain a ground-level technique was nothing short of extraordinary. This was precisely why Jia Xingtian displayed such fervent enthusiasm upon beholding the ground-level technique in his grasp. In the realm of the Dou Qi continent, techniques were undeniably the most vital of all treasures. The elixirs and combat skills pale in comparison to the profound techniques of cultivation. After all, while elixirs may be precious, they serve only a temporary purpose. In contrast, combat techniques can be utilized throughout one's life and even passed down to future generations. From a certain perspective, advanced combat techniques can incite greater fervor than elixirs. Furthermore, possessing a high-level technique ensures that, even without the support of spiritual herbs, one will inevitably ascend to become a formidable force. Conversely, lacking a technique while merely relying on elixirs is akin to consuming pills as if they were mere beans, making it exceedingly difficult to achieve true strength. For a faction, the value of a high-level technique is unparalleled. With the acquisition of this earth-level technique, as long as the imperial lineage of the Gamma Empire does not perish, it is destined to evolve into an exceedingly powerful entity. Ha ha ha. Year, you have done exceptionally well. This time, you have made a significant contribution, exclaimed Jia Xingtian, his excitement palpable as he examined the earth-level technique in his hands. Upon hearing this, Yao Ye's face also lit up with exhilaration. "Grandfather, I was merely fortunate." "Indeed, opening a jar does require a stroke of luck." Jia Xingtian chuckled. "Grandfather, is this truly an earth-level technique? What attributes does it possess? Can I cultivate it?" The little girl inquired eagerly, stepping closer to Jia Xingtian. "This is a fire attribute technique, and you are capable of cultivating it," he replied. "Wonderful. I can cultivate an earth-level technique," the little girl exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Beside them, Heibadong also displayed an expression of astonishment. The emergence of an earth-level technique was simply beyond belief. Although he had once been a Douhuang expert, he had only cultivated a high-level profound technique. If he could acquire an earth-level technique, his cultivation would undoubtedly reach new heights. Nevertheless, for him at this moment, the most pressing task was to unravel the seal placed upon him. With this thought, Heibadong cast a fervent gaze towards the multitude of jars behind the little healer, his eyes gleaming with desire. He wondered if any of these jars might contain a solution to break the seal afflicting him. If not, he would have no choice but to summon the courage to approach the proprietor of this jar shop. With the other party's prowess, there must be a way to lift his seal. He was aware that he had never met the jar shop's owner, and persuading them to assist him would likely be a daunting task. Yet, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, Heibadong was unwilling to relinquish his pursuit. At that moment, the little healer produced a golden card and handed it to Yao Yi. "This is your level 2 VIP card," she informed her. Upon hearing this, Yao Yi eagerly accepted the VIP card, her face radiating joy. She had finally ascended to the status of a level 2 VIP. Henceforth, she would possess the privilege to purchase the orange jars. Gazing at the second-tier VIP card in her hand, Yao Ye's smile was utterly uncontainable. Moments later, Haibo Dong approached the counter and retrieved a plethora of treasures from his storage ring. "Little medical fairy, will these treasures suffice to open a crimson jar?" he inquired, placing the items upon the counter. Upon hearing this, the little medical fairy cast a glance at the treasures before her and nodded. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, she collected all the items. Subsequently, she slowly turned around and retrieved a crimson jar from the shelf behind her, placing it atop the counter. As Haibo Dong beheld the crimson jar before him, a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. At long last, he was able to open a crimson jar. Chapter 297, The Frozen Fruit. Without hesitation, Haibo Dong reached out and firmly struck the jar with his palm. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering, the crimson jar splintered into countless pieces. In an instant, the fragments transformed into an endless cascade of radiant light, enveloping the surroundings and obscuring everyone's vision. After a brief moment, the dazzling light that enveloped the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the items atop it. Haibo Dong's gaze remained fixated on the counter, and as the light faded, his eyes were immediately drawn to the objects displayed. There, nestled quietly upon the counter, was an oddly shaped blue fruit. What could this be? Intrigued, Haibo Dong picked up the blue fruit and examined it closely. It resembled a fruit, though its appearance was rather peculiar. Could it possibly be a rare treasure? As he contemplated the strange fruit in his hand, Haibo Dong felt a wave of curiosity. Devil fruit? Sister, do you think what this old gentleman has uncovered is a devil fruit? At that moment, a little girl beside him, who had been intently watching the odd fruit, suddenly brightened with excitement, unable to contain her exclamation. Upon hearing this, Yaoyi scrutinized the peculiar fruit in Haibo Dong's hand, and it began to look increasingly familiar. It bore a striking resemblance to the thunder fruit she had once consumed, both possessing an exceptionally unusual appearance. However, her thunder fruit was silver, while the one unveiled by the old gentleman was distinctly blue, reflecting on the properties of the devil fruit. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Yao Ye's eyes as she gazed at Haibo Dong. It appeared that fortune favored this old gentleman. For the very first crimson jar he opened yielded a devil fruit. In Yao Ye's estimation, a devil fruit within a crimson jar undoubtedly constituted a top-tier treasure. Yet, she pondered what abilities this particular devil fruit would bestow upon him upon consumption, and how it would compare to her own thunder fruit in terms of strength and capability. A devil fruit? Upon overhearing the conversation between the young girls, Haibo Dong felt a surge of curiosity. Do you two young ladies recognize this fruit in my hand? He inquired of Yao Yi and Yao Yu. In response, Yao Yi remarked, we cannot be entirely certain, but we have previously cultivated a similar fruit, which is a type of devil fruit. Yao Yi refrained from disclosing the abilities of her thunder fruit, as it was her trump card, not something she would reveal to a stranger. Ah, I see, Haibo Dong responded, suddenly enlightened. He then continued to probe, might I ask, dear lady, what purpose does this devil fruit serve? Yao Yi explained, each devil fruit harbors a remarkable ability. Upon consumption, one directly acquires the powers contained within. Remarkable abilities. Upon hearing Yao Ye's words, Haibo Dong was astounded. The notion that a single fruit could encapsulate such powers was indeed extraordinary, befitting a treasure extracted from the crimson jar. After a moment's hesitation, he cast his gaze towards the young healer, holding the peculiar fruit. Young healer, could you enlighten me on whether this fruit in my possession is a devil fruit? What powers lie within? He inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. In response, the young healer focused her attention on the strange fruit in Haibo Dong's hand. As her gaze swept across it, a wave of information materialized before her. Frost fruit. Originating from the world of One Piece, upon consumption, it alters one's physique to embody ice, enabling the generation of freezing mist, rendering physical attacks ineffective. It can create ice from the body and turn any object it touches into ice. The frost fruit, it seemed, was yet another powerful devil fruit. A flicker of surprise crossed the young healer's mind. She considered the frost fruit's abilities to be formidable, certainly surpassing the strength of the bird fruit that Yun Yun had previously cultivated. The capabilities contained within the frost fruit were among the most potent of all devil fruits. After reviewing the information, the young healer finally turned her gaze back to Haibo Dong and slowly spoke. Esteemed sir, this fruit is indeed a devil fruit, named the frost fruit, and upon consumption, it grants mastery over the power of ice. Haibo Dong was taken aback by the young healer's words. Frost fruit. Did this not align perfectly with his own attributes? A wave of astonishment washed over him. Could it be that the treasures within this jar could detect a person's attributes and yield corresponding treasures? Contemplating this notion, Haibo Dong felt a sense of anticipation, pondering whether the frost fruit would significantly enhance his ice attribute physique. Mastery over the power of ice. What extraordinary capability is this? As Yao Yi listened, a flicker of intrigue flashed in her eyes. The power of ice. How did it compare to her own thunderous might? Lady Little Doctor, is the devil fruit meant to be consumed directly? Upon regaining his senses, Haibo Dong continued to inquire of Little Doctor. Ever since witnessing the consumption method of the 9 orifices golden pill, he had grown cautious about these treasures emerging from jars. Was the method of consuming this devil fruit truly conventional? Perhaps it was not meant to be ingested directly? In response, Little Doctor stated plainly, the devil fruit is to be eaten outright. With that assurance, Haibo Dong nodded in relief. He grasped the frozen fruit, hesitated for a moment, then took a gentle bite, finishing it in just a few swift chews. As he consumed the entire frozen fruit, a wondrous force began to work upon his body, swiftly transforming his physique. As the energy from the frozen fruit coursed through him, a profound chill began to emanate from his being. How cold! The little girl, feeling this icy power, was taken aback and promptly burrowed into Yao Ye's embrace, clinging tightly to her sister. Yao Yi activated her energy barrier, shielding them from the biting chill. As time passed, the icy aura surrounding Haibo Dong intensified, ultimately coalescing into a layer of crystalline ice upon him. To the eyes of the little girl and others, Haibo Dong had seemingly become an ice sculpture, emanating an extraordinarily terrifying coldness. What a marvelous ability! The little girl exclaimed in astonishment at the sight. Meanwhile, Jia Xingtian, observing the ice sculpture before him and sensing a familiar aura emanating from it, couldn't help but frown slowly. This presence, was it not reminiscent of something he knew? Who was this person, and what brought him to this desolate city? Chapter 298. The Ice Emperor, Haibo Dong. Within the jar shop, after consuming the frozen fruit, Haibo Dong had transformed into a mere ice statue. The shop was suffused with an overwhelming chill, causing the little girl to feel a shiver run through her. "Sister, do you think this grandpa is dead?" she asked, gazing at the motionless, frozen figure of Haibo Dong, fear creeping into her voice as she huddled closer to Yao Yi. "Don't be absurd. Consuming the devil fruit alters one's constitution. This is a normal phenomenon." Yao Yi chastised the little girl with a glare. Having previously consumed the thunder fruit, she was aware of the miraculous nature of devil fruits and understood that the elderly gentleman before them was undergoing transformation due to the energy of the fruit. As time progressed, the icy exterior of Haibo Dong grew increasingly frigid, but suddenly, a cracking sound resonated, and fissures began to appear upon the surface of the ice sculpture. Crack, crack. The cracks on the ice sculpture multiplied until, ultimately, it all crumbled to the ground, transforming into a dense chill that dissipated into the void. As the ice sculpture vanished from his form, Haibo Dong slowly opened his eyes. In that fleeting moment, a glimmer of icy blue filled his gaze, imbued with an aura of coldness. The icy hue vanished as quickly as it had appeared, and Haibo Dong, realizing the wondrous power coursing through him, displayed a countenance of sheer ecstasy. With a mere thought, he conjured a shard of ice in the palm of his hand, which, under his command, morphed into a slender ice sword, emanating a terrifying chill. The capabilities bestowed by this ice fruit were indeed formidable. Haibo Dong could sense that, at this moment, with just a thought, he could transform the entire shop into an icy domain, encasing everything around him in frost. Such power was overwhelmingly fearsome. Moreover, he could distinctly feel a newfound affinity for the drifting ice elemental energy in the void. With a mere thought, countless ice elemental forces surged into his being. This indicated that after consuming the ice fruit, his ice attribute physique had become far more refined, directly enhancing his cultivation talent. In every gesture, he could unleash formidable icy powers, as if he were the sovereign of frost in this realm. Overwhelmed by the transformation within his body, Haibo Dong could not help but erupt into laughter. "Old man Ice, I never anticipated you would conceal yourself here." Just then, a voice broke through, jolting Haibo Dong back to reality. Oh no! In his moment of triumph, he had entirely forgotten to mask his presence. Alarmed, Haibo Dong realized that the voice belonged to Jia Xingtian, who stood behind him. He had no choice but to feign ignorance, pretending he had not heard Jia Xingtian's words. He was gambling on the hope that the other party had not definitively identified him, and that the earlier comment had merely been a conjecture. "Grandpa, who is the old man?" the little girl inquired, puzzled by Jia Xingtian's remarks. Meanwhile, Yao Yi observed Haibo Dong closely, a flicker of intrigue passing through her eyes. Could it be that Grandpa recognized this gentleman before them? The old man certainly did not appear as simple as he seemed. It was no wonder he could produce 500,000 gold coins in one go and offer a plethora of treasures to open the crimson jars. After all, anyone acquainted with her sister was certainly no ordinary individual. "Old man Hai, what are you pretending for? Do you think I am blind?" Jia Xingtian's exasperation grew as he noticed Haibo Dong's pretense of ignorance. Sensing the icy aura radiating from Haibo Dong, and seeing him remain unmoved, as though he had not heard his words, Jia Xingtian could not help but intensify his tone. "Old man Jia, I didn't expect you to recognize me so quickly." Upon hearing Jia Xingtian's words, Haibo Dong revealed a faint smile of resignation, subsequently removing them from atop his head. "Haha, from the moment we met, I sensed a certain familiarity about you. It was only when you exuded that chilling aura just now that I was able to confirm it. In the entire Jaiamar Empire, who else but you, the Ice Emperor, could emanate such a terrifying coldness?" Jia Xingtian laughed heartily. In response, Haibo Dong felt a sense of helplessness. Jia Xingtian was indeed correct. In the vast Jaiamar Empire, there was no one else who could project such a formidable icy presence. The title of Ice Emperor Haibo Dong was not merely for show. "Old man Hai, after all these years, you've disappeared for so long, and it turns out you've been here," Jia Xingtian remarked with a smile as he gazed at Haibo Dong. The two had shared a close friendship in their earlier days. "By the way, why does your aura seem so feeble? What has happened?" Jia Xingtian, sensing the weak energy radiating from Hebadong, noted that it was merely at the level, which filled him with deep curiosity. The individual before him had once been the formidable Ice Emperor Hebadong, a powerful, so how had he come to this state? Oh, it's a long story. When I return to the Imperial City in a while, I shall tell you everything, Hebadong replied, his tone somewhat melancholic. He looked at Jia Xingtian with a tinge of envy. He had not anticipated that his old friend had now ascended to the level. The gap between them had indeed become insurmountably vast. Upon hearing the title of Ice Emperor, Yao Yi was momentarily taken aback. Her expression then shifted noticeably, her gaze scrutinizing the elderly man before her with a hint of intrigue. Although she was young when Hebadong rose to prominence, she was not unfamiliar with the legendary figure who once commanded respect throughout the Jaimar Empire. The Ice Emperor, one of the previous generation's 10 strongest in the Jaimar Empire, was known for his solitary and proud nature, exceptionally skilled and ice-based. In a fit of rage, he once froze an entire city. Among the top 10 powerhouses of his time, he was one of the few. He later engaged in a climactic battle against the former leader of the Yunlan sect atop Yunlan Mountain. Despite his eventual defeat, the struggle was a fierce one. At the last gathering of powerful figures between the Jaimar Empire and the Shuyan Empire, he single-handedly faced off against A and A without faltering, astonishing the audience. Following that tournament, the Ice Emperor gradually faded from the public eye, and his name has since become a memory cherished by the older generation of the Jaimar Empire. The current young leaders have since eclipsed the former glories and honors that once belonged to their predecessors. Yao Yi had never anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable elderly man before her would turn out to be the Ice Emperor, a figure that had once caused considerable distress among the elite of the Cloud Empire. This dramatic revelation left her momentarily astounded. Chapter 299, The Sheep Transformation Technique. The unveiling of the Ice Emperor, Haibo Dong, naturally elicited a wave of astonishment among the onlookers. As Xietian and Haibo Dong, two old friends, engaged in pleasantries, the little girl, feeling disinterested, skipped over to the counter and exclaimed to her sister, Yao Yi, "Sister, it's my turn to open the jar." Yao Yi, still taken aback by Haibo Dong's true identity, snapped back to reality upon hearing the little girl's voice. She approached the counter and retrieved a collection of treasures from her spatial ring, placing them upon the surface. "Little medical fairy, do you think this is enough?" she inquired, directing her question towards the young healer. Upon hearing her question, the little healer scanned the items laid out on the counter and quickly assessed their worth. She shook her head and slowly replied, "You still need an additional 50,000 gold coins." In response, Yao Yi produced another vial of elixirs and placed it on the counter, asking, "Is this sufficient now?" The little healer glanced at it and nodded slightly. With a wave of her hand, she collected all the items from the counter. Next, she turned and retrieved an orange jar from the shelf behind her. Placing it on the counter, the little girl gazed at the orange jar with excitement. With practiced ease, she extended her delicate hand and struck the jar with the palm. Crack! With a sharp sound of shattering glass, the orange jar splintered into countless pieces, scattering radiant light throughout the air. Haibo Dong and Xietian, engrossed in their conversation, were instantly captivated by the dazzling light. Their dialogue halted as they curiously turned to see what treasure the little girl would unveil. Moments later, as the luminescence faded, the items on the counter became visible. "What is this?" The little girl's eyes widened in bewilderment as she beheld the object before her. There lay a pink book, exuding a faint, enchanting glow, suggesting its extraordinary nature. Quickly, she grasped the book and examined it closely, yet found herself unable to discern its significance. "Sister, do you know what this is?" she asked Yao Yi, her curiosity piqued. Yao Yi, observing the pink book in her sister's hands, furrowed her brow and gently shook her head, replying, "I am not certain either." Meanwhile, Haibo Dong and Xietian looked on, equally perplexed by the peculiar book held by the little girl. Even those well-versed in the world have never encountered such a phenomenon. "Little medical fairy, do you know? Could you enlighten me?" The little girl, noticing the ignorance of those around her, sought the wisdom of the little medical fairy, gazing at her with curiosity. Upon hearing her, the little medical fairy's attention shifted to the pink book in the little girl's hands. As her gaze swept over it, a piece of information was unveiled. Transform Sheep Skill Book, originating from the realm of League of Legends. This skill, when directed at another, can turn them into a sheep for 3 seconds. After the little medical fairy absorbed the information, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. "A skill book? What kind of book is this? Transforming someone into a sheep? Is such a peculiar ability even possible?" These questions flickered in her mind, but after a brief hesitation, she turned her gaze back to the eagerly curious little girl and began to explain. "This is a skill book. Once integrated, it grants a specific ability. The skill inscribed within this book is known as Transform Sheep, which allows one to convert another being into a sheep for a limited duration. Upon hearing the little medical fairy's explanation, the others were momentarily taken aback. Transform sheep? Turning other beings into sheep? What an odd ability. However, the little girl beamed with excitement at the revelation. She perceived this as a wonderfully amusing power. For one with an innate affinity for fun, amusement was all that mattered. With this thought, she hesitated no longer, gazing at the skill book in her hands and silently chanting for integration. In the next moment, the skill book transformed into a radiant pink light and entered her body. Subsequently, information began to manifest in her mind. Moments later, she opened her eyes, filled with exhilaration. At that instant, she had successfully mastered the transform sheep skill. Moon, how do you feel? Inquired Yao Yi, stepping forward with concern. Sister, this is so much fun. The transform sheep skill is simply marvelous, exclaimed the little girl, her face alight with joy. You only think of playing. Yao Yi remarked with a hint of exasperation as she observed her sister. Sister, let me demonstrate, the little girl declared, her eyes darting around as if selecting a target for her transform sheep skill. Ultimately, her gaze settled on Haibo Dong. In her mind, her sister and the emperor were off limits, otherwise they might retaliate. Only this elderly gentleman seemed a suitable candidate for her playful antics. Old sir, may I turn you into a sheep? The little girl innocently asked Haibo Dong. Taken aback, Haibo Dong paused, his lips twitching slightly. Transform into a sheep? Moon, do not be foolish, admonished Jin Tian, observing the scene. Moon, this gentleman is a senior. You must not be disrespectful. The little girl, known for her ability to thwart mischief, pouted slightly in displeasure. However, her attention was soon captured by several men kneeling on the ground, completely unconscious. She dashed over to them and, with a flicker of thought, cast her transformation spell on one of the men. This is for your earlier insults towards my dear sister. The healer. Transform, 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 she declared, pointing at the man. A radiant pink glow emanated from her finger, enveloping him. In the next moment, the man's form began to change rapidly, and as the pink light faded, a small, plump sheep stood in his place. Ha ha ha. He really turned into a sheep. How delightful. The little girl clapped her hands in glee, thoroughly entertained by the transformation. Meanwhile, the others looked on in sheer astonishment. He truly became a sheep. This is simply marvelous. After 3 seconds, with a flash of red light, the sheep reverted back to the appearance of the man. The duration of the transformation was indeed limited to a mere 3 seconds, but it was an extraordinary ability nonetheless. Hai Boidong observed with intrigue, offering a measured appraisal. If one were to engage in combat and suddenly transform their opponent into a sheep, even for just 3 seconds, seizing that opportunity could prove fatal. The little girl's transformation spell had certainly astonished everyone present. While the skill appeared whimsical, its potential impact in critical situations was undeniable. Subsequently, she conducted several more experiments with her transformation spell. Each time she cast it, a brief interval was required before she could attempt it again. After confirming the safety of the spell, Jia Xingtian stepped forward, requesting the little girl to cast the spell on him. The outcome was that Jia Xingtian's limbs transformed into hooves, rendering him a bizarre creature, covered in wool, yet not fully a sheep. It was evident that despite the little girl's mastery of the spell, the significant disparity in their strengths prevented a complete transformation. Nevertheless, it still left an impression. Upon realizing he had become a half-sheep, half-human monstrosity, Jia Xingtian found his internal energy flow severely hampered, and his limbs lacked agility, clearly restricting most of his power. Thus, in the context of combat, this transformation spell was undoubtedly a remarkable technique, potentially allowing the little girl to achieve victories against stronger opponents. Yet, she seemed unconcerned with the implications of her ability, preoccupied only with the sheer enjoyment of her transformative magic. Despite having cast the spell several times, her expression revealed an insatiable desire for more. Sister, would you like me to transform you into a sheep? The little girl gazed at Yao Yi, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Upon hearing this, Yao Yi shot her a fierce glare, retorting, should you dare to cast that sheep transformation spell on me, I will undoubtedly leave your backside sore. Terrified, the little girl immediately covered her rear, repeatedly assuring her that she wouldn't dare. After the little girl finished with the jars, it was now time for Jia Xingtian. He approached the counter slowly, his gaze ardently fixated on the myriad jars behind the little physician. Subsequently, he retrieved a plethora of treasures from his storage ring and placed them on the counter. Dear little physician, I wonder if these treasures are sufficient to open an orange jar? He inquired with a cheerful expression as he arranged the items neatly. Upon hearing his words, the little physician glanced at the treasures laid before her, then slowly nodded. With a wave of her hand, she collected all the items. She then turned around and retrieved an orange jar from the shelf behind her. Gazing at the orange jar on the counter, Jia Xingtian felt a flicker of fervor in his eyes. This marked his first encounter with an orange jar, and excitement bubbled within him. What treasures might this orange jar unveil? Without a moment's hesitation, Jia Xingtian extended his hand and struck the orange jar with considerable force. With a crisp shatter, the jar splintered into countless pieces, transforming into a cascade of radiant light that obscured everyone's vision. Moments later, as the brilliance faded, the items on the counter were revealed. What could this be? Jia Xingtian's eyes widened with astonishment as he beheld the objects on the table. 7 beans of various colors appeared upon the stone surface. Curiously, he picked up the 7 differently colored beans and inhaled their fragrance, which wafted forth with a delightful aroma. Upon detecting this scent, Jia Xingtian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He surmised that these must be treasures. "Dear little physician, might you enlighten me as to what these 3 beans are?" he inquired, holding the 7 beans in his hands. Upon hearing this, the little physician directed her gaze towards the beans he held. As her eyes scanned them, she swiftly absorbed the information about the 7 beans. Celestial beans, originating from the world of the 7 Dragon Balls. Consuming 1 grants instantaneous restoration of vitality and energy, returning 1 to peak condition. After reading the information that appeared before her, the little physician's eyes widened in astonishment. Celestial beans? What an exalted name. Could they be the legendary beans cultivated by immortals? Upon consumption, 1 can instantly regain vitality and energy, returning to an optimal state. The effects of this mystical bean can undoubtedly be regarded as a treasure of immeasurable worth. After absorbing the information before her, the little healer was profoundly astonished. She then turned her gaze towards the curious Jia Xingtian and began to explain. This item is known as the Celestial Bean, cultivated by immortals. Upon ingestion, it enables 1 to instantaneously restore physical strength and energy, returning to peak condition. Upon hearing the little healer's words, the onlookers were equally astonished. Celestial Bean? Grown by immortals? Consuming it allows for the immediate restoration of strength and energy, returning 1 to their prime state. This is truly a supreme treasure. Jia Xingtian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the bean in his hand. Meanwhile, the nearby Yaoya and the little girl had already approached, pleading, "Grandfather, please share 1 with us." Generously, Jia Xingtian distributed 1 to each of them, recognizing its potential to be a lifesaver in critical moments. At that moment, Hai Buodong finally reacted, his face lighting up with excitement as he looked at Jia Xingtian and said, "Old Jia, could you possibly spare me a celestial bean?" Hai Buodong thought to himself, if consuming this celestial bean could restore vitality and energy, returning 1 to their best state, might it not also break the seals within him and restore his own strength? With this thought, he felt an overwhelming thrill, disregarding any sense of embarrassment as he sought Jia Xingtian's favor. Hearing this, Jia Xingtian hesitated. Friends are friends, but this celestial bean was indeed a precious item, not something to be given away lightly. "Old Jia, if you give me a celestial bean, I shall owe you a favor," Hai Buodong hurriedly added, sensing Jia Xingtian's reluctance. "All right." Jia Xingtian finally acquiesced, promptly handing Hai Buodong a celestial bean. As Hai Buodong held the bean in his hand, a look of ecstatic joy illuminated his face. After so many years, he had finally glimpsed the hope of restoring his cultivation. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed the celestial bean in 1 swift motion. As the celestial bean entered his body, a wondrous force began to manifest within Hai Buodong. Soon, a surge of fierce energy rippled outward. The previously dormant Hai Buodong's body suddenly trembled violently, waves of potent energy rapidly radiating from within. Jia Xingtian, witnessing the oncoming waves of energy, felt a stirring within and swiftly conjured a barrier of combat energy around his body, effectively shielding himself from the expanding energy ripples. Subsequently, Hai Buodong's body trembled violently for a moment. His aged visage suddenly tightened, and an eerie, dark blue energy rapidly coalesced at his forehead. In an instant, it formed a slender energy serpent that spiraled above his brow, sealing the surging fighting spirit within him. Chapter 301, The Defining Pill. A wondrous force emanated forth, forcibly expelling the serpent from Hai Buodong's head. Just as the serpent detached, it quivered violently before transforming into a wisp of azure smoke that dissipated into the air. At that very moment, as the serpent departed, Hai Buodong's tightly shut eyes sprang open, a fierce brilliance shooting forth from his gaze, exuding an imposing aura reminiscent of a lion awakening from slumber, erupting from the depths of his body that had been suppressed for nearly several decades. Haha, this damned seal has finally been vanquished. I have regained my title as a Dou Huang. Upon the seal's release, ecstasy flooded Hai Buodong's face as he threw his head back in boisterous laughter. Old Ice, congratulations, observed Jia Xingtian, gazing at the restored Hai Buodong. Old Jia, I owe you a debt of gratitude for this. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Hai Buodong expressed with heartfelt appreciation. Tianai, it is now your turn, Jia Xingtian said with a smile after exchanging a few words with Hai Buodong. Indeed. Princess Tianai nodded gently, then approached the counter, retrieving 500,000 gold coins, a black scroll, and a vial of elixir from her spatial ring, placing them before the little medicine sage. Little medicine sage, with these gold coins, along with this scroll of techniques and a 4th-grade elixir, I trust one can exchange for an orange jar? Princess Tianai spoke with confidence. Gazing at the items presented by Princess Tianai, the value of the offerings instantly manifested in the little medicine sage's mind, thanks to the invincible domain granted by Yi Yun. Certainly, these items are just sufficient for an orange jar. The little medicine sage collected the items from the counter and then turned to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it on the counter. As Princess Tianai beheld the orange jar, excitement surged within her. This was her first million gold jar since her promotion to the 2nd level. May fortune favor me this time. She silently prayed, her delicate hand gently tapping the orange jar. Crack! Accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering pottery, the orange jar instantly shattered into pieces. Immediately, the fragments transformed into boundless radiant light, enveloping the entire counter, obscuring the contents from view. Observing Princess Tianai and the others simultaneously opening their orange jars, Hai Buodong felt a pang of envy. Soon, as the brilliance dissipated, a jade vial materialized in place on the counter. The jade vial. Could it possibly contain elixirs akin to divine pills? Upon sighting this jade vessel, a delightful expression involuntarily surfaced on Yao Ye's face. Yao Yi, do open it, and take a look, Jia Xingtian urged from the side. In response, Yao Yi gently lifted her delicate hand, holding the jade vial. And at the moment she uncorked it, an intense fragrance of the elixir wafted out, enveloping Yao Yi in a sensation of intoxication. What kind of elixir is this? The aroma is extraordinarily rich, Jia Xingtian exclaimed in astonishment. How delightful! Such a fragrant elixir must be exquisite. The little girl beside them drooled in anticipation. Within the jade vial lay a single pill, its entire body radiating a soft, luminous white glow, markedly different from the divine pills previously encountered. Little medical fairy, could you please examine this and discern what kind of elixir it is and its specific effects? Yao Yi inquired, turning to the little medical fairy upon realizing she could not identify it herself. In truth, the moment Yao Yi uncorked the vial, the little medical fairy had already surmised the nature of the elixir from its alluring fragrance. However, understanding her role as Yi Yun's assistant, she felt compelled to provide the most accurate response for her client, thus employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun to investigate the elixir's properties. Beauty-preserving pill, originating from the world of mortal cultivation. It ensures eternal youth and unchanging beauty upon consumption. Indeed, it was the beauty-preserving pill. My conjecture was correct. After reviewing the elixir's information, the little medical fairy silently affirmed her thoughts. She was well acquainted with the effects of this pill, having once crafted a similar one before becoming Yi Yun's assistant in the depths of the Monster Beast mountain range. Moments later, the little medical fairy softly explained to Princess Yao Yi, this is a beauty-preserving pill. While it does not enhance one's cultivation or extend lifespan, its sole purpose is to preserve youth and maintain one's appearance. Eternal youth, unchanging beauty. Upon hearing the little medical fairy's description, Princess Yao Yi gazed at the jade vial with fervent intensity. The ability to retain one's youthful visage eternally is a dream cherished by countless women. No amount of skincare can compare to this. At that moment, within the store, upon hearing the effects of the elixir, Jia Xingtian and Hai Buodong exhibited no visible reaction, with Jia Xingtian even appearing somewhat disappointed. Just then, a pair of delicate, fair hands slowly reached toward the jade vial. Smack! Noticing the hands approaching, Yao Yi did not hesitate to swat them away. The little girl cried out in pain, quickly retracting her hand. Simultaneously, Yao Yi also drew back her hand grasping the vial, holding it close to her chest as she declared loudly, Yao Yu, what are you trying to do? This is mine. Sister, I also want that beauty-preserving pill. Can I trade you something else for it? Yao Yu pleaded, her eyes sparkling with hope as she looked at Yao Yi. No, there is no room for negotiation. Princess Yao Yi shook her head in refusal. In the next moment, she swiftly poured out the youth-retaining pill and swallowed it, leaving no room for the little girl's aspirations. The pill dissolved instantly, releasing its medicinal essence into Princess Yao Yi's body. As the potency coursed through her, an alluring radiance suddenly emerged on her skin, enhancing her beauty even further. Delighting in the newfound smoothness and luster of her complexion, Princess Yao Yi felt an overwhelming joy. Henceforth, she would eternally preserve her youth and beauty. Meanwhile, the little girl watched with envious eyes. No, I must also obtain a youth-retaining pill, she murmured, then spread her hands toward Princess Yaya, pleading, "Sister, give me some money. I want to open a jar." Ahem. Observing the little girl's antics, Haibodong beside her deliberately coughed twice, signaling her to refrain from cutting in line. "Sister, please hurry." Yet, the little girl remained oblivious, persistently urging Yaya. "Yaya, stop being silly. It's now Haibodong's turn to open a jar. If you wish to do so, you will have to wait." Princess Yaya firmly instructed the little girl, then lifted her foot to yield her position to Haibodong, pulling the little girl along with her. Upon reaching the counter, Haibodong took a deep breath, his heart racing with excitement. The previous crimson jar had yielded the frost fruit, greatly enhancing his ice abilities. He wondered what marvels this time would bring. With that thought in mind, Haibodong retrieved 2 scrolls from his spatial ring and placed them on the counter, quickly saying, "Young lady medical sage, please provide me with a crimson jar." Chapter 302, The Black God Set. 1 mid-level Xian rank combat technique. 1 low-level Xian rank combat technique. Total value, 70,000 gold coins. With a mere glance, the young lady medical sage recognized the worth of Haibodong's scrolls. These items are valued at 70,000 gold coins. "Your next jar will only require 30,000 gold coins," she stated, producing a crimson jar and placing it on the counter. Yay! Although the jar appeared fragile, Haibodong was so exhilarated that he struck it with all his might. Bang! As his hand came down, the crimson jar shattered, and a mysterious glow surged forth from its remnants. Under Haibodong's eager gaze, the light gradually dissipated, revealing a seemingly ordinary black glove, about 20 centimeters long and quite sturdy, resting atop the counter. A glove? Just one? As he beheld the unremarkable black glove, a flicker of disappointment crossed Haibodong's eyes. Upon spending 500,000 gold coins, one might feel a twinge of regret at acquiring such an item. Haha, these gloves are quite unsightly. The little girl, upon spotting the gloves at the counter, could not help but burst into laughter. "Yao Yu, you've gone and made a fuss again." Yao Yu shot a fierce glare at her, then turned her attention to the lone black glove, thoughtfully analyzing it. "Hai Lao, based on my experience, the items obtained from a crimson jar are certainly not mere gloves. They must possess other extraordinary functions." "Other functions?" Hearing Princess Yao Yi's words, Haibodong turned to Little Medical Fairy and inquired, "Do you know what this black glove is and what purpose it serves?" On her part, Little Medical Fairy, upon realizing that the crimson jar had yielded only a single black glove, found it rather peculiar. After hearing Haibodong's question, she promptly examined the information regarding the glove. Black God Set. Originating from the world of devouring the starry sky, once dawned, it automatically permeates the skin and absorbs blood. After assimilating a portion of blood, the Black God Set undergoes mutations, allowing it to conform seamlessly to the wearer's body, akin to skin, offering formidable defensive capabilities that adapt to the wearer's will. Ah, so this glove possesses such remarkable effects. Upon reviewing the information about the black glove, Little Medical Fairy felt a surge of astonishment. This glove, known as the Black God Set, emerges in various forms, sometimes as gloves, hats, or vests. Once adorned, it will. As she elaborated on the wondrous capabilities of the Black God Set to Haibodong, Yao Yi marveled. How astonishing. It seems my guess was indeed correct. After listening to Little Medical Fairy's exposition, Haibodong clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Little Medical Fairy, for enlightening me about this item." "You're welcome," she replied with a sweet smile. "Old Hai, your fortune is quite remarkable. Both items from the 2 crimson jars are splendid. Let us first test the power of this Black God Set." Jiang Xingtian chimed in cheerfully, his aged gaze brimming with interest for the black glove. "Very well. I shall give it a try." Haibodong nodded, then picked up the substantial black glove from the counter and donned it on his left hand. Yet, after putting on the glove, no changes occurred. Could it be a counterfeit? As strange thoughts began to surface in Haibodong's mind, a sudden prickling sensation shot through his left thumb. Hiss! Although it was not overwhelmingly painful, his heart raced unexpectedly. In the next moment, the black gloves trembled as if they were boiling water, with droplets of black liquid quivering. Simultaneously, a subtle stinging sensation coursed through the 5 fingers of Haibodong, both on his palm and the back of his hand. Visibly, strands of crimson began to flow into the black droplets, which entwined around Haibodong's left hand. As the red merged with the black droplets, they seemed to undergo a transformation. "What's wrong, old man Hai?" In response to the peculiar expression on Haibodong's face and the oddity of the black gloves, Jia Xingtian leaned in with curiosity. This sensation is quite marvelous," Haibodong noted, feeling as if his left hand could perceive the gentle caress of the breeze, as if the black gloves had melded with his skin, becoming an intrinsic part of him. "From now on, with your intent, these black gloves can morph at will." Observing the strange expression on Haibodong's face, The little healer offered a reminder. Is that so? Black God suit, transform for me. Hai Buodong commanded, his gaze fixed on the black gloves. Instantly, black luminescence surged forth, enveloping his entire left arm in a swift cascade, while some of the black essence detached, spreading to his right arm and cascading over his entire body. His legs, thighs, neck, and face were all engulfed. At that moment, to the astonished eyes of the others, it appeared as though Hai Buodong's clothing was covered by a layer of black skin, with only his eyes, nose, and mouth remaining visible. Such an ominous figure. How frightening. The little girl timidly hid behind Jia Xingtian upon witnessing this transformation. The fluidity of this glove's material is astonishing. One wonders just how much defensive capability a mere membrane can possess. Jia Xingtian murmured, observing Hai Buodong's new appearance. He then produced a dagger from his hand. Noticing Jia Xingtian's actions, Hai Buodong instinctively took 2 steps back, exclaiming, Old man Jia, what are you planning? Old man Hai, do you think I would harm you? I merely wish to test the defensive capabilities of your suit. Jia Xingtian retorted with irritation. No, I would rather test it myself. Hai Buodong vehemently shook his head. Retrieving a dagger from his spatial ring, he then gently sliced it across his palm. The dagger glided over the black membrane as though it were grazing a layer of tough leather, leaving no mark whatsoever. Observing that the dagger posed no threat, Hai Buodong increased the pressure and plunged it into his palm. This time, although the black membrane and skin were indented by the dagger, no wound emerged. This is truly a remarkable item. Delighted by the defensive prowess of the Black God suit, Hai Buodong laughed heartily. With this suit, it was as if his physical defense had been significantly enhanced. Transform. In the next moment, as Hai Buodong's thoughts stirred, a black cloak appeared over his attire, and his skin returned to its normal hue. Chapter 303, The Boots of Lightness. Once Hai Buodong's complexion was restored, the little girl who had been crouching timidly behind Jia Jingtian finally felt less fearful. It's my turn to open the jar. She chuckled, quickly making her way to Yaoya and spreading her hands wide. Seeing this, Yaoya did not hesitate. She turned around and retrieved a collection of treasures from her storage ring, placing them upon the counter. Clearly, as the current overseer of the royal family, with ample preparations made, the price of 1 million gold coins for a jar posed little pressure for her. Observing Yaoya's extravagant display, Hai Buodong could not help but feel envious. Little medical fairy, will these suffice to open an orange jar? Yaoya inquired once more as customary. Just enough. The medical fairy replied with a smile, nodding in affirmation before reaching for an orange jar to place on the counter. As she did so, the little girl had already arrived at the counter's edge. The instant the orange jar was set down, she eagerly slammed her palm upon it. With a resounding crash, the jar shattered, and a dazzling light erupted from the remnants. As the shards transformed into radiant hues and vanished, a pair of silver boots emerged atop the counter. A pair of boots? The little girl, curious, picked up the silver boots and examined them closely. Why is it just a pair of boots? Princess Yaoya furrowed her brow upon seeing the boots, which were adorned with numerous intricate runes and embellished with several azure gemstones, appearing quite exquisite. However, their diminutive size was striking, barely fitting in the palm of her hand. Such small boots, they might even be too large for my Barbie doll. The little girl muttered, echoing the confusion in Yaoya's heart. Although the jars that Yuer opened previously were not very impressive, her recent luck seems to be quite favorable. Perhaps this item is not as simple as it appears. Jia Jingdian thought optimistically, recalling the plush teddy bears, dragon power pills, and intermediate experience pills the little girl had recently uncovered. Hearing Jia Jingdian's words, Hai Buodong, who had been observing the situation, nodded in agreement, saying, do not be concerned about the size of this item. It might very well possess the ability to change shape and size, just like my Black God set. Really? The little girl felt a flicker of anticipation at the words of Jia Jingtian and Hai Buodong, then turned to the medical fairy and asked, Sister Medical Fairy, do you know the purpose of these silver shoes? The silver boots, I possess a pair as well. After the little girl inquired. The young healer smiled slightly and gracefully stepped out from behind the counter. She revealed her smooth, fair foot beneath her skirt, adorned with a pair of silver boots almost identical to those in the little girl's hands, save for their size. They are truly the same. It seems these boots can indeed change size. Dear sister, please enlighten me on how to use them. The little girl, excited by the sight of the boots on the young healer's feet, eagerly inquired. Though the design of the silver boots in the little girl's hands mirrored those on the young healer, she still utilized her abilities to examine the attributes of the boots to ensure the integrity and authority of her shop's evaluations. Lightfoot boots, a miraculous piece of equipment from the world of Valoran, capable of adapting to the wearer's physique, automatically adjusting in size, and even allowing for virtual equipment that conceals its appearance while granting the benefits of the gear. Equipment effect. automatically cleanses the foot surface, providing a speed boost of 10. Upon reviewing this information, the young healer confirmed in her heart that these were indeed the Lightfoot boots. A speed enhancement of 10. Without delay, she shared the purpose of the Lightfoot boots with the little girl. How extraordinary this item is, the little girl exclaimed, marveling at her own fortune after hearing the young healer's description. A 10% speed enhancement, the ability to change form at will, and even to vanish entirely. Such boots exist? Does this enhancement effect apply to Dou Emperors and Dou Zongs as well? Inquisitively, the onlooker, Jia Xingtian, posed the question after listening to the young healer's explanation. Without hesitation, the young healer responded, indeed, regardless of any realm or strength, it bestows a 10% speed enhancement. Then does it mean that even those stronger than Dou Zong would benefit from such speed? For such formidable beings, even a slight increase in speed would be a monumental enhancement. Jia Xingtian expressed his astonishment. Nearby, Heibadong listened to their conversation, feeling increasingly envious. Although his Black God set could also change forms at will and boasted formidable defense, it offered fixed enhancements that would become less effective as his strength grew. In comparison, the Lightfoot boots clearly outshone his own. Truly, the treasures from the orange canister are vastly superior to those from my crimson canister. Heibadong mused inwardly, his desire for the orange canister intensifying. Dear sister, you have yet to tell me how to use them. The little girl, fiddling with the palm-sized silver boots, searched for any mechanism but found none, prompting her to ask anxiously. The young healer smiled and replied, you merely need to hold the Lightfoot boots and silently command their use in your heart. Upon hearing the words, the little girl immediately complied, her tiny hands cradling the silver boots. She silently intoned, use. In the next moment, the silver boots in her grasp transformed into two radiant beams of light, soaring toward her feet. As the light enveloped her, when the little girl glanced down, she discovered that her feet were now adorned with the beautiful silver boots, intricately etched with runes and embellished with gemstones. A look of astonishment flickered in her eyes as she tentatively took a few steps, her expression changing as she distinctly felt a buoyancy beneath her feet, lending her body an ethereal lightness. Haha, what delightful shoes. I feel as if I'm floating. Walking requires no effort at all. Elated by the enchanting effect of the boots, the little girl burst into laughter. These shoes are simply exquisite, perfectly complementing my demeanor. Observing the radiant boots on the little girl's feet, Yaoya also expressed her admiration. In the next moment, she eagerly addressed the little girl, Yaoyue. May I try on those boots as well? No way. They belong to me. The little girl, sensing Yaoya's desire for the boots, worried that lending them would result in her never getting them back, promptly refused. Moon, sister merely wishes to try them on. I won't take them away. Why be so stingy? Yaoya gazed at her with wide eyes, visibly upset. All right then, you can try them on. Feeling a pang of guilt from Yaoya's emotional appeal, the little girl shyly mumbled and handed over the light boots. That's more like it. A smile graced Yaoya's face as she affectionately patted the little girl's head, swiftly taking the silver boots from her hands. Use. Following the method imparted by the little healer, Yaoya quickly donned the light boots. In the next moment, under her mental command, the boots revealed some transparent sections, showcasing her fair ankles, while also adding various embellishments. These boots are indeed remarkable. They can transform into any desired style. It seems I must seek a designer to create several more pairs for me. Yaoya murmured softly, admiring the altered boots. Upon hearing Yaoya's words, the little girl grew anxious. Sister, why do you need a designer? Didn't we agree it was just for a trial? Noticing the little girl's reaction, Yaoya smiled and calmly replied, indeed, I haven't finished trying them on yet. I must see which style suits me best. No, you must return them to me now. The little girl pouted, extending her hand toward Yaoya. Moon, we can discuss this later. We must focus on opening the jar now. Yaoya's expression shifted to one of seriousness as she turned to Ji Xingtian and announced, Grandfather, it's your turn to open the jar. MHM. Hearing Yaoya's words, Jia Xingtian nodded, then addressed the little girl, Yue, cease your antics for the moment. After uttering this, Jia Xingtian slowly approached the counter, placing a collection of treasures upon the table. Little medical fairy, please fetch me an orange jar, he said in a calm tone, observing the little girl's clear look of dissatisfaction. The medical fairy found it somewhat amusing. Nevertheless, as Jia Xingtian sought to acquire the jar, she gracefully stepped into the counter area. After casting a glance at the items Jia Xingtian had presented, the medical fairy smiled slightly, waved her hand, and collected all the items before swiftly retrieving an orange jar, placing it on the counter. With a resounding crash, Jia Xingtian brutally raised his hand and smashed the jar into fragments. Instantly, the shattered pieces transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring the vision of everyone present. All attention was drawn to the counter concealed by the luminous glow. Soon, as the light dissipated, a fiery red lotus came into view. Within the lotus, flames danced, and nestled within was a thumb-sized, fiery red seed, burning brightly, with its roots and stems still attached. An astonishing surge of spiritual energy radiated outward, making the air feel scorching. What kind of heavenly treasure is this? Why have I never encountered it in any texts? Jia Xingtian inquired, his curiosity piqued by the appearance of the fiery red lotus, which emanated a notably intense fiery aura. It seems its flames hold significant value, Yao analyzed. Could it be of great use to those who cultivate fire-based techniques? At this moment, the little girl paid no mind to the fact that her light spirit boots had been claimed by Yao. Her large, expressive eyes were fixed on the fiery red lotus. Filled with curiosity, for the aura it radiated was exceedingly comforting. Such abundant energy. The medical fairy was equally astonished by the energy fluctuations emanating from the fiery red lotus. As she concentrated, a stream of information manifested before her eyes. The fire flame spiritual lotus, originating from the world of the great ruler, is an exceptionally rare treasure. Its seeds are formed from the purest essence of fire's spiritual energy, possessing remarkable efficacy in refining bones and evolving bloodlines, greatly benefiting cultivation. It can evolve into the fire flame celestial lotus, which provides substantial enhancements for those practicing fire-based techniques. It actually has the ability to refine bones and enhance bloodlines. After reading about the fire flame spiritual lotus's properties, the medical fairy was even more astonished. If one could consume this lotus, not only would their bloodlines evolve, but their cultivation aptitude would also experience a significant boost, truly a fortuitous opportunity. Alas, this treasure only grants such miraculous effects to those who have cultivated fire-based techniques. After Xiao Yixian perused the information regarding the fire flame spirit lotus, Jia Xingtian suddenly inquired, Miss Xiao Yixian, do you know what this crimson lotus flower is? Upon hearing this, the gazes of others turned towards Xiao Yixian, eagerly anticipating her response. This remarkable object is known as the fire flame spirit lotus. Xiao Yixian, always generous with her knowledge when customers inquire about treasures from the jars, promptly shared the origins of this vibrant red lotus. It astonishingly comes from another world. A celestial treasure, which explains its immense energy fluctuations. Jia Xingtian marveled at this revelation. Alas, grandfather, your cultivation is oriented towards earth attributes. This spirit lotus only benefits those who practice fire attributes. Yao Yi lamented, shaking her head in regret. Upon hearing Yao Ye's words, the little girl quickly stepped forward, indignantly stating, Sister, what are you lamenting? I happen to be of the fire attribute. Indeed, Sister was momentarily forgetful and overlooked you. Yao Yi replied, a hint of embarrassment gracing her features as she hurriedly soothed the little girl. Yao Yu, do not be upset. I apologize. Observing the playful banter between the two sisters, Jia Xingtian chuckled. Since the fire flame spirit lotus possesses such remarkable potential, let us allow Yuer to consume it, for her cultivation talent will undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. Esteemed guests, the fire flame spirit lotus is not its final form. Should the environment and circumstances be favorable, it may evolve into the fire flame treasure lotus, which provides even greater benefits to those who cultivate fire attributes, surpassing the effects of the fire flame spirit lotus by several folds. As Jia Xingtian and the others contemplated allowing the little girl to use the fire flame spirit lotus, Xiao Yixian added this enlightening information. It can even evolve into the more powerful fire flame treasure lotus. The efficacy will increase several times. Upon hearing Xiao Yixian's description, Jia Xingtian's gaze towards the fire flame spirit lotus grew even more fervent. Chapter 305, The Celestial Shuttle. The fact that the fire flame spirit lotus could evolve left everyone astonished. Yao Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement as they turned towards the little girl. She recalled the little girl's ability to control plants, which could stimulate their growth. The fire flame spirit lotus, being a plant, would surely respond to her capabilities. With some time, it was only natural that the little girl could evolve the fire flame spirit lotus into the fire flame treasure lotus. The thought filled Yao Yi with exhilaration, envisioning the royal family gaining another invaluable treasure. Sister, it's your turn to open a jar now. The little girl reminded Yao Yi. At this, Yao Yi nodded and proceeded directly to the counter. She then retrieved a multitude of treasures from her spatial ring and placed them upon the counter. Xiao Yixian, do you think these are sufficient to purchase an orange jar? Yao Yi inquired, arranging her items on the counter. Upon hearing this, the young healer cast a swift glance, rapidly assessing the value of the treasures before her. She then shook her head slightly, stating, it is insufficient. We are still short by 100,000 gold coins. The nightshade nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to retrieve several spirit herbs from her spatial ring, placing them upon the counter. Is this enough now, dear healer? She inquired. The young healer finally nodded and, with a wave of her hand, collected all the treasures without hesitation. Subsequently, she turned slowly, retrieving an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it atop the counter. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in the nightshade's eyes as she gazed at the orange jar. Without delay, she extended her delicate hand and struck the jar with a firm palm. Crack! With the sharp sound of shattering glass, the entire orange jar disintegrated into a myriad of fragments. Immediately, the shattered jar transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring the vision of all present. The little girl drew closer to the nightshade, and the two sisters focused their gazes on the counter, their eyes brimming with expectation. Moments later, the ethereal glow in the air gradually dissipated, revealing the items within. What could this be? Observing the objects unveiled on the counter, a look of confusion crossed the nightshade's face. The item revealed this time was yet another object she had never encountered before. It appeared as a shuttle-shaped entity, entirely silver gray, elongated and pointed at both ends, with a slightly thicker middle section. Measuring 81 centimeters in length, it was remarkably sharp at both ends, the widest part being 27 centimeters. And overall quite slender, adorned with intricate and dense patterns. What treasure has been unearthed this time? Just then, Jia Xingtian approached, his curiosity piqued. Upon hearing his query, the nightshade lifted the shuttle-shaped object from the counter, gazing quizzically at Jia Xingtian, asking, "Grandfather, do you recognize this item?" Jia Xingtian scrutinized the shuttle object in her hand for a moment before gently shaking his head. "I do not recognize it. I have never seen such a thing. Old ice, have you encountered it?" Jia Xingtian inquired, directing his question to the ever-observant Heibadong behind him. Upon hearing this, Heibadong shook his head, replying, "I have not seen it either." "Then it must belong to some other world," the nightshade concluded. Based on her experience with such jars, she knew that items that could not be recognized were almost invariably treasures from other realms. Other worlds? Hearing the nightshade's words, Heibadong looked utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the meaning behind her statement. This was Old Ice's first experience with a jar, and he was unaware of the origins of Boss Yi. Thus he remained bewildered. Aware of Heibadong's identity, the nightshade did not wish to appear negligent. Noticing his confusion, she smiled and explained. "Boss Yi refers to the true owner of this jar shop, does it not?" Heibadong inquired with curiosity. He had just learned that the young lady sitting at the counter, the little healer, was merely an assistant in this shop. The true proprietor must be the young man who had appeared earlier. Thus, he speculated that this individual was the Yi boss mentioned by Yao Yi. Indeed, the one who had appeared before was none other than Yi. And he was not a denizen of the Dou Qi continent, as Yao Yi elucidated. What? Not from the Dou Qi continent? Upon hearing this, Heibadong was instantly struck with astonishment. Does Elder Bing know where one goes after breaking through to the Dou Emperor realm in the Dou Qi continent? Yao Yi inquired. It is said that after transcending the Dou Emperor, one shatters the void, Heibadong replied. Indeed, after surpassing the Dou Emperor, these individuals ascend to the upper realm. Yao Yi stated indifferently. The upper realm? Could it be that this Yi boss descended from the upper realm? Heibadong seemed to grasp something, his expression shifting dramatically with sheer horror. Then this Yi boss is, without a doubt, a being beyond the Dou Emperor? Yi indeed hails from the upper realm. Yet it is not the upper realm of our Dou Qi continent. Yao Yi subsequently recounted the cosmological theory that Yi Yun had once shared with her. The cosmos encompasses myriad worlds, and the Dou Qi continent where we currently reside is merely a small world among countless others in the universe. Yi boss is an unparalleled powerhouse from the 3,000 worlds. After absorbing Yao Yi's words, Heibadong's demeanor became one of profound shock. Everything Yao Yi had articulated shattered his understanding of the world. Such concepts were entirely foreign to him. Little healer, I would appreciate your assistance in introducing the treasure I have just procured, Heibadong, still engulfed in disbelief, said as Yao Yi approached the counter with a shuttling object in hand, addressing the little healer. Upon hearing this, the little healer cast her gaze upon the shuttling object in Yao Yi's hand. As her eyes swept over it, a piece of information materialized before her. Sky shuttle, originating from the swallowing starry sky realm, a flying treasure with astonishing speed. This is indeed a flying treasure. After perusing the information, the little healer understood and recognized what the sky shuttle was. The principle behind the sky shuttle is that when activated, it forms a protective shield composed of intricate patterns. During rapid flight, the formidable winds generated will follow this protective shield, creating waves of air. The countless patterns coalesce into a singular form, enveloping the passenger's body in a visibly streamlined air shield, entirely composed of air currents. As one flies faster, air resistance increases. However, merely stepping onto the sky shuttle generates air waves that create such a perfect, streamlined shield, astonishingly reducing resistance to an extraordinary degree. This is the reason why the sky shuttle can achieve such incredible speeds. Subsequently, she cast her gaze upon the curious Yao Yi and directly remarked, "This object is known as the escape sky shuttle, It is a flying treasure that allows for rapid flight when one steps upon it. A flying treasure? Rapid flight at a mere step. Chapter 306. The light steps on the waves. Upon hearing the little physician's introduction, Yao Yi was instantly taken aback. This shuttle-shaped artifact was, indeed, a flying treasure? Jia Xingtian, upon hearing this, was also somewhat astonished. In the Dou Qi continent, only flying combat techniques could aid those who could not fly, and he had never witnessed a flying treasure like the escape sky shuttle. Little physician, how might I activate this escape sky shuttle? Yao Yi inquired with great curiosity, eyeing the artifact in her hand. In response, the little physician explained, simply place energy within it. Place energy? Yao Yi, intrigued, scrutinized the escape sky shuttle in her grasp, and soon discovered a groove upon its surface. With a thought, she retrieved a magic core from her spatial ring and placed it into the groove. As a radiant light flickered, the energy within the magic core was instantaneously absorbed, transforming into a pile of powder that fell to the ground. Is that all it takes? Yao Yi observed the magic core being consumed by the escape sky shuttle, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. She longed to test its power, yet found herself constrained by the limited space within the jar shop. Moreover, having arrived via a VIP card, she could not exit the premises, compelling her to abandon the thought. Sister, may I borrow the escape sky shuttle to play with for a few days once we return? The little girl had already sidled up to Yao Yi, her eyes sparkling with longing as she gazed at the shuttle in her hand. She possessed a flying treasure herself, the flying broom she had previously acquired. But its speed was rather lackluster, and riding it was quite embarrassing. Having grown weary of it, she now gazed enviously at the imposing escape sky shuttle in Yao Yi's hands, wishing to play with it immediately. Dream on. Yao Yi rolled her eyes, firmly rejecting the little girl's unrealistic request. Allowing this little demoness to frolic on the escape sky shuttle would surely cause chaos throughout the imperial capital. Humph. If you won't lend it to me, I shall simply summon an even better one. The little girl, feeling disheartened by Yao Yi's outright refusal, pouted and muttered under her breath. Although Jia Xingtian and Hai Buodong were mildly surprised by the escape sky shuttle that Yao Yi had summoned, they were not particularly envious. As formidable warriors, they possessed the ability to fly without the need for such a treasure. Old Ice, it's your turn now, Yao Yi declared after completing her summoning, signaling that it was Hai Buodong's turn next. Hai Buodong nodded, and, upon receiving a signal from Yao Yi to take his place, promptly approached. With a thought, he retrieved a multitude of treasures from his spatial ring and placed them meticulously upon the counter. Dear young physician, do you think these treasures suffice? Hai Buodong respectfully inquired, arranging all the items neatly before the young physician. Upon learning that the proprietor behind this humble shop hailed from the upper realms and was a transcendent being beyond the emperor of fighting stage, a profound respect welled up within Hai Buodong for the establishment before him. The young physician cast a glance at the items on the counter, and in an instant, she discerned their worth. She nodded slightly and, with a wave of her hand, gathered all the items into her possession. Subsequently, she turned and retrieved an orange jar from the shelves behind her, placing it upon the counter. As Hai Buodong gazed at the orange jar, a glimmer of desire flickered in his eyes. Without hesitation, he struck the jar with his palm. Crack! The sound of the jar shattering resonated through the air, and it immediately splintered into countless fragments, which then transformed into an ethereal radiance, spilling forth into the void, dazzling to behold. As he beheld the boundless light, anticipation surged within Hai Buodong. Moments later, as the glow dissipated, the items upon the counter were revealed. What lay before him was a scroll. Hai Buodong's eyes brightened at the sight of the black scroll lying quietly on the counter. Curiously, he picked it up and unfurled it. After a brief moment, he had perused the contents of the scroll. To his astonishment, it was a technique for body movement, and not just any technique, but one of the Earth rank. Hai Buodong was utterly astounded. An Earth rank technique, particularly one pertaining to body movement, was simply breathtaking. As he held the black scroll, his breath quickened with excitement. The Earth rank body movement technique. He could hardly contain his astonishment as his heart raced. He gazed at the black scroll in his hands, filled with awe. He had unexpectedly uncovered an Earth rank body movement technique. Such a prestigious technique would surely be cherished by even the foremost powers of the Dou Qi continent. Yet now, he had acquired it for a mere 500,000 gold coins. Old Ice, what treasure have you unearthed to warrant such astonishment? Asked Jia Xingtian, unable to contain his curiosity as he observed Hai Buodong's intense fixation on the scroll. Ha! Old Jia, I have struck gold this time. Upon hearing the words, Hai Buodong immediately regained his composure and burst into hearty laughter. Oh, could it be that I have unlocked a terrestrial tier combat technique? Jia Xingtian, observing Hai Buodong's exhilaration, couldn't help but feel a stir of curiosity. Half correct, Hai Buodong replied. I have unveiled a basic terrestrial tier movement technique known as Lingbo Weibu. a terrestrial tier movement technique. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of astonishment appeared on Jia Xingtian's face. The terrestrial tier movement techniques are far from ordinary among all combat techniques. Apart from flight techniques, movement techniques are the most precious. Congratulations, old man Bing, Jia Xingtian remarked, regaining his composure and extending his congratulations to Haiba Dong. Although he felt a twinge of envy, it was merely that, for they too had unearthed numerous treasures in this place. Beside them, Yao Yi also admired the terrestrial tier basic movement technique in Haiba Dong's possession. After all, mastering such a technique would make one unparalleled among peers. Chapter 307, The Treasure-Seeking Mouse. Esteemed sir, this is your level 2 VIP card. Just as Haiba Dong was lost in boundless joy, a golden card appeared in the hands of the little medical sage, which she handed to him. A level 2 VIP card. At her words, Haiba Dong's heart trembled, and he cautiously accepted the golden card from the little medical sage, his hands slightly shaking. He had finally ascended to the status of a level 2 VIP. The privileges associated with this rank filled him with an overwhelming excitement. He would have 2 opportunities for inheritance each month and could purchase an orange jar valued at 100,000 gold coins. This was simply exhilarating. Thank you, Miss Medical Sage. Haiba Dong exclaimed gratefully as he received the golden VIP card. The little medical sage shook her head gently, her tone warm. This is what you rightfully deserve. At that moment, her spirits soared as well. The day's achievements were exceedingly bountiful, and she would soon acquire several jars herself. Old man Bing, congratulations. Jia Xingtian, observing Haiba Dong's ecstatic demeanor, could fully empathize with his current feelings and offered his well wishes. Haha, old Jia. I owe this fortunate encounter to your blessings. Haiba Dong couldn't contain his joyous laughter. Today, he had come at the behest of the woman in the red dress to retrieve someone. Upon entering the jar shop, he initially planned to forcibly take the person away. After all, when he first met the little medical sage, he thought of her merely as a prodigious young woman with only the cultivation of a great fighter. Although he was somewhat astonished by her talent, he had not regarded her strength with much concern. Thus, Haiba Dong originally intended to take the several men kneeling on the ground away. At that moment, the arrival of Jia Xingtian and others interrupted his actions. Had it not been for their appearance, he feared he would have already engaged in a confrontation with the young medical fairy. Contemplating this, a cold sweat trickled down his spine. Who is this young medical fairy? She is the assistant of the enigmatic Yi boss, and her strength undoubtedly surpasses the superficial prowess of a grandmaster. If he had clashed with her, he might have found himself among those kneeling on the ground. Furthermore, he would have incurred the wrath of the shop owner, making it impossible for him to conduct business here and acquire treasures to restore his full strength. Reflecting on this, Haiba Dong couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. Had Jia Xingtian and the others arrived just a moment later, his fate would have undergone a drastic transformation. Where? It is your turn to open the jar. Hurry up. At that moment, Yao Yi led the little girl to the counter. With a thought, Yao Yi directly retrieved a multitude of treasures from his spatial ring and neatly arranged them on the counter. Little medical fairy, I wonder if these treasures are sufficient to open an orange jar? Yao Yi inquired, gazing at the array of treasures before the young medical fairy. Upon hearing this, the young medical fairy cast a glance over the items on the counter and quickly assessed their value. That will suffice. After a brief inspection, she nodded slightly and waved her hand, collecting all the treasures into her possession. Subsequently, she slowly turned around and retrieved an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it on the counter. As the little girl beheld the orange jar before her, a spark of excitement flickered in her eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, she extended her delicate hand and decisively struck the orange jar. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering. The entire orange jar disintegrated into countless fragments under the little girl's palm. Following this, the shattered jar emitted an endless radiance, enveloping the entire counter and obscuring the view from outsiders. Moments later, as the dazzling light faded, the items on the counter were revealed. Squeak! As the light dissipated, the objects that appeared on the counter began to emit a series of squeaking sounds. Is that a golden mouse? The little girl's face instantly registered astonishment upon seeing the newly revealed item. There, on the counter, lay a golden mouse, nearly 20 centimeters in length. Its soft fur gleaming, eyes sparkling, and its fluffy tail utterly adorable. How could it be a mouse? As the golden mouse squeaked on the counter, a flicker of astonishment passed through the eyes of the onlookers. Could it be a rare young magical beast? Yao Yi gazed at the golden mouse, a hint of perplexity in her eyes. Grandfather, have you encountered such a magical creature? She inquired of the nearby Jia Xingtian. Upon hearing her question, Jia Xingtian focused intently on the golden mouse, and after a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. I have indeed seen numerous rodent magical beasts, such as the stone-eating mouse and the shadow mouse, which are quite renowned among their kind. Yet this golden mouse is entirely unfamiliar to me. He then turned to the seasoned Hai Buodong, asking, Old Ice, having roamed far and wide, can you identify this magical beast? Hai Buodong responded with a shake of his head, I have never encountered such a golden mouse. The color gold signifies nobility. This golden mouse must possess an extraordinary lineage. The little girl, filled with delight, picked up the golden mouse and cradled it in her palm, playfully toying with it. What an adorable golden mouse. You shall be my pet from now on, she exclaimed joyfully. You should first ascertain the origins of this golden mouse, Yao Yi advised the little girl. She had an instinctive feeling that the mouse's background was far from ordinary. Upon hearing this, the little girl immediately reacted. Holding the golden mouse close as she asked the small medical sage, Sister Medical Sage, do you know anything about this golden mouse I found? The small medical sage turned her gaze toward the golden mouse in the girl's hands. As her eyes flickered, information appeared before her. Treasure-seeking mouse cub, originating from swallowing the starry sky. It is highly sensitive to the aura of heavenly materials and treasures, possessing a natural talent for treasure hunting. Upon reading the information, a glimmer of surprise flashed in the small medical sage's eyes. A treasure-seeking mouse? Such a creature exists that can locate heavenly materials and treasures? If one were to possess such a mouse, would they ever again worry about finding treasures? She glanced at the little girl before her, feeling a twinge of envy. This young sister's fortune seemed almost too great, having stumbled upon a treasure-seeking mouse. Chapter 308. The Invisible Talisman. This golden mouse is known as a treasure-seeking mouse. It is an extraordinary beast, innately sensitive to the aura of heavenly materials and treasures, capable of effortlessly locating nearby valuables. Observing the curious little girl, the small medical sage slowly relayed the information she had gleaned. A treasure-seeking mouse, naturally sensitive to various heavenly materials and treasures, able to easily discover the treasures around it. Upon hearing the small medical sage's description, everyone present was left in stunned silence. This little golden mouse possessed such extraordinary abilities. The treasure mouse. Is this little creature truly called the treasure mouse? Indeed, my luck appears to be unparalleled, having unearthed such a delightful treasure. Upon hearing the words of the little healer, the petite girl widened her eyes in astonishment, gazing at the treasure mouse in her hands with uncontainable excitement. She had always held a fondness for treasures. With the advent of this treasure mouse, would she not be able to effortlessly acquire an abundance of treasures? The mere thought of it brought an unmistakable thrill to her countenance. She regarded the adorable golden mouse in her grasp with unrestrained joy, treating it as a precious gem. The existence of such a marvelous artifact as the treasure mouse in this world was truly astonishing. At that moment, the others, including Jia Xingtian, also came to their senses, their eyes reflecting disbelief as they beheld the golden mouse in the girl's hands, their expressions filled with awe. For practitioners, the most vital resources are the rare materials of heaven and earth. Every cultivator, in their quest for strength, inevitably requires the assistance of numerous precious resources. However, these materials are exceedingly rare and challenging to locate. The golden mouse that the little girl had summoned could actually seek out such heavenly treasures. How extraordinary! Jia Xingtian, upon regaining his composure, looked at the treasure mouse in the girl's hands with an intense fervor. With this treasure mouse, would the royal family not be free from concerns regarding the scarcity of rare materials? He had brought forth his entire fortune for the sake of opening the jars. Yet, with the presence of the treasure mouse, the losses incurred today could swiftly be replenished. Opening jars necessitates a vast quantity of rare resources, which come at a steep price. Even the royal family finds it burdensome. However, with the treasure mouse, all challenges would be surmountable. You must take great care of this treasure mouse. Do not let it come to harm, Jia Xingtian cautioned the little girl. He felt a twinge of worry that she might inadvertently mishandle it. I understand, grandfather. The little girl nodded earnestly. Grandfather, it is now your turn to open a jar. While they were still in a state of shock, Yao Ye suddenly interjected, her eagerness to unveil her own jar palpable. At her words, Jia Xingtian snapped back to reality, acknowledging her with a nod and slowly making his way to the counter. The little girl obediently relinquished her position. With a thought, Jia Xingtian retrieved a plethora of treasures from his spatial ring and placed them upon the counter. He examined the items within the ring, feeling a pang of regret. Although he had prepared extensively for this transfer, after opening so many jars, his remaining treasures were dwindling. This represented nearly a lifetime of his savings, and to see them nearly exhausted in less than a day was indeed disheartening. However, the mere thought of the treasures he had unearthed brought a sense of comfort to Jia Xingtian. Each of these treasures was worth its weight in gold. Though he felt a pang of regret for parting with them, the gains from today's endeavor were undeniably worthwhile. Little medical fairy, could you please discern whether these treasures could procure a jar? Jia Xingtian respectfully inquired, placing all the treasures upon the counter. Upon hearing this, The little medical fairy cast her gaze over the displayed items, and with a swift glance, she comprehended their precise worth. Sir, you still require an additional 100,000 gold coins, she informed Jia Xingtian after surveying the treasures. Nodding in acknowledgement, Jia Xingtian retrieved a scroll from his storage ring and placed it upon the counter. Is it sufficient now, little medical fairy? He asked. This time, she nodded slightly and, with a wave of her hand, gathered all the treasures into her possession. Subsequently, she turned and retrieved an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it delicately on the counter. As Jia Xingtian beheld the orange jar, a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. He pondered what remarkable treasures he might extract from it. Silently wishing for good fortune, he resolved to act without hesitation, bringing his palm down forcefully upon the orange jar. With a crisp crack, the jar shattered, splintering into countless fragments. In an instant, the broken orange jar transformed into a cascade of radiant light, enveloping the air and obscuring the vision of all present. As Jia Xingtian gazed at the dazzling brilliance, a thrill coursed through him. After a brief moment, the luminous glow dissipated, revealing the items on the counter. What is this? He mused, his brow furrowed in curiosity as he observed the object before him. There lay an extraordinary jade talisman, shimmering with a pearlescent glow, adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of celestial script. A peculiar energy emanated from it, causing the surrounding air to warp, marking it as something truly exceptional. Witnessing this scene, astonishment flickered in Jia Xingtian's eyes. He carefully picked up the talisman, cradling it in his palm for closer inspection. What manner of talisman is this? He wondered, intrigued by the unfamiliar object that had materialized before him. Clearly, it was no ordinary item. Its unique aura suggested it was a treasure of significant worth. Hai Buodong also approached, scrutinizing the jade talisman in Jia Xingtian's hand, his expression one of bemusement. Even as he searched through the entirety of his memories, he could not recall any information regarding the jade talisman in his possession. Beside him, Yaoye and the little lowly curiously scrutinized the jade talisman held by Jia Xingtian, evidently intrigued by this novel artifact. Young medical sage, might I inquire about the origins and functions of this jade talisman? After a moment of contemplation, the group, unable to discern any peculiarities, turned their gaze respectfully towards the young medical sage at the counter, posing their question. Upon hearing their inquiry, the young medical sage directed her attention to the jade talisman in Jia Xingtian's hand. As her gaze swept over it, a piece of information materialized before her eyes. The talisman of 1,000 Li, originating from the world of Wilderness Chronicle. This talisman enables the user to instantaneously traverse any location within 1,000 miles. Quickly absorbing the information, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. The talisman of 1,000 Li possesses such formidable power. Its capabilities are nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 309, The Resurrection Armor. After perusing the details of the talisman of 1,000 Li, the young medical sage felt a profound shock within her heart. This is undoubtedly an exceedingly precious treasure, to appear anywhere within 1,000 miles at will. Such a technique is truly celestial in nature. Once she regained her composure, the young medical sage gazed at the inquisitive Jia Xingtian and slowly articulated. This item is called the Talisman of 1,000 Li. By activating it, one can instantly reach any location within 1,000 miles. With just a few succinct words, she conveyed the essence of the talisman. Upon hearing her explanation, the onlookers were collectively astounded. The Talisman of 1,000 Li? By activating this talisman, one can instantaneously arrive at any place within 1,000 miles. This is simply too powerful. Jia Xingtian regarded the seemingly ordinary jade talisman in disbelief, stunned by its terrifying potential. It was truly otherworldly. Expressions of incredulity adorned the faces of the others, all equally astonished by the capabilities of the talisman of 1,000 Li. Finally, it was my turn to open a jar. Moments later, Yaoye, brimming with excitement, approached the counter, her eyes alight with anticipation as she surveyed the myriad jars behind the young medical sage. Subsequently, she retrieved a considerable array of treasures from her spatial ring, laying them upon the counter. Young medical sage, could you please assist me in appraising these treasures? Are they of sufficient value to acquire an orange jar? Yaoye spread out her collection before the young medical sage, her heart aching as she realized her inventory was dwindling. Having received a communication from the little lowly, she had made extensive preparations for this visit. Upon learning about the changes made by the jar shop from the little girl, Yaoye summoned all her strength to reclaim the funds from her various enterprises, thus amassing a considerable collection of treasures. This was nearly equivalent to all the gains she had accumulated over the years. From a young age, she had been favored by Jia Xingtian, groomed as a prospective ruler of the empire, holding a position of great esteem within the Jaimar Empire. She could be regarded as one of the most powerful individuals, second only to Jia Xingtian himself. Due to her status as the princess, the prominent clans held her in high regard, which facilitated her rapid accumulation of wealth. Within a few short years, she had gathered a significant fortune. This was the very reason she possessed the capital to open so many jars in the shop. However, despite her preparations, after opening so many jars, her wealth was nearly depleted. Fortunately, the treasure she had unveiled did not disappoint her. Upon hearing Yao Yi's words, the little medical sage swiftly scanned the items on the counter and quickly assessed the specific value of the treasures. This was sufficient. The little medical sage nodded at Yao Yi and then turned to retrieve an orange jar from the back counter, placing it upon the table. Yao Yi's excitement surged at the sight of the orange jar. Without a moment's hesitation, she extended her delicate hand and struck the jar with a firm palm. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering, the orange jar splintered into countless fragments, transforming into a cascade of radiant light that obscured everyone's vision. All present were captivated by the mesmerizing glow, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Moments later, the dazzling light finally dissipated, revealing the items on the counter. What is this? Yao Yi queried, her brow furrowing as she beheld the object that had emerged. Lying quietly on the counter was a miniature, pure green armor. Is this armor? Upon closer inspection, Yao Yi's expression shifted to one of confusion. She grasped the armor in her hands, her heart sinking. The seemingly ordinary green armor appeared unremarkable, lacking any extraordinary features. Could it be that she had drawn something subpar this time? As this thought crossed her mind, her countenance darkened. After spending 1,000,000 gold coins, was she left with nothing but mediocrity? Yao Yi, feeling discontented, scrutinized the green armor closely. Unbeknownst to her, the little medical sage was rendered speechless upon seeing the green armor that Yao Yi had unveiled. She not only recognized it, but also held a vivid memory of its significance. In the early days, amidst the Warcraft Mountains, Yin Yun had once unveiled such a piece of armor. As the little medical fairy's gaze swept over the verdant armor, a stream of information materialized before her eyes. The Guardian Angel Armor, a premier piece of equipment hailing from the realm of League of Legends, granting the wearer the extraordinary ability to resurrect upon death, restoring half of their power and vitality, with the activation permitted only once per day. Indeed, the green armor that Yao Yi had unearthed this time was none other than the Spring Brother armor that Yun Yun had discovered during her time in the Warcraft Mountains. It is truly a resurrection armor. Gazing at the green armor in Yao Yi's grasp, even as she had now taken on the role of an assistant in the jar shop, the little medical fairy couldn't help but envy Yao Yi's fortune. This was a resurrection armor, possessing the miraculous ability to bring one back to life. Such a wondrous piece of armor would be coveted by anyone. Chapter 310, The Astonishment of the Crowd. Little medical fairy, why are you so quiet? Yao Yi, noticing the little medical fairy lost in thought while staring at the green armor, inquired with a hint of confusion. Could it be that the green armor she had uncovered was of extraordinary origin, rendering the little medical fairy so astonished? With that thought, Yao Yi's heart swelled with joy as he gazed at the green armor, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The little medical fairy remained momentarily stunned, only regaining her senses when Yao Yi urged her again. This item is known as the resurrection armor. Its function is to grant one the ability to come back to life. As she looked at Yao Yi, who was filled with eager anticipation, the little medical fairy's mind inexplicably drifted back to the day the owner had described this armor, and she slowly spoke. Upon hearing the little medical fairy's words, a profound silence enveloped the gathering, their faces etched with astonishment and skepticism. Little medical fairy, what did you just say? This armor can bring one back to life. Yao Yi, snapping back to reality, gazed at the little medical fairy with incredulity, his heart rife with doubt. The expressions of the others mirrored his shock. Still unable to comprehend the revelation. An armor with the power of resurrection. How utterly astounding. Yet, alongside their astonishment, a wave of skepticism washed over them, reluctant to accept the little medical fairy's claims. It must be said that the capabilities of the resurrection armor, within a fantastical realm, are undoubtedly a treasure of unparalleled significance. The ability to defy death and return to life would shatter the very worldview of cultivators within this mystical universe. In the Dou Qi continent, even the legendary Dou Emperor possesses no such power. This is precisely why, upon the little medical fairy's disclosure of the resurrection armor's abilities, the jar shop fell into a profound silence. Every individual present found their minds blank, unable to fathom the implications. Little medical fairy, you aren't jesting, are you? After a moment, Jia Xingtian finally reacted, looking at the little medical fairy with disbelief. Resurrection armor? Possessing the ability to return from the dead? This is nothing short of a fantastical absurdity. This time, the rare skepticism from Jia Xingtian regarding the words of the little medical immortal emerged. It is utterly impossible. Once others regained their composure, their expressions mirrored that of Jia Xingtian, their hearts filled with disbelief that this seemingly ordinary armor could possess the power of resurrection. Such a feat, one would presume, would be beyond even the mightiest of deities. Observing the skepticism etched on the faces of the crowd, the little medical immortal was reminded of a scene from the Beast Mountain range. She vividly recalled how, during that time, Yun unveiled a resurrection armor. And when the boss revealed its abilities, everyone reacted similarly, brimming with doubt and disbelief. The thoughts swirling in the minds of the onlookers were comprehensible to the little medical immortal, for she too had once been engulfed in skepticism upon discovering the powers of this resurrection armor. Had it not been for the boss conducting a test afterward, no one would have believed him. Since you harbor such disbelief, why not conduct an experiment? The little medical immortal remarked, a faint smile gracing her lips as she observed the crowd's incredulity. She had already resolved to emulate her boss and test the capabilities of the resurrection armor for everyone. How shall we conduct this test? Upon hearing her words, Yao Yi was momentarily taken aback. Was she suggesting they attempt to kill someone and see if this resurrection armor could revive them? That seemed utterly ridiculous. What if the armor proved ineffective and resulted in a senseless demise? You shall have one of them don the resurrection armor, the little medical immortal instructed. Her gaze fixed on the several men kneeling at the entrance of the shop. Upon hearing this, Yao Yi quickly grasped the implication of the little medical immortal's words. She intended to select one of these individuals as the test subject. All right, little medical immortal. How shall I get them to wear it? Yao Yi readily agreed, for as the imperial princess, she was not one to shy away from tough decisions. Yet, she gazed at the compact green armor in her hands with some confusion. Simply place the resurrection armor upon one of them and silently invoke its power in your heart. The little medical immortal directed. Upon receiving this instruction, Yao Yi no longer hesitated. Clutching the resurrection armor, she approached one of the men, Jia Xingtian and the others. Having overheard the conversation between Yao Yi and the little medical immortal, watched with wide-eyed curiosity. Could this resurrection armor truly grant life to the lifeless? Yao Yi selected a man at random and pressed the green armor against his back, silently invoking use. As her words faded, a brilliant green radiance erupted from the resurrection armor, enveloping the man completely. When the green light dissipated, it revealed that the pure green armor had seamlessly enveloped the man's form. Upon witnessing this scene, astonishment flickered in the eyes of the onlookers. How extraordinary! You may check his breath to ascertain whether he still lives, suggested the young healer. Yao Yi nodded, extending a finger to probe the man's breath, then subtly inclined her head towards the healer, indicating that the man still possessed life. Observing this, the healer ceased her words. Her heart stirred as she summoned the power of her formidable domain. In the next moment, she pointed directly at the man, and a brilliant beam of light shot forth from her fingertip, piercing through the man's heart. The light traversed his heart, eliciting a piercing scream from the man as he opened his eyes to glance at the crowd before slowly closing them again. He was dead. This man had been extinguished by the healer's singular gesture. The spectators felt a chill envelop them. They had not anticipated that this seemingly ethereal young healer could be so ruthless. However, reflecting on the beam of light she had just unleashed, both Jia Xingtian and Hai Buodong exchanged glances, their eyes filled with terror. That beam had imparted an overwhelming sense of imminent peril even to them. Had they faced that beam, they too would have met the same swift demise. With this thought, their reverence for the healer deepened. Sister healer, he can't truly be dead, can he? Even the little girl cast a frightened look at the healer, her voice trembling. In response, the healer smiled gently and reassured her. Though he appears dead now, he possesses a resurrection armor that will bring him back shortly. Do not be afraid. Is that true? Although the little girl harbored some skepticism, she gazed curiously at the man's corpse. The others shared her sentiments, eager to witness whether the resurrection armor indeed held the miraculous power to restore life. They awaited in silence, anticipating a scene filled with wonder. Moments later, the resurrection armor on the man began to emanate a resplendent green light. Observing this, the crowd was struck with a jolt. Could it truly be activating? As the green light surrounding the man intensified, a miraculous phenomenon occurred. The bloodied wound on his chest began to heal slowly. Before long, the man's eyelids fluttered, and he sat up, staring vacantly around him, murmuring, I'm not dead. At that moment, Hai Buodong and Jia Xingtian, gazing at the man who had returned from death, wore expressions of utter disbelief, as if they had encountered a ghost. This is impossible. How could one die and then be resurrected? Jia Xingtian's eyes widened in astonishment as he fixated on the man before him, murmuring to himself. Hai Buodong, equally astounded, turned his gaze toward the little medical fairy. Recalling her earlier words, his heart stirred with profound emotion. Could it be that what the little medical fairy had just said was indeed true? Did this man, clad in this armor, truly possess the power of resurrection? At this thought, Jia Xingtian trembled with anticipation. The ability to return from the dead. This was nothing short of extraordinary. How could that girl, Yao Yi, have procured such a miraculous treasure? Regaining his composure, Jia Xingtian and the others gazed at the green armor adorning the man with fervent admiration. Such an artifact, capable of bestowing life anew, was, in their eyes, an invaluable treasure. Chapter 311. The Ice Profound Spirit, Flood Dragon. The power of the resurrection armor left the assembled crowd in stunned silence for quite some time. After a moment, they gradually regained their composure. Next, it shall be my turn to open a jar. Observing the wondrous effects of the treasure emerging from Yao Yi's orange jar, Hai Buodong rubbed his hands together, excitement coursing through him as he approached the counter. Upon reaching the counter, Hai Buodong rummaged through his storage ring, eventually producing several valuable scrolls which he placed upon the counter. His gaze fixed upon the little medical fairy. He spoke slowly, "Little medical fairy, may I trouble you for an orange jar?" Hearing Hai Buodong's request, the little medical fairy cast a glance at the treasures on the counter, and with a thought, she gathered them up. All right. She turned and retrieved an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it on the counter. As Hai Buodong prepared to open the jar, the attention of Yao Yi, Jia Xingtian, and the little lowly shifted to the counter. Under their watchful eyes, Hai Buodong brazenly smashed the jar with a forceful strike. The shattered pieces of the jar erupted in dazzling light, enveloping the counter and obscuring everyone's view. As the radiant glow gradually faded, a chilling aura emanated from the indistinct form within the light. Sensing this icy power, Hai Buodong's pupils dilated with wonder. He speculated that it might be another frigid treasure akin to the frozen fruit. However, upon finally discerning the object upon the counter, he realized he had misjudged. What lay before him was an exquisitely beautiful and petite creature, serpent-like in form, its body adorned with glimmering ice armor, striking and resplendent. It emitted a continuous stream of cold air from its small mouth, and had it not been for the constraints of the jar, the chill it radiated could have frozen the surrounding air. On its back, a pair of exquisitely crafted ice-blue wings unfurled. Wow, what a stunning little creature. Upon the first glimpse of the petite creature that appeared on the counter, the young girl exclaimed with unrestrained delight for this exquisite being. As she reached out her hand to caress the little one, Yao Yi swiftly tapped her hand, admonishing, "Moon, you mustn't be impolite. This is a creation of Senior Bing. You cannot touch it first." Though Yao Yi was also captivated by the creature's beauty, she managed to exercise restraint, her expression serious as she guided the young girl. What a lovely little creature. The petite healer standing behind the counter shared a similar admiration for the small being conjured by Hai Buodong. At this moment, however, Hai Buodong furrowed his brow, disappointed that the anticipated treasure, resembling a frozen fruit, had not materialized and instead produced such an oddly formed creature. On the counter, the crystalline little being blinked its sparkling eyes, surveying its surroundings before fixing its gaze upon Hai Buodong. Chirp, chirp. In an instant, it emitted a series of melodious sounds, and then fluttered its ice-blue wings, swiftly alighting on Hai Buodong's shoulder. He did not deter it, allowing the little creature to perch there. Perhaps it was due to the fact that this being was conjured by Hai Buodong. Or perhaps the similar chill emanating from him made the creature feel an affinity towards him, as it exhibited a playful demeanor and a cheerful tone in its calls. Witnessing this scene, Jia Xingtian stroked his beard and chuckled. "Ha ha, old Hai, it seems this little one holds quite an affection for you." Meanwhile, the young girl gazed enviously at Hai Buodong. Initially, after being scolded by Yao Yi, she had contemplated proposing a trade with Hai Buodong for the dragon-shaped creature. However, seeing how affectionate the little being was with him, she abandoned the idea. Feeling the creature nuzzle its small head against his cheek and hearing its joyful chirps, Hai Buodong's brow relaxed as he sighed. "Very well, henceforth, this little one shall accompany me." Yao Yi, her gaze filled with intrigue, suddenly spoke, "Senior Bing. This little one's appearance is so peculiar. I have never encountered such a creature in any texts. It may well be a being from another world." "Another world?" Upon hearing Yao Yi's words, Hai Buodong pondered for a moment before turning to the petite healer, gently inquiring, "Young healer, could you kindly enlighten me about the origins of this little creature?" "Of course." Upon Hai Buodong's inquiry, the petite healer concentrated and perceived a piece of information regarding the little being perched on Hai Buodong's shoulder. The ice Xianling Jiao, originating from the world of the Great Ruler, is a spirit beast ranked 73rd in the Beast Record's terrestrial classification. It resides in frigid terrains and is endowed with dual wings of wind and snow, capable of summoning blizzards that plunge the world into an endless chill. This creature undergoes a molting process at regular intervals, each shedding significantly enhancing its power. After 3 molts, it enters a mature phase, boasting immense strength. Currently, it is constrained by the rules of the jar shop, resulting in a compressed form. However, it will revert to its true size upon leaving the confines of the shop. Upon reviewing the information about the ice Xianling Jiao, the little medical sage quietly mused about its true size. What do you think, little medical sage? Have you identified this creature? Inquired Hebadong, noticing her contemplative state. This little one is named the ice Xianling Jiao, hailing from the world of the great ruler, and it is ranked 73rd among spirit beasts in the beast record. It thrives in extreme cold. She swiftly conveyed her findings to Hebadong. After detailing the creature's fundamental attributes, she added, moreover, its original size is not this diminutive. It has merely been compressed within the confines of this jar shop. Compressed, you say? Hebadong's eyes lit up at her words. Initially, he had dismissed the creature due to its small stature, as in the Dou Qi continent. The power of magical beasts typically correlates with their size. Now, learning of its compression, it implied that its true form must be significantly larger than what was visible in the jar shop. With this realization, Hebadong promptly made his way towards the door. The moment he stepped outside, a flash of white light enveloped the ice Xianling Jiao, and it vanished from his shoulder. In the sky beyond the jar shop, a colossal creature, over 100 feet in length, emerged, flapping its magnificent wings with a thunderous roar. Chapter 312, Skill Book. Roar. Suspended in the void. An ice-blue dragon-like entity unleashed an ear-splitting cry. Observing the ice Xianling Jiao now liberated from the constraints of the jar shop, Hebadong's eyes sparkled with excitement. With its full power and imposing physique now unleashed, the ice Xianling Jiao radiated an aura that left Hebadong utterly exhilarated. Its strength had ascended to the pinnacle of the 6th tier, equating to the peak of a 9-star Douhuang for humans. Overwhelmed by this revelation, a broad smile broke across Hebadong's face. Spending 1 million gold coins to acquire a 6th tier pinnacle magical beast was undeniably a tremendous bargain. Moreover, the ice Xianling Jiao possessed the potential for continuous evolution, its power destined to become increasingly formidable. Upon this realization, Hebadong felt an increasing excitement within him. With the ice Xian spirit flood dragon at his disposal, he would be able to navigate the realms of the Jiama Empire with remarkable ease. Unless confronted by a Douzong. To his knowledge, aside from Jia Xingtian, who had recently achieved Douzong status in the jar shop, there were no other Douzong present within the entire Jiama Empire. Even the illustrious Yunlan sect had yet to witness the birth of a Douzong powerhouse. A smirk of pride graced Hebadong's lips as he recalled the long-secluded Yunshan. In his youth, he had once challenged Yunshan, ultimately facing defeat. He wondered how grim the expression of that old specter would be upon his return, accompanied by the ice Xian spirit flood dragon, to the Yunlan sect. At the entrance of the jar shop, Jia Xingtian and others gazed at the ice Xian spirit flood dragon hovering in the air, their expressions shifting in surprise. The creature's formidable strength was undeniably terrifying, far surpassing that of their royal guardian beast. Return. To avoid alarming the people of Emo City, Hebadong promptly summoned the ice Xian spirit flood dragon back. In an instant, the ice Xian spirit flood dragon shrank rapidly, reverting to its previous delicate form, landing gracefully on Hebadong's shoulder. Congratulations, old Jia. Jia Xingtian exclaimed with heartfelt congratulations. Hee, I cannot compare to you, Hebadong replied, his spirits evidently high. So adorable. The little lowly's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the ice Xian spirit flood dragon perched on Hebadong's shoulder. Yuer, it's your turn to open a jar. Yaya called out to the little lowly. Snapped back to attention by these words, the little lowly's eyes brightened, and she darted toward the counter. With a flick of her thoughts, Yaya retrieved a plethora of treasures from her spatial ring and arranged them neatly on the counter. Once all the items were set, Yaya turned to the little medical fairy and inquired, Little medical fairy, may I use these treasures to purchase an orange jar? Upon hearing this, the little medical fairy quickly assessed the value of all the items on the counter. That will suffice, she replied with a gentle smile. And with a wave of her hand, she collected all the items. Subsequently, she turned and retrieved an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it on the counter. Yuer, hurry and open this jar. Yaya urged the little lowly, making way for her. The little lowly's eyes shone with excitement at the sight of the orange jar. Without a moment's hesitation, her delicate hand shot forward, and with a gleeful smile, she smacked the orange jar with all her might. Crack! With a crisp sound, the orange jar shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the surface. Next, under the curious gazes of the crowd, the shattered orange jar transformed into an endless radiance, enveloping the entire counter, rendering its contents invisible to all. Moments later, the ethereal light gradually faded, revealing the items upon the counter. Is that a skill book? Upon seeing the object laid out, the little girl's eyes sparkled with intrigue. There, resting quietly on the counter, was a gray skill book, emanating a dim glow. exuding an aura of mystery. The little girl was quite familiar with skill books. The previous one she had opened was a transformation spell. Thus, upon discerning that the object before her was indeed a skill book, her eyes gleamed with excitement, convinced it would be yet another delightful ability. Without hesitation, the little girl seized the skill book from the counter, glanced at it briefly, and then silently whispered in her heart, "Fusion." As soon as the words left her lips, the skill book in her hand transformed into a wisp of ethereal light, diving into her very being. In the next moment, a surge of memory flooded into her mind. This was not her first experience. However, she remained calm, closing her eyes to absorb the influx of information. What new treasure had Moon brought forth this time? Why was it used without the approval of the little healer? Nearby, Yao Yi watched in exasperation as the little girl recklessly employed the skill book, her irritation evident. That foolish girl, always so rash. What if this item were harmful to her health? Moreover, she was curious about what the little girl had conjured. She had expected her sister to consult the little healer, but was taken aback by her impulsive actions. That foolish child would certainly receive a proper reprimand later. Yao Yi felt a deep dissatisfaction with her sister's recent behavior. After a moment, the little girl finally absorbed all the memories and slowly opened her eyes, excitement shimmering within them. "Little Moon, are you all right?" Yao Yi inquired, stepping forward with concern. Despite her earlier frustration at her sister's recklessness, her heart was filled with care for her sibling. "Sister, I'm fine, I'm great," the little girl replied cheerfully. Bang! In the next instant, Yao Yi playfully delivered a light smack to her head. "Ouch! Sister, why did you hit me again?" The little girl clutched her head, gazing up at Yao Yi with tear-filled eyes, confusion and grievance swirling within. "Didn't I warn you last time? You must never use items conjured from the jar without proper verification. It's dangerous, do you understand?" Yao Yi admonished her with a serious expression. "Oh, I understand, sister. I want to do it again." As she gazed at the fierce expression on Yao Yi's face, the little girl felt a twinge of fear. Although she felt wronged, she nodded in acquiescence. "What have you unlocked this time?" "Let me see," Yao Yi inquired, her curiosity piqued by the girl's agreement. Chapter 313, The Power of Gravity. All right. Upon hearing Yao Yi's words, the little girl, without a moment's hesitation, expressed her agreement, a glimmer of excitement illuminating her face. "Sister, the skill I have acquired this time is called Illusion. Watch closely." With that, the little girl focused her thoughts and activated the skill she had just obtained. In the next instant, a swirling mist erupted from her form, enveloping her entirely. When the fog dissipated, Yao Yi found herself utterly astonished by the sight before her. "What is happening?" "Two moons," she exclaimed in disbelief. The onlookers, too, were left in utter shock. Before Yao Yi, there appeared two identical little girls, indistinguishable even in their essence. "Sister," the two little girls called out in unison, their faces adorned with sweet smiles, rendering Yao Yi momentarily speechless. "Moons, what on earth is going on?" After some time, Yao Yi regained her composure and, recalling the skill book the little girl had merged with earlier, speculated that it must be related to that fusion. "Hee, sister, can't you tell?" One of the little girls suddenly chimed in, her playful demeanor evident. "Is this for real?" Yao Yi, looking at the cheeky little girl, seized her with determination and demanded, "Quickly explain this to me, or I shall make your behind sore." "Please, no?" The little girl instinctively covered her behind, then obediently revealed the details of the skill she had acquired. "Illusion allows me to create a doppelganger, which I can control, possessing 80% of my abilities. And it can exist for half an hour." Upon hearing this, Yao Yi's face registered shock. She could not deny that this skill was extraordinary. If encountered by enemies, it would create a 1 versus 2 scenario. Moreover, in the face of overwhelming foes, it could serve as a means of escape. It was nothing short of a divine technique. "Moons, you truly have a talent for unlocking such remarkable skills," Yao Yi remarked with a hint of envy. Nearby, Jia Xingtian and Haibuodong, upon hearing the little girl's description, could not help but gasp in awe. The power of this skill was indeed formidable. Even they felt a pang of envy. "Your Majesty, it's your turn to open the jar." After a brief moment, Yao Yi, now composed, urged Jia Xingtian. At her words, Jia Xingtian snapped back to attention and promptly approached the counter. Gazing at the multitude of jars behind the little physician, Jia Xingtian felt a surge of excitement. If he could manage to open all these jars, he would indeed become invincible. However, he was acutely aware that with his current resources, such a feat was unattainable. In just a day's time, he would deplete the treasures he had accumulated throughout his life. To open this many jars, only the legendary hidden families or the continent's most formidable powers could possess such capital. With a determined thought, Jia Xingtian retrieved a vast array of treasures from his spatial ring and placed them upon the counter. After completing this action, he turned his gaze towards the little physician. Speaking with utmost respect, "Esteemed Miss Physician, Could you kindly assess the value of these treasures and let me know if I could acquire an orange jar? Upon hearing his request, the little physician examined the treasures on the counter. With a swift glance, she promptly determined their specific worth. Sir, you still require an additional 50,000 gold coins, she softly informed Jia Xingtian. Acknowledging her words with a nod, Jia Xingtian once again reached into his spatial ring, producing a vial of pills which he placed on the counter. Miss Physician, might this be sufficient now? He inquired with a cheerful demeanor. The little physician scanned the counter once more and then slightly nodded. It is adequate. With that, she turned and retrieved an orange jar from the shelves behind her, gently placing it upon the counter. As Jia Xingtian beheld the orange jar, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he brought his palm down upon the jar. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered into countless fragments, which then transformed into dazzling rays of light, obscuring all vision. Moments later, as the radiant light dissipated, the items on the counter were revealed. What is this? Jia Xingtian questioned, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion as he observed the newly unveiled object on the counter. Before him lay a small black orb, no larger than a pearl, emanating a mysterious black glow that suggested it was extraordinary. What sort of treasure could this orb be? Jia Xingtian held the black orb in his hand, examining it closely, his expression filled with puzzlement. Isn't this an ability orb? The little girl beside him exclaimed, her eyes widening with recognition as she gazed at the black orb in Jia Xingtian's hand. Ability orb? Little you wear, could this possibly be the unique orb you once mentioned? One that harbors extraordinary powers? Upon hearing the words of the little girl, Jia Xingtian's heart quivered with astonishment. Prior to this moment, he had already learned of the abilities of the ability orbs from her, and had even witnessed them firsthand. The little girl's prowess in plant manipulation derived from such an orb. Ah, grandfather, the black orb in your hand bears an uncanny resemblance to the ability orb I unveiled yesterday, differing only in its hue, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the orb in Jia Xingtian's grasp. Her curiosity piqued regarding the latent powers contained within. It was highly likely that it was indeed an ability orb. Upon hearing her words, Jia Xingtian felt a surge of certainty and excitement. He had seen the formidable strength of the plant manipulation ability that the little girl wielded, and thus looked at the orb in his hand with eager anticipation, wondering what powers might be concealed within it. With this thought in mind, he directed his gaze towards the petite healer seated at the counter and inquired, might I ask, dear healer, whether the black orb in my possession is an ability orb? At his words, the healer's attention shifted towards him, her gaze fixing upon the black orb he held. As her eyes swept over it, a stream of information materialized before her. Ability orb, originating from the realm of spiritual awakening. It contains a seed of neutral control ability. Upon consumption, it can activate the power of gravitational control, allowing mastery over gravity. Chapter 314, Gravitational Control. Gravitational control? What manner of ability is this? A flicker of confusion crossed the healer's eyes as she perused the information before her. In the continent of combat, the concept of gravity seemed non-existent, which explained her initial bewilderment. However, as she delved deeper into the details, she gradually comprehended the essence of gravity. It turned out to be a phenomenon akin to a field, somewhat resembling the pressure exerted by formidable warriors. A glimmer of realization illuminated her gaze. At that moment, she grasped the implications of gravitational force. Gravity could amplify one's weight, rendering movement cumbersome and sluggish, and when pushed to its extremes, could even suffocate a person, leading to death by asphyxiation. With this revelation, she could not help but glance at the several men kneeling at the entrance of the shop. It appeared that her previous display of invincible domain bore some semblance to this gravitational control. Moreover, gravitational control could also negate one's weight, facilitating flight. Undeniably, this was a remarkable ability. The healer regarded the ability orb in Jia Xingtian's possession with a newfound interest. In truth, she longed to unveil an orb of such caliber herself. Reflecting on today's accomplishments, she felt a surge of joy at the prospect of reaping a substantial reward in jars. Perhaps tonight, I too shall unlock an abundance of jars. With this thought, the young healer's heart brimmed with anticipation. Regaining her focus, she directed her gaze towards the inquisitive Jia Xingtian and slowly spoke. This orb you possess is indeed an extraordinary ability orb. Upon hearing this, Jia Xingtian's heart soared with joy. It truly was an extraordinary orb. Yet, he promptly inquired further. May I ask, esteemed healer, what kind of power is contained within this orb? Control over gravity. The young healer replied nonchalantly. Control over gravity? Jia Xingtian's expression shifted to one of confusion as he pressed on. What exactly does this ability entail? With a gentle smile, the healer responded. Once you consume this extraordinary orb, you shall naturally comprehend its essence. With that, she fell silent. The term gravity had never been uttered in the realms of the fighting spirit continent before. The young healer had only recently come to understand this concept herself. Forcibly attempting to explain it would be futile, so she opted not to elaborate. She believed that once Jia Xingtian ingested the orb and activated the gravity control ability, he would grasp its significance. Understanding her intent, Jia Xingtian refrained from further questioning. He gazed at the extraordinary orb in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then decisively placed it in his mouth and swallowed. As the orb descended into his stomach, a surge of warmth rapidly coursed through Jia Xingtian's body. This warmth traversed his limbs and bones, continuously transforming him. His complexion flushed a deep crimson, and he felt as though he were being roasted upon a furnace. Although uncomfortable, as a formidable warrior of the fighting spirit realm, he could endure this minor torment. He could distinctly sense his body undergoing a transformation under the influence of this warmth. Experiencing this, Jia Xingtian felt a surge of elation. This confirmed the orb's remarkable nature. Moments later, the warmth within him gradually dissipated, and the transformation of his body was finally complete. Exhaling deeply, a look of exhilaration spread across his face. "Grandfather, how do you feel?" Upon witnessing Jia Xingtian complete his transformation, Yao Yi hurried over, her curiosity piqued. "Grandfather, what kind of ability have you obtained?" The little girl also approached, her eyes wide with intrigue. "Take a moment to feel it, and you shall know," Jia Xingtian replied with a mysterious smile. Then, with a mere thought, he activated his newfound ability. Just as Yao Yi pondered this, her expression shifted dramatically. She felt an immense force bearing down upon her, as if her weight had suddenly multiplied several times. The little girl experienced a similar sensation, and caught off guard, she stumbled and fell to the ground. The only one capable of remaining still was Haibuodong. However, at that moment, he felt the changes in the void around him, and an unusual expression crossed his face. What an overwhelming pressure! Under this force, he sensed that the flow of his internal fighting energy had seemingly slowed. Is this the treasure that Elder Jia has unveiled? Truly remarkable. If someone were to battle Elder Jia and unleash such power, they could certainly catch their opponent off guard. In an instant, Haibuodong discerned the terrifying aspect of this ability. "Grandfather, please stop. I can barely stand." At that moment, the little girl lay on the ground, her face pale and filled with grievance. Although Yao Yi did not collapse, her expression was equally unwell. Upon seeing this, Haibuodong promptly collected his extraordinary power. "Grandfather, your gravity manipulation ability is indeed formidable." Once freed, Yao Yi exclaimed in awe. Hearing this, Jia Xingtian couldn't help but display a proud smile. Possessing such an ability for gravity manipulation, he felt that even if he faced two Dou Zone powerhouses simultaneously, he could catch them off guard and perhaps even seize the opportunity to slay them. With this thought, Jia Xingtian's heart surged with excitement. For some time, he had been troubled by the presence of two Dou Zone powerhouses from the Yunlan sect, but now he need not worry any longer. Even if Yun Yun and Yun Shan came in person, he would not feel daunted. Chapter 315, The Invincible Potion. Sister, it's your turn." After witnessing the treasure unveiled by Jia Xingtian, the little girl tugged at Yao Yi's sleeve, leading her towards the counter. Realizing what was happening, Yao Yi quickly retrieved some precious items from her storage ring and placed them on the counter, her face brimming with joy as she addressed the little physician. "Little physician, could you please fetch me another orange jar?" Upon hearing this, the little physician swiftly scanned the items on the counter, then nodded slightly. With a wave of her hand, she gathered all the treasures from the counter. Next, she turned and gently retrieved an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it on the counter. As Yao Yi gazed at the orange jar displayed before her, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in her eyes. She wondered what kind of treasure she would uncover from this orange jar this time. She fervently hoped it would be something extraordinary. After a silent prayer, Yao Yi no longer hesitated. She extended her delicate white hand and struck the orange jar from above. With a crisp sound of shattering, the jar instantly splintered into countless pieces. Subsequently, the fragments of the orange jar transformed into an endless radiance, wafting through the void, obscuring the vision of all those within the shop. Gazing at the resplendent glow before her, Yao Yi's eyes sparkled with a flicker of anticipation and excitement. In the depths of her eager gaze, the radiant light eventually faded, revealing the items on the counter. What could they be? Observing the objects displayed, a hint of perplexity crossed Yao Yi's visage. There stood a transparent jade vial, filled with a remarkable golden liquid that exuded an air of uniqueness. "A bottle of golden liquid?" Yao Yi murmured softly, her curiosity piqued as she delicately grasped the vial. This transparent jade vessel contained a liquid Yao Yi had encountered twice before. The first time, she had seen a green liquid, which was the exceedingly precious water of life, possessing the miraculous ability to revive the deceased. The second instance involved the flying leg lotion produced by Jia Xingtian, also housed in a similar transparent bottle. Though this liquid was purple and had the effect of enhancing speed when applied to the body. At this moment, Jia Xingtian's reaction was one of fervor. For having witnessed the potent effects of the previous life elixir and the flying leg lotion, he deduced a pattern. Liquids contained within such vials were superior for internal use compared to external application, and each possessed some special efficacy. Haibuodong, encountering such an object for the first time, could not help but conjecture aloud, old Jia. Could this golden liquid be some divine water that enhances cultivation or alters innate talents? Upon hearing Haibuodong's words, Jia Xingtian shook his head, resolutely stating, that should not be the case. I would wager that this item is not meant for enhancing cultivation or altering one's cultivation aptitude. Oh, are you quite certain? Have you perhaps encountered a similar item before? Haibuodong inquired. Indeed, I have previously come across a transparent vial containing liquid of this nature, Jia Xingtian affirmed, nodding, yet refraining from elaborating on his past discoveries. Meanwhile, within the counter, the little medical fairy gazed curiously at the golden liquid in Yao Ye's hand. With a mere thought, the information regarding the golden liquid materialized before her eyes. Invincible potion, originating from the world of Warcraft, upon consumption, grants a 3-minute invincible defensive state, rendering any attack ineffective. Could it truly be as extraordinary as it sounds? After reading the description of the invincible potion, the little medical fairy felt a wave of astonishment. For the item's description was overwhelmingly powerful, bordering on the unbelievable. Noticing the astonished expression on the little medical fairy's face, the little lowly could not resist exclaiming, Sister Medical Fairy, your reaction is so intense. Does this potion have a remarkable origin? In response, the attention of the others shifted towards the little medical fairy. Sister Medical Fairy, could you enlighten us on what this golden liquid is and what effects it possesses? Yao Yi inquired eagerly. As the gazes of the crowd fell upon her, the little healer took a deep breath and slowly said, Esteemed guests, this vial of golden liquid is known as the Invincibility Potion, originating from the realm of Warcraft. Its effect is remarkable. Upon consumption, one can attain 3 minutes of invulnerable defense, rendering any attack utterly ineffective. What? 3 minutes of invincible defense upon consumption. Upon hearing the healer's introduction of the potion, everyone present gasped in disbelief. Could such a potion truly exist in this world? Yao Yi gripped the jade vial tightly, her heart racing with excitement. The aged eyes of Jia Xingtian sparkled with intrigue, whereas the little lowly's reaction was somewhat more subdued. To boldly claim invincibility from a single vial of potion? Absolutely inconceivable. After a moment of astonishment, Haibuodong was the first to voice skepticism. In his understanding, to defend against attacks, one must either withstand them physically or utilize some form of energy to create a protective barrier enveloping the body, preventing external assaults from penetrating. All such methods would have limitations. How could there possibly be an effect that is invulnerable and unbreakable? Once Haibuodong finished speaking, Jia Xingtian and Yao Yi also began to harbor doubts regarding the efficacy of the golden liquid, for the potion's description was simply too fantastical. The next moment, Yao Yi, with her crimson lips slightly parted, delicately addressed the little healer. Little healer, is it possible you might have misremembered the effects of this potion? Upon hearing this, the little healer's gaze flickered as she re-examined the information regarding the potion in Yao Ye's hand. Invincibility potion, any attack, is ineffective. After a brief moment, the little healer shook her head and replied to Yao Yi, I have not erred. This potion indeed possesses the effects I described earlier. Upon consumption, it grants 3 minutes of invincibility, though the little healer herself harbored doubts. She recalled Leaf Cloud's various tactics and the myriad of functional jars sold since she became his assistant. Thus, she chose to place her faith in the jar shop and in Leaf Cloud. Upon hearing the little healer's emphatic response, a contemplative expression flashed across Yao Ye's eyes. At that moment, she realized that regardless of whether this potion truly had such effects, she could not pursue her inquiries further. For to do so would clearly convey distrust toward the little healer, jeopardizing the goodwill she had cultivated. Moreover, should this potion indeed possess such extraordinary effects, the implications were daunting. Imagine, if confronted by formidable foes at a crucial moment, if one's strongest combatant were to consume this invincibility potion, they could unleash their full offensive capabilities for 3 minutes without concern for defense. The potential impact would be immense. With that thought, a smile graced Yao Ye's lips as she softly remarked, is that truly the case? That would indeed be magnificent. Chapter 316, The Tathagata's Palm. After uttering these words, Yao Yi carefully stowed away the invincibility potion and then made space for others. Upon witnessing the scene, Haibuodong immediately took the position previously occupied by Yao Yi. He lightly touched his storage ring, and a plethora of treasures materialized upon the counter. Little medical fairy, I wish to purchase an orange jar. Hai Buodong exclaimed with palpable excitement. Having ascended to the second rank, he could no longer afford to be frugal and settle for the inferior red jar. Noticing this, the little medical fairy withdrew her thoughts from the earlier invincible potion, casting a glance at the items displayed by Hai Buodong before gently nodding in acknowledgement. Very well, please hold on for a moment. With that, she elegantly waved her arm, collecting all the items that Hai Buodong had presented. She then turned gracefully, retrieving an orange jar from the shelves behind her and placing it upon the counter. Gazing at the orange jar, Hai Buodong could not suppress a gulp. In the next instant, he unhesitatingly struck the jar with his palm. Crack! With the crisp sound of shattering glass, the entire orange jar splintered into countless fragments. Following this, a familiar spectacle unfolded. The broken jar transformed into an endless cascade of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present. The little girl leaned in to catch a glimpse, her delicate face brimming with curiosity. Moments later, as the luminescence dissipated, a golden scroll emerged upon the counter. Another scroll? Hai Buodong's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Not long ago, he had unveiled a scroll containing a terrestrial-level martial technique, the Lingbo Weibu, which was highly coveted even by the foremost powers of the Dou Qi continent. Now, he had once again unearthed a similar scroll from the jar. Thus, with a heart full of expectation, Hai Buodong regarded the martial technique scroll. Jia Xingtian, upon seeing the scroll, was reminded of the terrestrial-level beginner technique he had previously obtained, the 18 palms of the dragon subduing. Who would have thought the old ice man would be so fortunate? Jia Xingtian mused in his heart. Meanwhile, the little medical fairy focused intently on the scroll as it emerged from the radiant light, eager to discern its contents. Rulai's Divine Palm. Originating from the martial arts realm of Rulai's Divine Palm, this is a palm technique martial skill, comparable in power to intermediate terrestrial-level techniques in this world. An intermediate terrestrial-level technique. After reviewing the scroll's information, the little medical fairy was inwardly astonished. Such a level of martial skill is likely beyond the reach of even the powerful Yunlan sect and the mighty imperial family of the empire. Ice old man, hurry and see what this scroll contains. Jia Xingtian urged. You old coot, you're even more anxious than I am. Hearing Jia Xingtian's insistence, Hai Buodong chuckled softly, then slowly lifted the scroll from the counter, unfurling it with deliberate care to examine its contents. Rulai's Divine Palm. As soon as the scroll was unfurled, 4 ancient characters captured Hai Buodong's attention. Rulai Xinjiang. The name Rulai seemed to denote a person. Could it be that this combat technique was crafted by an individual named Rulai? Hai Buodong pondered. Rulai? It appears there is no such figure in the Dou Qi continent. Hearing Hai Buodong's words, Jia Xingtian leaned in closer, catching sight of the 4 characters, and remarked, this name clearly resembles a scroll of palm technique. I wonder how it compares to my 18 dragon subduing palms in terms of prowess. What's this, old fellow? Have you also devised a palm technique? Without glancing at the contents of the scroll, Hai Buodong inquired of Jia Xingtian, what level is your 18 dragon subduing palms? It is a primary earth-level palm technique. Jia Xingtian, feeling no need to conceal anything from his old friend, responded candidly. The earth-level palm technique I previously developed, the Lingbo Weibu, is also of earth level. It seems this palm technique also likely reaches the level of primary earth. Upon hearing the classification of the 18 dragon subduing palms, Hai Buodong expressed his excitement. Jia Xingtian patted Hai Buodong on the shoulder and said straightforwardly, let us not speculate aimlessly. Why not directly ask Miss Xiao Yixian what level this combat technique is? Indeed, that sounds good. Hai Buodong nodded, and then turned his gaze towards Xiao Yixian, gently asking, Miss Xiao Yixian, could you kindly inform us of the level of this combat technique? Upon hearing Hai Buodong's inquiry, Xiao Yixian replied truthfully, the Rulai Xinjiang, originating from the world of martial arts, is among the most formidable techniques in that realm, comparable in might to a mid-level earth technique in our world. What? Mid-level earth? Upon hearing Xiao Yixian's introduction, Hai Buodong's face lit up with ecstatic joy, while Jia Xingtian and Yao Yi exchanged uneasy glances. The Rulai Xinjiang was unexpectedly ranked a level higher than the 18 dragons subduing palms, reaching the mid-level of earth. Given Hai Buodong's current cultivation, if he were to master such a formidable technique, combined with his previously acquired earth-level movement technique, he would possess a combat strength far surpassing others of his rank, which was indeed terrifying. Fortunately, as Hai Buodong had been a longtime friend of Jia Xingtian, and considering their encounter today, alongside his previous care for the Miter family, who were loyal to the royal family, both Jia Xingtian and Yao Yi were not overly concerned that his enhanced strength would pose a threat to the empire. It seems we have the opportunity to cultivate a good relationship with this venerable elder. With such a powerful ally, our royal family will have greater confidence in dealing with the Yunlan sect. Yao Yi mused inwardly. However, for Hai Buodong, the matter was not as complex as it was for Jia Xingtian and Yao Yi. He was simply elated at having obtained this mid-level earth technique, feeling that with such a powerful palm technique, he could establish his own sect. Moreover, from the words of the little medical fairy, it becomes apparent that the realm known as the Rulai Divine Palm is astonishingly named after this scroll of combat techniques, which hints at the esteemed status this divine palm holds in that world. Today marks an unprecedented turning point in my life, Heibadong mused, an irrepressible smile illuminating his face. Congratulations, Senior Bing. You have acquired yet another treasure. With your presence, the glory of the middle family is destined to reach unparalleled heights. Yanyi expressed her heartfelt congratulations. In chapter 317, titled Enhanced Vigilance Eye Stone, Yanyi continued, Senior Bing, upon your return to the imperial capital, I shall prepare a grand banquet to welcome you and wash away the dust of your travels. Upon hearing Yanya's words, Heibadong refrained from a direct response and instead laughed heartily at old Jia. Haha, old Jia, your granddaughter surpasses you in social grace. After all these years, I have yet to hear you offer to welcome me. Old Bing, I have entrusted all matters within the empire to Yanyi. That girl is indeed impressive. Old Jia replied, Sister, it's my turn to open the jar. Just as old Jia was replying to Heibadong, the little girl shouted with her loud voice. Upon hearing her, Yanyi and old Jia exchanged glances, then chuckled helplessly as they approached the counter, retrieving a collection of treasures from the spatial ring. Little medical fairy, do you think these treasures are sufficient to purchase an orange jar? Yanyi inquired softly. After a brief glance at the items on the counter, the little medical fairy assessed their total value. All right, please wait a moment. She smiled slightly before turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it on the counter. Hee, after such a long wait. It's finally my turn to open the jar. Seeing the jar placed on the counter, the little girl quickly squeezed in front of Yanyi. Puff. The little girl rubbed her small hands together, then blew on them, silently praying, I hope my luck is better this time. After her prayer, she slowly extended her palm and pressed it against the orange jar. Crack. With a crisp sound of breaking glass, the orange jar shattered into countless pieces. Subsequently, the fragments transformed into an endless radiance, enveloping the space and obscuring the view of everyone in the shop. Gazing at the dazzling light, excitement and anticipation sparkled in the little girl's eyes. Moments later, as the brilliant light faded, the items on the counter gradually came into view. What is this? The little girl looked at the items on the counter, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. On the counter, where a jar once resided, now lay a palm-sized burden cube. Embedded within its center appeared to be a black sphere, giving the cube's 6 faces an uncanny resemblance to eyes. At this moment, not only the little girl felt perplexed, but others were equally bewildered. Upon witnessing this peculiar box, the young healer's mind stirred, revealing the information regarding the artifact. It was an enhanced Vigilant Eye Stone, derived from the realm of the game League of Legends, capable of infinitely summoning both invisible and scout wards. The invisible wards possessed the ability to conceal themselves, allowing the bearer of the Vigilant Eye Stone to perceive everything within a 3,000-meter radius. A maximum of 5 could coexist, while the scout wards could survey all within the same distance, unveiling hidden entities and distinguishing between clones and the original. With a limit of 2 for the holders of the Vigilant Eye Stone to access the vision granted by all wards. Remarkable, indeed, that such a wondrous item exists. After perusing the capabilities of the strange box, the young healer could not help but marvel inwardly. Each ward's capacity to monitor everything within a 3,000-meter expanse was truly extraordinary. Inside the shop, after gazing at the object for a brief moment, Heibadong suddenly wore an expression of enlightenment. In my view, the most precious aspect of this item is the sphere within. The outer box merely serves to secure it. Therefore, to utilize it, one must first extract the sphere from the box, he remarked. But, Senior Bing, the black sphere is embedded in the box. By your reasoning, to retrieve it, we would have to destroy the box. Yao Yi analyzed, following Heibadong's line of thought. Why dismantle it? The sphere looks rather splendid housed within the box. The little girl exclaimed, clutching the box to her chest upon hearing Heibadong and Yao Ye's discussion of destruction. Yao Yi, what are you doing? My sister and Senior Bing are studying the box's function. Quickly hand it over. Yao Yi extended her hand, demanding the box. Not giving it to you. If I do, you'll just break it. The little girl pouted, her fingers dancing over the black sphere embedded in the wooden box, completely unfazed. Observing the reactions of those outside the counter, the young healer smiled and said, Sister Yao Yi, this time you really ought to heed what little Yuer says. This wooden box must not be dismantled. It and the black sphere are a unified whole. Without either, this treasure would become worthless. I knew it. Upon hearing the young healer's words, the little girl wore a look of triumph, then presented the box to Yao Yi and Heibadong, saying in a huff, Here, take it and break it if you wish. Upon witnessing this, Both Yao Yi and Haibo Dong wore somewhat awkward expressions. Fortunately, thanks to the reminder from the young healer. Otherwise, we would have lost a treasure from an orange jar. Yao Yi expressed his gratitude. Haibo Dong did not reach for the box, but instead turned to the young healer and said, "Miss Healer, we can guess indefinitely, but we will not arrive at any conclusion. Please enlighten us about what this box is and its purpose." Very well. Upon hearing Haibo Dong's words, the young healer nodded and began to explain the box slowly. This item is known as the Enhanced Vigilance Eye Stone, originating from the world of League of Legends. It can infinitely deploy invisible wards and scout wards. The invisible ward can conceal itself and observe everything within a 3,000-meter radius. After listening to the young healer's introduction, Yao Yi, Jia Xingtian, and the little girl were all profoundly astonished. "Miss Healer, what does invisible mean?" Although Haibo Dong was amazed by the ward's ability to gain insight within a 3,000-meter range, he found the concept of invisibility somewhat perplexing and inquired of the young healer. "What does invisibility mean? Let me think." After a brief moment of contemplation, the young healer responded. Previously, 2 sisters were teleported to this shop, and one of them obtained a cloak-like treasure. When used, it allows the wearer to remain completely concealed. Even if you stand directly before them, you cannot see them at all, as if they have vanished from this world. Such a method exists. If someone can master the art of invisibility, they would become an insurmountable threat. Haibo Dong listened, utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 318, The Mysterious Blue Orb. The 2 sisters mentioned by the young healer. Could they possibly be Yun Yun and Nalan Yanran from the Cloud Mist sect? They too have acquired an invisibility treasure. And unlike the Murin, it does not have a time limit. Initially, Yao Yi intended to further enlighten Haibo Dong about the concept of invisibility. But after hearing the young healer's words, she furrowed her brow. "Grandfather, I suspect that the 2 who acquired the invisible cloak must be Yun Yun or Nalan Yanran." Yao Yi turned with concern to Jia Xingtian and said, "If Yun Shan and the others use this invisible garment against us, we could be in grave danger. That is indeed somewhat troublesome." Jia Xingtian also frowned. "What are you worried about? This eye stone can place scout wards that can see through invisibility." Observing their reactions, the little girl pouted and spoke nonchalantly. "Indeed, your mind works quite swiftly." Upon hearing the little girl's words, Jia Xingtian and Yao Yi simultaneously slapped their foreheads. Their faces lit with surprise. Meanwhile, Haibo Dong listened to the conversation among the 3, quickly contemplating the relationship between the Cloud Mist sect and the royal family. Even if he had not emerged from seclusion for decades, he could surmise the situation, thus refraining from making any comments at that moment. The Eye Stone, a piece of equipment from the realm of League of Legends, is wielded similarly to other items, merely requiring a silent invocation for its use. As Yao Yi turned to inquire of Little Medical Fairy, she swiftly reached out and seized the alert eye stone from the young girl's grasp. Indeed, Little Medical Fairy nodded in affirmation. With her confirmation, Yao Yi immediately concentrated on invoking its power. In the next instant, the box she held transformed into a fleeting glimmer, vanishing from sight, and her mind was suddenly flooded with an abundance of information. With a mere thought, an invisible humanoid guardian appeared outside the apothecary's door. Following the manifestation of this guardian, Yao Yi's consciousness expanded to encompass the entirety of the surroundings within a 3,000-meter radius. These vast images unfolded in her mind without impinging upon her own thoughts. So this is how it works. Realizing the remarkable utility of the Eye Stone, Yao Yi felt a surge of secret delight, yet refrained from voicing her thoughts within the shop. "Your Majesty, it is now your turn to open the jar," Yao Yi said to the still-stunned Jia Xingtian, maintaining her composure. At her words, Jia Xingtian snapped back to reality, nodded, and approached the counter. Subsequently, with a flicker of intent, he retrieved a plethora of treasures from his storage ring and placed them upon the counter. "Little Medical Fairy, might these treasures suffice to open an orange jar?" he inquired respectfully after neatly arranging the items. Upon glancing at the treasures on the counter, Little Medical Fairy swiftly assessed their total value. "We are still short by 100,000 gold coins," she deduced, addressing Jia Xingtian. In response, Jia Xingtian produced a vial of elixirs from his storage ring and placed it on the counter. "Is this sufficient now?" he asked, his gaze fixed on Little Medical Fairy. After a brief examination, she nodded. With a graceful gesture, she collected all the items from the counter. Then, she slowly turned and retrieved an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it atop the counter. As Jia Xingtian beheld the orange jar before him, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck the jar with his palm. Crack! With the resounding shatter of the jar, it disintegrated into countless fragments, which then transformed into a cascade of radiant light, enveloping the entire counter and obscuring the vision of all present. As Yao Yi and the little lowly drew closer, their curious gazes fixated on the radiant light before them, eager to discern the nature of the treasure that had manifested. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, the luminous glow enveloping the counter gradually began to dissipate, revealing the object beneath. What could it be? A bead? As the item emerged, a flicker of astonishment crossed the faces of Jia Xingtian and others. What lay before them was a remarkable blue, transparent orb, approximately the size of a fist. Within this crystal sphere, a liquid seemed to flow, emanating a hauntingly beautiful azure light, suggesting an extraordinary essence. Jia Xingtian, filled with curiosity, attempted to grasp the blue orb, but as he lifted it, his expression changed. How could it be so heavy? In disbelief, he regarded the orb on the counter, realizing that even his strength could not lift it. I refuse to believe it. With a determined effort, Jia Xingtian summoned all his might, his face reddening with exertion, and finally managed to hold the orb in his hands. Yao Yi, lowly, step back and do not approach. With both hands cradling the heavy blue orb, his face flushed and strained, he warned the two to maintain their distance, fearing that he might accidentally drop it on them. Upon hearing this, Yao Yi grasped the curious little lowly by the hand and stepped back a few paces, watching Jia Xingtian with concern as she inquired, "Your Majesty, what is this?" Taking a deep breath, Jia Xingtian slowly placed the blue orb on the ground and, with a wry smile, replied to the two, "This orb is extraordinarily heavy, weighing at least several thousand pounds." "What?" Yao Yi and the little lowly exclaimed in shock, their eyes reflecting disbelief as they gazed at the blue orb on the ground. How could such a small bead weigh so much? Nearby, Hai Bodong's expression mirrored their skepticism. He approached, crouched down, and attempted to lift the orb. However, upon contact, he too wore the same astonished expression as Jia Xingtian. How can it be so heavy? Ultimately, despite exerting all his strength, Hai Bodong could only manage to shift the orb slightly, lacking the ability to lift it entirely. The little lowly, filled with curiosity, rushed over to try her hand at it, but, predictably, the blue orb did not budge under her efforts. "This is far too heavy," she pouted, displaying her dissatisfaction. Yao Yi crouched down, regarding the blue orb with an odd expression. What exactly is this orb? What material is this, and why is it so heavy? However, the extraordinary blue orb confirmed her belief that it was undoubtedly a treasure. Chapter 319, The Heavy Water Spirit Pearl. With this thought, Yao Yi could not help but direct her gaze toward the little healer at the counter and slowly inquired, "Little healer sister, may I ask the origin of this blue orb and what kind of treasure it is?" Upon hearing Yao Yi's words, the little healer immediately focused her attention on the blue orb placed on the ground. As her gaze swept over it, a piece of information appeared before her eyes. Heavy Water Spirit Pearl, originating from the world of the Overlord. It contains heavy water, a remarkable spiritual water that weighs as much as 10,000 pounds, capable of crushing mountains into fragments. It is a formidable tool for both defense and attack. Such a small orb weighs an astonishing 10,000 pounds. After reading the information about the orb, the little healer was equally astonished. "Little healer sister, can you discern what this is?" Noticing the little healer momentarily stunned, Yao Yi posed her question again. At this moment, Jia Xingtian, Hai Bodong, and the little lowly also turned their gazes towards the little healer. Under the watchful eyes of the four, the little healer slightly opened her mouth and said, "This orb is known as the Heavy Water Spirit Pearl, originating from the world of the Overlord. It contains heavy water, a peculiar spiritual water that weighs as much as 10,000 pounds, capable of crushing mountains. The Heavy Water Spirit Pearl, weighing as much as 10,000 pounds. No wonder I cannot lift it," Jia Xingtian remarked in realization. The expressions of the others were also filled with profound astonishment. After the surprise, Yao Yi turned around, reflecting on her previous experiences with treasures, and gradually spoke. "Little healer sister, although this orb weighs 10,000 pounds, does the user not feel its weight?" "Indeed, Sister Yao Yi, you are correct. Once the Heavy Water Spirit Pearl recognizes its master, they will not be affected by its weight." The little healer nodded in affirmation of Yao Yi's conjecture. If this is the case, the Heavy Water Spirit Pearl will serve a tremendous purpose, whether for defense or offense. Just imagine, if the user were to launch this orb at an extraordinary speed, a weapon weighing 10,000 pounds combined with tremendous velocity, how many could withstand such power? After hearing the little healer's introduction, Yao Yi immediately analyzed some of the Heavy Water Spirit Pearl's capabilities. "Marvelous. Sister Yao Yi, you are incredibly intelligent. You are absolutely correct." The little healer applauded enthusiastically. Jia Xingtian and Hai Bodong also nodded in agreement with Yao Yi's brilliance. "Is this thing truly that powerful, Grandpa sister? Let me give it a try." After listening to the dialogue between Yao Yi and the little healer, the little lowly's face lit up with excitement, eager to take action. "Use." In the next moment, Her small hand rested directly on the heavy water spirit pearl, silently chanting the word use in her heart. However, after silently reciting it once, the heavy water spirit pearl exhibited no discernible change. Curious, the little girl persisted in her mental incantation, repeating it over a dozen times. Use. Yet ultimately, the heavy water spirit pearl remained unchanged. Frustrated, the little girl even shouted aloud, "Yuer, what are you doing?" Observing her antics, Xiao furrowed her brow and remarked, "I suspect that Sister Yuer believes the heavy water spirit pearl, like other equipment, can be activated simply by mental invocation." A smile graced the lips of the little medical fairy as she spoke. Hee. Caught in the act, the little girl thought, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, realizing her blunder. "Sister medical fairy, if it's not through silent invocation, then what method should I employ?" the little girl inquired. "Blood recognition," the little medical fairy replied calmly. "Oh, it requires blood? Then I won't try it." "You do it, sister." Upon hearing this, the little girl, fearful of bleeding, immediately abandoned her intentions regarding the heavy water spirit pearl and scurried behind Xiao. Witnessing the little girl's trepidation, Xiao couldn't help but chuckle and then turned to Jia Xingtian, saying, "Grandfather, it would be wiser for you to wield such an offensive treasure." This statement held truth, for the power of the treasure in the hands of the old man was far greater than in the grasp of these two young children. Hai Buodong echoed in agreement. "All right, I shall give it a try." Jia Xingtian stepped forward, extending his right index finger to gently glide across the left hand's fingertip, allowing a drop of crimson blood to fall onto the heavy water spirit pearl. In the next moment, a radiant light flashed from the pearl, and the droplet of blood was wholly absorbed. Simultaneously, Jia Xingtian sensed a peculiar connection forming between himself and the heavy water spirit pearl. "Arise," he commanded softly, extending his palm towards the pearl. Instantly, the once ponderous heavy water spirit pearl began to rise effortlessly, as if it were a feather in his control. Observing the spectacle, Hai Buodong felt a twinge of envy. The power unleashed by the pearl, when struck by Jia Xingtian, was unimaginable. Moreover, it was critical to note that should someone unaware of the pearl's properties recklessly attempt to confront it with their body, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. With this thought, Hai Buodong felt a sense of relief, having witnessed the pearl's characteristics today, ensuring he would remain cautious in the future, lest he fall victim to Jia Xingtian's tricks. "Grandfather, why not test the pearl's might?" Xiao suggested from the side. Indeed, Jia Xingtian lightly nodded his head, then slowly moved his palm towards the shop's entrance. With his control, the orb swiftly repositioned itself at the doorway. With a decisive focus, Jia Xingtian aimed at a massive boulder, 3 zhang in size, situated outside the shop. With a whoosh, the orb pierced through the air, leaving behind a straight black line. Boom. Upon impact with the boulder, its surface gave way, forming a dark abyss before shattering into fragments. The orb's formidable power was evident, and Jia Xingtian mused that he should be cautious not to send it too far away. Observing the heavy water spirit orb penetrate the boulder, Hai Buodong whispered to himself. Then, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, from the cloud of white dust surrounding the shattered boulder, a pale blue orb swiftly turned and darted back towards the shop's entrance. As it neared Jia Xingtian, the orb came to an abrupt halt just 3 inches from his palm. "Haha, this orb is truly effortless to wield," Jia Xingtian exclaimed, thoroughly pleased after testing its power, and burst into laughter. Chapter 320, Black Armored Soldier Summoning Card. Sister, it's your turn. Hurry and open the jar." Despite the tremendous power of the heavy water spirit orb that Jia Xingtian had summoned, the little girl showed little interest due to the requirement of blood acknowledgement. She tugged at Xiao's sleeve and made her way towards the counter. Realizing this, Xiao responded swiftly. With the day growing late, she was concerned the jar shop might close, so she quickly retrieved several precious treasures from her storage ring and placed them on the counter. Eagerly addressing the little medical fairy, "Could you please fetch me another orange jar?" Upon hearing this, the little medical fairy swiftly scanned the items on the counter, nodded slightly, and waved her hand to collect all the treasures. She then turned around and slowly retrieved an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it on the counter. Gazing at the orange jar displayed before her, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Princess Xiao's eyes. She pondered what kind of treasure she might unveil from this orange jar. "I hope it's something wonderful," she silently prayed, and without further hesitation, she extended her delicate white hand, bringing it down upon the orange jar. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering, the jar instantly splintered into countless pieces. Then, before Xiao's eyes, the fragments transformed into an endless cascade of radiant light, enveloping the space and obscuring the vision of everyone in the shop. Watching the dazzling spectacle before her, a mix of anticipation and exhilaration sparkled in Xiao's eyes. In the midst of her eager anticipation, The radiant light before her gradually faded, revealing the items on the counter. Upon the counter lay a palm-sized black card, glimmering with a metallic sheen, intricately engraved with a multitude of armored soldiers wielding weapons. What could this be? A wave of curiosity washed over Yao Yi as she immediately reached out and grasped the card in her hand. Could this possibly be a gold card? Yao Yi murmured to herself, and in the next moment, she extended her soul power to probe into the card's information, only to be met with utter silence. No response, clearly. I was mistaken. A tinge of disappointment flickered within her. A card? Beside her, Jia Xingtian cast a glance at the card, equally perplexed. Let me see. The little lowly, brimming with excitement, snatched the card from Yao Ye's hand, intently examining it in hopes of uncovering its secrets. Observing the card being taken away, Yao Yi refrained from reclaiming it, and instead turned her gaze towards the little medical fairy, inquiring, Little medical fairy, do you know what this peculiar card holds, and what its purpose might be? Upon hearing Yao Ye's question, the little medical fairy's attention focused on the card in the lowly's hand, and in an instant, a piece of information materialized before her. Black Armored Soldier Summoning Card. Upon use, it can summon 3,000 black armored soldiers to fight for 3 hours, with their strength akin to that of a 1-star great fighter in this world. To summon 3,000 soldiers with the prowess of 1-star great fighters, even if they could only exist for 3 hours, that was already formidable. Having encountered a plethora of odd treasures, the little medical fairy had grown somewhat immune to the peculiarities presented by customers, yet upon reading the description of this card, she felt a surge of astonishment. Little medical fairy, what is the matter? Is there something special about this card? Noticing the expression on the little medical fairy's face, Yao Yi inquired once more. For every time the little medical fairy exhibited a strong reaction, it indicated that the treasure was of an extraordinary nature. This card is indeed quite special. The little medical fairy, regaining her composure in response to Yao Yi's inquiry, nodded and explained. It is called the Black Armored Soldier Summoning Card. Upon use, it can summon 3,000 black armored soldiers to fight for you for 3 hours, with their strength comparable to that of 1-star great fighters in this world. What? It can summon 3,000 soldiers with the strength of 1-star great fighters to battle? 3,000 great fighters. How can this be possible? After hearing the little medical fairy's description of the black card, Yao Ye's expression morphed into one of incredulity, while Jia Xingtian's eyes reflected sheer disbelief. It is noteworthy that a great fighter in the empire of Jiamar is already regarded as the pinnacle of martial prowess in a remote town. Even if they do not hold the highest rank, they certainly rank among the more formidable warriors. If one were to enlist in the military, they could easily attain the position of a commander overseeing 1,000 troops, thus wielding authority over a battalion of 1,000 men. Even a mere fighter could ascend to the role of a mercenary leader commanding a company of several hundred. Now, with just a single card, one can instantaneously summon 3,000 soldiers, each possessing the strength equivalent to that of a commander. Such a force is unparalleled in the Jiamar Empire and its surrounding territories. No other army could possibly compare. Even the elite disciples of the Yunlan sect predominantly possess the strength of fighters, with no more than 500 boasting the prowess of great fighters. Therefore, possessing this card would grant one command over a force even more elite than the disciples of the Yunlan sect. At this moment, although the efficacy of this card seems somewhat incredulous, both Boss Yi and the little medical fairy have never faltered in their descriptions of the items procured from the jar shop. Old Jia, can a mere card truly summon 3,000 great fighters? I find myself somewhat skeptical. Upon hearing the little medical fairy's exposition, Hai Buodong's heart brimmed with doubt. In response to Hai Buodong's words, Jia Xingtian candidly declared, whether it is true or not, we shall see. All right, I shall give it a try. The little girl beside Yao Ye's side brightened at Jia Xingtian and Hai Buodong's remarks, excitedly raising the card and inquiring of the little medical fairy, Sister Medical Fairy. How do we use this card? Just as the little girl finished her question, a large hand swept over her head and snatched the black card from her grasp. Yaiwe, this card is not a toy. It is best entrusted to your sister for safekeeping, Jia Xingtian asserted gravely as he took the black card, his expression serious. Seeing the stern look on Jia Xingtian's face, the little girl could only pout in dissatisfaction, sticking out her tongue at him. Chapter 321. The Power of the Black Armored Soldiers. The jar shop closes. This Black Armored Soldier summoning card, much like the previous Heavy Water Spirit Pearl, requires a drop of blood to acknowledge its master. Within this establishment, no one is permitted to seize the treasures opened from the jars by others. However, the relationship between the Yaoyue and Yaoye sisters and Jia Xingtian is evident to the little medical fairy. Even if the three were to tussle over it, she would not intervene. At this moment, upon hearing the little medical fairy's inquiry, she swiftly explained the method of utilizing the black card. A drop of blood to acknowledge its master, is it? Yaoya, come and give it a try. After hearing the little medical fairy's words, Jia Xingtian nodded and presented the black card to Yaoya. Without hesitation, Yaoya pricked her finger and let a drop of crimson blood fall onto the black card. As the blood dripped onto the black card, a dazzling light flashed, and the blood was instantly absorbed into the dark surface. Simultaneously, a wealth of information regarding this black card appeared in Yaoya's mind, establishing an extraordinarily unique connection with it. In the next moment, with a mere thought, the card broke free from Jia Xingtian's grasp and began to hover gracefully above Yaoya's palm. Grandfather, shall we test the power of this card? Yao Yi inquired with a hint of hesitation, having completely mastered the black armor soldier summoning card. If we attempt it now, we will have to wait another 7 days before we can use it again. 7 days? Upon hearing Yao Ye's question, Jia Xingtian fell into contemplation. Currently, Yunlan's sect posed the greatest threat to the royal family, and he could assert with certainty that any faction, upon discovering Boss Ye's shop, would spare no effort in plundering resources. Naturally, the royal family would be at the forefront of those targeted by the Yunlan sect. Moreover, with the Yunlan sect's dual sects, they held little regard for others. However, even if the Yunlan sect were to take action, it likely would not be immediate. If they could use the card sooner to understand its effects and the combat prowess of the 3,000 great fighters, the 7-day cooldown could be expedited. With this thought, a glint of determination shone in Jia Xingtian's eyes as he resolutely advised Yao Yi, Yao Yi, let us proceed with the trial to ascertain the strength of the summoned soldiers. Very well. With Jia Xingtian having made up his mind, Yao Yi no longer hesitated and strode towards the entrance of the jar shop. Upon reaching the grand doorway, Yao Yi pinched the card between her fingers and recited an enchanting incantation. As the peculiar spell escaped her lips, a throng of dark-clad figures instantly filled the area outside the shop. Each individual was adorned in formidable black armor. 1/3 of the soldiers wielded long spears exceeding 3 meters in length, another third brandished dual swords, and the final third were mounted on tall steeds, their horses enveloped in black-scaled armor. They bore gleaming curved sabers and carried dark bows and arrows upon their backs. This assembly of 3,000 soldiers comprised 3 distinct types of troops. Observing the neatly arranged warriors outside the shop, both Jia Xingtian and Yao Yi beamed with delight. As their gazes swept over the 3,000 black-armored soldiers, Jia Xingtian suddenly turned to Yao Yi and remarked, Yao Yi, the strength of these 3,000 warriors has indeed reached the level of a 1-star great fighter. Can you command them to execute a combined attack and form a military formation? Certainly, grandfather. I shall give it a try, Yao Yi replied with a nod, acknowledging Jia Xingtian's words. In the next moment, with the intent of Yao Yi and the sweeping motion of his arm, the 2,000 black-armored infantrymen who had been standing still suddenly sprang into action. They began to shift positions, quickly forming into the shape of an arrowhead. The soldiers wielding long spears constituted the foremost part of the arrow's head, charging ahead, while those brandishing swords formed the flanks of the arrow. As for the final 1,000 cavalrymen, armed with curved blades and carrying bows, they arranged themselves in staggered rows behind the arrowhead. Kill! At a certain moment, 3,000 voices erupted in unison, the roar of these black-armored soldiers resonating like thunder, powerful and overwhelming. Subsequently, a multitude of arrows rained down upon the spearmen ahead. These arrows were specially crafted, and when released by these skilled cavalry archers, their might was immense, capable of shattering even the largest boulders. Such a formidable army, even if a powerful fighter were to stand before the arrowhead, would likely be reduced to fragments in an instant. With these 3,000 black-armored soldiers, the disciples of the Yunlan sect, reputed to be the elite of the empire, are utterly insignificant. As he sensed the tremendous might radiating from the 3,000 black-armored soldiers outside, Jia Xingtian could not contain his laughter. Hai Buodong was equally astonished by the imposing aura of the soldiers outside. Even he dared not underestimate such a formidable force. However, today in this store, he had heard more than once from Jia Xingtian and Yao Yi about the Yunlan sect. Was it possible that the relationship between the Yunlan sect and the royal family had reached such a critical juncture? A great sense of doubt arose in Jia Xingtian's heart, leading him to ponder deeply. After returning from Imo City, Hai Buodong naturally wished to return to the middle family, but now, it seemed that a war between the royal family and the Yunlan sect could erupt at any moment. The middle family, caught in the middle, would undoubtedly be courted by the royal family. At that time, how would he choose? Kill. After a moment of contemplation, Hai Buodong was suddenly interrupted by the sounds of battle cries from outside the store. Very well, one step at a time. Shaking his head, he forcibly pushed aside these thoughts. The next moment, he turned and walked towards the counter. Miss Little Medical Fairy, do you think these items are sufficient for me to open an orange jar? Hai Buodong retrieved several treasures from his spatial ring and placed them on the counter. inquiring softly. The little medical fairy glanced at the treasures Hai Buodong had produced, then nodded lightly and replied, "That will suffice. Please wait a moment." With that, she waved her hand, collecting all the treasures from the counter, and then turned to retrieve an orange jar from the shelves, placing it upon the counter. "Mr. Hai Buodong, it is getting late today. After this jar is sold, our establishment will prepare to close. If you wish to purchase a jar, please return tomorrow." Chapter 322. The Last Jar, 3000 Thunderous Movements. After placing the orange jar on the counter, the little medic fairy announced the impending closure. "Oh, is it time to close?" Upon hearing the little medic fairy's words, Hai Buodong felt a surge of relief in his heart for not having spent the entire time watching Yao Yi perform with her 3000 black-armored soldiers, but rather choosing to come and open jars. "Indeed, this is the last jar of the day. Once you have finished, our shop will close." The little medic fairy nodded affirmatively. Although the conversation between the little medic fairy and Hai Buodong was not particularly loud, within the confines of the small shop, those standing at the entrance, Yao Yi, Jia Xingtian, and the little lowly, could hear it clearly. The little lowly, somewhat anxious, turned to Yao Yi, who was testing the prowess of the 3000 black-armored soldiers, and said, "Sister, it seems that the little medic fairy is saying they are about to close." "Yes, I am aware." Yao Yi nodded and then directed her thoughts to command the cavalry, spearmen, and swordsmen among the 3000 black-armored soldiers to engage one another in combat. Each time these soldiers were summoned, regardless of the severity of losses, they would vanish without a trace after 3 hours, and their next summoning would be unaffected. Thus, Yao Yi felt emboldened to issue such a command at this moment. After giving her orders, Yao Yi ceased to observe the scene outside and approached the counter to confirm once more. "Little medic fairy, is it truly impossible to sell any more jars today?" Yao Yi inquired. "Indeed, you may return tomorrow morning after dawn." The little medic fairy replied with a sense of ease. "Since we arrived here using the VIP card, can we not rest in the shop until you reopen in the morning to continue purchasing jars?" After confirming the closure, Yao Yi promptly posed her most pressing question. "That is not permissible. After closing, all those who arrived via the VIP card will be returned to their original locations." Upon hearing Yao Yi's question, the little medic fairy was momentarily taken aback, then vehemently shook her head, denying Yao Yi's suggestion. "Oh, is that so?" Upon hearing the little medic fairy's answer, Yao Yi felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. The place where the three of them had been transported from was the imperial capital of the Jiamai Empire, a place exceedingly distant from the borders of Imo City. Even if Jia Xingtian were to break through to the Douzong realm, it would be utterly impossible to reach Imo City within the remaining time. As 2 days elapsed, the jar shop would relocate to another place. Should one wish to visit, it would necessitate the use of a secondary VIP card's teleportation opportunity. The secondary VIP card allows only 2 teleports within a month, and one has already been utilized. Should another be used, there would be no further access to the shop via the VIP card for the remainder of the month. It seems that this time upon returning, I must prepare additional items to ensure I can open more jars next time, thought Yao Yi. The little girl and Jia Xingtian remained silent. So what if it's closed? It's no great matter. Observing the expressions of Yao Yi, Jia Xingtian, and the little girl, Hai Buodong casually remarked, as he resided nearby and could return the following day. After uttering this, his gaze fell upon the orange jar atop the counter, and he could not suppress a swallow. This orange jar was the last one of the day. May fortune favor him. Murmuring a silent wish, Hai Buodong decisively struck the jar with his palm. Crack! With the sharp sound of shattering glass, the orange jar instantly splintered into countless pieces. Then, a familiar scene unfolded. The broken jar transformed into an endless cascade of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present. The little girl leaned in closer to watch, her cherubic face alight with curiosity. Moments later, as the luminous glow dissipated, a silver scroll appeared upon the counter. Another scroll. As Hai Buodong beheld the scroll resting on the counter, a spark of excitement ignited in his weary eyes. Although this marked the 3rd scroll he had unveiled today, his exhilaration remained undiminished. The first scroll was a low-level Earth-grade movement technique, the Lingbo Weibu. The second scroll was a mid-level Earth-grade palm technique, the Rulai Xinjiang. The first 2 scrolls were of exceedingly high value, and he believed this time would yield another scroll of similar worth. How fortunate is Ice Old Man to unearth yet another scroll-like treasure. Jia Xingtian mused enviously upon seeing the items on the counter. Upon witnessing the silver scroll, Hai Buodong eagerly seized it, swiftly unfurling it. 4 electrifying characters emerged before his eyes, 3000 thunder movements. Instinctively, he sensed that this scroll was extraordinary. As the closing time approached, the little medical fairy wasted no time, intent on conveying the information regarding the item to Hai Buodong. In the next moment, as her thoughts coalesced, a line of information materialized upon the silver scroll. The thunderous 3000 originating from the continent of Fighting Qi, is a clandestine technique of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, a prominent force in the Central State. It is a secret not meant for core disciples, categorized as an initial-level Earth-ranked movement technique. However, despite its classification, its speed rivals that of intermediate-level Earth-ranked techniques, and it serves as the foundational training for the Pavilion's treasured secret, the thunderous illusory body. Upon reading the description of this silvery scroll, the young medical sage's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Most of the items procured from the jars in this shop are treasures from other realms, making this item a native technique. Quite rare. Young lady, are you familiar with this technique? Could you enlighten me about its rank? After a cursory glance at the scroll, Hai Buodong turned to the young sage with keen interest. Indeed, the Thunderous 3000 is an initial-level Earth-ranked movement technique. Hailing from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion in the Central State, the young sage quickly responded. Upon hearing the rank of the technique, Hai Buodong felt a surge of excitement. Yet, as he absorbed the full context, his thoughts became increasingly complex. As an initial-level Earth-ranked movement technique capable of rivaling intermediate-level techniques, the value of the Thunderous 3000 is indisputable. However, the fact that it is a secret from a powerful faction in the Central State raises significant concerns. If Hai Buodong were to practice this technique, it could attract unwanted attention from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, potentially leading to grave consequences, even death. Consider the implications. A faction possessing a heritage movement technique would undoubtedly have formidable Dou Zong experts, perhaps even legendary Dou Zun masters. Such individuals would be far beyond Hai Buodong's current capacity to provoke. Thus, the final jar he opened today turned out to be a veritable hot potato. After the introduction of the Thunderous 3000, the young sage noticed that Hai Buodong's expression was not one of joy, but rather reflected a hint of gloom. Prompting her curiosity, "Mr. Hai Buodong, why do you appear so troubled? Is that so?" Hai Buodong, momentarily distracted, shook his head and forced a smile. How could I be unhappy with such a remarkable treasure? Concerned that expressing his unease might tarnish his impression in the young sage's eyes, he chose to withhold his worries. "Ah, the secret of a great force from the Central State. Old Ice, you've drawn quite a treasure here," observed Jia Xingtian, who could discern Hai Buodong's thoughts, quietly lamenting the situation. As the final jar was opened today, the establishment announced its closing time. At that moment, the melodious voice of the young healer resonated in every corner of the jar shop. No sooner had her words faded than the figures of Ji Xingtian, Yao Yi, and the little lowly vanished amidst a dazzling flash of light. Witnessing their disappearance in the flickering radiance, Hai Buodong was once again astounded by the jar shop's prowess. In the next instant, he respectfully clasped his hands toward the young healer and said, "Miss Healer, since the shop has closed, I shall return tomorrow morning." Having uttered these words, Hai Buodong retreated toward the shop's entrance, completely disregarding the individuals still kneeling within. Upon exiting the jar shop, Hai Buodong discovered that the 3,000 black-armored soldiers summoned by Yao Yi lay sprawled upon the ground, their blood staining the earth between the jar shop and his own ancient map store. Witnessing this, a pair of white feathered wings suddenly sprouted from his back, allowing him to soar over the gruesome scene. Inside the jar shop, after announcing the closing, the young healer gently called out, "Yi Yun, the owner. We sold quite a number of jars today." In the manner, Yi Yun, who had been occasionally monitoring the situation, felt a stir upon hearing the healer's voice and promptly appeared before her. After counting the jars sold that day, he nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, today's work has been accomplished splendidly." At Yi Yun's praise, the young healer beamed with joy and then said, "Boss, I shall take my leave to prepare dinner for tonight. Please wait a moment." "All right," Yi Yun replied with a slight nod, his gaze drifting toward the three kneeling individuals, prompting a frown. If those three were to perish within the shop tonight, it would indeed be an ill omen. The three on their knees also recognized Yi Yun's arrival. Even the enigmatic and formidable young healer called him boss and mentioned preparing dinner, allowing them to fathom Yi Yun's formidable presence. At that moment, feeling Yi Yun's gaze upon them, their faces turned even paler, and an involuntary tremor coursed through them. In the next instant, they were treated similarly to the earlier incident in the Beast Mountain Range, as Yi Yun transported them outside the shop, forcing them to kneel among the corpses of the fallen black-armored soldiers. An invisible seal surrounded them, muffling their voices within its confines, rendering them unable to escape. In the imperial palace of the Holy City, within a certain palace, 3 brilliant flashes of white light heralded the sudden appearance of Yao Yi, the little lowly, and Ji Xingtian. "Grandfather, it seems we need to send additional personnel to investigate the jar shop's affairs," Yao Yi remarked gravely, having just been teleported from the jar shop. Upon hearing Yao Yi's analysis, Jia Xingtian shook his head and sighed. No matter how many more personnel you dispatch, it is unlikely to yield significant results. The jar shop remains in one location for only 3 days. Even if our scent agents discover the shop's whereabouts, do you believe they can relay the news back within that time frame? Even if they succeed in informing us in time, we will still require additional time to reach there. After listening to Jia Xingtian's words, Yaoya suddenly understood, exclaiming, "Grandfather, I comprehend now." She promptly ordered the recall of all those dispatched to locate the shop. "Yes, those matters can wait." Noticing Yaoya's reaction, Jia Xingtian nodded and stroked his beard, then continued with a hint of concern, Our gains from the jar shop have been substantial this time. However, according to that young healer's remarks, we can deduce that Yun Yun and Nalan Yanran must have previously utilized their VIP cards to teleport there. One wonders what treasures those members of Yun Lanzong have procured from the jar shop. If their strength has indeed increased, they might harbor ulterior motives to gather more funds for opening jars. Upon hearing this, a similar worry flickered in Yaoya's eyes. Yet it was swiftly replaced by a glimmer of joy as she cheerfully addressed Jia Xingtian. "Grandfather, did we not obtain the enhanced Vigilant Eye Stone? Why not seize the opportunity to place a few invisible sentinels within their Yun Lanzong, closely monitoring their movements? This way, we would hold the initiative." "Indeed. Your idea is splendid. The invisible sentinels can detect all occurrences within a 3,000-meter radius. If we could deploy 2 within the main hall of Yun Lanzong or along their descent route, we would be able to track their whereabouts at all times." Jia Xingtian nodded vigorously in agreement with Yaoya's suggestion. Delighted by Jia Xingtian's approval, Yaoya's spirits soared, and she continued, "Grandfather, as of now, we have not yet severed ties with Yun Lanzong. Visiting them should be feasible. I believe that old rascal, Yun Shan, will not act impulsively without adequate preparation." Jia Xingtian concurred. "I shall make arrangements tomorrow," Yaoya responded. This time, the jar shop operated without restrictions on jar sales, resulting in an exceptionally bountiful harvest. Reflecting on the treasures they had acquired today, Yaoya expressed her satisfaction. "Indeed, had we not visited the jar shop today, I would not have been able to break through to the Dou Zone realm," Jia Xingtian affirmed with great agreement. "Your Majesty, today at the jar shop, I encountered the esteemed Ice Sovereign, who has unveiled a remarkable array of treasures. That frozen fruit alone could amplify his combat prowess manifold. Even at the level of a Dou Huang, he could likely contend with a typical Dou Zone. Furthermore, he has consecutively revealed 3 scrolls of Earth-tier Dou techniques, 2 of which pertain to movement techniques, while the Palm Technique scroll boasts a mid-level Earth-tier quality." Yao Yi recalled the jars opened by Hai Bo Dong and could not help but engage in a serious analysis. Moreover, the flying magical beast he summoned not only commands the power of ice and snow, but also possesses an impressive 6th-tier advanced strength, potentially evolving into a 7th-tier beast. A truly fearsome prospect. Indeed, Hai Bo Dong's fortune this time is no less than ours. Jia Xingtian nodded in agreement. Your Majesty, my Shadow Bear also possesses Dou Huang's strength. It is no weaker than that ice spirit mystic flood dragon." Upon hearing Jia Xingtian and Yao Yi's conversation, the usually quiet little girl proudly presented her teddy bear. Observing this, Jia Xingtian gently patted the little girl's head, smiling as he said, Yes. Yu Heir's luck has always been the best, augmenting our royal lineage with a formidable 6th-tier beast. Grandfather, and this Earth-tier skill, the Xiang technique, is what truly embodies the essence of our royal family." Yao Yi produced the scroll of the Xiang technique, her expression grave. "Indeed, an Earth-tier technique can continuously foster strong individuals for the royal family in the future." Jia Xingtian fixed his sharp gaze upon the Xiang technique scroll and cautioned, "However, this technique must be kept strictly confidential. Even among the royal descendants, not everyone is qualified to learn it." "Is that so? Then, Grandfather, am I qualified to learn it?" The little girl blinked her large eyes, eagerly inquiring of Hai Bo Dong. Witnessing the little girl's reaction, Yao Yi gazed at her with affectionate eyes and softly replied, "You heir, you silly child, of course you are qualified to learn this Earth-tier technique. Just think about it. The transformation technique and illusion you wield allow you to battle across realms. Moreover, as the effects of the dragon power pill within you fully manifest, you will become immensely powerful. Not only that, your ability to control plants could cultivate countless high-grade spiritual herbs for our royal family. And with that treasure-seeking mouse, you will uncover innumerable treasures. In the future, when sister opens jars, you will have to foot the bill." Upon hearing Yao Ye's words, the little girl grinned widely and said, Hee, don't worry, sister. If I strike it rich, I will cover all the jars you open from now on." At that moment, after Yao Yi mentioned the little girl's ability to control plants, Jia Xingtian suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "That's right. The fire spirit lotus we previously opened at the jar shop can evolve, can it? We must act swiftly and plan it right away." Then let this girl Yuer try to see if she can use her plant control ability to facilitate the evolution of the fire spirit lotus. Fortunately, Your Majesty, you have reminded us. If too much time passes, it would be disastrous if the flame spirit lotus fails to thrive. Upon hearing Jia Jingtian's words, Yao Yi also came to a realization. In the next moment, Jia Jingtian and Yao Yi directly took the little girl to a medicinal garden within the palace, carefully planting the flame spirit lotus in the most fertile patch of soil. Yuer, it's your turn. After placing the flame spirit lotus into the ground, Yao Yi pulled the little girl close and instructed her, try to use your abilities to help it evolve. Oh, the little girl responded with a soft exclamation, then proceeded to infuse the flame spirit lotus with the life force she had previously absorbed. As she channeled her vitality into the vivid red lotus, its roots began to grow vigorously underground. However, when the roots extended 2 meters beneath the surface, they suddenly halted their growth. What is happening? Yao Yi observed that the life force released by the little girl was indeed having an effect, yet the flame spirit lotus seemed to be wilting. Sister, it's wrong. This type of plant should grow in water or marshes. The soil here is too hard for its roots to spread. The little girl, having stopped releasing her life force, anxiously explained to Yao Yi. Ah, so that's it. Upon hearing the little girl's words, both Jia Jingtian and Yao Yi were enlightened. They then carefully unearthed the flame spirit lotus and replanted it in a small pond. Meanwhile, the little girl absorbed more life force from other plants while Jia Jingtian and Yao Yi were busy. Hopefully, this time it will succeed. Yao Yi silently prayed. If the flame spirit lotus were to evolve into the flame treasure lotus and the little girl consumed it, her innate talents would be greatly enhanced, enabling her to surpass Jia Jingtian in the future. Beside her, the little girl was diligently infusing the recently absorbed life force into the flame spirit lotus. As time passed, the vibrant red hue of the flame spirit lotus in the pond grew ever more brilliant, glowing like a beacon as night descended. Its roots firmly delved into the soft mud, spreading across most of the pond. Haha, sister, it's almost a success, the little girl exclaimed, excitement bubbling within her as she witnessed the fiery glow emanating from the lotus. This miraculous herb not only radiated immense spiritual energy, but also exuded a searing warmth, which was truly astonishing. Yao Yi and Jia Jingtian gazed at the brilliant light in the pond with equal fervor. Yuer, quickly try to absorb this treasure. Chapter 325, The Excited Little Healer. Nighttime, within the apothecary's shop, in the estate. After work, the little medical fairy, suppressing her excitement, diligently prepared a sumptuous dinner for Yi Yun. In the pavilion, as she gazed at the delectable dishes adorning the stone table, a profound sense of satisfaction enveloped her. Indeed, enlisting a small assistant proved to be the most astute choice. Not only did it spare her from spending the entire day at the jar shop, but it also ensured that she could relish exquisite meals. It must be said that choosing the little medical fairy as her assistant was undoubtedly a remarkably wise decision. Were it anyone else, even if they possessed the same diligence as the little medical fairy, they would not have such culinary skills. After a while, Yi Yun savored her dinner, and the little medical fairy promptly presented a cup of hot tea, her eyes fixed on Yi Yun, seemingly awaiting her to speak. Amused by the little medical fairy's gaze, Yi Yun took a sip of tea before addressing the eagerly expectant assistant, saying, "All right, let us tidy up here quickly. Rest assured, you will receive your fair share of benefits. Do I seem like someone who goes back on their word?" "Of course, boss." The little medical fairy, upon receiving Yi Yun's assurance, was instantly filled with excitement and enthusiasm, swiftly clearing away the mess from the table. Once this was accomplished, she refilled Yi Yun's cup with hot tea and sat attentively, awaiting further instructions. "First, please report on the performance from the past 2 days," Yi Yun said, taking another sip of tea before speaking. The little medical fairy nodded, well aware of her accomplishments and eagerly anticipating Yi Yun's inquiry. Without hesitation, she reported, "Boss, over the past 2 days, I sold a total of 5 ordinary jars, 14 red jars, and 28 orange jars." Upon hearing the little medical fairy's report, a flicker of surprise crossed Yi Yun's eyes. Although he had suspected that the day's performance would not be poor after observing the arrival of Jia Xingtian and his companions, he was nonetheless astonished by the impressive results the little medical fairy presented. Jia Xingtian and his group, being rulers of the Jama Empire, possessed substantial financial resources. As the saying goes, trust those you employ, and do not doubt them. With the little medical fairy managing the jar shop, Yi Yun had not paid close attention to its affairs, thus remaining unaware of the robust performance, which also benefited from Hai Buodong's contributions. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yi Yun quickly regained his composure and, observing the slightly anxious little medical fairy before him, pondered for a moment before stating, "I promised you that for every ordinary jar sold, you would receive an equivalent number of ordinary jars. Additionally, for every 10 red or orange jars sold, you would receive 1. Therefore, based on the performance over these 2 days, you will receive a total of 5 ordinary jars, 1 red jar, and 2 orange jars. After Yi Yun finished speaking, he fixed his gaze upon the petite medical sage and inquired, "Am I correct in what I said?" Upon hearing this, the young healer promptly nodded and replied, "What the boss said is absolutely right." Yi Yun gave a slight nod in return and continued, "Considering your remarkable performance right after starting your job, I shall reward you with an additional crimson jar and an orange jar." Really? The moment she heard Yi Yun's words, the young healer's eyes sparkled with delight, and a look of joy graced her lovely face. Yi Yun smiled gently, and soon a collection of jars appeared on the stone table before them. Among them were 5 ordinary jars, 2 crimson jars, and 3 orange jars. "Thank you, boss." Glancing at the jars on the stone table, the young healer's eyes swept over them, and she expressed her gratitude to Yi Yun with evident excitement. "If you don't mind, may I assist you in opening the jars?" Observing the young healer's animated expression, Yi Yun smiled faintly and spoke slowly. These jars were originally rewards bestowed upon him by the system, particularly the crimson and orange jars, which had the potential to trigger critical rewards. However, to activate the critical rewards, one essential condition existed. Yi Yun himself must open the jars. Only in this manner could the system's critical rewards be triggered. If the petite healer were to open these exclusive jars, it would be impossible to activate the system's critical rewards, rendering them akin to the jars sold in the shop. Yi Yun viewed this as a waste, squandering the jar's unique properties. Thus, he took the initiative to offer his assistance in opening the jars for the young healer, which also served as a test for her. If she believed in herself, she would undoubtedly gain. If not, she would be missing out on a significant opportunity. Upon hearing Yi Yun's proposal, the young healer was momentarily taken aback, hesitated briefly, and then replied, "Then I shall trouble the boss." Hearing her response, Yi Yun nodded, feeling a sense of relief. Had she declined, he would not have said anything, but he would have felt a tinge of disappointment. Thankfully, she made the best choice, and a fortuitous opportunity awaited her. "In that case, let us begin." Yi Yun smiled slightly and instinctively summoned the Mjolnir. "Boss, what is this?" The young healer's expression turned to one of astonishment as she beheld the Mjolnir in Yi Yun's hand. Yi Yun felt a bit embarrassed. He had become accustomed to using the Mjolnir to open jars without giving it much thought. Noticing the young healer's astonished gaze, he quickly explained, "This is the Hammer of Fortune. Any jar opened with this hammer has a high likelihood of undergoing a metamorphosis, transforming into a treasure of superior quality. The Hammer of Fortune. It can potentially cause treasures to undergo metamorphosis?" Upon hearing this, the little healer's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she surveyed the Thunder God Hammer in Yi Yun's grasp. The hammer was quite imposing, with faint lightning crackling upon its surface. Clearly not an ordinary artifact. The little healer felt a surge of delight, simultaneously grateful for her earlier decision. Had she chosen to open the jar herself, the proprietor would undoubtedly have withheld this fortuitous hammer, and any treasure that might have emerged would have remained untransformed. Contemplating this, her spirits lifted further, and she gazed with eager anticipation at Yi Yun's next move. Yi Yun offered a brief explanation, not wishing to elaborate, and swung the Thunder God Hammer down upon an orange jar resting on the stone table. With a resounding thud, the jar shattered into fine powder. Then, under the little healer's unwavering gaze, the remnants of the orange jar transformed into an endless radiance, obscuring their vision. What treasure might it be? The little healer's eyes widened as she fixated on the luminous display before her. Moments later, the glow began to dissipate, gradually revealing the treasure within. Chapter 326. As the light faded, an intriguing purple talisman appeared where the orange jar had once been. Its size reminiscent of the talismans seen in zombie films, yet its material was evidently far superior to ordinary yellow paper. Yi Yun observed the purple talisman with a hint of confusion. After scrutinizing it closely, a piece of information materialized before his eyes. Automatically senses the aura of within a 10-mile radius. Should manifest within this range, the talisman will emit a dazzling light as a warning. The possessed such remarkable capabilities. While Yi Yun examined the information of the purple talisman, the little healer, utilizing the ability bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, also scrutinized the talisman's details. Upon finishing her review, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Boss, your luck is extraordinary. To have unearthed such a wondrous treasure. With this, if is nearby, we will be able to detect it instantly." Witnessing the little healer's reaction, Yi Yun couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This little girl is far too easily satisfied. Although the consents, the 10-mile range seems rather lackluster. If one were already in proximity to a location with, it is likely that even beyond 10 miles, perhaps dozens or even hundreds of miles, many formidable beings would be able to pinpoint the exact location of the without needing this talisman for a reminder. Reflecting on the talisman's utility, Yi Yun's expression was tinged with disdain. Boss Yi, why do you react this way? Are you not interested in this treasure? After a moment of excitement, the little medicine fairy inadvertently caught a glimpse of Yi Yun's expression and asked, somewhat puzzled. Hearing her inquiry, Yi Yun offered a faint smile. Naturally, he would not reveal the full extent of his disappointment regarding the in her presence. Instead, he contemplated briefly before articulating a portion of its utility. This, in the hands of those unable to sense the presence of due to insufficient strength, can still prove quite valuable. If it allows them to discover the existence of, they could sell this information for a handsome sum. Upon hearing Yi Yun's analysis, the look of surprise on the little medicine fairy's face deepened. Boss Yi, since you can locate using this, why not take the for yourself instead of relinquishing such a treasure? She inquired, clearly perplexed. In response to her question, Yi Yun chuckled softly and explained, if one requires this to sense the presence of within a 10-mile radius. Do you believe that such a person would dare to approach or even attempt to absorb and refine? Selling the information they glean from it is, in fact, the most prudent way to profit. I see. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, the little medicine fairy finally comprehended his earlier reaction upon encountering the. It was indeed a rather superfluous tool. From Yi Yun's remarks, she deduced that some powerful individuals do not require this to sense the aura of it all. As she too felt a tinge of disappointment towards a familiar system notification echoed in Yi Yun's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the. You have triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit, resulting in a 10,000-fold reward. Rewards available for selection. Option 1, 10,000. Option 2, Encompass. As the system notification resonated, two choices manifested before Yi Yun's eyes. He was not surprised by the notification. Following the system's upgrade, ordinary jars could no longer yield critical returns. The red jars had a 50% chance to trigger a critical return, while the orange jars guaranteed a critical return. Since he opened an orange jar this time, a return was indeed assured. Yi Yun's gaze swept across the options before settling decisively on the second one. Encompass? Upon encountering this name, Yi Yun instantly arrived at a conclusion. Without any hesitation, he made his choice. System, I choose option 2. As soon as Yi Yun's words fell, the on the table emitted a dazzling purple glow, completely enveloping it. What is happening here? Inquisitively, the petite healer gazed at the dazzling purple glow emanating from the spiritual talisman and posed her question to Yi Yun. Have you forgotten? This orange jar was shattered by my lucky hammer, which possesses a certain probability of inducing the transformation of items. It seems that the lucky hammer is indeed fulfilling its purpose, likely leading this spiritual talisman to evolve into a superior treasure, Lu Yun casually remarked, omitting the crucial detail of the chance for a critical strike when opening the jar. To think that the lucky hammer could have such a miraculous effect, enabling treasures to undergo transformation, exclaimed the petite healer, astonished by Yi Yun's explanation. Just as she contemplated further inquiries, the brilliant purple glow on the table quietly dissipated, revealing a palm-sized purple compass before both Yi Yun and the petite healer. Yi Yun cast a swift glance at the purple compass on the table and immediately gleaned the information he sought. Exotic fire compass. Upon refinement, this compass can sense the exact locations of all exotic fires within a 3,000-mile radius, centered around the compass. Moreover, it can emit a purple ray that, upon striking an exotic fire, can suppress 50% of its power. Upon reading the description of the exotic fire compass, Yi Yun felt a modicum of satisfaction. Such a sensing ability over a 3,000-mile range was unprecedented in the Dou Qi continent, as exotic fires predominantly dwell deep underground, making it exceedingly difficult for even the strongest individuals to achieve substantial findings. Wow, boss, the effects of this transformed treasure are truly astonishing. The petite healer's eyes sparkled with wonder at the sight of the exotic fire compass's capabilities. Seeing her reaction, Yi Yun chuckled and replied, this is merely the beginning. Stick with me, and you shall witness countless astonishing events in the future. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, the petite healer promptly expressed her determination, nodding fervently as she declared, absolutely. I will work diligently alongside you, boss. Thank you, Yi boss, for granting me this incredible opportunity. Chapter 327, The Great Venom Technique. After the first orange jar bestowed the exotic fire compass as a reward to the petite healer, Yi Yun continued to wield the Thunder God Hammer, striking the second orange jar on the table with great force. Bang! Employing his brute force, Yi Yun smashed the entire orange jar into smithereens. The resounding crash sent a tremor through the petite healer's heart, yet she remained wide-eyed, fixated on the stone table before her. As the orange jar disintegrated into a cloud of powder, the particles swiftly radiated a mesmerizing glow, obscuring the view of both the petite healer and Yi Yun. The petite healer leaned in closer, eager to discern something from the spectacle, yet she found nothing. The radiant light was too enigmatic. Even with their mastery over the invincible domain, both Yiyun and the petite healer were unable to penetrate the mysteries concealed within the luminous haze. Yiyun was exceedingly familiar with such scenes, patiently awaiting the vanishing of the rosy glow. After a brief moment, the radiant light gradually faded, revealing the treasures within. What is this? It is golden. Upon seeing the treasure unveiled on the stone table, the little physician's eyes sparkled with excitement. Golden objects are typically extraordinary treasures. With this thought, her gaze shifted towards the golden parchment on the stone table. Yiyun, too, was captivated by the sight of the incomplete golden page. It was, indeed, a page of inheritance. With his extensive experience in opening jars, Yiyun understood that anything inscribed on a golden page was far from ordinary. Subsequently, his eyes focused on this flawed golden page, eager to discern what treasures it contained. Regrettably, it was a damaged golden page, a mere fragment. As Yiyun cast his gaze over it, a piece of information materialized before him. Fragment of the inheritance golden page of the Great Poison Technique, originating from the world of eternal life, one of the 3,000 paths, the source of all poison arts and sorcery. When cultivated to its pinnacle, it can even corrode the entire world. Remarkably, it is the Great Poison Technique. Upon reading this information, Yiyun's eyes gleamed with newfound interest. This is indeed one of the 3,000 paths, its power exceedingly formidable. Having perused the original work of eternal life, Yiyun held a profound impression of this technique. It is said that once the Great Poison Technique is unleashed, the vital energies of an entire world will transform into a mysterious, lethal poison, controlling the life and death of the realm, truly terrifying. What lingered in Yiyun's memory was a particular narrative in the original work, wherein an elite power known as the Tianjua demon sect possessed a poison technique called the Nine Heavens Divine Poison. An elder of the Feather Transformation sect, who was immortal, was struck by this technique. After retreating for a millennium to purge the toxins from his flesh, he found that the poison was indelible, merging with his very essence, ultimately leading to his demise. In the original text of Eternal Life, the Nine Heavens Divine Poison was also regarded as a notably fearsome toxin. However, when compared to the current Great Poison Technique, it pales in significance. The residual poison of the Great Poison Technique could erode space itself, demonstrating its ferocity. The Great Poison Technique is one of the 3,000 paths, encapsulating the mysteries of the universe and the grievances of the heavens and earth, truly a supreme method. Alas, this inheritance golden page is incomplete, implying that the recorded Great Poison Technique is not whole. As Yiyun gazed at the flawed golden page on the stone table, a flicker of disappointment passed through his eyes. Though disheartened, he found solace in the fact that this was an orange jar, guaranteeing a 100 activation of the system's critical reward. Upon contemplating this, Yiyun could only place her hopes on the forthcoming system's critical rewards. In stark contrast to Yiyun's disappointment, the petite physician facing her radiated sheer exhilaration after perusing the information before her. The Great Poison Technique, the very source of all poisons and malevolent arts in existence, cultivated to its zenith, could even erode the entire world. Is it possible that such a terrifying poison technique exists? And furthermore, it was unlocked by her own efforts. No, it should be attributed to her benefactor for facilitating its emergence. With this thought, the petite physician felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, nearly bursting forth to plant a kiss on Yiyun, exclaiming in fervor, "Long live my benefactor. You are truly remarkable for granting me such a formidable poison technique." Ultimately, she could not restrain herself and lavished praise upon Yiyun, her eyes brimming with admiration. Do not be hasty. This is merely the beginning. The effects of the lucky hammer have yet to manifest. Soon, a transformation may occur, and this incomplete Great Poison Technique might become whole. Yiyun remarked with a gentle smile, her demeanor calm. What? There is again the enhancement of the lucky hammer? The Great Poison Technique can truly attain completeness? Upon hearing Yiyun's words, the petite physician became even more animated, jumping excitedly in place. Indeed, this Great Poison Technique is quite befitting for you. With it, your affliction poison body can be wielded at your discretion, alleviating any concerns of future poison outbreaks, Yiyun observed, contemplating the petite physician's affliction poison body. Really? The petite physician's eyes sparkled, her heart swelling with joy. The Great Poison Technique could indeed resolve the latent dangers associated with her affliction poison body. This was exhilarating beyond measure. Though possessing the affliction poison body allowed her to enhance her strength through the consumption of potent toxins, it bore an exceedingly perilous consequence. If the toxins within her body accumulated to a certain extent, a catastrophic outbreak would ensue, leading to her demise. However, now equipped with the Great Poison Technique, she was liberated from such worries. Henceforth, she could indulge in toxins as she pleased, consuming as much as her heart desired. Those with the affliction poison body, upon ingesting poison, would activate its powers and become irresistibly enamored with the toxins, perceiving them as exquisite delicacies. The current state of the petite physician epitomized this condition. As she envisioned a future where she could freely partake in poisons, her excitement intensified. Do not celebrate prematurely. The capabilities of the lucky hammer merely enhance the likelihood of the treasure's transformation. I cannot guarantee what form this fragment will ultimately take, Yian cautioned, observing the petite physician's fervor with a composed expression. Upon hearing this, the young healer was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing with palpable anxiety as her gaze fixed upon the tattered page on the stone table. She began to silently pray, Heavenly Lord, may you bless this fragment to transform into a complete and potent toxic art. Just then, a notification tone resonated in Yi Yun's ears. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a partial legacy golden page of the grand toxic art, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit. The options for the critical hit are as follows. Option 1. 10,000 volumes of the incomplete version of the grand toxic art legacy golden page. Option 2. 1 complete golden page of the grand toxic art legacy. Subsequently, 2 choices materialized before Yi Yun's eyes. Is this truly a choice? Yi Yun pondered for scarcely a moment before decisively addressing the system. I choose the second option. As soon as his words echoed, the golden fragment on the stone table was enveloped in a dazzling radiance, obscuring any view of its contents from Yi Yun. Boss, the fragment of the grand toxic art is about to transform. Witnessing this spectacle, the young healer was filled with elation, tugging at Yi Yun's arm and exclaiming, Your lucky hammer is truly incredible. At last, I shall have a means to confront the peril of my toxic constitution. Observing her unbridled joy, a smile graced Yi Yun's face as well. In the next moment, under their watchful gaze, the resplendent golden light gradually dissipated, revealing a brilliant golden page within. As he gazed at the page on the stone table, Yi Yun swiftly gleaned the information he sought. Complete edition of the Grand Toxic Art Legacy Golden Page, originating from the world of eternal life, one of the 3,000 paths. The source of all toxic arts and magical techniques. When cultivated to perfection, it possesses the power to corrode the very fabric of the world. It has truly transformed, becoming the complete version of the Grand Toxic Art. The young healer, having simultaneously acquired all the information from the golden page, was so overjoyed that she leaped into the air. With the outcome already known to him, Yi Yun maintained a calm demeanor as he spoke to her. All right, let's put it away for now and proceed to open your third orange jar. Upon hearing this, the young healer promptly extended her delicate, fair hands to secure the complete legacy golden page of the Grand Toxic Art into her storage ring. Her gaze then fixated intently on the third orange jar on the table. Boss, it's your turn to open this third jar. Having fully grasped the function of the lucky hammer, the young healer eagerly requested Yi Yun to open the jar on her behalf this time. All right. Upon hearing the words of the little healer, Yi Yun nodded slightly, then grasped the thunder god hammer and brought it down forcefully upon the third orange jar on the table. Bang! Maintaining his brutish approach, Yi Yun smashed the entire orange jar into smithereens with a single strike. The resounding noise made the little healer's heart quiver, yet her eyes remained wide open, fixated on the stone table before her. As the third orange jar disintegrated into a cloud of powder, the particles swiftly emanated a dazzling radiance, obscuring the vision of both the little healer and Yi Yun. Eager to discern something, the little healer leaned closer, but found herself unable to perceive anything. The brilliance was too enigmatic. Even with their mastery of the invincible realm, neither Yi Yun nor the little healer could penetrate the veil of light. Yi Yun was all too familiar with such scenes, patiently awaiting the dissipation of the radiance. After a brief moment, the light gradually faded, revealing the treasures within. What is this? It appears to be a seed. Gazing upon the table, the small, silver-white speck, no larger than a soybean, sparked a sense of curiosity on the little healer's face. In the next instant, she employed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun to examine the silver-white particle. Thunder Attribute Seed. Planting this seed within the heart will instantly augment one's physique with the Thunder Attribute. Attribute seeds possess the power to alter one's bodily attributes. Upon reading the description of the silver-white particle, the little healer gasped in astonishment. In the continent of Dou Qi, nearly every individual is born with a predetermined attribute. Differing attributes lead to vastly divergent life paths. However, it is generally the case that each person possesses only a single attribute, while those with multiple attributes are exceedingly rare. For instance, to become an alchemist, the prerequisites are exceptionally stringent. Typically, one must possess 2 attributes, with the primary attribute being fire, and a trace of wood energy must be present to act as a catalyst. Moreover, an exceptional level of spiritual perception is also required alongside these two attributes. Others with multiple attributes enjoy similar advantages. For example, having acquired such a thunder attribute seed, the little healer would now possess an additional attribute within her body. Consequently, if she were to encounter thunder attribute techniques in the future, she would be able to grasp their essence with remarkable speed, even allowing her the possibility of transitioning to the mastery of thunder attribute cultivation methods. Upon seeing the thunder attribute seed, Yi Yan finally displayed no signs of disdain as he had with the previous two items. This particular object was, at the very least, tolerable in his eyes. However, since it was derived from the orange jar, as the shopkeeper, Yi Yan was guaranteed a 100% critical return from such orange jars. As expected, just as Yi Yan contemplated this notion, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a lightning attribute seed, triggering a 10,000-fold critical strike. The options for the critical strike are as follows. Option 1. 10,000 lightning attribute seeds. Option 2. 1 source of thunder. Subsequently, 2 choices materialized within Yi Yan's sight. Yet another tedious decision. Upon witnessing the system's notification regarding the critical strike return, Yi Yan couldn't help but roll his eyes. In the next moment, he silently declared, "System, I choose the second option." As soon as this thought resonated within Yi Yan, the lightning attribute seed was instantly enveloped in a dazzling silver light, startling the petite healer, who had just reached out to touch it, causing her to retract her hand in haste. "Boss Yi, is this situation about to undergo another transformation?" The little healer gazed at Yi Yan, barely able to believe her eyes. Indeed, the lightning attribute seed was indeed undergoing a transformation. Hearing the healer's words, Yi Yan gently nodded in affirmation. Boss, are you truly this fortunate?" The little healer's face radiated joy, unable to mask her excitement at Yi Yan's confirmation. She recalled that Yi Yan had previously mentioned that treasures emerging from jars struck with the lucky hammer had a certain probability of undergoing a transformation. To her astonishment, all 3 jars had indeed transformed, filling her with delight. "Of course, just look at who I am," Yi Yan replied with a smile. Subsequently, under their watchful eyes, the area on the table where the lightning attribute seed had been was completely engulfed by the silver light, rendering the internal changes invisible to both observers. Chapter 329, The Body of Thunder. After a brief wait, the silver radiance on the tabletop finally dissipated, revealing the object within to Yi Yan and the little healer. The material that appeared on the stone table was not affixed to its surface, but rather hovered at a certain height above it. Boss Yi, what is this? It exudes an overwhelming pressure," the little healer exclaimed in astonishment. The object hovering above the table took the form of a miniature golden lightning bolt, radiating an intense aura of thunder, unmistakably extraordinary. As Yi Yan's gaze fell upon this peculiar golden entity, he instantly recognized its attributes. Source of thunder. Upon absorbing the source of thunder, one can attain the lightning attribute, transforming the body into a body of thunder. When fully realized, the body of thunder can not only embody lightning, but also refine itself using the power of thunder, drawing energy directly from the storm. Upon reading the description of the source of thunder, Yi Yan's expression shifted to one of surprise. The benefits derived from absorbing the essence of thunder are truly extraordinary. Not only does one develop an exceptional affinity for thunder, but one can also transform into thunder itself, utilizing its power to refine the body and absorb the formidable energy contained within. For an ordinary person, facing the terrifying onslaught of descending thunder would likely result in instant annihilation upon mere contact. Even those alchemists who have attained the 7th rank, when concocting pills of the same or higher grade, would only dare to intercept the heavenly lightning from a distance, relying on their energy. If interception proves impossible, they would resort to donning protective gear. However, after absorbing the thunderous essence and transforming into a body of thunder, one can disregard the overwhelming energy of the lightning and instead harness it for personal use. Moreover, the individual who acquires this thunderous essence possesses a unique physique resistant to poison, allowing them to grow stronger from toxic substances. Combined with the thunderous body, this will undoubtedly ease their path of cultivation significantly in the future. Boss Yi, what will happen to the body after absorbing the thunderous essence and gaining the thunderous physique? The little medical sage inquired curiously after perusing the introduction of the thunderous essence. Upon hearing her question, Yi Yan shrugged and replied with a smile, "I cannot say. One must experience it personally to truly understand." There are things you don't know, Boss Yi." The little medical sage pouted at his response, believing him to be all-knowing. You overestimate me." Yi Yan chuckled heartily, candidly stating, "The universe is vast. It is perfectly normal for there to be things I do not know. Besides, if one knew everything and had experienced it all, what joy would life hold?" Indeed, the joy of life lies in exploration and the discovery of the unknown. The little medical sage nodded earnestly, agreeing wholeheartedly with Yi Yun's sentiment. I am eager to experience what it feels like to embody lightning, she declared, reaching out to touch the golden lightning suspended on the table. In the next moment, she astonishingly grasped the tiny golden bolt in her palm. As Yi Yun's assistant, the little medical sage was endowed with invincible attributes within this establishment. For an ordinary person, touching the thunderous essence would not be so effortless. They would likely be harmed by its overwhelming power. Yet, knowing how to absorb this essence, the little medical sage unhesitatingly pressed the thunderous essence into her body. The golden lightning barely grazed her skin before it burrowed inside. With a resounding rumble, a streak of gold appeared in her blood, mingling with the deep, resonant sounds of thunder as it flowed. After a brief moment, the body of the little healer not only contained blood interspersed with gold, but even her flesh, meridians, and bone marrow were undergoing transformation by this golden energy. Observing the changes in her body, Yi Yun felt a twinge of curiosity about the alterations that the little healer, transformed into a thunderous form by the essence of lightning, would undergo. Suddenly, amidst a particularly resounding clap of thunder, a tremor coursed through her body, signaling the conclusion of the intense transformation. This should be the end. After the metamorphosis, the little healer began to scrutinize herself with an intrigued gaze. In the next moment, as a thought flickered in her mind, her body emitted a brilliant golden light, and in an instant, she transformed into a bolt of golden lightning, as thick as a child's arm. In this form, her senses became immensely heightened. She could perceive her surroundings in all directions without needing to turn her head, unlike an ordinary person. Whoosh! Moreover, by transforming into golden lightning, the little healer astonishingly acquired the ability to fly unaided, a power typically wielded only by formidable combatants. Haha, what a marvelous sensation! A joyful voice emanated from the golden lightning. After circling around Yi Yun several times at a rapid pace, the golden lightning abruptly halted and reverted to the form of the little healer. Boss Yi, now that I possess the thunderous body, can I directly absorb those bolts of lightning? The little healer gazed at Yi Yun with eager anticipation. Upon hearing her inquiry, Yi Yun pondered briefly before responding. That depends on the circumstances. Even with the thunderous body, you must gradually grow stronger and cultivate it. After all, lightning comes in various levels. The natural lightning that appears on rainy days pales in comparison to the thunder produced during the alchemical refinement of advanced pills. Even among the thunder from pills, there exists a hierarchy. The higher the grade of the pill, the more potent the accompanying thunder. Now that you possess the thunderous body, you should have a clearer understanding of the power of those lightning bolts. After listening to Yi Yun, the little healer nodded earnestly, remarking, I see. Then I shall await the next encounter with lightning to truly understand. With all 3 orange jars now opened, she continued, now, let us see what treasures the remaining 2 red jars will yield. Yi Yun, choosing not to dwell further on the topic of the thunderous body, raised the hand gripping the thunder god hammer, aiming it at one of the 2 red jars on the table. Chapter 330, Intermediate Flying Combat Technique of the Mysterious Rank. Peacock Feather. Please, Boss Yi, continue to open the jars for me. The little healer's eyes were fixed on the red jars on the table, once again requesting Yi Yun's assistance. Upon hearing the words of the little medical sage, Yi Yun remained silent, for he had already harbored such intentions. Should he be the one to open the crimson jar, there lay a 50% chance of receiving a critical return. In the next moment, Yi Yun resolutely raised the thunder god hammer high and struck down upon the jar with great force. Crack! As the thunder god hammer descended, the crimson jar was instantly shattered into fragments, producing a crisp sound. Immediately, a familiar scene unfolded. The broken jar was enveloped in a radiant glow, obscuring the view of both Yi Yun and the little medical sage, rendering them unable to discern the changes occurring within. The value of the crimson jar was significantly lower than that of the orange jar, thus the treasures it yielded would naturally be of lesser worth. However, with Yi Yun employing the thunder god hammer to open the jar, should the item undergo a transformation, its value might very well surpass that of the orange jar. With her gaze fixated on the radiant light emanating from the shattered jar, the little medical sage could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. Under the intense scrutiny of both Yi Yun and the little medical sage, the radiant light on the table gradually dissipated, revealing its contents. There, upon the table, lay a white scroll. A scroll. I have actually uncovered a scroll. The sight of the white scroll brought immense joy to the little medical sage. Yi Yun, on his part, directed his gaze towards the white scroll, and in the next instant, a piece of information materialized before his eyes. Windrider Wings, a high-level flight combat technique of the Xian tier. As a practical flying combat technique, it enables practitioners to possess the ability to fly before reaching the rank of Battle King. Moreover, since this technique has attained a high level of Xian tier. Even upon reaching realms beyond Battle King, the speed achieved by employing this flight technique will still far exceed that of wings formed from combat energy of the same tier. To think that the Crimson Jar could yield a high-level Xian tier combat technique, and one as precious as a flying technique at that. The little medical sage truly had remarkable luck. At this moment, after absorbing the information on the white scroll, Yi Yun felt a twinge of envy towards the little medical sage's fortune. To possess a high-level Xian tier flying combat technique, my luck today is indeed extraordinary. The little medical sage, upon discovering the function of the white scroll, could not contain her excitement and exclaimed loudly. Observing her exuberance, Yi Yun smiled and said, "Why not pick it up and take a closer look?" Hearing Yi Yun's words, the little medical sage nodded and reached out to grasp the scroll, eager to unfold and explore its contents. Yet, just as her delicate hand was about to touch the scroll, her body stiffened, and she quickly withdrew her hand. Smiling at Yi Yun as she said, "Hee, boss Yi, I almost forgot. This was the jar opened by the lucky hammer, which still holds a chance for transformation. If I touch it now, it might lose its efficacy." As Xiao Yixin came to a halt, Yi Yun chuckled softly and elaborated. The effect of the lucky hammer indeed diminishes if you touch the item beforehand. However, this particular item has already been confirmed to undergo no further transformation. So there is no need to wait. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, a hint of disappointment flickered within Xiao Yixin's heart as she curiously inquired, "Why is that? Does it mean that if the transformation does not occur within a specific time frame, it will never happen?" "Precisely," Yi Yun replied, following her lead. "Each time. The window is merely 10 seconds. If no transformation occurs within that span, it will not take place thereafter." Naturally, he could not disclose that this was due to a prompt from the system. "I see." With Yi Yun's confirmation, Xiao Yixin nodded absently and then reached out her delicate hand to grasp the white scroll, subsequently placing it into her spatial ring. "Boss Yi, please proceed to open the next crimson jar," perhaps feeling a bit competitive due to the lack of transformation in this item. Xiao Yixin was eager to continue and did not even spare a glance at the flying combat technique. "Very well." Hearing her request, Yi Yun nodded slowly and, without hesitation, aimed the Thunder God's hammer at the second crimson jar and brought it crashing down. Crack! With a resounding shatter, the jar splintered into countless fragments. And just as these shards were about to scatter, they suddenly transformed into an endless radiance, obscuring the vision of both Xiao Yixin and Yi Yun. "This jar is one that can only be obtained at the final level. I hope it yields something remarkable." Unable to see the items concealed within the resplendent light, Xiao Yixin simply closed her eyes in silent prayer. The brilliance on the tabletop quickly dissipated, revealing the items that had been hidden within. In Yi Yun's line of sight appeared a seemingly ordinary cylindrical object, forged from pure gold and approximately 1 foot long. Could it possibly be that item again? A hint of mockery graced Yi Yun's lips as he glanced at the information regarding the pure golden cylinder. Peacock feather, originating from the Douluo continent. It is the third-ranked hidden weapon in the Tang Sect's arsenal, containing a total of 356 concealed weapons categorized into 12 distinct types, including piercing, explosive, and highly toxic. Indeed, it is the peacock feather. A smile blossomed on Yi Yun's face upon reading the details of the pure golden cylinder. If memory served him correctly, this item possessed the capability to penetrate the defenses of a formidable dome master. When Nalan Yanran had sought Gu He to test its power, Yi Yun had indeed been astounded by its effectiveness. A weapon capable of breaching the spirit avatar of a soul sage in the realm of soul masters could only penetrate the defenses of a dome master in the Dou Qi world. "Boss Yi, has this item undergone a transformation?" Beside Yi Yun, the petite medical sage, with her eyes gently closed, had silently counted for several seconds, her heart yearning for the emergence of something extraordinary from the jar. However, prior to this moment, Yi Yun had already been informed by the system that the peacock feather had not triggered a critical return. Although the system stated that the crimson jar had a 50% chance of triggering such a return, it did not guarantee that every 2 crimson jars would yield this outcome. This is akin to tossing a coin, where the likelihood of landing heads or tails is 50%. Yet, it is entirely possible to observe consecutive outcomes of the same kind, whether all heads or all tails. Nevertheless, as the number of coin tosses increases to a significantly large quantity, the probabilities of both outcomes will inevitably converge towards 50%. Chapter 331. The elegant, illuminating windproof lighter. "No," Yi Yun replied decisively to the medical sage. As his words echoed in the air, the medical sage slowly opened her eyes, a hint of disappointment flickering across her face. Yet, upon glimpsing the metallic cylinder resting on the table, an expression of curiosity ignited in her eyes. "This is rather exquisite," she exclaimed with a smile. Hearing her words, Yi Yun did not contradict her. Instead, he returned her smile. In the next moment, The medical sage refrained from further inquiries and utilized the ability Yi Yun had bestowed upon her to examine the details of the metallic cylinder. Instantly, a line of information appeared before her eyes. Peacock feather, originating from the Douluo continent. It is ranked third among the hidden weapons in the Tang sect's arsenal, containing a total of 356 concealed projectiles of 12 distinct categories, each with varying effects such as piercing, explosive damage, and lethal toxins. To think such a beautiful item is a concealed weapon. After reading the information about the peacock feather, the medical sage curiously inquired, "Boss Yi, is this concealed weapon particularly powerful?" Upon hearing her question, Yi Yun was momentarily taken aback, then gradually responded, in simple terms. Considering your current strength as a beginner great fighter, once you activate this peacock feather and aim it at an opponent of great fighter rank, even a 9-star great fighter would either perish or be severely incapacitated. Wow, is it really that formidable? The medical sage's spirits soared at Yi Yun's explanation. In her heart, this concealed weapon was not only visually appealing but also promised her dominance over her peers at the great fighter stage. How could she not be elated? Observing the medical sage's satisfaction, Yi Yun shook his head internally, pondering, as my assistant, one should not be this easily pleased by such an item. Such objects typically emerge only during the most unfortunate circumstances when opening crimson jars. If their value were any lower, they would likely only be found within ordinary jars. Boss Yi, this hidden weapon possesses such immense power. I am eager to give it a try. The little medical fairy murmured softly as she grasped the peacock feather. However, there are still 5 jars left unopened. Once I have finished with these 5 jars, I shall take the peacock feather outside to experiment. She implored once more, Boss Yi, could you kindly assist me in opening the remaining 5 jars? You may open the last 5 jars yourself. Yet, in response to the little medical fairy's request, Yi Yun shook his head in refusal. The remaining jars were merely ordinary ones, and even if Yi Yun were to open them, there would be no chance of critical returns. Thus, he held no interest in opening such mundane jars. Seeing Yi Yun's refusal, the little medical fairy pouted and playfully pleaded. Oh, Boss Yi, please be kind and help me just this once. No, I have no interest in these jars. Despite her charming demeanor, Yi Yun remained resolute in his rejection and turned to leave. Boss Yi, please wait a moment. As Yi Yun attempted to walk away, the little medical fairy hurriedly positioned herself in front of him, smiling brightly. Since you will not help me open them, may I borrow the lucky hammer you hold? You wish to borrow my hammer? I fear you might not be able to lift it. Yi Yun replied, turning to place the hammer upon the table. Hee, Boss Yi, you underestimate me. That hammer appears to weigh no more than a dozen pounds. How could I possibly fail to lift it? The little medical fairy chuckled, then reached out to grasp the handle of the thunder god's hammer resting on the table. As she exerted force with her small hands, the smile on her face gradually faded. No matter how hard she tried, the seemingly unassuming hammer remained utterly unmoved. In the next moment, the little medical fairy gripped the hammer with both hands, one foot perched upon the edge of the stone table. Yet, even in this position, the hammer remained steadfast. After several more attempts, her face flushed with effort, she gasped, how can this be? Why is this hammer so heavy? Could it be that, like the heavy water spirit pearl, it contains the heavy water from the realm of the supreme ruler? This hammer does not contain heavy water. Yi Yun shook his head. If it is this heavy without heavy water, it must require at least a Dou Huang, or even a Dou Zong expert to wield it. The little medical fairy marveled. Upon hearing her estimation, Yi Yun couldn't help but laugh aloud. This hammer is the weapon of Thor, the god of thunder. No one else can lift it but him. Not even a Dou Sheng or Dou Di of this world could manage it. Yi Yun stated plainly. What? Even legendary beings like the Dou Sheng and Dou Di cannot lift it. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Xiao Yixian's eyes widened in astonishment. However, the next moment, she recalled that Yi Yun was an unparalleled powerhouse from the upper realm, which eased her mind. It was quite reasonable that even a Dou Di would struggle with a hammer of such formidable strength. After coming to this realization, another thought emerged in Xiao Yixian's mind, and she promptly addressed Yi Yun, saying, Boss Yi, I can no longer utilize this lucky hammer, but since it possesses the ability to bring fortune, why not place it on this table? Perhaps it will bestow some good luck upon me. As you wish. Yi Yun did not decline Xiao Yixian's request and readily agreed. Yay, you are so generous, Boss Yi. With Yi Yun's affirmation, Xiao Yixian beamed with joy. However, at that moment, Yi Yun had already departed. After Yi Yun's exit, Xiao Yixian rolled up her sleeves slightly, revealing the fair skin of her wrist, then raised her palm and struck one of the ordinary jars. Bang! As her palm descended, a crisp sound of shattering echoed, and the jar shattered into countless pieces. Immediately, the fragments transformed into endless rays of radiant light, obscuring Xiao Yixian's vision. Once the light dissipated entirely, the contents became visible to her. Where the ordinary jar had once rested on the table, There now lay a metallic object of dual colors, purple and gold. This artifact was no larger than 2 fingers wide, featuring a circular button-like structure in the center. What is this? It appears so exquisite and compact. Filled with curiosity, Xiao Yixian employed her abilities to examine the information regarding this object. High-class luminous windproof lighter, primary function. To ignite Huazi, etc. Chapter 332, Instant Noodles. Haotian Hammer. To ignite Huazi? Xiao Yixian was momentarily taken aback upon reading this line of information, causing her to overlook some of the lighter's other functions. Huazi was precisely what Boss Yi frequently smoked. Was this device intended for lighting that? Intrigued, Xiao Yixian grasped the stylish lighter in her hand and promptly pressed the button. Puff! Instantly, a surge of electricity coursed through the lighter, followed by a short flame shooting forth, and astonishingly, dozens of rows of ever-changing lights adorned the lighter, forming a myriad of patterns. Haha! Using such a dazzling object to assist Boss Yi in lighting Huazi, he will undoubtedly adore it. Delighted by the lighter's performance, Xiao Yixian tucked it away. Having secured the lighter, Xiao Yixian wasted no time and raised her hand to strike the second ordinary jar. Crack! As the palm of the little medicine immortal descended, a crisp sound of a jar shattering echoed, and before her gaze, the jar instantly splintered into countless fragments. Subsequently, the shattered pieces transformed into an endless radiance, completely obscuring her sight. What could this be? A glimmer of anticipation danced in her eyes as she patiently awaited the dispersal of the luminous aura upon the table. Before long, as she continued her vigil, the radiant light finally began to dissipate, revealing the objects hidden within. There, on the table, appeared a cylindrical metal tube adorned in shades of yellow and white. Upon seeing this metallic cylinder, the little medicine immortal immediately recalled the concealed weapon she had previously unveiled, the peacock feather, a treasure capable of slaying formidable masters. Could this ordinary jar also yield a treasure akin to the peacock feather, like the crimson jar did? With curiosity piqued, her gaze swiftly swept over the yellow and white tube on the table. In the next moment, information regarding the cylinder materialized before her. Lighter gas canister. Contains combustible material for a windproof lighter, providing a continuous supply of gas. This item is intended to refill the lighter from earlier. The little medicine immortal was filled with exhilaration upon reading the description of the cylinder. She had previously noticed that a certain substance within the lighter was being consumed with each use. Now, with this gas canister, she could rest assured that her lighter would remain energized for an extended period. In succession, both items she had unveiled were related to igniting the precious Huazi, without any enhancement to her own power, yet she remained elated. With these 2 items, she could efficiently assist Yi Yun whenever he brought out his Huazi. She would promptly produce the lighter to ignite it for him. Such a splendid way to light the Huazi would surely delight Boss Yi. The little medicine immortal envisioned various scenarios in her mind and promptly stored the lighter gas canister within her spatial ring. Presently, 3 more ordinary jars lay before her, and without hesitation, she raised her hand once again, aiming for the 3rd ordinary jar. Crack! As her palm struck down, the crisp sound of another jar shattering resonated, and under her watchful eyes, the jar shattered into fragments once more. Immediately, the broken pieces morphed into a boundless radiance, obscuring her vision entirely once again. What would this reveal? A spark of expectation flickered in her eyes as she quietly awaited the dispersal of the light upon the table. Before long, as she remained patient, the radiance finally began to fade, unveiling the treasures concealed within. On the table, an object familiar to the young healer emerged. It was a bucket of Master Kong beef instant noodles. Upon noticing the bowl-shaped sealed container resting on the table, her expression grew somewhat complex. It appeared that even the esteemed Boss Yi's noodles were drawn from an ordinary canister. An ordinary canister yields only a single bucket of noodles, and not every canister produces them. How many cans must Boss Yi have opened to consume so many noodles? Stunned for a moment, the young healer contemplated this. Suddenly, her stomach emitted a loud grumble. Given the late hour and the presence of a freshly opened bucket of noodles, she thought it would be delightful to indulge in a midnight snack. Rubbing her belly, she swiftly unwrapped the Master Kong beef noodles and poured in hot water. 3 minutes later, as she peeled back the lid, an irresistible aroma wafted through the air, intensifying her hunger. How delightful! Grabbing a fork, she eagerly dug in. Slurp, slurp, gulp. She devoured the noodles with fervor, leaving no trace of the remaining broth behind. At last, her hunger was satiated. After finishing the bucket of Master Kong beef noodles, the gnawing sensation in her stomach finally subsided. Turning her gaze toward the 2 remaining canisters on the stone table, she murmured, "Now that I am full, my luck with opening canisters should improve." With that thought, she wasted no time and raised her small hand to strike the 4th ordinary canister. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed as the canister splintered into pieces beneath her palm. Almost immediately, the fragments transformed into an endless cascade of radiant light, entirely obscuring her vision. What might this be? The young healer's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she patiently awaited the dispersal of the luminous glow upon the table. Before long, the radiant light began to fade, revealing the contents hidden within. There, upon the table, lay a purple hammer adorned with intricate patterns, exuding an aura of remarkable distinction. A hammer? And a purple one at that? What treasure is this? The young healer's eyes glimmered with curiosity as she beheld the purple hammer resting upon the stone table. However, when her gaze fell upon the lucky hammer left here by Yiyun, she could not help but speculate within her heart. Could it be that the presence of the lucky hammer nearby is the reason for my own hammer? Chapter 333, The Portable Music Player. The Knight of Misfortune visits the Yunlan sect. Subsequently, the little medical sage cast a meticulous glance at the purple hammer, and instantly, a piece of information materialized before her eyes. Haotian hammer, originating from Douluo continent. This is a product manifested from an extraordinarily powerful martial soul. Haotian hammer? After reading the description of this purple hammer, the little medical sage conjectured. This name sounds quite formidable. However, as it was already quite late, she decided to postpone her attempt to test it outside until tomorrow. Although she had initially intended to take the hammer out for a trial, she soon shook her head, dismissing that thought. Furthermore, she certainly would not recklessly smash the hammer around in Yiyun's small courtyard. After a moment's contemplation, the little medical sage reached out and grasped the Haotian hammer. Its weight was not burdensome, making it easy for her to lift. The feel and weight were quite satisfactory. Suitable for my use. Next time, I might take this hammer out to stun some magical beasts, huh? Weighing the Haotian hammer in her hands, the little medical sage murmured softly. It seems that being well-fed indeed brings better fortune. After stowing the Haotian hammer away, only the last ordinary jar remained on the stone table before her. Observing the final jar, the little medical sage stretched lazily, feeling somewhat drowsy as she remarked, "Just one left. Once I open this jar, it will be time for bed." With that, her arm languidly lifted, and she gently tapped the last ordinary jar. Crack! Even though her hand merely descended lightly, the jar shattered instantaneously into countless pieces, producing a crisp sound of breaking pottery. As the ordinary jar disintegrated into fragments, in the next moment, all the shards transformed into radiant beams of light, obscuring the scene atop the table. Even the little medical sage, endowed with the invincible domain granted by Yiyun, could not discern the spectacle concealed within the endless radiance. She could only stand by, quietly awaiting the dispersal of the luminous glow. Regarding this final jar, the little medical sage held no significant expectations. To her, opening this jar was merely a task to complete, and once accomplished, she would retire for the night. After standing beside the stone table for several seconds, the dazzling radiance finally dissipated entirely, revealing what lay within. There, in the place where the fifth ordinary jar had rested, sat a rectangular object. However, it was quite diminutive. Smaller than the hand of a one-year-old child, adorned with several protruding buttons, a sleek black surface at its center, and various areas peppered with numerous tiny holes. Observing the appearance of this rectangular object, the young healer pondered. The texture of this item bears a striking resemblance to that of a lighter. Curiosity piqued. She harnessed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun to delve into the information regarding this object. The portable music player. Equipped with a built-in storage capacity for 50 cards, housed over 1,000 songs, including titles such as Lonely Warrior, The Wind Rises, Tornado, Bubble, and Conqueror. What, she mused, is meant by the term portable music player? Encountering this somewhat unfamiliar phrase, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. In the next moment, she grasped the portable music player, and thanks to the provided instructions, swiftly located the power button. Upon powering on, the formerly dark and smooth screen, capable of functioning as a mirror, suddenly radiated with vibrant light. With a gentle press on the play button, the small rectangular box emitted sounds that nearly startled the young healer into dropping it. I love you walking alone in the dark alley. Love your defiance. Love your confrontation with despair, refusing to shed a tear. I cherish your tattered clothing, yet admire your audacity to challenge fate. Love how much you and I resemble each other. Even our flaws are alike. Shall we go? Are we compatible? This tattered cloak. Shall we fight? Indeed, let us fight with the most humble of dreams. To the whimpers and roars in the night, who claims that only those standing in the light are heroes. They say to rid you of your madness, as if wiping away dirt. They say to ascend the steps. Yet the price is to bow one's head. Then let me not ride the winds, while you remain proud in your solitary courage. Who says that those who contend with the ordinary are not heroes? How enchanting this melody is. By the stone table, as she listened to the music emanating from the portable player, the young healer gradually succumbed to a state of blissful reverie. Ah, is this Lonely Warrior? Previously resting, Yi Yun was suddenly stirred by the unique sounds wafting through the air, triggering his keen auditory senses to capture the distant melodies from the young healer's music player. Could it be that she had activated her phone? Driven by curiosity, he utilized his enhanced vision to gaze in the direction of the young healer. It turned out that she had not activated a phone, but rather a long-forgotten portable music player, a sound he had not heard in ages, evoking a wave of nostalgia. Throughout the night, the young healer adjusted the volume of the music player to a gentle level, placing it by her bedside as she drifted into sleep. Meanwhile, despite the distance between them, Yi Yun listened intently with his keen senses, enjoying the songs from the young healer's music player all night long. Early the next morning, as dawn broke gently over Yunlan Mountain, two unexpected guests arrived at the foot of the mountain. The two individuals who suddenly arrived were unlike others, who would typically keep their distance from the 100,000 soldiers stationed at the foot of Yunlan Mountain. Instead, they boldly strode through the formation of these soldiers, who showed them the utmost respect. Beware, once we reach the Yunlan sect, please refrain from speaking recklessly or provoking any conflicts. Remember, we are here to pay a visit. Yang Yi reminded the little girl as they stepped onto the ancient stone steps leading up the mountain. All right, sister. You've already reminded me a dozen times on our way here. The little girl replied, somewhat impatiently sticking out her tongue. Observing the little girl's demeanor, Yang Yi shook her head. In the next moment, with a flicker of her mind, she conjured an eye 3 meters to her side. Instantly, Yang Yi's consciousness was flooded with a panoramic view encompassing all within a 3,000-meter radius around this invisible guard. This distance nearly covered a third of the soldiers below and captured the entire scene along the path leading to the Yunlan sect. Pleased with this effect, Yang Yi continued her ascent up the stone steps towards the mountain summit. Chapter 334, Yang Yi's Cultivation revealed. Yun Yun grows suspicious. Though the path to the Yunlan sect was somewhat lengthy, both Yang Yi and the little girl possessed formidable strength, allowing them to reach the summit in no time. Arriving at the expansive plaza before the grand hall of the Yunlan sect. As the largest sect within the empire, it was uncommon for ordinary individuals to ascend this mountain. And even those of high status within the empire rarely ventured here without reason, especially considering the elite soldiers training day and night at the foot of the mountain. Today, however, the appearance of two women, Yang Yi and the little girl, immediately drew the attention of several disciples in the plaza. Senior brother, look, someone is coming. It's two women. These women are quite attractive. The older one is alluring and elegant, fair-skinned and confident, while the younger one is also quite charming. Are they here to join our Yunlan sect? Becoming a disciple of the Yunlan sect is not something just anyone can achieve. Still, if they truly wish to join, I could lend a hand. A group of Yunlan sect disciples discussed among themselves as they watched Yang Yi and the little girl approach. However, soon after, a more serious-looking disciple from the Yunlan sect walked towards them. Recognizing that their attire indicated they were not ordinary individuals, this disciple kept a cordial demeanor and spoke calmly. Ladies, welcome to the Yunlan sect. May I inquire about your purpose for visiting? Upon hearing the words of the young disciple from the Yunlan sect, the little girl was about to respond. However, recalling Yaoya's earlier admonition to refrain from speaking while on the mountain, she chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, a slight smile graced Yaoya's lips as she slowly addressed the young disciple. Would you kindly inform Sect Master Yunyan that Princess Yaoya of the Empire has come to pay a visit? Princess Yaoya? The young disciple's face registered astonishment at her words. In the next moment, realization dawned upon him, and he immediately adopted a demeanor of respect, exclaiming, Princess Yaoya, please hold on a moment. I shall relay your message to the elder at once. With that, the young disciple hurried towards the end of the plaza. As he passed a group of Yunlan sect disciples who were commenting on the beauty of the Yaoya sisters, he felt compelled to caution them. Mind your words. One of those two is Princess Yaoya. At this, the expressions of a few male disciples, who had previously been discussing how to assist Yaoya in joining the Yunlan sect, darkened considerably. Within the grand hall of the Yunlan sect, Yunyan, Nalan Yanran, and several elders were engaged in discussions. Suddenly, a young disciple clad in white rushed to the entrance of the hall. Stop! The sect master and elders are in session. Unauthorized personnel must not enter. Two disciples stationed at the entrance halted him. Senior brothers, the Empire's Princess Yaoya has arrived and wishes to meet the sect master. Please convey this message. The young disciple implored anxiously. Upon hearing this, the two guards exchanged glances, then turned to shout into the hall, Sect master, a disciple has an urgent matter to report. What is it? Speak. Yunyan's authoritative voice echoed from the elevated platform within the hall. Sect master, the Empire's Princess Yaoya has arrived at the mountain gate. Stating her intention to pay her respects, the guarding disciple reported. Princess Yaoya wishes to visit me? Yunyan's beautiful eyes flickered with contemplation at the disciple's announcement. What could the royal family be scheming? Have they perhaps sensed something? Inside the hall, the elders of the Yunlan sect began to murmur among themselves upon receiving this news. The Empire's Grand Princess is a potential heir to the imperial throne. Her motives could be manifold. Her sudden arrival at our Yunlan sect is likely not without ulterior motives. If these two had come alone, it might be possible to detain them for leverage. As Yunshan had previously disclosed some of his plans to certain trusted elders within the Yunlan sect, the current discussions were tinged with significant malice towards the Empire's Grand Princess. Come, let us go and meet Princess Xiao. At the innermost seat of the Grand Hall, after a moment of contemplation, Yun rose and waved her sleeve, then proceeded to walk towards the hall's exit. Observing this, Nalan Yanran and the assembly of elders swiftly followed in her wake. Within the confines of the Yunlan sect, Yun harbored no fear of any tricks that Princess Xiao might attempt. Before long, she led a large entourage out of the Grand Hall and into the expansive square before it. At the edge of her vision, two young maidens came into view. Upon spotting Xiao and the little girl, Yun extended her spiritual sense to ascertain the surroundings and found no other formidable auras, murmuring to herself, "It appears the royal guardians have not accompanied them." Soon, as the two parties met, a smile graced Yun's face, and she addressed Xiao first, saying, "It is indeed a rare honor to welcome the esteemed princess to our Yunlan sect." After acknowledging the sect leader, Xiao remarked that her visit was rather abrupt and hoped not to be reprimanded. Despite the potent aura and the commanding presence exuded by Yun, Xiao did not falter, responding with calm composure. As Xiao spoke, Yun's gaze meticulously swept over her and the little girl, and she felt a surge of astonishment. What an enigma their cultivation levels presented. Xiao and the little girl did not surpass Yun's own prowess, yet their current levels were significantly divergent from the intelligence previously gathered by the Yunlan sect. Just as Yun pondered their unusual cultivation, Xiao spoke again. "I have heard that sect leader Yun has recently acquired some supreme treasures from Boss Yi, enabling her to ascend to the Douzong realm. I have come to offer my congratulations." Boss Yi? Upon hearing this, both Yun and Nalan Yanran exchanged surprised glances. While the happenings surrounding the jar shop were no longer a secret within the Yunlan sect, they could instinctively sense that Princess Xiao seemed to have some acquaintance with Yun. After all, the cultivation levels of both young women far exceeded those of their peers, which was quite abnormal. Particularly, Xiao had reached the pinnacle of the Great Dome Master Realm, a mere step away from entering the Doling Realm, a far cry from the information previously held by the Yunlan sect. Thus, Yun deduced from the tone in which Xiao mentioned Boss Yi that she had indeed visited Yun's jar shop. "Thank you for your kind congratulations, Princess. Our sect has indeed made a breakthrough to the Douzong realm." After a brief pause, Yun replied with great composure. "Sect leader Yun, I have heard that anything can be obtained from Boss Yi's jar shop. Might I inquire if you have unearthed any other treasures?" Upon receiving Yun's affirmative response, Xiao feigned ignorance of the jar shop, inquiring further. Confronted by Xiao's direct inquiry, Yun contemplated her response without giving an immediate answer. Noticing Yun's silence, Xiao smiled and said, "Master Yun, I am exceedingly curious. Might you indulge my curiosity?" Inwardly, Nalan Yanran mused about how adept Princess Xiao was at feigning innocence. Even at this moment, she assumed we were unaware of her visit to the jar shop. "Your Highness, the items offered in that jar shop, apart from the divine elixir, are mostly trifles. I am well aware of this, so let Yanran explain." While Nalan Yanran pondered, Yun turned to her and said softly, "Yanran, since the princess is so curious, why don't you enlighten her?" "Understood, Master." Yanran nodded upon receiving Yun's instruction. "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With a smile, Yun concluded her statement and departed with the elders. Realizing Yun's intention, Nalan Yanran extended her hand towards Princess Xiao and proposed, "Your Highness, let us converse in the adjacent hall." Very well. Xiao felt a sense of ease at Yanran's invitation. Possessing the Book of Death, she could summon 8 fighters of Douwang level, and with the little girl able to summon the 6th-tier beast Tebas, she harbored no fear of any schemes from Nalan Yanran, as long as the 2 Douzong experts within Yunlan's sect did not intervene. Before long, Nalan Yanran led Xiao and the little girl away from the Grand Plaza to the vicinity of Yunlan's sect's main hall. However, she did not guide them to the main hall, but continued towards a nearby side hall. Upon reaching the vicinity of this side hall, Xiao paused for a moment. For in her plan, the main hall of Yunlan's sect was intended as the placement location for invisible guards. Yet, their current position required them to walk a few more steps to establish the vantage point for deploying the invisible guards atop the Yunlan sect main hall. "Your Highness, what troubles you? Why have you suddenly halted?" Nalan Yanran, walking ahead, noticed Xiao's sudden stillness and inquired curiously. "Nalan Yanran, I must say, The grandeur of your Yunlan sect's main hall is truly magnificent. Such architecture is unlikely to be found elsewhere in the empire. As she extolled the virtues of the main hall, Yaoye continued to move forward. Nalan Yanran found Yaoye's sudden praise peculiar, coming from a royal background. She had surely encountered countless impressive structures. Why would she express such admiration for a sect's main hall? Though puzzled, Nalan Yanran responded with a smile. Your Highness, you flatter us. How could the hall of Yunlan sect compare to the vastness of the imperial palace? Princess, at present, within the grand hall, my esteemed master is engaged in discussions with the elders. As I, Nalan Yanran, interjected at that moment. Yaoye had already approached the range where she could position an invisible guard upon the hall's ceiling. With a mere thought, a stationary, concealed sentinel silently took its place atop the Yunlan sect's main hall. Simultaneously, a vivid image of Yun conversing with a group of elders in the sect's hall materialized in Yaoye's mind. Furthermore, the area monitored by this invisible guard encompassed not only the expansive square in front of the Yunlan sect, but also the line of sight of over 10 auxiliary halls, including the main hall itself. Elated by this newfound perspective, Yaoye felt a surge of excitement. Although the invisible guard could only provide visual information without sound, it sufficed for her purposes. From the actions of the Yunlan sect, Yaoye had her methods to deduce various matters, and most significantly, with the invisible sentinel at the foot of the mountain and the one atop the grand hall, she could virtually anticipate all major maneuvers of the Yunlan sect. Very well, Sister Yanran. I merely wish to take a closer look. Let us proceed. Yaoye's tone brimmed with joy as she spoke. However, upon hearing this sudden shift in her demeanor, Nalan Yanran felt a twinge of unease. Yet, she brushed it aside and continued to lead Yaoye and the little girl towards the auxiliary hall. Upon entering, Nalan Yanran began to introduce some treasures she had acquired from Yi Yun's jar shop, naturally withholding mention of the more significant artifacts. Princess, this desert eagle is one of the treasures I obtained from Boss Ye's shop. As she spoke, she produced the pistol gifted to her by Dou Qi. The moment Yaoye beheld the firearm's design, her gaze sharpened, for this desert eagle bore a striking resemblance to the futuristic weapon she had previously unearthed. To her astonishment, she had also uncovered such a technological marvel. She pondered, I wonder how its power compares to that of my futuristic firearm. Just then, the little girl unexpectedly chimed in. You have a gun like this too. Oh, Princess Yaoye, do you possess the same item? Nalan Yanran's eyes glimmered with a barely perceptible smile upon hearing the girl's words. In response, Yaoye shot a fierce glare at the little girl. Oh no, my sister had warned me to never reveal that I had unearthed treasures from the jar shop. After Nalan Yanran posed her question, the little girl quickly realized she had caused trouble again. She glanced at Yaoye, who was glaring at her, and her heart raced with anxiety. It is merely a toy crafted by some servants in the palace, resembling your appearance, Sister Yanran. In the midst of the conversation, Yaoye feigned nonchalance, hoping to gloss over the matter. Upon hearing her words, the little girl eagerly nodded, exclaiming, Indeed, it is merely a toy. Haha. It is no wonder that the royal palace is filled with extraordinary individuals. I must visit one day. Nalan Yanran chuckled lightly, choosing not to expose the pretense. Chapter 336. Yaoye probes into the treasures of the Yunlan sect. Haha, those are trivial items, hardly worthy of attention, Sister Yanran. Why not allow us to witness the might of this desert eagle? Yaoye proposed with a smile upon hearing Nalan Yanran's remark. The desert eagle can only breach the shields of Dou Qi warriors. It cannot harm a grand Dou Qi. Nalan Yanran nonchalantly handed the desert eagle to Yaoye, appearing utterly unconcerned. Only capable of injuring Dou Qi cultivators? Yaoye took the desert eagle, aiming its muzzle at the floor beside her, her finger gently resting on the trigger. Bang! In the next instant, a bullet struck the floor before the three of them, producing a thunderous sound. The sudden noise caused the little girl to instinctively cover her ears. Clearly startled, the sturdy floor was punctured, leaving a small hole and sending sparks flying. Sister Yanran, this gun can indeed unleash such formidable power against ordinary metals. It is truly remarkable. Yaoye marveled while toying with the desert eagle, though she felt a twinge of disdain within. For its power paled in comparison to her futuristic weaponry. Your Highness, the desert eagle is not as impressive as you claim. It contains only a few metallic pellets. Each shot diminishes its capacity, and I cannot replicate the materials within. Thus, once the pellets are expended, it becomes worthless. Nalan Yanran replied with a wry smile upon hearing Yaoye's words. Oh, hearing Nalan Yanran's explanation, Yaoye felt a surge of delight within, and she promptly returned the desert eagle to Nalan Yanran, expressing a hint of apology. Since the metallic pellets cannot be replicated, I shall refrain from wasting it. Your Highness, such modesty. It is merely a trinket. If you wish to experiment, please feel free to do so, Nalan Yanran said politely. Yet she still reached out to reclaim the desert eagle, as she had developed a fondness for it. As soon as Nalan Yanran took hold of the desert eagle, the little girl excitedly chimed, "Great. Let me give it a try." Yao Ye's expression froze at the utterance of the little girl's words, feeling somewhat speechless. Nalan Yanran, having already committed herself, could not retract her words and handed the desert eagle back to the little girl. Upon receiving the desert eagle, the little girl immediately grasped the handle, aimed it at the ground before her, and pulled the trigger. Bang! As the bullet was discharged, it struck the ground, creating a small hole. Bang! Bang! The delightful sounds of gunfire no longer frightened the little girl. Instead, she reveled in the thrill of the experience. "Yaya, that's enough. You're ruining the floor here," Yaya interjected, observing the little girl incessantly pulling the trigger. Click! Click! However, after Yaya's admonition, she realized that the desert eagle in the little girl's hands was out of ammunition. No matter how fervently she pulled the trigger, no bullets would emerge. Oh no! It won't shoot anymore. The little girl promptly lost interest in the desert eagle and returned it to Nalan Yanran. Witnessing the few remaining bullets being squandered, Nalan Yanran felt a pang of regret but refrained from expressing her displeasure. "Yanran, I wonder if you have any other treasures obtained from Boss Yi that you could show me and Yaya." After encountering the desert eagle, Yaya eagerly requested to see more. After a moment of contemplation, Nalan Yanran produced a capsule the size of a fingertip. Holding the capsule, she spoke with a hint of regret, "Princess Chong, you must have heard that Boss Ye's jar shop sells each jar for 100,000 gold coins, and only 5 jars are sold each day before closing. Hence, the treasures I've acquired are quite limited, consisting solely of these little trinkets." "Is that a universal capsule?" Upon seeing the small capsule in Nalan Yanran's hand, Yaya thought to herself, "I must be correct. It is undoubtedly a universal capsule. This little item." The little girl, noticing the capsule, almost blurted out that she possessed one too, but she quickly altered her response, asking, "How peculiar. Did you also acquire it from Boss Yi? What does it do?" This time, the little girl had demonstrated some wisdom. Yaya felt a surge of joy at the little girl's words. This item, known as the Universal Capsule, possesses the unique ability to shrink objects and store them within its capsule space, but it can only contain one item, Nalan Yanran explained. After hearing her explanation, both Yaya and the little girl showed little reaction, for they had already experimented with such capsules several times. "Yanran, do you truly have no other treasures from the jar shop?" Yaya disregarded the universal capsule and continued to feign curiosity and anticipation. Nalan Yanran felt troubled. She had initially hoped to prolong the conversation about the universal capsule, allowing them to experiment with it a few more times to pass the time, but to her surprise, neither Yaya nor the little girl had shown any interest in it. Nalan Yanran hesitated momentarily before continuing. "There is indeed another matter, which is that this item possesses tremendous lethality and is somewhat perilous." "Tremendous lethality? Somewhat perilous? Has the Yunlan sect finally deemed it appropriate to present such a formidable object to me?" Upon hearing this, Yao Ye's heart began to flutter with excitement. To gain prior knowledge of the formidable treasures possessed by the Yunlan sect was undoubtedly a boon for their royal family. In the next moment, Yao Ye eagerly inquired, "Sister Yanran, what is this lethal object? I am quite eager to behold it." "This," Nalan Yanran declared, as a metallic cylinder materialized in her hand, exquisitely crafted. "This object is known as the Peacock Feather, containing 356 concealed weapons of 12 distinct categories, each capable of inflicting piercing, explosive, toxic, and various other forms of harm. However, after its previous use, it was discovered that several weapons were missing during the reloading process. Thus its potency may be somewhat diminished compared to before," Nalan Yanran explained with a serious demeanor. Chapter 337, Awaiting the Long-Expected Haiba Dong. It turns out this item is a concealed weapon with such a myriad of harmful capabilities. Fortunately, it is a consumable. Should too many weapons be lost upon its next use, it would be rendered ineffective. Upon hearing Nalan Yanran's exposition, Yao Yi immediately discerned the crucial point. "Sister Yanran, the Yunlan sect possesses such a rare treasure. It truly is a matter worthy of celebration," Yao Yi remarked with a smile, realizing that the peacock feather was a consumable. Naturally refraining from requesting Nalan Yanran to demonstrate its use. "Esteemed princesses, this is nearly all the treasures I possess. I believe you both have heard of the others," Nalan Yanran stated calmly as she stored away the peacock feather. "Indeed, I am grateful to Sister Yanran for allowing me to witness these wondrous treasures." Yao Yi nodded appreciatively. In the ensuing moments, Yao Yi engaged in casual conversation with Nalan Yanran before bidding her farewell and departing the Yunlan sect with the little girl. On their descent, the little girl cheerfully remarked, "Sister, didn't Nalan Yanran mention that Boss Ye's jar shop only sells 5 jars a day? It seems they haven't visited the jar shop during this time." Observing the innocent expression of the little girl, Yao Yi gently tapped her on the head and sighed. "Yao Yu, your thinking is rather simplistic." Nalan Yanran merely stated that intentionally, Do you not recall what the assistant, Sister Xiao, mentioned earlier? She said that 2 sisters had previously arrived with an invisibility cloak. Those 2 must certainly be Nalan Yanran and the Master of Yun Yun. So that is how it is. Upon hearing Yaya's words, the little girl pouted and murmured, "They are all deceiving us. They clearly know that Bosya's shop can sell jars indefinitely every day, yet they pretend to be oblivious." In response, Yaya remarked as she walked, "Are we not also deceiving them? No one wishes to lay bare their secrets before potential adversaries, just like the trinkets that Nalan Yanran displayed earlier. They are merely harmless baubles intended to lull us into a false sense of security." "Ah, I see," the little girl remarked thoughtfully. With 2 Dozong experts now in Yunlan sect, as long as Bosya's jar shop has sufficient financial resources, it can swiftly produce jars and amass treasures. If the Yunlan sect finds themselves financially constrained, they may very well set their sights on our royal family, seeking to plunder us. Therefore, we must remain vigilant. Yaya continued to analyze the situation for the little girl, emphasizing that they had successfully executed their plan by discreetly placing 2 hidden guards within the Yunlan sect. Should there be any unusual movements on their part, she would be able to detect it and prepare accordingly. Indeed, if they dare to seize our belongings, I shall summon the Shadow Bear to teach them a lesson. The little girl replied earnestly, fully absorbing Yaya's teachings. In Mo City, outside Yi Yun's shop, the white-haired Hebadong had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time, while the 3 individuals punished by the little healer were already on the brink of collapse. Hebadong gently stroked the ice spirit mystic flood dragon on his shoulder, murmuring to himself, "I wonder when the little healer will open the door? Bossy, breakfast is ready for you. Please rise and eat." Meanwhile, within Yi Yun's estate, the little healer had prepared 2 bowls of noodles and set them on the dining table before calling out to Yi Yun. Upon hearing her voice, Yi Yun slowly rose and, after a short while, took his seat at the table. Noticing Yi Yun was up, the little healer cheerfully said, "Bossy, it's getting late. I shall go open the shop now." With that, she picked up her bowl of noodles and headed towards the estate's exit. Watching her retreating figure, Yi Yun picked up his chopsticks and placed some noodles in his mouth, feeling quite pleased with the assistant he had recruited. The little healer not only prepared delicious meals for him daily, but was also remarkably diligent at work, saving Yi Yun a great deal of trouble. Before long, the shop's door swung open with the little healer's emergence, revealing Hebadong, whose face was adorned with a broad smile. "Ah, Mr. Hebadong, you are here so early." Upon seeing him at the freshly opened door, the little healer greeted him joyfully. "Have you had breakfast yet?" Hebadong's gaze fell upon a bowl of noodles held by the young healer, the enticing aroma wafting from it igniting a flicker of appetite within him. Upon hearing her words, he naively assumed she might invite him to partake in a bowl as well, so he ventured, "Well, I arrived early and have yet to have breakfast." "Oh, Mr. Hebadong, you haven't had breakfast yet?" The young healer, displaying a genuine concern for her patrons, suggested directly. "Why not have your breakfast first before coming back?" Taken aback, Hebadong realized she merely offered a polite remark without any intention of treating him to a meal. No, I will proceed to open my jar first," he replied, waving his hand dismissively. At his level of cultivation, fasting had become quite effortless. He would not waste time on breakfast when he could be opening jars. "Very well, then please come inside," the healer said, stepping into the shop and placing the bowl on the counter. Without a moment's hesitation, Hebadong laid a pile of gold coins on the counter before her. "Young healer, I would like an orange jar, please," he stated directly. "Mr. Hebadong, didn't you mention yesterday that you had little gold? What has changed?" she inquired curiously. Noticing the heap of coins he had placed on the counter, she recalled that just the day before, he had exchanged various precious items for jars. "These coins," Hebadong explained calmly, "were taken from those 3 kneeling fellows outside. Not long after the jar shop closed last night, their elders brought a large group here. Concerned they might disturb your rest, I took it upon myself to teach them a lesson. These coins are their tribute to me." His expression remained serene, leaving the truth of his words uncertain. "Ah, I see." The young healer nodded lightly, refraining from further inquiry. With a gentle wave of her arm, she collected all the gold coins from the counter before turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it on the counter. Chapter 338. Hebadong breaks through to Dozong. As the long-anticipated orange jar appeared before him, Hebadong felt a surge of excitement. However, this time, he refrained from violently shattering the jar. Instead, he delicately adjusted its position, moving it slightly away from the bowl of noodles on the counter. Once the orange jar was distanced, he raised his palm and lightly tapped the surface. Crack! Although Hebadong exerted minimal force, the orange jar shattered into countless fragments under his touch. In the next moment, the splintered pieces transformed into a dazzling array of radiant light, obscuring Hebadong's view entirely. Even the young healer, who was still savoring her noodles nearby, could not discern the spectacle within the brilliantly shimmering glow. Uncertain of what treasures might manifest this time, Hai Buodong rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Soon, as the radiant light faded, the items upon the counter were revealed. There, resting quietly, was a blue elixir, emanating a faint azure glow. Strangely, however, no medicinal aroma wafted from the pill. This was a divine elixir. According to the young healer's words from the previous day, such a potion could directly enhance one's cultivation by a decade. Gazing at the blue elixir on the counter, Hai Buodong's heart swelled with excitement. Just yesterday, he had witnessed the old fellow, Jia Xingtian, break through to the Dou Zone realm after consuming such a divine pill. Yet, amidst his exhilaration, a sense of trepidation crept into Hai Buodong's heart. He had listened intently to the conversation between Jia Xingtian and his two granddaughters. This kind of divine elixir came in 3 tiers. The basic elixir, which granted 3 years of cultivation, the intermediate elixir, enhancing 10 years, and the advanced elixir, which could bestow a remarkable 30 years of cultivation in one go. All 3 types bore no distinct fragrance, making it impossible to discern them by mere sight. With this thought, Hai Buodong stifled his excitement and feigned calmness as he inquired of the young healer, who was diligently savoring her noodles. "Might you assist me in discerning the grade of this divine elixir I have procured?" Upon hearing Hai Buodong mention he had discovered a divine elixir, the young healer promptly turned her gaze to the left counter. "Ah, it truly is a divine elixir," she exclaimed, her tone tinged with envy as she beheld the blue pill resting upon the counter. "Mr. Hai Buodong, your fortune today is remarkable. You've unearthed such a treasure with your very first jar. Indeed, today's luck is quite splendid." Hai Buodong chuckled lightly in response, then quickly pressed on, "Please, young healer, do tell me which of the 3 types this elixir belongs to." "Certainly, Mr. Hai Buodong." The young healer swallowed the noodles in her mouth and promptly utilized the ability bestowed upon her by Yi Yun to examine the blue elixir. In the next moment, a piece of information appeared before her eyes. Intermediate experience elixir, a wondrous potion from a gaming world. Consuming it will enhance one's cultivation by 10 years. Astonished to find yet another intermediate elixir, the young healer marveled at Mr. Hai Buodong's extraordinary luck today. After digesting the information regarding the blue elixir, she earnestly declared, "Mr. Hai Buodong, congratulations. This is an intermediate divine elixir, capable of elevating your cultivation by 10 years. Intermediate divine elixir." Upon hearing the young healer's words, the tension in Hai Buodong's heart finally eased. Although he did not obtain the legendary advanced divine elixir, Hai Buodong felt no regret. He was a contented individual, and he considered himself fortunate to have received even the basic divine elixir. After calming his inner emotions, Hai Buodong gently pinched the intermediate experience elixir on the counter, examining it closely before decisively bringing it to his lips. Just then, the blue elixir transformed into a radiant blue light and surged into his mouth. Surprised by this development, Hai Buodong's expression suddenly changed dramatically. Within him, a surge of immense energy erupted, coursing vigorously throughout his body. This energy was vast and powerful, yet reassuringly gentle. Logically, such a tremendous force could have overwhelmed him, but at that moment, he felt no destructive force wreaking havoc within him. Relieved by this realization, Hai Buodong began to refine the energy within his body. However, he soon furrowed his brow, discovering that he seemed unable to absorb this energy. It felt as though some power was suppressing the energy within him, preventing any breakthrough. Suddenly, he recalled that the young healer had mentioned yesterday that, for certain reasons, breakthroughs could not be achieved within the confines of the elixir shop. One must venture outside. With this thought in mind, Hai Buodong excitedly turned to the young healer and said, "Dear healer, please continue to eat. I must step outside for a moment." Hearing his words, the young healer nodded and returned to her meal. Hai Buodong then promptly turned and walked toward the entrance of the elixir shop. As he stepped outside, the previous sense of oppression vanished from him. Moreover, he could distinctly feel the once irretrievable energy within him beginning to actively surge toward his limbs and bones. Realizing this, Hai Buodong swiftly sat down at the entrance of the shop, fully concentrating on absorbing this immense energy. The energy was indeed colossal, though not wildly chaotic. Its intensity demanded Hai Buodong's utmost caution. As time passed, his aura continuously ascended, rapidly reaching the pinnacle of the Dou Emperor level. Just when Hai Buodong thought this was the end, the residual energy propelled him into the realm of the Dou Zone. Although he had only just reached the initial stage of a 1-star Dou Zone, the aura he emanated was several times stronger than when he was a Dou Emperor. Haha, who would have thought that I, Hai Buodong, would be blessed with such fortune? Sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the elixir shop, he erupted into hearty laughter upon sensing the transformation in his cultivation. In recent days, the extraordinary adventures he has encountered surpass the experiences of the preceding decades. At this moment, as Hai Buodong breaks through to the Dou Zone level, The suppressed thought within him finally resurfaces. Chapter 339, Requesting Yiyun. At this moment, as Hai Buodong achieves his breakthrough, the repressed notion in his heart blossoms anew. Decades ago, Hai Buodong was a spirited individual of great prowess, with few rivals in the empire of Jiama. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, he ventured deep into the desert and encountered Queen Medusa, who ultimately sealed his cultivation, leaving him to languish in a remote border town for many years. His feelings towards Queen Medusa are a blend of hatred and fear. Even after consuming the divine bean yesterday to dispel the seal and restore his peak strength, with the assistance of the 6th-tier ice spirit profound flood dragon, he had intended to prepare further before seeking revenge. Yet now, having achieved the rank of Douluo, he is unburdened by such hesitations. The day after tomorrow, he will set forth to resolve the grievances of the past with Queen Medusa. Hai Buodong mused, aware that the mysterious jar shop remains in any location for only 3 days before its enigmatic proprietor employs magical means to relocate it. Not lingering outside, the newly ascended Douluo entered the shop with purpose. At that moment, Xiao Yixian had already finished her noodles, placing the bowl at the edge of the counter. Mr. Hai Buodong, congratulations on your breakthrough to Douluo, she exclaimed, wiping her mouth as she extended her congratulations upon seeing him enter. This is all thanks to the treasures in the shop. Hai Buodong replied with a beaming smile, swiftly approaching the counter. He grandly placed 1,000,000 gold coins atop it and declared, Miss Xiao Yixian, please prepare another orange jar for me. Just yesterday, he had been devoid of gold coins. Yet today he displayed such extravagance, evidently not merely due to the offerings of the noblemen of Mo City as he claimed. Xiao Yixian glanced at the pile of gold coins, then waved her hand to collect them all, softly responding, very well, Mr. Hai Buodong, please wait a moment. With that, she turned, deftly retrieving an orange jar from the shelf before placing it on the counter. Despite having opened many orange jars before, each time fills Hai Buodong with excitement. As the jar was set before him, he earnestly closed his eyes in prayer. Then, extending his palm, he struck the jar with determination. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered into countless pieces. In the next moment, the scattered fragments of the jars transformed into a dazzling aurora, obscuring the vision of Hai Buodong and the little medicine fairy entirely. A tremendous explosion. Hai Buodong's eyes burned with intensity as he gazed at the radiant light emanating from the counter. The little medicine fairy, having finished her meal, directed her attention towards the jars opened by Hai Buodong, patiently awaiting the revelation of the treasures concealed within the luminous glow. Before long, under the watchful eyes of Hai Buodong and the little medicine fairy, the radiant light from the counter gradually dissipated, unveiling its contents. Upon seeing what lay atop the counter, Hai Buodong's expression shifted dramatically. There, resting quietly, was an arm. Intricate Qilin tattoos adorned the arm, exuding an eerie aura. An arm. Is it truly a treasure? Could it be that I am to attach this arm to myself, thereby becoming a being with 3 limbs? Hai Buodong pondered in astonishment. On the other hand, the little medicine fairy, upon first laying eyes on the arm, immediately recalled the Qilin arm previously revealed by the alchemist. Could this be the Qilin arm? She gasped. Hearing her words, Hai Buodong turned to her, inquiring, Little medicine fairy, have you seen this before? Yes, I have observed others unearthing similar arms from jars before. But perhaps it is merely a matter of resemblance, the little medicine fairy replied cautiously, refraining from making any definitive statements until she could ascertain the truth. Let me take a closer look, she said earnestly to Hai Buodong. Your assistance is greatly appreciated, little medicine fairy. Hai Buodong responded with polite gratitude. In the next instant, the little medicine fairy invoked the invincible domain bestowed upon her by Yiyun, directing her gaze towards the peculiar arm on the counter. Swiftly, information regarding the arm materialized before her eyes. Qilin arm, originating from the world of wind and cloud, imbued with the essence of the divine beast Qilin. It possesses the strength of the Qilin, impervious to blades and bullets, resistant to extremes of heat and cold, and endowed with immense power. Indeed, it is the Qilin arm. After perusing the arm's description, the little medicine fairy mused inwardly. Subsequently, she turned to Hai Buodong and declared, This is the Qilin arm. Steeped in the essence of a divine beast, impervious to weapons, unaffected by fire or water, and endowed with remarkable strength. The mention of the Qilin arm left Hai Buodong astounded. Although he was unfamiliar with the Qilin, a creature bearing the name of a divine beast must possess formidable power, perhaps even that of a celestial entity. Yet, what purpose does such an arm serve? Hai Buodong quickly grasped the crux of the matter and directly asked the little medicine fairy, given the Qilin arm's extraordinary capabilities, how exactly is it utilized? Well, Xiao Yixian had previously witnessed the process of Xiao Yin merging with the Qilin arm, which required severing one's own arm before attaching the Qilin arm. However, with the assistance of Yi Yun, Xiao Yin managed to replace his arm without any sensation of pain. A feat that Xiao Yixian did not possess the capability to replicate. What's the matter, Miss Xiao Yixian? Are you uncertain about how to utilize this arm? Seeing her hesitant demeanor, Hai Buodong could not help but press further. Noticing his persistence, Xiao Yixian directly responded, let me put it this way. To wield the Qilin arm, you must first sever your original arm and then attach this one. The notion of severing his own hand to affix the Qilin arm left Hai Buodong with a furrowed brow and a sense of unease. Although the Qilin arm would not result in him possessing 3 hands, the thought of cutting off his own arm was daunting. Observing his hesitation, Xiao Yixian spoke gently, Mr. Hai Buodong, considering your status as a significant client, if you truly wish to merge with this Qilin arm, I can enlist the help of the store manager. He can perform the procedure painlessly and at an astonishing speed, completed in just 1 second. Chapter 340, Hai Buodong's Decision. The enigmatic store manager will assist me? A painless procedure, completed in a mere second? Upon hearing Xiao Yixian's words, Hai Buodong felt a surge of temptation. Firstly, he harbored ambitions regarding the Qilin arm, which promised invulnerability and immense strength. The prospect of enhancing his overall combat prowess was enticing. Secondly, he was eager to meet the mysterious and powerful manager from the upper realm, believing that not only would he successfully acquire the Qilin arm, but he would also forge an acquaintance with such a formidable entity, an opportunity too advantageous to overlook. Having come to a resolution, Hai Buodong smiled and replied, Then I shall trouble you, Miss Xiao Yixian. Very well, Mr. Hai Buodong. Please hold on for a moment. Upon confirming his decision to replace his arm with the Qilin arm, Xiao Yixian nodded, picked up her utensils, and proceeded towards a small passage at the back. Before long, Xiao Yixian had directly arrived at Yi Yun's estate. Strange, from the outside, this establishment appears rather modest. Could it truly harbor an expansive space within? The sudden disappearance of Xiao Yixian left Hai Buodong in a state of astonishment. Hai Buodong had perused ancient texts and acquired knowledge about the capabilities of powerful beings. For instance, now that his cultivation had reached the Dozone level, he no longer needed to rely on the flight of Dou Qi wings like a Dou Wang or Dou Huang. Instead, he could tread upon the void itself. As one ascended to the Dozoan tier, they began to grasp the power of space, enabling them to seal off areas and even traverse through the void itself. Ascending to the realm of Dou Saint allows one to carve out a personal space, thus creating a miniature world of their own. I ponder the implications of this. The proprietor of the jar shop is a formidable entity from the upper realms, possibly as powerful as the long-vanished Dou emperors of the continent. The ability to establish one's own space is merely a commonplace feat for such beings. Furthermore, the capability to relocate this space at will poses no significant challenge to them. Hai Buodong contemplated these thoughts, striving to quell the tumultuous excitement within him. Meanwhile, the petite healer had approached Yi Yun's south side within the estate. Boss Yi, she gently called out. What brings you here? Is there something amiss? Yi Yun inquired, tilting his head. Today, a customer obtained a Qilin arm from the orange jar, but to merge it, one must sever their original hand. Thus, I have come to request your assistance, Boss Yi. The petite healer replied with a smile. Oh, I see. Upon hearing her words, Yi Yun casually nodded. Retrieving a packet of cigarettes and swiftly extracting one to place between his lips, a habit he had cultivated after meals. Boss Yi, allow me to assist you. Observing this, the petite healer promptly produced a windproof lighter she had acquired from an ordinary jar the previous night, presenting it to Yi Yun. With a click, as she gently pressed the button, a small flame, barely the length of a finger, erupted from the lighter, swiftly igniting the end of the cigarette. Taking a deep inhale, Yi Yun exhaled slowly and murmured, Let us proceed. Delighted by his agreement, the petite healer immediately gestured invitingly. Yi Yun then rose slowly and made his way toward the shop. In a moment, Yi Yun and the petite healer suddenly materialized within the jar shop. Upon seeing their abrupt appearance, Hai Buodong hastily clasped his hands in greeting. I am Hai Buodong, honored to meet you, Boss Yi. Yi Yun, having casually observed the shop's affairs the previous day, felt little surprise upon encountering Hai Buodong. He delicately pinched the cigarette, exhaling a plume of thick smoke before casually stating, You wish to attach the Qilin arm, I presume? Curiosity stirred within Hai Buodong at the sight of the smoke. Yet he had no time to dwell on it, nodding earnestly. Indeed, Boss Yi, I am fully prepared to replace my arm with the Qilin arm. No sooner had Hai Buodong finished speaking than Yi Yun's right hand transformed into a blade, slicing through the air toward Hai Buodong's left arm. Bang! In the next instant, Hai Buodong's left arm fell away. Although the petite healer had witnessed a similar scene before, her heart still raced at the sight. In the vicinity of Haibadong, he remained blissfully unaware of his severed arm. Had it not been for the gaze of the little healer, he would not have realized the extent of his injury. A sharp intake of breath escaped him, not out of pain, but rather from a sense of dread. Any ordinary individual, upon witnessing their own arms severed, would likely react similarly. Hebadong's response could be considered relatively composed. Indeed, as the little healer had indicated, the assistance provided by the proprietor, Yi, had resulted in no sensation of pain whatsoever. Hebadong mused inwardly, acknowledging that to sever one's own arm without shedding a drop of blood and without any discomfort was a feat beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. Yi was undoubtedly formidable. Meanwhile, upon severing Hebadong's arm, Yi raised his hand slightly, causing the Qilin arm resting on the counter to vanish from Hebadong's sight. Upon noticing the disappearance, Hebadong suddenly grasped the situation and quickly glanced at the site of his severed left arm. To his astonishment, he discovered that the Qilin arm had already fused seamlessly with his body. Is this truly the case? He tentatively moved his arm, instantly feeling a surge of immense power emanating from the left appendage, as if a divine force had been awakened within him. Simultaneously, he noticed an energy within his left arm that was in stark contrast to the icy power residing within him. Yet, remarkably, these two forces coexisted harmoniously within his being. Such an impressive technique. In less than a second, this powerful Qilin arm has perfectly integrated with my body. At that moment, Hebadong's gaze toward Yi was filled with increasing respect. Thank you, Senior Yi, he expressed gratefully. Yi, in turn, took another puff of his cigarette, nodding slightly with a calm demeanor. Observing Ye's relaxed enjoyment of the smoke, Hebadong could not contain his curiosity and inquired, Senior Yi, may I ask what it is that you are holding? Oh, this is a cigarette. Would you care for one? Yi replied. Can I also try this? Hebadong asked, visibly excited by Ye's response. Of course. Yi nodded gently, then produced a cigarette, employing a method from a previous life as he offered it to Hebadong. As a proprietor, it was not uncommon to share a cigarette with a customer. Thank you, Senior Yi, Hebadong said, stepping forward to respectfully accept the cigarette that Yi extended. Mr. Hebadong, would you like me to light it for you? The little healer asked, her eyes gleaming with a smile after he received the cigarette. With that, she produced a lighter, pressing the button to release a flame that danced upwards, a flickering blue flame reaching a half-finger's length. Thank you for your assistance. Upon witnessing the scene, Hebadong, seemingly intuitively, clutched a cigarette and brought the other end closer to the ethereal blue flame. He inhaled deeply, mimicking Yi Yun, then exhaled the smoke, a look of sheer delight suddenly gracing his face. Haha, this cigarette is truly marvelous, he exclaimed, reveling in the moment. Indeed, a single cigarette can bridge the gap between individuals. At this moment, sharing a smoke with Yi Yun, Hebadong felt the initial awkwardness dissipate. As both Yi Yun and Hebadong simultaneously indulged in their cigarettes, a beam of light unexpectedly descended from the ceiling before Hebadong. Initially taken aback, he quickly recalled witnessing such a phenomenon the previous day. It seemed that yet another individual had arrived via the VIP card. Hebadong mused internally, curious about who this newcomer might be. Yi Yun and the little medicine fairy also exhibited a glimmer of curiosity until the identity of the person was revealed. Even they remained in the dark. Moments later, the beam began to widen, gradually revealing a figure. When the light finally dissipated, the trio in the jar shop, Yi Yun, the little medicine fairy, and Hebadong, gazed in astonishment at the unexpected arrival. A graceful young maiden stood 2 meters away from Hebadong, clad in elegant attire. Her delicate visage untouched by any cosmetic enhancement, she embodied natural beauty, her long, smooth hair casually tied back with a short green scarf, cascading to her waist. The refreshing light green garments beautifully accentuated her budding form. Though her modest bosom was still youthful, it radiated the allure of youth. A casual purple sash encircled her slender waist, exquisitely outlining her graceful curves. Her demeanor exuded a serene, ethereal quality, reminiscent of a budding lotus. At such a tender age, she already possessed an air of distinction. If she were to mature, she would undoubtedly blossom into a breathtaking beauty. It was none other than Xiao Suner. Upon recognizing the maiden, Yi Yun silently acknowledged that he was the only one familiar with her in the jar shop, while the little medicine fairy and Hebadong regarded her with curiosity. However, the little medicine fairy, now serving as Yi Yun's assistant, had shed her previous shyness. As soon as Xiao Suner appeared, she approached with a smile, courteously stating, "Welcome, esteemed guest. May I inquire your name?" Xiao Suner, having just arrived at the jar shop and noticing the little medicine fairy greeting her, felt a twinge of confusion as she did not recognize her. "I am the assistant hired by Boss Yi. I am the little medicine fairy." She introduced herself. "Assistant? You were actually hired by Boss Yi?" Upon hearing the introduction of the young healer, Xiao Suner expressed a hint of envy in her voice, yet responded politely, "Greetings, Miss Healer. I am Xiao Suner." However, in the next moment, as her gaze shifted, she spotted the ethereal Yi Yun exhaling clouds of vapor, and she could not contain her excitement, exclaiming, Boss Yi. I never anticipated that activating the VIP card would truly transport me here. Not long ago, after being brought back to the ancient clan, Xiao Suner had been fervently attempting to activate her VIP card daily, yet it yielded no response. This time, after 2 days of seclusion, she endeavored once more and was unexpectedly transported to this very place. Recently, I happened to return home for a while, and the jar shop was closed for some time. Consequently, all the VIP cards were rendered inactive, Yi Yun elucidated. Ah, I see, Xiao Suner replied, nodding in realization. So, Boss Yi, you made a trip home? Suddenly, it dawned on her that since Boss Yi hailed from the upper realm, a visit home implied a journey back to the upper realm itself. The thought left her somewhat astonished. Indeed, Boss Yi was remarkable, managing to traverse the upper realm in such a brief span of time. Once Xiao Suner grasped this, her attention was drawn to an elderly man with white hair present in the jar shop. If this young healer is Boss Yi's assistant, then surely this old man cannot be an assistant as well. If he is not an assistant, he must be a customer. I do hope he hasn't purchased all the jars today. The realization of Hai Buodong's presence stirred a tumult of emotions within Xiao Suner. If the jars were sold out, her opportunity to use the VIP card for transportation, which was limited to once a month, would be squandered. Yet in the next moment, as her gaze fell upon the shelves behind the counter, brimming with a dazzling array of jars, her confusion dissipated. Boss Yi, there are so many jars in the shop, Xiao Suner exclaimed in awe. In response, Yi Yun smiled and gestured toward the young healer. As Yi Yun's assistant, the young healer promptly responded, explaining to Xiao Suner with a smile, "My dear Suner, it is as follows. Not long ago, due to insufficient stock at Boss Yi's establishment, only 5 jars were sold each day. However, after his recent trip, he has ensured ample supply, so now there is no limit on jars. As long as you have sufficient funds, you may purchase as many as you desire." Upon hearing the young healer's words, Xiao Suner let out a sigh of relief. After a brief pause, the young healer continued, "Moreover, the current pricing structure at the jar shop has undergone some modifications. Ordinary jars remain at 100,000 gold coins each, while the red jars are priced at 500,000 gold coins apiece, and the orange jars require 1 million gold coins each. Moreover, customers who do not meet the requisite level may only purchase ordinary jars. It is only upon achieving the first tier that they may acquire the red jars, and upon reaching the second tier, they shall be granted the privilege to purchase the finest orange jars." In Chapter 342, the vast financial resources of Xiao Suner are revealed. As the little healer elucidated the new regulations of the jar shop, Xiao Suner listened intently, her heart brimming with curiosity regarding the jars priced at 100,000 gold coins each. However, Xiao Suner, now the declared heir of the ancient clan's leader, did not possess such mundane items as gold coins. Previously, the shopkeeper permitted the use of other items of equivalent value in exchange for these jars. She wondered if this rule had been altered. If she could not exchange other treasures for jars, it would indeed be troublesome. After reflecting for a moment, Xiao Suner directly inquired of the little healer, "Dear healer, might I ask if it is still permissible to use other treasures to offset the gold coins?" "That is indeed feasible." The little healer quickly nodded in response to Xiao Suner's query. "Is that so? How splendid." Hearing this, joy illuminated Xiao Suner's face as she produced a yellow scroll, extending it towards Yi Yun. "Shopkeeper Yi, could you please assess if this combat technique scroll can be exchanged for a red jar?" she asked with eager anticipation. In response, Yi Yun candidly remarked, "If you wish to purchase a jar, simply consult my assistant." "Is that so?" Taken aback by Yi Yun's words, Xiao Suner turned to the little healer and said, "Dear healer, would you kindly assist me in determining how many gold coins this scroll can be exchanged for?" "Ah, young lady, please do not cut in line. I arrived first, and thus should be afforded the opportunity to purchase a jar before you." Upon witnessing Xiao Suner's actions, Hai Buodong became slightly agitated. He had already spent considerable time listening to the little healer explain the new rules to Xiao Suner, and now she seemed intent on purchasing a jar ahead of him, which he certainly found intolerable. Although Xiao Suner was a candidate for the clan leader and held a position of great esteem, she understood that within Yi Yun's establishment, no matter how noble her status, she was devoid of any entitlement to arrogance. Thus, upon hearing Hai Buodong's words, she expressed a hint of regret, saying, "My apologies. Esteemed sir, I did not intend to cut in line. How about this? You may purchase a jar first, and I merely wish for the little healer to assist me in appraising how many gold coins my scroll can offset." Xiao Suner's response greatly pleased Hai Buodong. Nodding slightly, he stepped forward, confidently placing 100,000 gold coins upon the counter, only to swiftly change his demeanor, smiling broadly at the little healer as he said, "Dear healer, I would kindly request another orange jar. The Qilan arm I just acquired is truly a remarkable treasure." The Qilan arm. Upon hearing the words of Hai Buodong, a tall, youthful figure suddenly flashed through Xiao Suner's mind. It is no wonder that she felt a sense of familiarity when she beheld the old gentleman's left arm. It turns out he, like her brother Xiao Yan, has manifested the mythical Qilan arm. At this moment, Xiao Suner was unexpectedly stirred by a wave of nostalgia for Xiao Yan, her thoughts becoming quite tumultuous. The next instant, just as Xiao Suner intended to inquire about Xiao Yan, the little medical fairy interrupted her reverie. Miss Xiao Suner, the value of this Earth-level primary martial technique scroll you possess is estimated to be at least 300,000 gold coins. If taken to an auction, it might fetch even more. However, my appraisal here may be lower than the market price, meaning that this scroll could purchase 6 red jars. After assessing the worth of the Earth-level martial technique in Xiao Suner's hand, the little medical fairy spoke earnestly. Thank you, little medical fairy, for your appraisal. The little medical fairy's quotation seemed rather reasonable. Upon hearing it, Xiao Suner felt a surge of joy. She possessed several such Earth-level techniques, and if they could all be exchanged for so many jars, she would no longer worry about insufficient funds to procure them. Earth-level martial techniques? Upon hearing the little medical fairy's assessment, Hai Buodong reacted with even greater astonishment than Xiao Suner. For one who could casually produce Earth-level techniques was no ordinary individual. Consequently, curiosity about Xiao Suner's identity began to stir within him. Meanwhile, after appraising the value of the martial technique scroll presented by Xiao Suner, the little medical fairy swiftly approached the counter to conduct business. Mr. Hai Buodong, I apologize for the wait, she said with a hint of regret, then glanced at the gold coins on the table. With this latest edition of 1 million gold coins, Hai Buodong had already presented a total of 3 million gold coins today. This sum is no trivial amount. In a small city like Mo City, the combined annual income of several prominent families might only amount to 4 or 5 million gold coins over the years. Thus, the fact that Hai Buodong could produce such a substantial amount at once suggests that the situation is far more complex than his previous claims of it being a gift from several noble families. It is likely that he engaged in some dubious dealings the previous night to acquire such wealth. However, these matters were of no concern to the little medical fairy. Her sole responsibility was to assist Yi Yun in selling jars, without delving into other affairs. Not long now, not long now. Hai Buodong waved his hand dismissively in response. Just as he finished speaking, the little medical fairy deftly retrieved an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placed it upon the counter. Xiao Suner couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance, pondering to herself, that orange jar, isn't it a vessel only available to second-tier VIPs? It turns out this esteemed gentleman is indeed a second-tier VIP at Master Ye's jar shop. Subsequently, as Xiao Suner watched Hai Buodong open the jar, she posed a question that had long lingered in her mind. Master Yi, might I inquire if my brother Xiao Yan has visited here using his VIP card during this period? Xiao Yan. Upon hearing Xiao Suner's words, Yi Yan suddenly recalled that when Xiao Yan had been in the shop, he had mentioned that if Xiao Suner were to come, he would inform her to meet him in the jar shop around mid-month. However, later, when Xiao Yan discovered that the shop had altered its regulations, allowing second-tier VIPs 2 teleportation opportunities per month, he changed his plans to the middle of this month. Thus, Yi Yun directly informed Xiao Suner, a few days ago, Xiao Yan visited the shop and asked me to relay to you that he wishes to meet you here in the jar shop around mid-month. To meet me in the jar shop at mid-month. So my brother Xiao Yan has been thinking of me all along. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Xiao Suner felt a surge of joy in her heart, but soon, her gleeful eyes dimmed. Unfortunately, this month's teleportation opportunity has already been used up, she sighed. Miss Xiao Suner, you need not worry. According to our shop's new regulations, customers holding a second-tier VIP card are entitled to 2 teleportation opportunities to our shop each month. Observing Xiao Suner's reaction, Yi Yan clarified. What? 2 teleportation opportunities? How wonderful. Master Yi, might I ask how one can acquire a second-tier VIP card? Has my brother Xiao Yan already attained that status? Xiao Suner eagerly posed 2 questions in succession. At that moment, the little doctor was engaged in business. So Yi Yan felt it inappropriate to have her explain to Xiao Suner and instead elaborated himself. Miss Xiao Suner, our shop's new regulation states that by accumulating a total expenditure of 2.5 million gold coins at the jar shop, one can become a second-tier VIP. As for Xiao Yan, he has indeed achieved second-tier status. I see, that's splendid. After listening to Yi Yun's explanation, Xiao Suner felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. The expenditure of 2.5 million was hardly a challenge for her. After all, that Earth-level combat skill scroll alone could be exchanged for 3 million gold coins. Having gleaned the answers she sought, Xiao Suner's attention shifted toward the counter. At that moment, the counter was enveloped in a radiant glow, obscuring everyone's view. However, the brilliance soon dissipated, revealing the items within. Before her lay a pair of golden wings, emanating a powerful surge of energy. Are these wings? Upon beholding the resplendent golden wings, Hai Buodong momentarily froze, recalling the recently fused Kirin arm that adorned him. He contemplated quietly. Could these wings also be affixed directly to one's body? Meanwhile, Xiao Yixian, upon the appearance of the golden wings on the counter, swiftly employed the ability bestowed upon her by Yi Yun to scan the information pertaining to these magnificent appendages. Heavenly Demon Phoenix Clan wings. These wings were left behind by a member of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix Clan, one of the 3 great beast families of the Dou Qi continent, who had reached the pinnacle of the 8th tier, renowned for their swiftness. These wings can be directly assimilated into the body or refined into special bone spurs through the cultivation of flight combat techniques. Oh, so they are the wings of a peak Dozuan powerhouse from one of the 3 major beast clans in this world. Upon absorbing this information, Xiao Yixian felt an overwhelming astonishment. Each item from a beast of such 8th tier pinnacle strength is a treasure in itself, let alone one belonging to the Heavenly Demon Phoenix Clan. Noticing the expression on Xiao Yixian's face, Hai Buodong eagerly inquired, Miss Xiao Yixian, have you discerned the origin of these wings? Yes, indeed. These wings hail from the Heavenly Demon Phoenix Clan, one of the 3 great beast families in this world. Xiao Yixian promptly informed Hai Buodong about the golden wings. Wings left behind by a peak 8th tier beast. Hearing her explanation, Hai Buodong was filled with excitement. With his knowledge, he was aware of the significance of the 3 great beast families. He understood that these wings belonged to a formidable beast who had attained the pinnacle of Dozuan, possessing immense power. Are these truly the wings of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix Clan? Xiao Suner, standing behind Hai Buodong, interjected with astonishment. Miss, do you possess knowledge of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix Clan? Hai Buodong, intrigued by Xiao Suner's surprise, turned to look at her. The Heavenly Demon Phoenix Clan is exceedingly renowned across the continent, with an abundance of powerful members. Most of their kin, upon reaching maturity, possess strength of 7th tier beasts or higher, and those with superior talent can easily ascend to the 8th tier. It is likely that there are 9th tier powerhouses among them. However, the clan adheres to a strict rule. When their members return to the ancestral land, they must leave behind all possessions, forbidding any items from remaining outside. Conversely, should outsiders tamper with the remains of a Heavenly Demon Phoenix Clan member, it would incite their wrath. Xiao Suner eloquently shared her insights with Hai Buodong and Xiao Yixian. The staggering power of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix Clan and their stringent clan rules. After grasping the situation, Hai Buodong suddenly felt that what he had acquired was not merely a treasure, but rather a hot potato. If it were to be discovered that he possessed the wings of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix Clan, particularly by members of the clan themselves, he would likely find himself pursued by formidable powerhouses from a vast beast family. Enough, enough, I shall forego these wings. With a shake of his head, Hai Buodong ultimately reached his decision. From his words, Xiao Suner discerned that he was wary of the clan rules of the Tianyao Phoenix tribe, fearing the repercussions that might ensue from claiming their wings. The next moment, she added, Esteemed sir, while the Tianyao Phoenix tribe is renowned across the continent, in the remote lands of the Northwest, there are few who could recognize these wings as belonging to them. Even if they do, it is unlikely they could establish a connection to the tribe. Therefore, as long as one does not encounter the members of the Tianyao Phoenix tribe directly while in possession of these wings, there is little cause for concern. Most of their kin remain within their ancestral lands, venturing out only rarely. Even among those few who do, the vast expanse of this continent renders the chances of crossing paths exceedingly slim. Upon hearing Xiao Suner's words, Hai Buodong mused to himself, it seems this young lady is not attempting to deceive me, but rather advising me to exercise caution in utilizing these wings of the Tianyao Phoenix tribe. At that moment, Hai Buodong suddenly altered his stance and expressed to Xiao Suner, Thank you for your wise counsel, young lady. After this, he turned to the little medical sage and inquired, Dear Miss Medical Sage, how might one properly employ these golden wings? Well, Mr. Hai Buodong, have you practiced any aerial combat techniques? The little medical sage replied with a smile. I have not practiced any aerial combat techniques. Upon hearing her response, Hai Buodong felt perplexed. What connection could there be between the two? Since you have not trained in aerial combat techniques, Mr. Hai Buodong, to utilize these golden wings, simply hold them and silently chant the fusion command. The little medical sage stated candidly after digesting Hai Buodong's response. Is that so? Upon hearing her words, Hai Buodong slowly extended his hand to touch the feathers of the golden wings. Immediately, a distinct metallic sensation coursed through his fingertips. The next moment, he silently intoned within his heart, fusion, as his thoughts resonated. The pair of golden wings he grasped instantly transformed into a stream of golden light that surged into his body. Subsequently, his back slightly swelled, and a pair of diminutive flesh wings sprouted symmetrically from his shoulders. So, this is how one fuses the wings left by a peak 8th tier magical beast. The items from the shop of Boss Yi are truly extraordinary. Feeling the peculiar sensation upon his back, Hai Buodong was filled with awe. Not only he, but even Xiao Suner, hailing from an ancient clan, was greatly astonished. According to reason, Hai Buodong's strength was far too insufficient to fuse such powerful wings, and the process of fusion was typically exceedingly complex. Yet, at Yi Yun's shop, it seemed as effortless as donning a piece of equipment. As Xiao Suner stood in astonishment, a thought crossed Hai Buodong's mind, and a magnificent pair of golden wings, spanning nearly 10 feet, unfolded behind him. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the rules of the potion shop, these wings could potentially expand to several times that size. Truly, these wings, remnants of an 8th-tier pinnacle magical beast, imbued Hai Buodong with an exhilarating sense of power. He laughed heartily, realizing that the speed conferred by these wings would allow him to effortlessly overpower ordinary high-level Dou Zone practitioners. Their strength was formidable enough to withstand direct assaults from typical Dou Zone experts, though whether Hai Buodong could endure such force was another matter entirely. "Miss Little Doctor, could you please fetch me a red jar?" Xiao Suner, well-versed in the shop's protocols, noted that Hai Buodong had previously acquired only one jar. Thus she requested just a single one as well. As she spoke, she placed the Dou Technique scroll, whose value had been appraised earlier by the Little Doctor, onto the counter. "Miss Xiao Suner, this Dou Technique scroll can be exchanged for 3 million gold coins. Why not purchase 4 red jars at once? This would elevate you to the 2nd tier, and I can issue you a 2nd-tier VIP card, with the remaining 1 million gold coins. You could then procure an orange jar," the Little Doctor suggested, eyeing the low-tier Dou Technique scroll on the counter. "Is that acceptable?" Xiao Suner glanced back at Hai Buodong, aware that her current rank was only 1st tier while he was 2nd tier, and she worried that his reaction to her acquiring 5 jars at once might be tumultuous. Noticing her gaze, Hai Buodong smiled and nodded, saying, "Miss, please proceed with your purchase. The ability to exchange a single item for 5 jars is indeed a testament to your prowess." Hai Buodong's words were heartfelt. When he had previously bought jars, he had often had to gather several scrolls to accumulate enough gold coins for just 1 jar. In contrast, Xiao Suner's low-tier Dou Technique scroll had exchanged for 3 million gold coins at once. Given that the Little Doctor had already indicated she would sell her jars of that value in a single transaction, Hai Buodong felt it unnecessary to voice any objections. Moreover, Xiao Suner's prior caution regarding a potential hidden risk associated with the golden wings had endeared her to Hai Buodong. Coupled with her ability to present a low-tier Dou Technique scroll for such a significant purchase, it was clear her background was extraordinary. Weighing all these factors, Hai Buodong chose to overlook the matter of her acquiring 5 jars at once. "Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Hai Buodong." Xiao Suner expressed her gratitude with a smile, then turned back to the Little Doctor, saying, "Little Doctor, please bring me 4 red jars." "Certainly, please hold on a moment." The Little Doctor replied with a sweet smile, promptly turning to retrieve 4 red jars from the shelf behind her and placing them on the counter. Following this, she extended a card to Xiao Suner with both hands, presenting it in a formal manner. "Miss Xiao Suner, here is your 2nd-level VIP card. Please keep it safe," Xiao Yixian said with a smile. "Thank you." As Xiao Suner looked at the 2nd-level VIP card handed to her by Xiao Yixian, she felt a deep sense of satisfaction. With this card, she would have another opportunity to teleport to the jar shop this month. Midway through the month, which is the day after tomorrow, she would finally meet the one she had been longing for, Xiao Yan. "Miss Xiao Suner, now that you are a 2nd-level VIP, may I ask how you wish to spend the remaining 100,000 gold coins? Would you prefer to purchase an orange jar, or continue with 2 red jars?" Xiao Yixian inquired with her trademark smile. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Suner responded, "I choose to purchase an orange jar." "Very well, I shall retrieve it for you at once." Upon hearing Xiao Suner's reply, Xiao Yixian turned and swiftly fetched an orange jar from the shelf, placing it on the counter. To Xiao Suner's astonishment, as soon as Xiao Yixian took 1 jar, a new one instantaneously appeared in its place on the shelf. It seemed that Boss Ye's supply was remarkably abundant. Xiao Suner reflected on this, then shifted her gaze to the 5 jars on the counter. Which one should she open first? Perhaps it would be best to start with the orange jar. Having made her decision, she extended her delicate, snow-white arm and gently tapped the sole orange jar on the counter. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered into pieces, and in an instant, the fragments transformed into a dazzling display of light, obscuring everyone's view. What wonders might this orange jar reveal to me? As Xiao Suner watched in anticipation, the radiant light gradually dissipated, unveiling the contents on the counter. There, amidst the remnants of the jar, appeared a small, fluffy, snow-white rabbit, no larger than a palm. Upon seeing the enchanting creature, Xiao Suner's eyes sparkled with delight, and Xiao Yixian beside her was equally mesmerized. Chapter 345. The Bodhi Pill Baptized by the 9-Colored Pill Thunder. "Wow, this little white rabbit is simply adorable," Xiao Yixian exclaimed. her eyes gleaming as she gazed at the rabbit on the counter. Xiao Suner shared her excitement, not at all concerned that an orange jar had yielded only a rabbit, which some might consider a disappointment. In contrast, Hai Buodong was not merely captivated by the rabbit's appearance. Since the moment the white rabbit had appeared, he sensed a tremendous surge of energy emanating from it, and the air was filled with an intoxicatingly rich fragrance. Inhaling the alluring fragrance, Hai Buodong's eyes sparkled with profound curiosity, for the scent emanating from the white rabbit bore an uncanny resemblance to the aroma of certain elixirs in this world. This rabbit was not only adorable, but its fragrance was equally delightful. The little medical sage continuously praised it. The energy fluctuations and this enchanting scent radiating from the rabbit were indeed peculiar. On the other hand, Xiao Suner, upon regaining her composure, discerned some anomalies. Although the rabbit was brimming with spiritual energy, it lacked the essence typical of living beings. Contemplating this, Xiao Suner directly inquired, "Little medical sage, this rabbit cannot possibly be an ordinary one, can it?" Upon hearing Xiao Suner's question, the little medical sage paused momentarily before recalling her ability bestowed by Yi Yun to examine the fluffy white rabbit. Instantly, a piece of information appeared before her eyes. Bodhi pill. This is an 8th grade pill that has undergone the baptism of the 9-color pill thunder. Although it does not enhance one's cultivation or possess healing properties, it can significantly increase the probability of a peak dozong expert breaking through to become a semi-saint. Ah, so this adorable little rabbit is actually a pill, and an 8th grade one that has experienced the 9-color pill thunder baptism at that. After reading the rabbit's description, the little medical sage was profoundly astonished. Observing the look of surprise on her face, Xiao Suner hurriedly asked, "Little medical sage, have you discerned something?" "Miss Xiao Suner, this rabbit is not a true rabbit. It is, in fact, a manifestation of a pill," the little medical sage elucidated. "Its name is Bodhi pill, an 8th grade pill that has undergone the 9-color pill thunder, possessing the potential to elevate a peak dozong expert to semi-saint status. The Bodhi pill, having undergone the 9-color pill thunder baptism, could potentially evolve into an extraordinary 9th grade pill, and its effects were astonishing." After hearing the little medical sage's explanation, Xiao Suner felt a surge of excitement. Although she hailed from an ancient clan with numerous dozong experts, only about 1% reached the saintly realm. This Bodhi pill could potentially introduce a new semi-saint powerhouse within her clan, filling her with immense joy. The value of this pill was staggering. If placed in an auction, it would likely surpass even advanced Earth-tier combat techniques. A desperate powerhouse might even offer heavenly-tier combat techniques in exchange. Just moments ago, Xiao Suner had acquired this priceless pill for merely 1/3 the price of a low-level Earth-tier combat technique scroll, garnering an unimaginable profit. 8th grade pill. At that moment, Hai Buodong, standing behind Xiao Suner, could not conceal his envy after hearing the little medical sage's account. In the Jiama Empire, a 7th grade pill was already a treasure beyond measure, scarcely heard of for hundreds of years. Yet here stood a young girl before him, having unveiled such a remarkable item from her first orange jar. The young girl, "I must say, your fortune is truly remarkable," Hai Buodong remarked enviously to Xiao Suner. Indeed, the first jar of the day has proven to be quite fortuitous. In response to Hai Buodong's words, Xiao Suner remained composed, and after uttering this phrase, she reached out her hand towards the white rabbit. Although the 8th grade elixir possessed a certain sentience and considerable agility, at that moment, Xiao Suner was its master. Thus, as she reached for it, the rabbit offered no resistance. Once she grasped the Bodhi elixir, it swiftly transformed from the form of the white rabbit into that of a pill, which she then promptly placed into a jade vial. Currently, there were still 4 crimson jars unopened on the counter. Without hesitation, Xiao Suner raised her hand and struck the first crimson jar. Crack! As her palm descended, the first crimson jar shattered into fragments. Immediately, the shards of the broken jar coalesced into a dazzling radiance, obscuring the vision of all present. The price of the crimson jars was significantly lower than that of the orange jars, so Xiao Suner's expectations for this round of opening were not particularly high. Soon, as the brilliance on the counter dissipated, the contents were revealed. There, atop the counter, lay a blue scroll. A scroll. Xiao Suner swiftly took hold of the scroll and unfurled it, 5 blue characters striking her gaze. Triple overlapping wave palm. This title suggested that it was a technique of water attribute cultivation. Xiao Suner murmured to herself, "Haha, Miss Xiao Suner, you are truly astute, just by the name. You deduce that this is a water attribute combat technique." Upon hearing her murmurs, the little medical fairy promptly conveyed the information she had gleaned. This scroll is a mid-level technique of the profound tier, and when cultivated to perfection, it can stack 3-fold power, significantly enhancing attack strength. So, merely a mid-level profound technique. After hearing the little medical fairy's detailed explanation, Xiao Suner immediately lost interest in this combat technique. It was preposterous to think that someone who could effortlessly exchange low-level earth techniques for gold coins would seek to cultivate a mid-level profound technique, especially one that did not align with her attributes. However, given that the Crimson Jar was valued at 500,000 gold coins, and the mid-level profound technique was worth approximately the same, it was not a loss after all. Thus, Xiao Suner calmly stored away the triple overlapping wave palm technique and proceeded to open the second Crimson Jar. On Haibuodong's side, Huazi had already drawn the last piece. Naturally, he would not carelessly discard it within Yi Yun's jar shop. Instead, he gently flicked it with his finger, and it arced gracefully through the air before landing outside the jar shop. Crack! Upon the counter, the second Crimson Jar was effortlessly shattered beneath Xiao Suner's gentle palm, subsequently transforming into a radiant glow that obscured the vision of all present. Chapter 346, 7th Order Beast Fire. The Birth of the Tri-Leaf Star Sunflower. With a crack, the second Crimson Jar was reduced to fragments under Xiao Suner's delicate touch, enveloping the surroundings in a dazzling light. The first Crimson Jar had unveiled a scroll of mid-level mysterious combat techniques. Thus, gazing at the resplendent glow emanating from the counter, Xiao Suner felt little anticipation. Soon, the luminous mist dissipated, revealing its contents. A colossal fire-red crystalline object, twice the size of an ostrich egg, emerged atop the counter, pulsating with frenzied energy and radiating intense heat. This was a magical core, imbued with the beast fire of a fire attribute magical beast. I recall my brother Xiao Yin mentioning that the elder in his ring had bestowed upon him a peculiar technique that required the constant consumption of or beast fire to elevate its level. Recognizing this enormous fire-red crystal as a magical core containing the beast fire from the life of a fire attribute magical beast, Xiao Suner's countenance brightened with joy as she resolved to keep this core as a gift for her next encounter with Xiao Yan. On the other side, little Dr. Shi, after perusing the information regarding the fire-red crystal, congratulated Xiao Suner. Miss Xiao Suner, congratulations. This is a magical core left by the peak 7th Order Fire Attribute Magical Beast, the Fire Explosion Tiger, and it still retains its innate beast fire. Upon hearing little Dr. Shi's congratulations, Xiao Suner replied with a smile. I only knew it was a fire attribute magical core imbued with beast fire. I never expected it to belong to the peak 7th Order magical beast, the Fire Explosion Tiger. What a delightful surprise. Meanwhile, Haibuodong, upon learning that this was a magical core from a peak 7th Order beast, felt little stirrings within, having just obtained the wings of an 8th Order peak heavenly demon phoenix. An item undoubtedly worth tenfold more than this magical core, marking a significant windfall from the orange jar. As for Yi Yun, after observing the jars opened by the customers, he lost interest and turned his steps towards the manor. His movement immediately captured the attention of Xiao Suner, little Dr. Shi, and Haibuodong. Bossy, are you going into rest? Little Dr. Shi inquired with a cheerful smile. Yes, as long as you are here, just call me if any issues arise. Yi Yun waved his hand, and then, under the gaze of the three, his figure vanished from the spot without a trace of spatial disturbance. Both Xiao Suner and Haibuodong, having witnessed Yi Yun's prowess, were not overly astonished. As Yi Yun departed, Xiao Suner also withdrew her focus. Her 5 jars had been opened for quite some time, causing considerable delay. Thus, she resolved to expedite the process for the next 2 jars. In the next moment, she raised her hand and struck the 3rd Crimson Jar. Crack! With the sound of her palm striking down, a crisp shattering echoed as the entire Crimson Jar splintered into countless pieces. Subsequently, the fragments transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring the vision of all present. Soon, the brilliance dissipated, revealing the contents within. On the counter lay a plant with merely 3 leaves, its stem notably short, yet peculiarly, its roots were exceptionally large, resembling strings of red agate. Could this be a spiritual herb? Xiao Suner pondered upon sighting the 3-leafed plant. If I am not mistaken, this must be the 3-leaf star aster. Just as Xiao Suner was musing, Haibuodong suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Xiao Suner glanced back at Haibuodong and inquired, Mr. Haibuodong, do you recognize this item? Indeed, this is known as the 3-leaf star aster. Although classified as a 5th-grade spiritual herb, in the eyes of alchemists or those with wounded souls, its value surpasses that of an ordinary 7th-grade herb, Haibuodong affirmed with a nod. Realizing the implications of Haibuodong's statement, Xiao Suner promptly responded, So, according to you, this plant possesses the ability to repair and nurture the soul? Precisely. You are correct. Haibuodong replied, feigning an air of profundity as he nodded. Mr. Haibuodong, your knowledge is truly profound. You recognize the 3-leaf star aster. Xiao Yixin, who had been listening, complimented him with a smile. She herself was unaware of this herb, and had only gleaned some information through the abilities bestowed by Yi Yun, making her astonishment at Hai Buodong's immediate recognition all the more pronounced. How can I consider myself knowledgeable? I have merely lived a few more decades. With Xiao Yixin's praise, a broader smile spread across Hai Buodong's face. After confirming the efficacy of the three-leaf star aster, Xiao Sun'er's thoughts returned to Xiao Yan. She understood that Xiao Yan possessed a dual attribute of wood and fire, and with the elder within his ring, he would inevitably embark on the path of an alchemist. She intended to gift him the three-leaf star aster along with the 7th-grade magic core she had just acquired. Miss Xiao Sun'er, there is only one crimson jar left. Please open it all at once. Hai Buodong spoke to her in a calm manner, although he did not express any sense of urgency. Xiao Sun'er felt a bit embarrassed nonetheless. Swiftly, she tucked the three-leaf star aster away and raised her hand to strike the final crimson jar on the counter. Crack! With a resounding crash, the last crimson jar on the counter shattered into countless fragments. Instantly, the shards transformed into a dazzling array of light, obscuring the vision of all present. However, the radiant glow soon dissipated, revealing the contents within. Upon the counter lay a magnificent set of silver armor. The chest piece adorned with a white magic core the size of an ostrich egg. The energy emanating from this core was unmistakable to both Xiao Sun'er and Hai Buodong. Even without any introduction from the little medical sage, they recognized it as a suit of armor embedded with a 5th-tier water attribute magic core. Such armor, imbued with profound energy, could withstand relentless assaults from a Dou Wang-level expert without sustaining damage. Miss Xiao Sun'er, this armor is known as the Radiant Silver Armor, a finely crafted piece of magic core armor, capable of enduring the attacks of a Dou Wang without faltering. Chapter 347. Hai Buodong unveils the transformation pill. Of course, this assumes that the assailant possesses weapons of considerable quality. The little medical sage, as usual, smiled while detailing the merits of the silver armor. Although Xiao Sun'er held little interest in the armor, she listened attentively until the sage concluded her explanation. Once the sage fell silent, Xiao Sun'er politely smiled, retrieved the silver armor from the counter, and vacated the space. After stepping aside, Xiao Sun'er courteously raised her hand towards Hai Buodong, saying, Mr. Hai Buodong, it's your turn. Haha, at last, it is my turn to unveil a jar. Upon seeing Xiao Sun'er step aside, Hai Buodong, who had been waiting for this moment, chuckled and promptly took her place. Little medical sage, do take a look and see if these items suffice to exchange for an orange jar. This time, rather than the lavish display of 1,000,000 gold coins as in his previous attempts, Hai Buodong presented a collection of miscellaneous items for the little medical sage to appraise. The little medical sage picked up one of the mid-tier yellow scrolls and chuckled, Mr. Hai Buodong, were these items also given to you as tributes by the nobility of Emo City? At her words, Hai Buodong's face flushed crimson, and he was about to offer an explanation when the little medical sage set the yellow scroll down and continued, Mr. Hai Buodong, the total value of these items is approximately 120,000 gold coins. For your next jar unveiling, you will only need to pay an additional 20,000 gold coins. With that, the little medical sage waved her hand, collecting all the items from the counter before turning to fetch the orange jar from the shelves behind her. Upon realizing that her question was merely rhetorical, Hai Buodong felt a wave of relief wash over him. In truth, last night, Hai Buodong undertook a bold venture to amass sufficient wealth for the acquisition of jars. Within the city of Mo, he had plundered over 10 noble families, yet his method of pillaging was remarkably civilized. The moment his formidable presence was felt, these affluent families willingly surrendered their treasures. Mr. Hai Buodong, here is your orange jar. May fortune smile upon you. As Hai Buodong contemplated, the petite healer had already placed an orange jar before him. I shall borrow your auspicious words, Miss Healer. Hai Buodong grinned, then swiftly struck the orange jar, shattering it with a decisive blow. With a crisp sound of breaking pottery, the shards of the orange jar transformed into a dazzling display of light, obscuring the vision of all present. Xiao Sun'er, intrigued by this spectacle, observed the radiant glow. After all, she had only previously opened a single orange jar, which had yielded the remarkable Bodhi pill infused with the essence of 9-colored thunder. Thus, her curiosity was piqued regarding the treasures that might emerge from Hai Buodong's orange jar. Before long, as 3 pairs of eyes remained fixated on the counter, the resplendent light gradually dissipated, revealing its contents. Upon the counter lay a pristine, round white pill, exuding a faint fragrance, although its aroma paled in comparison to the Bodhi pill Xiao Sun'er had previously unveiled. A pill. I wonder what grade it is. Hai Buodong mused, turning his gaze toward the healer. Before he could voice his question, she responded, Mr. Hai Buodong, the pill you have unveiled is known as the Transformation Pill, a grade 7 elixir. Its effect allows a magical beast to completely shed its animal form, granting it the longevity of a magical creature along with the cultivation aptitude of a human. Given Haibo Dong's extensive knowledge, he was unfamiliar with the transformation pill, and upon hearing the healer's explanation, he found himself losing interest in this pill that only benefited magical beasts. After the unveiling of the transformation pill, Xiao Suner suggested, though this transformation pill may hold little value for humans, for magical beasts, its worth is comparable to that of a grade 9 elixir. Should the opportunity arise, you could trade it with prominent magical beast clans, potentially yielding unexpected rewards. Indeed, upon hearing Xiao Suner's words, Haibo Dong slapped his forehead in excitement. Those esteemed magical beast families would certainly not hesitate for the sake of their younger kin. This transformation pill could fetch a handsome price. He carefully stored the transformation pill in his spatial ring and then gestured for Xiao Suner, saying, Miss Xiao Suner, it is now your turn to open a jar. Haibo Dong was not unsettled by the fact that Xiao Suner had previously acquired 5 jars in one go. He understood that the jar shop would remain in Mo City for just another day. Given his financial circumstances, he could not afford to continually purchase jars. Whereas Xiao Suner had arrived here with a VIP card. After the shop closed for the day, she would be transported back to her original location. Just like the trio of Xian Tian and his grandson from the previous day. With a smile gracing her face, Xiao Suner expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, Mr. Haibo Dong. Following this, she moved directly to the spot where Haibo Dong had been standing, rummaging through her storage ring before producing a scroll to hand over to the petite medical sage. Miss Medical Sage, could you kindly assess how many gold coins this scroll can be exchanged for? Xiao Suner inquired calmly. Upon hearing her words, the medical sage's gaze fixed upon the scroll on the counter, and she quickly discerned its details. To her astonishment, it was yet another primary-level Earth-grade combat technique scroll. Realizing its significance, the medical sage's expression turned serious as she stated, Miss Xiao Suner, this combat technique scroll is worth considerably more than the previous one. At the very least, it can be valued at 4,500,000 gold coins. A combat technique scroll valued at a minimum of 4,500,000 gold coins. Haibo Dong's heart raced at the medical sage's appraisal. He could ascertain that the scroll Xiao Suner had produced was also an Earth-grade combat technique. Goodness. Just 2 casually produced combat technique scrolls amounted to over 7 million gold coins. This young lady certainly had an impressive background. Thank you for assisting with the appraisal. Miss Medical Sage, please procure an orange jar for me. Knowing the worth of her combat technique scroll, Xiao Suner was not taken aback by the medical sage's valuation. Very well, Miss Xiao Suner. After purchasing this orange jar, you will have 3,500,000 remaining for your next acquisition. Chapter 348. Yafei. I have met the Grand Elder. Very well, Miss Xiao Suner. After purchasing this orange jar, you will have 3,500,000 remaining for your next acquisition. After stating this, the medical sage turned around and retrieved an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it on the counter. Upon seeing the orange jar, Xiao Suner's expression shifted notably from when she had opened the 4 red jars earlier. The first orange jar of the day had yielded a remarkably valuable Bodhi pill, a concoction that would surely bring a smile to her father's face. Will fortune smile upon me once more this time? She silently prayed, slowly raising her delicate arm and striking down upon the jar. With a crisp sound echoing as the jar shattered, the entire orange jar was instantly reduced to fragments. Subsequently, the shattered fragments of the jar transformed into a radiant mist, swiftly cloaking the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the scene within. The trio inside the shop remained in tranquil anticipation for the luminescence to dissipate on its own. At that moment, a sudden beam of white light descended from above the jar shop, illuminating the surroundings. Another esteemed guest had been teleported. Who could it be this time? Sensing the arrival of the white light, the petite healer lifted her gaze, her eyes immediately fixating on the phenomenon. Noticing her reaction, both Xiao Suner and Haibo Dong instinctively turned their heads to observe as well. Under the watchful eyes of the trio, the beam gradually thickened, revealing a silhouette. Once the light subsided, they could finally discern the figure that had been teleported. It was a woman. Her visage was extraordinarily enchanting. Adorned in a vibrant red, fitted brocade robe, exquisitely crafted to accentuate her graceful curves. The robe elegantly highlighted her flawless form, while a glimpse of her snow-white, alluring legs ignited a fervent impulse within. At her slender waist, a silver sash accentuated her delicate figure to perfection. It was Yafei from Wutan City. Upon witnessing the alluring woman who had just appeared, Xiao Suner immediately recognized her identity. The instant Yafei materialized within the jar shop, she noticed Xiao Suner and the other 2 individuals. To her surprise, this esteemed guest card had truly transported her to the jar shop. With a cursory glance around, Yafei realized she had indeed arrived at the jar shop. yet her heart was filled with confusion as she could not spot Yi Yun's presence. In the next moment, a smile graced her face as she addressed Xiao Suner. Miss Suner, I did not expect to see you at Boss Ye's jar shop today. In response to Yafei's familiar greeting, Xiao Suner politely smiled and replied, Miss Yafei, I too was transported here using an esteemed guest card. And I have only just arrived. I see. Yafei nodded gently, continuing her inquiry. Miss Suner, may I ask why Boss Yi is not present in the shop today? Boss Yi was here earlier, but he has since gone to rest. Currently, all the affairs of the jar shop are entrusted to the new assistant, Miss Xiao Yixian. Xiao Suner explained, turning to gesture towards the original direction of Xiao Yixian, only to discover that she had already emerged from behind the counter and was approaching them. Boss Yi's new assistant? Upon hearing Xiao Suner's words, Yafei cast a puzzled glance towards the graceful figure of Xiao Yixian as she walked steadily toward them. The arrival of an additional esteemed guest would undoubtedly lead to the sale of more jars and an enhancement of performance. Thus, the young healer, Xiao Yixian, felt immense joy at the presence of Miss Yafei. Approaching her with grace, she greeted, Greetings, esteemed guest. I am Xiao Yixian, the assistant to Boss Yi. Welcome. Hello. My name is Miter Yafei. Yafei replied, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement of Xiao Yixian's courtesy. Upon hearing Yafei's introduction, Hai Buodong experienced a flurry of thoughts and, with a peculiar gaze, suddenly inquired, Are you not from the Miter family of the capital of the Kama Empire? Yafei was taken aback by Hai Buodong's unexpected question. Regaining her composure, she regarded the eccentric white-haired elder and softly responded, Esteemed elder, I indeed hail from the Miter family in the capital of the Kama Empire. May I inquire about your esteemed identity? Is Miter Tingshan's son still alive? Hai Buodong retorted without addressing Yafei's question. Why would you disparage the head of my Miter family? Yafei's enchanting countenance darkened with anger upon hearing Hai Buodong's words. It must be noted that Miter Tingshan was of her grandfather's generation and the head of the Miter family, having achieved the rank of Dou Wang and ranking among the top 10 powerhouses of the Kama Empire. Hai Buodong's insinuation was tantamount to a curse upon Miter Tingshan, igniting Yafei's ire. After that remark, Yafei chose to disregard Hai Buodong and instead turned to Xiao Suner and Xiao Yixian, asking, Do you ladies know who this peculiar old man is? In response, Xiao Yixian smiled at Hai Buodong and remarked, Mr. Hai Buodong, would you mind if I revealed your identity? Upon hearing Xiao Yixian's words, Hai Buodong sensed something amiss, internally grumbling. You have already disclosed my name entirely. Why even ask? Yet, despite his inner thoughts, he dared not exhibit arrogance in front of Xiao Yixian and promptly nodded in agreement. Wait. Upon hearing Xiao Yixian's address to Hai Buodong, Yafei's mind suddenly recalled certain memories, prompting her to ask, Xiao Yixian, are you implying that this esteemed elder is named Hai Buodong? Indeed, Xiao Yixian affirmed with a nod. Moreover, I have heard other esteemed guests mention that Mr. Hai Buodong is also known as the Ice Emperor. Esteemed elder, could it be true that you are the Ice Emperor, Hai Buodong? Yafei's captivating eyes widened in astonishment as she scrutinized Hai Buodong in disbelief. What do you think? That boy Miter Tingshan was raised under my watch. Hai Buodong replied in a calm tone. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, an astonishing chill emanated from him, enveloping the air with an overwhelming cold that caused the delicately dressed Yafei to shiver. Upon hearing the words of Hai Buodong, along with the signature chill of his aura, Yafei was finally convinced of Hai Buodong's true identity. She immediately performed a deep bow and respectfully addressed him. Miter Yafei pays her respects to the esteemed elder. Chapter 349, Yafei, Insufficient funds. Esteemed elder, you have been absent for so many years that the family had believed you to be, Yafei began excitedly, only to pause midway. What? Believed I was dead, did you? Hai Buodong chuckled in response. Upon hearing this, Yafei hastily shook her head in explanation. No, esteemed elder. Your prolonged silence has caused the family head to worry about your well-being. May I inquire, esteemed elder, where have you been all these years? Yafei respectfully asked. This tale is quite lengthy. Let us discuss it in detail upon my return. Hai Buodong sighed softly, then turned to Xiao Xuaner and the little medicine fairy, cheerfully stating, After our lengthy conversation, the treasures from your jar must have already emerged. At his words, Xiao Xuaner recalled that she had opened the jar but had yet to examine its contents. She immediately turned around, her gaze fixed on the counter. There, she beheld a blue metallic box. The golden box appeared exquisitely crafted, with perfect streamlined contours, reminiscent of modern industrial products. What is this? Curiosity sparked in Xiao Xuaner's eyes as she approached the counter and picked up the metallic box. The other three followed suit, gathering around her. Out of caution, Xiao Xuaner refrained from opening the metallic box directly and first inquired of the little medicine fairy. Dear little medicine fairy, do you know what this is? The little medicine fairy focused her attention on the metallic box and soon discerned an inscription. Universal capsule, originating from the world of Dragon Ball. It possesses the miraculous ability to shrink items and store them in capsule space. After reading the information about the metallic box, the little medicine fairy promptly responded, Miss Xiao. This metallic box contains a universal capsule. Do open it and take a look. World of Dragon Ball. Universal capsule? Filled with curiosity, Xiao slowly opened the metallic box. Inside, she found 6 small items, each the size of a fingertip, varying in color and resembling capsules. Dear little medicine fairy, how does one use this item? Xiao inquired once more upon seeing the capsules. This item functions similarly to a spatial ring. You see that button on top? Press it, aim it at an inanimate object, and it will shrink and fit inside. However, each capsule can only contain 1 item. The little medicine fairy quickly explained upon hearing Xiao question. How remarkable! Upon hearing the little medicine fairy's explanation, Xiao was finally enlightened to the wondrous utility of the universal capsule. Although this item can only contain a single object, it possesses the remarkable ability to accommodate anything, regardless of its size, which ordinary storage rings cannot compare to. Thus, the value of this versatile capsule may initially seem incongruent with the style of the orange jars, and even some items from the red jars appear superior to it. However, when utilized at the right moment, this item becomes a priceless treasure with limitless potential. One might even wonder if it could contain a lake, a mountain of, or a millennia-old tree. Upon discovering the wondrous capabilities of this item, Xiao chose not to test it, but instead stored it away. Miss Xiao, do you still have jars for sale today? After Xiao had put away the versatile capsule, Yafei could no longer contain her curiosity regarding this matter that weighed heavily on her mind. Indeed, we certainly do. Upon hearing Yafei's inquiry, the little healer nodded vigorously. Xiao gestured towards the shelves and smiled. Miss Yafei, just take a look over there, and you'll see. Following Xiao's direction, Yafei's expression froze in astonishment. In her line of sight, a dazzling array of jars was displayed on the shelves behind the counter. With so many jars available now, do you still only sell 5 jars a day before closing? Yafei asked, her anticipation evident. The little healer shook her head, responding, no. The quantity is no longer limited. As long as you can afford it, you may purchase as many as you desire. Miss Yafei, during this period, Bossy returned home and brought back a large supply of goods. Thus, there is no longer a limit on the quantity you can purchase. And some rules have been modified. I see. Upon learning that there were no longer restrictions on the daily sales of jars, Yafei felt a wave of relief wash over her. Meanwhile, the little healer spoke rapidly, outlining the new regulations. Ordinary jars remain priced at 100,000 gold coins each, while the red jars require 500,000 gold coins apiece. As for the coveted orange jars, they are priced at 1 million gold coins each. Furthermore, only clients with a basic status can purchase ordinary jars. Those who achieve level 1 can acquire red jars, and upon reaching level 2, they may purchase the finest orange jars. As the little healer elaborated on the new rules of the jar shop, Yafei listened intently. A mixture of curiosity and regret filled her heart at the thought of the 1 million gold coin price tag attached to the orange jars. Previously, even the 10,000 gold coin cost for a single jar had depleted her savings. Following this, Yafei returned to the imperial capital, using the life water obtained from the Yiyun jar shop to heal the hidden injuries and ailments of Meider Tingshan. And she also shared the news of the jar shop with him. Meitel Tingshan, residing in the imperial capital, had long been informed of the miraculous jar shop that had emerged from the Yunlan sect. He was also aware that the sect's leader, Yun, had purchased a divine elixir from the jar shop, which enabled her to ascend to the Dou Zone realm in an instant. Thus, when Yafei spoke of the somewhat absurd jar shop, Meitel Tingshan immediately believed her, feeling ecstatic that Yafei possessed a VIP card that allowed direct access to the jar shop. However, despite his high regard for Yafei, he could only provisionally give her 900,000 gold coins. As she mentioned that the jars in the shop were priced at 100,000 gold coins each, with a maximum of 5 sold per day. Consequently, Yafei currently lacked sufficient funds to even qualify for the purchase of an orange jar. Yafei, what seems to be troubling you? Your expression appears rather grim, observed Hebedong. Noticing her discomposure, Grand Elder, the gold coins Yafei brought are insufficient, Yafei replied candidly. Upon hearing Yafei's statement regarding the inadequacy of funds, Hebedong's temper flared, and he exclaimed in indignation, is Tingshan truly so miserly? It's one thing to be frugal at times, but does he not comprehend the significance of this matter? Upon my return, I shall certainly reprimand him. Yafei, listening to Hebedong's remarks about Meitel Tingshan, remained silent, neither daring to agree nor oppose. Very well. Allow me to treat you to 1 jar today, declared Hebedong. He then retrieved various treasures from his spatial ring and placed them upon the counter. Among these treasures were scrolls and a few modestly priced jewelry pieces. Young Miss Xiao Yixian, could you kindly assess the value of these items? Will they suffice to cover 80,000 gold coins? Hebadong inquired of Xiao Yixian. Xiao Yixian quickly scanned the items on the counter, nodding in affirmation. Yes, approximately. They will be enough to exchange for 80,000 gold coins, and combined with the unused 20,000 gold coins from earlier, it will be just sufficient to purchase an orange jar. Would you like to proceed with the purchase now? Yes, let us proceed immediately. Hebadong responded eagerly. Just then, Xiao Yixian recalled something and hastily reminded him. Mr. Hebadong, I must inform you that while you mentioned gifting a jar to Miss Yufei, she is currently only at the first level. The jar's usage is tied to its purchaser, meaning if you buy the orange jar, Miss Yufei will not be able to open it. How could I almost forget that crucial detail? Hebadong exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Let us modify the order. I shall take 2 red jars instead. Certainly, please hold on for a moment. As the young healer spoke, she waved her hand, swiftly collecting all the treasures presented by Hai Buodong at the counter. Turning around, she retrieved 2 crimson jars from the shelves behind and placed them upon the counter. Upon seeing the jars, Hai Buodong turned to address Yufei, but she spoke first, inquiring, Elder, are these jars available for exchange with items of value rather than gold coins? Taken aback by her question, Hai Buodong hesitated before nodding slowly, affirming, indeed, other items can be used in lieu of gold coins. Delighted by his confirmation, Yufei raised her hand and produced 2 white jade vials from her storage ring, presenting them to the young healer. Might you assess how many gold coins these 2 potions, a 5th grade and a 4th grade, can be exchanged for? A typical 4th grade potion is valued between 300,000 and 400,000 gold coins, while a top-tier 4th grade potion could fetch between 500,000 and 600,000 at auction. As for a 5th grade potion, even the least esteemed would sell for 60 to 70,000 gold coins. The 2 potions Yufei brought forth were already sufficient to cover the cost of the orange jars. The young healer, upon hearing Yufei's question, quickly scanned the 2 jade vials and candidly remarked, Miss Yufei, in this jar shop, the exchange value does not align with auction prices. The final valuation is approximately 10% below the market's lowest price. Thus, your 4th grade potion is estimated at 400,000 gold coins, while the 5th grade potion is valued at 600,000. Thank you for the appraisal. Yufei expressed her gratitude. Although the valuation was slightly lower than expected, she accepted it graciously. Surprised, Hai Buodong remarked, I did not anticipate that you possessed a 5th grade potion at your age. Yufei explained, Elder, recently, the family had entrusted me with the majority of items for the upcoming Earth Tier auction, which I am to preside over in 3 days in the Imperial City. Upon hearing this, Hai Buodong's eyes brightened. The Mitre family, being a commercial dynasty, has auction houses scattered throughout the Empire of Jumai. At the Mitre family headquarters, auction houses are meticulously categorized into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, with the Heaven tier being the highest. However, it is rare for the Heaven tier auction house to open even once every year or 2. Yet, when it does, it signifies that the items to be auctioned at the Mitre auction house are of considerable significance. At that time, nearly half of the formidable warriors and influential leaders of the Gamma Empire would flock to the scene. There was once an auction at the Middle auction house featuring a 6th-tier egg of a fire-scaled crocodile dragon. If successfully hatched, it would yield a natural battle king, and with proper nurturing, it would inevitably ascend to the battle emperor level, commanding a staggering price at auction. At the Celestial tier auction, not only 6th-tier beast eggs were showcased, but also 6th-grade medicinal pills, precious advanced techniques of the Xian rank. And there were instances when individuals entrusted the middle family with Earth-tier techniques for auction. Although the Earth-tier auction could not rival the Celestial tier, it was infrequently held and still boasted a considerable array of treasures each time it occurred, including 5th-grade medicinal pills, intermediate techniques of the Xian rank, and advanced techniques of the Xian rank. Little girl, you mentioned that Tangshan has temporarily entrusted most of the items from the Earth-tier auction to you. Surely, it cannot be limited to just these 2 medicinal pills. Hai Buodong exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Upon hearing Hai Buodong's words, Yufei seemed to grasp his intent and explained, to the esteemed elder, there are indeed many items prepared for the Earth-tier auction still in my possession. However, only these 2 medicinal pills and a few other items belong to the family. More than 90% of the items are entrusted by various clients for the auction house to sell on their behalf. Of course, I am aware of such protocols. My dear, the auction house merely charges a certain percentage as a transaction fee for assisting those clients, Hai Buodong stated, his hands clasped behind his back, adopting a didactic tone. Even though those items are left by clients for auction, we are still entitled to utilize them. At worst, we can have Tangshan repurchase all of them at a price 15% above the market value to compensate them. Chapter 351, Persuasion. Hearing Hai Buodong insist on appropriating the items stored at the middle family by clients, Yufei's heart raced, yet she dared not refute him. for he was an esteemed elder of the middle family, wielding greater authority than the family head, Middle Tingshan. Little girl, have you not yet discerned the weight of priorities? Do not hesitate any longer, Hai Buodong urged. With his final words, Yafei promptly responded, very well, since it is the esteemed elder's decision. I shall comply with all your instructions. Having spoken thus, Yafei removed the spatial ring from her finger and extended it towards Hai Buodong. Upon seeing this, Hai Buodong's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as he swiftly accepted the ring from Yafei and, channeling his soul power, began to examine its contents. As his soul power delved into the ring, the joy on Hai Buodong's face intensified. Inside the ring lay over 100 treasures, including various spiritual herbs, medicinal pills, scrolls of techniques, battle skill scrolls, magical cores, and magical core weapons, all dazzlingly arrayed. The total value was preliminarily estimated to exceed 10 million gold coins, roughly equivalent to the middle family's revenue over the past 2 years. Haha, little girl, you have truly surprised me this time. After reviewing the items, Hai Buodong expressed his delight to Yafei, stating, I shall take all of these treasures. You must convey the situation to that lad, Tingshan, upon your return. He will know that I have taken them and will not dare to make things difficult for you. At that moment, Mitre Tingshan had already surrendered his storage ring. So Yafei had nothing further to say. She merely nodded in quiet agreement, replying, understood, elder. With a significant influx of resources, Hai Buodong now felt emboldened. Recognizing that Yafei was still at level 1, he contemplated the necessity of her swift advancement to level 2 in order to seize another opportunity to teleport to the treasure store within the month. Thus, he turned to the side where Xiao Suner stood and said, Miss, our little girl here is still at level 1. Why not allow her to open 4 red jars to reach a consumption threshold of 2.5 million, thus enabling her to upgrade to level 2? Go ahead, Elder Haiba. It's still early, Xiao Suner replied with a tranquil demeanor. Given her prior purchases of 4 red jars along with 1 orange jar, she found no reason to refuse Hai Buodong's request and nodded in agreement. Thank you. Upon hearing Xiao Suner's response, Hai Buodong approached the counter, confidently placing a multitude of treasures before the attendant. Young apothecary, could you kindly appraise these items? Having overheard the conversation between Hai Buodong and Yafei, the young apothecary was aware that they had acquired a substantial sum, which filled her with joy at the prospect of selling more jars. Upon hearing Hai Buodong's request, she quickly assessed the treasures on the counter and, with a beaming smile, replied, Mr. Hai Buodong, these treasures are valued at approximately 4 million gold coins. Including the 2 previous pills, the total amounts to 5 million gold coins. Such a modest collection can be exchanged for 5 million gold coins? It seems I need not worry about funds for today as orange jars. Hai Buodong felt immensely satisfied with the young apothecary's appraisal. He then addressed her directly, Young apothecary, may I trouble you for 2 more red jars? Certainly, 2 red jars will deduct 1 million gold coins, leaving you with 4 million gold coins, Mr. Hai Buodong. The young apothecary collected all the treasures from the counter and, turning around, retrieved 2 additional red jars from the shelf, placing them atop the counter. Now, there were 4 red jars displayed. Little girl, these 4 jars are yours to open. Hai Buodong gestured for Yafei to take her place. Upon hearing this, Yafei swiftly approached the counter. Gazing at the 4 crimson jars, Yafei felt a surge of excitement within her. Previously, she had opened 5 jars, each revealing exquisite treasures. The 9 orifices golden Dan had transformed her cultivation aptitude. The water of life possessed miraculous healing properties for all wounds. And the light transformation device endowed her with the confidence to face anyone, alongside a few other items, including the weakening spell. She fervently hoped that this time would yield equally splendid treasures. With a prayer whispered in her heart, Yafei closed her eyes and gently placed her delicate, fair hand upon the first crimson jar. Crack! With a clear sound of shattering glass, the jar fragmented into countless pieces. Immediately, the shards transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring the vision of all present. While awaiting the dispersal of the shimmering light, Yafei curiously inquired of Hai Buodong, Elder, may I ask when you plan to return to the imperial capital? And where is this jar shop located at present? Upon hearing her question, Hai Buodong pondered for a moment before responding, we are in Mo City. Tomorrow, the jar shop will still be here. Once it relocates, I shall prepare to return to the imperial capital. That is splendid news. The head of the family will surely be overjoyed to know of your return. Yafei exclaimed, her heart filled with delight at Hai Buodong's reply. Meanwhile, the radiant light above the counter dissipated during their conversation, revealing what lay within. To her astonishment, there appeared a pair of boots, no larger than the size of a half palm, emanating a blue glow. Boots? Yafei's gaze was laced with confusion, for these boots seemed only suitable for a newborn, far too small for an adult's foot. However, Hai Buodong's reaction was markedly different. Just yesterday, he had witnessed the granddaughter of Jia, Xingtian, unveil a pair of remarkably similar boots. Yet, those had been as beautiful as crystal, the ones before him. Aside from their bluish light, resembled mere metallic lumps. Young Miss Medical Sage, could this pair of boots also possess the ability to change size freely? Heibadong inquired directly. Eschewing any guesses. Change size freely. Yifei, hearing Heibadong's question to the young Miss Medical Sage, found herself in a moment of revelation. How could boots obtained from the jar shop be deemed unwearable due to size constraints? At that moment, Yifei couldn't help but admire Heibadong's sagacity. Chapter 352, The Amplification Boots. As soon as Heibadong's words faded, the young Miss Medical Sage activated the ability bestowed upon her by Yi Yun to examine the information regarding the boots. The Amplification Boots, inspired by the world of League of Legends, possess the remarkable ability to change in size and shape at will, and can even be concealed in the inventory without displaying their form. Their effect grants a 20% increase in attack strength. It is astonishing that these boots originate from the same realm as the Agile boots. Upon reviewing the information about these boots, a flicker of surprise appeared in the eyes of the young healer. Young healer, do you discern the purpose of this item? Hai Buodong inquired further. Indeed, I do. Encouraged by Hai Buodong's prodding, the young healer nodded in affirmation. Mr. Hai Buodong, this item is called the Amplification Boots, adapted from the world of League of Legends. They can freely alter their size and shape, and can be stored in the inventory without displaying their form, providing a 20% boost to attack strength. The Amplification Boots grant a 20% increase in attack power. Upon hearing the healer's description, both Hai Buodong and Yifei were momentarily stunned. Even Xiao Suner, hailing from an ancient clan, was left in awe. Are you suggesting that these boots, like the Agile boots, impose no restrictions based on realms, allowing anyone from any level to benefit from a 20% increase in attack power? Hai Buodong asked gravely. Indeed, whether one is at the Dou Zone, Dou Zun, or even Dou Sheng level, these boots will enhance your attack strength by 20%. Hearing the skepticism in Hai Buodong's tone, the young healer spoke with unwavering certainty. With the healer's confirmation, Hai Buodong ceased his doubt regarding the boot's efficacy and glanced at Yifei, exclaiming, to think such a powerful item emerged from a crimson canister. This is truly astonishing. Is it unusual for equipment to be obtained from a crimson canister? While Yifei was equally astonished by the boot's capabilities, she compared them to the items she had previously acquired and found the amplification boots not extraordinarily powerful. Little did she know that a common canister costing 100,000 gold coins could no longer yield such treasures. The current canisters had clear classifications. The amplification boots ranked among the top finds from crimson canisters, representing a significant jackpot compared to the typical treasures yielded by orange canisters. Of course, this is indeed a major haul. Many orange canisters may not yield such exceptional items. Your luck is truly remarkable. Hai Buodong expressed his delight. Is that so? Upon hearing Hai Buodong's words, Yifei's face brightened with joy. Hai Buodong gazed longingly at the boots, his desire evident. Nevertheless, as an elder, he recognized that the canister had been given away, and he could not retract his words. He turned to the young healer and asked, Young healer, do these boots, like other items from the League of Legends world, require merely a silent incantation for their use? Indeed, Mr. Hai Buodong, you are remarkably astute, exclaimed the little healer, giving a thumbs up in praise of Hai Buodong's words. With the little healer's confirmation, Hai Buodong smiled and addressed Yifei, saying, Little girl, are you now aware of how to utilize it? Yes. Yifei nodded, then reached out to grasp the palm-sized amplifying boots, silently murmuring, Use. As her thought resonated, the boots transformed into a streak of azure light, darting towards her feet, emanating a radiant blue glow beneath their metallic exterior. Once donned, the amplifying boots forged a unique bond with Yifei, and with a mere thought, they became invisible. Such marvelous footwear, Yifei mused, filled with delight upon realizing the boots' wondrous capabilities. But do not be overly excited. Save your experimentation for when you return. There are still 3 crimson jars awaiting your exploration. Hai Buodong chuckled, offering a gentle reminder. Understood. Esteemed elder, Yifei replied, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Heeding Hai Buodong's prompt, she momentarily set aside her thoughts of the amplifying boots and raised her hand towards the second crimson jar on the counter, gently tapping it. Crack. With a crisp sound of shattering, the crimson jar splintered into fragments. Immediately, the shards transformed into a dazzling burst of radiance, obscuring the vision of all present. Even the little healer was unable to discern the contents within. The first jar was so impressive. I wonder what treasures this one will unveil. Yifei's anticipation grew as she gazed at the shimmering light on the counter. Before long, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the radiant glow dissipated completely, revealing the items within. There, on the counter, lay a deep blue scroll. A scroll, Yafei's eyes sparkled with curiosity at the sight of it. However, Haiba Dong and Xiao Suner remained relatively indifferent. After all, this was merely an item obtained from a crimson jar, and the quality of the scroll was unlikely to be exceptional. Little healer, what type of scroll is this blue one? Yafei inquired as soon as she beheld the item on the counter. Upon hearing Yafei's question, the little healer promptly examined the information regarding the blue scroll. Miss Yafei, this blue scroll is a foundational water attribute technique of the Earth tier, she replied directly after reviewing the details. My goodness, an Earth tier foundational technique. Yafei's heart raced with excitement at the little healer's description. To her knowledge, Earth tier techniques were nearly extinct in the Kaima Empire, and even the royal family and the Yunlan sect could scarcely possess such a technique. At this moment, not only was Yafei profoundly astonished, but Haibadong beside her also widened his eyes in disbelief. Just yesterday, he had witnessed with his own eyes the trio of Jian Tian and his grandfather successfully unearthing a foundational Earth-level technique, albeit from an orange jar valued at 1 million gold coins. In stark contrast, Yafei had miraculously extracted such a treasure from a red jar worth a mere 500,000 gold coins. My goodness, little girl, what extraordinary luck you possess. It seems you have unearthed the pinnacle of treasures from the red jars. Chapter 353, The Exceedingly Fortunate Yafei. Indeed, gazing at the items revealed, Haibadong expressed his astonishment. Elder, is my fortune truly that remarkable? Isn't this a red jar? It is significantly more valuable than the ordinary ones. Upon hearing Haibadong commend her luck, Yafei couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. Indeed, Miss Yafei, the jars today differ from those of the past. Previously, we sold only ordinary jars, resulting in both treasures and worthless items being unearthed. However, the current jars have a clear grading system. Red jars cannot yield useless items. That said, there are still certain limitations. Naturally, the upper limit of orange jars far exceeds that of red jars. After observing numerous red jars, I can confidently say that the two you have opened are indeed of the highest caliber among red jars, patiently elucidated the little medical sage. So that is how it is. Upon hearing this explanation, Yafei finally comprehended the extent of her fortune, having opened 2 red jars that were the best of their kind. The existence of an Earth-level technique could facilitate rapid development for a family. If Yafei were to bring this technique back to her clan, her status would undoubtedly undergo a revolutionary transformation. On the other hand, although Xiao Suner was somewhat surprised that a red jar could yield an entry-level Earth technique, her astonishment was fleeting, for as a candidate for the clan leader of the ancient tribe, she had encountered techniques of even higher tiers. Little girl, do not hesitate. While fortune smiles upon you, hasten to open the remaining 2 jars. Haibadong urged Yafei after a moment of contemplation. Very well, elder. With a smile and a nod in response to Haibadong's words, Yafei swiftly stowed away the water attribute Earth-level technique from the counter. After securing this volume, her gaze shifted to the 3rd red jar on the counter. In the next moment, she raised her hand and decisively struck down. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering. The entire red jar instantly fragmented into countless pieces. Immediately, the shattered fragments of the jar transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring the vision of all present. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone fell into a hushed anticipation. Soon, the brilliant light dissipated, revealing the contents within the counter. To their astonishment, atop the counter lay a blue elixir. The moment the blue elixir made its appearance, both Jia Xingtian and Xiao Suner felt their hearts race intensely. For this blue elixir was one they both recognized well, the divine pill. In the next instant, 2 exclamations escaped simultaneously from the lips of Hai Buodong and Xiao Suner. The divine pill, what manner of elixir is this? Noticing the fervent reactions of her companions, Yafei momentarily froze before exclaiming, Elder, could this blue elixir be the one rumored to be produced by the leader of the Yunlan sect? Perhaps, but it is not certain. Hai Buodong replied gravely. To my knowledge, this blue elixir is categorized into 3 grades. The primary divine pill, the intermediate divine pill, and the advanced divine pill, each differing vastly in efficacy. However, it remains unclear which grade this particular one belongs to. It is indeed divided into 3 levels. Yafei nodded, a flicker of understanding crossing her features. Miss Yafei's fortune is truly enviable. I had thought her streak of luck would end with this 3rd jar, yet it appears to have intensified. Xiao Suner mused inwardly. At that moment, Hai Buodong eagerly turned to inquire of the little physician, My dear, can you discern the grade of this divine pill? Upon hearing Hai Buodong's question, the little physician, filled with curiosity, employed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun to examine the blue elixir on the counter. Quickly, she grasped the information regarding the blue elixir. Mr. Hai Buodong, this divine pill is a primary divine pill. Upon consumption, it can enhance one's cultivation by 3 years. The little physician explained. Only a primary divine pill. Hai Buodong instinctively felt a twinge of disappointment, for he had previously obtained an intermediate divine pill. Xiao Suner, upon learning it was merely a primary divine pill, also displayed a slightly subdued reaction. In contrast, Yafei was overjoyed. An elixir capable of augmenting one's cultivation by 3 years is simply astounding, she exclaimed in delight. However, after the initial excitement, a hint of hesitation flickered in Yafei's eyes as she regarded Hai Buodong with utmost seriousness. Elder, your return is the very foundation of our family. Should your cultivation be elevated, the benefits to our entire clan would be immense. Therefore, I shall forego this divine pill. You should consume it personally. Upon hearing Yafei's proposal, Hai Buodong felt a flicker of temptation. After all, the prospect of enhancing his cultivation by 3 years might allow him to advance to the rank of 2-star Dozong, or perhaps even directly ascend to 3-star Dozong. At this moment, Hai Buodong held a deep appreciation for Yafei, a descendant of the middle family, and felt a sense of pride. However, it was precisely this admiration that extinguished his desire to claim the junior divine pill for himself. No, this divine pill should be consumed by you. Hai Buodong gestured dismissively. Elder, it would be best if you took it yourself, Yafei urged. Nevertheless, Hai Buodong interrupted her. No need for further discussion. I have declared that these 4 crimson jars are for you. Are you attempting to make me go back on my word? He feigned irritation. Very well. Faced with Hai Buodong's serious demeanor, Yafei reluctantly nodded. You should take it now. Hai Buodong pressed on, aware that the potency of this divine pill would undoubtedly attract many covetous eyes. If Yafei were to return it to the middle family, it might be seized by others within her clan. All right. Responding to Hai Buodong's insistence, Yafei pinched the blue pill between her fingers. As the blue pill approached her lips, it transformed into a stream of azure liquid and flowed into her mouth. Chapter 354, Yafei's Breakthrough. As she experienced this transformation, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yafei's eyes. However, before she could fully comprehend the situation, her expression suddenly shifted dramatically. An immense surge of energy erupted within her body, swirling vigorously. After consuming the blue pill, Yafei sensed an overwhelming force manifesting within her. This energy was vast and formidable, yet reassuringly gentle. Logically, such a colossal energy should have been enough to overwhelm her, but at this moment, Yafei felt no sense of destructive chaos from within. Realizing this, she exhaled in relief and began to refine the energy coursing through her. Soon, however, a frown creased her brow. It appeared she was unable to absorb this energy. It felt as though some force was suppressing her internal energy, preventing her breakthrough. What could this mean? Why could she distinctly feel the presence of this vast power, yet be unable to assimilate it? Yafei was perplexed. At that moment, understanding the predicament Yafei faced, Hai Buodong turned to the little medical fairy. My dear, might I request your assistance in enabling this girl to achieve her breakthrough within our establishment? Hai Buodong was well aware that Yafei was constrained by the limitations imposed within the jar shop, preventing her from transcending her cultivation. If it were his own situation, he could simply step outside the shop to resolve the matter. However, Yafei had been directly transported from the imperial capital using a VIP card, and stepping out of the jar shop would instantly teleport her back. Upon hearing Hai Buodong's request, the little medicine sage nodded gently and waved her hand, lifting the restrictions placed upon Yafei. In that moment, Yafei felt an immediate release from the oppressive sensation that had enveloped her, and she could distinctly sense the energy within her body, which had previously been inaccessible, now actively surging through her limbs and meridians. Could it be absorbed? After a brief moment of astonishment, Yafei quickly regained her composure and promptly sat cross-legged on the ground before the counter, fully focused on absorbing the immense energy within her. As the energy continued to be assimilated by her body, her aura surged rapidly. Many days prior, Yafei had consumed a blood bodhi, elevating her cultivation to the level of a Dou master, and due to her training aptitude being enhanced by the 9 orifices golden core, she had subsequently advanced by 1 star during her return from Wutan City to the imperial capital, becoming a 2-star Dou master. At this moment, by consuming a primary experience pill that could amplify her cultivation by 3 years, the speed of her advancement was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, she had ascended from a 2-star Dou master to an 8-star Dou master, and soon thereafter, she reached the realm of a 9-star Dou master. Ultimately, she shattered the formidable barrier between Dou masters and great Dou masters, solidifying her Dou Qi into a Dou crystal within her dantian. Following her breakthrough to great Dou master, the medicinal effects had not yet waned, propelling Yafei's cultivation to the level of a 3-star great Dou master. Am I truly a great Dou master now? Yafei, having just transcended to a 1-star great Dou master, felt a sense of disbelief and daze. Witnessing Yafei's remarkable leap from a 2-star Dou Master to a 3-star Great Dou Master, Hai Buodong's eyes brightened with excitement. The divine pill granted 3 years of cultivation. Not accounting for any pills consumed or other opportunities within that period, it merely provided the cultivation one would gain through diligent practice. Yafei's ability to surpass so many realms was a testament to her extraordinary talent for cultivation. Little girl, I never imagined your aptitude for cultivation would be so exceptional. It seems my decision was indeed wise. Hai Buodong proclaimed with pride. Though Yafei was merely a young woman, in Hai Buodong's eyes, capability transcended gender. At that moment, he had already begun to contemplate supporting Yafei as the heir of the Miter family. The esteemed elder flatters me. Yafei rose gracefully, a charming smile gracing her lips. She was acutely aware that her ascension to the rank of a 3-star Dou Master within merely 3 years was solely due to the transformative effects of the 9 Orifices golden pill on her cultivation aptitude. Had it not been for this miraculous elixir, her previous qualifications would have limited her to a mere breakthrough of 6 or 7 stars. Even with the aid of such an extraordinary divine pill. Child, I speak not in jest. Your talent far surpasses that of Tingshan, that unambitious lad, Hai Buodong stated candidly. Upon hearing Hai Buodong's remarks regarding Miter Tingshan, Yafei felt a sudden reticence, offering only an awkward smile in response. Her gaze then fell upon the final crimson jar on the counter. The last one. May fortune smile upon me once more. Yafei murmured to herself, lifting her fair, delicate hand and gently striking the last crimson jar. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered, scattering into fragments that transformed into a dazzling light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering the scene within the radiant glow invisible. After a brief moment of hushed anticipation, the light finally dissipated, revealing its contents. There lay a crystal the size of an ostrich egg, a muted yellow hue shimmering with ripples of energy. A 6th-grade earth element magic core? Hai Buodong discerned swiftly, though he remained uncertain about the specific beast from which it originated. While a 6th-grade magic core paled in comparison to the previous 3 jars Yafei had opened, it was nonetheless a commendable find emerging from the crimson jar. Elder, it seems fortune has not favored me this time, Yafei remarked with a hint of disappointment. Nevertheless, this is still quite good. Opening jars is akin to gambling. Who is ever consistently lucky? Hai Buodong waved his hand dismissively. After Yafei collected the 6th-grade earth element magic core, she prepared to vacate her position. At that moment, the little medical sage addressed her. Miss Yafei, please hold on a moment. I am issuing you a 2nd-level VIP card. Thank you, Yafei replied, pausing with an air of anticipation. The little medical sage quickly rummaged through her belongings and promptly produced a 2nd-level VIP card, presenting it to Yafei, which bore her name. Miss Yafei, this 2nd-level VIP card grants you 2 opportunities to teleport to this establishment each month. The little medical sage informed her. Chapter 355, The 10,000 Poisons Pearl. After receiving the secondary VIP card, Yafei stepped aside, allowing space for others, while Hai Buodong and Xiao Suner exchanged a glance. Xiao Suner, taking the initiative, remarked, Old sir, what are you waiting for? It's your turn to open the jar. Haha, I shall not be polite then. Chuckled Hai Buodong in response to Xiao Suner, as he approached the counter and addressed the young physician. Little physician, could you kindly fetch me an orange jar? Hai Buodong did not consider himself particularly fortunate, refraining from the extravagant hope that he might unearth treasures akin to those Yafei had found within a red jar. Ever since his elevation to the 2nd tier, he had consistently opted for the orange jars. Very well, Mr. Hai Buodong, please hold on for a moment. The young physician beamed sweetly, swiftly retrieving an orange jar from the shelf and placing it upon the counter. She continued, Mr. Hai Buodong, after this jar, you will still have 3 million left in your quota. Nodding in acknowledgement, Hai Buodong extended his hand and swiftly struck the orange jar. With a crisp shatter, the orange jar fragmented into countless pieces, releasing a dazzling array of light that obscured the vision of all present, rendering them unable to perceive what lay within the radiant spectacle. What treasures might emerge from this opening? Hai Buodong silently hoped for a grand revelation. Gradually, as the luminous display began to dissipate, the contents within the counter were unveiled. Before them lay a small black orb. Could this black orb be a medicinal pill? A wave of uncertainty washed over Hai Buodong upon sighting the orb, for it emitted no discernible scent and bore no trace of energy fluctuations. Both Yafei and Xiao Suner gazed on with curiosity, unable to discern the nature of this item. Exercising caution, Hai Buodong refrained from reaching for the black orb. Instead, smilingly inquired of the young physician, Little physician, could you assist me in identifying what this black orb is? Nodding at Hai Buodong's query, the young physician quickly utilized the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun to examine the black orb, and instantly, a piece of information materialized before her eyes. 10,000 poison orb. Upon consumption, It grants immunity to all toxins of the 9th tier and below. The revelation that this orb could confer protection against toxins astonished the young physician, particularly given her own constitution as a poison body, currently engaged in the practice of potent toxin manipulation. Yet, this orb could withstand toxins of the 9th tier. However, she pondered, to what tier could my own toxins ascend? After a moment of contemplation, she promptly relayed the information regarding the black orb to Hebadong and the others. Immunity to all toxins of the 9th tier and below. Upon hearing the introduction from the little healer, Hebadong was filled with astonishment. A 9th tier toxin is in existence at the pinnacle level in the Dou Qi continent, and possessing such a small black bead allows him to evade such terrifying poison. It is equivalent to being immune to any toxin on the Dou Qi continent. Congratulations, Elder Taishan, on acquiring such a treasure. Yafei promptly expressed her congratulations from the side. It seems that your good fortune has rubbed off on me a bit, my dear. Hebadong responded with a hearty laugh. The effect of the wand Du Zhu is essentially rendered useless unless confronted with toxins or those wielding poison techniques. However, when faced with a threat of poison, it instantly transforms into a precious gem. After finishing his conversation with Yafei, Hebadong immediately turned to the little healer and asked, Haha, young lady, how do I use this miraculous bead? The little healer, already well informed of the bead's usage, replied without hesitation, Mr. Hebadong, it's quite simple. Just swallow it whole. Thank you, young lady. Upon hearing her words, Hebadong wasted no time and took the black bead from the counter. As soon as he held it, a warm sensation radiated from the bead. Without any hesitation, he grasped the wand Du Zhu and swallowed it. As the bead descended into his stomach, a wave of warmth surged within him, dispersing outward and flowing throughout his entire being. Hebadong could distinctly feel that some transformation was occurring within his body, though he couldn't quite articulate what that change was. Could it be that the effects of swallowing the wand Du Zhu are also restricted by the rules within the jar shop? He pondered, swiftly making his way toward the shop's exit. Just as he stepped out of the jar shop, a muffled sound erupted from his body, and in an instant, his aura surged dramatically, breaking through from a 1-star Do zone to a 2-star Do zone. Moreover, after this breakthrough, the trend of his rapid ascension did not halt, propelling him further to a 3-star Do zone level. Haha, I never expected this bead to possess such effects. Upon sensing the change in his cultivation, Hebadong was overwhelmed with joy. To leap 2-star levels within the Do zone stage, perhaps even the earlier divine pill could not have produced such results. Although Yafei was unaware of the specifics of Hebadong's realm, she had no doubt that the powerful aura emanating from him meant that even 100 Mytel Tingshans would be no match for him. Congratulations, Elder Taishan. Yafei offered her congratulations once more. As the greatest asset of the Mytel family, the stronger Hebadong became, the more prosperous the Mytel family would flourish, naturally. This filled Yafei with immense joy. Hebadong, after a hearty laugh, gradually calmed his exhilarated heart. The items within Basia's shop were truly extraordinary. Xiao Suner, too, marveled inwardly. Although the Zhongzhou region boasted numerous elixirs capable of enhancing one's strength and cultivation, few could achieve such rapid results without any side effects. After a quiet sigh of admiration, Xiao Suner ceased to pay attention to the commotion and slowly approached the counter, addressing the little medical fairy. Dear little medical fairy, may I have an orange jar, please? Upon hearing Xiao Suner's request, the little medical fairy swiftly retrieved an orange jar and placed it upon the counter. Miss Xiao Suner, your remaining credit is 3,500,000. After deducting the cost of this orange jar, you will have 2,500,000 left. Indeed. Xiao Suner nodded lightly, finding no discrepancies in the little medical fairy's account. Her gaze then fell upon the orange jar on the counter. Having witnessed Yafei's extraordinary fortune, Xiao Suner felt a flicker of anticipation, hoping that some of that good luck might extend to her. Without further hesitation, Xiao Suner raised her delicate hand and swiftly struck the jar. Crack! The sound of the jar shattering echoed through the air, and the orange jar instantly fragmented into countless pieces. In an instant, those shattered fragments transformed into a dazzling radiance, enveloping the onlooker's sights, obscuring any view of the spectacle within the luminous glow. Soon, as the brilliance dissipated, the contents of the counter were revealed. There lay a firearm over a meter in length, its blue casing appearing quite substantial. On one side of the gun, a glowing blue screen displayed the number 100. What is this? It resembles the futuristic technology gun wielded by the granddaughter of Old Jia, Hebadong murmured, observing the blue firearm. A futuristic technology gun? Hearing Hebadong's soft utterance, Yafei suddenly grasped the implication and promptly inquired, Elder, are you referring to the powerful guardian of the royal family, Old Jia? Indeed. Just yesterday, that old fellow arrived with his 2 granddaughters. Upon hearing Yafei's inquiry, Hebadong nodded and remarked, Yesterday, they showcased a firearm strikingly similar to this one. Named the Future Technology Gun. This weapon is capable of utilizing magic cores as a direct energy source. During their tests yesterday, inserting a third-tier magic core allowed the technological firearm to unleash an attack equivalent to that of a 9-star Great Dou Master. Even the defensive barrier condensed at the Dou spirit level sustained visible cracks from a single strike. At that moment, Xiao Suner, who had been listening to the conversation between Hebedong and Yufei, became intrigued and asked curiously, if that is the case, does it mean that as the level of the magic core increases, the power of the gun also intensifies? Upon hearing Xiao Suner's question, Hebedong paused briefly before analyzing, theoretically. That is correct. My conjecture is that even a person devoid of any cultivation could wield a technological firearm loaded with a 6th-tier magic core and deliver a formidable attack capable of threatening a Dou Emperor. Xiao Suner, following Hebedong's explanation, expressed her astonishment. Is there truly such an outrageous weapon? If the wielder of the technology gun possesses a 9th-tier magic core, could they not directly pose a threat to a Dou Saint-level expert? Hebedong's expression mirrored her shock. Given his perspective, he had not previously considered this possibility. Thus, he spoke with a hint of uncertainty. A 9th-tier magic core is something only a formidable magical beast at the Dou Saint level could possess. How could an ordinary person possibly obtain such a thing? After saying this, Hebedong quickly turned to the Little Medical Fairy and asked, Miss Little Medical Fairy, do you believe that the technological firearm unveiled by that girl Yao Yi yesterday could absorb a 9th-tier magic core and unleash attacks threatening Dou Saint experts? As Miss Suner suggested? Without hesitation, the Little Medical Fairy replied, that is indeed possible. The material of the technology gun can easily absorb a 9th-tier magic core. Likewise, the greater the energy absorbed, the more powerful the energy attack it can unleash. Astonished by the Little Medical Fairy's confirmation, Xiao Suner could no longer maintain her composure. If such a technological firearm could acquire high-tier magic cores, even an ordinary person would pose a significant threat. However, Hebedong did not exhibit an overly vigorous reaction, for he was acutely aware that the technological firearm was under the control of the Jiama royal family. Given their methods, obtaining a 7th-tier magic core would be exceedingly challenging, let alone cores of higher tiers. Moreover, while the technological gun could deliver immense attacks, those facing it were not without means to evade or employ other tactics. Thus, unless such treasures fell into the hands of the youth from a superpower, they could not withstand such consumption. After the initial astonishment, Xiao Suner recalled Hebedong's earlier statement about her current invention being remarkably similar to that technological firearm. She wondered if their effects might also share similarities. With a heart full of curiosity, Xiao Suner once again inquired of the Little Medical Sage, Dear Little Medical Sage, could you assist me in discerning the nature of this object? Certainly. Upon hearing Xiao Suner's question, the Little Medical Sage swiftly employed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, directing her gaze toward the blue object upon the counter. Instantly, a stream of information materialized before her eyes. Laser gun, a weapon originating from the sci-fi realm, capable of emitting powerful laser energy that travels at the speed of light. It possesses a total of 100 layers of charge, allowing for 3 distinct levels of attack. The primary attack consumes 1 layer of charge and delivers a force equivalent to a peak Dou Huang's full strike. The intermediate attack consumes 30 layers of charge, generating a power comparable to that of a 5-star Dou Zong's full effort. The ultimate attack consumes all 100 layers of charge, unleashing a force akin to that of a 1-star Dou Zun's full power. The charge layers automatically replenish at a rate of 2 layers per hour. Staring in astonishment at the description of the laser gun, the Little Medical Sage was utterly taken aback. This weapon not only boasts an unparalleled speed that renders it nearly impossible to evade, but also possesses astonishing power. Even the most basic attack can match the strength of a peak Dou Huang, and remarkably, the charge is inherent to the weapon itself, meaning that utilizing it requires no consumption of magic cores. Observing the expression in the Little Medical Sage's eyes, Xiao Suner could not help but ask again, Dear Little Medical Sage, have you discerned what this is? This object is called a laser gun, a weapon from the sci-fi world, capable of emitting formidable laser energy at light speed. It has a total of 100 layers of charge and can execute 3 different levels of attack. The Little Medical Sage quickly explained to Xiao Suner, detailing the origins and functions of the laser gun. What? Listening to the Little Medical Sage's exposition, Hai Buodong and Yafei's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiao Suner too felt a sense of incredulity at first. However, the accuracy of the Little Medical Sage's information has never been in doubt, compelling the trio to accept the formidable capabilities of the laser gun. The intermediate attack, capable of equaling the might of a 5-star Dou Zong, consumes merely 30% of the charge. An attack of such magnitude would surely be beyond Hai Buodong's capacity to withstand. Especially alarming is the ultimate attack, which can unleash a force comparable to that of a one-star Dou Zun, and most crucially, this laser gun, much like the technological firearms before it, can be wielded by any ordinary individual. The laser gun is truly terrifying, Miss Sunner. May I have the privilege of witnessing its power? Hai Bodong expressed his anticipation to Xiao Sunner. Certainly, esteemed elder. What level of attack would you like to experience? Upon hearing Hai Bodong's words, Xiao Sunner nodded with a smile, not refusing. She had already comprehended the usage of the laser gun from the detailed introduction provided by the little doctor earlier. In response, Hai Bodong awkwardly remarked, naturally, I wish to experience the initial attack equivalent to the pinnacle of the Dou Huang level. Very well, Xiao Sunner replied, then extended her hands to lift the laser gun. While Hai Bodong positioned himself at the doorway. Mr. Hai Bodong, are you ready? I am about to begin. Xiao Sunner adjusted the laser gun for a basic attack and aimed it at Hai Bodong. I am ready. Upon hearing Xiao Sunner, Hai Bodong quickly responded. But just as he finished his affirmation, a dazzling white laser shot forth from the gun aimed at him. In an instant, the white laser struck Hai Bodong. And since he was only slightly prepared, he had not yet activated a proper defense. The tremendous force of the laser propelled him several dozen meters away before he finally came to a halt. Elder Taishang, witnessing Hai Bodong being sent flying by the laser, Yafei rushed to the doorway, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing that he was unharmed. Goodness! Had I not just broken through to the strength of a 3-star Dou Zone, this sudden attack could have severely injured me. Outside the shop, Hai Bodong remarked, glancing at his torn clothing with lingering trepidation. Even the most basic attack of this laser gun, while merely possessing the power of the pinnacle Dou Huang level, exhibits an unparalleled speed. Having experienced it firsthand, Hai Bodong now comprehended what true light speed entails. By his estimation, even those at the Dou Zun level would find it impossible to evade such speed. As for those at the Dou Sheng realm, Hai Bodong had never even contemplated their capabilities. After changing into a fresh outfit, Hai Bodong swiftly returned to the shop. Miss Sunner, I was rather careless just now. I never anticipated that the attack would be so swift. Hai Bodong explained, his face slightly flushed. Now that Xiao Sunner possesses such a formidable treasure, even its most basic attack could put him, a 3-star Dou Zone, at a disadvantage, rendering her largely unafraid of formidable opponents at the Dou Zone stage. In response to Hai Bodong's explanation, Xiao Sunner nodded and smiled gently. It's quite all right. Thank you, esteemed elder, for willingly testing the weapon for me. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Hai Bodong's thoughts returned to the task at hand. He turned to Yafei and said, Child, please open the jar. You may use my quota directly. Upon hearing Hai Bodong's words, Yafei nodded gently and, taking small steps, approached the counter. Little medical fairy, please give me an orange jar, deducting it from the quota of the Grand Elder, she said with a smile as she reached the counter. All right, in this establishment. No conversation escaped the attentive ears of the little medical fairy. Having overheard Hai Bodong's earlier remarks, she readily agreed to Yafei's request, turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before Yafei. Miss Yafei, Mr. Hai Bodong's previous quota was 3 million gold coins. After deducting the cost of this orange jar, there will be 2 million gold coins remaining, the little medical fairy reminded with a smile. Very well, I trust your calculations. Little medical fairy. Hai Bodong greeted her as he approached, his gaze eagerly fixed on the orange jar before him. He mused that since Yafei had previously unearthed several remarkable treasures from the red jar, perhaps this time, the orange jar would yield even more extraordinary items. He felt a twinge of envy at the laser gun that Xiao Sunner had just opened. Child, it's all up to your luck. Hai Bodong chuckled at Yafei. Meanwhile, Yafei was equally filled with anticipation, as this was her first time opening an orange jar, which was priced at twice that of the red jar she had previously opened. In the next moment, she gently lifted her delicate, fair hand and slowly brought it down upon the orange jar, with a crisp sound of shattering. The orange jar instantly splintered into pieces. The fragments transformed into a dazzling radiance that obscured everyone's view, leaving them unable to discern the scene within. Miss Yafei has always had good fortune. I wonder what treasure she will unveil this time. Xiao Sunner mused curiously, gazing at the radiant display. Before long, under the curious gazes of Hai Bodong, Yafei, and Xiao Sunner, the brilliance from the counter began to dissipate. There, upon the counter, lay a palm-sized, uniquely crafted green armor. Such a diminutive piece of armor. Could it possibly be equipment from the League of Legends game world? With a measure of experience now under his belt, Hai Bodong confidently speculated as the miniature green armor appeared on the counter. Chapter 358, Xiao Sunner's Astonishment. Moreover, shortly thereafter, Hai Bodong was suddenly reminded of the resurrection armor he had seen in his mind yesterday, characterized by such a design. Could it be that this is also a resurrection armor? Hai Bodong exclaimed. Hearing his astonished voice, Yafei and Xiao Sun cast curious glances in his direction. At that moment, The little healer also believed that this green armor was indeed the resurrection armor. However, out of caution, she decided to utilize the ability bestowed upon her by Yi Yun to scan the information of the green armor. Instantly, a line of information appeared before her eyes. Guardian Angel Armor, a top-tier equipment originating from the world of League of Legends, allowing the wearer to resurrect at the spot after death, restoring half of their power and vitality, and can only be activated once per day. Indeed, it is resurrection armor. Miss Yafei, your fortune is truly remarkable. After confirming that this was indeed the resurrection armor, the little healer felt an overwhelming envy for Yafei's good fortune. Thus far, the resurrection armor had only been revealed 3 times. The first was to Yun Yun, the second to Yao Yi, and now Yafei was the third to possess this extraordinary armor. Mr. Haibo Dong, your memory is truly commendable. This green armor is indeed the resurrection armor. After reviewing the armor's information, the little healer spoke with unwavering certainty. Upon receiving her confirmation, Haibo Dong joyfully addressed Yafei. Truly, it is the resurrection armor. Child, your luck is indeed enviable. At this moment, both Yafei and Xiao Sun Air were still bewildered by the situation. Elder Taishang, what manner of treasure is this resurrection armor that has you so excited? Yafei inquired, puzzled by Haibo Dong's reaction. Regarding the resurrection armor, Haibo Dong initially intended to explain directly, but halfway through, he paused and turned to the little healer, saying, Little healer, it would be best if you, as the authority, elucidated its function to them. Given the extraordinary nature of the resurrection armor's effects, which could challenge the imagination of many, Haibo Dong felt that even if he described its capabilities, Yafei and Xiao Sun Air might not believe him, and thus, it would be prudent for the little healer to clarify instead. Very well. Hearing that Haibo Dong wanted her to introduce the effects of the resurrection armor, the little healer smiled and nodded, then proceeded to explain. This item is called the resurrection armor, and its function is to allow a person to return to life. But there is only one chance for resurrection within a single day. The resurrection armor truly possesses the miraculous power of bringing the dead back to life. As the little healer's succinct words fell, both Yafei and Xiao Sun Air exclaimed in unison. Previously, the two had vaguely speculated about this possibility from the literal meaning, but had quickly dismissed it. However, now hearing it directly from the little healer, they were compelled to believe that this armor indeed held the power of resurrection. How astounding, is it not? Observing the expressions on Yafei and Xiao Sun's faces, Haibo Dong chuckled and remarked, Yesterday, when the young healer introduced this, I too found it hard to believe. However, later, I witnessed with my own eyes a person clad in this resurrection armor being slain, only to come back to life instantly. This is truly extraordinary. Yafei's heart remained unsettled. Meanwhile, Xiao Sun seized upon a crucial piece of information embedded in Haibo Dong's words. According to this venerable elder, the resurrection armor had been activated by someone just yesterday, which implied that the likelihood of donning such miraculous armor was relatively high. How splendid it would be if I could also activate such an extraordinary piece of armor. Xiao Sun mused silently. Great elder, since this armor possesses the power to bring one back from the brink of death, and as you are the pillar of our middle family, it would be best for you to wear it. After a moment of internal deliberation, Yafei resolutely picked up the miniature green armor from the counter and presented it to Haibo Dong. Gazing at the miniature green armor before him, Haibo Dong felt an undeniable temptation. After all, possessing this armor was akin to gaining several lives, proving invaluable in critical moments. Yet, he recalled her earlier assertion that all items she activated would belong to her, leaving him in a state of inner conflict. Great elder, please do not hesitate. This is a token of my sincere regard. If you refuse, I shall feel immensely guilty. Yafei continued to persuade him. Upon hearing her words, Haibo Dong was profoundly moved. He could discern that Yafei genuinely prioritized the prosperity of the middle family above all else. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately resolved not to accept the treasure activated by Yafei, decisively stating, Child, do not insist. I have made my decision. What you activate belongs to you, save for techniques or methods of combat that can be shared. In response, Yafei recognized Haibo Dong's firm stance and could only nod in resignation. This elder truly possessed admirable qualities. On Xiao Sun's side, witnessing Haibo Dong resist the allure of such a treasure elevated his stature in her eyes. Seeing that Yafei had ceased her protests, Haibo Dong nodded approvingly and proceeded to explain, Child, to use the resurrection armor. Simply affix it to your body and silently invoke its power. It will meld with you, becoming intangible. Very well, I shall give it a try. Learning the method of activation, Yafei promptly affixed the green armor to her abdomen and quietly intoned, Activate. As her voice faded, a brilliant green radiance erupted from the resurrection armor in her hand, enveloping her graceful form entirely. When the verdant light dissipated, A pure green armor had seamlessly adorned Yafei's figure. In the next moment, as a thought crossed Yafei's mind, the green armor vanished into thin air. Time was of the essence. It was best to procure the jars swiftly. Moments later, as the astonishment among the crowd began to settle, Haibo Dong gradually approached the counter. Observing this, the little medicine fairy, with a flicker of thought, vanished from her original position and reappeared instantaneously within the confines of the counter. Little medicine fairy, please bring me an orange jar, Haibo Dong requested, intending to extract treasures from his spatial ring to exchange for gold coins. However, upon remembering that he had not exhausted his quota, he hesitated. Mr. Haibo Dong, please hold on a moment. Upon hearing his words, the little medicine fairy responded with a sweet smile, then swiftly turned to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it atop the counter. She reminded him, Mr. Haibo Dong, your previous quota was 2 million. After deducting the cost of this orange jar, you still have 1 million remaining. Excellent, little medicine fairy. You managed the accounts with such assurance. Haibo Dong chuckled, then raised his hand and forcefully struck the orange jar. Crack! As the crisp sound of shattering echoed, the orange jar on the counter immediately splintered into fragments. Subsequently, the shattered pieces transformed into a dazzling radiance that obscured everyone's vision, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. Having witnessed Yafei's extraordinary luck earlier, Haibo Dong felt a sense of ease regarding the treasures he might uncover. He even entertained the thought of having Yafei assist him with his own jars in the future. As they awaited in silence, the brilliance from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the items within. There, atop the counter, lay a scroll layered in silver, white, black, and yellow. Another scroll. Haibo Dong inwardly lamented at the sight of the layered scroll, noting that it was the most frequent item he had unearthed over the past couple of days. Nevertheless, the scrolls he had previously obtained had proven valuable, containing not only 2 beginner-level Earth-grade martial techniques, but also an Earth-grade palm technique, the divine palm of the Buddha. What level of skill or technique might this new scroll contain? Haibo Dong pondered, then reached out to grasp the multicolored scroll, unfurling it before him. Instantly, 5 large yellow characters emerged in his field of vision. Yellow Spring Ascension Technique. Just a glance at these 5 characters sent a tremor of excitement through Haibo Dong's spirit. The phrase Huang Quan Sheng Xiao Ju, when interpreted literally, appears to be the title of a certain martial art technique. Upon sensing the immense aura emanating from these 5 characters, Haibo Dong hastily rolled up the scroll. Due to the brevity of time in which Haibo Dong unfurled the scroll, Yafei and Xiao Sun Air were unable to discern its contents, prompting their curiosity to surface. Elder, what troubles you? Is there something peculiar about this scroll? They inquired. Indeed, it is rather extraordinary. This martial art technique must have significant origins. Merely gazing upon its name evokes a profound tremor within my spirit, Haibo Dong replied gravely, nodding in response to Yafei's query. Upon hearing this, both Yafei and Xiao Sun Air displayed traces of curiosity on their faces. It is worth noting that Haibo Dong is a formidable Do Zong expert. If a mere name of a martial art can cause such a reaction from him, it suggests that the technique is of exceptional caliber. Contemplating this, Yafei turned to Xiao Yixian and asked, Dear Xiao Yixian, can you discern the origin of this scroll? With Yafei's question, both Haibo Dong and Xiao Sun Air directed their gazes towards Xiao Yixian. All right, let me take a look, she replied politely, offering a smile before utilizing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun to scan the scroll in Haibo Dong's hand. Instantly, a message materialized before Xiao Yixian's eyes. Huang Quan Sheng Qiao Ju, a high-tier, heavenly ranked martial art, divided into 9 levels. It necessitates cultivation in locations of extreme yin and extreme cold, and during practice, one may experience a near-death state. Those who achieve mastery will wield formidable powers of extreme yin and extreme cold. To her astonishment, this was indeed a high-tier heavenly ranked technique. The description of the 4-colored scroll was succinct yet profoundly impactful, as such a high-level martial art scroll is exceedingly rare. Observing the expression on Xiao Yixian's face, the curiosity of Haibo Dong, Xiao Sun Air, and Yafei intensified. Typically, when Xiao Yixian exhibits such an expression, it signifies that the item in question is extraordinarily valuable. Xiao Yixian, what do you discern? Have you uncovered the origins of this scroll? Haibo Dong inquired further. Hearing his question, Xiao Yixian steadied her thoughts and calmly introduced to the 3 esteemed ones. This 4-colored scroll records a martial art technique named Huang Quan Sheng Qiao Ju, with a rank of high-tier heavenly. Her introduction was brief, merely stating the name and rank of the scroll, yet it did not diminish its significance. High-tier heavenly ranked martial art. Upon hearing Xiao Yixian's revelation, Haibo Dong's jaw dropped in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. The reactions of Xiao Sun Air and Yafei mirrored his own. In that moment, The three were momentarily rendered speechless, as if they had been struck by a thunderous roar. Despite Xiao Sun'er's identity and knowledge, she had never heard of anyone in the Dou Qi continent practicing a high-tier celestial technique. Within her ancient clan, although there existed celestial techniques, none were of the advanced tier. Such esteemed methodologies were merely recorded in ancient texts and legends. She could scarcely fathom the terrifying pace of cultivation one could achieve with such a technique. The fighting spirit cultivated through it would likely be insurmountable by any of the same rank. Miss Little Physician, you cannot be mistaken, can you? Is this truly a scroll of high-tier celestial technique? Hai Buodong inquired softly. He had long ceased to question the authority of the Little Physician. Yet the emergence of such a treasure was overwhelmingly shocking, its impact too profound to ignore. Indeed, this is the scroll of a high-tier celestial technique. The Little Physician affirmed once more. With her confirmation, Hai Buodong had no choice but to accept the truth that this scroll was indeed of high-tier celestial technique. However, unlike his initial eagerness for the treasure, upon acquiring the Huangquan Shengxiao Ju, a sense of anxiety began to take root within him. He was acutely aware of the value of a high-tier celestial technique. A method mentioned in ancient legends would undoubtedly incite desperate desires even among the most powerful factions of Zhongzhou. Should word get out that he possessed such a technique, it would spell disaster for him. Chapter 360, Inner and Outer Worlds. A small world. The worth of this scroll was immeasurable, surpassing even the entirety of the Jiamida Empire. If it attracted the attention of the continent's formidable beings, the entire northwestern continent could descend into a scene of bloodshed, drawing even the dormant ancient beings. Miss Sun'er, I wish to entrust you with a matter. After a moment of contemplation, Hai Buodong spoke with utmost seriousness to Xiao Sun'er. Observing his expression, she had already surmised what he was about to convey and promptly replied, Rest assured, old sir, I shall not breathe a word about this high-tier celestial technique to anyone. Seeing Xiao Sun'er anticipate his request and respond in advance, Hai Buodong felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then solemnly placed the four-colored scroll into his spatial ring. Thank you, Miss Sun'er. I shall not delay your time any further. He expressed his gratitude. Stepping aside from the counter, Xiao Sun'er, noticing this, approached the counter and addressed the Little Physician. Little Physician, please fetch me an orange jar. Certainly. Please hold on a moment. The Little Physician smiled lightly at Xiao Sun'er, then swiftly turned to retrieve an orange jar from the shelves behind her, placing it upon the counter. Just moments ago, Yafei unveiled a resurrection armor, while Hai Buodong revealed a high-level celestial technique. Each of these items could drive the entire Dou Qi continent into a frenzy. Even Xiao Sun'er's father, Gu Yuan, the patriarch of the ancient clan, would be overwhelmed with excitement upon learning of such treasures, possibly resorting to desperate measures to seize them. Xiao Sun'er felt a profound envy in her heart at this moment. Gazing at the orange jar on the counter, her hopes soared high. She silently wished, may I also uncover such splendid treasures this time. In the next instant, she extended her delicate hand and gently tapped the jar. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering, the orange jar instantly splintered into fragments. Immediately, the broken shards transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering the scene within the luminous glow unreadable. As they waited in silence, the resplendent light gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. There lay a white, diamond-shaped crystal, roughly the size of an egg, on the counter. The crystal appeared quite ordinary and emitted no energy fluctuations. Is this merely a stone? Observing the seemingly mundane crystal, Xiao Sun'er's eyes filled with confusion. Unlike the previously manifested small treasures, which were predominantly round and appeared extraordinary, this diamond-shaped stone seemed to lack any value, leaving her somewhat disheartened. On Hai Buodong's side, upon seeing the diamond-shaped stone, he too was perplexed, having never encountered such a treasure, and thus refrained from commenting. If even Hai Buodong was at a loss, Yafei was even more bewildered, failing to discern any significance. An irregular stone? The little medical fairy, however, felt a flicker of curiosity towards the diamond-shaped stone that had appeared on the counter. In the next moment, she utilized the ability bestowed upon her by Yi Yun to scrutinize the stone. Instantly, a piece of information materialized before her eyes. Micro-inner world. Originating from the realm of a mortal martial sovereign, this inner world was crafted by a powerful being, encompassing a vast area of 3,000 miles. Within this inner world, there exists mountains, rivers, lakes, and forests, forming a complete world. Upon refinement, one would possess the power to govern the laws of this domain. A micro-inner world, spanning 3,000 miles. A mere small stone possesses such an immense world. After reading the description of the diamond-shaped stone, the little medical fairy felt a renewed sense of astonishment. The treasures unveiled by these three guests today were increasingly remarkable. Just as the little medical fairy finished examining the capabilities of the diamond-shaped stone, Xiao Suner inquired, "Little medical fairy, can you discern what this small stone is?" Upon hearing Xiao Suner's inquiry, the little healing sage responded with admiration, introducing her. "Miss Suner, the diamond-shaped stone you have manifested is known as the micro-inner world. It originates from the realm of the indomitable martial sovereign, crafted by powerful beings who have cultivated an inner realm within their own bodies. This realm encompasses mountains, rivers, lakes, and oceans. Once you refine it, this inner world will become your own, allowing you to enter it as well." Listening to the little healing sage's explanation, the astute Xiao Suner immediately grasped the concept of the inner world, her worldview undergoing a profound transformation. In the continent of Dou Qi, there exists a type of stone imbued with internal space, known as the space stone, which serves as the raw material for crafting spatial rings. However, its internal space is exceedingly limited. Even the most advanced spatial rings possess a mere dozen or so zhang of capacity. Furthermore, once an individual's cultivation reaches the Dou Sheng level, they gain the ability to create external spaces. Yet it is impossible to establish an inner world based on their own body, a concept that exceeds Xiao Suner's comprehension. Similarly, Hai Buodong and Yufei, standing beside Xiao Suner, shared a comparable reaction. The notion of the inner world transcended their understanding as well. Observing their reactions, the little healing sage proposed, "Miss Suner, I too am curious about this phenomenon and wish to uncover its wonders. You will understand once you refine it." "Excellent." Xiao Suner readily agreed to the little healing sage's suggestion. However, a moment later, she looked at her with a puzzled expression and asked, "But how does one go about refining this?" The little healing sage paused briefly before clarifying, "Miss Suner, the instructions indicate that you simply need to hold it in your hand and silently utter the words refine. Additionally, during the initial refinement, you must choose a location for it within your body, such as your arm, palm, or the center of your brow. Is that so?" With this explanation, Xiao Suner felt a sense of clarity. Without hesitation, she extended her hand, grasping the diamond-shaped stone from the counter, and silently thought, "Refine." As the words resonated in her mind, the stone in her grasp transformed into a beam of white light, shooting directly into her brow. Clearly, Xiao Suner intended for the inner world to reside at that very spot. In the next moment, a subtle connection formed in her consciousness with the diamond-shaped stone now located at her brow. As a thought flickered in her mind, a vivid image of an entire world materialized within Xiao Suner's consciousness. This realm, adorned with mountains and rivers, flowers and grass, mirrored the authenticity of the real world. To her astonishment, Xiao Suner discovered that she could directly govern the cycle of day and night in this world, with a mere desire. She could envelop it entirely in daylight or shroud it completely in darkness. How remarkable, Miss Xiao Suner, your inner realm is truly extraordinary. In the moment she refined this inner domain into her being, even the little medicine saint could not contain her curiosity and inquired. Upon hearing the little medicine saint's words, Xiao Suner withdrew her thoughts from the inner realm, nodding joyfully as she replied, "Indeed, it is truly wondrous. Moreover, I believe I have grasped the meaning of wielding the laws of this world." The little medicine saint's curiosity intensified upon hearing Xiao Suner's declaration, prompting her to request directly, "Miss Xiao Suner, may I enter that world to see it for myself?" Following her inquiry, both Hai Buodong and Yufei echoed the same sentiment. For anyone, the prospect of exploring a miniature world of 3,000 miles in expanse, one that is intimately carried as a part of oneself, would undoubtedly spark intrigue. Very well. Responding to the requests of the little medicine saint, Hai Buodong and Yufei, Xiao Suner slowly nodded in agreement. "I can allow you to enter and take a look, but when I bring you in, please do not resist. Rest assured, we will cooperate." In unison, the three affirmed. In the next moment, as a thought surged within Xiao Suner, a radiant white light erupted from her brow, enveloping all three individuals before her. However, as the light struck them, despite Xiao Suner's attempts to activate her inner realm, there was no reaction whatsoever. What is happening? Is it possible that this inner realm cannot accommodate living beings? A hint of confusion flickered in the minds of Hai Buodong and Yufei. No, as doubts were voiced, the little medicine saint suddenly realized and shook her head, saying, "It must be restricted by the shop's rules. Miss Xiao Suner's space cannot unfold." Upon uttering these words, the little medicine saint swiftly lifted the constraints imposed on Xiao Suner's inner realm. Boom. Just as the limitations were lifted, a tremendous force of spatial energy emanated from Xiao Suner's brow, instantly engulfing the three. Their figures vanished in an instant, and the next moment, Xiao Suner's own form followed suit, leaving the shop devoid of any presence. Only a powerful wave of spatial energy faintly emanated from the place where Xiao Suner had stood. This is a closed world, with a vast expanse of land stretching 3,000 miles at its center. Beyond this land lies a thick, impenetrable barrier of darkness, appearing from a distance as though a colossal island stands proudly amidst a sea of black. On this immense land, towering mountains rise majestically, rivers converge into seas, and greenery flourishes abundantly. Regrettably, neither the skies, the land, nor the waters reveal any trace of animals or humans. Suddenly, four figures descended upon a lush mountain peak: the little healer, Hebadong, Yafei, and Xiao Suner. This world is truly immense. A territory of 3,000 miles is simply unimaginable. Yafei exclaimed in awe as she gazed down from the summit. With such a vast domain, it could easily be transformed into a paradise. Even Boss Yi would be tempted by such a haven. The little healer surveyed the surroundings, seemingly eager to absorb the entirety of the scenery in one glance. Not only is the expanse remarkable, but the concentration of fighting energy here is at least 10 times that of the outside world. Hebadong remarked enviously as he felt the energy around him. Observing the reactions of her companions, Xiao Suner chuckled softly. The concentration of fighting energy in this realm is something I can manipulate at will. With that, a thought flashed through her mind, and the fighting energy surrounding the mountain peak surged once again, rapidly escalating to over 30 times that of the outside world, continuously increasing. Witnessing Xiao Suner's extraordinary ability, Hebadong found himself momentarily entranced. To command the celestial energies within a 3,000-mile domain is a formidable power indeed. If Xiao Suner wished to cultivate, she could draw upon the energy of the entire world within an exceedingly narrow space for her training. Although such a drastic alteration of energy concentrations could disrupt the ecological balance in many areas, potentially leading to the extinction of local flora, even drawing a mere tenth of such a vast territory would be utterly terrifying. At that moment, as the energy on the peak reached 30 times that of the outside world, Xiao Suner waved her hand and dispersed all that energy. Wind come, rain descend. The next instant, with just a gentle call, a fierce wind whipped through the mountain, and rain began to pour. Yet, despite the tempest surrounding them, the area around Xiao Suner and her companions remained untouched. In the following moment, she astonishingly ascended into the air without any external aid, lightly stepping onto the void. Seeing her remarkable prowess, Hebadong could not help but exclaim, "This is nothing short of divine power." Indeed, as he had articulated, in this inner realm, Xiao Suner was akin to a deity, the creator of this world. Not only can she summon the winds and rains, altering the celestial energies of a region at will, but she can also harness these celestial forces to launch various attacks. Naturally, the magnitude of this celestial energy manipulation will increase as Xiao Suner's strength escalates. Moreover, Xiao Suner has indirectly acquired the spatial power that ordinary individuals can only comprehend upon reaching the Douzun level. With Xiao Suner's consent, Yafei and Xiao Yixian can traverse this realm, seemingly treading upon the void. However, when they ascend to an extraordinary height, nearly 100,000 meters above the ground, they find the boundaries of this world elusive, underscoring the vastness of this realm that spans 3,000 miles, far exceeding common assumptions. Chapter 363, Transforming Weapons and Refining the Body, Part 1. Observing Xiao Suner's commanding abilities, Xiao Yixian expressed her envy, saying, "Miss Xiao Suner, if you could ever fully harness the celestial energy within this 3,000-mile territory, you might pose a direct threat to Dou Qi practitioners." Confronting a Dou Qi is still a distant prospect, yet as it stands, should some ordinary Douzun practitioners enter my inner world, they would likely face certain defeat. Xiao Suner replied earnestly. In truth, those who dare to engage in combat within Xiao Suner's inner realm would suffer greatly, for the celestial energy here is entirely under her dominion. For practitioners who have surpassed the Douzun level, their combat prowess does not solely derive from their physical forms. They often rely on the surrounding celestial energies to fight. If they cannot gather this celestial energy for their attacks, their combat effectiveness would be significantly diminished. Today, the jars Xiao Suner has opened in this inner realm are among the finest available. Possessing such an inner world, her already potent bloodline will accelerate her strength's enhancement at a terrifying pace. After exploring the inner realm for some time, Hebadong suddenly remarked, "Miss Xiao Suner, we are grateful for your invitation to experience this inner realm. However, time is of the essence. Let us hasten to open a few more jars before closing time." "Very well, let's proceed," Xiao Suner agreed with a nod. With a thought, their figures instantly vanished from the inner realm and reappeared in Yi Yun's jar shop. Upon exiting the inner realm, Hebadong immediately addressed Yafei. "Child, please go ahead and open a jar." "Understood." Hearing Hebadong's words, Xiao Suner confidently approached the counter, while Xiao Yixian, as before, teleported directly behind the counter. "Miss Xiao Yixian, I would like an orange jar, please. Yafei directly requested. Certainly, Miss Yafei, please hold on a moment. With a gentle smile, the little healer replied and swiftly turned around. Retrieving an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it on the counter while reminding, Miss Yafei, Mr. Hebadong still has a remaining balance of 1 million gold coins. Once we deduct this orange jar, the previous balance will be entirely cleared. All right, I understand. Yafei nodded earnestly in acknowledgement of the little healer's reminder. Her gaze then fell upon the orange jar on the counter. Since Hebadong had mentioned that the shop was about to close, Yafei wasted no time. She raised her hand and swiftly struck the orange jar. With a crisp crack, the jar shattered into countless pieces, and the fragments transformed into a dazzling array of light, obscuring everyone's vision, rendering the contents within invisible. What treasures might emerge this time? As she beheld the mesmerizing light, Yafei felt a surge of anticipation. Beside her, Hebadong was deep in thought, reflecting on the initial realm of inner space that had just been unveiled by Xiao Suner. The divine pills previously revealed were classified into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels. The inner realm that Miss Suner had opened bore the prefix primary, which led Hebadong to speculate whether this jar might yield an intermediate or even an advanced inner realm. After a moment of contemplation, his excitement grew. The primary inner realm Xiao Suner had summoned possessed a vast expanse of 3,000 miles. The potential of obtaining an intermediate or advanced inner realm from the jar was indeed exhilarating, promising a staggering domain and formidable energy. As Hebadong envisioned the possibilities, the radiant light on the counter gradually dissipated, revealing its contents at last. There lay a golden scroll, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. This golden scroll was undoubtedly an extraordinary treasure. At first glance, Hebadong was almost certain of its exceptional nature. Yafei and Xiao Suner shared a similar reaction. For this scroll seemed even more mysterious than the previously revealed four-colored scroll, the Yellow Springs Ascension technique. The little healer, captivated by the scroll's resplendent glow and the invisible pressure it emitted, wasted no time in utilizing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun. Her eyes swept over the golden scroll, and instantly, a line of information appeared before her. Transformation of weapons into flesh. This secret technique serves as both a method of cultivation and a combat skill. By practicing this art, one can continuously meld various weapons into the body, thereby enhancing physical strength. Upon reaching its zenith, the body itself becomes the finest weapon. The scroll containing this technique astonishingly lacks any classification. After perusing the description of the technique, the young healer felt a profound sense of perplexity. At that moment, the three individuals before her turned their gaze toward her almost in unison. Young healer, could you enlighten us about this scroll? They inquired in unison. Indeed. The young healer nodded gently and began to speak slowly. This scroll records a technique known as the transformation of weapons into flesh. It is both a cultivation method and a combat skill. By mastering this technique, one can continuously integrate various weapons into their body, thereby fortifying physical strength. Eventually, the body itself becomes the ultimate weapon. Transformation of weapons into flesh. Primarily focused on the physical body, the three companions of Hebadong appeared momentarily stunned upon hearing the young healer's explanation. Young healer, what rank does this technique possess? Hebadong asked with an air of suspicion. Upon hearing his question, the young healer shook her head, replying, it has no rank. How can it have no rank? Hebadong furrowed his brow at this revelation. Without a rank, how are we to discern the quality of this technique? Can weapons truly be integrated into the body? Unlike Hebadong, who was preoccupied with the ranking of the technique, Xiao Suner was more intrigued by its cultivation method. Indeed, upon successful cultivation, one can incorporate weapons into the body to refine their physique. Furthermore, this is not merely about physical refinement. As a technique that combines both cultivation and combat skills, it equally enhances one's fighting energy. Without hesitation, the young healer responded to Xiao Suner's inquiry. Chapter 364, Transformation of Weapons into Flesh, Part 2. Upon hearing the young healer's reply, Xiao Suner could initially conclude that this scroll's technique is comparable to celestial-grade cultivation methods and combat skills. In the realm of fighting energy, it is exceedingly rare to encounter anyone refining their physical body, as there are virtually no methods pertaining to this aspect. The strength of the body seems perpetually linked to those formidable beasts. A robust physique offers the most apparent advantage. If two individuals endure the same level of attack, the one with inferior physical strength may suffer severe injury or even death, while the one with superior strength can effectively mitigate such attacks. However, the specifics remain difficult to gauge at present. This secret technique initially does not allow for the integration of weapons into the body. Only when the physical body has been honed to a certain extent can one begin to meld weapons to further refine their physique. The young healer continued her patient and detailed explanation. After digesting the young healer's insights, Heibadong remarked, "Young lady, after you return, decide for yourself whether or not to pursue this technique." Understood. Yafei found herself in a state of indecision, and upon hearing Heibadong's words, she nodded in agreement, reaching out to retrieve the golden scroll from the counter and relinquishing her position. Observing this, Heibadong approached the counter directly, extracting 3 additional scrolls, a considerable assortment of spiritual herbs, and several magic cores from his spatial ring. These items, too, had been sourced from Yafei, entrusted to the Mitre auction house by various clients for auction. "Young apothecary, I would be grateful if you could provide me with an appraisal," Heibadong remarked with a smile. "Certainly, Mr. Heibadong, please hold on for a moment." The young apothecary responded with enthusiasm, as she had already sold a considerable number of jars that day. After all, who among salespeople would ever disdain a high performance? At the moment Heibadong made his request, the young apothecary immediately activated the ability bestowed upon her by Yiyun, scanning the treasures laid out before her. Soon, she arrived at a conclusion and swiftly addressed Heibadong. "Mr. Heibadong, I estimate the value of these treasures to be 420,000 gold coins." 420,000 gold coins. Upon hearing the young apothecary's assessment, Heibadong felt a surge of joy. With such treasures, his spatial ring contained a plethora of similar items. And coupled with those plundered from the influential elites of Mo City, he could amass at least another 800,000 gold coins. This would be sufficient for him to acquire 12 additional orange jars. "Young apothecary, please prepare 1 orange jar for me, and the surplus can be stored in the shop," Heibadong declared, extending his hands. "Of course, Mr. Heibadong, please wait a moment," the young apothecary replied with great delight. For since the client had chosen to store the surplus in the jar shop, it could not be withdrawn but only used to offset future purchases. Hence, Heibadong's decision assured her an increase of 4 orange jars in her sales performance. With that, the young apothecary gently waved her hand, collecting all the treasures that Heibadong had provided, and swiftly turned to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it on the counter. "Mr. Heibadong, here is your orange jar. After deducting 100,000 gold coins for this jar, your remaining balance is 320,000 gold coins." The young apothecary placed the jar before Heibadong, smiling as she reminded him. "Very well." Acknowledging her reminder, Heibadong nodded and wasted no time. He raised his hand decisively and struck the orange jar before him with force. Crack! With the clear sound of shattering glass. The orange jar on the counter splintered into countless pieces. Instantly, the shards transformed into a dazzling array of radiant light, obscuring everyone's vision, leaving them unable to discern the spectacle within. What treasures would be revealed this time? As he gazed at the dazzling radiance emanating from the counter, Heibadong felt a surge of anticipation. In this moment, his deepest desire was to unveil a treasure akin to the one previously revealed by Xiao Sun'er. To possess a realm entirely his own, a longing cherished by countless souls. Meanwhile, Xiao Sun'er was not overly concerned about the nature of the treasure that would emerge from Heibadong's endeavor. Her attention was directed toward the exterior of the jar shop. The daylight was beginning to wane, and she silently wished for the closing hour to be delayed, granting her the opportunity to open another jar. As time flowed on, the resplendent light from the counter gradually dissipated, unveiling the objects within. Before their eyes lay a translucent blue orb, roughly the size of a fist. It was evident that some liquid was swirling inside, emanating a captivating indigo glow, suggesting its extraordinary nature. Could this be the heavy water spirit pearl? The moment Heibadong beheld the blue orb, visions of the previous day flooded his mind. What is the heavy water spirit pearl? In response to Heibadong's murmured inquiry, Yafei, intrigued, sought clarification. Xiao Sun'er also turned her gaze toward him. For his ability to name the pearl suggested he had either encountered this particular gem or something remarkably similar. Indeed, the treasures within the jar shop are boundless and varied, and I cannot claim absolute certainty, Heibadong replied, extending his hand to grasp the blue orb. Yet, at the moment of exertion, he abruptly corrected himself. How heavy it is. This must be the heavy water spirit pearl. How heavy can a single pearl be? Yafei, curious, reached out to lift the blue orb, but found it stubbornly unmoving on the counter. Xiao Sun'er, after her attempt, faced the same frustrating outcome. Mr. Heibadong, you are indeed correct. This is the heavy water spirit pearl. The petite healer, having examined the pearl's properties, confirmed Heibadong's conclusion. Following her affirmation, Heibadong proceeded to enlighten Yafei and Xiao Sun'er about the pearl. This blue orb is named the heavy water spirit pearl because it contains heavy water, a unique spiritual liquid that is as weighty as mountains and capable of crushing them to dust. Whether employed for defense or offense, it is an unrivaled weapon. Moreover, its refinement is exceedingly simple. One merely needs to drop blood to recognize its master. As he spoke, Hai Buodong drew a small incision on his fingertip, causing a drop of crimson blood to cascade from his fingertip and land upon the heavy water spirit pearl. Chapter 365. Intermediate Heavenly Level Soul Attack Combat Skill. In the next moment, a radiant beam of light flashed across the heavy water spirit pearl, and the drop of blood that Hai Buodong had shed was entirely absorbed by the pearl. Simultaneously, Hai Buodong sensed a peculiar connection with the heavy water spirit pearl. Rise, he commanded softly, extending his palm towards the pearl. Instantly, the previously weighty pearl, akin to 1,000 pounds, floated effortlessly as if it were mere paper under his control. Witnessing the transformation of the once formidable orb into something so delicate in Hai Buodong's grasp, Xiao Suner smiled and congratulated him. Mr. Hai Buodong, congratulations. This pearl, which weighs 1,000 pounds, will undoubtedly catch your adversary off guard. Indeed, Miss Xiao Suner, while the heavy water spirit pearl is formidable, once it enters your inner realm, it will hold no sway. Hai Buodong replied with a smile in response to her words. He had already witnessed the pearl's power yesterday with Jia Xingtian. When propelled with tremendous velocity, the heavy water spirit pearl could unleash a terrifying force. To illustrate simply, if a 3-star Dou Zong expert of equal cultivation were to recklessly engage without knowledge of the pearl's weight, they might find themselves grievously injured, or perhaps even slain, in a single strike. Now that I possess a heavy water spirit pearl identical to Jia Xingtian's, what calamity might arise should the two pearls collide at high speeds? As Hai Buodong toyed with the heavy water spirit pearl, he found his thoughts drifting back to Jia Xingtian's orb. Meanwhile, after extending her congratulations, Xiao Suner turned her attention away from the pearl and hurried to the counter, addressing Little Medicine Fairy. Miss Little Medicine Fairy, please fetch me an orange jar. Certainly. Miss Xiao Suner, just a moment. Little Medicine Fairy nodded gently, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her. Placing it before Xiao Suner while informing her, Miss Xiao Suner, your remaining credit stands at 150,000 gold coins. After deducting 100,000 for this orange jar, you will have 50,000 gold coins remaining. Little Medicine Fairy's accounting was accurate, and Xiao Suner quickly nodded, then raised her hand to strike the orange jar on the counter. Crack! With the sound of the jar shattering, it splintered into countless pieces. Immediately, the fragments transformed into a dazzling array of radiance, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering the contents within invisible. This jar may very well be my last for today. I hope it continues to bring me good fortune. Watching the radiant glow at the counter, Xiao Suner silently prayed. After a brief moment of anticipation, the resplendent light finally dissipated, revealing the items within. At this moment, Hai Buodong and Yufei turned their attention to the counter. Upon it lay a pitch-black scroll, emanating a faint yet palpable pressure of souls. The mere presence of a scroll capable of such a release was astonishing. A flicker of doubt crossed Xiao Suner's eyes as she beheld the peculiar black scroll. However, her extensive knowledge, stemming from her ancient lineage, quickly provided her with insight. This scroll, capable of exuding soul pressure, might be an exceedingly rare method for cultivating soul power, or perhaps an elusive technique for soul-based attacks. Xiao Suner speculated inwardly. In the next moment, she extended her hands to grasp the black scroll and laid it open before her. Instantly, 3 ominous characters materialized before her eyes. Soul-extinguishing spear. The instant she saw those words, a splitting headache assailed her, overwhelming her senses. She hastily closed the scroll after a mere glance. What could this scroll possibly contain to invoke such distress? Hai Buodong, witnessing Xiao Suner's reaction, felt a surge of alarm. Miss Xiao Suner, may I have a look at that scroll? He inquired, his tone imbued with earnestness. Mr. Hai Buodong, the power of this scroll is too formidable, if you lack confidence. It is best not to probe it with your soul power. Xiao Suner cautioned, yet generously handed the black scroll to him. Very well. Hai Buodong nodded in agreement, accepting the scroll and spreading it open. At that moment, he too beheld the 3 ominous characters, soul-extinguishing spear. Similar to Xiao Suner, he experienced a comparable reaction, though he managed to endure for a second longer before sealing the scroll once more. The mere sight of those words wielded such soul pressure. What secrets lay within this scroll? Meanwhile, the little medical sage, observing the intense reactions of both Xiao Suner and Hai Buodong upon unrolling the scroll, felt a surge of curiosity. She promptly activated the abilities bestowed upon her by Yun and directed her attention toward the scroll. Instantly, a line of information materialized before her. Soul-extinguishing spear, intermediate-level soul attack technique of the heavenly tier. Gasp! An intermediate-level soul attack technique of the heavenly tier. Upon reading the description of the black scroll, the little medical sage inhaled sharply. This was yet another treasure that could incite fierce competition among the continent's strongest. Even those at the level of Dosheng would vie for it. Miss Medical Sage, have you discerned what lies within this scroll? Upon witnessing the reaction of the young healer, Hebedong, Xiao Suner, and Yafei instinctively directed their gaze towards her. Gradually recovering from her astonishment, the young healer elucidated. This black scroll contains the records of a mid-level celestial soul attack technique known as the Soul Extinguishing Spear. No wonder a mere glance at it induces a piercing headache, as if my very soul is being assailed. Xiao Suner exclaimed with palpable excitement after hearing the young healer's explanation. The mid-level celestial soul attack techniques have indeed been mentioned in the annals of the Dou Qi continent. However, those who possess such fearsome techniques are invariably individuals of extraordinary talent. For instance, a saying once circulated throughout the continent, the Yellow Springs finger, severing life and death. The wrath of the Yellow Springs, shattering souls. These 12 words embody the 3 celestial techniques devised by the Yellow Springs demon sage, whose prowess nearly rivaled that of a semi-emperor. They include the Yellow Springs finger, the Yellow Springs palm, and the final soul attack technique, the Wrath of the Yellow Springs. To be precise, the Wrath of the Yellow Springs is a high-level celestial soul wave technique, surpassing even the level of the Soul Extinguishing Spear. Ancient texts recount that in that era, even formidable Dou Saint-level warriors would tremble at the mere mention of the Wrath of the Yellow Springs. Among those peak powerhouses who perished at the hands of the Yellow Springs demon sage, at least 9 out of 10 met their demise due to their souls being shattered by this very technique. Should one master such a technique, they would find themselves virtually unrivaled among peers, effortlessly overcoming adversaries even of higher ranks. Nevertheless, acquiring the Wrath of the Yellow Springs or the Soul Extinguishing Spear is an arduous endeavor, without a celestial level of soul power. Merely gazing upon the technique's content would invite dire backlash. Only by meeting the cultivation requirements of these techniques can one hope to practice them. Upon hearing the young healer's narration, Hebedong and Yafei exchanged puzzled glances. Having never before encountered the concept of soul attack techniques, and thus being unaware of their formidable power. However, the mere classification of this technique as mid-level celestial already attests to its rarity and value. Having recently acquired a high-level celestial technique, the Yellow Springs Ascension Method, Hebedong felt no envy upon learning that Xiao Suner had obtained a mid-level technique. Miss Xiao Suner, the practice of the Soul Extinguishing Spear demands a profound mastery of soul power. Fortunately, you did not directly utilize your soul power to examine the contents of the scroll earlier. Otherwise, you might have faced severe repercussions. The young healer cautioned. Gratitude to the young healer for her reminder. This scroll of combat techniques shall not be casually studied by Suner when her soul power is insufficient. Hearing the healer's words, Suner replied calmly with a smile. At that moment, Suner contemplated that although she could not cultivate this combat technique herself, she could present it to her father, Gu Yuan, for his practice. As the patriarch of the Gu clan, Gu Yuan had reached the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Saint, and his soul power had long since entered the imperial realm. Thus, he would undoubtedly be capable of mastering the Annihilation Spear. With this soul attack technique, Gu Yuan would gain another trump card, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. With this thought, Suner quietly stored away the Annihilation Spear technique and stepped back to make room. Upon witnessing this, Hebedong promptly said to the somewhat astonished Yafei, "My dear, make haste and open another jar?" "Certainly." Yafei, coming to her senses, quickly approached the counter and addressed the young healer. "Young healer, please provide me with an orange jar. The cost will be deducted from the elder's account." "Of course." "Miss Yafei, please hold on a moment." The young healer responded with a smile, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before Yafei. Miss Yafei, previously Mr. Hebedong had a balance of 320,000 gold coins. After deducting 1 million gold coins for this orange jar, the remaining balance is 220,000 gold coins. Additionally, this is the last jar available in our shop today. Once it is sold, we shall be closing for the day. Are we closing already? Upon hearing the young healer's words, Yafei felt a wave of relief. She was fortunate to have hurried over to make her purchase, for had she delayed even a moment longer, she would have missed out on this jar. The words of the young healer were also heard by Hebedong and Suner, who were both very satisfied with their gains for the day. Regardless of who it was, they had all acquired treasures, and with several items circulating, they could certainly incite a great upheaval. Thus, as the young healer announced the impending closure, both of their spirits remained buoyant. After purchasing the last jar of the day from the shop, Yafei raised her hand and swiftly struck the orange jar on the counter. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering, the orange jar splintered into countless pieces. Immediately, the fragments transformed into a dazzling burst of radiance, obscuring the view of all present, rendering it impossible to discern the spectacle within. What kind of treasure shall this final jar bestow upon me? Yafei's heart brimmed with anticipation as she gazed at the resplendent glow emanating from the counter. Soon, as the brilliance gradually dissipated, the contents within the jar were revealed at last. At this moment, Haibo Dong and Xiao Suner approached, their curiosity piqued by the items displayed on the counter. Among them lay a finely crafted jade vial. Could it possibly contain some elixir? Noticing the jade vial, Yafei inquired with intrigue. Yet, out of caution, she refrained from touching it. A fleeting image crossed Haibo Dong's mind regarding the vial, though he could not ascertain the contents within. Let us pour it out and see what it holds, Haibo Dong suggested. Very well, elder. Upon hearing his words, Yafei nodded and directly reached for the jade vial on the counter. As the cork was removed, a rich and invigorating aroma wafted through the air. What a potent fragrance! Upon inhaling the scent, Yafei's eyes sparkled. Such a robust essence must belong to a rather advanced elixir. However, what kind of elixir could it be? Her curiosity deepened. She then poured the contents into her palm, and in an instant, a golden pill, radiating a faint glow, appeared within her grasp. A golden elixir. This must be the Dragon Force pill. Upon observing the pill's form, Haibo Dong felt a surge of certainty about its identity. Elder, have you ever encountered a pill like this? Yafei asked with keen interest. Chapter 367. The Astonishment of my Tel Tingshan. Indeed, I have seen a similar elixir yesterday. Miss Xiao Yixian, do you think this could be the Dragon Force pill? Haibo Dong turned his gaze towards Xiao Yixian. She too believed that this pill resembled the Dragon Force pill produced by the little girl yesterday, yet she was not entirely sure. Consequently, she swiftly utilized the ability bestowed upon her by Yi Yun to examine the pill's information. As Xiao Yixian scanned the pill, information materialized before her eyes. Dragon Force pill, originating from the eternal life realm, crafted from the essence of dragon blood. Consumption enhances physical constitution and grants half-dragon power. After reading this information, Xiao Yixian confidently nodded at Haibo Dong, affirming, Mr. Haibo Dong, you are not mistaken. This golden pill is indeed the Dragon Force pill. Does this Dragon Force pill enhance strength upon consumption? Yafei pondered the name of the elixir, her curiosity ignited. Miss Yafei, you are correct. The Dragon Force pill, originating from the eternal life realm and crafted from dragon blood, indeed improves one's constitution and bestows half-dragon power. Xiao Yixian replied with a smile. Crafted from dragon blood. Consuming it grants half-dragon power. With Xiao Yixian's explanation, Yafei's curiosity intensified further. What kind of power does half-dragon strength entail? Child, this dragon power pill, since it is intended to enhance strength, may very well have directly transformed your constitution. Your method of weapon transformation and body refinement demands an exceptionally high physical aptitude, does it not? Perhaps, upon consuming this dragon power pill, you will be able to practice that secret technique directly. Haibo Dong pondered for a moment before offering a reminder. Is that so? Then I shall give it a try. Upon hearing Haibo Dong's words, Yafei glanced at the golden pill in her palm, then raised her hand and placed it directly into her mouth. As the pill entered her body, a sudden wave of pain surged through her abdomen. However, she refrained from vocalizing her discomfort, merely furrowing her brow tightly in endurance. Observing Yafei's slightly pained expression, Haibo Dong reiterated, Child, relax. This is the medicinal power of the Dragon Power Pill reshaping your body. Soon, the effects of the Dragon Power Pill completely permeated Yafei's being. As time passed, it would gradually alter her constitution, giving rise to divine strength. If fully absorbed, it could bestow upon her the power of a half-dragon. I feel a torrent of warmth surging within me. My strength has magnified immensely. Yafei clenched her fists. The traces of pain now vanished from her eyes. Excellent. Having grasped the half-dragon power, I find myself quite eager to see to what extent your physical prowess will ascend when you cultivate that weapon transformation and body refinement technique. Haibo Dong expressed his satisfaction. Thank you very much, Elder, for allowing me to open so many jars today. Yafei conveyed her gratitude to Haibo Dong. Haha, it is I who must thank you. You brought forth so many treasures for auction from various clients. Without those treasures, I would have no resources to acquire jars tomorrow. In response to Yafei's appreciation, Haibo Dong waved his hand dismissively and added, Upon your return, directly inform Tingshan that the appropriation of these items is my intention. Additionally, have him consolidate the family resources in the near future. Elder, your words are well noted. Yafei nodded earnestly at Haibo Dong's arrangements. Ladies and gentlemen, our establishment has now concluded its operations for the day. Should you wish to purchase jars, we welcome you to return tomorrow. After Haibo Dong finished his instructions, the little medical fairy announced the closing of the shop. As her words echoed, a white beam of light descended upon both Xiao Suner and Yafei, enveloping them within its embrace. With the disappearance of the white light, their figures vanished instantly from the store. Little medical fairy, farewell. I shall return tomorrow. Observing the transport of Xiao Suner and Yafei, Haibo Dong waved his hand and swiftly made his way toward the shop's exit. Once everyone had departed, The little medical fairy stretched lazily, content as she closed the shop door before heading toward Yi Yun's estate. That evening, as Yi Yun was engaged in his cultivation, he temporarily did not settle the rewards for the little medical fairy. In the empire of Qima, at the headquarters of the Miter family in the imperial capital, Yafei hastily made her way to the location of the family head, Miter Tingshan, after being transported back from the jar shop. Upon arriving at the estate of Miter Tingshan, Yafei swiftly addressed the middle-aged guards stationed outside, requesting that they convey a message to the head of the family, as she had a matter of great importance to discuss. Understood, Elder Yafei, responded one of the guards, who then promptly entered the estate to relay her message. Since her return from Wutan City, where she had procured a miraculous remedy capable of healing Miter Tingshan's concealed injuries, Yafei had been elevated to the esteemed position of family elder, thus significantly enhancing her status within the clan. Furthermore, upon her arrival, the lead guard had also sensed a remarkable transformation in Yafei's cultivation, leaving him astonished and eager to inform Miter Tingshan without hesitation. As the lead guard made his way inside, it wasn't long before a white-haired elder with a thick beard emerged from the estate. It was none other than Miter Tingshan, the current head of the Miter family. Yafei, your cultivation has indeed advanced, he remarked, visibly astonished. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he quickly amended his words. Please, come inside. Thank you. Yafei gently nodded and gracefully entered the grand estate, following Miter Tingshan into a spacious hall. Yafei, have you activated that VIP card and visited the jar shop again today? Miter Tingshan inquired eagerly as they stepped into the hall. Indeed, head of the family. Yafei confirmed with a nod, continuing, I did activate the VIP card and visited the jar shop today. Moreover, I encountered our long-lost Grand Elder, the Ice Emperor. What? Miter Tingshan stood frozen in place, his expression shifting to one of fervent excitement as he exclaimed, You met the Grand Elder? Are you certain? Where is he now? Yafei had anticipated Miter Tingshan's reaction and proceeded to recount in detail the appearance and cultivation of Heibadong, along with his characteristic chilling battle aura. Chapter 368, Miter Tingshan's Decision. From what you've described, it truly must be the Grand Elder. Miter Tingshan's eyes glimmered with nostalgia upon hearing Yafei's account. He recalled fondly how Heibadong had watched him grow, and it was through Heibadong's guidance that Miter Tingshan achieved his current status. For years, he had tirelessly searched for Heibadong after his disappearance, but as time passed without any leads, he had reluctantly reduced the number of people searching. Now, upon learning that Heibadong was safe, Miter Tingshan's heart swelled with joy. The master of the house, the esteemed elder, is currently in Mo City. He mentioned that after tomorrow, he intends to return to the imperial capital, Yafei continued to say. It is truly wonderful that he will return after tomorrow. I must swiftly make arrangements to prepare a warm welcome for the esteemed elder. Upon hearing of Heibadong's imminent return, Mite-er Tingshan felt an exhilaration beyond measure. As excitement surged within Mite-er Tingshan, Yafei recounted some matters entrusted to her by Heibadong prior to his departure. Master, all the materials you provided for the auction have been temporarily appropriated by the esteemed elder today. He instructed that you compensate the clients at a price 15% above market value. Furthermore, he requested that you promptly consolidate the family assets for his return. At that moment, nothing in Mite-er Tingshan's mind could possibly eclipse the significance of Heibadong's return, rendering the appropriation of auction materials a matter of little concern. Very well, since the esteemed elder has commanded it, I shall immediately arrange for the consolidation of our family resources, Mite-er Tingshan proclaimed earnestly. After discussing matters regarding Heibadong, Mite-er Tingshan suddenly recalled something, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he inquired, Yafei, did you discover anything remarkable during your visit to the mysterious jar shop today? Mite-er Tingshan remembered Yafei's previous cultivation level, and given that merely a day had passed, he surmised that her recent advancements must have been a result of some extraordinary treasure obtained from the jar shop. Master, during my visit to the jar shop, I acquired the boots of amplification, which enhance attack power by 15%, along with a primary divine pill. It is thanks to this pill that I have achieved my current level of cultivation. Additionally, I obtained a scroll of Earth-tier water attribute techniques, as well as a 6th-tier magic core, Yafei disclosed, revealing nearly all the treasures she had acquired. As Mite-er Tingshan listened to Yafei's account of each precious item, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. The extraordinary value of these treasures was enough to capture the attention of even Mite-er Tingshan, the master of the wealthiest family in the entire Jiama Empire. However, after hearing Yafei's revelations, he refrained from demanding that she relinquish her newfound treasures. Master, I entrust you with this 6th-tier magic core and the Earth-tier technique scroll to handle as you see fit, Yafei stated, presenting a blue scroll and a yellow magic core to Mite-er Tingshan. Excellent. Upon receiving these two items, Mite Tingshan accepted them without hesitation. Maitel Tingshan understood that even if he did not inquire, Yifei would not neglect him or his family. The worth of a scroll of Earth-tier cultivation techniques was incalculable. Perhaps, with this scroll, in a few decades, the average cultivation level within the Maitel family would surpass the current level tenfold. Although the value of a 6th-tier magic core could not compare to that of the Earth-tier techniques, it was nonetheless a core left behind by a 6th-tier magical beast, capable of rivaling the strength of a human sovereign. It contained immense energy, making it significantly valuable, whether used as alchemical material or for other purposes. Master, during our recent visit to the jar shop, aside from acquiring these treasures, Yifei also learned of the new reform regulations at the jar shop. She suddenly remarked after Maitel Tingshan had collected the Earth-tier techniques and the 6th-tier magic core. Oh, the jar shop has introduced new rules? Upon hearing Yifei's statement, curiosity sparked in Maitel Tingshan's eyes. Yes, it is true. Mr. Yi recently returned from the upper realm and has restocked with a new batch of goods. The jar shop no longer limits the quantity sold daily. As long as one possesses enough gold coins, one may purchase as many jars as desired. Yifei explained. Is that so? Then next time, I shall bring several million gold coins and open dozens of jars at once. Maitel Tingshan exclaimed, exhilarated by Yifei's explanation. Master, the jars sold at the shop have changed from before. Yifei quickly interjected, raising her hand in a gesture to clarify. Upon hearing this, Maitel Tingshan's keen business instincts immediately sensed something amiss, leading him to speculate. Could it be that the price of each jar has increased? Master, you are half correct. Yifei shook her head and elaborated. Currently, the jars at the shop are categorized into 3 levels. The ordinary jars still cost 100,000 gold coins each, but the items obtained from them are merely commonplace, with a very low probability of yielding treasures. Above the ordinary jars are the red jars, priced at 500,000 gold coins each, which yield treasures far superior to those from ordinary jars. Finally, there are the orange jars, each costing a staggering 1 million gold coins. 1 million gold coins for an orange jar. Maitel Tingshan realized immediately why Hebadong chose to repurpose the treasures stored by clients at the auction house. A jar priced at 1 million gold coins was exceedingly expensive. Even the Maitel family, after accounting for substantial expenses, would only realize a pure profit of 2 to 3 million gold coins per year. This meant that the Maitel family could afford to open only 3 orange jars annually. Hebadong's suggestion for Maitel Tingshan to consolidate family resources aimed to liquidate certain assets, gathering the family's accumulated wealth over the years. By doing so, they could swiftly amass assets valued in the tens of millions of gold coins. Depleting the family assets does not cause Mittertingshan the slightest remorse, for the treasures emerging from the jar shop are guaranteed to yield no losses. Take, for instance, that 6th-tier magic core. If placed in the auction house, it could very well fetch a staggering price of 2 million. Chapter 369. Ancient Yuan's Astonishment. In the capital of the empire, within a certain palace of the royal residence, Yao Yi excitedly addressed the emperor, Jia Xingtian, grandfather. Today I have stationed 2 surveillance sentinels at Yunlan sect. One at the foot of the mountain can provide me with a majority of the military camp's visuals, as well as the comings and goings of the Yunlan sect. The other is positioned atop the main hall of the sect, allowing me to observe the training activities of most elders and disciples, including the residences of Yun Yun and Nalan Yanran. Upon hearing Yao Yi's words, Jia Xingtian felt a surge of joy and promptly inquired, Yao Yi, have you gleaned any useful information today? Yao Yi shook her head in response. Grandfather, not for now, as the surveillance sentinels only transmit visuals without audio. Throughout the day, the higher-ups of Yunlan sect convened a meeting, after which they dispersed to their respective training. I see. Jia Xingtian replied, slightly disappointed, but then reminded Yao Yi, my dear, with such a precious artifact at your disposal, you might consider summoning 2 individuals skilled in lip-reading to the palace. This way, even in the absence of audible speech from the people of Yunlan sect, you could decipher their conversations through reading their lips. Absolutely. Yao Yi nodded without hesitation. Grandfather, I shall attend to this first thing tomorrow. Striving to comprehend lip reading in a short span of time. Yao Yi, based on what the young healer from the jar shop mentioned earlier, I suspect that only 2 individuals within Yunlan sect possess the VIP cards from the jar shop. Jia Xingtian contemplated. Before the jar shop altered its rules, one could purchase a maximum of 10 jars in a day, and since the shop stays in one location for only 3 days, this means a maximum of 15 jars could be sold, yielding 3 VIP cards. From what I understand, the Grand Elder Yunling and the Pill King Gu he have also obtained a jar. Therefore, upon learning these regulations, Yunshan will undoubtedly choose to allocate the opportunity for VIP cards to Yun Yun and Nalan Yanran, who opened more jars in the past few days. Grandfather, Your analysis must be correct. In this case, our royal family possesses a greater number of VIP cards than Yunlan's sect. Yao Yi nodded in agreement. In the present day, with the treasures extracted from the jar shop, the strength of our royal family has been significantly enhanced. With my current combat prowess, even those Dozong experts who are several realms above me would likely find themselves unable to contend with me. Moreover, the Book of Death that you have summoned can call forth 8 Douwang warriors, complemented by 3,000 black armored soldiers. Such a formidable array is capable of overwhelming certain smaller nations. Jia Xingtian continued, his face alight with excitement. Grandfather, do you mean to say that we are preparing to deal with those smaller nations soon? Yao Ye inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Indeed, our strength has grown tremendously. To unearth more jars, we cannot simply exploit the nobility within the Jia Ma Empire. Plundering outsiders is the most efficient course of action. Jia Xingtian nodded in affirmation as he responded to Yao Ye. At present, the royal family possesses not only Jia Xingtian, a formidable Dozong expert, but also a guardian beast restored to its peak, alongside the illusionary bear of our little lowly, and the future tech gun powered by a magic core capable of unleashing devastating attacks. Each of these represents a powerful trump card. How could the neighboring nations withstand such might? Through plunder, they would be able to unearth even more jars, thereby amplifying the strength held by the three of them. Upon hearing Jia Xingtian's plans, Yao Ye contemplated for a moment before thoughtfully stating, Grandfather, the greatest risk in this decision lies with the Yunlan sect, does it not? Indeed, the strength of the Yunlan sect has also increased significantly. When it comes to deploying troops to attack other nations, we must first ensure that the Yunlan sect remains stable. If their intention is not to strike against our royal family, but rather to join forces with us, united against external threats, that would be ideal. Jia Xingtian sighed. Hearing this, Yao Ye's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. Grandfather, what you just proposed might be worth pursuing. We could invite the strong members of the Yunlan sect to join us in our endeavors. If we distribute the plundered resources fairly, it would result in a mutually beneficial arrangement. She continued, let's wait a few days. If we discover that the Yunlan sect harbors no hostility towards us, we shall execute this plan. Jia Xingtian nodded in agreement. That evening, in the ancient realm of Central Continent, far removed from the Northwest Continent, Xiao Suner immediately sought out her father, Gu Yuan, upon returning from the jar shop. Suner, why are you in such a hurry to find your father? In front of Xiao Suner stood a stern-looking middle-aged man, her father and the clan leader of the Gu clan, Gu Yuan, whose cultivation had reached the peak of 9-star Dou Sheng, a truly formidable figure, though he regarded Xiao Suner with warmth. Father, after my retreat today, I inadvertently attempted to activate the VIP card for the jar shop once more, and to my astonishment, it actually transported me back to that very shop. Xiao Suner said, her excitement palpable as she spoke to Gu Yuan. Is it the jar shop you mentioned last time, comparable to the existence of a Dou D-level powerhouse? Upon hearing Xiao Suner's words, Gu Yuan felt a surge of excitement within him. After all, previously, the descriptions offered by Xiao Suner and Gu Dao were nearly identical. Even he himself could not so effortlessly sever Gu Dao's arm without a sound. Such immense power could only be wielded by a being of the upper realm. So, is anyone else at the jar shop today? Suner, how many jars did you manage to acquire? Gu Yuan inquired with great curiosity. He had learned that Xiao Suner had opened a supreme bone, elevating her bloodline and becoming a rare genius in cultivation over the past several millennia. Furthermore, he was aware that the jar shop limited sales to a maximum of 5 jars per day. Thus, if others had visited before Xiao Suner, the number of jars available to her would be significantly reduced, and it was even possible that they had all been sold out by the time she arrived. Father, you may not be aware, but the rules at the jar shop have changed. It is no longer limited to selling just 5 jars a day. Instead, there are no restrictions. As long as one can afford the price, they can purchase as many as they desire. Xiao Suner explained in response to Gu Yuan's remarks. Chapter 370, Gu Yuan's Plan. Father, you may not be aware, but the rules at the jar shop have changed. It is no longer limited to selling just 5 jars a day. Instead, there are no restrictions. As long as one can afford the price, they can purchase as many as they desire. Xiao Suner clarified, adding, the reason for this change is that Boss Yi returned home recently and restocked the inventory. Unlimited supply? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Xiao Suner nodded affirmatively, indeed. Moreover, the jars in the shop are now categorized into 3 levels. The ordinary jars still cost 100,000 gold coins each, but the items obtained from them are merely commonplace. The chance of uncovering treasures is quite low. Above the ordinary jars, there are the red jars, priced at 500,000 gold coins each, and the treasures obtained from them far exceed those from the ordinary jars. Finally, there are the orange jars, each costing 1 million gold coins. Gu Yuan paid little heed to the prices of the jars mentioned by Xiao Suner. Given his status and the Gu clan's treasures, even if the price of a jar surged to 10 million gold coins, he could indulge without concern. What thrilled him most was Xiao Suner's statement regarding the unlimited supply of items at the jar shop. Suner, do you know the current location of the jar shop? Gu Yuan asked eagerly. The jar shop is now situated in a small border town of the Gama Empire on the northwestern continent. Xiao Suner replied without hesitation. The northwestern continent? Gu Yuan exclaimed. I shall personally bring the treasures there. I must meet that elder from the upper realm and purchase countless jars. Father, will you be able to reach the jar shop within a day? Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Xiao Suner responded with a question of her own. Gu Yuan, after a brief moment of contemplation, replied slowly, to reach the northwest continent within a day? That may prove to be quite challenging. Why do you inquire? Father, it's like this, Xiao Suner explained. Boss Ye's jar shop has already been stationed there for 2 days, and tomorrow marks the final day. After closing tomorrow, the jar shop will depart from that location. Noticing the confusion on Gu Yuan's face, she elaborated further. Is that so? Gu Yuan sighed. It would have been splendid if you could have appeared at the jar shop on its first day in a new location, but unfortunately, you have already exhausted your chance for a monthly teleportation. To teleport again, you must wait another month. Father, actually, I just realized I missed a crucial point. Xiao Suner interjected hurriedly upon hearing his sigh. What did you overlook? The new regulations at the jar shop have added a second tier above the original first tier. If one does not meet these criteria, they can only purchase ordinary jars. Spending 500,000 gold coins elevates one to the first tier, allowing the purchase of a crimson jar priced at 500,000 gold coins. When one spends 2.5 million gold coins, they ascend to the second tier, receiving a second-tier VIP card, which permits the purchase of orange jars priced at 1 million gold coins. Furthermore, this second-tier VIP card offers 2 teleportation opportunities to the jar shop each month. Xiao Suner conveyed in one breath. This time, I have already spent 2.5 million gold coins and obtained that second-tier VIP card. The second-tier VIP card, with 2 teleportation opportunities. Gu Yuan listened intently to Xiao Suner's words, instantly grasping the implications of her message. Given this, Suner, the day after tomorrow will be the first day the jar shop is in a new location. You should go then and summon me with the spatial jade tube. Gu Yuan swiftly formulated a plan and handed her a spatial jade slip. Xiao Suner was quite agreeable to Gu Yuan's plan for her to teleport to the jar shop the day after tomorrow, especially since it coincided with the appointment she had made with Xiao Yan. However, as she accepted the spatial jade slip from Gu Yuan, she hesitated and pondered. Father, within Boss Ye's jar shop, the spatial jade slip may not be effective, and since I will be teleporting there, once I step out of the jar shop's entrance, I will be sent back. But what if? Gu Yuan inquired as he noticed Xiao Suner's pause. However, I could enlist the help of others who have not teleported to the jar shop, requesting them to step outside and shatter the spatial jade slip. Xiao Suner articulated, then abruptly shifted her tone. But if on that day, there are no other patrons in the jar shop, and it is filled only with those who have teleported, then we would be in dire straits. After considering Xiao Suner's thoughts, Gu Yuan marveled. Suner, you are indeed astute, and your meticulous reasoning has uncovered so many possibilities. Now, let us hope that the day after tomorrow brings others who have not teleported to the jar shop. Indeed, in response to Gu Yuan's praises, Xiao Suner lightly nodded her head. Subsequently, she chose to share with Gu Yuan some of the treasures she had acquired from the jar shop today. Given Gu Yuan's identity and strength, she did not elaborate on items such as laser guns, Bodhi pills, or tri-leaf star sunflowers. Instead, she directly introduced him to her own inner world. Father, this time I have unearthed some remarkable treasures from the jar shop. But the most precious of all is undoubtedly the inner world I have obtained. Xiao Suner declared with a proud smile. What sort of inner world could bring you such joy, Suner? Gu Yuan inquired with curiosity. Father, you will know once you enter. Xiao Suner laughed lightly and, without further explanation, connected her inner world to the outside realm. Instantly, a spatial fluctuation emanated from her brow, enveloping Gu Yuan in a radiant white light. What is this? Gu Yuan could distinctly feel that the white light formed a folded spatial passage, intending to draw him into another world. He offered no resistance and instead cooperated fully. Before long, Gu Yuan found himself within Xiao Suner's inner world, with her following closely behind into her own domain. Is this an expanse of 3,000 miles? As his soul force swept through the inner world, Gu Yuan's face was etched with profound astonishment. Father, your soul force is truly remarkable. You immediately discerned the vastness of my inner world, Xiao Suner remarked as she stood poised in the void, conversing with Gu Yuan. Standing upon the void, observing how Xiao Suner effortlessly hovered in midair without relying on any external force, Gu Yuan's mind raced, quickly piecing together certain insights. Suner, Has this realm already been refined by you? Gu Yuan inquired. Father, one could say that, but my control over this space should far exceed your understanding. Xiao sooner replied with a slight smile, her thoughts in motion. Suddenly, the energies of the heavens and earth above surged violently, and a colossal energy sword, 1,000 feet in size and entirely composed of gathered celestial energy, was instantaneously formed. This energy sword can unleash the might of a high-level Douzun. Feeling the formidable power of the immense sword in the distance, Gu Yuan was overwhelmed with astonishment. It is noteworthy that Xiao Suner is not yet 18 years old, and her cultivation is still below that of a Dou Wang. However, through the capabilities of this inner world, she can unleash terrifying attacks equivalent to a high-level Douzun. How could this not leave Gu Yuan in awe? Moreover, in the present day, due to Xiao Suner's relatively low prowess, should her strength reach the level of Douzong, the celestial energies she could summon would pose a threat to the Douxing experts. This is because ordinary Douxing practitioners are incapable of harnessing the celestial energies from a territory spanning 3,000 miles. The energies within this vast expanse, when fully converged, are exceedingly difficult even for Gu Yuan to master. Father, at this moment, I can only temporarily gather less than 2% of the energies from this realm. If one day I manage to consolidate all the energies from the inner world at once, I dare say that only you, Father, would be able to withstand it. Xiao Suner said with a hint of pride, standing amidst the void before Gu Yuan. Haha, splendid. Truly, my daughter of Gu Yuan possesses such fortuitous talents. Gu He suddenly burst into hearty laughter. After witnessing the inner world, Gu Yuan directly bestowed some precious treasures upon Xiao Suner. Suner, the finest jars at the jar shop only cost 1 million gold coins each. These treasures are more than sufficient for you to acquire 100 jars. Gu Yuan proclaimed grandiosely as he presented the treasures to Xiao Suner. Thank you, Father. Xiao Suner exclaimed with excitement as she received the treasures. Thinking to herself, these treasures are expected to secure a credit of 100 million gold coins at the jar shop. The day after tomorrow, when brother Xiaoyan arrives, I can set aside 50 million gold coins for him. The following day, at the jar shop, the little medical sage opened the doors for business early. Mr. Haibuodong, as on the previous day, was the first customer to enter the shop. Mr. Haibuodong, you are here quite early today? The little medical sage, seeing the waiting customer as a saleswoman, naturally felt quite cheerful. Not too early, I just arrived myself. Haibuodong replied with a smile, seamlessly entering the jar shop. Upon arriving, he walked directly to the counter and said, Little medical sage, please bring me an orange jar. Certainly, Mr. Haibuodong, please hold on for a moment. Upon hearing Haibuodong's request, the little medical sage swiftly utilized the shop's capabilities to teleport to the counter, quickly retrieving an orange jar from the shelf and placing it upon the counter. As Haibuodong approached, the little medical sage smiled and reminded him, Mr. Haibuodong, you still have 220,000 gold coins remaining from yesterday's credit. After deducting the 1 million gold coins for this orange jar, you will have a total of 120,000 gold coins left. Indeed, hearing the little medical sage's account, Haibuodong nodded with a smile, then turned his gaze toward the orange jar on the counter. The quality of treasures revealed from the jars on the previous day had clearly surpassed that of the day before. He wondered what sorts of treasures would emerge today. With a heart full of anticipation, Haibuodong raised his palm and struck the orange jar with great force. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering. The entire orange jar on the counter was instantly reduced to fragments. Immediately, the shattered pieces of the orange jar transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring the vision of all present, leaving no one able to discern the spectacle within. What extraordinary item would emerge from the first jar sold today? On the side of the little medicine fairy, curiosity sparked as she gazed intently at the counter following the emergence of the radiant light. Soon, under the watchful eyes of both the little medicine fairy and Haibuodong, the brilliance gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. There, atop the counter, stood a half-meter tall red tower, widening from top to bottom. The design of this red tower was quite unique, with a fiery red orb, resembling the size of a quail egg, perched atop its peak. A wave of intense heat radiated from the tower, enveloping the surroundings. A tower? Observing the red tower on the counter, Haibuodong felt a surge of confusion. Based on his experience with opening jars, his first thought was that this small tower might very well be a piece of equipment, prompting him to tentatively inquire of the little medicine fairy. Dear little medicine fairy, could it be that what I have unveiled this time can be equipped simply by holding it and silently invoking its use? Do not rush. Let me take a closer look first. Upon hearing Haibuodong's words, the little medicine fairy waved her hand and replied softly. Having said this, she began to employ the ability bestowed upon her by Yiyun, directing her gaze towards the red tower on the counter. Instantly, a stream of information materialized before her. Level 3 Explosive Flame Tower. Originating from the world of Universal Lord, it can launch fireballs to deliver precise explosive strikes against enemies within a 1,000-meter radius. The explosive center possesses enough power to pose a threat to a peak Douzong expert. Current durability of the explosive flame tower, 1,000-1,000. Remaining charge, 100-100. Each attack consumes 1% of the charge. However, every 10 minutes, the explosive flame tower automatically regenerates 1% of its charge. To think that each strike could encompass a 1,000-meter range, and the explosive center's power could actually threaten a peak Douzong expert. After reviewing the description of the explosive flame tower, the little medicine fairy was filled with astonishment. Dear little medicine fairy, have you discerned what this red tower truly is? Observing her reaction, Hai Buodong inquired once more. Indeed, the little medicine fairy nodded, then proclaimed loudly, Mr. Hai Buodong, this red tower is not merely a piece of equipment, but rather an immensely powerful defensive structure. Chapter 372, The Might of the Explosive Flame Tower. A defensive structure? Upon hearing the little medicine fairy's words, confusion surged within Hai Buodong's heart. The young healer remarked, fortifications are not merely grand city walls or watchtowers, nor colossal cloud-piercing crossbows. Can this diminutive object truly be classified as a defensive structure? Mr. Hai Buodong, however, was met with a hasty response from the young healer. Indeed, this object is far from trivial. The reason this red tower appears so small is due to the constraints imposed by the rules within the shop. Realization dawned upon Hai Buodong as he exclaimed, Ah, I see. The size is a consequence of the store's regulations. This device is known as a Level 3 explosive flame tower, the young healer elaborated, originating from the alternate realm of Universal Lord. It possesses the capability to launch fireballs, delivering precise explosive strikes against enemies within its vicinity. The explosion radius extends to 1,000 meters, and the force at the epicenter poses a significant threat even to a peak Douzong expert. Currently, the attack range of the flame tower is 10 kilometers. Its durability stands at 1,000 out of 1,000, with a remaining charge of 100 out of 100. Each attack consumes 1% of its charge, yet every 10 minutes, the tower automatically regenerates 1% of its charge. What? The force at the explosion's epicenter can threaten a peak Douzong expert? Hai Buodong's eyes widened in astonishment, captivated by the tower's formidable power. Moreover, the young healer continued, this tower inflicts area damage, as each strike encompasses a radius of 1,000 meters, and its charge replenishes automatically. Still, a flicker of doubt lingered in Hai Buodong's mind, prompting him to inquire, Young healer, what do you mean by durability? Pondering his question, the healer replied thoughtfully, durability refers to the tower's resilience. Simply put, when the explosive flame tower is attacked, its durability diminishes. Once it reaches zero, it is rendered utterly inoperative. I see, Hai Buodong responded, a hint of concern creeping in about the possibility of the tower failing one day. Fear not. Given the material of the flame tower, ordinary attacks will scarcely affect its durability. The young healer reassured him with a gentle smile. How should I utilize it? Hai Buodong asked. That is quite simple. You merely need to drop your blood to claim it as your own, she replied nonchalantly. Without hesitation, Hai Buodong pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of crimson blood to fall upon the tower's apex. In an instant, the blood was absorbed by the red gem atop the tower. At that moment, Hai Buodong perceived a peculiar connection forming between himself and the tower. You will need to step outside the shop to test the flame tower's capabilities, the young healer suggested amicably. After contemplating her proposal, Hai Buodong readily accepted. Thank you, Miss Little Medicine Fairy, for your reminder. Today, only he arrived at the jar shop, and his possessions could barely suffice for the opening of 8 or 9 more jars. Thus, at this moment, after acknowledging the Little Medicine Fairy, Hai Buodong cradled the red tower in one hand and made his way outside the jar shop. Relying on his connection with this explosive flame tower, upon reaching the exterior, he hurled the red tower into the air. Whoosh! As the red tower was cast forth by Hai Buodong, it surged with the wind, rapidly soaring to a height of 100 meters. The red orb, which was initially no larger than a quail egg, now astonishingly expanded to the size of 2 or 3 automobile tires. To his surprise, it could grow to such a magnitude. Observing the towering structure, Hai Buodong felt a surge of exhilaration. Furthermore, upon the explosive flame tower's establishment on the ground, he discovered that he could attain an expansive field of vision with a radius of 10 miles centered around the tower. Mr. Hai Buodong, why not test the power of this explosive flame tower? At this moment, the Little Medicine Fairy had also exited the shop and stood beside him. All right. Upon hearing her words, Hai Buodong gently nodded and then directed the explosive flame tower towards a desolate expanse several miles away. With his command, a fireball swiftly coalesced atop the tower's pinnacle, hurtling towards the predetermined location at an astonishing speed. Curiously, the fireball did not travel in a straight line. It resembled a projectile guided by navigation, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing down onto the barren landscape. Boom. Upon reaching its destination, the fireball erupted, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the vast sandy dunes, appearing from afar like a sea of fire. After executing this attack, Haibuodong noticed that the tower's energy level had decreased by 1 notch, now standing at 99 points. Haha, this contraption indeed possesses formidable power. Witnessing the inferno igniting in the sandy terrain, Haibuodong felt an overwhelming excitement. Meanwhile, the colossal fireball, having streaked across the sky, captured the attention of many distant onlookers who had spotted the suddenly risen red tower. Look over there. What is that? A red tower, they exclaimed. It wasn't there before. How did it appear so suddenly? Could it be an illusion? Let us approach and discover the truth. Approximately several hundred people became aware of the explosive flame tower and, driven by curiosity, hurried towards the jar shop, controlling the expansive vision afforded by the tower. Haibuodong promptly noticed the influx of these individuals. However, he remained utterly unconcerned that their presence would hinder his jar opening endeavors. After all, even an ordinary jar requires 100,000 gold coins to procure. How could these common folk possibly afford such a sum? Ignoring the throngs hastily approaching, Haibuodong turned his head slightly and, with a smile, addressed the little healer. My dear little healer, you were quite right earlier. The explosive flame tower serves as a formidable defensive structure, but it can also function as a powerful offensive weapon. No city could withstand the bombardment of 100 explosive fireballs. Upon hearing Haibuodong's words, the little healer furrowed her brow and cautioned, Mr. Haibuodong, the power of the explosive flame tower is immense. If you intend to use it for siege warfare, it could result in significant civilian casualties. Haha, my dear little healer, do not misunderstand. I was merely speaking hypothetically. Realizing the implication of his previous statement, Haibuodong quickly amended his words. Chapter 373, The Frost Tower. Let us hope so. The fireballs from the explosive flame tower explode within a fixed range of 1,000 meters. Mr. Haibuodong, you must be vigilant to ensure that no innocents are present in the area of attack. The little healer spoke with a tone of persuasion. Upon hearing her concern, Haibuodong felt a twinge of anxiety and promptly assured her, rest assured, dear little healer, should there be innocent bystanders near my enemies, I shall refrain from deploying the explosive flame tower against them, even if it means my defeat. Mr. Haibuodong, you possess a truly kind heart. The little healer smiled gently at his assurance, offering her praise. Hee. Flattered by her words, Haibuodong felt a blush creep onto his cheeks. In the next moment, he focused his mind on controlling the explosive flame tower, which began to shrink dramatically under his command. In just 1 second, it returned to its previous size. Resting in the palm of his hand, Haibuodong, cradling the explosive flame tower, proceeded toward the jar shop. Upon entering, he grinned broadly and said, Little healer, could you kindly fetch me another orange jar? Of course, Mr. Haibuodong. Please hold on a moment. The little healer swiftly teleported to the counter, retrieving an orange jar from the shelf and placing it upon the countertop. She then reminded him, Mr. Haibuodong, your remaining balance is 120,000 gold coins. After deducting the cost of this orange jar, which is 1 million gold coins, you will have only 20,000 gold coins left. Understood. Haibuodong responded earnestly to the little healer's account. He then approached the counter, still holding the red explosive flame tower in his left hand, while swiftly raising his right hand to strike down upon the orange jar atop the counter. Crack! With a sharp sound of shattering glass, the orange jar splintered into countless pieces. Immediately, the shattered fragments of the orange jar transformed into a dazzling glow, obscuring everyone's vision, rendering the scene within completely indiscernible. What treasures might emerge this time? As he gazed at the radiant light upon the counter, Haibuodong felt a flicker of anticipation. Soon, the resplendent glow began to dissipate slowly under the watchful eyes of Haibuodong and the little medical sage, revealing the contents within. There, atop the counter, stood a small tower of icy blue hue, comparable in size to the fiery red tower that Haibuodong held, even mirroring its structural design, save for the striking difference in color. Moreover, Haibuodong could sense a chilling aura emanating from it. Another tower, identical in form to the one in his hand, yet distinctly different in color. Upon witnessing the icy blue tower, Haibuodong was momentarily taken aback, quickly comparing it to his blazing tower. The little medical sage, upon her initial glimpse of the blue tower, reacted similarly to Haibuodong. However, in the next moment, she refrained from further speculation and cautiously employed the ability granted by Yi Yun to investigate. Soon, a stream of information materialized before her eyes. A level 4 frost tower, originating from the realm of Universal Lord, capable of launching frost projectiles that deliver precise strikes to enemies within range. Upon detonation, the frost projectiles create an impact radius of 5,000 meters, with the epicenter's power capable of freezing a high-tier Douzun expert. Even the peak Douzun would find it difficult to disregard such frosty might. At present, the Frost Tower boasts an attack range of 50 kilometers. Remaining durability, 5,000 out of 5,000. Remaining charge, 100 out of 100. Each attack consumes 1% of its charge, yet every 10 minutes. The Frost Tower can automatically restore 1% of its charge. Once again, this was a tower from the Universal Lord world, and it appeared that this Frost Tower was of a higher grade than the previous Blazing Tower, with attack power and range surpassing that of the latter. After reading the description of the Level 4 Frost Tower, the little medical sage pondered swiftly. Little medical sage, does this tower also require blood to recognize its master? Hai Buodong inquired with a hint of confidence. Indeed, Mr. Hai Buodong, this tower originates from the same realm as your previous Blazing Tower. The little medical sage nodded in agreement. Is that so? Given the chilling power it emanates, might it launch ice projectiles as well? Hai Buodong speculated. Mr. Haibodong, once again, you have accurately guessed. This item is known as the Level 4 Frost Tower, originating from the alternate realm of all lords. It possesses the ability to launch frost projectiles, delivering precise strikes against adversaries within its vicinity. Upon detonation, the frost projectiles create an impact radius of 5 kilometers, capable of freezing a formidable high-level Douzun warrior at the epicenter. Even peak Douzun experts cannot dismiss the potency of this frost power. Currently, the Frost Tower boasts an attack range of 50 kilometers, with a durability of 5,000 remaining and a recharge capacity of 100. Each attack consumes 1% of its energy, yet it can autonomously regenerate 1% of its energy every 10 minutes. The little healer patiently elucidated the capabilities of the Frost Tower to Mr. Haibodong. What? The Frost Tower is even more powerful than the Blazing Flame Tower? Upon hearing this revelation, Mr. Haibodong was taken aback. Previously, the Level 3 Blazing Flame Tower's assault posed a threat to peak Douzun warriors. And now the little healer was informing him that the Frost Tower could endanger peak Douzun experts. The distinction between Douzun and Douzun, though merely a single character apart, is a chasm of difference, incomparable in nature. Mr. Haibodong, if you harbor doubts, you might as well test its might, the little healer remarked with a smile. Her curiosity piqued by the Frost Tower's 50-kilometer attack range and 5-kilometer impact radius. According to her description, it seemed plausible that smaller lakes could be instantly transformed into ice-covered expanses by a single frost projectile. Most importantly, this tower's energy recharge required no external power, merely the passage of time. At this moment, Mr. Haibodong and the little healer were in perfect harmony of thought. As soon as the little healer finished speaking, Mr. Haibodong nodded in agreement. The next instant, he, as before, began the blood oath ritual to claim the tower as his own. As his blood dripped onto the azure tower, it was swiftly absorbed. In that very moment, Mr. Haibodong realized a profoundly unique bond had formed between himself and the blue tower. Instantly, he lifted his right hand, and the azure frost tower was cradled in his palm, while he held another tower in his other hand. The sheer mass of these towers, should they rise to their full stature upon the ground, was almost unimaginable, and their destructive potential was terrifying. Having completed the blood oath, Mr. Haibodong intended to step outside the apothecary to test the might of the frost projectiles. However, only a few steps into his turn, he suddenly realized a throng of people had gathered outside. How could he have forgotten about them? Upon noticing the approaching individuals, Haibodong ceased his experimentation with the Frost Tower's capabilities. Outside the jar shop, a throng of ordinary residents had gathered, their attire reflecting the arid climate of the desert-edged city, many men clad in shorts, some even bare-chested. Ah, I previously spotted a towering structure here. Why is it absent now? One mused. Perhaps it is merely an illusion. It could be a mirage. Another remarked, there seems to be a shop over there that wasn't present before, right? Previously, there was only a map shop run by an elderly man nearing his end, yet now another store has emerged. Among those drawn by the allure of the blazing tower summoned by Haibodong, 3 individuals soon took notice of Yeyun's jar shop, swiftly identifying the 3 young gentlemen kneeling beside it. Look, there appear to be 3 individuals kneeling, exclaimed a bald man, pointing towards them. Indeed, let's hasten to ascertain the situation. A few promptly rushed towards the kneeling figures. To their astonishment, the 3 were none other than the distinguished young masters. As they approached, some keen-eyed individuals recognized the identities of the elegantly dressed youths and gasped in surprise. Who has compelled these young masters to kneel here? The bald man inquired, puzzled. As he attempted to approach the trio, he discovered an invisible barrier obstructing his path. Inside this barrier, one of the kneeling figures retained a flicker of consciousness, desperately calling for help, though his cries were entirely muffled by the unseen barrier. This solitary conscious individual was the one who had previously endured the trial of the resurrection armor. Due to its effects, he had revived and restored to full strength, allowing him to endure longer than the others. How peculiar. It feels as though an invisible wall is before me, he thought. After several fruitless attempts to breach the barrier, the onlookers redirected their attention to Yeyun's jar shop. Celestial jar shop? 7 or 8 individuals, driven by curiosity, gradually entered the establishment. Meanwhile, a few others hastily departed, intent on relaying news of the kneeling trio to the influential figures of Mo City. Upon entering the jar shop, some recognized Hebadong. Isn't that the map seller? What brings him here? Someone remarked. And there's a girl. She is truly beautiful. Could she be the proprietor of this new shop? On Hebadong's side, upon realizing the imminent arrival of these individuals, he discreetly stowed away the blazing tower and frost tower that he had been holding. Little girl, what does your shop sell? Inquired the bald man who had just entered, directing his question at the young healer. We sell jars. The young healer replied, gesturing towards the shelves behind her. The jars on the bottom shelf are priced at 100,000 gold coins each. The crimson jars in the middle are 500,000 gold coins. And the orange jars on the top shelf are 1 million gold coins each. 1 million gold coins for a mere jar? Are you attempting to rob us? The young girl, though quite young, seemed to delight in such fanciful dreams and engaging in mercantile deceit. Upon hearing the prices quoted by the young healer, the newcomers exhibited expressions of disdain and derision. Silence. Speak again, and I shall toss you out myself. Enraged by their disrespect towards the young healer, Hebadong's fury ignited, his aura as a Dou Zone expert radiating from him. Under the pressure of Hebadong's formidable presence, the group instinctively recoiled a few steps. They had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary old man possessed such extraordinary strength. Senior, please temper your anger. We apologize for our earlier remarks. Upon comprehending Hebadong's words, the group hastily offered their apologies to the young healer. Enough. Cease the chatter. The prices are clearly marked. If you cannot afford them, be gone. Do not waste my time. Hebadong exclaimed impatiently. Yes, yes, yes. We shall take our leave. Among the group, some lived rather comfortably. Yet gathering 100,000 gold coins at once to purchase a jar was nearly impossible for them. Thus, under Hebadong's reprimand, they quickly vacated the jar shop. However, at that moment, the number of visitors outside the jar shop had increased, and upon learning of the earlier events, their curiosity was piqued. Old hey, can you believe it? A jar shop sells even the cheapest jars for 100,000 gold coins, and the most expensive for 1 million gold coins. How is that possible? That old man who previously sold maps is truly a formidable expert? It seems implausible. The crowd outside, upon hearing the bald man's words, expressed skepticism. Consequently, another dozen individuals slowly approached the jar shop. Inside, after expelling the disrespectful intruders, Hebadong retrieved a significant assortment of items from his spatial ring and placed them on the counter. Young lady, this is the last of my possessions. Pray, assist me in determining how many gold coins these may yield, Hebadong inquired with a smile. Please hold on. The young healer, in her heart, approved of Hebadong's previous actions. The intruders had not only been incapable of affording the jars, but had also initiated the encounter with mockery and scorn. Had it not been for the young healer's good temperament, she would have dealt with them long ago. At this moment, upon witnessing Hebadong produce an array of treasures, the little medical fairy responded with a smile and promptly utilized the abilities bestowed upon her by Yeyun to assess the value of the items displayed on the counter. Chapter 375, The Audience Watches. With a mere glance, the little medical fairy discerned the worth of the items before her in the next instant. She addressed Hebadong, stating, Mr. Hebadong, the valuation I propose for your items is 790,000 gold coins. 790,000 gold coins? Upon hearing the little medical fairy's words, Hebadong felt a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated that these treasures would fetch at least 800,000 gold coins, possibly approaching 900,000. However, now that the little medical fairy had provided her estimation, he refrained from voicing any objections and simply nodded, saying, Very well. Little medical fairy, I kindly request that you deposit all of these into my account. Certainly, the little medical fairy replied, her heart brimming with excitement. All the gold coins deposited into the jar store could not be withdrawn. They could only be deducted when purchasing jars. Thus, Hebadong's action was akin to an instantaneous pre-sale of jars valued at 790,000 gold coins, reminiscent of the practice in the Blue Star world, where properties are sold before they are even constructed. With a gentle wave of her hand, the little medical fairy collected all the treasures that Hebadong had placed on the counter. Mr. Hebadong, you have now pre-deposited an amount of 790,000 gold coins, in addition to the previous remaining balance of 200,000, leaving you with a total of 810,000 gold coins, she reminded him. Indeed. Hai Buodong nodded in acknowledgement. He then directly addressed the little medical fairy, saying, "Please bring me an orange jar." "Of course, Mr. Hai Buodong, just a moment." The little medical fairy responded, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelves behind her and placing it before Hai Buodong, deducting 100,000 gold coins for this orange jar. "You now have a remaining balance of 710,000 gold coins," the little medical fairy cheerfully reminded him. "Exactly," Hai Buodong confirmed with a nod. At that moment, a group of individuals, who had entered after dismissing the bald man's words, happened to witness the entire process of Hai Buodong exchanging a vast collection of treasures for a seemingly insignificant jar. They stood wide-eyed in disbelief, astonished that each treasure the old man selling maps had produced could have purchased several properties in Mo City, yet all were given to that young lady. Moreover, when converted, it amounts to a mere 7 million gold coins, and he has squandered 1,000,000 of those to acquire such a worthless jar? Goodness, what has become of this world? A mere jar can fetch such an exorbitant price, and there are individuals willing to purchase it? Upon witnessing Hai Buodong expend 1,000,000 gold coins for an orange jar, a group of onlookers entering the jar shop immediately began to murmur among themselves. Hai Buodong, noticing their arrival, couldn't help but furrow his brow. "Welcome. Are you all here to purchase jars?" Xiao Yixian, having finished attending to Hai Buodong, greeted the dozen or so intruders with a professional smile. Upon hearing her words, the group hastily waved their hands, saying, No, we are just here to take a look. Not buying. Xiao Yixian, upon hearing their response, did not display any signs of disappointment, for she had perceived from the outset that these individuals, much like the previous batch, were unlikely to afford even the most inexpensive ordinary jars. "Very well," she replied with a smile, subsequently ignoring the group near the entrance. As Hai Buodong felt the weight of so many gazes upon him, he found the experience rather uncomfortable, yet he could not usher them away. After all, the jar shop was open for business, and even if they did not purchase jars, Xiao Yixian would certainly not resort to expulsion. With this thought, Hai Buodong let out a resigned sigh and turned his attention to the orange jar on the counter. "Forget about them. I shall continue opening my jars," Hai Buodong declared, shaking his head, and then, without hesitation, extended his right hand and forcefully struck the orange jar. Crack! With the resounding sound of shattering glass, the entire orange jar fragmented into countless pieces. Immediately, the broken shards transformed into a dazzling spectacle of light, obscuring the vision of all present, leaving no one able to discern the scene within. How peculiar! The jar shattered and turned into a ball of light. At this moment, the ordinary onlookers near the entrance, witnessing such a phenomenon for the first time, widened their eyes in astonishment, their gazes filled with curiosity. However, having previously learned of Hai Buodong's formidable prowess, they remained silent, despite their intrigue. Soon, under the watchful eyes of Hai Buodong, Xiao Yixian, and the dozen pairs of curious eyes nearby, the radiant light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the object within. There, on the counter, appeared a white jade vial. Could this vial contain elixirs? Hai Buodong speculated inwardly upon seeing it, yet out of caution, he refrained from recklessly opening the vial to inspect its contents. What a marvel! A jar shattered, transforming into a radiant glow, which then morphed into a white jade vial. This peculiar spectacle was witnessed clearly by those near the entrance, who at that moment began to believe in the extraordinary nature of this jar shop. Just then, Hai Buodong turned to the little medical fairy and inquired, "My dear little medical fairy, could you assist me in discerning what lies within this jade vial?" "Certainly. It would be my pleasure to oblige." The little medical fairy nodded at Hai Buodong's request, subsequently employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun to direct her gaze towards the white jade vial on the counter. Instantly, a piece of information materialized before her eyes. Breaking Sect Pill, a 6th-tier high-grade elixir, possessing the capability to enhance the likelihood of a Dou Emperor at the pinnacle breaking through to become a Dou Zong. So it is the Breaking Sect Pill. After perusing the description of the white jade vial, the little medical fairy felt no stirrings within her heart. Having encountered an abundance of treasures recently, she had grown indifferent to such 6th-tier elixirs. After all, just yesterday she had witnessed Xiao Suner producing an 8th-tier elixir, the Bodhi Pill, which could significantly increase the chances of a Dou Zun at the zenith ascending to a Dou Shang. Chapter 376, the 9th-grade Monster Egg. Mr. Hai Buodong. The vial contains a Breaking Sect Pill, a 6th-tier high-grade elixir. The little medical fairy succinctly explained. Breaking Sect Pill? Upon hearing her description, disappointment flickered across Hai Buodong's face. Had this been prior, the sight of the Breaking Sect Pill would have filled him with unbridled joy. However, having recently acquired an intermediate experience elixir and the Wand Poison Pearl, he had already ascended to the rank of Dou Zong, rendering the Breaking Sect Pill of little use to him. Nevertheless, Hai Buodong had no intention of discarding the elixir simply because it was of no utility to him. Although the Breaking Sect pill was classified as a 6th-tier elixir to many in need, it held value exceeding that of 7th-tier elixirs. In fact, in numerous regions, it was highly sought after yet rarely available. If presented at an auction, it could easily fetch 10 million gold coins, meaning that the elixir Hai Buodong had procured would more than compensate for his expenditures that day. He would never consider selling treasures like the Exploding Flame Tower or the Frost Tower, but he had firmly resolved to find a suitable venue to sell the Breaking Sect pill, along with the transformation pill he had previously obtained, in order to amass more gold coins for further jar openings. Did I hear correctly? That young lady mentioned that the white jade vial contains a 6th-tier high-grade elixir called the Breaking Sect pill. A 6th-tier elixir, one that is said to exist only in legends? In the entire Jiamar Empire, there is but one 6th-tier alchemist, the elder of the Yunlan sect, Dan Wangguhi. Can this peculiar jar shop truly yield such treasures? As the individuals near the entrance listened to the introduction made by the young healer regarding Hai Buodong, they found themselves both astonished and skeptical about the existence of a 6th-grade high-tier medicinal pill, the Breaking Sect pill, purportedly contained within the jade vial. Nevertheless, despite their doubts, some of the more audacious souls hurriedly rushed outside, eager to disseminate the news to a wider audience. Soon, the entrance of the apothecary was bustling with individuals coming and going. Noticing this commotion, Hai Buodong furrowed his brows, wishing to disperse the crowd, yet feeling unable to do so. How bothersome, he silently lamented, then promptly stowed away the white jade vial from the counter without a glance, turning instead to the young healer and requesting, "Young lady, may I trouble you for another orange jar?" "Certainly, Mr. Hai Buodong. Please hold on for a moment," she replied with a smile, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before him. In an instant, a new jar materialized to replace the one taken. "Mr. Hai Buodong, your remaining balance is 7,100,000 gold coins. Deducting the 1 million gold coins for this orange jar, you now have a total of 6,100,000 gold coins remaining," the young healer informed him. Indeed, Hai Buodong nodded in acknowledgement upon hearing the account. His gaze then fell upon the orange jar on the counter. Meanwhile, the onlookers near the entrance began to murmur once more. Another 1,000,000 gold coins spent on a jar. It seems that the young lady must have concealed some treasure within. They speculated. What kind of treasure will ultimately emerge? This peculiar method of commerce, where good fortune determines the outcome, is quite strange indeed. Given Hai Buodong's cultivation, he could easily discern the fragmented conversation surrounding him, and the multitude of eyes fixated on him as he prepared to open the jar only intensified his mounting irritation. However, with the jar already purchased, it was time to unveil its contents. In the next moment, feeling somewhat exasperated, Hai Buodong raised his hand with determination and struck the orange jar on the counter with force. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered, instantly scattering into myriad fragments that transformed into a dazzling array of radiant light, obscuring the view of all present. Why did these jars vanish into thin air, becoming a spectacle of luminescence? What material were they composed of? At that moment, the crowd at the entrance, witnessing the mesmerizing light from the shattered orange jar, was once again engulfed in a tide of curiosity. Furthermore, considering Hai Buodong's earlier method of striking, his palm had indeed made contact with the counter's surface. At the moment the jar shattered, before it transformed into radiant light, those present discerned that the jar was, in fact, empty, devoid of any contents. Could it be that the fragments of the jar would ultimately coalesce into an object? Some speculated. Eventually, under the gaze of the onlookers, the radiant light before Hai Buodong dissipated entirely, revealing what lay within. Upon the counter appeared an item the size of a soccer ball, resembling an egg. At this juncture, the number of patrons in the shop had surged, with over 30 individuals crammed inside, the nearest of whom stood merely 3 meters from Hai Buodong. They too beheld the egg that had materialized on the counter, their eyes widening in incredulity. Just moments ago, there was nothing. How could it have transformed in such a manner? Could it truly be that these items were the product of the vanished jar fragments? Yet how could mere shards of a jar yield such things? In that moment, those witnessing this transformation were engulfed in questions. Amidst the sea of bewildered gazes, Hai Buodong sensed faint signs of life emanating from the egg-sized object and turned to the little medical fairy, inquiring, "My dear little medical fairy, could it be that I have stumbled upon a magical beast egg?" Upon hearing Hai Buodong's inquiry, the little medical fairy swiftly harnessed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, her gaze sweeping across the imposing object on the counter. The egg of the crimson flame beetle, a creature of exceedingly rare numbers, renowned for its formidable strength, typically possessing an initial tier of 8th grade power upon maturity, with significant potential for further growth, offering a chance to ascend to 9th grade prowess. This particular egg was laid by a powerful crimson flame beetle that had attained mid-9th grade strength, and if hatched, it would immediately possess the capabilities of a 6th grade advanced being. A 9th grade beast egg. The information regarding the egg left the little medical fairy momentarily astonished. Little medical fairy, have you discerned its nature? Haiba Dong inquired, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Indeed. The little medical fairy, snapping out of her astonishment, nodded in affirmation. Mr. Haiba Dong, what rests upon the counter is an egg of the 9th grade magical beast, the crimson flame beetle. If it hatches, its offspring will be born with peak 6th grade strength. Congratulations, Mr. Haiba Dong. The crimson flame beetle grows at an astonishing rate. Although it will possess only 6th grade peak strength at birth, it may soon break through to become a 7th grade beast. The little medical fairy continued with words of congratulations. A 9th grade beast egg, destined to emerge with the pinnacle strength of a battle emperor. Upon hearing the introduction from the little medical sage, a look of joy spread across Haibadong's face. To acquire such a magical beast egg is a remarkable fortune, barring any unforeseen circumstances when the beast matures. It is destined to possess the strength of an 8th-tier warrior, akin to a human Dozun. Hiss. Concurrently, the crowd surrounding Haibadong, upon listening to the little medical sage's words, could not help but draw in a sharp breath. A 9th-tier magical beast egg, could I have misheard? Moreover, it is born with the prowess of a peak 6th-tier entity, which is tantamount to a Dou Huang-level powerhouse. In the entire Kadma Empire, such an individual seems almost non-existent. A 6th-tier magical beast reigns as a sovereign within the Beast Mountain range. Mercenaries encountering one would likely tremble and be rendered immobile. In an instant, a plethora of astonished and skeptical voices arose from behind Haibadong. Many, upon receiving this news, promptly exited, yet as some departed, new patrons entered the jar shop. Is the 9th-tier magical beast egg truly authentic? Suddenly, a voice boomed so loudly that even the little medical sage could hear it distinctly. Previously, she had been able to catch snippets of their hushed conversations, which were merely discussions, but this loud exclamation bore a different significance. Upon hearing this voice, a professional smile adorned the little medical sage's face as she gently replied, Dear guest, soon you shall discern the truth of what I offer in this shop. As her words fell, a crisp cracking sound emanated from the counter. Crack. At once, all eyes in the jar shop were drawn to the counter. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, a magical beast egg, roughly the size of a soccer ball, began to exhibit a minuscule crack upon its shell. Crack. Crack. As the multitude observed, additional fissures appeared on the magical beast egg's surface. Could it be that the magical beast egg is about to hatch on its own? In that fleeting moment, an air of tension enveloped the crowd. Soon, amidst a series of clear cracking sounds, a pair of red, pointed horns emerged first from the shell. Following that, a red-haired creature, about the size of a soccer ball, with slightly damp fur, slowly broke free from its confines. It has emerged. It has truly emerged. At this moment, those within the jar shop were even more exhilarated than Haibadong, the egg's owner, their hearts racing with excitement. As the little scarlet flame beetle emerged from its shell, its eyes still unopened, it suddenly quivered its body, shaking off the viscous residue clinging to it. Once free from the sticky substance, its crimson hairs appeared even more vibrant. Only then did its eyes gradually open, revealing a pair of round, glistening orbs that, upon opening, beheld the visage of Haiba Dong. Moo. Upon spotting Haiba Dong, a wave of joy surged within the little creature's eyes, prompting it to emit a sound. Although feeble, this call carried an overwhelming aura, instilling a sense of pressure in all who heard it. This aura signified the presence of a 6th-tier magical beast. Astonishingly, it possessed such strength right from hatching. A juvenile of a 9th-tier magical beast had been procured for a mere 1 million gold coins from the jar. Could this establishment possibly be celestial in nature? In that moment, many were left bewildered by the jar's extraordinary capabilities. It had previously yielded 6th-grade elixirs and now produced a formidable magical beast cub. The juvenile of a 9th-tier magical beast had indeed not disappointed the old man. Observing this endearing little creature, Haiba Dong felt a profound satisfaction. Mr. Haiba Dong, this magical beast cub originally possesses a tremendous size. However, it has been reduced due to the restrictions imposed by the jar's interior. The little medical fairy interjected as she watched Haiba Dong play with the scarlet flame beetle. Is that so? Upon hearing her words, Haiba Dong nodded thoughtfully. Although the current size of the scarlet flame beetle seemed quite adorable, magical beasts are generally assessed by their physical dimensions in relation to their strength. This little creature was barely the size of a football. How much intimidation could it truly exert? The young lady implied that this magical beast cub could indeed grow larger. Intrigued by the medical fairy's remark, a multitude of onlookers behind Haiba Dong displayed expressions of keen curiosity. Haiba Dong himself was eager to discover how large the scarlet flame beetle could become once the restrictions were lifted. Contemplating this, he decided to take the beetle outside for a moment. Cradling the scarlet flame beetle, Haiba Dong turned to exit the jar shop. Observing his intent, the crowd immediately parted to create a narrow pathway for his passage. With a furrowed brow, Haiba Dong made his way through the corridor, stepping out into the open air outside the jar shop. Upon arriving at the entrance of the jar shop, not far away, the small crimson flame beetle cradled in Haiba Dong's arms began to emit a peculiar red glow. In an instant, its size rapidly expanded, and within a heartbeat, it grew larger than a basin. At that moment, the crimson flame beetle broke free from Haiba Dong's grasp and landed on a nearby patch of ground, swiftly transforming into a colossal creature, measuring nearly 10 zhang in length. This immense size could only be described as astonishing, even atop its back. A villa would occupy little space. Its pair of eyes was larger than that of an average adult, and such a formidable presence, having just emerged, instilled fear in all the ordinary individuals present both inside and outside the jar shop. This newly hatched beast appeared as massive as a mountain, an utterly terrifying sight. Chapter 378. The Transformation of the Beetle. This newborn creature, a magical beast, was indeed as grand as a mountain. How frightening! With such dimensions, it could easily devastate an entire city. Moo. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the mountain-sized crimson flame beetle let out another roar. This roar was far more terrifying than the previous one heard within the jar shop. Following this bellow, a fierce wind surged forth, sweeping debris into the air, causing most bystanders to struggle to maintain their footing in the tempest. The sheer terror of this colossal beast was overwhelming. In the ensuing chaos, many individuals hurriedly fled the scene. Haiba Dong subtly commanded the crimson flame beetle to exhibit a more ferocious demeanor. Upon receiving Haiba Dong's order, the beetle unleashed another fierce roar, imbued with unmistakable anger, prompting those who had sought refuge behind large stones to hastily vacate the area. Within roughly a minute, the 200 to 300 people who had gathered there had all dispersed, none daring to remain. Observing the effect of the crimson flame beetle's 2 roars, Haiba Dong felt an even greater sense of satisfaction with the creature. Well done, Haiba Dong exclaimed, praising the crimson flame beetle. However, the beetle's massive size posed a challenge for companionship. Contemplating this dilemma, Haiba Dong's eyes suddenly brightened with inspiration. Unlike the ice spirit mysterious flood dragon, which could alter its size at will, the crimson flame beetle's formidable form could not be diminished. Thus, Haiba Dong resolved to administer the 7th grade transformation pill he had acquired in the jar shop to the crimson flame beetle. If the crimson flame beetle successfully undergoes transformation after consuming the transformation elixir, it will be perfectly suited to accompany him. In the next moment, Haiba Dong produced a jade vial and tossed it towards the beetle's enormous maw. Without a hint of hesitation, the crimson flame beetle opened its mouth wide and swallowed the vial whole. Immediately after ingesting the elixir, a noticeable transformation began within its body. Its legs bent, and its massive form crawled upon the ground as a tremendous energy coursed through it, seemingly attempting to reshape its very being. Soon, a brilliant red light erupted from its vast body, enveloping it entirely. Observing the beetle's transformation, Haiba Dong felt a pang of concern for its safety and stood by, quietly watching. As time passed, the fiery red glow in Haiba Dong's sight diminished in size, shrinking from an impressive 10 zhang to a mere 2 meters in height. Even at this reduced scale, the red orb continued to shrink. Haiba Dong's focus intensified, anxious that the crimson flame beetle might encounter unforeseen complications during its transformation. Surely, it must be nearly complete, he murmured to himself, gazing at the 2-meter-high red radiance. At that moment, the little medicine fairy emerged from the apothecary, her gaze fixed on the small, fiery orb. Noticing the commotion, a look of regret crossed Haiba Dong's face as he hurriedly inquired, "Little medicine fairy, you are not closing yet, are you?" Pausing for a moment, the little medicine fairy replied gently, "Not yet. We will be closing in a few minutes." A few minutes. Upon hearing this, Haiba Dong felt a surge of urgency. He glanced once more at the glowing orb outside, and after a brief hesitation, he stepped decisively towards the apothecary. "Little medicine fairy, may I trouble you for another orange vial?" he asked as he approached her. With a smile, the little medicine fairy nodded and said, "Of course, Mr. Haiba Dong. Please hold on a moment." With that, she activated the ability bestowed upon her by Yi Yun and instantly teleported to the counter. Once there, she swiftly retrieved an orange vial from the shelf and placed it upon the counter. As Haiba Dong approached, she promptly informed him, "Mr. Haiba Dong, your previous remaining balance was 610,000 gold coins. After deducting the 100,000 for this orange vial, your remaining balance is 510,000 gold coins." Upon finishing her statement, The young healer added, Mr. Haiba Dong, after you purchase this orange jar, our establishment will be closing for the evening. Ah, dear young healer, might I, on this occasion, request to open 2 orange jars at once? Haiba Dong inquired with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Hesitating for a brief moment, the young healer finally replied, very well. 1 extra jar will not significantly delay our closing time. Her decision stemmed from the fact that Haiba Dong was the sole customer present in the shop at that moment. Granting him this special arrangement would not attract the scrutiny of others. Had there been a larger crowd, she would have refrained from such leniency. As accommodating one patron by extending the closing time for an additional jar would inevitably lead others to make similar requests. After acquiescing to Haiba Dong's request, she promptly turned and retrieved another orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it upon the counter. Now, 2 orange jars rested upon the countertop. Mr. Haiba Dong, your remaining balance stands at 5,100,000 gold coins. After deducting the 1 million gold coins required for this orange jar, you will have 4,100,000 gold coins remaining. The young healer reminded him once more. Indeed, the calculations are precise. Haiba Dong nodded slightly in agreement, then directed his gaze towards one of the orange jars on the counter. With swift determination, he raised his hand and struck the jar with precision. Crack! With the sharp sound of shattering glass, one of the orange jars fragmented into countless pieces. In an instant, the shards transformed into a dazzling display of radiant light, obscuring the view of all present, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. Chapter 379, The Illusionary Sphere. As they waited in silence, the radiant light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. A ball the size of a small sphere materialized on the counter, emanating potent energy waves along with a chilling aura. Sensing the energy radiating from the blue sphere, Haiba Dong was nearly certain that it was the magic core left behind by an ice-type magical beast. Dear young healer, if I am not mistaken, the item we have unveiled is indeed an ice attribute magic core, Haiba Dong asserted confidently. Hearing his words, the young healer found herself in agreement. Yet she refrained from immediately responding. Instead, she cautiously employed the ability bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, casting her gaze over the magic core on the counter. In an instant, a line of information appeared before her eyes. Ice attribute magic core, the core left behind by a peak level 7th tier magical beast, the blue flood dragon. Upon its demise, the introduction is remarkably concise, confirming Mr. Haiba's speculation. Mr. Haiba, your guess was astute. Indeed, this is an ice-type magic core, left behind by a peak level 7th tier magical beast, the blue flood dragon. Little medical fairy nodded in affirmation to Haiba. A magic core from a peak 7th tier magical beast. Upon hearing Little Medical Fairy's description, Haiba subtly acknowledged with a nod. Although this treasure does not compare to the earlier explosive flame tower and frost tower, its value far exceeds the 1 million gold coins spent on the purchase of the jar. A 7th tier peak magic core could easily fetch tens of millions of gold coins at auction. However, such cores are virtually non-existent in ordinary markets, where even wealth cannot secure them. After all, in the northwestern continent, 7th tier peak magical beasts stand atop the hierarchy of power. Hiss! Hiss! At that moment, the ice spirit Xuanjiao, coiled around Haiba's shoulder, suddenly awakened from its slumber, its gaze fixed upon the blue magic core on the counter, filled with an unmistakable yearning. Noticing the reaction of the ice spirit Xuanjiao, Haiba chuckled, Little one, are you interested in this magic core? This core is derived from an ice attribute beast, and the ice spirit Xuanjiao belongs to the same attribute and draconic lineage, naturally making this core immensely appealing to it. At this moment, upon hearing Haiba's words, the ice spirit Xuanjiao began nodding vigorously. Very well, since you are interested, I shall bestow this magic core upon you. Haiba, not being an alchemist, lacked the knowledge to refine these cores into consumable pills, so he generously agreed to gift the peak 7th tier blue flood dragon magic core to the ice spirit Xuanjiao. After Haiba's acquiescence, joy illuminated the eyes of the ice spirit Xuanjiao, which then opened its small mouth and inhaled towards the blue orb on the counter. Remarkably, the blue orb began to shrink and swiftly entered the mouth of the ice spirit Xuanjiao. As the peak 7th tier ice magic core entered the ice spirit Xuanjiao's body, it nestled back on Haiba's shoulder, resuming its winter slumber. Although motionless, Haiba could distinctly sense its aura gradually strengthening. The ice spirit Xuanjiao, being a spiritual beast with a potent lineage, grows at an astonishing rate. Perhaps, after this consumption of the magic core, it may begin to ascend to the 7th tier and potentially face the tribulation of transformation. While the ice spirit Xuanjiao absorbed the power of the magic core, Haiba chose not to disturb it, but instead turned his attention to the last orange jar on the counter. This jar was the final one of the day, and thus, Hai Boding's expectations for it were quite high. The next moment, Hai Boding raised a hand and struck down harshly upon the orange jar on the counter. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering, the orange jar on the counter instantly splintered into fragments. Immediately, the shattered fragments of the orange jar swiftly transformed into a dazzling aurora, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them incapable of discerning the spectacle within. Today marked the last jar. I fervently hope for another grand explosion. Hai Bodong fixed his gaze upon the resplendent glow emanating from the counter, silently praying. Soon, under the watchful eyes of Hai Bodong and the young healer, the brilliant radiance began to dissipate, only to reveal nothing upon the counter. Why is there nothing at all? At that moment, both the young healer and Hai Bodong were enveloped in confusion. It was their first encounter with an orange jar yielding no results. Miss Young Healer, have you ever experienced such a situation before? Can an orange jar truly produce emptiness? Hai Bodong lamented, his disappointment palpable. Mr. Hai Bodong, please remain calm. This is my first encounter with such an occurrence as well. The young healer offered a soothing word, observing Hai Bodong's reaction. Logically speaking, the absence of contents should only manifest in ordinary jars. It was inconceivable for an orange jar to present such a scenario. Pondering this perplexity, the young healer recalled the ability bestowed upon her by Yi Yun and shifted her gaze back to the remnants of the aurora. In the next moment, a piece of information materialized before her eyes. Phantom Mirror Sphere, a hollow spherical object capable of altering its size at will, expanding up to 100 zhang. Its material is extraordinarily resilient, impervious to any force below the Dou Emperor level. Upon entering, one can view the external world through its mirror surface, while outsiders perceive an illusion congruent with the surrounding environment. Furthermore, any sound or movement within the sphere does not transmit to the outside world. What those outside the Phantom Mirror Sphere observe aligns seamlessly with the environment. Having absorbed this information, the young healer finally comprehended that this particular orange jar had indeed produced an item. However, it remained invisible to those outside. With this realization, her hand slowly reached toward a specific point on the counter. Soon, her fingertips grazed a cool object, and she proceeded to grasp it fully, capturing an unseen sphere the size of an egg in her palm. Mr. Hai Bodong, this object is the item yielded by the orange jar. The young healer formed her hand into a claw shape and presented it before Hai Bodong, explaining, this is an invisible hollow sphere, capable of expanding up to 100 zhang. Its material is exceptionally tough, impervious to any force below the Dou Emperor level. Upon entering, one can perceive the external world through its mirror surface, while outsiders see an illusion that harmonizes with the surrounding environment. And any sound or movement within this sphere remains unheard in the outside world. Chapter 380, A New Realm, the Phantom Mirror Sphere? Upon hearing the explanation provided by the little healer, a profound curiosity flickered in Hai Bodong's eyes. In the next moment, he accepted the spherical object that she handed to him. Upon touching the sphere, a look of delight illuminated Hai Bodong's face. According to the little healer, the internal space of this orb was impervious to even the mightiest of Dou Emperor warriors, which implied that as long as he took refuge within, his life would be shielded from any threat on this continent of Dou Qi. Mr. Hai Bodong, this item can also be bonded to you with a drop of blood. As the closing hour approached, the little healer did not wait for Hai Bodong to inquire further. Instead, she directly elucidated the method of utilizing the illusory mirror sphere. Thank you, dear little healer, for your guidance. Responding to her words, Hai Bodong swiftly made a small incision on the tip of his left index finger, allowing a droplet of blood to fall onto the palm of his right hand. However, the blood did not land directly on his palm, but instead spread out a short distance away, forming a crimson circular surface, which swiftly dissipated the next moment. To his astonishment, Hai Bodong discovered a unique connection had emerged between himself and the illusory mirror sphere, enabling him to sense its presence without physical contact. Through this connection, he deduced a crucial aspect. Although the sphere could change in size, the space it occupied was consistent with that of the real world. Thus, if the internal space desired to measure 10 zhang, it necessitated an equivalent expanse in the physical realm. This functionality fell short of the inner world previously manifested by Xiao Suner. Nonetheless, its most significant advantage lay in its formidable defensive capabilities. It remained invisible to those outside, detectable only through touch, and even if discovered, the external scenery remained obscured from view, visible solely to those within. Mr. Hai Bodong, my jar shop is about to close for the day. If you wish to purchase jars, please return tomorrow. While Hai Bodong pondered these revelations, the little healer had already announced the shop's closure. Very well, dear little healer. I wonder where the jar shop shall be located tomorrow. Hai Bodong inquired with curiosity. Oh, Mr. Hai Bodong, I do not know either. The little healer replied with a smile, a hint of helplessness in her tone. All right then, dear little healer. We shall meet again another day. Haibuodong waved goodbye with a smile and turned to exit the jar shop. As he stepped outside, he spotted a small boy, no more than 3 or 4 years of age, with fiery red hair, confidently approaching him without a stitch of clothing. Master, the red-haired boy called out in a sweet, childlike voice. Recognizing this scene, Haibuodong realized that this little boy was the celestial beetle that had successfully transformed after consuming the transformation pill. In the vicinity of Haibuodong, upon observing the little boy's lack of clothing, he glanced through the doorway of the jar shop and noticed the little healer approaching. Swiftly, he retrieved his own garment and draped it over the boy. Having completed this act of kindness, Haibuodong lifted the child and made his way to his abode. The little healer, having closed the shop door, intended to return to Yi Yun's manor to prepare a meal. However, upon entering, she discovered that Yi Yun was inexplicably absent from the estate. Bossy, she softly called out several times within the jar shop. Yet there was no sign of Yi Yun's presence. Puzzled, she pondered the whereabouts of her employer. After a fruitless search, she proceeded to cook on her own. And even as night fell, she had not seen Yi Yun return. The following day, while Yi Yun was exploring the perfect world, he was abruptly transported back to the jar shop as it refreshed its location. Time flew swiftly, and it was once again the moment for the shop's renewal. Curiosity stirred within him about where he might re-emerge. Bossy, you're back. In a certain part of the manor, the little healer sensed Yi Yun's aura and joyfully greeted him. Yes, I visited another world yesterday. Yi Yun nodded in response to her words. Bossy, I am just about to prepare breakfast. Please wait a moment, she exclaimed before heading towards the kitchen. All right, I will take a look outside first. Yi Yun replied with a nod, then proceeded to step out of the manor. Shimo City, situated near the Tagore Desert within the empire, possessed a rustic charm distinct from the cities further inland. Perhaps due to its proximity to the desert, the city's defenses were significantly more formidable, with soldiers in full armor patrolling the streets. At this moment, deep within a vast courtyard in the southern part of the city, a slender figure gazed in astonishment at a peculiar building that had come into view. The young woman appeared to be in her 20s, with a strikingly exquisite face. However, her slightly raised, delicate brows hinted at a rebellious spirit akin to that of a young leopard in the desert. One could easily imagine that, despite her beauty, this desert flower was adorned with thorns. Her attire was audaciously revealing. A short garment barely concealed her bosom and lower regions, leaving her bronze-toned, alluring waist entirely exposed. The brief leather skirt accentuated her long, sensual legs. Presently, she was filled with curiosity as she observed the building before her. Universal Merchant Shop? She mused, her lips forming the words inscribed on the sign above the structure. Strange, how could such a shop appear here? It wasn't here yesterday. Could it be arranged by the group? The woman pondered in suspicion. In the next moment, the mysterious shop's door swung open, revealing a handsome young man who stepped out slowly. Where's this place? Yi Yun emerged, surveying the surroundings, when suddenly a captivating figure caught his eye. Has he stumbled into someone else's residence once more? Yi Yun's gaze lingered on the woman's alluring thigh, muttering to himself. Hey, where are your eyes wandering? Noticing Yi Yun's gaze, the woman felt a surge of indignation and shouted at him, thinking to herself, such a striking young man. Who would have thought appearances could be deceiving? Ah, my dear lady, you misunderstand. I merely appreciate beauty. There are no ulterior motives. Yi Yun explained with a light chuckle upon hearing her indignation. Humph, sweet words. The woman scoffed. Did you build this shop last night? Why would the leader allow you to construct such a building here? In response, Yi Yun quickly clarified, this shop is not the result of your so-called leader's instructions. Its location changes periodically. It just so happened to appear here this time. Not arranged by the leader? The position changes at will? Yi Yun's explanation left the woman filled with doubt. You dare to create such a shop within our Mo-Tai mercenary corps territory without knowing our leader? You are quite audacious. The woman said in anger, striding toward Yi Yun. What is this? How did such a structure materialize in the courtyard? Just as the woman approached Yi Yun, two puzzled voices emerged from another direction in the yard. Upon hearing these voices, the woman's steps halted immediately. She took 2 steps to the left and shouted, Leaders. This shop was secretly constructed by this person last night in our territory. As the woman's words fell, the sound of numerous footsteps approached from behind the shop. And soon a throng of people appeared before Yi Yun. At the forefront walked 2 young men side by side. One of them donned a mercenary outfit, his tall and upright figure exuding strength. His deep black eyes revealed a blend of languor and menace, and although his face was adorned with a bright smile, beneath that facade lurked a hint of ferocity akin to a predatory wolf. Clearly, despite his seemingly amiable demeanor, he belonged to the fierce type who would retaliate ferociously if provoked, adhering to the principle of do not offend me, and I shall not offend you. But should you cross me, expect a biting response until the very end. The other young man, clad in white robes, bore an appearance of gentility. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a glimmer of wisdom and a subtle cunning in his unusually bright eyes. Following these two youths were a little girl dressed as a maid and 7 or 8 men resembling mercenaries. The young maid, though small in stature, exhibited an oddly mature development for her age, appearing somewhat unpolished. Her delicate, heart-shaped face resembled that of a porcelain doll, exuding a timid demeanor akin to a frightened little rabbit, evoking a sense of sympathy in those who beheld her. At that moment, the group approached the front of a jar shop. The young man in white cast a glance at the shop and at Yi Yun, who stood outside, and inquired of the alluring woman beside him, Xuelan, "Is this shop the creation of this young man?" Upon hearing the white-clad man's words, the alluring woman swiftly nodded in affirmation. "Yes, Captain Xiao Ding. I just saw him emerge from the shop." "Very well, I understand." The man named Xiao Ding replied with a subtle nod, his gaze once again fixating on Yi Yun. A sense of curiosity stirred within him as he pondered. How is it that this young man exhibits no trace of fighting spirit, yet managed to bring an entire shop to our mercenary guild unnoticed throughout the night? Shouting. It appears this establishment has indeed found its way to the base of the Mo Tai mercenary group in Shimo City. Yi Yun inferred the identities of the two young men from the alluring woman's address to the white-robed figure. "This young brother, may I ask why you have relocated a shop to the premises of my Mo Tai mercenary group?" Xiao Ding inquired with a smile as he glanced at the sign hanging from the shop. "My shop changes location every 3 days, and as for where it goes, I have no control over that." Yi Yun shrugged nonchalantly in response to Xiao Ding's inquiry. As Yi Yun's words fell, the young man standing beside Xiao Ding skeptically remarked, "So your shop changes location every 3 days? Does it have legs of its own?" At this remark, Yi Yun merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Upon witnessing Yi Yun's reaction, the young man's face immediately flushed with irritation. Just as he was about to unleash his frustration, he was gently tapped on the shoulder by Xiao Ding. "Second brother, do not act so rashly," Xiao Ding admonished, shaking his head. After calming Xiao Li, he proceeded straight towards Yi Yun's direction. From his vantage point, he could already glimpse the entirety of the jar shop through its entrance. Inside the shop, the decor was relatively simple, with a counter positioned at the far end, behind which 3 different colored jars were displayed on the shelves. "Young brother, your establishment is named the Multiverse Shop. I wonder what it is that you sell?" Xiao Ding inquired with a smile. "We sell jars," Yi Yun replied without hesitation. "Sell jars?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, "Then how exactly do you price these jars?" "Boss Yi, I have prepared breakfast. Please come and eat." Just as Xiao Ding finished speaking, a melodious female voice resonated from within the shop. At the sound of her voice, curiosity arose among the onlookers, and Xiao Ding's gaze quickly shifted toward the jar shop. To his astonishment, he noticed an additional figure had emerged from within. A young woman clad in green approached the entrance, each hand carrying a steaming bowl of noodles. "Boss Yi, your noodles." The little medical fairy swiftly stepped forward, presenting one of the bowls to Yi Yun. Gratefully accepting the offering, Yi Yun smiled and introduced, "This is my assistant, the little medical fairy. If you have any inquiries, feel free to consult her." With that, he commenced his meal. At that moment, the people in the courtyard were taken aback by the young maiden who had emerged from the jar shop. The aura she exuded unmistakably indicated she had reached the level of a Grand Dome Master, despite her youthful appearance of merely 15 or 16 years. To have attained such mastery at such a tender age, Xiao Ding marveled inwardly. Chapter 382, The Arrival of Distinguished Guests. Upon exiting the jar shop, the little medical fairy realized the establishment had changed locations. Hearing Yi Yun's words to Xiao Ding, she promptly donned a professional smile and addressed him and the surrounding crowd. "Are you gentlemen interested in purchasing jars? Please, do come in." Intrigued by her invitation, Xiao Ding felt a surge of curiosity, eager to uncover the uniqueness of the jars for sale, particularly wondering from where the little medical fairy had appeared, as he had not noticed her presence earlier. "Second brother, let us venture inside to take a look," Xiao Ding suggested to Xiao Li, striding purposefully toward the jar shop. Observing this, Xiao Li quickly followed suit. Soon, Xiao Ding, Xiao Li, Xuelan, and a couple of mercenaries, along with a timid young girl, successively entered the jar shop, where several mercenaries stood guard outside the door. "Allow me to introduce the rules of the jar shop to you, esteemed new customers," began the young healer, pointing to the bottom row of ordinary jars on the shelf. "Each ordinary jar is priced at 100,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins for a single jar?" As the healer commenced her introduction, Xiao Ding and the others erupted in astonished exclamations. However, upon discerning the healer's formidable prowess, they refrained from uttering further remarks. After being interrupted by their gasps of surprise, the healer smiled and nodded, continuing, "Indeed, the price for an ordinary jar is 100,000 gold coins. Upon accumulating a total expenditure of 500,000 gold coins, one can be upgraded to level 1, granting the qualification to purchase crimson jars, which are priced at 500,000 gold coins each. After spending a cumulative 2,500,000 gold coins, one can ascend to level 2, thereby enabling the purchase of orange jars, which cost 1 million gold coins each. What manner of jars could possibly command such exorbitant prices? Upon hearing the entirety of the healer's introduction, the reactions of Xiao Ding, Xiao Li, and Xuelan grew even more pronounced. Were it not for their awareness of the healer's capabilities, it is likely that exclamations of outrage would have erupted forth. Undeterred by their responses, the healer maintained her sweet smile and inquired, "Would you like to purchase one? Who in their right mind would buy a jar for 100,000 gold coins?" Xiao Li scoffed, preparing to leave the jar shop with Xiao Ding. Yet, a curious notion began to stir within Xiao Ding. "Brother, I sense that this shop holds some peculiar origins. Shall we not give it a try and purchase one jar to discover what lies within?" Xiao Ding pondered aloud. "Eldest brother, that is 100,000 gold coins. It takes our comrades 3 to 4 months of hard work just to amass such a sum." Xiao Li responded, bewildered by Xiao Ding's inclination. 100,000 gold coins. Indeed, should it prove unworthy, we can simply depart. Despite Xiao Li's attempts to dissuade him, Xiao Ding's resolve remained steadfast. Soon, he approached the counter, retrieving 100,000 gold coins from his spatial ring and placing them upon the countertop. "Miss Healer, please fetch me one ordinary jar for a trial." Xiao Ding exclaimed excitedly, clearly aware that this sum was significant to him. "Very well, please hold on." The healer nodded in acknowledgement of Xiao Ding's request. After casting a glance at the coins on the counter to confirm their quantity, she swiftly waved her hand, collecting all the gold coins. Following this, she turned quickly and retrieved an ordinary jar from the shelf behind her, placing it upon the counter. "Sir, here is the jar you requested." The charming little healer introduced with a radiant smile. "Once you purchase the jar, simply shatter it, and you shall unveil something extraordinary." Shatter the jar? Upon hearing her words, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, along with others, were filled with confusion. They had invested 100,000 gold coins in this jar, only to be told to break it? Could it be that the true treasure lies within? After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Ding found himself grasping a rather sturdy wooden stick. His reasoning for choosing a stick was that, since the jar might harbor precious items, using a sharp or heavy object to open it could potentially damage whatever lay inside. In the next moment, Xiao Ding wielded the wooden stick and, with a gradual buildup of force, struck the upper part of the jar. Crack! As the stick made contact, a crisp sound echoed, and the jar shattered into countless fragments. However, Xiao Ding was met with disappointment, for he saw nothing inside. Just as he was about to voice his bewilderment to the little healer, the shards of the broken jar transformed instantaneously into a dazzling array of radiant light, obscuring everyone's view, leaving them unable to discern the spectacle within. What is happening? Witnessing this scene, Xiao Ding swallowed his words, suppressing his earlier questions. The others in the shop also gazed in curiosity at the mesmerizing light emanating from the shattered jar. "Do not fret. Once this brilliance dissipates, the treasures you have uncovered will be revealed," the little healer explained reassuringly. "Is that so?" After hearing her words, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li settled into a patient wait. Before long, under the collective gaze of the onlookers, the resplendent light finally faded, unveiling its contents upon the counter. There lay a yellow scroll. A scroll? Seeing that the fragments of the jar had entirely vanished, leaving only a yellow scroll, Xiao Ding was struck with intrigue and confusion, pondering the nature of this phenomenon. With a mix of skepticism, he extended his hand and gently lifted the yellow scroll from the counter, inquiring, "Miss Little Healer, what is this scroll?" "This is an ordinary low-level Earth-tier combat technique scroll," the little healer replied swiftly, having already reviewed the information on the yellow scroll. "An Earth-tier low-level combat technique scroll?" Hearing her words, Xiao Ding's mood calmed slightly. Such a scroll could undoubtedly hold value equivalent to the 100,000 gold coins he had previously invested. Upon learning it was an Earth-tier technique, Xiao Li approached, eager to examine the scroll as well. At that moment, to their left, a sudden shaft of white light appeared. Chapter 383, the third son of the Xiao family. Today, yet another customer has been transmitted. Upon witnessing the glowing white pillar, the little healer felt a surge of joy. Every individual who could afford such a luxury vastly surpassed those hesitant souls who pondered for ages over a mere 100,000 gold coins. What could this mean? At this juncture, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, along with their companions, also noticed the anomaly and instinctively retreated, adopting a vigilant demeanor. The timid girl at the back, even more apprehensive, hid behind 2 burly mercenaries, unwilling to glance in that direction. Under the scrutiny of numerous eyes, the abruptly manifested white beam grew increasingly robust. Soon, the light dissipated entirely, revealing a youth clad in black appearing within the establishment. Third brother? Am I not mistaken? It truly is you. As the figure emerged from the light, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li widened their eyes, their faces alight with astonishment. Third brother. Third brother. Upon hearing these exclamations, Xiao Yan, who had just arrived, turned his gaze towards Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, his own eyes reflecting delight. Eldest brother, second brother. I never imagined you would be in this shop. Xiao Yan exclaimed excitedly as he approached them. Third brother, that question should be posed to us. How did you come to be here? Xiao Ding inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. Well, it's because. Just as Xiao Yan was about to respond, he was interrupted by Xiao Li's exclamation. Third brother, your cultivation level has reached the Dou Master stage. Haha, I knew it, with your talents as a child. How could you ever be labeled as a waste by others? Xiao Li joyfully remarked after sensing Xiao Yan's aura. Upon hearing Xiao Li's words, Xiao Ding also assessed Xiao Yan's cultivation and confirmed that he had indeed reached the Dou Master stage, which filled him with even greater elation. It was worth noting that they had previously heard Xiao Yan's power had lingered between the third and fourth stages of Dou strength. Now, after such a brief period, he had ascended to the Dou Master stage. A Dou Master under 16, if this were to be known, it would surely astonish the entire Jiama Empire, relegating all the so-called geniuses of the Yunlan sect to the sidelines. Eldest brother, second brother, my cultivation is largely attributable to this shop, Xiao Yan vaguely stated, then began to survey his surroundings once more. Mr. Xiao Yan, welcome to our establishment. At that moment, the little healer, wearing a smile, cheerfully greeted Xiao Yan. It's the little healer. What brings her to this shop today? Where's Boss Yi? Upon noticing the young healer standing behind the counter, a flicker of curiosity crossed Xiao Yan's mind. Nevertheless, he courteously greeted her, saying, Young healer, what a coincidence. You have also arrived here using a VIP card today. I did not arrive via a VIP card, Mr. Xiao Yan. The young healer smiled as she explained. I have now been appointed by Boss Yi as an assistant to sell jars. If you wish to purchase a jar, I am here to assist you. Assistant? Surprised by her words, Xiao Yan felt an overwhelming sense of envy, wishing he could find such a splendid position as hers. However, as soon as he recovered from his astonishment, he hastily inquired, Young healer, do you know where Boss Yi is at the moment? The young healer gestured towards the entrance, saying, They are just outside. Following her direction, Xiao Yan looked, but found his view obstructed by the mercenaries who had come in with him. Please, make way. Realizing this, Xiao Ding quickly urged the mercenaries to clear a path. As they parted, Xiao Yan's gaze finally landed upon Yi Yun, who was squatting nearby, savoring a bowl of noodles. Boss Yi, Xiao Yan called out loudly. Yi Yun, already aware of Xiao Yan's arrival, finished the last sip of broth and slowly rose to enter the jar shop. As he walked in, he noticed for the first time the timid young girl who always seemed a bit shy. Oh, upon seeing her, Yi Yun halted his steps and asked, What is your name, little girl? I am called Qing Lin, the girl stammered. Overwhelmed by the attention of those around her, her voice barely audible, even to the two mercenaries standing behind her. Yet, with his keen hearing, Yi Yun could discern her faint words clearly. So she is Qing Lin. A warm smile spread across Yi Yun's face as he gently reassured her, Qing Lin, do not be nervous. You heard me? Upon hearing Yi Yun speak her name, a glimmer of light sparkled in Qing Lin's dark eyes. Indeed, no matter how softly you speak, I can hear you. Yi Yun nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Xiao Yan approached Yi Yun. Boss Yi, it is wonderful to see you again. Xiao Yan exclaimed with delight. I wonder if Suner has visited in the past few days? She has come. I conveyed the message you asked me to deliver. Yi Yun replied with a nod. Is that so? Thank you immensely, Boss Yi. Upon receiving Yi Yun's affirmative response, Xiao Yan's heart brimmed with joy, since Xiao Suner had arrived. Her formidable prowess would undoubtedly allow her to ascend to the second level effortlessly after the rules of the jar shop had been altered. This meant she would possess the opportunity to teleport to the jar shop twice within a month. Following this revelation, Xiao Yan promptly introduced the enigmatic wonders of the jar shop to Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, along with the treasures he had acquired. Indeed, third brother, your advancement to Dou Master is attributed to the plethora of treasures unearthed in this jar shop, Xiao Ding exclaimed in astonishment. However, I heard from third brother that ordinary jars yield little of value. Only the red jars priced at 500,000 gold coins or the orange jars at 1 million gold coins are capable of producing superior treasures. Such exorbitant costs are beyond our means. Xiao Li lamented. Eldest brother, second brother, in truth, ordinary jars are merely slightly inferior to the red and orange jars. Nevertheless, in most instances, treasures obtained from ordinary jars exceed a value of 10,000 gold coins, Xiao Yan elucidated, determined to ensure that Xiao Ding and Xiao Li would also acquire a VIP card. Chapter 384, Xiao Ding's Decision. Is that so? Second brother. Let us heed third brother's advice. Given the extraordinary treasures the jars yield, why not take a bold gamble? After a brief contemplation, Xiao Ding reached a resolution. Soon, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li gathered all their coins, managing to scrape together a total of 430,000 gold coins. Xiao Li handed all the coins to Xiao Ding, whispering, "Eldest brother, this is all our wealth combined." Third brother mentioned that a VIP card requires a consumption of 500,000. Therefore, with these 430,000 gold coins, we can purchase 4 ordinary jars for you to open. Eldest brother, second brother, it is worth noting that not only coins are accepted here. Other valuable items can also be exchanged for coins, Xiao Yan reminded. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li sighed in relief. While they indeed had little left if relying solely on coins, the knowledge that other items could be exchanged for coins provided them with a sense of security, especially since the mercenary group's warehouse held a substantial amount of resources. Xuelan, take them to the warehouse to retrieve some supplies, Xiao Ding commanded directly. Understood, Captain. Xuelan nodded in acknowledgement and promptly set to work. Before long, the jar shop was less crowded than before. Qing Lin, wishing to assist Xuelan and the others, also departed. Xiao Yan, would you like a cigarette? After Qing Lin left, Yi Yun produced a pack of cigarettes, taking one for herself before offering another to Xiao Yan. After a long absence from the aroma of huazi, Xiao Yan grinned as he accepted the huazi from Yi Yun's hand and promptly ignited it with unusual flames. Witnessing the extraordinary fire that Xiao Yan unleashed, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were left in a state of astonishment. Previously, Xiao Yan had mentioned to them that he had extracted unusual fire from a jar, and at that time, they were somewhat skeptical. Now, however, their belief in his words was unequivocally solidified. Brother, do not hesitate. Let us open the jars. Though Xiao Li was indeed curious about the huazi that Xiao Yan and Yi Yun had drawn, the impending departure of the jar shop in 3 days spurred him into action, eager for Xiao Ding to acquire a VIP card. Understood. Upon hearing Xiao Li's words, Xiao Ding promptly placed 40,000 gold coins on the counter and addressed the petite medical sage behind it. Dear Miss Medical Sage, may I trouble you for 4 ordinary jars? Observing Xiao Ding's actions, the medical sage glanced at the pile of gold coins on the counter, and with a gentle wave of her hand, she collected all of them. Mr. Xiao Ding, please hold on a moment, she said with a sweet smile, then turned and retrieved 4 jars from the shelves behind her, placing them before Xiao Ding. Without a hint of hesitation at the sight of the 4 jars, Xiao Ding summoned his fighting spirit and struck down upon one of the jars with great force, with a crisp sound of shattering glass. The first ordinary jar splintered into countless pieces. Immediately, the shards transformed into a dazzling spectacle of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present, leaving no one able to discern the scene within. Neither Xiao Yan nor the medical sage showed any interest in the ordinary jars, and Yi Yun, after lighting a huazi, simply vanished into the estate, a maneuver that Xiao Yan found entirely unremarkable. Meanwhile, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li remained fixated on the mesmerizing light emanating from the counter. Soon, as the brilliant light dissipated under their watchful gaze, the contents on the counter were revealed. There lay a rectangular box. What is this? Both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li expressed their surprise at the object displayed before them. Its huazi still intact. As Xiao Yan approached and caught sight of the item on the counter, his voice brimmed with excitement. After exclaiming this, Xiao Yan swiftly took the rectangular box into his hands, and with a hint of unfamiliarity, he opened it to reveal several small packages of huazi, totaling 10 in number. Third brother, do you recognize this item? Xiao Ding inquired with curiosity. Of course, this is the huazi I just drew. Xiao Yan responded to Xiao Ding's question, and then proceeded to unwrap one of the packages, distributing a huazi to both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. Brother, second brother, do give it a try. Xiao Yan provided guidance to the 2 individuals before using the to ignite their pots. Subsequently, Xiao Ding proceeded to open the remaining 3 jars. Although the items revealed from these ordinary jars were rather unremarkable, apart from the previous bag of, the rest of the treasures were deemed valuable by both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li at this moment. If it weren't for the fact that the items extracted from the jars could not be exchanged for gold coins, each item alone could fetch between 200,000 to 300,000 gold coins. Mr. Xiao Ding, congratulations. You have successfully spent 500,000 gold coins in our establishment and have been elevated to the 1st tier. Here is your VIP card. The little medical sage handed a card to Xiao Ding. This is the VIP card. Receiving the card, Xiao Ding observed it with great curiosity. His name was engraved upon it. Brother, with this card, even if this jar store relocates, you can still use the VIP card to access it again. Xiao Yan explained. Xiao Ding nodded in response to Xiao Yan. Meanwhile, Xuelan and her group were still busy transporting items from the Mercenary Guild's warehouse. And with their gold coins depleted, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li had no choice but to wait in the shop. Although Xiao Yan's primary purpose for entering this time was to see Xiao sooner, he decided to open another jar since he was already there. With this thought in mind, he approached the counter and placed several valuable treasures before the little medical sage. Could you please check how many gold coins these items can be exchanged for? Xiaoyan inquired. Certainly, please hold on. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's request, the little medical sage swiftly utilized the abilities bestowed by Yi Yun to scan the treasures on the counter. Soon, she arrived at a conclusion. Mr. Xiaoyan, the estimated value of your treasures is approximately 220,000 gold coins. She replied promptly. 220,000 gold coins? Not bad. Acknowledging the little medical sage's valuation, Xiaoyan nodded. Then, please bring me an orange jar worth 100,000 gold coins. Understood, Mr. Xiaoyan, please wait a moment. The little medical sage lightly nodded in acknowledgement. She then waved her hand gently, collecting all the treasures from the table, before swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Xiaoyan. Mr. Xiaoyan, this is your orange jar. After deducting the cost of the jar, you still have a credit of 120,000 gold coins. The little medical sage reminded. Upon hearing the account from the little healer, Xiaoyan gently nodded, his gaze shifting towards the orange jar resting on the counter. At this moment, standing behind him, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li gaped in astonishment. The extent of Xiaoyan's assets far exceeded their expectations. The combined total of gold coins they had barely surpassed 500,000. Yet Xiaoyan's casual extraction of treasures could yield over 2 million gold coins, an amount that might require selling the entire Emotai mercenary corps to amass. Third brother, your extravagance is quite remarkable. Both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li exclaimed in unison. Hee, elder brother, these treasures aren't mine. They were bestowed upon me by an esteemed elder. Xiaoyan replied with a grin. Upon hearing about Xiaoyan's fortuitous encounter, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li expressed their envy. Second brother, once I open this orange jar, I shall purchase 5 ordinary jars for you. The expenses will only count for the one who opens it. Xiaoyan hastily added. Not enough. You must include an additional red jar. Xiao Ding interjected. Haha, very well. As per elder brother's suggestion, I shall add a red jar, and moreover, the treasures revealed from this orange jar will be gifted to you both. With Xiao Ding's words, the three brothers burst into laughter. Soon, Xiaoyan's attention returned to the orange jar on the counter. It had been several days since he last opened a jar, and during this time, he had chosen to leave the small confines of Wutan City for broader horizons. With the wind and thunder wings, his mobility had increased exponentially, and he had now ventured into the depths of the Monster Mountain range. Today, he had utilized a VIP card for transportation, naturally to fulfill an appointment. At this moment, gazing at the orange jar before him, Xiaoyan slowly raised his hand, preparing to strike the jar's surface. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering glass, the orange jar instantly splintered into countless fragments. Following this, the broken pieces transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the phenomena within. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li gazed at the resplendent light with even greater intensity than Xiaoyan. Their curiosity piqued as they yearned to discover the difference between the treasure yielded from a jar worth 1 million gold coins and one valued at 100,000. In due course, as the brilliant light gradually dissipated under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the contents of the counter were finally revealed. There lay a heart-shaped object, surrounded by enigmatic metallic wrappings, with the central portion resembling a colossal heart, pulsating with a vibrant life force. Is this a heart? Upon witnessing the scene at the counter, the three brothers, Xiaoyan, Xiao Ding, and Xiao Li, were enveloped in a profound sense of bewilderment. Could it be that this is the heart of a supreme powerhouse? Xiaoyan speculated that to harness its formidable power, one must extract their original heart and replace it with this one, a heart transplant. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's conjecture, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were astounded, pondering how immensely powerful they would become if such a potent heart were to be bestowed upon them. Eldest brother, second brother, I am merely speculating. The specifics of its application should be elucidated by the young healer. Xiaoyan chuckled, then cast his gaze towards the young healer. In response to Xiaoyan's words, the young healer swiftly invoked the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, her eyes scanning the heart-shaped object on the counter. Instantly, a stream of information materialized before her. Heart of Steel, a piece of equipment from the world of League of Legends. Equipping the Heart of Steel can dramatically alter the wearer's physical constitution and self-healing capabilities. Furthermore, during subsequent battles with enemies, one can directly absorb a portion of their vitality through attacks to enhance one's own constitution. As one's physical power increases, their stature will likewise grow. Such a miraculous piece of equipment exists. After perusing the description of the heart-shaped item, even the seasoned young healer couldn't suppress her astonishment. The power of this treasure was truly extraordinary. If someone donned the Heart of Steel on the battlefield, wouldn't they be able to rapidly augment their physical prowess? Young healer, Have you discerned what this item is? Noticing her expression, Xiao Yin inquired eagerly. Indeed. The young healer, regaining her composure, gradually elaborated. This item is known as the Heart of Steel, a piece of equipment from the world of League of Legends. It can significantly transform the wearer's physical constitution and self-healing abilities, and during combat, one can gain vitality from enemies through direct attacks to bolster their own constitution. Moreover, as one's constitution strengthens, their physical form will also expand. Upon hearing the young healer's explanation, the breaths of Xiao Yin, Xiao Ding, and Xiao Li grew heavy. For the description of this equipment was overwhelmingly powerful. Eldest brother, you must equip it at once so we can witness its effects, Xiao Yin urged, stepping back and facing Xiao Ding. Third brother, given the exceptional nature of this equipment, I believe it is best suited for you to wield it, Xiao Ding replied, shaking his head in refusal. Seeing Xiao Ding's reluctance, Xiao Yin resolutely declared, No, I said that the item from this orange jar is meant for you, eldest brother. Very well then. Once my elder brother amasses wealth in the future, I shall bestow upon you a treasure. Under Xiao Yan's insistence, Xiao Ding ultimately nodded in agreement. Chapter 386, Testing the Heart of Steel. Very well. Once my elder brother is affluent, I shall present you with a treasure. With Xiao Yan's persistence, Xiao Ding finally acquiesced. Remembering the method Xiao Yan had just described, Xiao Ding approached the counter, gently placing his palm upon the heart that lay there. He silently intoned, Use. In the next moment, a dazzling crimson glow erupted from the heart of steel on the counter, which then contracted and instantly surged into Xiao Ding's body. Subsequently, Xiao Ding felt an intense tightening in his heart. An extraordinary sensation erupted within him. His heart, though unchanged, pulsed with newfound vigor. With each heartbeat, he felt an increasing surge of strength. Yet, it was but an illusion, under the constraints of the store. Xiao Ding's physical form remained unaltered. Elder brother, do you sense any change? Xiao Yin and Xiao Li inquired in unison. Not at all. Xiao Ding shook his head. I understand now. It must be due to the regulations of this establishment that the changes have yet to manifest. Upon seeing Xiao Ding's response, Xiao Yin suddenly recalled something and quickly spoke up. How can we lift these constraints? Xiao Ding asked. Elder brother, since you arrived using the VIP card, simply exiting through the main door of this establishment will dissolve those limitations, Xiao Yin advised. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Ding moved swiftly toward the entrance. As soon as he stepped outside, he discovered that an energy concealed within his body was rapidly transforming him. Even a casual fist clench revealed an immense power surging through him. In no time, his cultivation began to ascend, unexpectedly breaking through to the rank of one-star great fighter. And within his dantian, a distinct fighter crystal indicative of a great fighter appeared. Haha. Who would have thought that this equipment would not only greatly enhance my physical strength, but also elevate my cultivation to that of a great fighter? Realizing his current state, Xiao Ding erupted into hearty laughter. Previously, within Stone Desert City, the strength of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps ranked among the top 3, while the leader of the Sand Mercenary Corps was a great fighter, thereby solidifying their status. Aside from the Sand Mercenary Corps, only the Storm Mercenary Corps could rival the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps in the entire city. Now that Xiao Ding's cultivation had also reached one-star great fighter, coupled with a significant augmentation of power, he felt as though even a casual punch could vanquish an adversary of equal rank. Such prowess signifies that in the mercenary realm of Stone Desert City, Xiao Ding will undoubtedly emerge as the mightiest warrior, overshadowing all others, including the Sand Mercenary Corps and the Storm Mercenary Corps. Brother, congratulations on your breakthrough to the Grand Fighter rank. Xiao Yin and Xiao Li, standing at the entrance, noticed Xiao Ding's transformation and rushed over to extend their congratulations. At this moment, an ancient voice resonated within Xiao Yan's heart. Little Yin, what a pity. The effects of the heart steel are so potent. If only you could acquire it, you would surely become a formidable force in the future. Old man, I, Xiao Yin, will fulfill the promise I made. Xiao Yin resolutely replied to the elder. Subsequently, he addressed Xiao Ding. Brother, the heart steel has another effect, does it not? When it attacks an enemy, it can absorb their vitality to permanently enhance one's own physique. Hearing Xiao Yan's reminder, Xiao Ding grew even more excited. However, as he contemplated testing this ability, he faced a predicament. His cultivation had already reached the Grand Fighter level, and there was no one around to serve as a sparring partner. How about this, brother? You unleash your full strength and strike my arm with your fighting spirit. Xiao Yin exclaimed, raising his left arm, the Kirin arm. Oh, third brother. I hadn't noticed until now that your left arm is significantly larger than your right. Xiao Li remarked, curiosity evident in his tone as he rolled up Xiao Yan's sleeve, revealing an exceptionally robust arm adorned with muscles and Kirin patterns before Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. What is this? Both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were taken aback at the sight of Xiao Yan's arm. Brother, second brother, This is the Kirin arm, forged from the jar. I replaced my original arm with the Kirin arm. Xiao explained. Rest assured, brother, this arm's resilience should withstand the Grand Fighter's attacks. He continued. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding nodded and swiftly concentrated a surge of green fighting spirit energy in his palm, launching it towards Xiao Yan's wrist. Boom. The impact of Xiao Ding's energy strike met Xiao Yan's arm with a resounding crack. However, Xiao Yan's arm remained unscathed, with not even a scratch on his skin. The shock merely caused a slight tremor in his body. Witnessing this, Xiao Li was profoundly astonished, running his hands over Xiao Yan's Kirin arm. Though Xiao Ding had not exerted his full strength, only using 50% of his power, the force of that energy strike would have severely injured a typical 8-star Grand Fighter. For an ordinary person, such an impact could result in a broken arm. Yet Xiao Yan appeared unfazed, a testament to the formidable defensive capabilities of the Kirin arm. Meanwhile, upon striking Xiao Yan, a peculiar surge of energy instantaneously emerged within Xiao Ding's body. As this energy manifested, it seamlessly integrated into his flesh and blood, transforming his very constitution. Elder brother, how do you feel? Xiao Yan, brimming with confidence regarding his own arm, refrained from glancing at it and instead inquired about Xiao Ding's sensations. Delightful. It feels as though I've gained a slight enhancement in my physical strength after hitting you. Xiao Ding replied, his excitement palpable. The fact that such a minor action could bolster his physical prowess led Xiao Li to exclaim, Elder brother, your future growth will undoubtedly be astonishing. Understanding the effects of the Heart of Steel, he felt a surge of joy for Xiao Ding. Witnessing the radiant smiles on Xiao Ding and Xiao Li's faces, a warm current surged through Xiao Yan's heart. He then turned to Xiao Li and said, Second brother, shortly, I shall open another orange jar, and the treasures within shall be for you. That's simply one do. Third brother, you possess merely over 2 million gold coins. If you gift me the treasures from the next orange jar, you will have nothing left. Xiao Li replied, shaking his head vehemently upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. Chapter 387, The Fury of the Barbarian King. That's simply one do. Third brother, you possess merely over 2 million gold coins. If you gift me the treasures from the next orange jar, you will have nothing left. Xiao Li reiterated, shaking his head. Second brother, I have already opened over 10 orange jars previously, and many treasures remain unutilized. When the time comes to exchange them for gold coins, it will be a simple matter. Xiao Yan quickly countered, sensing Xiao Li's reluctance. This jar is a token of my heartfelt intention. Please do not decline, second brother. Second brother, Xiao Yan has a point. Since he has opened more than 10 orange jars, even if the treasures within are of no use to him, they are still coveted by countless formidable forces. In time, not only can he obtain millions of gold coins, but possibly even tens of millions. Xiao Ding chimed in, supporting Xiao Yan's plea. Very well. Reluctantly, Xiao Li nodded in acquiescence under the persuasion of both Xiao Ding and Xiao Yan. Excellent. That is the spirit of my second brother. When you become prosperous, you can return 3 or 4 jars to me. Xiao Yan joked gleefully, then proceeded towards the counter once more. Young Miss Medical Sage, please fetch me another orange jar. Xiao Yan addressed the medical sage directly. Of course, Mr. Xiao Yan, please hold on a moment. The medical sage smiled and nodded, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Xiao Yan. Mr. Xiao Yan, your previous limit was 120,000 gold coins. After deducting the 100,000 gold coins for this orange jar, you have 20,000 gold coins remaining. The medical sage informed him. Understood. Upon hearing the accounting from the little medicine fairy, Xiao Yan nodded gently, his gaze fixated on the orange jar atop the counter. To be candid, the first orange jar he had opened today had been a stroke of extraordinary fortune. The formidable effects of the Heart of Steel would likely incite fierce competition among even the most elite of warriors. Fortunately, apart from the little medicine fairy, only the 3 brothers were privy to the contents of this jar, or else Xiao Ding's Heart of Steel would have been ruthlessly extracted by those strong enough to do so. He silently hoped that this time, his second brother would also unveil a more powerful treasure, with a fervent wish in his heart. Xiao Yan swiftly raised his Qilin arm and struck the orange jar on the counter with great force. Crack! As the crisp sound of shattering echoed, the entire orange jar splintered into countless pieces. Subsequently, the fragments transformed into a dazzling glow, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering the spectacle within invisible to their eyes. At this moment, the 3 Xiao brothers were riveted on the resplendent light emanating from the counter. In no time, the radiant glow began to dissipate, revealing the object within. To their astonishment, a mass of red energy materialized atop the counter. What is this red energy? The brothers exchanged bewildered expressions, having never encountered such an object before. Xiao Yan, utterly perplexed, found himself at a loss for words, while the ever-inquisitive Yao Lao remained silent. Nonetheless, It was undeniable that all three brothers sensed a savage aura radiating from the red energy. The little medicine fairy exhibited a reaction akin to that of the Xiao brothers, having never seen a treasure like this red gas before. What kind of treasure is this gas? Xiao Yan inquired directly, offering no further commentary. Mr. Xiao Yan, please wait a moment. The little medicine fairy chuckled awkwardly in response to his question, quickly harnessing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun to feign observation of the red energy from the realm of the game League of Legends. This was the rage of the Barbarian King. Consuming this fury would grant an enhanced passive skill, Battle Frenzy, and an upgraded active skill, Endless Wrath. With enhanced Battle Frenzy, each strike against an enemy would accumulate 5 points of rage, and slaying an adversary would yield rage points based on their strength. For every 10 points of rage, 1's power would increase by 1%, and the rage could stack indefinitely during combat. However, once the battle ceased, rage would diminish by 10% every 10 seconds. The upgraded Endless Wrath would grant immunity to death for 5 seconds upon activation, and in the final second, any injuries sustained would revert to their original state. The cooldown for this skill would last half a month. Hiss. After reading the introduction of this crimson gas, the little healer couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The wrath of the Barbarian King was indeed extraordinary. It not only amplified its power continuously during battle, but also possessed a remarkable active skill, Endless Fury, that granted immunity to death for 5 seconds. The potency of this ability was nothing short of divine. Observing the little healer's reaction, Xiao Yan quickly deduced that this crimson gas must be an incredibly formidable treasure. Little healer, have you recognized what this is? Xiao Yan inquired with great curiosity. Snapping back to reality from her astonishment, the little healer contained her excitement and slowly responded. Mr. Xiao Yan, this gas is the wrath of the Barbarian King, originating from the world of League of Legends. Consuming this wrath bestows the enhanced passive skill Battle Frenzy and the upgraded active skill Endless Fury. The upgraded Battle Frenzy intensifies one's prowess in combat, and upon activating the enhanced Endless Fury, one becomes immune to death for 5 seconds. In the final second, any injuries sustained during this period will completely revert as if they had never occurred. The cooldown period for this skill is half a month. Gasp, gasp, gasp. Upon hearing the little healer's description of the crimson gas, the 3 Xiao brothers and Yao Lao, residing within Xiao Yan's ring, were equally astounded. Their hearts shaken to the core. With this gas, they could not only grow stronger in battle, but essentially gain an additional life every half month. After a lengthy pause, the 4 finally regained their composure. Though Xiao Yan was also captivated by the crimson gas, he had previously promised to give it to Xiao Li, so without hesitation, he urged, "Second brother, this wrath is incredibly powerful. You should consume it quickly before more people learn about it." After addressing Xiao Li, Xiao Yan turned to the little healer and added, "Little healer, we hope you can keep the treasures that my brothers and I have discovered today confidential." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the little healer nodded earnestly, stating, "Since you have entrusted me, Mr. Xiao Yan, I will not disclose the treasures you uncovered today to anyone else." "Third brother, this item is simply too." Xiao Li began to decline, but Xiao Yan promptly interrupted, "Second brother, there's no need for such modesty. You know my character well. Besides, whether you use this precious item or I do, it ultimately benefits the Xiao family." Third brother speaks wisely. It is indeed the Xiao family that thrives. Second brother, do not refuse any longer. Xiao Ding understood Xiao Yan's intentions and supported him in persuading Xiao Li. Very well. Xiao Yan had already expressed his thoughts, and given that Xiao Li had previously consented to accept the treasures contained within this jar, he nodded heavily in affirmation at that moment. "Miss Xiaoixin, are you uncertain about how to utilize this item?" Xiao Li inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his tone. "As mentioned before, simply inhale it directly." Xiaoixin elucidated. "Directly inhale." Upon hearing her words, Xiao Li gradually lowered his head, bringing his nose close to the swirling mass of crimson gas on the counter. He then took a deep breath, and under the force of his inhalation, the red gas swiftly entered his body through his mouth and nose. Once the crimson gas permeated his being, his body temperature surged dramatically, and his eyes turned a fierce shade of red, exuding an aura of savagery. "Second brother, how do you feel?" Xiao Yan observed Xiao Li's condition with concern, apprehensive that the wrath of the Barbarian King might alter his brother's temperament. "Second brother, are you all right?" Xiao Ding echoed the same concern. Noticing the worry etched on his brothers' faces, Xiao Li smiled faintly and reassured them, "Eldest brother, third brother, fret not. The fury of the Barbarian King will not sway my emotions. It will merely ignite my fighting spirit." Upon uttering these words, Xiao Li's temperature returned to normal, and the redness in his eyes subsided. "That's a relief." Seeing this, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Yan exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, the venerable Yao Lao, residing in Xiao Yan's ring, felt quite vexed. as the treasure Xiao Yan had recently exchanged for over 2 million gold coins constituted his entire fortune. Originally, he had only been responsible for Xiao Yan. Now, he suddenly had to support 2 more individuals. Second brother, according to Miss Xiao Yixian's description, your passive skill seems quite similar to mine, as it only activates upon striking an enemy. Xiao Ding pondered aloud. It should be. Xiao Li nodded in agreement. What about the active skill, the enhanced version of Endless Fury, the divine ability that grants immunity to death? I am quite eager to witness its prowess. Xiao Yan remarked with a smile. Immunity to death. The mere thought of mastering another active skill filled Xiao Li with exhilaration. Shall we test it out and see if this Endless Fury skill is truly as miraculous as it sounds? Xiao Ding proposed. Indeed, let us give it a try. Xiao Li responded with a smile, buoyed by his brother's enthusiasm. However, at that moment, Xiao Yixian interjected with a cautionary reminder. Mr. Xiao Li, a friendly reminder. While the Endless Fury grants immunity to death and allows for the recovery of injuries sustained during the skill's duration, the agony experienced during this time remains unabated. For instance, if your head were severed, your body ravaged, or your soul obliterated, you would feel each torment with vivid clarity. The young healer smiled as she offered this caution. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Li's visage paled. Although Endless Fury could shield him from death, it required him to endure the anguish of dying. Realizing this, he hesitated and promptly addressed his brothers, Xiao Ding and Xiao Yan. Eldest brother, third brother. I think I shall refrain from attempting it. Both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li understood the gravity of the situation and swiftly dismissed their earlier thoughts. Currently, the gold coins obtained from the treasures previously exchanged by Xiao Yan had dwindled to 2 million, leaving only 200,000. This amount could merely procure the most basic of ordinary jars. Second brother, you have yet to achieve your goal. It is imperative to secure 500,000 in expenditures within these 3 days. Xiao Yan urged. Fear not. Once Xuelan and the others retrieve the stored items from the warehouse, we should be able to gather at least 150,000 gold coins. Xiao Ding replied confidently, aware that these assets were essential for the mercenary group's operations. Yet, at this moment, opening the jars took precedence. Once treasures were unveiled, they would swiftly recoup their investments. The brothers were adept at discerning priorities. After a quiet wait of 7 or 8 minutes, footsteps echoed outside the jar shop. They are coming. At the sound, the trio of Xiao Ding, Xiao Li, and Xiao Yan turned their gazes toward the entrance. They beheld Xuelan and a dozen mercenaries approaching, bearing 8 large chests. Given the limited space of the shop, they initially brought in only 4 chests. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li swiftly inspected the contents of the chests before relocating everything to the floor in front of the counter. Young healer, could you please assist us in determining the gold coin value of the items within these 4 chests? Xiao Ding inquired, gesturing towards them. Certainly, Mr. Xiao Ding. Please hold on a moment. The young healer nodded with a smile, then utilized her teleportation ability to step out from behind the counter and approach the 4 large chests. Surely, the contents of such sizable chests would be of considerable worth, she mused, as she employed the abilities granted to her by Yi Yun to scan the items contained within. Due to the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, Xiao Yixian possesses the remarkable gift of discerning the value of every item. However, the diverse assortment and quantity of items within the 4 chests presented a considerable challenge for her to evaluate. After considerable effort, the final valuation left her somewhat speechless. She had anticipated that such large chests would contain items of substantial worth, yet to her surprise, the cumulative value of everything within amounted to less than 1 million gold coins. Chapter 389, The Arrival of Xiao Suner. Having completed her assessment, Xiao Yixian promptly turned to Xiao Ding and stated, Mr. Xiao Ding, my estimated value for the contents of these 4 chests is 860,000 gold coins. I wonder if that is acceptable to you? Although her appraisal differed slightly from Xiao Ding's own estimation, the discrepancy was minimal. Thus, upon hearing her valuation, Xiao Ding expressed no objections and replied, Miss Xiao Yixian, that valuation is entirely agreeable. Please convert these items into gold coins. Very well, Mr. Xiao Ding. I have pre-allocated the sum of 860,000 gold coins for you. Xiao Yixian nodded, and with a gentle wave of her hand, effortlessly collected all 4 large chests that had been placed upon the ground. Witnessing her method of retrieval, Xiao Ding, Xiao Li, and Xiao Yan, the trio of brothers, could not help but express their astonishment. Miss Xiao Yixian, I must trouble you to appraise the remaining 4 chests as well, Xiao Ding continued. Upon hearing this, Xuelan immediately gestured for the mercenaries outside to bring the other 4 chests forward. Soon, 4 more large chests were placed before Xiao Yixian. With patience, she meticulously assessed the contents of each chest and computed the total value. Mr. Xiao Ding, my estimation for these 4 chests is 940,000 gold coins. She stated calmly after completing her calculations. 940,000 gold coins. Excellent. Xiao Ding responded, clearly pleased with her quotation. Mr. Xiao Ding, do you wish to deposit these items as well? Xiao Yixin inquired. Yes, deposit them with my second brother. Xiao Ding indicated towards Xiao Li. Understood. Upon receiving this instruction, Xiao Yixin waved her hand once more, collecting the 4 chests with ease. Second brother, please procure 5 ordinary jars. Xiao Ding instructed Xiao Li directly. Certainly. Xiao Li nodded, then made his way slowly to the counter. Miss Xiao Yixin, I would like to request 5 ordinary jars. Xiao Li stated plainly. Of course, Mr. Xiao Li. Please hold on for a moment. In response to his request, Xiao Yixin nodded and promptly teleported behind the counter, retrieving 5 ordinary jars from the shelves and placing them upon the counter. Mr. Xiao Li, your current balance stands at 940,000 gold coins. After deducting the 5 ordinary jars, which amount to 500,000 gold coins, you are left with 440,000 gold coins. The little medical sage reminded. Indeed. Upon hearing the report from the little medical sage, Xiao Li nodded swiftly in acknowledgement. Following that remark, his gaze fixated on the 5 additional ordinary jars on the counter. Not long ago, Xiao Li had witnessed Xiao Ding opening 5 ordinary jars. Although those 5 jars did not incur a loss overall, they contained mere trifles that paled in comparison to the orange jars, valued at 1 million gold coins, which yielded treasures such as the Heart of Steel and the Fury of the Barbarian King. After observing for a brief moment, Xiao Li raised his hand and struck the first ordinary jar on the counter. Crack! With the crisp sound of shattering glass, the ordinary jar was instantly reduced to fragments. In an instant, the shards transformed into a dazzling display of radiant light, obscuring everyone's view, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. Xuelan and several mercenaries who had entered the shop were now filled with curiosity, gazing at the resplendent light emanating from the counter. They were unaware of the recent events where Xiao Yan had opened 2 orange jars. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the brilliant light from the counter began to dissipate, revealing the contents within. There, on the counter, lay a pill the size of a quail egg. A Qi recovery pill? Upon seeing the item on the counter, Xiao Yan immediately called out its name. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li displayed expressions of disappointment. Xiao Li had not anticipated that on his very first attempt at opening a jar, he would incur a loss. This Qi recovery pill was valued at a mere 5,000 gold coins, requiring 20 of them to break even. The other mercenaries were equally astounded, silently lamenting Xiao Li's unfortunate luck, who had spent 100,000 gold coins to unveil a pill worth only 5,000 gold coins. Second brother, it's all right. Continue opening. The instances of loss here are quite rare. Xiao Yan comforted, noticing the situation. Indeed. Xiao Li shook his head, dismissing the thought, and redirected his gaze toward the counter, swiftly bringing his hand down upon the second ordinary jar. Crack! With the sharp sound of another jar shattering. The second ordinary jar on the counter was similarly reduced to fragments. The shards once again transformed into a dazzling light, concealing the view of all present, leaving them unable to see the contents within. May this time not result in a loss. Xiao Li prayed silently as he watched the radiant light on the counter. Before long, under the attentive gazes of the crowd, the shimmering light began to dissipate once more, revealing the items inside. On the counter lay a set of silver armor, quietly resting. This armor was not the diminutive kind seen previously, but rather of a standard size, albeit not heavy but rather lightweight. Both Xiao Li and Xiao Ding, along with the mercenaries, were well acquainted with such items. It was an armor embedded with a magic core. However, the nature of the magic core remained a mystery. If it were merely a first or second tier core, it would indeed be a regrettable purchase. Only armor with a third tier magic core could recoup the investment of 100,000 gold coins. Brother, this must be third tier magic core armor. Xiao Ding asserted with conviction. In truth, for Xiao Li, the significance of third tier magic core armor had diminished. After stowing away the shining silver armor, he intended to proceed with opening a third ordinary jar. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered into countless fragments. Immediately, the splintered pieces transformed into a dazzling array of light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering the contents within invisible. Xiao Li's luck proved to be less fortuitous than that of Xiao Ding. Among the 5 ordinary jars he opened, 3 contained items of lesser value, not even reaching 10,000 gold coins. Brother, your luck seems to be waning. Xiao Ding's initial words of comfort had now turned into playful jests at Xiao Li's expense. Following the opening of 5 ordinary jars, the little medicine fairy prepared to present the VIP card to Xiao Li when, suddenly, a beam of white light descended upon the jar shop. Chapter 390. The Appearance of Xiao Suner. Just as the little medicine fairy was about to hand over the VIP card, she noticed the bright white beam, pausing momentarily before resuming her actions. Mr. Xiao Li, Congratulations on becoming a Tier 1 VIP of our establishment. Here is your VIP card. Please keep it safe, she said with a smile as she handed over the card. Thank you, Miss Little Medicine Fairy, Xiao Li replied, excitement coursing through him as he accepted the sleek, metallic glossed black card, his name elegantly engraved upon it. Someone has transmitted via the VIP card. Xiao Yin immediately noticed the sudden appearance of the white beam in the shop, recalling the promise he had entrusted to Yi Yun regarding Xiao Suner. At this moment, anticipation filled his heart. This type of transmission, facilitated by the VIP card, rendered it impossible for even Yi Yun and the Little Medicine Fairy to obtain any information until the beam completely dissipated. At this moment, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the beam of light suddenly intensified, only to swiftly dim once more, revealing the graceful silhouette of a young woman before everyone. A poised maiden stood 2 meters away from Xiao Yan. Dressed in elegant attire, her exquisite face bore no artifice, radiating natural beauty. Her lustrous hair, bound loosely with a short green scarf, cascaded down to her waist. The refreshing light green garment beautifully accentuated her budding figure, modestly concealing her youthful bosom, which, though still tender, exuded the allure of youth. A delicate purple sash encircled her slender waist, accentuating her enchanting curves. The cool, serene demeanor she possessed resembled the initial bloom of a blue lotus, despite her tender age. She exhibited an otherworldly grace that promised to blossom into unparalleled beauty in the years to come. Suner, it is truly Suner. Upon seeing the woman emerge from the beam of light, Xiao Yan became exceedingly excited, unable to conceal the joy on his face. It was indeed the girl, Suner. How had she obtained a VIP card? Suner had come as well. Simultaneously, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li also recognized Xiao Suner. Just after being transported, the first person Suner spotted was Xiao Yan, stirring a wave of excitement within her. Had there not been others around, she would have likely dashed into his arms. Xiao Yan Gij, at last I see you. Suner joyfully greeted him. Suner, I knew you would certainly make it today, Xiao Yan replied, his happiness evident. A smile graced Xiao Ding's face as he addressed Suner. Suner, why do you only call him Xiao Yan Gij? Have you forgotten us? Upon hearing Xiao Ding's words, Suner felt a slight blush creep onto her cheeks, and she called out, Suner greets cousin Xiao Ding and cousin Xiao Li. Suner, you truly embody the saying that a girl transforms beautifully as she matures. Xiao Ding complimented with a smile. Oh, cousin Xiao Ding, you flatter me. Suner responded with a shy wave of her hand, before turning directly to Xiao Yan Gij, perhaps in a couple of days. I will be able to come out again. I will seek you then. Xiao Yan's reaction to Suner's words was intense, filled with uncertainty as he asked, Suner, is that true? Has your father agreed? Indeed, it is true. As long as I bring him here this time, he will permit me to go out. Suner replied with pride, revealing that this decision had been made only yesterday when she insisted that Gu Yuan allow her to venture into the ancient realm. That would be splendid. With Suner as confirmation, Xiao Yin was filled with exhilaration. Wait a moment, third brother, Suner, what are you discussing? I'm feeling a bit confused. Upon hearing the conversation between Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner, Xiao Li voiced his perplexity. Is Suner no longer at the Xiao clan? Similarly, Xiao Ding's gaze reflected a similar sense of bewilderment. Big brother, second brother, it is like this, Suner actually. Noticing the confusion on Xiao Ding and Xiao Li's faces, Xiao Yin succinctly recounted the recent events concerning Xiao Suner. Ah, so that is how it is. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's explanation, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li finally grasped the situation. Suner, you mentioned earlier that you wanted to bring your father here. What does that entail? Xiao Yin recalled Xiao Suner's prior statement. Astonished, could it be that your father can sense your location from the ancient realm? Not at all. In response to Xiao Yan's inquiry, Xiao Suner shook her head. My father cannot sense my whereabouts. However, he did leave me a spatial jade tube. A spatial jade slip, typically crafted by those who have attained the saint level, possesses the capability to swiftly construct a short spatial passage, connecting the creator to the site where the jade slip shatters. Nevertheless, while this object is exceedingly convenient to use, its creation is rather intricate, demanding considerable time and effort. It is generally produced by prominent forces or large families for their younger members, enabling them to summon powerful clan members in times of peril. However, in a place like the Additive Empire, such items have never been seen, nor even heard of. A spatial jade slip. When Xiao Suner mentioned it, Xiao Ding instinctively inquired, is that a treasure obtained from the jar shop? Not at all. It was personally refined by my father. Xiao Suner quickly clarified in response to Xiao Ding's question. At that moment, the only one present who truly understood the significance of the spatial jade slip was the medicinal elder within Xiao Yan's ring. Observing the reactions of Xiao Yin and the others, Xiao Suner succinctly explained, in short, as long as I shatter this spatial jade slip, my father will arrive here promptly. Is it really that miraculous that shattering the jade tube will summon Suner as father? Then, Suner, Why don't you hasten to invite your father over? That cannot be. I suspect that within this jar shop, the spatial jade slip may very well become ineffective, thus it must be shattered outside. Xiao Suner elucidated. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yin began to comprehend her intent and promptly suggested, let big brother go. He did not arrive here through the VIP card. Chapter 391, Xiao Suner, an unexpected turn. Upon hearing Xiao Suner's words, Xiao Yin began to grasp her intent and promptly responded, let my elder brother go. He arrived here via the VIP card. Did he not? Nodding in agreement, Xiao Suner swiftly handed the spatial jade slip to Xiao Ding. Cousin Xiao Ding, please take this spatial jade slip outside the jar shop and crush it, she urged. Xiao Ding, having comprehended their instructions, made his way toward the entrance. Clutching the spatial jade slip, as he stepped outside, the eyes of the onlookers were drawn to him. However, just as Xiao Ding crossed the threshold, a dazzling white light emanated from the slip in his hand, vanishing into thin air. What is happening? He pondered, bewildered by the disappearance of the spatial jade slip. Inside the jar shop, Xiao Suner's gasp resonated through the air. Observing the slip's sudden disappearance, Xiao Yin muttered, it seems that not only can those transported here not leave the jar shop, but the items they bring along are also bound to the same fate. Otherwise, they are instantaneously returned to their original locations. Xiao Suner's expression turned to one of profound disappointment. Prior to their arrival, she had made a pact with Gu Yuan, promising that as long as she brought him here, she would no longer be restricted in her movements. Yet now, with the spatial jade slip returned, it signified that she had failed to fulfill her promise and would remain confined to the ancient realm. Brother Xiao Yin, what shall I do? My father cannot come here. And after I return today, I will still be unable to leave. Xiao Suner spoke with a hint of sorrow in her voice. Do not be disheartened, Sister Suner. I will certainly devise a way for you to escape. Xiao Yin reassured her, noticing the distress on her face. Previously, the little medicine fairy had been unaware of such circumstances, which is why she had not provided a warning. After some time, Xiao Suner managed to regain her composure and softly suggested, since my father cannot come, I shall take a few jars back with me. She then approached the counter and retrieved 7 treasures that Gu Yuan had entrusted to her, placing them before the shopkeeper. To the ordinary observer, these items would appear exceedingly extraordinary. Little medicine fairy, might you appraise these items for me? Xiao Suner requested directly. Of course. The little medicine fairy smiled and nodded. Activating the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, her gaze swept over the treasures on the counter. In no time, she discerned the displayed prices. Her eyes widening in astonishment, filled with incredulity. Miss Xiao Suner, I estimate the value of these treasures to be 88,300,000 gold coins. The little healer reminded, somewhat excitedly. What? 88 million gold coins? Upon hearing the little healer's offer, Xiao Suner's expression remained remarkably calm. However, those standing behind her, including Xiao Yin and Xiao Ding, were visibly unsettled. What does 88 million gold coins signify? This amount, even for the royal family, would be unattainable in a short span of time. The royal tax revenue amounts to merely over 10 million gold coins annually, from which substantial expenditures must be deducted, leaving a meager sum. Even the esteemed Mitre family, reputed to be wealthier than the royal family, would find it exceedingly difficult to produce such a vast quantity of gold coins instantaneously. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li had never anticipated that Xiao Suner was such a wealthy individual. Shui Lan and several mercenaries who had previously carried in the chest reacted even more dramatically, their breaths quickening. Xiao Yan's face flushed with envy as he remarked, Suner, I didn't realize your family was so affluent. I have truly witnessed a genuine tycoon today. Both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li exclaimed, reflecting on how they had nearly liquidated the entire assets of their mercenary group before Xiao Suner's arrival, yet had only managed to gather a mere 200,000 gold coins. The stark disparity left them feeling somewhat embarrassed. Hee. All of this is a gift from my father. Noticing the reactions of Xiao Yin and the others behind her, Xiao Suner playfully smiled and then directly addressed the little healer. Miss Little Healer, please deposit 40 million gold coins into my account. Allocate 10 million gold coins to my brother Xiao Ding, another 10 million to my brother Xiao Li, and the remaining 28 million gold coins to my brother Xiao Yin. As Xiao Suner finished speaking, Xiao Yin, Xiao Ding, and Xiao Li became even more exhilarated. They had not expected Xiao Suner to distribute such a significant portion of the vast sum. Suner, these gold coins are meant for your father to purchase jars. Miss Little Healer, please proceed as I just instructed. Xiao Yin, realizing the situation, attempted to decline, but the resolute Xiao Suner interrupted him. Upon hearing Xiao Suner's words, the little healer felt an overwhelming joy. The fact that Xiao Suner had directly deposited the entirety of 88 million gold coins signified that the little healer had effectively pre-sold 88 orange jars, which would entitle her to nearly 9 jars worth of commission. Very well, Miss Xiao Suner. The little healer swiftly responded, and with a gentle wave of her hand, she collected all the treasures that Xiao Suner had presented. Miss Xiao Suner, your previous balance stood at 1,500,000 gold coins. With the recent deposit of 40 million gold coins, your total now amounts to 41,500,000 gold coins. Furthermore, you mentioned transferring 10 million gold coins into Mr. Xiao Ding's account, which, when combined with his original balance of 860,000 gold coins, brings his total to 1,086,000 gold coins. Mr. Xiao Li had a remaining balance of 440,000 gold coins. And with the addition of 10 million gold coins, his total now reaches 1,044,000 gold coins. Mr. Xiao Yan, this time you have deposited 28 million gold coins. Gentlemen, I kindly ask you to verify the amounts displayed on your VIP cards to ensure there are no discrepancies. The little medical sage promptly reported the balances of the 4 individuals. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Suner and Xiao Yan, along with the others, instinctively pulled out their VIP cards for a glance. Upon inspection, they indeed noticed a line of numbers on the cards. These figures were the result of a temporary rule established by the little medical sage, utilizing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun. Henceforth, all amounts recharged to the VIP cards would be automatically recorded, and all consumption would also be documented. This spared the little medical sage the need to remind them of their balances. Dear friends, henceforth, all your balances will be displayed on your VIP cards. The amount spent will be automatically deducted from the card, and of course, the VIP card's balance can be gifted for use by others, with the option to set a monthly spending limit. The consumption records will be kept as well. The little medical sage succinctly explained the rule she had just devised. So that is how it is. Upon hearing this, Xiao Suner and her companions instantly comprehended the little medical sage's intentions. With such a considerable amount gifted, we have suddenly become little tycoons. Xiao Li chuckled. Indeed, with this much balance, we could purchase 10 orange jars. Xiao Ding concurred. His anticipation heightened after witnessing the treasures from the 2 orange jars opened by Xiao Yan. With a smile gracing her face, Xiao Suner directly addressed the 2 cousins. Then, gentlemen, why not open a few jars to give it a try? Upon hearing Xiao Suner's suggestion, Xiao Ding vigorously shook his head, responding, Suner, you and the 3rd brother are currently quite far from here, and moreover, the 2 teleportation opportunities for this month on the VIP card have already been exhausted. Today, neither the 2nd brother nor I will make any purchases. After all, the jar shop will still be here for a couple of days. Ah yes, I almost forgot about that. Upon hearing Xiao Ding's words, Xiao Li smacked his forehead and concurred. 3rd brother, Suner, today you 2 shall take charge of opening the jars. My elder brother and I shall abstain. Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner, upon listening to Xiao Ding and Xiao Li's remarks, found some merit in their logic. Thus, Xiao Yin swiftly addressed Xiao Suner. Suner, please go ahead. All right. Without hesitation, Xiao Suner nodded in agreement and turned to the little doctor, saying, Miss Little Doctor, may I trouble you to fetch me an orange jar? Certainly, please hold on. The little doctor smiled and nodded at Xiao Suner, then quickly turned around to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Xiao Suner. This time, the little doctor did not need to remind Xiao Suner of her remaining quota, as the VIP card had already recorded the transactions. Gazing at the orange jar handed to her by the little doctor, Xiao Suner paused momentarily before raising her delicate white hand to strike the jar. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering glass, the orange jar on the counter splintered into countless pieces. Instantly, the fragments transformed into a dazzling light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. As they beheld the mesmerizing radiance emanating from the counter, Xiao Suner, Xiao Yan, as well as Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, along with several mercenaries behind them, felt a surge of anticipation. What treasures might the first jar of the day unveil? Pondered Xiao Suner eagerly. Under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, the brilliant light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. There, atop the counter, appeared a small white orb of light, exuding a chilling aura. So cold. Why has it suddenly turned so frigid? With the emergence of this white orb, the temperature within the jar shop plummeted, causing those with lower cultivation levels, who were dressed lightly, to struggle against the cold, prompting many to flee the shop. Could this be an ice-type treasure? Xiao Suner mused curiously. The 3 Xiao brothers, unable to discern its nature, turned their attention towards the little doctor. Observing their reactions, the little doctor swiftly employed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, her gaze sweeping over the white orb on the counter. Immediately, a piece of information materialized before her eyes. Frost Rebirth, the inherited skill of the Crystal Phoenix passive. Within this sphere of light lies an extraordinarily unique energy. Upon absorption, one can attain permanent mastery over it. Originating from the world of League of Legends, the passive skill of the hero, the Crystal Phoenix, known as Frost Rebirth, transforms the user into an ice egg upon suffering a fatal blow. If the egg remains unshattered for 1 minute, rebirth is possible, restoring the individual to their optimal state. With a cooldown of 3 days. Frost Rebirth, indeed a resurrection skill. Upon reading the description of this luminous sphere, the young healer felt a slight shock within her heart. However, despite its formidable nature, Frost Rebirth falls short in functionality compared to the resurrection armor unveiled by Lady Yafei 2 days prior. The requirement to transform into an ice egg after death, unable to retaliate for 1 minute, contrasts sharply with the instantaneous revival effect of the resurrection armor. Furthermore, the cooldown period of the resurrection armor is significantly shorter, rendering its effects superior to those of Frost Rebirth. At that moment, Xiao Suner began to inquire. Young healer, do you discern what this object is? Upon hearing Xiao Suner's question, the young healer promptly responded with an explanation. Miss Xiao Suner, this sphere of white light contains energy that allows you to wield a passive skill called Frost Rebirth. Frost Rebirth. Rebirth. The introduction from the young healer elicited a particularly intense reaction from the newcomers, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. Xiao Li immediately began to compare the passive skill of Frost Rebirth with his own Endless Fury. Although Endless Fury allows him to endure any damage without perishing during its activation, he finds it challenging to master the timing of activating that skill. At times, it may be wasted, leaving him vulnerable when faced with a dire attack. The treasure presented by Xiao Suner, with its accompanying Frost Rebirth passive skill, grants immunity to death once, yet during the resurrection process, the individual cannot exert control. If the egg is shattered before rebirth is complete, the chance for resurrection may be irrevocably lost. Chapter 393, The Harmonization of the Destiny Compass. Suner, you should absorb it first and experience its essence. Xiao Yin exhibited little reaction. Having witnessed the resurrection armor before, he knew that Frost Rebirth's effectiveness pales in comparison. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Suner playfully smiled and nodded, saying, all right, brother Xiao Yan, if one day I were to turn into an egg, you must protect me. Suner, rest assured, I will safeguard your egg. Upon hearing Xiao Suner, Xiao Yan's face suddenly flushed with warmth, and he nodded gently, responding in a hushed tone. Young healer, I'm still uncertain how to absorb this. Xiao Suner curiously inquired of the young healer. Simply grasp it and insert it into your body. In response to Xiao Suner's inquiry, the little medical sage smiled. All right. Upon learning the method, Xiao Suner extended her hand to seize the small white orb, swiftly pressing it against her abdomen. With a soft pop, the orb penetrated her skin, vanishing mysteriously within her body. The originally frigid aura did not manifest upon Xiao Suner. To transform into an egg, one must undergo a death-like experience. Hence, upon understanding this, neither Xiao Suner nor Xiao Yan and the others harbored any desire to attempt it. Xiao Suner stepped aside and addressed Xiao Yan. Brother Xiao Yan, please open a jar and see what fortune awaits you today. All right. Hearing her words, Xiao Yan smiled and nodded, quickly making his way to the counter. He said to the little medical sage, Miss Little Medical Sage, could you please fetch me an orange jar? Certainly, Mr. Xiao Yan. Please hold on. The little medical sage responded with a professional smile, promptly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before Xiao Yan. Mr. Xiao Yan, all deductions will be recorded on your VIP card for your review, the little medical sage reminded him. Thank you for the reminder. Xiao Yan graciously expressed his gratitude. His gaze then settled on the orange jar at the counter. Today, he had already opened 2 jars, from which he had obtained treasures. One was heart steel, and the other was the rage of the barbarian king. Both were considered exceptional finds, yet he had gifted them away. He wondered if this time he might receive another extraordinary treasure. Filled with anticipation, Xiao Yan slowly raised his palm and struck the orange jar on the counter. With a crisp crack, the jar shattered into countless pieces. Immediately, these fragments transformed into a dazzling display of light, obscuring everyone's view, rendering the scene within invisible. Meanwhile, far away in the ancient realm, Gu Yuan had been waiting patiently for Xiao Suner's summons, growing increasingly anxious at her delay. Surely Xiao Suner hasn't he yet arrived? A thought flitted through Gu Yuan's mind, and in an instant, he vanished from his location, reappearing in the space where Xiao Suner had been cultivating. At the center of this space, a spatial jade slip floated quietly. The space jade slip. Observing the floating space jade slip, Gu Yuan's expression was filled with deepening confusion. What was Suner up to, leaving the space jade slip behind? After scrutinizing the ancient realm, Gu Yuan failed to detect Suner's presence, igniting his frustration and curiosity as to why she would act in such a manner. Within the jar shop, the dazzling light emanating from the fragments of the orange jar gradually dissipated under the gaze of the onlookers, revealing the treasures contained within. Upon the counter appeared an object resembling a compass. Gu Yuan had never encountered such an oddly shaped item, rendering him speechless upon its revelation. The proprietor of this artifact, Xiao Yan, recalled the tools of geomancers from his previous life, reminiscent of the treasure displayed on the counter. Yet, he hesitated to confirm whether it was indeed a compass. Even if it were, it seemed improbable that it would serve the purpose of divination in the Dou Qi continent. At that moment, the individuals within the shop instinctively turned their gazes towards the little medical fairy. A compass? The sight of this compass prompted her to recall the she had previously acquired, which could sense the precise location of within a certain range. Just as the little medical fairy had risen, coinciding with Yi Yun's abrupt return from another realm, she sensed the stirring, indicating the presence of deep within the desert. What potential might this compass hold? Contemplating this, the little medical fairy promptly harnessed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze towards the compass-like object on the counter. Instantly, a piece of information materialized before her eyes. The harmonizing fate compass, originating from the realm of League of Legends, grants its wielder the capacity to emit the harmonizing light of fate at will. This ethereal light descends silently from above within a 3-zhang radius, rendering all living entities within its reach into a state of stasis, immune to harm, and incapable of being targeted or taking any action for a duration of 3 seconds. It can be charged 10 times, with one charge automatically replenished each day. In the illuminated area, all individuals are rendered motionless and impervious to damage. What utility does this item possess? After perusing the compass's description, the little medical fairy's initial impression was that it was a rather superfluous tool, as those affected by its stasis could not retaliate. Little medical fairy, have you discerned what this object is? Xiao Yan inquired with keen interest. In his mind, even if this compass were indeed intended for geomancy, he would not mind. After all, should he wield this compass to uncover a burial ground of a peerless powerhouse? Acquiring their treasures would undoubtedly be quite advantageous. Mr. Xiao Yan, this object is known as the Harmonizing Fate Compass. It possesses remarkable capabilities. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's query, the little medical fairy briefly elucidated some of the compass's functions. Chapter 394, The Light of Harmony. The Harmonizing Fate Compass? Upon hearing the little medical fairy's introduction, Xiao Yan felt a surge of delight, astonished by the existence of such a wondrous artifact. Although the light emitted by the compass induces a state of stagnation, rendering one unable to attack, Xiao Yan instantly envisioned its true potential. The light of harmonizing fate is summoned at will, thus it can undoubtedly manifest in an instant. For instance, employing such a technique while pursuing an adversary would yield extraordinary results. Conversely, when one seeks to escape, casting this upon an enemy to immobilize them for 3 seconds would certainly provoke their ire. This is indeed a marvelous item. Ecstatic, Xiao Yan grasped the compass and inquired. Little medical fairy, how does one utilize this? Mr. Xiao Yan, this treasure requires a drop of blood to recognize its master, the little medical fairy replied. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan bit into the tip of his right index finger, swiftly allowing a few drops of blood to fall upon the compass. As his blood touched the surface, a brilliant golden light erupted from the compass. Once the radiance subsided, the blood vanished, establishing a unique connection between Xiao Yan's mind and the compass. Brother Xiao Yan, since the harmonizing fate light inflicts no harm, why not test its effects? Suggested Xiao Suner, observing that Xiao Yan had refined the compass. Certainly. Xiao Yan nodded in agreement to Xiao Suner's proposal. There are too many rules within the jar shop. Perhaps the harmonizing light will not be effective there. How about we have cousin Xiao Ding and cousin Xiao Li step outside the jar shop and then shine the light? Xiao Suner suggested. All right, let us give it a try. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li volunteered and walked toward the entrance of the jar shop. As they ventured a dozen meters outside, Xiao Yan concentrated and released the harmonizing light. In that instant, a golden beam, visible only to Xiao Yan, descended from the heavens, enveloping Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. As the golden light illuminated them, their right feet, which were just lifting, suddenly froze in midair, their bodies rendered immobile. Cousin Xiao Ding and cousin Xiao Li have truly become motionless, exclaimed Xiao Suner in astonishment. Brother Xiao Yan, I didn't even see how you cast it. Seeing their condition outside the jar shop, Xiao Suner expressed her surprise. Hearing her words, Xiao Yan mused. It appears that the harmonizing golden light is visible solely to me. And remarkably, it is indeed instantaneous. Suner, there exists a radiant column of golden light, yet it seems I alone possess the ability to perceive it. Xiao Yan candidly responded to Xiao Suner. Thus it is. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's explanation, Xiao Suner nodded in realization. As they exited the jar shop, a full 3 seconds elapsed before Xiao Ding and Xiao Li's right feet finally touched the ground, subsequently maintaining their previous rhythm as they continued onward. After taking 7 or 8 steps, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li turned back simultaneously, with Xiao Ding calling out towards Xiao Yan. Third brother, you may commence. Haha. Haha. At these words from Xiao Ding, Xiao Suner, standing beside Xiao Yan, couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Yan, smiling, remarked, "It appears that those struck by the harmonizing light remain oblivious to what transpired during those 3 seconds. Eldest brother, second brother, the experiment has been successfully executed." Xiao Yan waved cheerfully at the two. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li appeared somewhat bewildered. But once back inside the jar shop and after listening to Xiao Yan's explanation, they began to comprehend. "This item is truly remarkable," Xiao Ding exclaimed. With such an extraordinary object in hand, Xiao Yan could seize numerous opportunities. The marvelous utility of the destiny-harmonizing compass awaited his full exploration. "Suner, it is your turn." Xiao Ding and Xiao Li had clearly indicated that they would not be opening any more jars today, so after Xiao Yan finished, he beckoned Xiao Suner to proceed. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Suner obediently nodded and then gracefully approached the counter. "Little medical fairy, might I trouble you for an orange jar?" Upon reaching the counter, Xiao Suner directly addressed the little medical fairy. "Certainly, Miss Xiao Suner, please hold on a moment." The little medical fairy nodded with a smile and swiftly turned, retrieving an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before Xiao Suner. Without hesitation, upon seeing the orange jar, Xiao Suner raised her delicate, fair hand and struck the top of the jar. Crack! With the sound of the jar shattering, the orange vessel instantly fragmented into countless pieces. Immediately, these shattered fragments transformed into a dazzling array of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering the scene within invisible. At that moment, those mercenaries who had previously vacated the jar shop due to the chilling aura emitted by the frost rebirth returned to witness the spectacle. Observing these mercenaries, Xiao Yan pondered deeply. The events surrounding the jar shop had far-reaching implications. His initial instinct was to avoid being scrutinized by so many. Yet these individuals were subordinates of Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, leaving him hesitant to voice any objections. Soon, the dazzling radiance from the counter gradually dissipated under the gaze of the onlookers, revealing the items within. Upon the counter appeared a palm-sized stone statue, robust in appearance, clad in heavy armor, with a pair of wings extending from its back. "What is this? A mere stone figure?" Xiao Yan inquired, perplexed by the sight before him. Xiao Suner, equally bewildered by the statue, turned to the little healer and asked, "Do you have any knowledge of what this object is?" "Miss Suner, please hold on." The little healer replied, nodding gently at Xiao Suner's words. She swiftly utilized the abilities granted by Yi Yun, her gaze sweeping over the stone statue on the counter. Instantly, information materialized before her eyes. Justice Colossus. Refining the Justice Colossus grants access to an active skill, Hero's Emergence, allowing the user to pre-select 4 allies as friends. When activated, it enables instantaneous arrival beside allies within 100,000 miles. In essence, the Justice Colossus serves as a teleportation method marked by individuals, limited to a distance of 100,000 miles. After absorbing the details of this treasure, the little healer remained calm. "Miss Suner, this object is called the Justice Colossus. Refining it grants the active skill, Hero's Emergence, allowing the pre-selection of 4 allies as friends. Upon activation, it permits instant arrival beside allies within 100,000 miles. The little healer conveyed all the information she had gathered to Xiao Suner. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Suner and Xiao Yan's group instantly grasped the utility of the item. "Unfortunately, the 100,000 miles is rather limiting. Otherwise, I could simply mark you, Brother Xiao Yan, and teleport you here." Xiao Suner expressed her slight disappointment. In response, Xiao Yan offered a wry smile. Instantly teleporting a distance of 100,000 miles is already beyond imagination. Yet, from the ancient realm to the northwest continent, and then to the empire of Jiama, a mere 100,000 miles is hardly sufficient. Xiao Suner quickly shook her head. Noticing the gravity in Xiao Suner's voice, the others fell silent. Suddenly, she murmured, "Since this object seems of little use, let's take it back for my father. At least it will serve as a decent offering upon our return." "Indeed, Suner, your decision is commendable. I believe your father will greatly appreciate this statue." Xiao Yan responded with a nod of approval upon hearing her plan for the stone figure. "Brother Xiao Yan, please proceed to open the jar. Stop overthinking," Xiao Suner urged. Upon hearing Xiao Suner's words, Xiao Yan swiftly approached the counter and addressed the little healing fairy. "Dear Miss Healing Fairy, could you please fetch me another orange jar?" "Certainly, Mr. Xiao Yan. Please hold on for a moment." The little healing fairy responded with a professional smile, promptly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her. Placing it before Xiao Yan. "Brother Xiao Yan, your luck seems extraordinary today. I hope you unearth a treasure that allows me to depart from the ancient realm unnoticed." Although it was Xiao Yan who was about to open the jar, it was Xiao Suner who silently wished for something extraordinary. As the orange jar was set upon the counter, Xiao Yan wasted no time in raising his formidable arm, striking the jar with vigor. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering, the orange jar splintered into countless pieces. Immediately, the fragments transformed into a dazzling radiance that obscured everyone's vision, concealing the spectacle within. What wondrous item would be revealed this time? Xiao found himself praying as well. Before long, the brilliant light began to dissipate under the watchful eyes of the crowd, unveiling the contents within. To their astonishment, a peculiar scarecrow adorned with a straw had emerged upon the counter. A miniature scarecrow? Previously, we encountered a stone statue. And now it appears we have a scarecrow. How intriguing. Xiao observed the scarecrow with no trace of disappointment, for he understood that this figure was likely far more than it seemed. Dear little healing fairy, does this scarecrow possess any unique properties akin to that stone statue? Xiao inquired, voicing his curiosity. Please wait a moment, Mr. Xiao. I need to examine it further, the little healing fairy replied, nodding quickly before employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yun, her gaze sweeping over the scarecrow on the counter. Soul Devouring Technique. Refining this scarecrow will grant access to a hidden skill within it. The Soul Devouring Technique can be wielded infinitely and allows one to continuously absorb the soul power of enemies within a certain range, thereby augmenting one's own life and spiritual strength. To discover that this scarecrow harbored a sinister soul-devouring art caused the little healing fairy to furrow her brow. Previously, during their time in the Monster Mountain Range, Xiao had unearthed numerous malevolent treasures. She was taken aback to encounter such items once more. With this in mind, she felt a sense of dismay. However, as Yun's assistant, her primary obligation was to prioritize the jar shop's business, and thus she could not openly speak ill of the customers. What is it? Is this treasure peculiar? This time, the reaction of the little healer was not one of surprise, but rather a frowning concern. Xiao, on his part, immediately sensed that something ominous was afoot. Mr. Xiao, let me be frank with you. This scarecrow, once refined, grants mastery over a skill known as the Soul Devouring Technique. This technique can be executed endlessly and allows one to continuously absorb the soul power of enemies within a certain range, thereby augmenting one's own life force and soul power. The little healer revealed the effects and dangers of the Soul Devouring Technique without reservation. What? Consuming souls, such a nefarious art? Exclaimed the two brothers, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, who were taken aback by the revelation. They understood the peril of the soul-devouring technique and immediately urged Xiao to refrain from pursuing such dark sorcery. However, Xiao mindset had shifted significantly by this point. In response to their admonitions, he shook his head and remarked, Eldest brother, second brother, I believe that the martial arts and techniques in this world are devoid of inherent righteousness or wickedness. What truly matters is the intent of the wielder. If one's heart is unprincipled, no matter what one cultivates, it will inevitably lead to a misguided path. Upon hearing Xiao words, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were rendered momentarily speechless, for there was a profound truth in what he said, illuminating the misconceptions they had previously held. Xiao Suner, on the other hand, remained silent, firmly believing that even with mastery of the soul-devouring technique, Xiao would never engage in actions that were heinous or utterly unforgivable. Under the watchful gaze of the others, Xiao cautiously lifted the scarecrow and inquired of the little healer, Miss, does this scarecrow, like the compass and stone statue, require a blood sacrifice to acknowledge its master? Indeed, Mr. Xiao, she replied with a smile and a nod. In the next moment, Xiao sliced his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the scarecrow. Chapter 396, The Spirit Realm and the Soul. As the blood touched the scarecrow, it was swiftly absorbed, causing a strange red glimmer to flash momentarily in the scarecrow's previously hollow black eyes before vanishing without a trace. Shortly thereafter, the scarecrow transformed into a wisp of black mist and, in an instant, surged into Xiao mind through his third eye. As the scarecrow entered Xiao consciousness, an overwhelming torrent of information flooded his mind, contorting his expression into one of acute anguish. Brother Xiao, what is happening to you? Xiao Suner exclaimed in concern, observing his distress. Amidst Xiao continuous groans, a vast wave of soul energy suddenly radiated from his being. As this soul fluctuation spread, the agony that had previously contorted his features vanished, leaving him standing serenely in place. The surrounding energies of the universe seemed to be stirred by some extraordinary force at that moment, and amidst the turmoil, wisps of faint yet profoundly significant currents began to quietly seep from the fabric of space, cascading toward his third eye with overwhelming intensity. These ethereal energies flowed ceaselessly into Xiao forehead, ultimately merging with the soul that resided there. During this fusion, Xiao spirit felt as though it were enveloped in a warm, nurturing essence, with the comforting energy infiltrating every corner of his being. evoking a sensation so delightful that he could scarcely suppress a groan of pleasure. This was the realm of the soul. Who would have imagined that this young lad possessed such extraordinary fortune, breaking through to the realm of the soul at such a tender age? At this juncture, a voice filled with immense excitement echoed in Xiao Yan's mind, belonging to the venerable Yao Lao. Xiao Suner, Xiao Ding, and Xiao Li also seemed to sense a change in Xiao Yan, though they could not pinpoint the exact nature of this transformation. Suner, I am fine. Xiao Yan reassured her, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, his tone light and carefree. Just moments ago, the scarecrow had fully merged into Xiao Yan's consciousness, imparting a wealth of memories regarding the soul-devouring technique while simultaneously honing his soul, resulting in a dramatic surge of soul power that propelled him from the mid-level of the mortal realm to the initial stage of the soul realm. Yao Lao's excitement stemmed from the fact that, in the Dou Qi continent, the majority of individuals remain trapped in the mortal realm throughout their lives, with only those who ascend to the soul realm capable of concocting 8th-tier pills. The soul is the essence of life. Without it, there is nothing. While the soul endures, there remains a glimmer of hope. This profound entity commands a certain reverence from all, and generally speaking, the realm of the soul lacks formal cultivation methods. The soul realm is divided into 4 tiers: mortal, soul, heavenly, and emperor. The vast majority of individuals, including alchemists below the 8th tier, typically find their soul realm stagnating at the mortal level, though the strength of their soul power may vary. Some 7th tier alchemists, through fortuitous circumstances, may faintly brush against the soul realm. If their soul power reaches this level, they gain the ability to impart spirit to their creations. 8th tier pills often possess extraordinary sentience, which is precisely what allows them to ascend to such a high tier. A common alchemist, regardless of their prowess in alchemy, cannot elevate a pill to 8th tier status without imbuing it with spirit. The 9th grade elixir, surpassing even the 8th grade pills, possesses a level of intelligence indistinguishable from that of ordinary humans. This phenomenon is akin to a creation, birthing a sentient being that requires not only the endowment of spirit, but also the forces of heaven and earth. However, achieving this necessitates reaching the transcendent realm of the heavens. The pinnacle of the imperial realm represents the fundamental step in concocting imperial-grade elixirs. Xiao Yan, you have now ascended to the realm of spiritual souls. Upon our return, I shall impart all my alchemical knowledge to you, as I excitedly elucidated to him. Soon, Xiao Yan grasped the circumstances that had just transpired, a smile of joy illuminating his face. Currently, his soul realm is at the initial stage of the spiritual realm, yet, having mastered the soul-devouring secret technique, it is plausible that he may soon advance further. With his current spiritual soul, employing certain techniques could even challenge formidable opponents such as Dou Huang. Thank goodness, Xiao Yan, you startled me earlier. Upon seeing Xiao Yan unharmed, Xiao Suner finally exhaled in relief. Well, when has the treasure from Boss Yi's jars ever posed a danger? Xiao Yan grinned. Suner, hurry and open more jars. All right. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Suner nodded with a smile and proceeded toward the counter. Little medical fairy, may I trouble you for an orange jar? She softly requested at the counter. Certainly, Miss Suner, please hold on. The little medical fairy smiled and nodded in response. She swiftly turned and retrieved an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Xiao Suner. Having previously explained the new rules to Xiao Yan, Xiao Ding, and Xiao Li, the little medical fairy did not need to remind them about the limits this time. Xiao Suner, her eyes gleaming with anticipation at the orange jar on the counter, wasted no time. She extended her delicate white arm and struck the jar. Crack! With the crisp sound of shattering glass, the orange jar instantly splintered into countless pieces. Almost immediately, the fragments transformed into a dazzling radiance, enveloping the vision of all present, obscuring the unfolding spectacle. As they witnessed the brilliance, curiosity sparked among the onlookers, who gradually inched closer. Before long, as the resplendent light receded under the gaze of the crowd, the items within the counter were revealed. A translucent, multicolored tubular object emerged, adorned with small apertures. What is this? Xiao Suner exclaimed, her eyes brimming with curiosity as she beheld the exquisite tube that had appeared on the counter. This object resembles a flute, yet it also bears a likeness to a whistle. I surmise it is indeed a musical instrument. Xinyan speculated upon observing the tubular shape of the item. A musical instrument? Is that correct, Miss Xiao Yixian? Upon hearing Xuanyan's words, Xiao Xuaner turned her gaze towards Xiao Yixian, seeking clarification. In response, Xiao Yixian swiftly employed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, her eyes scanning the tubular object upon the counter. Instantly, a stream of information materialized before her. Mesmerizing sound flute. When played, the mesmerizing sound flute emits enchanting melodies capable of manipulating consciousness. It exhibits powerful efficacy in controlling the minds of those with weaker spiritual power. allowing for complete domination of their mental state for a brief period. Even when confronting individuals whose spiritual realm surpasses that of the wielder, the enchanting melodies will still induce a hallucinatory effect. However, this hallucinatory effect diminishes as the gap in spiritual strength widens. Mesmerizing melodies, controlling the mind. Such remarkable capabilities. Upon reading the description of this instrument, Xiao Yixian felt a surge of astonishment. The treasure presented by Xiao, when combined with the scarecrow previously revealed by Xianyan, would yield tremendous effects. Miss Xiao, this item is known as the mesmerizing sound flute. When played, it can produce enchanting melodies that manipulate consciousness, wielding immense power over those with weaker spiritual strength. Even against those of a higher spiritual realm, the melodies will still create hallucinatory effects, albeit diminishing as the disparity in spiritual power increases, Xiao Yixian elaborated to Xiao. Hearing Xiao Yixian's explanation, Xiao, Xianyan, and the others were filled with curiosity. This treasure capable of controlling the mind was a sight they had never encountered before. Sooner, considering this, the flute is remarkably powerful. Just imagine, once you play it, you could control a multitude of people who would dare to provoke you. Xianyan exclaimed with delight. Is that so? However, I am not particularly fond of controlling others. Moreover, it seems the flute demands a high level of spiritual power. Perhaps it would wield greater efficacy in your hands, Brother Xianyan. Xiao replied, shaking her head in response to Xuanyan's enthusiasm. No, I cannot accept that. Upon hearing Xiao's words, Xianyan understood her intention to gift him the mesmerizing sound flute and hastily waved his hands. Sooner, you need not feel compelled to bestow everything upon me. My spiritual power is not vastly superior to yours, and besides, music is best appreciated by a girl. I shall take on the role of an admirer. Uft. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's words, Xiao could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, Brother Xiaoyan, are you certain you wish to indulge in this enchanting melody? Why not? Xiaoyan replied with a smile. Very well, this is your assertion. With a playful grin at Xiaoyan, Xiao then turned to the little physician and inquired, Fair lady physician, does this flute also require a blood bond for recognition of its master? Indeed, Miss Xiao. You are correct. This flute recognizes its master through blood, the little physician confirmed with a nod. Having received the little physician's affirmation, Xiao, without hesitation, pricked her fingertip to draw a small drop of crimson blood, which fell onto the flute. As the blood touched the flute, it was instantly absorbed. Simultaneously, Xiao sensed a wondrous connection forming between herself and the flute. Subsequently, a series of vibrant musical notes appeared, cascading into her mind. My goodness, these notes are simply exquisite. As the notes flooded her consciousness, an expression of rapture illuminated Xiao's face. Brother Xiaoyan, do you truly wish to give it a try? After fully receiving the notes, she turned to Xiaoyan, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed, Xiaoyan, having already committed, showed no sign of retreat. Understanding his intent, Xiao donned a knowing smile and raised the flute to her lips, gently blowing into it. Instantly, a mesmerizing sound emanated from the flute, enveloping the entire mercenary guild in Mo City. All who heard the melody wore expressions of enchantment. However, soon, apart from Xiaoyan, Yao Lao, and the little physician, the others began to display vacant stares. Xiaoyan, too, noticed a sudden shift in his surroundings, morphing into a vivid scene from his memories spanning over a decade. It was a supermarket, bustling streets, and familiar attire. As he beheld the spectacle before him, an unprecedented excitement sparkled in his eyes. In the next moment, he dashed into the supermarket with fervor. To the little physician and Xiao, Xiaoyan appeared to be grinning foolishly, his expression peculiarly odd, and his actions exceedingly strange. What vision is Brother Xiaoyan witnessing? Why do I feel as if he is shopping? Observing Xiaoyan's bizarre behavior, Xiao abruptly ceased her melodious playing. Moments ago, Xiao distinctly sensed that, apart from Xiaoyan and the little healing sage, the minds of the other members of the Mo Tai mercenary corps, including Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, were under the influence of her flute's melody. However, she did not play any tricks on them. Her focus remained solely on Xiaoyan. As the enchanting notes ceased, the others' expressions returned to normal, yet they retained no memory of the recent events. On Xiaoyan's side, the surroundings gradually faded, transforming into the appearance of a jar shop. It seemed that this flute's melody had conjured an illusion. Xiaoyan mused internally as he regained his senses. The effect of the flute had far surpassed his expectations. For although Xiao's soul realm was merely at the mortal level, she had managed to enthrall a soul residing in the spiritual realm like him within an illusion, truly remarkable. The only individuals unscathed by this influence were the medicine elder and the little healing sage. The medicine elder was impervious due to his own formidable soul power, while the little healing sage, shielded by her invincible domain, remained unaffected by the disturbances. Her expression merely reflected the delight of hearing that exquisite sound. Suddenly, Xiao Suner gazed at Xiao Yan with a hint of yearning and inquired, "Brother Xiao Yan, where was the illusion you just witnessed? It appeared as though you were purchasing something, examining various items." Chapter 398, The Excited Xiao Ding. Upon hearing Xiao Suner's words, Xiao Yan chuckled and rubbed his nose, offering a vague response. He could never reveal the scenes he had witnessed in the supermarket. That was his greatest secret. "You're lying." Xiao Suner could tell from his demeanor that he was being disingenuous, yet she chose not to pursue the matter further at that moment. Hee. Xiao Yan awkwardly smiled before saying, "Suner, the sound you produce while playing the flute is truly enchanting. Indeed, it is truly delightful. I could not get enough of it just now." The little healing sage interjected suddenly. If only it had lyrics to accompany it. Lyrics? Upon hearing the little healing sage's remark, Xiao Suner expressed her curiosity. What are lyrics? Lyrics are the words we sing in harmony with musical notes, creating a delightful experience when paired with corresponding melodies. The little healing sage explained casually before retrieving the portable music player she had acquired a couple of days prior. What is this? Upon witnessing the item produced by the little healer, Xiao Suner's curiosity intensified. At that moment, Xiao Yan's reaction to the object was extraordinarily pronounced. This item was, astonishingly, a portable music player. He was taken aback, though he refrained from vocalizing his surprise. "This is a portable music player, filled with melodious tunes that I listen to for long stretches every night." As Xiao Suner displayed her intrigue, the little healer pressed a button on the device. Instantly, a captivating melody resonated throughout the shop. Continuing forward, in this chaotic world, I surrender all my dreams to time, confronting pain. If you wish to soar, pour your heart into it. Who hasn't faced adversity? I believe I can overlook the ashes of disappointment and embrace the beauty of regret. My dreams urge me not to linger, but to await. Let the light refract through teary eyes, reflecting the rainbow I most desire, guiding me towards the sky that harbors you. For you are my dream. My dream. As the enchanting song emanated from the music player, the patrons of the apothecary once again donned expressions of rapture. Even the venerable medicine elders succumbed to the allure of the music, for he had never encountered such a harmonious blend of human voice and melody. Moreover, the inspirational lyrics sung by the female vocalist instilled a fervent spirit in the listeners. Throughout the song, each individual seemed to hold their breath, listening intently, feeling a lingering sense of longing even after the final note. This device is truly remarkable. There are no discernible energy waves, yet it produces sound waves. Xiao Suner exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, this is a technological marvel that does not rely on the energies of the heavens and earth to function. The little healer elucidated. Xiao Yan, possessing a deeper understanding of the music player than the little healer, recalled his previous experiences with it, having once used a memory card to download some tunes for clandestine enjoyment, even to the point of wearing off the paint on the button. Despite his extensive knowledge of the device, he chose to remain silent to avoid revealing any information. After a brief interval, as Xiao Suner and the others familiarized themselves with the music player, Xiao Yan approached the counter and cheerfully inquired, "Dear little healer, may I have another orange jar, please?" "Certainly, Mr. Xiao Yan, please hold on a moment." The little healer nodded with a smile, then graciously handed the music player to the intrigued Xiao Suner for her to try. Subsequently, she swiftly turned and retrieved an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Xiao Yan. "May it yield a grand explosion," he silently wished, rubbing his hands together before swiftly extending his powerful arm to bring down upon the jar with great force. Click! With the sound of a crisp jar shattering, the entire orange container on the counter immediately shattered into countless fragments. Following this, the broken pieces of the orange jar transformed into a dazzling display of luminous rays, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the scene within. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan opening the jar, the patrons of the jar shop turned their attention to the counter. Under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, the resplendent rays of light finally dissipated completely, revealing the object within. On the counter lay a fiery red scroll. A scroll? The sight of such a commonplace item emerging from the jar diminished Xiao Yan's anticipation significantly. However, Xiao Yan and Xiao Sun's lack of enthusiasm did not reflect the sentiments of the others, given that ordinary jars had previously yielded scrolls of beginner-level profound techniques. This orange jar was surely bound to produce something superior, possibly even a scroll of earthly-level techniques, Xiao Ding mused internally. At this moment, the little medical fairy had also finished examining the information of the fiery red scroll and addressed Xiao Yan, saying, "Congratulations, Mr. Xiao Yan. This scroll is named the Crimson Flame Technique, a beginner-level fire attribute technique scroll of earthly rank. The mention of a beginner-level earthly rank fire attribute technique scroll elicited little reaction from Xiao Yin and Xiao Sun'er. But the atmosphere within the jar shop erupted in excitement. An earthly rank technique scroll could fetch several million gold coins, a true treasure. The most crucial aspect was that such items were scarce in the market. Even affluent powers within the card empire struggled to acquire them. Furthermore, this item was coveted by formidable factions. Without sufficient strength, one could easily attract calamity. Realizing the value of the scroll, Xiao Ding turned to Snow Orchid and several other mercenaries in the jar shop, wearing a calm smile as he slowly remarked, "Everyone, you are all esteemed members of my MO-Tai mercenary corps. I hope that the events that transpired today in this jar shop remain confidential." Chapter 399, 1,000 Years Added to Life. Rest assured, Captain, today's events will remain locked away in my heart, and I shall not speak of them to anyone. In response to Xiao Ding's words, Snow Orchid and the other mercenaries voiced their agreement in unison. This extraordinary occurrence was indeed their first encounter, yet they possessed enough discernment. The three brothers of Xiao Ding had acquired such great treasures in the jar shop, and their future potential was immense. They could very well soar within the card empire. Having followed Xiao Ding for many years, they understood his character well. Knowing that as long as they kept this matter to themselves, Xiao Ding would never resort to silencing them. Conversely, the few of them steadfastly guarded this secret, remaining by Xiao Ding's side. In the future, once these three brothers attained success, they would be regarded as the esteemed elders accompanying them. As for the earth-level primary technique, Xiao Yin decided to forego it. He cast another glance at the fiery red scroll on the counter and finally reached a resolution. Recently, Yao Lao had presented the burning technique for Xiao Yan's cultivation, informing him that this technique could continuously devour and evolve. Consequently, Xiao Yin resolved to practice the burning technique. After mastering it, he consumed the extracted from the jar shop, the yin-yang dual flames, thus elevating the burning technique from a low-grade yellow-level technique to a mid-grade Xian-level technique. Although the current burning technique could not compare to the earth-level primary technique, the scarlet flame technique, Xiao Yan's mind was clear. He was resolute in his choice to cultivate the burning technique, which not only allowed one to absorb various, but also promised continual growth, an undeniably wise decision. The next moment, having made his choice, Xiao Yin addressed Xiao Li directly. "Second brother, this technique holds no value for me. You and eldest brother have established a mercenary group. You should take it. Third brother, how can this be?" Upon hearing Xiao Yan's intention to bestow such a precious item, Xiao Li instinctively refused. "You've already given us so much, and Sun'er has even directly helped us recharge with 10 million in credits. How can we accept more?" Xiao Ding also shook his head in refusal. "Eldest brother, second brother, I already possess a technique of higher caliber, so this is of no use to me." Seeing both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li decline, Xiao Yin continued to persuade. "Eldest brother, second brother, please accept it. Cousin Xiao Ding, cousin Xiao Li, we are family. It's not such a valuable item. It is merely a token of goodwill from brother Xiao Yin. Please accept it." Sun'er chimed in to support Xiao Yin. "Very well." Hearing the generous words from the two, Xiao Ding wore a resigned smile and nodded in agreement. "Now that is more like it." Sun'er smiled and promptly retrieved the Scarlet Flame Technique scroll, handing it to Xiao Ding. After Xiao Ding accepted the Scarlet Flame Technique, his anticipation for the future surged. Although neither he nor Xiao Li could utilize this technique, it could serve to nurture trusted members within their mercenary group. Alternatively, they could sell the scroll elsewhere. Given its value, selling it for a mere 10 million gold coins would be effortless. After handing the Scarlet Flame Technique scroll to Xiao Ding, Sun'er proceeded to the counter, returning the portable audio device to the little doctor and saying, "Miss Little Doctor, please fetch me another orange jar." "Certainly, Miss Sun'er. Please hold on a moment." In the presence of the young healer, after retrieving her portable music player, she smiled and nodded before swiftly turning around. From a shelf behind her, she produced an orange jar and placed it before Xiao Sun'er. Regrettably, she had not been able to bring her father today, and she anticipated his complaints. Yet, she hoped to procure some treasures that would be of use to him. Gazing at the orange jar on the counter, Xiao Sun'er silently reflected, and then she slowly extended her fair hand to rest upon it. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered instantly, scattering into countless fragments. In the wake of its destruction, the shards transformed into a dazzling radiance that obscured the view of all present, rendering the contents invisible. Captivated by the brilliant light, the patrons of the jar shop directed their attention towards it. The treasures previously unveiled had not deeply impressed the mercenaries, but the Qi Yin Ju, a low-level earth-tier technique, though the least valuable among them, profoundly astonished the onlookers. They understood just how precious the treasures within the shop were, realizing that 1,000,000 gold coins for a single jar was hardly an overestimation. Soon, under the scrutiny of numerous gazes in the jar shop, the stunning radiance gradually dissipated, revealing its contents. Resting quietly on the counter was a purple pill, about the size of a grape. As the pill made its appearance, a captivating fragrance enveloped the shop, invigorating everyone present. The mere scent of this elixir instilled a sense of renewed vitality in all. What an enchanting aroma! Xiao Yan, feeling invigorated by the fragrance, could not help but inquire of the spirit of the medicine elder within his ring. Master, do you recognize this pill? In response, the elder shook his head. I do not recognize it. This pill likely employs a refining technique from another realm. Xiao Yan, would you be able to acquire it from that young lady? I wish to study it further. Hearing the elder's request, Xiao Yan felt a pang of difficulty. After all, Xiao Suner had already contributed a considerable sum of gold today, sufficient for him to open over 20 jars. Asking her for something now seemed inappropriate. Miss Xiao Suner, what kind of pill is this? It appears quite extraordinary. Just as Xiao Yan wrestled with his dilemma, Xiao Suner began inquiring about the pill's origin from the young healer. Certainly, Miss Xiao Suner, please wait a moment. The young healer smiled and nodded in response to her query, then immediately invoked the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze towards the purple pill. Instantly, a line of information appeared before her eyes. Creation Longevity Pill. Consuming this will extend the lifespan of any being below the Dou Qi level by 1,000 years. It turns out to be a longevity elixir. No wonder merely catching a whiff of its fragrance invigorates me. Upon absorbing this information, the little physician silently mused to herself. In the next moment, she eagerly introduced the elixir to Xiao Suner. 1,000 years of life. Upon hearing the effects of the elixir from the little physician, Xiao Suner's expression was filled with excitement. A millennium. Ordinary Dou Zun experts barely live a few hundred years, and those of slightly lower rank, Dou Sheng, may only have a lifespan of about 1,000 years. Remarkably, this elixir bestows the same effect upon all cultivators below the Dou Qi level. At that moment, in the jar shop, everyone was utterly exhilarated by the astounding potency of the elixir. Even an individual of average talent, upon consuming this elixir that grants an additional 1,000 years of life, could ultimately reach the realm of the saints. Even the elder medicinal spirit within Xiao Yan's ring was stirred, reflecting on how long it had been since he had achieved cultivation. Now reduced to a mere remnant of his former self, far from having experienced a millennium. Brother Xiao Yan, I never expected to uncover such a remarkable item this time. This elixir can extend life by 1,000 years. If I were to bring it back to my father, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed, Xiao Suner exclaimed, seizing the elixir from the counter with palpable excitement. Upon hearing the elixir's effects and Xiao Suner's intention to gift it to Gu Yuan, Xiao Yan immediately abandoned his earlier desire to request the elixir from her. Suner, with this miraculous longevity elixir, perhaps uncle would agree to let you come out. Xiao Yan replied joyfully. Yes, I will bring it up. If necessary, I will negotiate with him using this elixir as leverage. Xiao Suner playfully responded with a smile. Hearing Xiao Suner's words, Xiao Yan was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing how much she was sacrificing for their relationship, while he himself seemed to contribute little. His mind solely fixated on reclaiming the dignity lost due to Nalan Yanran's past insult to the Xiao family. Was my focus misplaced? Xiao Yan questioned himself internally. Suner. Xiao Yan opened his mouth, but fell silent, uncertain of what to say. All right, brother Xiao Yan, I was just teasing you. I would never use this elixir to bargain with my father. That might backfire, she said with a smile. You should continue opening jars. With that, she playfully tugged Xiao Yan towards the counter. Suner, once I procure something suitable for uncle, would you kindly deliver it on my behalf? It is a token of my heartfelt regard. Xiao Yan nodded in affirmation. In the next moment, he turned to the little healing fairy and said, Fair lady, could you please fetch me another orange jar? Of course, Mr. Xiao Yan. Please hold on for a moment. Upon hearing his request, the little healing fairy smiled and swiftly pivoted, retrieving an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before Xiao Yan. Observing the orange jar before him, Xiao Suner smiled and remarked, Brother Xiao Yan, a gift that would please my father is no simple matter. The items from Boss Ye's jar shop, coming from the upper realm, are bound to contain something that will delight my uncle. Xiao Yan responded confidently. He understood that, given the stature of Xiao Suner's father, Gu Yuan, it was quite rare for anything in this world to captivate him. Nevertheless, having received numerous surprises from the treasures within Yi Yun's jar shop, Xiao Yan firmly believed that the treasures contained within these jars would one day meet his expectations. In the following moment, Xiao Yan extended his arm and forcefully struck the jar with his palm. With a crisp crack, the orange jar shattered, splintering into numerous fragments. Immediately, the broken pieces transformed into a dazzling display of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. What wonders will emerge this time? As he gazed at the brilliant light emanating from the counter, a glimmer of anticipation shone in Xiao Yan's eyes. Not long after, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the resplendent light finally dissipated, unveiling the objects within. Suspended atop the counter was a chain, its material unknown, shimmering with an ethereal blue glow. Is this a chain? Upon witnessing the object on the counter, Xiao Yan's expression was one of perplexity. Xiao Ding Xiaoli, and the others shared a similar reaction. At that moment, however, the figure of Yao Lao, residing within Xiao Yan's ring, exhibited signs of excitement. In his prime, Yao Lao had once crossed paths with members of the Soul Palace, who were known to wield chains as their primary weapon. However, the chains employed by the Soul Palace were black and had a specialized nature that suppressed the soul. Now, upon encountering something reminiscent of that, Yao Lao could not help but reflect on certain past events. Master, what troubles you? Noticing Yao Lao's intense emotional fluctuations, Xiao Yan inquired with concern. It is nothing. Merely the sight of this chain has stirred some memories of the past, Yao Lao sighed, offering no further explanation to Xiao Yan. Upon hearing the words of the esteemed Elder Yao, Xiao Yan initially presumed that the Elder had encountered such chains before. However, noticing Elder Yao's apparent displeasure, he refrained from further disturbing him and instead turned to the little medical fairy, inquiring, Dear little medical fairy, could you enlighten me regarding the origins of this azure chain? Please hold on for a moment, Mr. Xiao Yan. The little medical fairy smiled and nodded in response to his query. Swiftly employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, her gaze sweeping over the peculiar floating chain. Instantly, a stream of information manifested before her eyes. Chain of hatred. Upon refinement, it allows the possessor to actively designate a foe. The chosen adversary becomes invisibly linked to the chain, whereby any damage inflicted upon you by them will be automatically reduced by 20%. Furthermore, should the adversary enter your 100-mile radius, their strength will be diminished by 10 to 20%, with the degree of reduction increasing proportionately as they draw nearer. My heavens, such a wondrous artifact exists. After perusing the capabilities of the azure chain, the little medical fairy felt an overwhelming curiosity, recognizing it as an unprecedented piece of domain equipment. This item is nothing short of a divine tool for confronting one's enemies. Just imagine, when your adversary approaches, their strength is reduced by 20%. And even the force of their attacks upon you is similarly diminished by 20%. A simple calculation reveals that the power the selected foe can wield against you during a confrontation amounts to less than 70% of their original strength, rendering them almost gravely wounded before the battle even commences. Observing the expression on the little medical fairy's face, Xiao Yan inquired once more, Dear little medical fairy, have you discerned anything further? I recall now. Responsive to Xiao Yan's voice, the little medical fairy nodded and elaborated, Mr. Xiao Yan. This azure chain is known as the chain of hatred. Upon refinement, it allows the possessor to actively designate a foe, establishing an invisible connection. The designated adversary's inflicted damage is automatically reduced by 20%, and within a 100-mile radius, their strength is weakened by 10 to 20%, with the degree of weakening increasing as they approach. This chain possesses such remarkable effects. Xiao Yan exclaimed in astonishment at the little medical fairy's description. Brother Xiao Yan, with such a powerful chain, might you consider using it to designate that Nalan Yanran? Xiao Suner remarked, her tone tinged with curiosity. Well, faced with such a question from Xiao Suner, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, but soon replied without hesitation. Of course not. Since I have made a 3-year pact with Nalan Yanran, I will certainly rely on my own strength to annul our engagement when the time comes. You dare to say annul? You are not even married to her. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's response, Xiao Suner was so exasperated that she began to stomp her feet. Haha. Suner, it was merely a slip of the tongue. I meant to say, withdraw the engagement. Xiao Yan quickly corrected himself. Since this chain imposes no restrictions on power, it can only achieve its full potential in the hands of someone as formidable as my uncle. Therefore, why not let you, Suner, deliver this chain to him on my behalf? At his words, Xiao Suner's previously angry expression immediately softened, and she smiled as she said, I suppose you do have some thoughtfulness. I will grant you this request. As this chain was intended for Gu Yuan, Xiao Suner did not attempt to refine it, but instead directly stored it within her own inner world. Xiao Yan's earlier analysis indeed held some merit. The chain's effectiveness in weakening enemies was proportional. In other words, the stronger the selected adversary, the more potent its effect. For someone of Gu Yuan's caliber, should this chain be used against his foes, like the Soul Emperor, who was slightly stronger than Gu Yuan, his strength would be reduced to below 70% of its original capacity, rendering him incapable of contending with Gu Yuan. Yao Lao, who resided within Xiao Yan's ring, was also acutely aware of the chain's power. Although he had not witnessed its effects firsthand, he had never found Xiao Yao's descriptions of items to be inaccurate. Thus, he was naturally convinced of the chain's formidable capabilities. After happily accepting the gift intended for Gu Yuan, Xiao Suner continued to inquire of the little doctor about the chain's usage. Soon, the little doctor informed Xiao Suner that the chain could be activated simply by dripping blood to acknowledge its master. Thank you, little doctor. Please hand me another orange jar. Xiao Suner expressed her gratitude. Certainly, Miss Suner. Please hold on. The little doctor nodded with a smile, quickly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her. Placing it before Xiao Suner. As Xiao Suner gazed at the orange jar, she did not ponder anything further. She swiftly raised her palm and struck the jar. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered into countless pieces. Immediately, the fragments transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring the vision of all present, preventing anyone from discerning the spectacle within. Before long, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the resplendent light finally dissipated, revealing the contents within the cabinet. Before them, atop the counter, appeared a blue elixir. Could it be the fabled divine pill? A look of sheer delight graced Xiao Suner's face as she recognized the familiar pill. Previously, in Wutan City, she had relied on a primary divine pill to elevate her cultivation to the pinnacle of a 9-star Dou Master. Upon returning to her ancient clan, she successfully broke through to the great Dou Master realm. If she could consume another divine pill, she might directly ascend to the Dou Ling realm. At this moment, both Xiao Yin and Yao Lao were equally convinced that what lay before them was indeed that which could enhance one's cultivation. Suner, your fortune is truly remarkable. Xiao Yin congratulated her. Haha, today has indeed been quite fortuitous. Xiao Suner nodded with joy. Meanwhile, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, upon overhearing their conversation, were left in a state of bewilderment, unaware of the divine pill's significance. I wonder what grade this divine pill is, Xiao Suner suddenly asked the little medical sage. Having already reviewed the information regarding the blue pill, the little medical sage promptly replied, Miss Xiao Suner, this divine pill is of intermediate grade. Intermediate. Upon hearing this, Xiao Suner was elated. An intermediate divine pill can extend one's cultivation by a decade. The little medical sage added. What? Am I hearing correctly? A single pill can extend cultivation by 10 years? At that moment, everyone in the apothecary was left astounded. Previously, Xiao Yin had only encountered primary divine pills, which possessed immense power. Rumor had it that Yun Yun, the leader of the Yunlan sect, had likely obtained a high-level divine pill, allowing her to break through to the Dou Zone realm. Such a pill, Xiao Suner had no intention of giving to Gu Yuan, for his bottleneck was beyond the efficacy of merely a decade or so. Chapter 402. Xiao Suner breaks through to Dou Wang. Previously, Xiao Yin had only encountered primary divine pills, which wielded considerable potency. Rumors suggested that Yun Yun, the leader of the Yunlan sect, had likely acquired a high-level divine pill, enabling her to ascend to the Dou Zone realm. Xiao Suner had no plans to offer this pill to Gu Yuan, as his bottleneck could not be surmounted by a mere decade of cultivation. Suner, hasten to consume the divine pill. I am eager to witness the extent of your cultivation after a decade's growth. Will you directly break through to Douling? Xiao Yin expressed his anticipation. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were rendered speechless. Xiao Suner was not yet 16, and already the prospect of her breaking through to Douling was being discussed. What an astounding notion. It must be noted that in the Jiama Empire, even a moderately strong fighter could lead a small mercenary group, commanding dozens of individuals. Upon reaching the level of a Dou Master, one often possesses the ability to command a medium-sized mercenary group, much like the Mo Tai mercenary corps currently established by Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. Typically, a great Dou Master can become a formidable figure in a small town, wielding power and influence, or serve in the military, often attaining the rank of a commander leading 1,000 troops. Should one ascend to the Dou Spirit realm, as Xiao Yin previously mentioned, they could potentially become the lord of a large city or a commanding general of an army. All right, I shall give it a try. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Suner smiled and nodded, immediately reaching out to grasp the blue elixir on the counter, bringing it to her lips. In the next moment, the blue elixir transformed into a pure medicinal liquid, flowing into her body. As the blue liquid coursed through her, Xiao Suner felt a tremendous surge of energy gathering within her. This energy was vast and formidable. However, what brought her reassurance was its gentle nature. Logically, such a colossal energy could easily overwhelm her. Yet at this moment, Xiao Suner felt no sense of destructive chaos within her. Recognizing this, and drawing from her experience with the elixir, Xiao Suner chose not to refine the energy within, but turned her head, smiling at the little physician. Might I request that you temporarily lift the restrictions placed upon me? Very well. Without much deliberation, the little physician nodded in agreement and promptly utilized the power bestowed by Yi Yun to remove Xiao Suner's constraints. As the restrictions were lifted, Xiao Suner immediately sensed the oppressive feeling dissipate. The energy within her, previously unassimilable, now began to actively surge towards her limbs and bones. Consequently, Her aura began to swell dramatically, and this escalation was astonishingly rapid. Within mere seconds, she ascended from a 1-star Great Dou Master to a 3-star Great Dou Master, showing no signs of abating. A minute later, her cultivation reached the pinnacle of a 9-star Great Dou Master, and astonishingly, she had consumed less than 1/10 of the energy within her. Thus, her rapid rise in cultivation continued unabated, and after several more seconds, she broke through to become a true Dou spirit powerhouse. But the transformation did not end there. Before Xiao Suner could fully acclimate to the powers of the Dou spirit realm, her cultivation directly soared to a 2-star Dou spirit, then a 3-star Dou spirit, followed by a 4-star Dou spirit, and culminating at a 5-star Dou spirit. Ultimately, her cultivation stabilized at the level of a 9-star Dou spirit. Witnessing the potent aura emanating from Xiao Suner, admiration gleamed in Xiao Yan's eyes. Behind Xiao Yan, Xiao Ding and the others stood utterly transfixed, their minds clouded by the overwhelming potency of the elixir. The fact that this container could yield such miraculous and extraordinary items left them in awe. What wonders might I uncover if I were to open a container myself? Upon regaining their composure, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were filled with boundless anticipation for the forthcoming opening of the container. Brother Xiao Yan, a decade's worth of cultivation would allow me to easily transcend to Dou Ling, Xiao Suner declared with a smile, pride radiating from her. Suner, your current prowess far surpasses mine. Xiao Yan replied with a chuckle. Brother Xiao Yan, this strength is merely temporary. Furthermore, I believe that talent and opportunity are fleeting. The essence lies in one's character. I have always observed you. Your spirit is indomitable, unyielding in the face of adversity. Xiao Suner spoke earnestly, her expression serious. Your words make me blush, Xiao Yan said, awkwardly brushing his nose. Those are ultimately illusions. Opening the container is what truly matters. Xiao Yan continued. Having said this, he approached the counter and addressed the little medicine sage. Dear Miss Medicine Sage, could you kindly fetch me another orange container? Certainly, Mr. Xiao Yan, please hold on. She responded, and with a smile, Xiao Suner nodded before swiftly retrieving an orange container from the shelf behind her, placing it before Xiao Yan. May this time bring me surprise. Xiao Yan silently wished, then lifted his Qilin arm and swiftly struck the orange container. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering, the orange container splintered into fragments. Immediately, the broken shards transformed into a resplendent radiance, obscuring everyone's vision and rendering the scene within invisible. As the dazzling light emerged, all gazes turned toward the counter. Gradually, as the brilliance dissipated, the sight within was revealed. Upon the counter lay a black scroll, entirely dark yet exuding an ancient aura. Another scroll? Upon seeing this black scroll, Xiao Yan felt little expectation. Having grasped the potential of the burning art, he held little hope for a mere earthly grade technique scroll, unless a heavenly grade scroll were to materialize, which might prompt him to reconsider his cultivation path. Brother Xiao Yan, this black scroll seems rather mysterious, Xiao Suner noted, her eyes reflecting a hint of intrigue. Indeed, it possesses a certain mystique. Upon hearing Xiao Suner's words, Xiao Yan sensed the ancient and somewhat mysterious aura emanating from the black scroll, nodding in agreement. Chapter 403, Shadow Clone. Brother Xiao Yan, this black scroll appears quite enigmatic, Xiao Suner remarked, her eyes reflecting a hint of peculiar intrigue. Indeed, it possesses an air of mystery, Xiao Yan concurred, still attuned to the scroll's ancient essence. Without further ado, he turned to the little doctor and said, Miss Little Doctor, could you kindly elucidate the nature of this black scroll? Certainly, please hold on a moment. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's request, the little doctor swiftly harnessed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, her gaze sweeping over the black scroll on the counter. Instantly, a line of information materialized before her. Ninefold Shadow Clone. A beginner-level movement technique of the heavenly tier, this technique is divided into 9 stages. With each successful cultivation of a stage, one can conjure an additional phantom. The practitioner is able to interchange positions with the phantoms at will, and their release can be executed freely unless subjected to extraordinarily unique constraints. Furthermore, as long as one is not restrained by spatial forces significantly stronger than their own, the release of phantoms remains unaffected. The release range for the first stage is 1,000 meters, and for the second stage, 10,000 meters. The first stage of cultivation is relatively easy, but the difficulty escalates considerably with each subsequent stage. Such an impressive movement technique. After reviewing the description of the black scroll, the little doctor felt a surge of astonishment. What is it, Miss Little Doctor? Noticing the expression on her face, Xiao Yan inquired further. Mr. Xiao Yan, this scroll is entitled Ninefold Shadow Clone, a beginner-level movement technique of the heavenly tier. It is divided into 9 stages, and with each successful cultivation, an additional phantom can be summoned. The practitioner can switch places with these phantoms at will, and their release is generally unrestricted unless facing extraordinary limitations. The first stage allows for a range of 1,000 meters, while the second extends to 10,000 meters. The initial stage is quite easy to cultivate, but the difficulty increases significantly with each successive stage. A heavenly tier movement technique that enables instantaneous position swapping with phantoms. Upon absorbing the little doctor's explanation of the Black Scroll, Xiao Yan immediately grasped the formidable nature of this technique. Brother Xiao Yan, I never imagined you would unearth such a precious beginner-level heavenly movement technique. Congratulations, Xiao Suner exclaimed. Just hearing the description makes it seem incredibly powerful. Indeed, I share your sentiments. Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. At that moment, the other patrons in the jar shop were left speechless, their mouths agape, eyes wide with astonishment. The concept of heavenly tier techniques was foreign to them, particularly in a remote place like the Additive Empire, where they had only heard of such things but never witnessed them. This moment, marked by the emergence of the shadow clone technique, once again reshaped their perceptions of the jar shop. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li held high expectations for the upcoming days. Perhaps, with the passage of these 2 days, the Mo-Tai mercenary corps would soar to new heights, soon evolving into a premier force within the Jiamai Empire. The Xiao family, too, would rise again thanks to the endeavors of the 3 brothers. In that future, not just the humble Wutian city, but even the imperial capital would witness their family's solid establishment. Brother Xiao Yan, did the young medical sage not mention that the first level of this movement technique is particularly easy to master? Why not give it a try now and see how swiftly you can change positions? Suggested Xiao Suner from the side. All right. Upon hearing Xiao Suner's words, Xiao Yan smiled and nodded, then reached for the black scroll on the counter, unfurling it. As Xiao Yan's soul power surged into the scroll, a flicker of enlightenment glimmered in his eyes shortly thereafter. I've mastered the first level, Xiao Yan confidently declared as he closed the scroll. So fast. That only took 3 minutes. Brother Xiao Yan, you are truly impressive, exclaimed Xiao Suner in delight. Suner, do not flatter me so. The first level is genuinely not that difficult. Xiao Yan chuckled wryly in response to her praise. Then, with a thought, Xiao Yan created a shadow of himself at the entrance of the store. In the blink of an eye, his body switched places with the shadow, completing the exchange in less than a second. Ah, that was astonishingly quick. Xiao Suner gasped. Upon hearing her exclamation, Xiao Yan once again exchanged places with the shadow, returning to his original spot. Suner, this technique is indeed powerful. Not only is it swift, but it also requires minimal energy. With my current strength, I could continually execute it 7 or 8 times within the designated range. Xiao Yan expressed his satisfaction. Suner, this technique is remarkably easy to memorize. However, in certain aspects, my soul power seems insufficient, rendering some details unclear. Xiao Yan continued, but you should be able to perceive the first 3 levels. Why not learn this technique from the scroll as well? Certainly. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's suggestion, Xiao Suner obediently nodded, then took the black scroll he offered, spreading it open to channel her soul power for comprehension. For minutes later, a spark of enlightenment appeared in Xiao Suner's eyes as she closed the scroll and returned it to Xiao Yan, stating, Brother Xiao Yan, I have also mastered the first level. After saying this, Xiao Suner swiftly executed the technique, achieving results comparable to those of Xiao Yan. Well done. Observing her performance, Xiao Yan nodded in approval, then turned his gaze towards Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. Elder brother, second brother, you should learn this as well. Xiao Yan handed the black scroll to Xiao Ding, speaking earnestly. Xiao Ding, not one to decline such offerings, graciously accepted the scroll and began to examine it closely. Such a heavenly ranked combat technique, even if one only mastered the initial 3 levels, wielded immense power, naturally affording an advantage in battle. The Xiao brothers, having acquired such a martial art, would possess the strength to retreat unscathed even when confronted by formidable Dou Huang or Dou Zone practitioners. Meanwhile, as Xiao Ding scrutinized the scroll, Xiao Suner approached the counter and addressed the little medicine fairy. Mistress, could you kindly fetch me another orange jar? Certainly, Miss Xiao Suner. Please hold on for a moment. The little medicine fairy nodded with a smile, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Xiao Suner. Chapter 404. The Transformation of Blood. Observing the orange jar before her, Xiao Suner hesitated not a moment before extending her palm to gently strike it. With a crisp crack, the orange jar shattered into countless fragments, which then transformed into a dazzling light, obscuring the view of all present. No one could discern the spectacle concealed within. What treasures might emerge this time? A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Xiao Suner's eyes as she gazed at the radiant light. Xiao Yan, too, shifted his attention from Xiao Ding, who was engrossed in the shadow clone scroll, to the counter. Under the collective gaze of the onlookers, the brilliant light gradually dissipated, revealing the item within. Lying quietly on the counter was a red scroll, exuding an intangible aura of malevolence. Upon sighting this scroll, Xiao Suner felt a flicker of revulsion deep within her. It appeared as if it were stained with blood. Surely, this scroll does not record some form of dark sorcery, does it? It emanates such an eerie sensation. Xiao Suner furrowed her brows thoughtfully. Xiao Yan, however, did not react strongly to her words, recalling that among the previous treasures unveiled, there were indeed items that appeared sinister. He firmly believed that it is not the techniques that embody evil, but rather the individuals who wield them. Let us see what the little medicine fairy has to say. Xiao Yan reassured her. Upon hearing this, the petite healer swiftly harnessed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, her gaze sweeping over the crimson scroll that had appeared upon the counter. Blood transmutation, a primary tier celestial combat technique that, when executed, allows one to directly transfer the blood within an enemy's body to their own, transforming it into energy to replenish their vitality. In no time, the young healer had perused the scroll's description. Young healer, I trust you have discerned its significance, Xiao Yan remarked with a grin. Indeed, she replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Then, she gradually elaborated, Mr. Xiao Yan, this scroll contains the primary tier celestial technique, blood transmutation. By employing this technique, one can directly transfer an enemy's blood into their own, converting it into energy to restore their vitality. Transferring an opponent's blood? Xiao Suner expressed her distaste for such a technique upon hearing the healer's explanation. This technique bears a striking resemblance to the renowned Blood River Sovereign's signature skill, blood transformation, famed across the central continent. Blood transformation is also a celestial technique that manipulates an enemy's blood with a peculiar force, extracting it from their body. However, unlike blood transmutation, it does not empower the user with the blood of their adversaries. Brother Xiao Yan, I find this technique of transferring another's blood to replenish one's own vitality rather unappealing, Xiao Suner candidly declared. Suner, simply envision utilizing this technique solely against nefarious individuals in the future. Xiao Yan responded with a smile. Absolutely not. After a brief moment of silence, Xiao Suner shook her head in disapproval. If you are unwilling to use it, you could always take it back to the ancient realm. A celestial technique would be of great value there. Xiao Yan continued. Very well, I shall take it with me. Xiao Suner nodded, subsequently storing the crimson scroll within her inner realm. At that moment, Xiao Ding had also finished examining the scroll detailing the shadow clone technique. After his review, he handed the black scroll to Xiao Li beside him. The first tier of the shadow clone technique allows one to release a phantom within a kilometer, enabling the practitioner to instantaneously swap positions with the shadow. This technique proves remarkably effective, akin to a short-range teleportation. Such a maneuver is beyond the capabilities of even the most elite Dou Zone practitioners. Although Dou Zone experts can achieve a form of instant movement using spatial power, it does not match this technique's swiftness. However, Dou Zone practitioners can generally cover a kilometer with their attacks. Moreover, upon reaching a certain level of mastery, one can exert control over a spatial domain, suppressing the use of the shadow clone technique to avoid being restrained. The practitioner's strength must not fall significantly below that of their opponent. Brother Xiao Yan, it's your turn. After securing the crimson scroll, Xiao Suner made space for Xiao Yan, smiling at him. Indeed, upon hearing Xiao Suner's words, Xiao Yan stepped forward to the counter and swiftly addressed the little physician. Dear Miss Physician, could you please fetch me another orange jar? Certainly, Mr. Xiao Yan, please hold on a moment. The little physician responded with a smile, nodding in agreement before turning rapidly to retrieve an orange jar from the shelves behind her, placing it before Xiao Yan. As the evening drew near, he hoped fervently that these final few jars would indeed yield magnificent results. Gazing at the orange jar on the counter, Xiao Yan felt a surge of anticipation. In the next moment, he extended his Kirin arm, raised his hand, and struck down forcefully onto the jar. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered, splintering into countless pieces. Immediately, the fragments transformed into a dazzling light, enveloping the gaze of all present, obscuring their view of the unfolding spectacle. Meanwhile, within the jar store, having perused the information on the black scroll, Xiao Ding began to execute the shadow clone technique. Not relying on the VIP card for transportation, he was unconcerned about departing the jar store. This time, he propelled himself to the maximum distance of the first level, a staggering 1,000 meters, allowing Xiao Ding to instantly burst forth from the mercenary core base and onto the bustling street outside. Several pedestrians, taken aback by Xiao Ding's sudden appearance, paused in astonishment. Isn't that Captain Xiao? How did he come to be here all of a sudden? They murmured amongst themselves. It's strange, he wasn't visible just moments ago. How did he manage that? As the onlookers speculated about Xiao Ding's unexpected emergence, he reveled in the knowledge that this transition had taken a mere 0.1 seconds, filling him with immense satisfaction.